Hong Chen obtains a future diary that records events about to happen. He will be detected as having the worst F-level talent, and his girlfriend will break up with him. With the contents of the diary, Hong Chen acquires divine-level techniques, rare treasures, and top-tier weapons. As a result, he rises against the odds, gradually becoming stronger, dominating the college competitions and overshadowing the talents of the 9 provinces, establishing himself at the pinnacle of the world. But on the last page of the diary, it is shockingly recorded, 100 years later, humanity will be nearly exterminated by the demon race. A journey to save humanity begins with the opening of this diary. The sky is clear, and the morning sun spreads its light across the world. Hong Chen frowned slightly, rubbed his eyes, and after a moment, the sleepiness faded. He caught sight of a diary beside his pillow. But this was not his diary. Hong Chen hadn't written a diary since graduating from high school. Who in their right mind writes a diary? So whose diary is this? Is it a prank? But who would be so bored? Hong Chen picked up the diary and casually flipped to the first page, looking at the first line of content. March 25, 5025, I have tested an F-level fire affinity. My future is bleak. Talents are ranked in levels, with SSS being the highest and F the lowest. Moreover, there are many types of talents: water, fire, wind, thunder, rock, ice, light, dark, sword, tree, space, time. Today is March 25, 5025, and everyone who turns 18 today must undergo a talent and attribute assessment. Hong Chen has just turned 18 as well, but he will only be tested for his talent at noon today, so he has plenty of time. He then looked at the second line of his diary. March 26, 5025, I heard that Sun Xiaochuan bought a very powerful technique at the school gate yesterday. Hong Chen knows the Sun Xiaochuan, they are classmates, but this guy is not a good person. Sun Xiaochuan not only used nunchucks to hit his grandmother, but in the coldest part of winter, he also made her wear a bikini to work outside. March 27, 5025, although the F-level talent cultivates slowly, I believe that man can conquer nature, and there is hope for everything. March 28, 5025, I ran into Sun Xiaochuan this afternoon. He has broken through to a 2-star warrior and publicly mocked me as trash. Killing him 100 times wouldn't relieve my anger. March 29, 5025, the heavens move vigorously, and a gentleman strives unceasingly. Today I continue my arduous training. I want to become the strongest martial god in the world. Hong Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes, feeling that this handwriting looked somewhat familiar. Moreover, the personality revealed in the words also made Hong Chen feel very familiar. March 30, 5025, a man who does not display his ambitions in the world is wasting his 8-foot frame. I must work hard, I must strive. March 31, 5025, I really am a useless person. After 7 days of hard training, I made no progress at all. My life is over. I might as well learn a trade to avoid starving in the future. Hong Chen couldn't help but laugh at this. This person is truly pitiful yet adorable. The worst F-grade talent, completely hopeless on the path of cultivation, destined to be an ordinary person, this is common knowledge. Yet this guy actually persisted for 7 days. April 1, 5025, I lay at home all day today, drinking iced cola and playing Genshin Impact. It was simply delightful. This is the life I want. April 2, 5025, drinking iced cola, playing Genshin Impact. April 3, 5025, still drinking iced cola, playing Genshin Impact. April 4, 5025, I guess I drank too much iced cola. I've been having stomach issues all day. My stomach feels terrible. I feel like I'm going to collapse from diarrhea. April 5, 5025, Hong Chen, oh Hong Chen, how could you fall so low? Have you forgotten your great ambition to become a martial god? I reflect on myself 3 times a day. I can't go on like this. Hong Chen stared at this place in a daze, his mind instantly clearing after waking up. He murmured, no wonder the handwriting feels familiar. It turns out this is my writing. April 6, 5025, Lu Royan wants to break up with me, probably because my talent is too poor. But if she wants to break up, so be it. She actually took the rice cooker with her. That's really too heartless. April 7, 5025, Xiao Xiao has been detected with top-tier talent, so she has been admitted to a top university in advance. She is leaving today. Before she left, Xiao Xiao found me, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately did not speak it out. The relationship between Xiao Xiao and Hong Chen can be traced back to their parents. Their fathers are close friends, and their mothers are also best friends. When Hong Chen's parents were dating, they also played matchmaker for Xiao Xiao's parents. Later, after discussions between the two families, they bought houses next to each other and became neighbors. Xiao Xiao and Hong Chen were childhood friends, growing up together since they were little. They were born in the same year and month, but Xiao Xiao was born 3 days earlier than Hong Chen. However, the green plum couldn't withstand the sudden arrival, mainly because Lu Ruyan was too flirtatious, sending Hongchen selfies in black stockings every night. As an 18-year-old young man, at the peak of his youthful vigor, he naturally couldn't resist such temptation and quickly fell for it. So, 3 months ago, Hongchen confessed to Lu Ruyan, and the two successfully held hands and even posted about it on social media. That night, Lu Ruyan took the initiative to give herself to him. If Hongchen didn't take action then, he wouldn't deserve to be called a man. Xiao Xiao might be avoiding suspicion, but she could also be sulking, and from then on, she never spoke to Hongchen again. This diary has 14 lines on each page, with one line recording a day, totaling the events of the next 14 days. After reading the content of the first page, Hongchen felt it was just a prank. It's probably someone imitating his handwriting, writing some disgusting content, deliberately meant to gross him out. Hongchen smiled and murmured, "I just want to see how the story unfolds." But the second page wouldn't turn, as if an invisible force was preventing him from flipping to it. What is going on? Hongchen couldn't help but frown, feeling that something was off. It seems they didn't know how to continue the story, so they glued it shut, but this trick is really clumsy. Hongchen wanted to make a miracle happen with great effort, but before he could exert himself, the diary was flipped to the last page. January 9, 5125, the righteous armies organized across the 9 provinces have once again been annihilated by the demon race. The bodies of those brave heroes were all devoured by the demons, leaving no trace behind. February 1, 5125, in the land of the human race in the 9 provinces, more than half has fallen in an instant. The rolling army of demons came like the first shadow of darkness at dusk, destroying the light of the entire world. March 16, 5125, after many years, I saw Xiao Xiao again, her unparalleled beauty just as it was back then. Over the years, Xiao Xiao has earned many titles: the 4 heroes of Lingxiao, the Qinglian sword immortal, the top 10 heroes, the dual pillars of the human race, but when I saw her, I couldn't help but call out, "Little girl." On March 18, 5125, it turns out that Xiao Xiao was already gravely injured, her dantian and meridians completely destroyed. She knew her time was short, which is why she withdrew from the front lines, forcing herself to come see me with her last breath. On March 19, 5125, in her final moments, Xiao Xiao nestled in my arms, grasping my hand as she said, "When I left home back then, I wanted to tell you, let's make up, but I was too proud to say it. If only I hadn't held a grudge against you, if only I had been a little braver back then." On March 20, 5125, I buried Xiao Xiao in the backwoods, a place we often played together in our youth. After wasting half my life, there was something I never got to say. I gently touched her tombstone and said, "If there is a next life, I will never let you down." On July 22, 5125, the demon army has arrived outside the city, and all the soldiers defending it have perished. There is no hope left in the world, darkness has ultimately descended, and time has met its end. I do not want to be devoured by the demons, I want to die with dignity. I sit at home sharpening my knife, quietly awaiting the demon's arrival. Hongchen's final words. Seeing the last 2 lines on the final page, Hongchen felt a bit melancholic, as the content was very real, and he could somewhat relate to it. However, Hongchen could be 100% sure that this diary was just a prank. The demon clan was exiled to the barren northern borders 5,000 years ago, and now they can only barely survive. With the Great Wall of Heaven as a barrier, the demon clan absolutely cannot march south into the 9 provinces. Hongchen would rather believe he has an F-level talent than trust that the demon clan could breach the Great Wall of Heaven. No one would believe that the demon clan could breach the heavenly barrier Great Wall, because the credibility of this event is akin to Lin Dayu pulling up the willows, the national football team winning the World Cup, 5-5 Kai not cheating, and the Emperor Master having seen a dragon. Hongchen tossed the diary aside, completely unconcerned, then got up to wash his face, brush his teeth, and eat. Today at noon, there will be a talent test, and it is already 10 in the morning. It's about time. Hongchen's home is on the 16th floor, with 2 households per elevator. When he opened the door, the neighbor across the hall happened to open their door as well. A beautiful girl with long flowing hair, skin as white as jade, and a flawless face stepped out from behind the door. This beautiful girl had large, round eyes that were bright yet clear. Although her features had not fully matured, she already possessed the budding beauty that could topple nations. "Isn't that you, Sister Xiao Xiao? I haven't seen you around lately. Are you deliberately avoiding me?" Hongchen asked knowingly, but Xiao Xiao paid him no mind and walked straight to the elevator. "Are you going to test your talents?" Hongchen pressed the elevator button before Xiao Xiao could speak. Both of them had already turned 18, and Hongchen wanted Xiao Xiao to say something, so he deliberately asked, but Xiao Xiao still ignored him. Hongchen could only shamelessly say, "Little girl, why are you ignoring me? Do I have bad breath?" Hearing that familiar term of endearment, Xiao Xiao's expression slightly changed, but she quickly returned to her indifference. "Now that you have a girlfriend, be careful with your words.
I'm afraid Lu Ruyan might misunderstand.
Xiao Xiao's tone was distant, as if she were speaking to a stranger.
What do we need to be careful about?
I've seen how you looked in those split-crotch pants when you were a kid. At that moment, the elevator doors opened just in time, and Xiao Xiao stepped inside, spitting out a single word, "Get lost."
Oh, you've got quite the temper, huh?
Hong Chen, who was met with indifference, wasn't annoyed. He smiled and followed her into the elevator, like a devoted admirer. An angry woman is the hardest to appease. Hong Chen had no choice but to bow and scrape. The two were in the elevator, and Xiao Xiao deliberately kept her distance, adopting an attitude that pushed others away.
You look terrible. Could it be that your period is here? Today is the 25th, but that doesn't add up. I remember you said it was in the middle of the month.
No matter how much Hong Chen grumbled, Xiao Xiao remained unmoved, and the elevator quickly reached the first floor. Hong Chen hurriedly stepped out of the elevator, hopped on his electric bike, and drifted to a stop in front of Xiao Xiao, revealing a smile he thought was very handsome.
Do you want to ride my electric bike?
Xiao Xiao remained silent, walked straight past Hong Chen, then hopped on her own electric bike and sped away. Hong Chen rode his electric bike, cranked up the speed to the maximum, and quickly caught up to Xiao Xiao, shouting, "Wait for me."
With her back to Hong Chen, Xiao Xiao actually sped up even more. After finishing high school, at almost 18 years of age, one can just connect to the talent assessment.
At this time, those who are assessed to have poor talent can only attend ordinary universities, but they can also learn a trade. Young people with average talent can also cultivate, but it is difficult for them to achieve significant accomplishments. Those with outstanding talent, of course, will go on to take the entrance exam for martial arts universities and become respected martial artists. Warriors have long lifespans and can maintain their youthful appearance, capable of moving mountains and overturning seas with a mere gesture. In this world, the strong are revered. Warriors possess fame, status, wealth, and women. Even if an ordinary person becomes the richest in the land, their status cannot compare to that of a formidable warrior. When the two arrived at the testing point, the playground of Jianghuai High School was already filled with many people. The testing only started at noon, and these people came so early that Hong Chen couldn't help but curse. "What the hell are you all doing here?" Although Hong Chen was only 18, he was very tall and stood out in the crowd. Moreover, he was still growing, and it was estimated that he would reach about 1.82 meters in the future. Hong Chen was trying to cheer up Xiao Xiao when a shout came from behind, "Brother Yuan."
This is the voice of Lu Ruyan.
Hong Chen turned around upon hearing it and saw a beautiful girl with a large chest, a slim waist, long legs, and wearing a bodycon dress. Xiao Xiao has a bit of a delicate, refined charm, while Lu Ruyan exudes an intellectual beauty. Although Xiao Xiao is much more beautiful than Lu Ruyan, if given a choice, the vast majority of men would choose Lu Ruyan. An ice-cold beauty is indeed stunning, but she is best admired from a distance and not to be trifled with, which inevitably gives her an air of chastity. Naturally, a flirt like Lu Ruyan, who plays hard to get, is even more attractive to men. Lu Ruyan wrapped her arm around Hong Chen's, cheerfully saying, "Yuan Ge, I've been here for a long time, waiting for you for half a day." Hong Chen felt his arm enveloped by two great mountains. This feeling was indescribably wonderful, and he couldn't help but want to practice with Lu Ruyan. Looking at Xiao Xiao beside her, Lu Ruyan seemed to realize belatedly and said, "Oh, you're here too." Xiao Xiao ignored him, and Hong Chen explained, "I happened to run into Xiao Xiao when I went out, so I came with her." Ahead were several small black rooms, where everyone would soon test their talents. Lu Ruyan looked at the small black room, clasped her hands together, and prayed, "Heavenly Lord, please bless me, I must test out an exceptional talent." Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Hong Chen, almost unconsciously, recalled what was in his notebook and asked, "If I test out the worst F-level talent, will you break up with me? Are you stupid?" "Of course not. I can swear to that." Lu Ruyan exclaimed, "Don't you know me? I'm not that kind of snobbish person." Hong Chen felt ashamed upon hearing this. He shouldn't have doubted Lu Ruyan because of a mysterious diary. The talent levels, from highest to lowest, are SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. S-level and SS-level talents are extremely rare, a 1 in a million kind of talent, easily allowing one to get into top universities. A-level talent can get into a top university, B-level talent can get into a second-tier university, while C and D levels can only get into a third-tier university. E and F levels belong to the lowest tier of talent, with no future at all. Cultivating such talent is a waste of time, and the best path is to attend a regular university and work. Time unknowingly passed until it was 12 o'clock, and the talent assessment began, with people entering the small black room one after another. Lu Ruyan smiled gently, her lips forming two dimples, and said, "Didn't you say a couple of days ago that your rice cooker was broken? I bought you a new one and it's in my car, remember to take it home later." Hearing the words rice cooker, Hong Chen felt a chill run down his spine and was about to ask a question. A voice suddenly came from the high platform, Hong Chen, come for inspection.
Hong Chen, come for inspection. Hong Chen, come for inspection. I'll talk to you when I get back, Hong Chen said to Lu Ruyan, then ran towards the small black room ahead. The floor of the small black room was inscribed with a formation. As long as one stood in the center of the formation, they could awaken their innate talents. Only Hong Chen was in the room, and he walked into the circle at the center of the formation, a dazzling white light swirling beneath his feet. Hong Chen floated suspended in midair, the white light converging into his body, an indescribable power spreading throughout him. The small black room isolated the view, making it impossible to see the situation inside from the outside, primarily to protect the students. Evil organizations are everywhere in the 9 provinces, and wicked cultivators particularly enjoy hunting those with rare talents, taking pleasure in it. Hong Chen slowly landed on the ground, feeling a surge of power throughout his body. I am definitely not an F-level talent. In the small dark room used for testing machines, a report was printed out, recording the tester's talent and attributes.
Hong Chen picked up the paper and glanced at it. There were only 2 lines of text on it.
Talent level, F level. Talent attribute, fire element.
Hong Chen stared blankly at the words on the report, his body trembling slightly. The things mentioned in that diary are actually true.
So in the future, Lu Ruyan will break up with me, the demon clan will breach the heavenly barrier Great Wall and march south to the 9 provinces, Xiao Xiao will also die, and the human race will be annihilated.
Hong Chen was extremely agitated at this moment, first because of his F-level talent, and even more so because of the demon invasion. 100 years later. Seeing Hong Chen walk out of the small black room, Lu Ruyan jogged over and asked, Yuan Go, what talent did you
measure?
Hong Chen hesitated slightly, as an F-level talent was truly pathetic, like scoring 0 on an exam, and he felt embarrassed
to say it out loud.
But he quickly let it go. After all, it was recorded in his diary that because of his poor talent, Lu Ruyan wanted to break up with him and even took the rice cooker with her. Thinking of this, Hong Chen no longer hesitated and directly confessed,
I have the worst F-level talent, and I don't want your rice cooker. Lu Ruyan was taken aback, unable to believe it, and said, Yuan Gu, are you joking with me? Hong Chen tossed the report to Lu Ruyan, his tone indifferent. If you don't believe it, see for yourself.
Looking at the test results on the report, Lu Ruyan's expression changed rapidly, and she thought of many things in
an instant.
After a moment, Lu Ruyan forced a smile and said, Don't be discouraged, there might still be hope.
Although Lu Ruyan
was trying to encourage him,
Hong Chen could hear the emotional distance in her voice.
In the past, when she spoke to him, the first thing she said was Yuan Gu, but this time it was simply you. I can see you're not in a good mood, you should go home and rest early. I still have to test my talent, so I won't keep you company. Lu Ruyan was already considering breaking up, but due to the crowd on the playground, she maintained a basic level of decorum. Hong Chen's feelings were complicated: disappointment, irritation, helplessness, worry, despair, all sorts of emotions tangled in his heart.
An F-level talent could only be at the bottom of society, but based
on the content in his diary, he might have a chance to turn things around. He remembered a passage from the diary.
March 26, 5025.
I heard that Sun Xiaochuan bought a very powerful technique at the school gate yesterday. That powerful technique of Sun Xiaochuan might be his opportunity to turn things around. Today is March 25, 5025, so yesterday in the diary refers to today.
Jianhui
University has a front gate and a back gate, and Hong Chen quickly ran towards the front gate.
After arriving at the front gate, he looked around but did not see any vendors selling books.
Hong Chen then hurried to the back gate, and as soon as he arrived, he saw Sun
Xiaochuan.
An unkempt old man was pulling Sun Xiaochuan, looking like a beggar in tattered clothes. The old beggar spoke tirelessly. You may look like a humanoid ape, but you actually have a bit of talent. At such a young age, you have such a fat physique, you're simply a rare fool. Here are 4 techniques, I see you have a connection with them, so I'll sell you one for $1,000. Hong Chen squeezed past Sun Xiaochuan and squatted in front of the old beggar, saying with a face full of sincerity, Old man, I want all 4 of these techniques. The old beggar was taken aback, surprise showing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his smile and said, One person can only buy one, it's first come, first served. The chubby Sun Xiaochuan was pushed aside and was about to explode in anger, but when he saw it was Hong Chen, he instantly lost his fire. Sun Xiaochuan had previously bullied an honest classmate, and Hong Chen had fought him for that. Sun Xiaochuan had no power to fight back and could only take the beating the old beggar held. For books, which were Great Immortal Technique, 8-9 Profound Art, Indestructible Body of the Sun, and 10,000 Treasures Sword Classic.
Hong Chen turned to Sun Xiaochuan and said impatiently, Are you buying or not? If you're not buying, just leave.
Sun Xiaochuan was startled and looked at the 4 books in the old beggar's hands.
After a moment of thought, he pointed to
indestructible body of the sun and said, I want this technique. Great immortal technique was the technique passed down from Bodhi Patriarch to Sun Wukong, and 8-9 profound art was the technique passed down from Jade Dingzhen to Yang Jian. Although Hong Chen preferred Sun Wukong, if it came down to a comparison, Yang Jian was slightly more powerful. Hong Chen pointed to the 8-9 mystical skills and said, I want the skill. The old beggar handed the skills to both of them, saying 1,000 yuan each. After Hong Chen scanned the payment, he said, Old man, don't rush off. A friend of mine also wants to buy a skill, so please wait a moment. The old beggar nodded and said, You better hurry. Once the 4 books are sold, I will leave, and you will miss your chance. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen hurried back to the playground. He called Xiao Xiao, but there was no answer. That dead girl. Still throwing a tantrum at this time. Hong Chen searched around, but the playground was packed with people, and he couldn't find Xiao Xiao. He grew increasingly anxious. When a person is too anxious, they tend to act recklessly, a state referred to as being on edge. A staff member was holding a megaphone, repeatedly broadcasting, Please do not spit on the ground, do not litter, maintain order, and do not make loud noises to avoid disturbing others. Hong Chen was already on edge. He snatched the megaphone and turned off the repeated message. Then, he cranked up the volume to the maximum, and after a loud hey, he declared, Everyone, look at me. I have an announcement. This voice echoed across the entire playground, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Standing at a high point on the playground, Hong Chen used his utmost strength to shout, Xiao Xiao, let's make up. This sentence was supposed to be said 100 years later, at the moment before Xiao Xiao's death. But at this moment, Hong Chen shouted it out early, a regret that had accompanied the two for 100 years. Like the last line of a diary, if there is a next life, I will never let you down. Just a few seconds later, his phone rang. Hong Chen quickly answered, and Xiao Xiao's voice came through, both shy and angry. Are you crazy? Although Xiao was scolding him, having grown up together and knowing each other's temper, Hong Chen could tell that she wasn't really angry. She was more like embarrassed. Hong Chen said, I have something important to tell you, hurry and come find me. Wait for me where you are, Xiao Xiao said before hanging up. Hong Chen let out a long breath. He could tell Xiao Xiao had forgiven him. After running vigorously, Xiao Xiao's face was flushed. She reached Hong Chen and breathlessly asked, What happened? Hong Chen took Xiao Xiao's small hand and succinctly said, I met a senior who was selling top-tier skills. As long as you buy a skill, your future cultivation will surely go smoothly. Xiao Xiao followed Hong Chen to the back gate of the school, and seeing her hand being held, her already red face turned even redder. When they arrived, the old beggar was still at the back gate, but he only had one skill left. The Great Immortal Technique had been bought, leaving only the 10,000 Treasures Sword Classic. Hong Chen sighed and said, We were still a step too late, there's only this skill left. The old beggar looked at Xiao Xiao, a glimmer of gold flashing in his eyes, and smiled. As they say, it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. This skill is just right for her. While scanning to help Xiao Xiao pay, Hong Chen asked, Who bought a Great Immortal Technique? What are you up to, kid? The old beggar saw through Hong Chen's thoughts. Hong Chen awkwardly smiled, and the old beggar continued, You have the 8-9 mystical skills, and he has the Great Immortal Technique. You two are destined rivals. So don't worry, you will definitely meet again in the future. After selling the last skill, the old beggar slowly stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Seeing the old beggar about to leave, Hong Chen stepped forward and asked, Old man, can you tell me your name? A name is just a code, it doesn't matter what you call it. You can decide for yourself. The old beggar did not look back, leaving behind a single sentence, As long as you are willing, you can call me old man, or you can call me old beggar. Playing tricks. Hong Chen scoffed, then murmured, I'll just call you old beggar. The two rode on the electric bike, but this time the speed was relatively slow. Xiao Xiao's lips curved into a slight arc, her smile like the bright morning sun, as if it could dispel the cold and hardship of the world. Seeing this familiar smile, Hong Chen couldn't help but smile as well and asked, Are we reconciled? Xiao Xiao huffed proudly and said, I'll be magnanimous and forgive you. Hong Chen said, If you don't like Lu Ruyan, I can break up with her. Lu Ruyan had already been thinking about breaking up. And Hong Chen didn't want to be the one dumped, so he planned to take the initiative and break up with Lu Ruyan first. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao fell silent. After a good 10 seconds, she said, No matter what others think, what matters is that you like her. Realizing she had asked the wrong person, Xiao Xiao, that silly girl, wouldn't speak ill of others even if she didn't like Lu Ruyan. Hong Chen had no choice but to say, Anyway, I plan to break up with Lu Ruyan.
Xiao Zhao's cycling motion paused for a moment, nearly causing her to fall. She quickly steadied the electric bike and asked, "Why?" "I tested an F-level talent, and Lu Ruyen thinks I have no future, so she wants to break up with me. I feel a bit embarrassed about being dumped, so I'm preparing to take the initiative." Xiao Xiao spoke frankly. "You tested an F-level talent, what face do you have?" "That's true," Hong Chen said helplessly, "but these two things are different. Testing an F-level talent is indeed pitiful, and Xiao Xiao wasn't very good at comforting people, so she changed the subject. "Is the cultivation method you bought for me a fake? You should try cultivating it first. If you feel anything is wrong, then don't continue." Hong Chen also couldn't be 100% sure, as the content in the diary wasn't very clear. By the way, Hong Chen, riding the bike, suddenly looked at Xiao Xiao and asked, "What talent did you test?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao pressed both hands on the brakes. Hong Chen quickly stopped and asked, "What are you doing?" "I can tell you. But you mustn't tell anyone else. I'm afraid others will target me." Xiao Xiao swallowed hard, her expression tense. Hong Chen solemnly promised, "I won't say a word to anyone." The last page of the diary showed Xiao Xiao in a very impressive light, and Hong Chen had his own guesses. Xiao Xiao parked the electric bike, lightly moved closer to Hong Chen, and first reminded him, "Don't make a big deal out of it." Then she slightly leaned forward, her lips close to Hong Chen's ear, her voice barely audible. "I tested two talents. One is an SS-level Liuli Jade Sword, which should be a sword cultivation talent. This girl actually tested an SS-level talent, which is a top-tier talent that can directly guarantee admission to a top university. Moreover, it's a sword cultivation talent recognized as the most powerful talent in the 9 provinces." Hong Chen suppressed his shock and asked, "What about your other talent?" "The other is an SSS-level Pure World Green Lotus, but I'm not sure what attribute this talent has." Xiao Zhao's voice was even quieter this time. Although she didn't know what attribute the Pure World Green Lotus had, an SSS-level talent must be incredibly impressive. "My goodness! This is simply against the heavens!" Hong Chen exclaimed in a low voice, as there was no better adjective. Hong Chen recalled a passage from the diary. Xiao Xiao has earned many titles over the years: the 4 talents of Ling Xiao, the Green Lotus Sword Immortal, the top 10 heroes, the dual pillars of humanity. Could it be that this Green Lotus Sword Immortal refers to her Liuli Jade Sword in Pure World Green Lotus? Human nature can be very dark. If others find out about Xiao Zhao's talents, it might provoke jealousy. Hong Chen reminded her, "You mustn't tell anyone about these 2 talents or the Wanzong sword." Classic. Most people in this world are good, but there are inevitably some evil cultivators. These evil cultivators, sharing the same stench, gather together to form evil organizations. And those in the evil organizations love to hunt down people with rare talents. If Xiao Zhao's talent were to be revealed, it would surely attract the hunting of evil organizations. Hong Chen added, "Once our aptitude attributes are measured, they will be uploaded to the database immediately. With your kind of aptitude, you will definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups. Just stay at home for a few days, someone will probably come looking for you soon." Xiao Xiao responded with an "oh," then hopped on her electric bike, and the two rode home side by side. Dad and Mom were out on a mission, and his younger siblings were still in high school. When Hong Chen got home, he was the only one there. He took out his phone from his pocket, preparing to send a message to Lu Ruyen to break up. "We once loved each other, and that is enough. After the breakup, I hope we can both become better versions of ourselves." Hong Chen edited a long message that even moved himself. But when he sent the message, a red exclamation mark appeared on his screen. Damn! Hong Chen was also taken aback. Lu Ruyan's response was indeed swift, and he was ultimately a step too late. It was simply heartless. He had only measured an F-level talent, and she didn't even bother to say a word before directly blocking him. He had thought that after many deep conversations with Lu Ruyen, there was still some connection between them. Hong Chen initially felt a bit guilty, a bit reluctant. After all, she was a free friend with benefits. But he didn't expect this woman to give him no face at all. She didn't even want to waste a second. What had happened had already happened. What could he do? Hong Chen could only tidy up his mood and then took out the 8-9 Profound Art, looking at the contents of the book. The first page only had 2 sentences: cultivate the 8-9 Profound Art to perfection, and you can roam the world at will. This sentence had a very high tone. Translated into plain language, it meant, as long as you cultivate the 8-9 Profound Art to great success, you will be invincible and can walk horizontally under heaven. Hong Chen turned to the second page. The maximum of Yin numbers is 8, the maximum of Yang numbers is 9, 8 and 9 multiplied Together is the greatest number in Taoism, hence the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams of heaven and earth, and the 72 seasons. 8 9 profound art, 8 yin and 9 yang. Within a person's body lies the yin and yang numbers, which is a person's fate. The head represents heaven, which is the yang number. The feet represent earth, which is the yin number. Hong Chen turned to the third page, 8 transformations, 9 turns, returning to pure yang. The meaning of 8 transformations is to eliminate the 8 yin numbers, and the meaning of 9 turns is to transform the 9 yang numbers. Elimination can be understood as removal. 8 transformations mean removing the 8 yin numbers. Transformation can be understood as fusion. 9 turns mean fusing the 9 yang numbers. Eliminating the 8 yin numbers and fusing the 9 yang numbers, the 8 9 profound art can only be considered great success. To achieve perfection, one must take the final step, returning to pure yang. Pure yang means the yang energy is pure and singular, extremely strong and yang, containing the terrifying power to incinerate all living beings. Each time the yang numbers are fused, the practitioner's cultivation level will significantly rise. Each time the yin numbers are eliminated, the practitioner can gain a supernatural ability. Since one can eliminate the 8 yin numbers, the practitioner can obtain 8 supernatural abilities. These 8 supernatural abilities are becoming stronger with each battle, the eye of heaven's way, gathering the 3 origins, the 72 transformations, the golden light of the earth, 3 heads and 6 arms, the law of heaven and the image of earth, and the indestructible primordial spirit. Only after completing the 8 transformations, 9 turns, and returning to pure yang can one reach the perfect realm of the 8 9 profound art, the physical body becoming a saint. Before the age of 18, one's talent has not fully taken shape, making it difficult to measure. Therefore, talent is only tested after turning 18. Moreover, practicing before this age can cause harm to the body. The younger one is, the more severe the damage can be, and in the worst cases, it can even harm one's talent. To practice, one needs a cultivation method. Ordinary methods are not expensive, costing only 4 to 5,000 yuan, and can be purchased at bookstores, but the cultivation speed with ordinary methods is very slow. Slightly better methods usually cost 10 times more, almost comparable to the price of a small car. After looking for 5 hours, Hong Chen finally put down the 8 9 profound art. It was already dark outside. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to breathe according to the descriptions in the book. The world is filled with vast and complex energy, which was called spiritual energy in ancient times, but is now also referred to as true energy or primordial energy. Hong Chen cleared his mind, focused his spirit in his dantian, and began to breathe slowly. First, he performed 8 long exhales and 9 short inhales, then 9 long exhales and 8 short inhales, repeating this breathing pattern 72 times, completing a small cycle. Following this breathing rhythm, he lost track of time, only feeling a warm breath entering his body with each inhale. This warm breath should be the spiritual energy. Hong Chen opened his eyes to check his phone. It was 10 o'clock at night. With his F-grade aptitude, if he practiced an ordinary method, he would probably not gather even a breath of spiritual energy after a week of breathing exercises. However, using the breathing frequency from the 8 9 profound art, combined with the method from the book, he managed to refine a breath of spiritual energy in just 5 hours. This was Hong Chen's first attempt at breathing exercises, and as he became more skilled, he might only need 3 hours to gather a breath of spiritual energy. It was still early. For a young person, sleeping before midnight would be a waste of time. Hong Chen closed his eyes again, repeating the 8 long exhales and 9 short inhales, followed by 9 long exhales and 8 short inhales, completing 72 breaths once more. Time passed slowly, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already 3 in the morning. Last year, when Hong Chen was in high school, his teacher said that to break through to a 1-star warrior, one needed 10 breaths of spiritual energy. He could gather 3 breaths of spiritual energy by meditating for 15 hours each day, and he would soon be able to advance to a 1-star warrior. The warrior is the initial realm, followed by martial masters, martial spirits, martial kings, martial emperors, martial sects, martial lords, martial saints, martial emperors, and martial gods. Each major realm has 10 minor realms: 1-star warrior, 2-star warrior, 3-star warrior, up to 10-star warrior. Once one reaches 10-star warrior, they can break through to martial master. However, breaking through these major realms is quite difficult. A moment of carelessness can lead to failure. Hong Chen slept until 10 in the morning. Although he had only slept for 7 hours, he still felt energetic. This was due to the nourishment of spiritual energy. Even without a full 8 hours of sleep, he felt more spirited than usual. When he got up, he
ordered takeout, then washed his face, brushed his teeth, and used the bathroom.
As he walked out of the bathroom, the takeout arrived. Just in time.
After eating, he continued his cultivation.
For the next 3 days, Hong Chen maintained this routine, alternating between eating, sleeping, and meditating.
He quickly accumulated 10 breaths of spiritual energy, opened his eyes, and took a short break.
Breaking
through to a minor realm was usually simple and rarely failed unless something unexpected happened.
After resting, Hong Chen closed
his eyes again, and the 10 breaths of spiritual energy circulating within him gathered in his dantian, slowly merging together.
The 10
breaths of spiritual energy intertwined and quickly fused into a small ball of white gas. The color of the white gas was very faint.
And its size was also small, only about the size of a coin.
Merging 10 breaths of spiritual energy represented that Hong Chen had successfully
broken through to a 1-star warrior.
As the sun set, a beam of evening sunlight poured into the room.
Hong Chen exhaled a breath
of turbid air. After the breakthrough, he felt refreshed, but his stomach growled with hunger. If only his mom were home.
With no choice
but to rely on himself, Hong Chen was about to order takeout when the doorbell rang.
Who is it? Hong Chen got up to open the door. And there stood Xiao Xiao, who asked, "Have you eaten?"
"I'm a bit hungry."
Both Xiao Xiao's and Hong Chen's parents worked for the security bureau.
Hong Chen's dad held the highest rank, having reached the level of a 3-star martial king, and he was also the deputy director of the security bureau, making him a prominent figure in Jianghuai province.
The reason Lu Ruyan initially seduced Hong Chen was
mainly because of his family's power and influence. She wanted to climb the social ladder.
Moreover, both of Hong Chen's parents had
outstanding qualifications, leading Lu Ruyan to believe that Hong Chen's abilities wouldn't be too shabby either.
But who would have thought? Hong Chen ended up with a massive failure, revealing an F-level talent. Hong Chen suggested, "How about we order takeout?" Xiao Xiao rejected, "No way. Eating takeout every day makes me want to throw up." After reconciling, Xiao Xiao was no longer cold and returned to her normal demeanor.
Hong Chen had no choice but to agree. "Alright, I'll go eat out with you."
Hearing Hong Chen's prompt agreement, Xiao Xiao was taken aback and asked, "Why have you become so agreeable?"
In the past, when she asked Hong Chen to accompany her somewhere, he would always complain, and even if he agreed, it was half-hearted.
After reading the contents of his diary, Hong Chen felt as if
those events were happening right before his eyes, which is why he wanted to turn over a new leaf.
"From now on, I won't act cheap towards
you anymore," Hong Chen promised Xiao Xiao. "I won't make you angry either."
"Have you been possessed by a ghost?"
Xiao Xiao was not used to this sudden change in attitude and added, "I actually prefer the cheeky you. You should have said so earlier."
Hong Chen's attitude made a complete turnaround. "I don't want to eat out. If you go out to eat, could you bring me something back?" Upon hearing
this, Xiao Xiao immediately regretted it. "Why do you never keep your word?
Aren't you the one who likes the cheeky me?" Hong Chen countered, acting as if he was in the right. "I don't want to talk to you anymore."
Xiao Xiao got angry again and slammed the door to Hong Chen's house. "I really don't understand what girls are thinking." Hong Chen felt a bit helpless. He opened the door and saw Xiao Xiao
entering the elevator, quickly chasing after her. "Wait for me."
The two squeezed into the narrow elevator, and Xiao Xiao was sulking
again.
Hong Chen could only make small talk. "I just broke through to a 1-star martial artist. How about that?
Am I impressive?" Xiao
let out a couple of heh-heh sounds, giving off a sarcastic vibe, and 3 seconds later, she proudly declared, "I'm already a
3-star martial artist."
A look of surprise flashed across Hong Chen's face, quickly replaced by deep envy.
The gap was just too vast.
It felt even worse than being killed. Breaking through to a 1-star martial artist required 10 breaths of spiritual energy, 24.
A 2-star, and 30 for a 3-star.
Xiao Xiao only took 3 days to gather 60 breaths of spiritual energy, a full 6 times
faster than him.
"My F-level talent isn't that much worse than Xiao Xiao's." Hong Chen felt a bit smug, but what Xiao Xiao said next made
him unable to feel happy anymore.
"I just need 3 more breaths of spiritual energy to break through to a 4-star martial artist.
I've been so tired these days. I have to practice for 4 to 5 hours every day."
Upon hearing this, Hong Chen muttered, "I practice for 15 hours a day just to be a 1-star martial artist. This world is so unfair." The psychological gap was too great, no wonder
evil organizations hunted down those geniuses. If it weren't for Xiao Xiao today, Hong Chen couldn't help but think about taking action. Hong Chen's family has a car, but he doesn't have a driver's license, so he can only ride an electric bike.
The two of them arrived at Qing'an Square, which has restaurants, bars, cinemas, and sells fur clothing and jewelry.
Looking at the dazzling mall, Hong Chen asked, "What do you want to eat?"
Hot pot or spicy skewers are fine, Xiao Xiao replied, which are the two types of food that girls love the most. Let's have hot pot and. Before leaving Hong Chen's parents left him living expenses, a total of 30,000 yuan, so he wasn't short on money. There are dozens of hot pot restaurants in Qing'an Square, and Hong Chen skillfully arrived at the entrance of Yujingxiang. Looking around the vast Qing'an Square, Yujingxiang is also among the top, but the prices are equally expensive, with a minimum per capita consumption of 2,000 yuan. Looking at the high-end and luxurious decor inside the restaurant, Xiao Xiao tugged at Hong Chen's shirt hem and said very softly, "It's too expensive here, let's change places. I think the self-service rotating hot pot is also very good." The self-service rotating hot pot only costs 28 yuan per person, which is quite a budget-friendly option. Hong Chen patted Xiao Xiao's hand and comforted her, "I have a card at Yujingxiang, and there's still money in it." Lu Ruyan also likes hot pot and often asks Hong Chen to accompany her to Yujingxiang. Since Hong Chen always pays, he got a card, and there should still be 5 or 6,000 yuan left on it. There were already people queuing at the entrance of Yujingxiang, and Hong Chen went to get a number. Then he turned back to find Xiao Xiao and said, "There are 2 tables ahead of us in line, so we might have to wait a bit. The hot pot is a bit spicy, so let's go buy 2 cups of milk tea." "What do you want to drink?" "I want lemon water," Xiao Xiao added, from Mishue Ice City. Hong Chen was taken aback and thought of Lu Ruyan. Although both are women, they are completely different. He remembered once when he excitedly bought Lu Ruyan the first cup of milk tea of spring. Lu Ruyan got angry and said, "I don't drink cheap milk tea, don't you know? I only drink Starbucks." But that cup of milk tea wasn't cheap, it cost 24 yuan, 6 times more than the lemon water from Mishue City. Lu Ruyan paid for her clothes, pants, bags, jewelry, and even sanitary napkins herself. In just 3 months of dating, she had spent at least hundreds of thousands of his money. His parents thought he had developed a bad habit and, upon hearing he was trying to impress a girl, they reluctantly gave up. Lu Ruyan had only given him a pair of sneakers, claiming they were a brand worth 8,000 yuan. He wore them for just 2 days before they started to fall apart, and when he checked online, he found out they were knockoffs. Looking back now, it was simply ridiculous. He had been completely fooled by Lu Ruyan, a total clueless fool. If it weren't for that diary, he would still be thinking about being with her forever, getting married, having children, and growing old together. Hong Chen took a deep breath, shook off the thoughts in his mind, and then said to Xiao Xiao, "You don't have to help me save money, I have money. But I just want to drink lemon water from Mishue Ice City," Xiao Xiao said, blinking her big eyes, her tone even carrying a hint of pleading. Hong Chen smiled helplessly and said, all right, if you want to drink it, I'll accompany you." Since they were going to eat hot pot, the two bought 4 cups of lemon water, and when they returned, it was just in time for their number to be called. They hurriedly jogged to Yujingxiang and were led to their table by the waiter. Hong Chen handed the menu to Xiao Xiao, and she looked at the prices of the ingredients. The small portion of snowflake beef cubes costs 688 yuan, the sliced abalone costs 888 yuan, and the mushroom platter costs 1088 yuan. Half a grouper costs 658 yuan, the Angora lamb rolls cost 888 yuan, and the special beef rolls from Yujingxiang cost 1888 yuan. Looking at the prices on the menu, Xiao Xiao's frown deepened the more she looked, and since the waiter was right next to her, she could only say, "I'm not that hungry anymore." "You're not paying, again." Hong Chen glared at Xiao Xiao, then said to the waiter, "1 serving each of the mushroom platter, snowflake beef cubes, sliced abalone, Angora lamb rolls, and special beef rolls." Let's skip a grouper." Hong Chen looked at Xiao Xiao and said, "I remember you don't like fish. You're ordering too much, I can't eat it all." Xiao Xiao's face was filled with anxiety, afraid that Hong Chen would spend too much money. Hong Chen flashed a mischievous smile and knowingly asked, "I'm spending money, why are you more anxious than I am?" Realizing too late, Xiao Xiao's face turned red, and she reached for the lemonade, pretending to sip it casually. Xiao Xiao's family wasn't short on money, both her parents worked in the security bureau and had very high salaries. But when Xiao Xiao was young, her mother was seriously injured by a monster during a trip. Her mother spent a lot on medical treatment and still owed a considerable amount of debt, which made Xiao Xiao develop a habit of frugality. Soon, the dishes arrived, and as they ate, the delicious food lifted their spirits. "Try this beef roll." Hong Chen picked up a slice of beef roll and placed it in Xiao Xiao's bowl, but at that moment, an unpleasant voice interrupted. "Hong Chen! You scumbag, you're too timing. I want to break up with you." Hearing this voice, both Hong Chen and Xiao Xiao turned around at the same time. The youthful and beautiful Lu Ruyan stood behind them, accompanied by a young man. Lu Ruyan looked pitiful, on the verge of tears, and said to the young man, "Tiangu, I
Wasn't lying to you, Hong Chen is just a scumbag. Hong Chen recognized the young man. His name was Long Outyan, and his family was equally powerful, not inferior to Hong Chen's. Oh. What the hell? Hong Chen instantly realized that Lu Ruyan was trying to play the victim first. She first labeled him as a scumbag for two-timing, then logically demanded to break up with him, seamlessly transitioning to Long Outyan. Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Xiao Zhao's face puffed up in anger, and she said, Hong Chen is not a scumbag. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly and retorted, you say he's not a scumbag? You two are already together, isn't that two-timing? Hong Chen and I are friends, we've known each other since we were kids. Xiao Zhao's words were clumsy. She actually wanted to say, if I were with Hong Chen, we would have been together long ago. You can't say that about him. Hong Chen now saw Lu Ruyan clearly. He patted Xiao Zhao's head, signaling the little girl not to be angry or anxious. Xiao Zhao and I are childhood friends. You can't call me a scumbag just because I'm having a meal here. Hong Chen looked at Long Outyan beside Lu Ruyan and added, what's your relationship with Long Outyan? By your logic, aren't you a scumbag too? Lu Ruyan just wanted to prove that she had broken up with Hong Chen, so when she saw him, she hurried to put on this act in front of Long Outyan. However, Lu Ruyan didn't expect that the obedient Hong Chen would dare to refute her. He shouldn't be so easy to manipulate, right? Hong Chen sneered inwardly. This woman actually took all his kindness towards her for granted, which was a bit too much. Seeing Lu Ruyan at a disadvantage, Long Outyan put his arm around her shoulder and arrogantly said, Hong Chen, I'm not going to waste my breath with you. She is my girlfriend from now on, and I advise you to get lost. Hong Chen replied sarcastically, if that's how you say it, then we are indeed kindred spirits. This statement implied that Long Outyan was just a backup, and some onlookers immediately understood, revealing knowing smiles. We've only known each other for a few months, how could I possibly give myself to you? Lu Ruyan could only argue, and even if she lied, others wouldn't know. On the first day they confirmed their relationship, Lu Ruyan eagerly asked Hong Chen to teach her everything. After a night of passion, Hong Chen looked at the pristine sheets and couldn't help but question. Lu Ruyan defensively said, once, after intense exercise, I suddenly felt a pain, but I didn't think much of it at the time. I guess that's when I lost it. Hong Chen then asked why it was so dark, and Lu Ruyan said it was due to the color of her clothes. Now recalling Lu Ruyan's skilled movements, it was clear she was experienced, while he had only let her take the lead. Hong Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, stop pretending, I know what you're really like. Men care about their pride, especially with women around. Long Outyan took out his phone, trying to appear powerful, and arrogantly asked, do you want to die? What are you barking for? Hong Chen was completely unafraid and continued to mock, you want to call for help? I'm right here waiting, let your backup hurry up, whoever backs down is a coward. Long Outyan paused his call, realizing that calling for help was indeed a bit embarrassing. He quickly tried to save face, saying, I have B-level talent and have already broken through to a 1-star warrior. I'm afraid I'll kill you. But I heard Lu Ruyan say you tested with the worst F-level talent. I don't even need to call for help to beat you, I'm just calling an ambulance for you. Do you want to fight? Xiao Zhao stood up, wanting to shield Hong Chen. But Hong Chen shook his head, pulling Xiao Zhao's hand and protecting her behind him. Although Xiao Zhao was a 3-star warrior and could easily crush Long Outyan, Hong Chen didn't want her to reveal her strength. It had only been 3 days since the talent test, and Xiao Zhao had already reached 3-star warrior. Anyone with a bit of sense could guess her talent was exceptional. Once a genius like Xiao Zhao exposed her talent, it would be easy for evil organizations to hunt her down. Long Outyan looked at Hong Chen with disdain, his left hand gripping his right fist, the joints cracking loudly as if warming up. Do you believe that in 3 seconds, I'll have you sitting there? Long Outyan pointed to the last row of seats in the Yujingxiang. I don't believe it. Hong Chen stood up. After breaking through to a 1-star warrior, he clearly felt stronger, faster, and more resilient. In addition, there was a ball of hot energy in his dantian that he could control. This energy was spiritual energy, but Hong Chen didn't know any martial arts yet, so he couldn't use it, at most releasing a small flame. Long Outyan's level was the same as his. He had also tested his talent the day before, so he probably hadn't had time to learn martial arts, making the outcome uncertain. Having often watched his father practice boxing, he had picked up some basic moves, so his chances of winning should be higher. You can wait to die. This will be a one-sided slaughter. Long Outyan struck first, throwing a heavy punch that sliced through the air straight at Hong Chen's face. Hong Chen slightly tilted his head easily, dodging the punch, then stepped forward with his right foot, quickly closing the distance to Long Outyan. At the same time, he suddenly raised his elbow, accurately hitting Long Outyan's chin.
This move was called Iron Mountain Elbow, a combination of Iron Mountain Lean and Elbow Strike, with formidable power.
Long Outyen's chin was struck by Tieshan's elbow, causing his head to snap back violently, as if the entire world had turned upside down.
He felt a sudden darkness before losing consciousness, crashing heavily to the ground.
Hongchen kicked the mud like Long Outyen,
but he showed no reaction.
Damn! I hope he's not dead. Hongchen quickly crouched down to check Long Outyen's breath.
Feeling warmth at his fingertips, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Long
Outyen was still breathing, just unconscious.
He had thought Long Outyen had some strength, but it turned out he was just a silver-plated wax gun head, leaving Hongchen speechless.
With this level, he should stop pretending in the future to avoid getting killed. What's going on? Two men in uniforms looked at the unconscious Long Outyen and asked sternly, who was fighting? Hongchen saw the
leading middle-aged man and shouted, Uncle Wang. The Security Bureau had just received a report of a fight at Yujingxiang, and Uncle Wang happened to be nearby with his apprentice, so he came right
away.
Hongchen's dad was the deputy director of the Security Bureau, so he naturally knew the people there. Uncle Wang had even dined at his house.
Oh, it's Xiao Yuan.
Uncle Wang smiled and asked,
what's the situation here?
Hongchen pointed at the lying Long Outyen. This is the young master of the Long family. He wanted to show off in front of my ex-girlfriend, so he came to trouble
me. We were just fighting, but he couldn't hit me. The young master of the Long family? Uncle Wang frowned and said, is he the son of Long Yuantian? Can it be handled? Hongchen asked. Meaningfully.
A bit tricky, Uncle Wang replied. You really know how to get into trouble, but Director Hongsen is probably coming back soon.
I doubt Long Yuantian would dare to cause you trouble.
Hongsen was Hongchen's father's name. Although he was the deputy director, people below still preferred to call him Director Hong or Director Hong. Senator Hongchen smiled. Then I'll trouble Uncle
Wang. When my parents come home, you must come to my house for dinner.
Uncle Wang nodded and then instructed the young man beside him, Shaoli, take this man to the hospital.
As for this woman. Uncle Wang glanced at Lu Ruyan and then cast a questioning look at Hongchen. After all, she was your ex-girlfriend. What do you want to do? Handle it officially or privately? Hongchen understood the implication immediately and replied, she came to provoke first. Then it would be handled officially. Uncle Wang also understood and said, provoking trouble, that'll be a 15-day detention. In the end, Shaoli took Long Outyen to the hospital while Uncle Wang detained Lu Ruyan. After this farce, Hongchen lost his appetite and called the waiter to settle the bill. The waiter, full of enthusiasm, said, my boss said that someone disturbed your meal just now, so this meal is free. I'll pay. Hongchen handed his card to the waiter. Although his father was the deputy director of the Security Bureau, Hongchen had the most basic principles. He absolutely wouldn't take advantage of others or eat for free. Xiao Xiao has a younger brother named Xiao Xian, who is a very handsome child. Hongchen has a younger brother and a younger sister. They are twins, with the younger sister named Hong Lan and the younger brother named Hong Hu. Hong Lan has a reserved personality and doesn't talk much, resembling their mother more. Hong Hu has a hot temper and explodes at the slightest provocation, resembling their father more. The three of them are all 17 years old and currently attending high school, usually living at school. But today is Friday, so all three have returned home. When Hongchen and Xiao Xiao got home, the three were doing homework together, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Brother. Sister. The younger brother Hong Hu looked at Hongchen and Xiao Xiao and asked, did you two go on a date? Xiao Xiao blushed and said, we just went out to eat. Hong Hu replied, I don't believe it. You talk too much. Do you believe I'll hit you? Hongchen rolled up his sleeves, trying to suppress his younger brother with his bloodline power. Don't. Can't I talk? Due to being suppressed too many times, Hong Hu didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Hongchen. I'm teaching you to be mindful of your words. I just met someone who was blabbering nonsense, claiming to be able to swallow the heavens and earth. I thought he was impressive, but I almost sent him away. Hongchen was verbally educating Hong Hu, imparting life lessons as an older brother. However, Hong Hu was only obedient in words. His inner monologue was, you're only a year older than me, still a kid, and you're trying to teach me. Since their hometown is neighboring, the younger sister Hong Lan is very close to Xiao Xiao. Sister Xiao Xiao, what talent did you test? Xiao Xiao hesitated. She didn't want to lie to Hong Lan, so she looked to Hong Chen for help. Hong Chen took over the topic. Why don't you ask me what talent I tested? Hong Lan, left with no choice, casually asked, what talent do you have? It'll scare you. Hong Chen said proudly, I tested an F-level talent. Hong Lan was stunned, unable to believe it. Is that true? Hong Chan replied irritably. Of course it's true. Mom and Dad have pretty good talents. How did they end up with you, this waste?
Hong Hu was halfway through his complaint when he saw Hong Chen's fierce gaze and quickly added, I didn't mean you're a waste, I
meant your talent. I'm not hitting your butt, I'm hitting your face. Hong Chen stepped forward, ready to suppress Hong Hu.
At that moment, Xiao Xian, who had been silent, spoke up, Hong Chen, just let Hong Hu go.
Hong Chen asked, why? Should I let him go?
Xiao Xian replied, today someone bullied me, and it was Hong Hu who helped me, so I vowed that if I see anyone bullying Hong Hu in the future, I will help him. Mr. Huang is kind-hearted and can't bear to see the poor
suffer, so he has his subordinates drive the poor out of his sight.
It seems Xiao Xian is also kind-hearted. Hong Chen said, then I'll drag Hong Hu outside to hit him and you won't see it, so it won't count as you breaking your vow.
Xiao
Xian was speechless upon hearing this, he didn't know how to respond. Hong Hu shouted, Xiao Xian, you're not righteous. You're being so ungrateful. In the end, it was Xiao Xiao who held down Hong Chen's hand and shook her head, saying, forget it. Hong Chen immediately stopped, he could disregard others' faces, but he had to give face to Xiao Xiao. The few of them stayed at Hong Chen's house until the early morning, reluctantly returning to their own homes.
It was already a bit late, and Hong Chen didn't practice but went back to his room to sleep.
The next morning, Hong Chen ate the breakfast that Hong Lan brought back and instructed the two not to disturb him.
Then, Hong Chen returned to his room and began meditating. After 15 hours of meditation, he gained 3 breaths of spiritual energy. However, to break through to a 2-star warrior, he needed 20 breaths of spiritual energy. The next day, he continued meditating for another 15 hours, gaining 3 more breaths of spiritual energy. During the cultivation, time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a week had gone by. In these 7 days, Hong Chen stayed at home, diligently practicing every day, and finally gathered enough spiritual energy, 20 breaths. He sat cross-legged on the floor and began to condense the spiritual energy, quickly completing the breakthrough. The white gas in his dantian, which was originally the size of a coin, doubled in volume with Hong Chen's breakthrough. Hong Chen felt a surge of power throughout his body, he threw a few punches randomly, feeling as if he could knock out a bull. Today was Saturday again, and both Hong Lan and Hong Hu were at home. After urging the two to study, Hong Chen knocked on Xiao Xiao's door. I broke through to a 2-star warrior, how about that? I'm impressive, right?
Hong Chen said to Xiao Xiao, who opened the door.
Xiao Xiao leaned in and said to Hong Chen, you're impressive, but I'm already a 7-star warrior. You're impressive too. Hong Chen felt a wave of frustration, this feeling was worse than eating a fly. Xiao Xiao asked, do you know when Mom and Dad will be back? They've been out for almost a month.
I'm not sure, but they should be back soon, Hong Chen replied uncertainly. The 4 of them had gone on a mission together this time, and due to the Security Bureau's confidentiality requirements, Hong Chen didn't inquire further, and his parents wouldn't say anything either. In the past, when his parents went on missions, it usually only took 3 to 5 days, unless they encountered a difficult task, but the longest was just over 20 days. This time, it had been almost a month, so the difficulty of the mission must be quite high. Hong Chen wasn't too worried, after all, his dad was a 3-star martial king, and there were few people in Jianghuai province who could harm him. Seeing Xiao Xiao's worried expression, Hong Chen added, but don't worry too much, my dad is there too. It was just getting dark, the perfect time for dinner.
Xiao Xiao asked, are you hungry? I'll treat you to a meal.
She looked towards Hong Chen's house and continued, let's invite Hong Lan and Hong Hu, and my brother too, the 5 of us can go eat together. Hong Chen knew Xiao Xiao's nature, she had always been frugal, but directly refusing would be a bit hurtful.
The food at the restaurant is too expensive, you can cook a few dishes tomorrow, that way we can save some money. You can ask Hong Lan for help.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's tone brightened, sure.
Hong Chen chatted a bit more and then went
home to continue his breathing exercises.
The next afternoon, Xiao Xiao cooked several dishes, but the radishes weren't picked well, too many fibers, a failure. The pig's skin was boiled too soft, lacking chewiness, a failure. The pig's blood was too loose, falling apart with a single chop, a failure among failures. The worst were the intestines, they weren't cleaned properly, and there was even a piece of feces. Xiao Xiao should just focus on her cultivation, it seemed she was destined to be unrelated to cooking in this lifetime. But Xiao Xiao remained oblivious, her face full of anticipation, how does it taste? Hong Chen had never eaten feces, so he didn't dare to say it tasted as bad as that. However, he didn't want to dampen Xiao Xiao's enthusiasm, so he said, putting the taste aside, I think it's okay.
Hong Lan, Hong Hu, and Xiao Shen, upon hearing this, had expressions that were quite spectacular, looking as if they had just eaten feces. April 6th. To break through to a 3-star warrior, 30 breaths of spiritual energy are needed. After several days of meditation, Hong Chen has obtained 10 breaths of spiritual energy, but he still lacks a lot to break through to a 3-star warrior. Just now, Xiao Xiao received A phone call, because her talent is too extraordinary, she has been admitted early.
Xiao Xiao is very excited and happy and immediately shares this good news with Hong Chen.
Since school starts in August, which is still a few months away, Xiao Xiao will first attend a period of
secret training.
However, due to the evil organization's reasons, the higher-ups have decided to prevent any leaks about the training location.
So she cannot contact the outside world during the training period.
The 9 provinces have billions of miles of mountains and rivers, and even if 1 in 10,000 is found to have rare talent, there are certainly more than just Xiao Xiao among them.
These geniuses will all participate in secret training, which allows for concentrated protection and early cultivation and guidance. April 7th, early morning. An
elderly man with white hair arrived at Xiao Xiao's home. He claimed to have received a secret order to escort Xiao Xiao to the training base. The old man wore coarse linen clothes, his figure thin and frail, but his aura was extremely strong, truly a sight Hong Chen had never seen
before, resembling an ancient dragon lying on the ground.
Even though the old man had already restrained his aura, Hong Chen did not dare to breathe freely in his presence.
Tsk tisk.
The old man looked at Xiao Xiao and exclaimed, "What kind of talent does this little girl possess?"
Hearing this, Xiao Xiao asked, "Elder, don't you know?"
The old man shook the letter in his hand and said, "This is an ultimate secret order. Apart from a few high-ranking officials, no one knows your background. I dare not pry, fearing I might hear things I shouldn't. I was supposed to enjoy my old age at home, but with a decree from the Heavenly Strategy Office, I, a poor old bone, have to travel a long distance
to take you to the training base. It's truly pitiful."
Xiao Xiao felt unsafe staying at home, and Hong Chen was anxious, fearing that
news might leak. Now, with the protection of this old man, he could finally relax.
However, Xiao Xiao did not want to go to the training base too
early and asked, "Can I go to the training base a little later?"
On one hand, she wanted to wait for her parents to come home. On the other hand, she was worried that Xiao Xian wouldn't take care of himself well, and she also didn't want to leave Hong Chen. The old man shook his
head and said, "Of course not. Even if it's just a second late, I will be held accountable.
Xiao Xian will be taken care of by me, don't
worry," Hong Chen assured.
"Although I'm usually unreliable, I will definitely do what I promised." Hong Gu retorted, "Big brother, with
your character, you're taking care of others?
It's a miracle if others take care of you.
I think you're itching for a beating." This brat always undermined him.
Hong Chen wanted to find a 50-kilogram iron hammer and smash it on Hong Gu's head to teach him a lesson. But he couldn't blame Hong Chen for being so murderous, this guy just didn't know when to be appropriate.
Hong Chen clasped his fists to the old man and asked, "Elder, how long will it take to reach the training base?" The old man thought for a moment and said, "It's not far from here to
the gathering point, about 200,000 miles. I will take the little girl flying through the air, and we will arrive tonight."
Goodness!
200,000 miles, and they would arrive tonight, plus he was carrying someone while flying through the air. This was truly
exaggerated. Was this the speed that humans could achieve?
The old man gently waved his hand, and Xiao Xiao along with her suitcase floated
into the air.
Then, with a flash of white light, the two figures disappeared from sight. The space in front of him was empty, and Hong Chen felt a bit uncomfortable, both reluctant and helpless. With Xiao Xiao gone, he had no mood to practice and lay in bed playing Genshin Impact.
In the early morning, Hong Chen received a voice message from Xiao Xiao. She had already arrived at the gathering point and was about to participate in secret training, and she had to hand in her phone.
Xiao Xiao finally said, "You must work hard to get into university.
I will be waiting for you in Zhengzhou, and you must come. Otherwise, I will be angry, and it will be the kind of anger that can't be soothed." Hong
Chen put down his phone, feeling invigorated, and murmured to himself, "Hong Chen, oh Hong Chen, how could you have fallen so low?
Have you forgotten your great ambition to become a martial god? You can't go on like this."
As he said this, he remembered that diary.
In recent days,
Hong Chen had studied the notebook extensively but had never managed to open the second page. The content on the first page of the diary only recorded events up to April 7, 5025, and it was already past midnight. Today was April 8.
Hong Chen picked up the diary, trying to turn to the second page.
This time, there were no obstacles, and the page turned smoothly and easily. It turned out that the next page would only
unlock when the date arrived.
Hong Chen felt a bit speechless. This setting was really ridiculous, it was such a stupid design.
He wanted to
curse it, but he also wanted to see what was on the second page.
April 8, 5025, today there's big news. Su Cohen and a female fan checked
into a hotel, resulting in the female fan getting pregnant.
Monthly contraceptives should be worn, and flower boys should wear masks. This is common sense. Soo Koen is a hot new star in the entertainment industry. He is pure and virtuous, and he would never do such a thing. It must be a hater, jealous of my brother's stunning looks, deliberately slandering him. April 9, 5025. Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 came, probably looking for Dad to ask for money, but I don't know where Dad is, so I can only awkwardly chat with them. Awkward conversations among relatives are really terrifying. I'm already 18, and Uncle 2 still asked me if I like Mom or Dad. April 10, 5025. Drinking iced cola, playing Genshin Impact. Hongchen looked at the content in the diary, feeling utterly useless. From April 15, 5025, it was all about drinking iced cola and playing Genshin Impact. April 16, 5025. As summer approaches, my parents' bodies have severely decomposed. Uncle Wang told me that my parents died over 10 days ago, and their bodies were just found yesterday. Uncle Wang told me to take good care of my younger siblings, and if anything happens, I can find him. He even told me to take care of myself. Upon reading this line, it felt as if the world had collapsed in an instant. His mind went blank, and all expression vanished from his face. He stared blankly at the diary, and after several seconds, his eyes had unknowingly turned red, tears uncontrollably streaming down his cheeks. Today was a holiday, and Hong Hu and Hong Lan were both at home. He didn't dare to cry out loud. But Hongchen simply couldn't suppress his sadness, nor could he hold back his tears. He could only bury his head in the pillow, softly sobbing, afraid to cry out loud. No one knew how much time had passed. Hongchen's tears had dried up, and his body had long lost its strength, leaving him slumped on the bed. After a long time, he picked up the diary, hoping to find a clue, such as the cause of his parents' death. April 17, 5025. Hong Lan noticed that something was off with my emotions, but I managed to brush it off. April 18, 5025, was not recorded, and it jumped to April 19, 5025. I returned home alone with my parents' ashes and belongings. I still didn't dare to tell Hong Hu and Hong Lan. I didn't know how to start. I wish I were mute. April 22, 5025. Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 came again. In the end, I couldn't hide it. Hong Hu and Hong Lan both found out. They cried and blamed me for not telling them sooner, but I don't regret it. Knowing later means fewer tears, even if it's just for a little while. April 23, 5025. Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 brought a will. They not only wanted my parents' compensation but also wanted to take over our house. They beat me up and kicked the three of us out. I am useless. I let my parents down. I couldn't take care of my younger siblings. April 25, 5025. I took the letter and headed to Jiangnan province, a journey of 3,900 miles ahead, with a long road of uncertainty, but I had no other choice. The second page ends here. Hongchen silently closed the diary. This night was too long. Hongchen recalled the faces of his parents, letting his thoughts drift, allowing tears to flow silently. Everything before him became blurred, but the pain in his heart was incredibly real. The next morning, Hong Lan knocked on the door and called out, "Big brother, come out for breakfast." "I'm coming." A hoarse voice came from inside the room, but it took 5 minutes for Hongchen to open the door. Hong Lan asked, "Why is your voice hoarse?" "It must be from the heat," Hongchen replied casually, holding the buns that Hong Lan had bought, and added, "I'm going out for a bit." "Did something happen?" Hong Lan quietly looked at Hongchen. Her older brother was usually cheerful, but today he seemed taciturn and a bit downcast. "I'm fine." Hongchen opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to say it. He couldn't just say that the diary recorded that their parents had been dead for several days. "You definitely have something going on," Hong Lan said seriously. Having grown up together, they knew each other's natures well, making it hard to deceive one another. "I broke up with my girlfriend," Hongchen said bitterly, using this excuse to brush off Hong Lan. "Oh, I see." Hong Lan sighed and comforted him. "Lu Ruyan isn't a good woman anyway, she just knows how to spend your money. It's a good thing you broke up with her." Hongchen replied with a faint then left home alone, riding his bike to the security bureau. Today was April 8, and the diary mentioned that their parents' bodies were found on April 16, having been dead for over 10 days by then. This meant that they had already passed away in early April. 30 minutes later, Hongchen arrived at the security bureau, where he saw a middle-aged man jogging over and calling out, "Uncle Wang, Xiao Yuan, what brings you here?" Hongchen had already thought of a reason. "My parents have been out on a mission for a month, and my sister and brother are very worried, so they asked me to come and check on the situation." Uncle Wang patted Hongchen's shoulder and smiled. "You don't need to worry, Director Hong Sen's abilities won't let him get into trouble. But it's been a month, and their phones are unreachable. I'm afraid they might be in danger. They might be in some remote mountains without signal, which is why you can't reach them." Uncle Wang continued, I'll take you to see the director. His satellite phone can contact Director Hong Sr. The director of the security bureau was named Wang Defa, and his abilities were not impressive, much weaker than Hong Senator. According to Hong Sen's achievements and abilities, he should have been the director long ago, but unfortunately, Wang Defa had connections. Thus, Hong Sen had been stuck in the deputy director position for over a decade. Wang Defa was not only weak but also petty and jealous of talent, constantly suppressing Hong Sen at work. Although Hong Chen was reluctant, he needed to ask for help, so when he saw Wang Defa, he still forced himself to greet him, Uncle Wang. Wang Defa was sitting at his desk, slightly raised his head, glanced at Hong Chen out of the corner of his eye, and asked, What brings you here? My parents have been out on a mission for over a month, and I'm afraid they might be in danger. Hong Chen pleaded, Could you help me out, send a few people to look for them? Or at least try to contact them? The security bureau has tight schedules and heavy tasks. We don't have enough manpower to look for your parents. Wang Defa paused, took a sip of tea, and then said slowly, But for Hong Sen's sake, I'll use a special satellite phone to give him a call. Hong Chen's face was filled with gratitude as he said, Thank you, Uncle Wang. Wang Defa said he would make a call but then looked at the documents in his hand, deliberately leaving Hong Chen hanging. A few minutes later, after finishing the documents and signing them, he set them aside. Then, Wang Defa picked up another document, sipping tea while reading, seemingly oblivious to Hong Chen. Hong Chen suppressed his excitement and cleared his throat softly, but Wang Defa acted as if he were deaf, ignoring him completely. At that moment, his parents' bodies were exposed in the wilderness, exposed to the wind and sun, eaten by insects and pecked by birds. As the eldest son, he could not find his parents' bodies for a day, nor could he see them buried for a day, and thus he could not find peace for a day. Wang Defa had been reviewing several documents continuously, working for a full hour, and pretended to just notice Hong Chen. Why are you still here? Hong Chen wore a smile. I'm waiting for you to make a satellite call. Oh, my memory. Wang Defa patted his head and laughed. I've been so busy with work that I accidentally forgot. Hong Chen pleaded, Do you have time to make the satellite call now? I'll make it right away. Wang Defa lowered his head to look for the satellite phone, and the smile on his face instantly vanished. He was too lazy to make the call, so he deliberately ignored Hong Chen, forcing him to leave the office on his own. Unexpectedly, Hong Chen stubbornly refused to leave, which was simply too inconsiderate. What kind of person has such a son? This kid was as stubborn as Hong Sen. Reluctantly, Wang Defa took out the satellite phone and dialed the number, but no one answered. What's going on? Wang Defa said with displeasure, Are they not answering my call? He dialed again, still no answer. Wang Defa slowly frowned but said nothing. He dialed a third time, and still no one answered. Could something really have happened? The difficulty of the task Hong Sen was executing this time was not high, so logically, he should have completed it long ago. The progress of the task was originally something the director should monitor, but it was only at this moment that Wang Defa noticed something was off. On one hand, he believed in Hong Sen's abilities, but the main reason was the conflict between the two. Everyone knew that Wang Defa became the director through connections. Many people privately said he was unworthy of his position and claimed that Hong Sen was the one who deserved it, even calling him the director. Which leader would be happy to hear such things? Wang Defa was still petty and jealous of talent, thus he hated Hong Sen even more. Even though it was clear that Hong Sen's task was taking longer than it should, he remained indifferent. Wang Defa put down the satellite phone, realizing that the situation was not good. Although he usually disliked Hong Sen, he was a 3-star war king, the top combat power in Jianghuai province, and Wang Defa did not want anything to happen to him. You go home and wait for news. I'll find the files, check your dad's task location, and then send someone to search. Hong Chen did not go home but asked, Uncle Wang, how long will it take to find him? Every satellite phone has coordinates. I will have the technical team analyze your dad's phone's satellite coordinates, and the people we send will be able to find him quickly. Hong Chen still did not get up but asked, How long specifically? At most 3 days. Wang Defa finally said something reasonable, You should go home and wait. As soon as there's news, I will have someone contact you. After receiving a clear answer, Hong Chen finally got up. Before leaving, he added, Thank you, Uncle Wang. Hong Chen locked himself in the room, trying to meditate and calm his mind, but he couldn't settle down. His parents' faces and voices kept surfacing in his mind. The doorbell rang, and Hong Chen went to open the door, where 2 middle-aged people stood. His second uncle was holding a box of milk and asked, Where's your dad? What do you want? After reading the diary, Hong Chen knew what these two scoundrels were planning. So he showed no good face. His third uncle, with a simple and honest look, smiled and said, We're here to see your dad. Both of them
were 8-star martial artists with some strength, but they had no proper jobs, idling around every day either gambling or soliciting. Although Hongsen had a fiery temper, he was easy to talk to and had once arranged jobs for them at the security bureau, but they found it too tiring and quit after 2 days. Whenever they ran out of money, they would ask Hongsen for cash. His mother had caused a scene about this many times, but they still shamelessly asked Hongsen for money. Hongsen had no choice, after all, they were his own brothers, so he could only secretly give them money behind his mother's back. Over the years, they had probably borrowed millions from Hongsen. If it weren't for his father's high salary and the family's wealth, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. Seeing Hong Chen's cold face, the two didn't want to make things worse and said, "We'll leave for now, have him call us back when he returns." These two not only wanted compensation from his parents but also wanted to take over their house. If Xiao Xiao's parents hadn't had their accident, they would never have let these two bully them like this. As for his father's colleagues at the security bureau, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. With his father's death, and because of Wang Defa, it was likely that no one would be willing to help. His grandparents and maternal grandparents had all passed away, and his mother was an only child. He couldn't rely on any relatives or his father's colleagues, he could only depend on himself. But he was only a second-star martial artist and had to take care of his younger siblings in middle school. What could he do? He could only let himself be slaughtered. The security bureau acted quickly. After receiving the call, Hong Chen rushed to the morgue of the security bureau. There were many people in the morgue, all staff from the security bureau, and Uncle Wang was also there. Today was April 10th, and since the body had been found 6 days earlier than in the diary, it was only slightly decomposed. Uncle Wang handed a piece of paper to Hong Chen. "This is your parents' autopsy report. They died in early April. According to the preliminary assessment by the forensic doctor, your parents were likely harmed by an evil cultivator, at least one at the martial sovereign level." How could there be a martial sovereign level evil cultivator in such a small place as Jianhui province? Uncle Wang said, "We don't know either. Evil organizations' cultivators are always on the move, and they can appear anywhere." Hong Chen looked at the text on the autopsy report. The deceased's chest was penetrated, and there were no other injuries indicating a fatal blow. The wound on the deceased showed irregular penetration marks, likely caused by a fist and palm piercing the chest and removing the heart. A large amount of black substance resembling ash was found in the deceased's body. Therefore, it is speculated that the murderer is skilled in using fists and palms, with strength at least at the martial sovereign level, and has black substance on their palms. Uncle Wang said, "Xiao Jian and Lu Hong are still missing. They may have also encountered an accident. Our people are still searching outside, but the chances of finding them are low." Xiao Jian and Lu Hong were Xiao Xiao's parents, and since they didn't have satellite phones for location tracking, it was difficult to search for them, but there was still a possibility they were alive. However, Xiao Xiao was currently in secret training outside, and only Xiao Xian was at home. Since he had promised to take care of Xiao Xian, Hong Chen didn't want to break that promise. Moreover, since they hadn't found the bodies of Xiao Jian and Lu Hong, they could only be considered missing, so there was still a glimmer of hope. Hong Chen said, "If we really can't find them, we'll talk then. Don't tell Uncle Zhao's family for now." Uncle Wang nodded. "The Bureau thinks the same. I just wanted to inform you in advance." Hong Chen took back the autopsy report, bowed to everyone, and gratefully said, "Thank you, uncles and aunts, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to see my parents for the last time." A few sighs echoed in the morgue. "Take good care of your younger siblings. If you encounter any issues, you can come to me. Stay strong." Uncle Wang patted Hong Chen's shoulder and added, "We'll be leaving now, we have work to do." "I'll stay here with my parents for a while." Hong Chen forced a smile. The people in the morgue quickly left. When he first saw the bodies, Hong Chen didn't cry, but now, alone, tears couldn't help but fall. Hong Chen returned home alone with 2 urns of ashes and some belongings. The belongings included only a phone that was in the corpse's pocket and some miscellaneous items from the office. After placing the 2 urns of ashes, his thoughts were the same as those in his diary. He didn't plan to tell Hong Lon and Hong Hu for now. There were too many matters ahead, and his second and third uncles would come to visit, at which point the 3 siblings would be driven out of their home. The diary recorded that the 2 would come again on April 22nd. Today is April 12th, giving him 10 days. However, since he found his parents' bodies early, it was possible they would come sooner. The urgent task was to prevent the 2 from claiming the inheritance. After resolving this matter, he would tell Hong Lon and Hong Hu about their parents. And then there was the murderer of his parents, that evil cultivator with the strength of a martial sovereign.
This grudge must be avenged. Hong Chen carefully stored the autopsy report. It was the only clue. He picked up the phone from the belongings. It was Hong Sen's phone, still stained with blood. The lock screen password was his mother's birthday. He first checked the call history, finding no clues, and the messages were the same. Finally, he clicked into the photo album, where there was a video taken on April 1st, lasting 3 minutes. Hong Chen's breath caught, and he immediately opened the video. On the screen was a middle-aged man with a square face. His body was covered in blood, his face pale, clearly on the brink of death. "My good son, Dad is about to die." Hearing this, Hong Chen instantly broke down in tears, and the middle-aged man's voice came from the screen. "Don't cry. Listen to me. Originally, you had a fiancé, but your mother didn't want you to be bound. She wanted you to have the freedom to love. So when you were very young, she had me help you break off the engagement. Later, just as your mother said, you met your girlfriend Lu Ruyan. Luckily, the engagement was broken, otherwise it would have been hard to explain. Your fiancé is the granddaughter of my old superior. After I married your mother, I went to pay my respects to him. Your mother was just pregnant at the time, and his daughter was also pregnant, so they arranged a betrothal. The old superior liked me very much. He was like a half-father to me. Originally, he wanted to marry his daughter to me, but I fell in love with your mother, so I rejected his good intentions. However, he didn't hold a grudge and still arranged a marriage for you. But when I went to break off the engagement, he was clearly angry, and I cut off contact with him. I also felt embarrassed to visit him. My 2 younger brothers are greedy, but I can't do anything about it. After all, they are my brothers. While I was alive, I could intimidate them, but after my death, they would surely have ill intentions. Your grandparents are gone, and no one can help you. So if you encounter any insurmountable troubles, go visit that old superior. I think he should help you. There's a shoebox under my bed with a letter inside. It's a letter I wrote to the old superior but never had the face to send. Take that letter with you when you go to see him. As for my 2 younger brothers, if my guess is correct and the old superior is willing to help, I hope you can spare their lives. Although you can be a bit scatterbrained, I know you have inner wisdom. You have more principles than I do. I leave the matters after my death to you to handle." Knowing that his time was near, the middle-aged man instead laughed. "I thought I could live for a long time. But it looks like I've capsized now. As the eldest brother, take good care of your younger siblings. Your mother and I will go first. You have broken off the marriage of someone's daughter, and then you broke off the marriage of someone's granddaughter, and in the end, you still want them to help you." Hong Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could they possibly help? Do you think they are made of mud? But since Dad said it, that old leader really likes him, and he counts as half a father to him, so their relationship should be quite good. There might still be a chance. Moreover, he had no other way, so even if the possibility was low, he still had to give it a try. He couldn't let Hong Lan and Hong Hu sleep on the streets. They hadn't even graduated from high school yet. Hong Chen took the letter from the shoebox in his room. The address on the letter read Jiangnan Province, Jiling City, Wuhan District, Daifu, Su Tianbao. Su Tianbao should be the name of that old leader. Hong Sen had gone to guard the border at the Tianchen Great Wall when he was young, and he must have met Su Tianbao then. Thinking of this, Hong Chen picked up his backpack, packed his diary and letters, and brought 2 sets of clothes. He first looked at the plane tickets. The price was a bit high. If it were in the past, it wouldn't be considered expensive, but he had used up all his living expenses, and the remaining money was only enough for a high-speed train. Hong Chen glanced at the high-speed train tickets. The morning tickets were all sold out, and the nearest available ticket was for the next morning. He quickly booked a high-speed train ticket, and then he really couldn't hold on any longer. It was the first time he fell asleep in days. In the early morning, because he was too tired, both mentally and physically, Hong Chen hadn't woken up yet when suddenly there was a loud banging on the door. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Hong Chen was startled awake. He quickly got out of bed to check, and the door had already been smashed open. His second uncle and third uncle, along with their wives, had entered the room. Before he could say anything, his third uncle spoke first. "Hong Chen, do you still want to hide this from us? My elder brother is dead, and you didn't even notify us." Hong Chen was taken aback. What was going on? Why had his second and third uncles come early? After he found his parents' bodies in the diary, it had taken them a week to come and occupy the house. Could it be that because he found his parents' bodies early, a chain reaction occurred in reality, causing his second and third uncles to come early? His second aunt spoke rapidly. "This little brat probably wants to swallow the compensation money and the house that my elder brother promised us. Otherwise, how could he keep a Death a secret? But you can't hide it from us. If you don't say anything, someone will naturally tell us. Hong Chen stood at the door of his room, looking at the four of them with a cold expression. I don't know what you're talking about. His third aunt snorted coldly. Still trying to act dumb, but don't think you can fool us. We have your dad's will, he said he would give the house to us. His second aunt added, when the compensation money for your parents' deaths comes in a few days, our two families will also take 2/3. This is something your dad agreed upon with us. Although he had mentally prepared himself long ago, when this moment came, Hong Chen still couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. His parents' bodies were still warm, and these two ungrateful wolves had come over wanting to take over. His dad had treated them well in life, but they couldn't hold back for even a moment. He had never seen such shameless people. Hong Chen shouted angrily, my dad never said he would give the house to you. You can forget about getting a single cent of the compensation. That's not up to you. His third uncle took out a piece of paper and said, we have your dad's will. Hong Chen didn't need to think, this was definitely a forged will. He threatened, forging a will is against the law, aren't you afraid I'll report you to the security bureau? Xia Yuan, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. His second uncle grinned and continued, I'm not afraid to tell you that the handwriting on this will was copied from the documents your dad wrote. It's a replica of his handwriting. Hong Sen worked at the security bureau, and the documents he usually wrote must also be from the security bureau. His second uncle was telling Hong Chen that the four of them had received help from the security bureau, so even if he went to the security bureau, it would be useless. In the safety bureau, the only one who could deal with their own family like this was Wang Defa. Hong Chen angrily asked, what benefits did Wang Defa give you? How could you help an outsider harm me? He didn't give us any benefits, instead, he wants to take half of the compensation. Aunt Air didn't care about her dignity anymore and continued, but we can still keep half of the compensation. And we also have this house. Shut up. Who told you to say these things? Uncle Air glared at Aunt Air, my brother's things are naturally mine. I am his brother, brothers inherit together, and I have the right to inherit. Uncle San wanted to reason with them, we didn't ask for much, the compensation should be 2/3 for our two families, and 1/3 for you siblings. The house was promised to us by my brother. Aunt San added, when your grandparents died, your dad inherited most of the estate, and we didn't say anything. Aunt Air echoed, the compensation and the house should have been ours, we are just taking back what we deserve. Is there no reason left to talk about? Hong Chen's eyes were bloodshot, trembling with anger. These people really could turn black into white. Everything regarding his grandparents, both in life and death, was managed by his parents, and the medical expenses and funeral costs were all paid by them. Uncle Air and Uncle San contributed not a penny. The two elders saw all this, which is why they distributed a bit more of the inheritance to his parents before they died. Moreover, at that time Hong Lan and Hong Hu had just been born and he was only a little over a year old. The elders were worried about putting too much pressure on his parents, so they allocated a bit more of the inheritance. Yet, in the mouths of these four, it turned into our family inherited most of the estate, which was simply turning black into white. His dad felt guilty for receiving more inheritance, so when Uncle Air and Uncle San asked for money, he would never refuse. Over the years, the money Uncle Air and Uncle San asked from his dad far exceeded the extra inheritance given by his grandparents. Hong Chen pointed at Uncle Air and Uncle San, asking, how can you even say such things? Haven't you two asked my dad for money? What? We have never asked your dad for money. You need to provide evidence for your words. Uncle San said confidently, knowing there were no witnesses. Over the years, fearing that Hong Chen's mom would find out, Hong Sen had only given cash, so there was no way to trace it. The four of them spoke over each other, and Hong Chen couldn't get a word in, so he could only shout loudly, not long after my dad passed. You all teamed up to bully me, an orphan. Hong Chen stared at Uncle Air and Uncle San, saying, do you dare swear that you haven't taken any money from my dad? Uncle San frowned, feeling guilty, and said, why should we swear for something we didn't do? Why are you wasting words with him? Uncle Air said irritably, grabbing Hong Chen by the neck. Uncle Air was an 8-star martial artist, and his strength was overwhelming. Hong Chen had no power to resist. Hong Chen felt a tightness in his throat, struggling to breathe, and his backpack fell to the ground during the struggle. Uncle Air tightened his grip on Hong Chen's neck, forcibly pushing him to the door. Hong Chen didn't want to leave his home and punched Uncle Air with all his might. You little brat, how dare you hit me? I'll teach you a good lesson for your brother. Uncle Air's fist, as big as a sandpot, came crashing down on Hong Chen's face with 2 punches. The heavy
Blow struck his face, leaving Hong Chen dizzy and seeing stars, and he fainted on the spot.
You stubborn brat, you won't learn your lesson until you get hit.
Uncle Air threw the unconscious Hong Chen at the door and was about to close it.
Wait. Seeing the backpack
that Hong Chen had dropped during the struggle, Uncle San kicked it to the door, saying, "What do we keep this unlucky thing for?" On the high-speed train heading to Jiangnan province, a boy sitting alone in his seat attracted the attention of many passengers. This boy was indeed handsome, but the reason passengers were looking at him was his disheveled clothing.
Likely due to a struggle.
He had a medical bandage wrapped around his head, with a few strands of hair sticking to his forehead, and the white bandage faintly showed red bloodstains, indicating a fresh injury.
Bruises marked the area under
his left eye and the corner of his mouth, and his face was filled with exhaustion, appearing very tired and somewhat aggrieved.
This boy was Hong Chen.
When his uncle threw him out of the room, his head hit the ground hard, causing a bruise. And his face bore the marks of his uncle's violent beating. Today was Tuesday, and school would be on break starting Friday. Hong Chen didn't ask for much, he just wanted Hong Lan and Hong Hu to avoid such grievances.
With only 4
days left until Hong Lan and Hong Hu would go home for the holidays, he needed to resolve this matter before their break. If he couldn't get Su Tianbao to intervene, Hong Hu's hot temper would surely not let it go easily.
Although Hong
Lan was very understanding, she was still a girl, and her heart was relatively fragile, she probably couldn't withstand such a blow.
Hong Chen dared not think further and let out a heavy sigh.
If only he had a father with such stature. This problem wouldn't have arisen, and his younger siblings wouldn't have to suffer alongside him.
Hong Chen sat cross-legged in his seat.
He had been practicing intermittently these days, and after being beaten by his uncle again, he had
unknowingly accumulated 27 breaths of spiritual energy.
He needed just 3 more breaths of spiritual energy to break through to a 3-star warrior, so he had to seize the time to cultivate. The journey from Jianghuai province to Jilin City in Jiangnan province was 3,900 miles, with the high-speed train traveling at a speed of 240 miles per hour.
This trip would take at least 16 hours, and he could refine 1
breath of spiritual energy in 5 hours, so there was plenty of time. The next morning at 5 o'clock, Hong Chen broke through to a 3-star warrior. He opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air.
Hong Chen looked up at the
high-speed train schedule. The next stop was Jilin Station, expected to arrive in 28 minutes. He took out a letter from his backpack, preparing to check Su Tianbao's specific location, but his diary fell out along with it. The diary landed at his feet, and Hong Chen bent down to pick it up, suddenly realizing that it was open to the 3rd page. Today was April 11, but the date recorded on the 2nd page of the diary was April 25. According to his previous assumptions, the diary should not turn to the 3rd page until April 25.
What was going on?
Why had the diary turned to the 3rd page?
Hong Chen remembered the last line on the 2nd page, which read, "On April 25, 5025, I took the
letter and headed to Jiangnan province, traveling 3,900 miles along the way, with a long road ahead and an uncertain future, but I had no other choice."
He was currently on the high-speed train to Jiangnan province. Could it be that completing the content of the diary would trigger the next page early?
Thus, the diary had 2 ways to turn to the next page: first, waiting for the recorded date to arrive, and second, completing the content of the diary
ahead of time.
If that were the case, his room for maneuvering would increase. As Hong Chen thought of this, he immediately looked at the content of the 3rd page. April 25, 5025, I found a taxi at the high-speed train station and
the driver took me to Dai Mansion.
The driver was very talkative, as if he were performing a monologue. He chatted about everything from astronomy and geography to poetry and literature, and from national affairs to life ideals, and he
even knew about postnatal care for sows.
I was so engrossed that by the time it got dark, we finally arrived at Dai Mansion, and the fare turned out to be 1,500. Hong Chen felt a bit embarrassed upon reading this. It was well known that taxi drivers were good at chatting, but this driver was truly outrageous, able to talk continuously for several hours.
How far is the high-speed train station from Dai Mansion?
I can't believe it takes so long to get there.
Hong Chen took out his phone and checked the map. There are only over 80 miles between the two. Damn! It turns out this driver is taking a detour. What a scoundrel!
Although the fare cost 1,500, listening to a few hours of stand-up comedy for free shouldn't be considered a loss. Hong Chen could only comfort himself this way. April 25, 5025, I arrived too late yesterday, so I didn't go in to visit.
This morning, I came to Dai Mansion early. I told the guard my name, but he said I couldn't enter without an appointment.
I had no choice but to mention my father's name, but the guard said he didn't recognize it either. April 27, 5025, I asked the guard to report to Su Tianbao, but he couldn't
be bothered with me. It's probably because my status is too low, the guard thinks I'm not a big deal, so he didn't take me seriously. I've been waiting outside Dae Mansion for 3 days, and I still haven't seen Su Tianbao's shadow. April 28, 5025, Hong Lan just called, crying and asking when I would come home. I really couldn't wait any longer, it was late at night, so I climbed over the wall and sneaked into Dae Mansion. No matter what, I had to see Su Tianbao. April 29, 5025, as soon as I sneaked into Dae Mansion, I was caught by the patrolling security. 2 security guards beat me up and then threw me out of Dae Mansion. May 1st, 5025, the injuries on my body have improved a little, but they still hurt a lot. I went back to Dae Mansion, and the guard and security recognized me, so they kept an eye on me. I had no chance to sneak in at all. Then, until May 6th, all the messages in between were my diary of waiting at the entrance. May 7th, 5025, when I went to eat, I heard the restaurant owner say that Dae Mansion hardly opens its main gate unless a distinguished guest arrives, and that there is an underground garage the Su family usually leaves from the underground garage. May 8th, 5025, Dae Mansion has 2 garage entrances, one for entering from the south and one for exiting to the north. I went to the south entrance to wait, and soon a sports car drove up. I hurriedly blocked the car and shouted, "My dad is Hongsen, I'm here to find the old leader Su Tianbao." A girl with a high ponytail got out of the car, glanced at me indifferently, and then let me get in. May 9, 5025, finally meeting Su Tianbao, I handed him the letter and recounted my experiences during this time. In the end, I said, for the sake of the past friendship with my father, please help me. Su Tianbao turned his back to me and said, the grievances between me and Hongsen are settled, there is no connection between us in this life, so I have no reason to help you. I left Dae Mansion in despair. May 9, 5025, when I took the high-speed train home, the girl with the high ponytail I encountered when I blocked the car suddenly appeared in the seat next to me. I asked her what she wanted, but she ignored me. Could it be that Su Tianbao changed his mind and sent her to help me? But she is about the same age as me, what could she do to help? After reading the last line of the diary, Hongchen suddenly had an idea. What if he met the girl with the high ponytail in advance, then saw Su Tianbao, and finally took the high-speed train back to Jianghuai province? Would he be able to turn to the 4th page of the diary ahead of time? If his guess was correct, even if it wasn't May 9th yet, as long as he completed the contents of the diary in advance, he could turn to the 4th page. After finishing the diary, Hongchen closed it and began planning his itinerary in his mind. He would take a ride-hailing car to Dae Mansion, resolutely avoiding the taxis at the train station, as they were likely to rip him off and waste time. He would go directly to the southern garage of Dae Mansion and wait there, saving a lot of time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching Jinling Station. Passengers preparing to disembark, please get ready, and be careful when getting off. Hearing this voice, Hongchen stopped thinking. He packed the diary and letters into his backpack, then stood up and walked to the door. After the high-speed train came to a stop, the doors opened automatically, and Hongchen stepped out of the carriage. To save time, he called for a ride-hailing car while walking towards the station exit. When he reached the pickup point, the driver arrived just in time. The ride-hailing car followed the route planned by the platform, so the driver wouldn't take a detour, and Hongchen didn't have to worry about being ripped off. He gave the driver the last 4 digits of his phone number, and the vehicle started heading towards Dae Mansion. Jiangnan province was a super large province, with bustling traffic and crowds, far more prosperous than Jianghuai province. The driver was a middle-aged man with many pockmarks on his face. Due to the heavy traffic, the speed was quite slow, and the driver cursed under his breath. Experienced drivers often liked to curse, only those who cursed while driving were true veterans. The speed was already slow, and when faced with aggressive drivers, the driver's anger erupted completely. He flashed his hazard lights and honked furiously at the car in front. After a series of frantic maneuvers, the driver still wasn't satisfied. He leaned out of the window and shouted at the aggressive driver ahead. Using a phrase that combined violence, supernatural elements, lust, and courage, "I'll mess up your grave." The atmosphere in the car was suffocating, and Hongchen sat there trembling, not daring to speak. Although they were stuck in traffic, thanks to the driver's superb skills, it took just over an hour for Hongchen to arrive at the southern garage of Dae Mansion. It was now 8 in the morning. Still early. To avoid attracting the attention of the security guards, Hongchen found a discreet spot and quietly waited. He waited until evening, during which dozens of cars entered Dae Mansion. But he never saw the girl with the high ponytail. Not knowing what would happen if he tried to stop other cars, Hongchen didn't dare to take the risk, and the first day passed just like that. He only had 1,000 yuan left and needed to buy a ticket home, so he found a cheap one that cost 50 yuan for a night. The next day, Hongchen arrived early at the southern garage of Dae Mansion. with steamed buns and soy milk, waiting until the afternoon.
A red sports car approached in the distance, slowing down as it seemed to be turning into the garage of Dai Mansion.
Seeing this, Hong Chen
quickly stood up and looked into the car, but the sunlight made it hard to see clearly. As the distance closed, he gradually made out the situation inside the car. The driver's seat was occupied by
a woman.
At first, he could only see a rough outline, but as he got closer, the woman's features became clearer. She was a beauty with a delicate nose and elegant eyebrows, her face fair and oval, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a hint of heroic spirit. But Hong Chen wasn't there to admire the beauty. He focused on her hair, and a high ponytail came to mind.
Ponytail. Hong Chen's
spirit lifted, but when he saw the ponytail, the sports car had already arrived in front of him. He had no time to think and leaped towards the car. The woman in the sports car was momentarily stunned.
A thought flashing through her mind, is he trying to scam me?
She immediately got out of the car, dressed in white that was as pure as snow, with an ethereal beauty like a celestial maiden.
Seeing
Hong Chen, who had a bruised face and a bandage wrapped around his head, the woman was even more certain that this person was indeed trying to scam her.
You're young and able-bodied, why are you doing something like this? Why don't you find a proper job to support yourself?
Because she thought he was trying to scam her, the woman spoke harshly, educating Hong Chen.
Fortunately, I braked
quickly, or I would have almost hit you. If you're not afraid of dying, I'm afraid of the trouble. You're just harming yourself and others. Although he was being scolded, Hong Chen knew that this young lady had misunderstood, and his actions did indeed resemble a scam.
I'm sorry.
Hong Chen got up and apologized first, then said, I'm here to find Su Tianbao. I'm not trying to scam anyone. If you're looking for him, you can go to the front entrance. Why are you stopping my car? The woman frowned, but her tone softened a little.
They won't let me in at the front. Although Hong Chen had
never been to the front, that's what the diary said.
The woman said, if you don't have an appointment, there's nothing I can do. There are many people who want to see Su Tianbao. If he met everyone,
he wouldn't even have time to eat. Hong Chen rubbed his knee, which he had bumped when he fell, and said, I know, but I really have something important.
Can you please let him know? Upon hearing
this, the woman turned to get back in her car, leaving only a remark, I don't have time to waste with you.
It was indeed not working, and Hong Chen, feeling helpless, said, my dad is Hong Sen. He sent me to the mansion to find Su Tianbao.
Hearing this, the woman froze in her tracks.
She turned to look at Hong Chen and asked, you're Hong Sen's son? My name is Hong Chen. My dad is Hong Sen.
And I have a letter he wrote to Su Tianbao.
Hong Chen took out the letter from his backpack and showed it to the woman. Come with me. After a slight hesitation, the woman waved for Hong Chen to
get into her car. Hong Chen sighed in relief and immediately got into the sports car. The method from the diary indeed worked.
Thank you, sister. Hong Chen expressed his gratitude and then asked, what's your name? You don't need to know. The woman seemed unwilling to chat and instead asked, what did your dad want you to do?
Hong Chen scratched his head and spoke honestly, my dad passed
away not long ago. I actually came to find Su Tianbao.
The woman's driving paused, her right foot pressing down on the brake. Seeing this, Hong Chen hurriedly said, but this is a letter my dad wrote
to Su Tianbao. I'm not lying to you, please don't kick me out.
The woman shook her head and said, I'm not concerned about whether you're lying, I'm just shocked that your dad has passed away. Hong Chen followed the woman out of the underground garage, and what came into view was a vast manor. Red walls and dark tiles, wooden windows with intricate carvings. Beneath his feet was a bluestone path, beside him were bamboo groves and flowers, and in the distance, a gentle stream flowed over a small bridge, with pavilions and towers hidden within.
The woman led Hong Chen to a pavilion and instructed, you stay here, don't move.
Hong Chen nodded. Someone like Su Tianbao was usually very busy. And the woman was going to ask if he had time to meet him. Thank you so much this time, Hong Chen expressed gratefully, then asked, if I have the chance, I will repay your kindness.
You, a mere 3-star warrior, still want to repay me? The woman laughed upon hearing this and added, you really overestimate yourself.
Hong Chen replied sincerely, I truly have no ability to repay you, I just want to remember your kindness.
Can you tell me your name? Su Firen.
After saying this, the woman
flicked her ponytail and left the pavilion.
Hong Chen, still bandaged on his head with some bruises on his face, attracted quite a few gazes as a peculiar-looking person.
Who is this person?
I don't know, although he looks a bit pitiful, there is still a hint of handsomeness in his features.
He doesn't seem very old. What is he doing in the Dai mansion? How would I know?
He must have been brought in by someone. The security in the mansion is very strict.
Not long ago, they caught a few thieves, and I heard they were beaten badly.
After waiting for half an hour, Hong Chen finally saw Su Firen. She waved her hand and said, come with me. Su Firan led Hong Chen to a study. Speaking respectfully, I brought the person. In the study was an old man. His back to Hong Chen, so his appearance was unclear, but he was tall and robust, with white hair. Hong Chen entered the room, said nothing, and directly knelt on the ground, knocking his head 3 times with a loud thud. Hong Sen had mentioned in a video that Su Tianbao was like a half-father to him, so he was also like a half-grandfather to Hong Chen. Even if the old man did not acknowledge it, Hong Chen had to bow 3 times. After all, it was their family that had wronged Su Tianbao, twice failing his goodwill, so these 3 bows were also an apology. Su Tianbao did not turn around, still facing away from Hong Chen, and asked, Hong Sen, when did he die? Hong Chen stood up and answered honestly, it should be about half a month ago. How did he die? Su Tianbao's tone was very calm, without any emotional fluctuation, as if he were asking about a trivial matter. He was harmed by an evil cultivator during a mission. Hong Chen's tone slightly wavered, not out of pretense, but because it was his father, and mentioning it inevitably brought sadness. Su Tianbao was silent for a moment and inquired, you came to find me to seek revenge for Hong Sen? Hong Chen shook his head, his tone resolute, thank you for your concern, but I want to take revenge myself. 3-star warrior. Su Tianbao snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, with your level so inadequate, when will you be able to take revenge? Thank you for your kindness. Hong Chen mustered his courage and refused again. The hatred for my father's murder is irreconcilable. If I do not avenge him with my own hands, even if I die 1,000 times, I will not find peace. Su Tianbao laughed upon hearing this. Your stubbornness is very much like Hong Sen. You do have some spirit, not embarrassing your father. This is a letter my dad wrote to you. He asked me to deliver it to you before he died. Hong Chen handed the letter to Su Firan beside him. Su Firan took the letter, silently walked to the old man, handed over the letter, and then quietly returned to Hong Chen's side. Su Tianbao took the letter. Since he was facing away from Hong Chen and Su Firan, no one saw that his hand trembled slightly as he opened the envelope. Hong Chen did not dare to open the letter himself, so apart from Su Tianbao, no one knew what was written inside. A long time passed, and Su Tianbao had finished reading the letter, but he remained silent, perhaps feeling something in his heart. Finally, after a long silence, Su Tianbao spoke up and asked, since it's not for revenge for your father, what do you want from me? Hong Chen replied succinctly, after my dad died, my 2 uncles took the opportunity to seize our house and also want the compensation for my parents' deaths in the line of duty. I was kicked out of the house, and my younger brother and sister will also be homeless. I don't ask for much, I just hope you can help me seek justice. Su Tianbao fell silent again, and after a moment he said, you should know about some things. Hong Chen nodded, understanding that Su Tianbao was referring to the matter of his father coming to break off the engagement. Su Tianbao slowly said, I arranged a betrothal for you, and Hong Sen didn't refuse at the time, so I took it as his tacit agreement. It should have been when you were 3 or 4 years old that he suddenly came to find me. He said he didn't want to impose restrictions on you, so he wanted to refuse my good intentions again. Once would have been fine, but twice in a row, what does he mean? Su Tianbao said, clearly a bit angry at this point. What does he take the women of the Su family for? If he wants them, he takes them. If he doesn't, he just kicks them aside? I absolutely refused to agree to his second request to break off the engagement, and we ended up arguing. His stubborn temper is like that of a bull. Su Tianbao seemed unwilling to say more about that past. In short, he insisted on breaking off the engagement with you and told me, I'm just here to inform you, not to ask for your permission. After saying that, he turned to leave. I was furious at the time, so I told him, if you dare step out of this door, we will sever all ties and never have dealings again. But he didn't even look back. Although Hong Chen couldn't see Su Tianbao's expression, he could feel from his words that he was still very angry. Back then, when your father Hong Sen walked out of the main gate of Dei Mansion, I had cleared all grievances with him, and we had no further ties in this life. Su Tianbao still didn't turn around, only coldly said, so I have no reason to help you. Please leave. This answer was expected. Hong Chen wasn't particularly disappointed, but the version of himself in the diary might feel very hopeless, and he could only leave Dei Mansion feeling dejected. However, Hong Chen had already prepared himself mentally, so he didn't leave but said, I only learned a few days ago about the past between you and my father. He must have felt guilty, which is why he never mentioned you to me. But no matter how you look at it, the events of that year were entirely my father's fault. As his son, I can't defend him, nor can I find a reason to justify him. Years later, you still mention this matter with indignation. Only deep feelings can lead to such resentment. Although he let down your good intentions, I can sense the expectations you once had for him. He wrote this letter a long time ago. Every year on October 22nd, he would leave home for a few days. At first, I thought he was on a business trip, but I just found out that this day is your birthday. My dad never delivered this letter before he died, so he wasn't as carefree as you said. Instead, I feel he was very cowardly. In the end, Hongchen said something he had long thought of. My dad may have come to Dai Mansion many times, but he definitely never dared to step through the main door. Since you feel the grievances are cleared, you might as well look forward. The deeper meaning of Hong Chen's words was, my dad didn't dare to take that step back then, so I hope you can bravely take that step now. But Su Tianbao remained silent for a long time and finally said, please leave. Unexpectedly, the ending was exactly the same as what was recorded in the diary. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. A disheartened Hong Chen walked out of the study. It would be a lie to say he wasn't hurt. He had said all the good things he could, and even bowed his head, but Su Tianbao still refused to help. Today was Thursday, and Hong Lan and Hong Hu were going home tomorrow. The high-speed train ride home would take 16 hours. He had no time to linger and had to rush home to stand in front of Hong Hu and Hong Lan. Otherwise, Hong Hu was very likely to be beaten up by his second uncle, and Hong Lan would be at a loss. It was already evening, and it would take time to get to the high-speed train station. Hong Chen checked the train schedule online and could only book a ticket for midnight tonight. This was the earliest high-speed train he could catch. When I boarded the high-speed train home, Su Firen, whom I had encountered when I flagged down a car the day before yesterday, suddenly appeared in the seat next to me. I asked her what she wanted, but she ignored me. Could it be that Su Tianbao had a change of heart and sent her to help me? But she was about the same age as me. What could she do to help? Because of the line on the third page of the diary, Hong Chen still held on to a glimmer of hope. But even if Su Firen was sitting next to him, what difference would it make? What if she wasn't there to help him? What if she was just on vacation? As Hong Chen thought of this, his face was filled with confusion and his mood worsened. Moreover, Su Firen looked young. Her level of skill was probably not high. Both of his uncles were 8-star martial artists, and even if Su Firen was a once-in-a-lifetime genius, given her age, she would definitely not be able to defeat his two uncles. I am just a waste. Hong Chen sighed deeply, unable to stop self-pitying. He couldn't protect his younger siblings, couldn't keep the house, and in the end, even when he asked for help, no one agreed. Having achieved nothing, how could he not be a waste? Just as Hong Chen was about to walk out the door, a voice came from behind. You are Hong Chen? Was it you who caused your dad to break off the engagement back then? Lost in thought, Hong Chen only then noticed a girl chasing after him. He stopped and turned to look at the girl, who was slightly younger than him, and asked, who are you? The girl spoke in a very rude tone. Why do you care who I am? I won't tell you my name, why should I? Looking at Hong Chen's bruised face, wrapped in bandages, the girl insulted him. You look so pitiful. It's a good thing the engagement was broken off, otherwise a beautiful flower would have been planted in cow dung. Hearing such blatant mockery, Hong Chen had already guessed that this girl was probably the victim of the broken engagement. My good father. Look at what you've done. Hong Chen truly felt helpless. At this moment, he was exhausted and had no strength to refute, allowing the girl to mock him coldly without saying a word. A dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good person's heart. My grandfather valued your dad, which is why he arranged the marriage for your family, but your dad repeatedly. Wan, stop talking. Su Firen's voice came from behind. The girl named Su Wan, with an angry face, said, but, sister. Su Firen shook her head and repeated, I told you to stop talking. Su Wan had no choice but to shut her mouth, glaring fiercely at Hong Chen before running away in anger. My little sister has been spoiled by the family, please. Don't take it to heart, Su Firen apologized with a cupped fist. Hong Chen tried to lighten the mood. As long as she didn't come at me with a knife, I'm already grateful. Su Firen smiled back and asked, what are you planning to do next? Hong Chen said, I haven't told my younger siblings about my parents' death and my uncles occupying the house. Tomorrow is Friday, and school will be on break. I need to go home immediately, otherwise, when they come back and see my two uncles, I won't be able to hide it anymore. Why don't you say anything? Su Firen didn't understand. The death of parents was a big deal, something that had to be said sooner or later. There's no other reason, I just don't dare to speak. Hong Chen smiled bitterly and said, at least we need to resolve the matters with my two uncles first, then we can talk. Su Firen didn't understand but showed respect. She clasped her fists to Hong Chen and said, my grandfather asked me to accompany you to Jianghuai province. Hong Chen was taken aback and asked, didn't he refuse? Why did he change his mind? Su Firen laughed and said, that old man can't bear to lose face. He has always been tough on the outside but soft on the inside. You're accompanying me to Jianghuai province. Hong Chen asked, how old are you? Su Firen replied, I'm 5 months older than you, but I tested my talent last year, so I've been cultivating for a few months longer.
Then you. In the DE family, they have equipment to test for talent. On her 18th birthday, Sufiran went to test her talent and then began her cultivation. Ordinary people without resources have to wait for the designated time to check. Hongchen was born on January 6, 5009, and Sufiran, being 5 months older, should have been born around August 5008. Sufiran tested her talent last August, and now it was only April, so she had been cultivating for at most 10 months. Hongchen reminded her, both my uncles are 8-star martial masters. You don't look much older than me, what can you help with? Although my level is only 6-star martial master, I think it should be enough to deal with your 2 uncles, Sufiran said confidently, her words bold yet full of assurance. If you get beaten and cry, you can't blame me, Hongchen joked. Since I was little, I've only ever made others cry, Sufiran replied playfully. When they first met, Sufiran had a very poor impression of Hongchen, thinking he was just a slacker trying to take advantage. But after hearing his conversation with Su Tianbao, her view of him changed significantly. With his 2 uncles occupying the family fortune, Hongchen first thought of resolving the issues with them before planning to tell his younger siblings. He chose to face these dangers alone. How could that not be considered responsible? It hadn't been long since his parents passed away, and although he was 6 months younger than her, he was able to take on family matters and come to De Mansion seeking help, which showed he could bear responsibilities. His grandfather initially asked if he wanted to take revenge for Hongsen, but Hongchen refused. The blood feud of his parents was something he wanted to avenge himself. He was a person of great integrity. Many trembled in front of their grandfather, unable to articulate their thoughts. But Hongchen faced his grandfather's aggressive demeanor with clarity, expressing what he wanted to say, proving his courage was commendable. Although Hongchen had a stubborn temper, stubborn people are usually those who can persist and stay true to themselves. Clearly coming to seek help, Hongchen did not lower himself or compromise. He had principles, responsibility, integrity, and courage, which greatly changed Sufiran's impression of him. Sufiran could see some shadows of her father in Hongchen. No wonder her grandfather valued Hongsen so much, even going so far as to arrange marriages for him and Hongchen twice. Such a man is indeed worthy of trust, and her grandfather's judgment of people has always been sound. In the early hours of the morning, the night hung low, and everything was silent. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, with stars scattered around it. On the high-speed train heading to Jianghuai province, many passengers had already fallen asleep, with only a few remaining awake. Hongchen and Sufiran sat facing each other, both silent, the atmosphere slightly stagnant. Finally, it was Hongchen who broke the silence. He cleared his throat to attract Sufiran's attention, and then asked, "Are my dad and the old man close?" "They can be said to be both teacher and student, father and son, and friends," Sufiran replied, then corrected himself. "I heard from the elders at home that although your dad is my grandfather's adopted son, they are closer than biological father and son." Hongchen had never heard Hongsen mention this past and asked, "Why did the old man take my dad as an adopted son?" Sufiran shook his head. "I don't know the details between them either. I just overheard some elders chatting at home and got a rough idea. There was a time when my grandfather was in deep trouble, but his subordinates were too scared to help. Only your dad rushed to the front to save him, and he almost died at that time." After saying this, Sufiran suddenly asked, "I heard your dad has good talent. What realm did he reach before he died?" 3-star martial king, Hongchen said proudly. "That's a very high realm." He was one of the top experts in Jianghuai province. A 3-star martial king is considered an expert in Jianghuai province, but in our Jiangnan province, it's just average. We have many elders in Dei Mansion whose realms exceed your dad's, Sufiran said, looking surprised, and added, "This doesn't make sense. Your dad was already a martial king when he married your mom. How come after more than 10 years, he is still at the martial king realm?" "Because he had to earn money to support the family, going on missions every day, so he had no time to cultivate," Hongchen replied, then sighed. "Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you fall back. My grandfather once privately said that your dad is loyal and brave, with good talent. If he had focused on cultivation, he could have at least reached martial sovereign," Sufiran said with a tone of regret. "Beauty is a gentle place, and love is the root of all disasters. Your dad was a genius back then, but unfortunately, he ended up like everyone else." Hearing this, Hongchen teased, "You're clearly young, but you speak like an old man." "I'm just expressing my feelings," Sufiran changed the subject and asked, "You mentioned before that your dad was harmed by an evil cultivator? Do you know which evil cultivator it was?" Hongchen shook his head. "I only know some information about the murderer. When my dad died, his heart was dug out, and there was a large amount of black substance left in his body, resembling ashes. The murderer was skilled in using fists and palms, with black substance on his hands, and at least had the strength of a martial sovereign." "Your description Su Firen thought for a moment and said, sounds a lot like the heaven-swallowing demon cult. This evil cult loves to hunt geniuses. Hong Chen asked, why does the heaven-swallowing demon cult like to hunt geniuses? Su Firen hesitated slightly and then said, it might sound a bit cruel. Just say it, I can handle it. They practice a divine ability called Tao Tai Great Method. As long as they consume the heart of a genius, they can quickly enhance their own cultivation and talent. Su Firen added, the black substance you mentioned should be the black death hand of the heaven-swallowing demon cult. Evil cultivators who practice the black death hand usually have pitch black hands. Heaven-swallowing demon cult, black death hand. Hong Chen silently noted these two names. Su Firen noticed Hong Chen's thoughts and immediately reminded him, your realm is too low right now, don't go seeking death. You could end up with your heart dug out. I'm not an idiot, Hong Chen sighed. Besides, with my trash talent, the evil cultivators of the heaven-swallowing demon cult wouldn't even want my heart. Su Firen asked, is your talent really that bad? I must warn you not to discriminate against me when I tell you, Hong Chen said first, then added, I have F-level talent. This is indeed rare. Su Firen was speechless. An F-level talent was as exceptional as an SSS level talent, both were 1 in a million. But an F-level talent was the top-tier waste of that 1 in a million, while an SSS-level talent was an unparalleled genius. Su Firen couldn't help but say, you really are unfortunate, having an F-level talent. Your dad is exceptionally gifted, how did he end up with someone like you? That's enough from you, Hong Chen interrupted Su Firen's lament, asking, what about your talent? I won't say what my talent is, to avoid discouraging you, Su Firen couldn't bring herself to say, feeling a pang of sympathy. When they first met yesterday, Hong Chen had been bruised and bloodied, he had even risked stopping her car to find someone to help him. Moreover, his parents had passed away not long ago, and he had been beaten by his uncles, then came to his own home seeking help like a bullied child, almost getting hit by her. Though they were about the same age, Su Firen felt a twinge of sadness. The two fell silent again, and this time Su Firen spoke up, have you learned the Great Easy Spear technique? The Great Easy Spear technique? Hong Chen was taken aback and said, it sounds like a martial art from your Great Easy Mansion. Didn't your dad teach you the Great Easy Spear technique? Su Firen frowned, sensing from Hong Chen's words that he seemed to have never heard of it. Since Grandpa had taken Hong Sen as a godson and valued him so much, he would surely have passed the Great Easy Spear technique to him. Hong Chen shook his head, I've never seen my dad use a spear, he always fights with his fists. Su Firen fell silent, no wonder Grandpa said Hong Sen had a stubborn temperament. After severing ties with Grandpa, Hong Sen, having taken something from the Su family, never taught the Great Easy Spear technique to Hong Chen and his sister, nor did he ever use it again. What is this Great Easy Spear technique you mentioned? Hong Chen asked, does my dad know it? I'm not sure if your dad knows the Great Easy Spear technique. Su Firen chose to keep it hidden since Hong Sen hadn't mentioned it. She explained, in ancient times, there were 10 heroes among the human race, one of whom was nicknamed Great Easy Spear Immortal. Our Su family is a descendant of this person. The Great Easy Spear technique was created by the Great Easy Spear Immortal, and we, the Su family, have practiced it since childhood. But when we were young, without talent and realm, we could only learn some basic forms. Hong Chen was shocked, your family actually has the bloodline of the ancient 10 heroes, that's a legendary figure. Su Firen humbly replied, my family is just a collateral branch, don't exaggerate. Hey, Hong Chen said seriously, excessive humility is equivalent to pride. Has anyone ever told you that you act pretentious? Do I? Of course. Where am I acting pretentious? That sentence alone is very pretentious. The high-speed train traveled north, and the two talked all night, occasionally interrupted by Su Firen's light laughter, as time quietly slipped away unnoticed. When the two arrived in Jianghuai province, it was already 4 in the afternoon. In another hour, school would be out, and Hong Chen hurriedly took Su Firen to catch a ride home. Hong Chen's home was not far from the high-speed train station, the taxi took only 20 minutes to deliver them to the neighborhood. As they walked, Su Firen asked, what are you planning to do? I'll talk first, Hong Chen said fiercely. But whether we reach an agreement or not, in the end, you two will get a good beating. Hearing this, Su Firen's lips curled slightly as she asked, are you still going to vent your anger? The two entered the elevator, and Hong Chen pointed to his head, saying, this isn't about venting anger, it's about reciprocity. The elevator quickly reached the 16th floor, and the door to Hong Chen's home was wide open, with the voices of his second and third uncles coming from inside. I just called Wang Defa to ask about the compensation for the elder brother and sister-in-law who died in the line of duty. It should be issued in the next couple of days. The house across from us belongs to the Xiao family.
Let's get Wang Defa to help us acquire Xiao Jian's house as well.
Then you can
live in the elder brother's house, and I'll live in Xiao Jian's house. We can be neighbors.
Don't rush, wait for the elder brother's compensation to come through. I'm afraid Wang Defa might pull something.
If he keeps his promise, we can then plan for Xiao Jian's house.
And the compensation.
The second and third uncles were loudly conspiring in the house. Hearing this, Hong Chen was so angry his teeth itched. These two had taken his family's house in compensation, and now they wanted to take Xiao Zhao's house in compensation. As well, they were simply beasts. With the door wide open, Hong Chen pushed it open forcefully. The third uncle, seeing Hong Chen, was
taken aback and said, "You dare come back?"
The second uncle also snorted coldly and said, "I spared you last time because you're my elder
brother's bloodline, but you really don't know how to live."
I'll say one thing. Hong Chen looked at the two and asked, "Are you
leaving or not?"
The second uncle narrowed his eyes and disdainfully replied, "If I don't beat you until you can't get out of bed for
3 months, I won't be surnamed Hong."
The third uncle, being a bit sharper, noticed Su Firen behind Hong Chen. Seeing it was a young girl, he relaxed. "I thought you brought some expert, turns out it's just a little girl. Who are you trying to scare?" Then, the third uncle continued to mock, "Your mother is an only child and has no uncles to help you. And as for the relatives on the elder brothers' side, seeing us too, they definitely won't help you.
Can I make a move now?"
Su Firen asked Hong Chen, her tone filled with anger. Hong Chen felt uncertain. His two uncles were 8-star martial artists, while Su Firen was only a 6-star martial artist. Moreover, he couldn't help, Su Firen could only fight alone, and with the gap in their realms, the odds seemed very low. Su Firen stepped forward, standing in front of Hong Chen, and then took out 2 gun barrels and a gun tip from her backpack. Seeing this, Hong Chen smiled. Sharpening one's tools at the last moment was a bit too underestimating of the two. Su Firen began to assemble the long gun on her own. First inserting the 2 gun barrels together, then gently twisting. The third uncle didn't understand what Su Firen was doing. He looked at Hong Chen and said, "Are you leaving or not? If not, I'm going to call the police." Hong Chen laughed in anger. These two had taken over his home and really thought of it as their own. How could there be such shameless people in the world? The second uncle waved a flag to scare Hong Chen, trying to intimidate him. "I'll have Wang Defa lock him up directly, so he won't bother us again. At least lock him up for 3 to 5 years, and then he'll behave." Su Firen picked up the gun tip, aimed it at the threaded interface at the front of the long gun, twisting and pushing until she heard a soft click, and the gun tip was secured. The room was small, not conducive to the long gun's use, and Hong Chen said, "Be careful." Su Firen held the long gun and casually replied, "I don't need to be careful." Third uncle still wanted to keep talking. "Little girl, I don't hit women, but if you dare to make a move, don't blame me." The words were only half spoken when a flash of silver light appeared in the room, followed by the sound of a gunshot. Hong Chen didn't even see clearly. The long gun pierced through third uncle's shoulder. Su Firen pulled back sharply, forcefully withdrawing the long gun, and blood immediately gushed from third uncle's shoulder. Second uncle, seeing this scene, was greatly shocked. He grabbed a table beside him and threw it at Su Firen. Su Firen did not dodge. She swung the long gun downwards, and the tip of the gun sliced through the table as if it were silk, effortlessly cutting it in half. After throwing the table, second uncle did not attack but immediately opened the window, preparing to jump out and escape. Su Firen did not give second uncle a chance. She threw the long gun forward, pinning second uncle to the window. At a critical moment, third uncle showed more courage. Seeing that Su Firen had no gun in hand, he gritted his teeth, suppressing his fear, and lunged at Su Firen. Su Firen remained unmoved, facing third uncle, who was like an arrow in flight, with no ripples in her eyes. She slowly extended a fist. This punch seemed very slow, as if she were practicing Tai Chi, but third uncle's body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, involuntarily flying towards Su Firen's fist. In an instant, the punch arrived, and there was a muffled bang. Third uncle crashed into the wall like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily, and dust flew up, shaking the entire room. Su Firen retracted her fist, standing still, her expression still calm as water, as if this shocking punch was merely a daily occurrence. Third uncle lay on the ground, blood continuously spewing from his mouth. Meanwhile, second uncle, pinned to the window, was screaming loudly. Su Firen walked over to second uncle, pulled out the long gun, and silently asked, "Do you know you were wrong?" Second uncle let out a miserable howl, weakly collapsing to the ground, but his words were defiant. "My brothers' things belong to me. What wrong have I done?" The things of his own brother should belong to him, and he spoke of it as if it were a Matter of course, having become accustomed to sucking blood from Hong's senator, he was simply stubborn and unyielding.
Su Firen angrily said.
Your mistake lies in the fact that before the brother inherits the brother's possessions, there is a father who dies and a son who
inherits.
Third uncle's face was filled with veins, roaring angrily, my parents only liked my older brother back then, all the good
things in the house were given to him. What's wrong with me wanting a little of his money?
He's dead, what's wrong with me wanting his
house? Why can't I want it?
I can't explain it to you, you can go down and talk to the king of hell. Su Firen thrust the long gun
forward, ready to skewer the two of them like candied hawthorn.
Hearing this, Hong Chen leaped forward and grabbed the long gun. Stop!
What are you doing?
Su Firen was startled. I almost stabbed you. I would love to see them suffer 1,000 cuts, but my dad told me before he died that he hoped I could spare their lives.
Hong Chen's tone was sorrowful, and he added, besides asking me to take care
of my younger siblings, this was the only thing my dad asked of me before he died. I haven't listened to him much in my life, I've been such a rebellious son, I can't go against his last wish. Upon hearing this, Su Firen retracted the long gun. This is your family
matter, do as you wish.
But my dad only asked me to spare their lives, Hong Chen continued. Can you break all their hands and feet?
And ruin their cultivation so they won't cause me trouble in the future?
Su Firen raised the long gun again. This is your family matter.
Do as you wish.
Second uncle's face showed terror as he said, Hong Chen, you dare?
Of course, I don't dare. Hong Chen laughed.
But this sister dares.
Su Firen wielded the long gun, and there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar. In the blink of an eye, the
hands, feet, and the dantian of both uncles burst forth with blood simultaneously.
Ah!
The room echoed with piercing screams. Hong Chen threw the two people into the elevator and then ignored them, leaving them to fend for themselves.
Su Firen, while disassembling
a long gun, complained, you're just littering. My brother and sister are coming back soon, the house is a mess, I have to clean up. I don't have time to deal with them, Hong Chen said before returning to his room, hurriedly wiping the blood with a basin and towel. Seeing this, Su Firen stepped forward to help, and finally, before Hong Lan and Hong Hu returned home, the two managed to tidy up the house to its original state.
Brother!
A voice came from the door. It was Hong Lan. Why is there blood in the elevator?
Maybe
someone accidentally leaked. Hong Chen feigned ignorance, giving a rather crude excuse.
Hong Hu sniffed around and asked in confusion. Why does it smell like blood in the house?
This kid has a dog's nose, he even sprayed air freshener.
This is Sister Su Firen, you should greet her. Hong Chen didn't respond directly but changed the subject.
The two were very sensible and called out together, Sister Su. Su Firen nodded and then looked at Hong Chen, her eyes signaling, your two uncles have been dealt with, when are you going to talk
about your parents?
Seeing the carefree expressions on Hong Lan and Hong Hu's faces, Hong Chen shook his head, deciding to wait a bit
longer.
Suddenly, a crying voice came from outside. Director Wang, you have to take charge for our family.
Hearing this voice, Hong Chen
frowned immediately. It was the voices of his second and third aunts, Hong Lan and Hong Hu, had left the door open when they entered. And the two aunts followed behind Wang Defa, looking like they were ready to accuse.
Wang Defa said straightforwardly, Hong Chen, these two are accusing you of intentional harm. You need to come back with us to the security bureau. The second aunt pointed at Hong Chen
and scolded, you little beast, your methods are too ruthless. Not only did you ruin your second uncle's realm, but you also severed his tendons. The third aunt, no longer as arrogant as she had been a few days ago, cried, what you did is simply too extreme. How are
we supposed to live from now on?
How are you supposed to live? Su Firen sneered, saying, did you ever think about how Hong Chen and the others are supposed to live? The second aunt argued, we only took his house and a third of the compensation, we didn't take his life. One person does the deed, one person takes the blame. I ruined their realm and severed their tendons. If you want to cause trouble, come find me, it has nothing to do with Hong Chen. Su Firen said with a serious expression, adding, and I didn't take their lives either. The third aunt cried to Wang Defa, look, she's unreasonable. Our two families are supposed to give you half of the compensation. You have to take charge for us. Wang Defa, fearing the third aunt would say something inappropriate, immediately waved to the security bureau personnel behind him. You two, arrest Hong Chen and this woman.
Are you sure you want to arrest me?
Su Firen stared at Wang Defa, questioning him. Wang Defa shouted loudly, how could this be a joke?
Do you think I'm playing with you?
Su Firen took out a token from her pocket, engraved with the words De, and said, I am Su Firen from the De mansion, who dares to touch me? Wang Defa recognized the token at a glance. Immediately frightened and trembling, he quickly knelt down and apologized, just consider it as me talking nonsense.
Su Firen ignored him and said to the security bureau staff, "Arrest these two women, their husbands, and this Director Wang, and throw them in jail." Wang Defa was the director of the security bureau, his superior was the department head, and above the department head was the minister. Even Wang Defa's direct superior, the Minister of Security, would tremble in fear upon seeing Su Tianbao. Therefore, when the security bureau staff saw the DE token, they hesitated for almost no time, immediately pulling out handcuffs and arresting Wang Defa along with the second and third ants on the spot. After Su Firen finished all this, he went out to make a phone call. Hong Lan's eyes were already red. She had refrained from crying earlier due to the crowd, but now that everyone was gone, she asked with a choked voice, "Brother, what happened to Mom and Dad?" "Nothing happened." Hong Chen still couldn't bear to say it out loud. "Then what about the compensation mentioned by second aunt? Whose compensation is it?" Hong Lan stared intently at Hong Chen, crying, "Don't lie to me. Mom and Dad have been on a mission for almost 2 months, how could it take so long, and they've been completely out of touch." Hong Hu was a bit slow to react, but upon hearing this, he finally understood, this can't be true, Dad is a martial king, how could he possibly die? Hong Chen knew he could no longer keep it a secret and could only return to his room, take out his parents' ashes, and then tell them what had happened. When Su Firen finished the call and returned to the room, the three of them were huddled together, crying uncontrollably. Hong Hu cried while scolding, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Hong Chen, with red eyes, said, "Even if I told you, what could you do? Could you fight off second uncle and third uncle? Could you bring Mom and Dad back to life? I wanted to say it too. But rather than letting you two worry, I thought it would be better for me to handle these matters first and then tell you both at the right time." Su Firen couldn't help but be moved by the scene, and her eyes turned red as well. The group suffered through a painful night, and before they knew it, it was the evening of the next day. Hong Lan and Hong Hu had locked themselves in their room, and Su Firen felt a bit worried. Seeing this, Hong Chen comforted her, "Don't worry, it will be fine in a few days, I went through this too." Su Firen responded with an "oh" and then asked, "You're not sad anymore, right?" "Sometimes when I think about it, I still can't help but feel hurt." Hong Chen forced a smile, "But just like I told the old man, one must look forward. I still have to take care of Hong Lan and Hong Hu, I can't stay immersed in sadness, or I'll end up depressed." Su Firen said, "Wang Defa has been removed from his position and is currently in prison, at least for life. His crime can't be that serious, right?" Hong Chen asked curiously. Su Firen replied, "My grandfather made a call, so they are handling it to the fullest extent." "What about my two uncles and aunts?" Hong Chen asked again. "I'm not sure about that, they should also be locked up for a while." Su Firen continued, "The compensation for your parents' death and the line of duty will be deposited into your account today. Someone should have called you. The efficiency of the security bureau is quite fast, I've already received the money, a total of over 5 million, but I've only kept 100,000. Seeing that Su Firen wanted to ask, Hong Chen took the initiative to explain, "The rest of the money will go to Hong Lan and Hong Hu, 250,000 each, 100,000 is enough for me." Su Firen asked, "Shouldn't you all split this money evenly?" Hong Chen glanced at the tightly closed door of Hong Hu and Hong Lan's room. "I didn't understand things before and have already used too much of the family's money, the compensation should be left for them. After handling your family's matters, I need to return to the Dei mansion." Su Firen took out a book from her pocket and handed it to Hong Chen, saying, "My grandfather asked me to give this to you." Seeing the words Dei Gun Manual written on the book, Hong Chen immediately pushed it back. "This can't be accepted. You said it yourself, you have to look forward." Su Firen smiled, "Your dad is my grandfather's adopted son, so you are my grandfather's grandsons, which means you three can also learn the Dei Gun Manual." Su Firen, fearing Hong Chen would refuse, added, "My grandfather also said that we should keep in touch. If you have time during the new year, remember to bring Hong Lan and Hong Hu to pay New Year's greetings." Upon hearing this, Hong Chen accepted the Dei Gun Manual and simply nodded, saying, "Okay." Su Firen clasped her fists and said, "See you in the martial world." As the sun set behind the western mountains, the evening light streamed through the window, illuminating the girl who turned around. In the sunlight, her high ponytail swayed gently. When Hong Chen and Su Fei ran boarded the high-speed train, the diary could be flipped to the 4th page. However, since the two were busy talking, Hong Chen didn't have time to check the content of the 4th page. He felt very grateful that someone had come such a long way to help him, and he expressed his intention to treat Su Fei Ran to a meal. But Su Fei Ran was in a hurry to get home, so Hong Chen had to take her to the train station. By the time Hong Chen returned home, it was already late at night, and only then did he have time to check the diary.
He opened the diary to the fourth page, and the content inside was the same as in reality. Su Fei Ran dealt with his second and third uncles, and then Wang Dfa came looking for trouble. The content in the diary continued with him working hard to cultivate, practicing until the end of the fourth page, with the last line dated May 30th. Seeing the content in the diary, Hong Chen began to meditate and cultivate until the next morning. He picked up the diary wanting to turn the page, but he couldn't get to the fifth page. The diary still remained on the fourth page. Hong Chen had a guess in his mind. If the last line recorded trivial matters such as cultivating, playing games, or sleeping, even if he completed them, he wouldn't be able to turn the page. So he had to wait until May 30th to turn the diary to the fifth page. Today was April 15th, and there was still a month and a half until May 30th. Thinking of this, Hong Chen couldn't help but feel frustrated. What a ridiculous setting this was. Why couldn't he turn the page for trivial matters even after completing them? The person who came up with this setting must be brain-dead. The college entrance examination was going to take place at the end of July, and there were still 3.5 months left. He needed to hurry up and cultivate to achieve good results. Hong Chen ate a little something and then continued to sit cross-legged, diligently practicing. The cultivation method he practiced was the 8-9 profound art, which was the top-tier cultivation method, but because of his F-level talent dragging him down, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy was not fast. Those with A-level talent could absorb spiritual energy faster even if they practiced an ordinary method worth 1,000. It was like Hong Chen holding the most extraordinary artifact, but he only had the strength of a 3-star warrior, so he could only unleash a tiny portion of the artifact's power. However, for Hong Chen at the moment, this tiny portion of power was enough for him, at least allowing his cultivation speed to be comparable to those with B-level talent. Su Fei Ran sat on the high-speed train for 16 hours and finally returned to De Mansion, but it was already late. The next morning, Su Fei Ran went to visit Su Tianbao and immediately recounted the events of this trip. Hearing Su Fei Ran's handling of the situation, Su Tianbao was pleased and said, "You did very well." After finishing her account, Su Fei Ran still had a face full of anger. Hong Chen's two uncles are truly despicable. If I were Hong Chen, I would never spare their lives. Su Tianbao stroked his white beard and smiled. So you are you, and Hong Chen is Hong Chen. If everyone thought like you, what would be the meaning of this world? I'm just so angry. Su Fei Ran's spirited face flushed with rage. She was genuinely upset for Hong Chen. Although she appeared very cool in front of Hong Chen, Su Fei Ran was only 18, and when she interacted with Su Tianbao privately, she would show her true feelings and childish side. What do you think of Hong Chen? Su Tianbao suddenly asked, then added, "It seems you are quite satisfied with him." Su Fei Ran replied, "He really is a man, with principles, responsibility, integrity, and courage. He can handle things much better than those young masters I usually see. Such a good man." Su Tianbao asked without reason, "Does he have a girlfriend?" Hong Chen just mentioned this. He had a girlfriend before, but they broke up after 3 or 4 months. It seems she thought his talent was too poor, so she broke up with him. Because of his poor talent, they broke up. Su Tianbao was really curious and asked, "What kind of talent does Hong Chen have? Is it really that bad?" Su Feiran smiled and nodded, saying, "He has the worst F-level talent." Su Tianbao felt a bit speechless but still said, "Our family is powerful and influential, with a large estate and skilled experts. So when you girls look for a man, the most important thing is to distinguish between good and bad character. Since you speak so highly of Hong Chen and he just happens to be single, why not try to get to know him? Hong Chen is the son of Hong Sen, so his character must be fine." "That wouldn't be appropriate." Su Feiran's little face turned red, looking flustered. Su Tianbao said sternly, "Why wouldn't it be appropriate? You are originally Hong Chen's fiancé. Hong Sen came to annul the engagement back then, but our De Mansion never agreed. Hong Sen unilaterally tore up the engagement, but that doesn't mean the engagement is void. To annul an engagement, both parties must reach a mutual agreement. As long as we haven't agreed, your engagement is still valid." Upon hearing this, Su Feiran immediately stated, "I'm not someone who's unwanted, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Since he has already annulled the engagement, I won't go back on my word." What she meant was that if he wants her, he can have her, if he doesn't, then he can't, but Su Feiran also has her own temper. Su Tianbao found a loophole and immediately reminded her, "First, let's be clear, it was Hong Sen who annulled the engagement back then, and Hong Chen was only 2 or 3 years old at the time. He didn't annul the engagement. If that's the case, there really isn't a problem. Hong Chen was just a child, and the annulment certainly had little to do with him." Su Tianbao gently guided her, "At your age, your realm is already quite high enough to handle the college entrance examination. Jianghuai province has many famous scenic spots. You've been busy cultivating, so this time you can take a break and go have some fun."
That wouldn't be appropriate. Su Firan wanted to refuse. Hong Chen also needs to cultivate. He has to participate in the martial artist college entrance examination. With Hong Chen's F-level talent, he can just eat and wait to die. He still wants to participate in the martial artist college entrance examination. Su Tianbao spoke the truth and then quickly changed the subject, saying, moreover, his realm is so low, you can just go guide him. I admit I have a slight fondness for Hong Chen, but I just got home, rushing to find him right away. Seems a bit inappropriate. Su Firan thought for a moment and said, I'll wait until I have time to go play with him. Suit yourself. Su Tianbao had no objections. Not forming a marriage alliance with Hong Sin back then had always been his regret. Moreover, if he could facilitate this good match, Hong Sin would probably be furious if he knew from beyond the grave. It was simply a win-win situation. Just thinking about it made Su Tianbao feel elated. April 30th. During this time, Hong Chen diligently practiced and finally cultivated 40 breaths of spiritual energy successfully, breaking through to a 4-star warrior. The white energy mass within him also grew larger, now the size of a bottle cap, and its color became more intense. To break through to a 5-star warrior, he needed 50 breaths of spiritual energy. At the current pace, it was estimated that he wouldn't break through until mid-May, which felt far too slow. Hong Chen felt a bit restless, then closed his eyes to continue his breathing exercises, successfully refining another breath of spiritual energy. But suddenly, he felt a warmth spread throughout his body, an inexplicable heat coursing through his limbs. Hong Chen's body became increasingly hot, sweat continuously oozing from his pores, but it was quickly evaporated by the heat on his skin, forming white steam. Was he going into a frenzy? Hong Chen hurriedly got up and ran to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his body. However, the heat was emanating from his dantian to his limbs, not from the surface of his skin, so using cold water to cool down had little effect. Due to the scorching energy, black dirt continuously seeped out of his pores, and it had a slightly foul smell. He couldn't help but let out a painful groan. Time passed like this, and it took a full hour for the scorching energy to slowly dissipate. Hong Chen collapsed in the bathroom, his body already soaked. He felt extremely thirsty, struggling to open his mouth and swallow the cool water spraying from the shower. After resting for 3 hours, he finally had the strength to stand up, but still felt weak and exhausted. Hong Chen returned to his room and collapsed onto the bed, not waking up until the next day. What happened last night? Did he make a mistake in his cultivation? Or was he going into a frenzy? Hong Chen had heard Hong Sin mention going into a frenzy before. If one went into a frenzy during cultivation, the consequences could range from serious injury to death. He only felt heat and a bit of weakness, not as severe as going into a frenzy. It should be that he made a mistake in his cultivation. Thinking of this, Hong Chen took out his phone to search for related content. Looking at the information on his phone, he found that when others made mistakes during cultivation, they usually experienced symptoms like spitting blood, fainting, numbness in their limbs, or bleeding from their 7 orifices. No one else seemed to experience the same scorching heat and black dirt seeping from their pores as he did. Hong Chen could only input the text into the search, feeling hot all over during cultivation, with black dirt seeping from the pores. Relevant content immediately appeared on the phone screen. Ancient warriors, due to the uniqueness of their techniques, would refine their bodies by absorbing spiritual energy, making their physiques harder. Moreover, some rare techniques, after each body refinement, not only make the physique harder but also grant the practitioner the supernatural powers and abilities contained within the technique. Upon seeing the second piece of information, Hong Chen suddenly remembered. Humans have 8 yin and 9 yang in their destiny, so cultivating the 8-9 profound art would eliminate 8 instances of yin and integrate 9 instances of yang. Each time one integrates a yang instance, their cultivation realm significantly increases. Each time one eliminates a yin instance, they gain a supernatural power. Since his cultivation realm was still at 4 stars without any improvement, it meant he had not integrated a yang instance but had eliminated a yin instance. The supernatural powers gained from eliminating 8 instances of yin are growing stronger with each battle, Eye of Heavens, Path, 3 Yuan Gathering Qi, 72 Transformations, Golden Light of the Earth, 3 Heads and 6 Arms, Law of Heaven and Earth, an indestructible primordial spirit. Since he eliminated 1 yin instance, he gained the first supernatural power, growing stronger with each battle. The description of growing stronger with each battle in the 8-9 profound art is that one becomes braver and stronger with each fight. Every time the body is attacked, the spiritual energy within increases. The stronger the attack, the more spiritual energy grows inside. This description of growing stronger with each battle can be simply understood as getting Stronger by taking hits. Hong Chen had already encountered this supernatural power before, the last time he was hit twice by his second uncle and then woke up. He inexplicably had more than 10 breaths of spiritual energy in his body, and then he successfully broke through to a 3-star warrior on the high-speed train. Hong Chen still didn't know what was going on at the time. He thought it was his second uncle's 2 punches that had opened up his meridians, so he didn't think much of it. Now, seeing the content on his phone and combining it with the description of growing stronger with each battle, he immediately realized his talent was too poor and his cultivation speed was simply too slow. Meditating for 15 hours a day, he could only absorb 3 breaths of spiritual energy. But with the ability to grow stronger with each battle, he could avoid cultivation and find someone to beat him up. If getting beaten made him stronger, who would still suffer through cultivation? Hong Chen quickly put on his clothes and rushed out the door, but as he left the neighborhood, he fell into confusion. With no grievances in the past and no enmity recently, how could he get someone to beat him up for no reason? Hong Chen thought of Sun Xiaochuan and Long Outyan. These two had grudges against him, and with a little provocation, he could probably get a free beating. He wasn't sure where Long Outyan lived, but he remembered the location of Sun Xiaochuan's house. Back in high school, Sun Xiaochuan bullied an honest classmate, and Hong Chen couldn't stand it, so he chased him down and beat him all the way. He ran, he chased, he couldn't fly away, and Hong Chen ended up at Sun Xiaochuan's house. Following the route in his memory, Hong Chen rode his electric bike to an old district where the houses were a bit aged and somewhat dilapidated. Suddenly, he noticed a chubby guy blocking a girl in a secluded alley. "I have things to do, I don't have time to eat with you," the girl said nervously, trying to shake off the chubby guy's harassment. The chubby guy, thinking he looked cool, leaned against the wall with one hand and blocked the girl's way, saying, "I have an A-level talent and have already broken through to a 6-star warrior. If you follow me, you'll definitely live a good life." "I already have a boyfriend," the girl pleaded, "please let me go." The chubby guy showed a sinister expression. "Nonsense, I asked your friend, you don't have a boyfriend at all, stop trying to fool me. I've looked for you so many times, today you have to comply," the chubby guy said as he prepared to make a move, and the girl screamed in terror. This chubby guy was Sun Xiaochuan. Seeing this, Hong Chen shouted, "Beast, let that girl go." Sun Xiaochuan had bought the Great Sun indestructible body from an old beggar. He was still an A-level talent, and after cultivating the Great Sun indestructible body, his level should be more than just a 6-star warrior. Hong Chen quickly figured it out. Sun Xiaochuan was probably lazy and only cultivated for 2 or 3 hours a day, which was why he was only a 6-star warrior, just 2 small levels above him. Giving him the Great Sun indestructible body was simply a waste. Sun Xiaochuan turned around and saw Hong Chen standing there immediately. Sneering, from a distance, "It looks like a dog," up close it's Hong Chen. Hearing Sun Xiaochuan's words, Hong Chen felt a bit angry and said, "You've gotten bold, daring to talk to me like that." Sun Xiaochuan replied, "I heard that your dad died, and you're still an F-level talent. I was afraid of your dad before, so I didn't fight back." "You think I'm afraid of you?" Not many people knew he was an F-level talent, and family shame couldn't be aired. Hong Lan and Hong Hu wouldn't tell anyone. Xiao Xiao was secretly training, and Su Firen had returned to Jiangnan province, so it could only be that Lu Ruyan, the big mouth, was spreading the word everywhere. "I see you're afraid of me. I'm standing right here, do you dare to make a move against me?" Hong Chen provoked Sun Xiaochuan. Sun Xiaochuan looked at Hong Chen. He was a 6-star warrior, while Hong Chen was only a 4-star warrior. He had the advantage. "You think I'm still afraid of you? Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson." Sun Xiaochuan moved quickly, appearing in front of Hong Chen in the blink of an eye, and threw a punch at his chest. Hong Chen did not dodge, he took the punch head-on, staggering back a few steps with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Actually, Hong Chen could have countered, but he was afraid of hurting Sun Xiaochuan, as this kid was very sensitive to pain. If he hit him hard, he might not dare to fight back anymore. Moreover, Sun Xiaochuan was helping him train, it would be a bit excessive to hit him back. After taking the punch, Hong Chen felt an extra breath of spiritual energy within him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and scoffed, "Are you sure you're a 6-star warrior?" Sun Xiaochuan was initially a bit afraid of Hong Chen because he had been beaten up by him before, leaving him with some psychological trauma. But seeing Hong Chen spit blood from his punch boosted Sun Xiaochuan's courage. He rolled up his sleeves and walked menacingly towards Hong Chen. "You dare to talk to me like that? I'm going to make you remember this." Hong Chen glanced at the girl who was being harassed and said, "You should leave." The girl heard this, thanked him, and then ran away.
Hong Chen wasn't entirely acting out of kindness, he also didn't want others to see him being beaten up by Sun Xiaochuan.
Sun Xiaochuan
didn't chase after the girl, instead, he grabbed Hong Chen's hair with his left hand and punched Hong Chen's stomach twice with his right fist.
Another 2 breaths of spiritual energy appeared within him. Although it hurt a lot, Hong Chen was also quite happy, almost unable to suppress his laughter. Sun Xiaochuan's level was too low, so after 3 punches, he only gained 3 breaths of spiritual energy. His second uncle
was an 8-star martial artist, and the 2 punches he had held back then could have given Hong Chen over 10 breaths of spiritual
energy. Hong Chen continued to mock, "You useless thing, is this all the strength you have? You have quite a mouth on you." Sun Xiaochuan
was getting into it, and his punches became heavier. Sun Xiaochuan threw a powerful punch at Hong Chen's chest, and Hong Chen immediately
gained 2 breaths of spiritual energy.
It seemed that the harder he was hit, the more energy he gained. But after taking a strong punch from Sun Xiaochuan, Hong Chen almost knelt down because it hurt so much that tears streamed down his face. If it weren't for the fact that he had eliminated a negative influence last night and his body had been tempered, making him stronger, he really wouldn't have been able to withstand
that punch. Hong Chen secretly wiped his tears and then looked up to continue mocking, "Is this your full power? I don't feel anything." Sun Xiaochuan immediately swung his fist and smashed it into Hong Chen's face. Hong Chen refused to back down. "If you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, I'll come looking for you tomorrow."
Sun Xiaochuan swung his fist again, hitting Hong Chen's nose.
Hong Chen still wouldn't back
down. "Your punches are weaker than a 3-year-old. Sun Xiaochuan gritted his teeth and suddenly aimed a punch at Hong Chen's lower regions.
"Damn!" Hong Chen cursed, raising his hand to protect himself, while saying, "We're fighting, but destroying the shrine is going too far. Mind your own business."
Sun Xiaochuan panted heavily. He was already a bit out of breath from being chubby and throwing a few heavy punches.
"You useless thing, you're tired already? Is this all you've got?" Hong Chen's tone was very stern, like a strict father. The two continued
to throw punches and curse at each other.
After a few minutes, an alarm suddenly went off. The security bureau had arrived.
Sun Xiaochuan heard the alarm and, frightened, looked around before running away. Hong Chen half knelt on the ground. It must have been that girl who called
the police, but she was meddling too much. He hadn't had enough fun yet.
The girl brought Uncle Wang with her, and when Uncle Wang saw that the person being beaten was Hong Chen, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Who hit you?"
"I just accidentally fell." Hong Chen didn't
plan to expose Sun Xiaochuan. If he got caught, no one would help him anymore. The girl wanted to say something upon hearing this, but Hong Chen hurriedly interjected, "Thank you, Uncle Wang, but I'm really fine, you don't need to worry about me."
Uncle Wang sighed, "I know your
parents have passed away, and you're feeling sad, but you shouldn't demean yourself like this." This left Hong Chen momentarily speechless. And he could only stubbornly say, "I'm fine, I'm leaving." Then, under their watchful eyes, Hong Chen limped away from the narrow alley. After returning home, he could only lie on his bed because his chest and abdomen were bruised, having just been beaten up by Sun Xiaochuan. It would be a lie to say it didn't hurt, but he also felt an increase of 24 breaths of spiritual energy within him. If he were to cultivate, it would take at least 8 days, practicing 15 hours each day. Although his body ached, it was a painful yet joyful experience. If he got beaten up by Sun Xiaochuan one more time, he would be able to break through to a 5-star warrior. At night, Hong Lan came
to call Hong Chen for dinner. Because he was covered in bruises, Hong Chen didn't dare to go out.
He also didn't want them to worry, so he
lied and said he was cultivating.
After half a month, Hong Lan and Hong Hu gradually emerged from the sorrow of losing their parents. But occasionally, when they thought of their parents, their eyes would still turn red. After a night of rest, the bruises had faded a lot and the pain had improved significantly. After all, Hong Chen was a 4-star warrior, and having eliminated a negative energy once, his recovery speed was naturally much faster than that of an ordinary person. At noon, when Hong Lan and Hong Hu went to school, the doorbell rang.
Hong Chen shouted, "Who is it?" A timid voice replied from outside, "It's me." Recognizing the familiar voice, Hong Chen got up to open the door.
Standing at the door was a short girl, her head lowered, wearing a faded school uniform, and her cloth shoes had a hole in them. This girl was the one Sun Xiaochuan had harassed yesterday, and Hong Chen didn't know her name. With her head down, she held a basket of eggs and said
timidly, "My name is Ying Huan. Thank you for yesterday.
Come in and talk." Hong Chen hesitated for a moment but still welcomed Ying
Huan into his home, then asked, "How did you know my house was here?" Seeing the luxurious decoration of Hong Chen's home, Ying Huan hid
the basket of eggs behind her.
"A man from the security bureau told me yesterday I asked him first. Hong Chen took a bottle of drink from the fridge and handed it to Ing Huan Huan, saying, "We don't have boiled water at home, do you want this?" "I don't want to drink." Ing Huan Huan shook her head, then added, "Thank you. You can sit." Hong Chen pointed to the sofa and asked, "What did you come to find me for?" "I won't sit, I'm afraid of dirtying your sofa." Ing Huan Huan took out the eggs from behind her and said gratefully, "Thank you for yesterday. This is for you to replenish your health." From Ing Huan Huan's clothing, it was clear that her family was quite ordinary. This basket of eggs might be the best thing her family had. But if he refused, it would probably make Ing Huan Huan feel even more inferior. However, if he accepted the eggs, it would mean he had only helped Ing Huan Huan a little, so he had no reason or qualification to accept this basket of eggs. Since Ing Huan Huan kept her head down, Hong Chen couldn't see her expression and could only change the subject. "Why do you keep your head down? Doesn't your neck hurt?" "I'm used to it, so it doesn't hurt." Ing Huan Huan's voice was very low, seemingly a bit shy. "You came to thank me, yet you don't even lift your head? You won't even look me in the eye?" Hong Chen was actually joking, but Ing Huan Huan immediately looked up, her tone flustered. No. I don't look down on you. Just one glance," and Hong Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder Sun Xiaochuan wanted to tease Ing Huan Huan, this girl was indeed beautiful. Ing Huan Huan had a pair of pitifully large eyes, a cherry-like mouth, and skin as white as snow. She was so excited that her cheeks were slightly flushed. She looked like a frightened little rabbit, very much resembling the current internet trend of white, young, and thin, giving off a feeling of a delicate and refined young lady. "After my parents passed away, none of us in the family could cook, so we've been ordering takeout all the time. This basket of eggs is a waste for me, you should take it home." Hong Chen pushed the basket of eggs back to Ing Huan Huan. "How can that be?" Ing Huan Huan lowered her head again, legs together, hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, her tone filled with guilt and gratitude as she said, "Because of me, you got beaten so badly by Sun Xiaochuan." Hong Chen was at a loss for words. He couldn't exactly say he was training, and even if he did, Ing Huan Huan wouldn't believe him. "If Sun Xiaochuan bothers you again, call me." Hong Chen took out his phone and asked, "What's your phone number?" "I don't have a phone, and you can't beat Sun Xiaochuan either," but Ing Huan Huan didn't say that part out loud. Hearing this, Hong Chen scratched his head. Ing Huan Huan's family was already poor, how could she possibly have a phone? He felt a bit out of touch with reality. "Wait for me." Hong Chen went back to his room, rummaging through things, and came out with an old phone he had recently replaced. "This phone is almost new, I've only used it for half a year. You can have it." Ing Huan Huan quickly waved her hands to refuse. "I don't want it. I'm not giving it to you for free, you have to help me too. If you see Sun Xiaochuan, remember his location." Hong Chen handed the phone to Ing Huan Huan and said, "This is really important. To me, please." Yesterday, he had coincidentally run into Sun Xiaochuan in the old town, and he might not be so lucky in the future, so Hong Chen needed an informant. Ing Huan Huan hesitated for a moment but ultimately took the phone, saying, "His house is right across from mine. If I see Sun Xiaochuan go out, I'll message you." Hong Chen nodded and then took out a book from his pocket, handing it to Ing Huan Huan. "This is your reward." Ing Huan Huan took the book and glanced at it. The title read Taishan Gaining Pian. Taishan Gaining Pian is an ordinary cultivation method. Although the name sounds impressive, it only costs 4,000 yuan. Ing Huan Huan didn't even have a phone, so it was even less likely she could afford an expensive cultivation method. Hong Chen had already bought Taishan Gaining Pian, but after obtaining a more advanced technique, he was just doing a favor. "I already have a cultivation method, keeping this one would be a waste. You can't refuse me, I saved you before, and you should have some sense of morality." Hong Chen rambled on for quite a while. His kindness towards Ing Huan Huan wasn't because he was infatuated with her beauty. Moreover, after seeing the last page of the diary, he had vowed never to let Xiao Xiao down. The reason Hong Chen helped Ing Huan Huan was simply that he couldn't stand by and watch, just like he had helped his honest classmate who was bullied by Sun Xiaochuan back in the day. Hong Sin was the deputy director of the security bureau, and under his influence, Hong Chen had developed a sense of justice. The two wrapped up their conversation hastily. Not only did Ing Huan Huan not give away the eggs, but she also accepted Hong Chen's phone and the cultivation method. As she walked out of the room, her mind was still a bit dazed. Another day passed, and the bruises on Hong Chen's body had faded significantly, with the pain almost unnoticeable. He called Ing Huan Huan and learned that Sun Xiaochuan was at home, so he immediately rode his electric scooter to the old town. Hong Chen picked up a brick and threw it at the window of Sun Xiaochuan's house. Sun Xiaochuan immediately came out to check. And Hong Chen, hiding in the shadows, threw another brick, hitting Sun Xiaochuan on the head. Then, the two of them ran into a secluded alley, one in front and the other behind. Young people care about their pride, being beaten in public would be a bit embarrassing for Hong Chen, so he chose to retreat to a quiet alley. Facing Sun Xiaochuan's fists, Hong Chen curled up on the ground, protecting his head and face, only allowing Sun Xiaochuan to hit his back. Bang! 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 Sun Xiaochuan punched and kicked Hong Chen, who was lying on the ground with his head covered. Sun Xiaochuan's fists fell like a storm, one punch after another landing on Hong Chen's back. Hong Chen let out a painful groan. Foolish son. Xiaochuan, please whip me hard. The pain and harm you inflict on me will only turn into my nourishment, helping me grow stronger. Those pains that cannot kill me will only make me stronger. Sun Xiaochuan punched for 10 minutes until Hong Chen fainted and fell to the ground, then he felt relieved and cursed as he left the alley. It took a full 2 hours for Hong Chen to wake up. His back was incredibly painful, as if it had been pricked by needles, even the slightest movement hurt. But this time the gains were also immense. He had gained 60 strands of spiritual energy, breaking through to a 5-star warrior, and still had 10 breaths of spiritual energy left. After resting at home for a day, and feeling slightly better, Hong Chen immediately mobilized his spiritual energy to break through to a 5-star warrior. But this time he was too heavily injured, and it took him 4 days of recovery at home before he went out again to provoke Sun Xiaochuan. On May 18, Hong Chen broke through to a 6-star warrior. His progress was simply astonishing. Sun Xiaochuan also broke through to a 7-star warrior. He had the indestructible body of the Great Sun, and with an A-grade talent, if he practiced diligently, he would have probably broken through to a 9-star warrior long ago. By the end of May, Hong Chen successfully broke through to a 7-star warrior, already on the same level as Sun Xiaochuan. This was the 7th time Hong Chen came to Sun Xiaochuan's doorstep, the 7th time provoking him. This time, however, Sun Xiaochuan changed his previous attitude. Upon seeing Hong Chen, he immediately opened the door, knelt down, and cried, "Brother, I was wrong." This sudden change left Hong Chen stunned. "What are you doing? Get up and hit me." "My brother, how could I dare to hit you? The more I hit you, the stronger you become. You were originally just a 4-star warrior," Sun Xiaochuan said in fear, "but after I hit you a few times, you broke through to a 7-star warrior. If I keep hitting you, you'll become a god." This kid wasn't completely foolish. He actually guessed that Hong Chen was using him to elevate his own level, which made Hong Chen feel a bit helpless. "You useless thing." Hong Chen grabbed Sun Xiaochuan by the collar and said fiercely, "I want you to keep hitting me." Sun Xiaochuan, on the verge of tears, said, "If I keep hitting you, won't your level be higher than mine in the future? Will you hit me back?" Hong Chen did indeed have this thought. After all, he had been hit by Sun Xiaochuan 6 times, and he naturally felt some resentment. "I have never had such a despicable thought," Hong Chen said sternly. "You helped me train, how could I possibly repay kindness with malice? Do you think I'm a petty person who kills the donkey after the grind?" After saying this, not only did Sun Xiaochuan not believe him, but Hong Chen himself didn't believe it either, and the atmosphere fell into silence, both feeling a bit awkward. Seeing this, Hong Chen raised his fist and punched Sun Xiaochuan's chubby face. "I told you to hit me. If you don't hit me, I'll hit you." Under Hong Chen's intimidation, Sun Xiaochuan had no choice but to hit back, asking while he hit, "Brother, is this strength okay? Did you not eat?" Hong Chen scolded, then warned, "Don't let me find out you bullying Huanuan, or I'll punch your pig head to pieces." As long as a person feels fear, they will have reservations when doing things. Sun Xiaochuan was like this. Even though Hong Chen warned him repeatedly, he still didn't dare to use his full strength when he struck. Hong Chen endured dozens of punches, only receiving 3 breaths of spiritual energy. He pushed Sun Xiaochuan away and impatiently shouted, "Are you doing this on purpose? I told you to hit harder." "I can't," Sun Xiaochuan said in a fearful tone. "The harder I hit you now, the harder you will hit me in the future." Hong Chen was truly speechless, frustrated by his lack of ambition. "You're too cowardly. Are you even a man? I'm giving you 2 choices. The first is to hit me with all your strength until I'm satisfied. The second is to give me the unyielding body of the Great Sun, and we'll settle our grievances." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaochuan hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and took out the unyielding body of the Great Sun, saying, "You better keep your word." Hong Chen was stunned. Such a precious technique. He thought Sun Xiaochuan wouldn't agree, so he intended to use this to provoke him into continuing to hit him. But he didn't expect Sun Xiaochuan to make such an inhumane choice, completely beyond Hong Chen's expectations. Is this a choice a person can make? Sun Xiaochuan looked miserable and said, "Back then, if you hadn't forced me to buy it quickly from the old beggar, I wouldn't have bought this technique. I'm just not cut out for cultivation. This technique is yours. But as men, we must keep our word. You can't retaliate against me in the future."
Hong Chen really wanted to hit Sun Xiaochuan, but he also wanted the unyielding body of the great sun, so he was conflicted.
Can we do it this way?
Hong Chen proposed a win-win solution. I'll hit you first, then you give me the unyielding body of the great sun, and I promise I won't hit you again.
Do you hear yourself? Sun Xiaochuan's face twitched as he said, I've given you the technique. How can you still hit me? Fine then.
In the end, Hong Chen took the unyielding body of the great sun, although he could go back on his word and hit Sun Xiaochuan after receiving it. Keeping one's word and honoring promises is the most basic principle
of being a person.
Hong Chen rolled up the unyielding body of the great sun and put it in his pocket. Although he felt a bit disgusted that he couldn't give Sun Xiaochuan a good beating, he had obtained the unyielding body of the great sun, so he
didn't feel like he had lost out.
Then he warned Sun Xiaochuan, even though I said I wouldn't hit you, if you do anything illegal in the future, don't blame me for not keeping my word. This was actually to scare Sun Xiaochuan. He was worried that after Sun Xiaochuan received his promise, he would become emboldened and continue to harassing Huan. I understand. Sun Xiaochuan lowered his head, looking like a good boy, and left without saying a word. Hong Chen had just been hit by Sun Xiaochuan
dozens of times but only gained a few breaths of spiritual energy.
On his way home, he began to check the contents of the unyielding body of the great sun. The unyielding body of the great sun is a Buddhist technique.
When cultivated to perfection, it can manifest the Dharma form of the great sun Buddha and possess the divine power of an indestructible golden body.
However, those who cultivate the unyielding body of the great sun must uphold precepts, meaning they cannot eat meat or engage
in sexual activities, and even rewarding themselves is not allowed.
If any of these rules are violated, the cultivator's cultivation level and realm will decline, and the more often they violate the rules, the faster and more significantly their cultivation will drop. Hong Chen instantly understood. No wonder Sun Xiaochuan, with his A-grade talent, was only at the level of a 7-star warrior now. Even if he was a lazy dog, with the cultivation speed of the unyielding body of the great sun, he should at least reach the level of a 9-star warrior. This guy must often break the precepts, which is why he is only at the level of a 7-star warrior now. Sun Xiaochuan is a fat guy, and fat people tend to be greedy for food, so making him not eat meat would be worse than killing him. Therefore, when Hong Chen proposed that condition, Sun Xiaochuan hesitated for a moment but readily agreed. Cultivating the great sun indestructible body requires strict adherence to precepts, and Hong Chen, being someone who enjoys meat, also planned to get married and have children, so he was not prepared to practice this technique. Moreover, the 8-9 profound art is also a top-tier technique, making it unnecessary to cultivate the great sun indestructible body. He decided to keep this technique for future use, as it might come in handy later. The next day, Hong Chen went to the martial arts gym, where he paid for a sparring partner. However, the sparring partners here were only responsible for training guests in martial skills, and there were rules in the gym that prohibited harming guests, otherwise, they would incur a penalty. Even though Hong Chen said 100 times, it's fine, you can hit me, go ahead and hit me, I won't blame you, the sparring partner still dared not use full strength. Every time a punch was about to land on Hong Chen, he always instinctively pulled back. This was a habit formed over years of being a sparring partner, and the guy couldn't change it. Hong Chen had to give up on the idea of getting hit in the gym. After returning home, he tried hitting himself again, but he still couldn't gather any spiritual energy. This divine ability was called growing stronger with each battle, and of course, one needed to fight against others to gain spiritual energy. Hitting oneself would have no effect.
Hong Chen had two enemies. One was Sun Xiaochuan, and the other was Long Outyan. Long Outyan's family had some influence. His father, Long Yuantian, was a big shot who operated in both the underworld and the upper world in Zhenghuai province. Previously, Hong Chen had punched Long Outyan away, and that guy hadn't sought revenge, probably due to Hong Sen's reputation. So, even though Hong Chen had beaten Long Outyan, Long Yuantian hadn't come to retaliate. But now that Hong Sen was dead, Hong Chen had lost his backing, and Long Outyan and Long Yuantian should no longer have any reservations. After all, he had humiliated Lu Ruyan in front of Long Outyan and had even sent him to the hospital with a punch. If Long Outyan didn't hate him, Hong Chen himself didn't believe it. That guy's level of hatred towards him should be even higher than Sun Xiaochuan's. However, he didn't know where Long Outyan was, so Hong Chen could only call Uncle Wang, subtly inquiring about Long Outyan's family location. Uncle Wang told Hong Chen that Long Outyan's family owned dozens of properties, and he didn't know which house he would be living in. Hong Chen asked some classmates, but received no information either. Just when he was about to give up, he suddenly received a phone call. It was from his high school homeroom teacher, informing him that due to the college entrance examination at the end of July, all students who turned 18 had to go to school to fill out information and collect their admission tickets. This was a good opportunity. Long Outyen would also be going to school tomorrow, and Hong Chen might be able to find him. With this in mind, Hong Chen made up his mind, sat cross-legged on his bed, and began to meditate and gather energy. In just 4.5 hours, Hong Chen refined a breath of spiritual energy. Previously, it had taken him 5 hours to refine a breath of spiritual energy. As he gradually became more proficient in the 8-9 profound art, Hong Chen's speed of gathering spiritual energy also increased. Now it took 4.5 hours, but in the future, the speed of gathering spiritual energy would definitely be even faster. May 31st, 2 months remain until the college entrance examination. Today is Friday, and the school is closed for the day. Hong Lan and Hong Hu are both at home. Hong Chen rides his little electric scooter to Zhenghuai High School, where he used to study. It has been 2 months since the last talent assessment, and so much has happened in those 2 months for Hong Chen. He was tested to have an F-level fire talent, broke up with Lu Ruyan, lost his parents suddenly, and witnessed his uncles fighting over the family inheritance, all while seeking help from the Dai mansion. The last time he came to Zhenghuai High School, he was with Xiao Xiao for the talent assessment. And he was still a carefree boy back then. Although only 2 months have passed, it feels like a long time, as if it has been 10,000 years. When Hong Chen arrived at the school, many people were already there, and he saw some familiar faces, classmates from elementary and middle school. In the past, when these people saw him, they would come over to greet him and call him brother. But ever since his father passed away, the warmth has faded. And no one is willing to acknowledge him. Hong Chen went to the office and filled out his personal information. The homeroom teacher entered the information into the computer and printed out an admission ticket for Hong Chen. Then the homeroom teacher reminded him, "Don't lose your admission ticket, getting a replacement is very troublesome." Looking at the now thinner Hong Chen, the homeroom teacher added, "I've heard about your parents, a man should be strong. You will surely overcome the challenges ahead. If your parents were aware from beyond, they would surely feel comforted." Hong Chen took the admission ticket, forced a smile, revealing a very fake grin, and said, "Thank you, teacher, I'm fine now." A teacher next to the homeroom teacher, seeing Hong Chen leave the office, asked, "Is he the son of Hong's son?" Watching Hong Chen's departing figure, the homeroom teacher nodded with a smile, "Yes. He is Hong Sen's son, a principled and just student, but he did cause me quite a bit of trouble back in the day." As Hong Chen exited the office, he was about to look for Long Outyen when 4 classmates approached him. Without saying a word, they forcibly grabbed Hong Chen's limbs and quickly headed towards the playground. Realizing something was off, Hong Chen struggled hard, trying to break free from their grip. However, all 4 were 8-star warriors, and the difference in their levels made it impossible for Hong Chen to escape. He could only let them carry him to the playground. The playground was filled with many students, and the 4 threw Hong Chen down in front of 2 people. Hong Chen looked up, and the 2 in front of him were Long Outyen and Lu Ruyan. After 2 months, Long Outyen had become a 9-star warrior, while Lu Ruyan was only a 6-star warrior. The 4 held Hong Chen's hands and feet, leaving him unable to move anything but his head. Long Outyen stepped on Hong Chen's head, forcefully pressing it to the ground, and leaned down to ask, "Did you enjoy hitting me last time?" Hong Chen tried to move his head, but with Long Outyen's foot firmly on it, he couldn't move at all. Seeing the impending fight, the surrounding students quickly gathered around, and Hong Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Using all his strength to try to break free, but all he received in return was even more forceful restraint. Long Outyen, stepping on Hong Chen's head, called out to the onlookers, "This student is Hong Chen, the son of the former deputy director of the Security Bureau. I heard rumors that Hong Chen has an F-level talent. I'm here to clarify." Long Outyen cleared his throat and said even louder, "This is not a rumor." A classmate named Zhai Fei, seeing Hong Chen being bullied, stepped forward and said, "This is school, what do you want to do?" Long Outyen shouted, "Hong Chen used to rely on his father being the deputy director and once beat me into the hospital at Qing'an Square. Then the people from the Security Bureau came, and Hong Chen used his father's connections to forcibly imprison my girlfriend on baseless charges." Long Outyen said fiercely, "If there's a grudge, I'll repay it. If there's a feud, I'll take revenge. I'm here for revenge today. Whoever dares to stop me today, I'll fight them." Lu Ruyan put on a pitiful look and maliciously framed him, saying, "I was Hong Chen's ex-girlfriend. He beat me every day, and I couldn't take it anymore, so I wanted to break up with him." Not only did he refuse, but he also intensified the beatings. When Long Outyen learned that I was being bullied by Hong Chen, he took me to Qing'an Square to confront him. Hong Chen couldn't argue with Long Outyen, so in a fit of rage, he sneak-attacked Long Outyen, and in the end, the Security Bureau people locked me up. Upon hearing such slander, Hong Chen wanted to speak, but with his face pressed to the ground by Long Outyen's foot, he could only make muffled sounds. The last time the 2 were at Qing'an Square, it was clearly Lu Ruyan who came to provoke trouble first. He
hadn't laid a hand on them at that time, only making sarcastic remarks.
Then Long Outyen couldn't help but attack him first, and he could only defend himself, knocking him out with a punch. Moreover, Lu Ruyan was detained
for 15 days, clearly because she was the one causing trouble. Yet, in the mouths of Long Outyen and Lu Ruyan, he became a bully, a powerful second-generation official who acted with impunity.
You're slandering him. Hong Chen is not that kind of person.
He and I are classmates, he has never bullied us, and when I was bullied by Sun Xiaochuan, Hong Chen even helped me. Hua Fei looked around at his classmates and pleaded, everyone, please.
Lend a hand, let's rescue Hong Chen together.
No one responded, and only Hua Fei stood there, somewhat confused, because among the onlookers, there were a few who had once received Hong Chen's kindness.
Hua Fei looked at them. His face filled with anger, and spoke again. Hong Chen is being bullied and framed, you should say something.
The few lowered their heads and remained silent. If Hong Sen hadn't died, they would have helped Hong Chen. But since Hong Sen was already dead, there was no need to offend Long Outyen for Hong Chen's sake. Seeing that Hua Fei still wanted to speak, Long Outyen kicked him, sending him flying dozens of meters away.
Hua Fei was only a
5-star martial artist, and facing the kick of a 9-star martial artist like Long Outyen, he fainted on the spot.
Long Outyen walked up to Hong Chen, squatted down, and said softly, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. When you hit me back then, you didn't expect this outcome, did you? You're nothing but a piece of shit gentleman.
Hong Chen shouted in anger, lifting his head with all his might, you're a piece of shit gentleman.
Long Outyen stepped on Hong Chen's back with all his strength.
Fortunately, Hong Chen had eliminated a negative influence and his physique had been tempered, otherwise, this kick would have surely seriously injured him.
Long Outyen was a bit shocked. Despite using all his strength, he had not managed to seriously injure Hong Chen with a single kick. Among the onlookers, there were some good-hearted people who, upon seeing the blood trickling from the corner of Hong Chen's mouth, immediately spoke up. Although Hong Chen has harmed you before, his parents just passed away not long ago. Isn't it a bit excessive to bully him like this? Hearing this, Long Outyen glared fiercely at the speaker and said, you saintly fool, shut up. When I was being beaten by Hong Chen, why didn't you say anything?
The speaker, upon hearing this, shrank back and dared not retort.
Long Outyen stood on his left foot, while his right foot forcefully stomped on Hong Chen's back, cursing, you damned unlucky thing, just like your dead parents. Hong Chen was about to speak, but before he could, a muffled groan escaped his throat, followed by a spray of blood. You slander me. Hong Chen managed to utter a sentence with great difficulty, but due to the blood in his mouth, the onlookers could not hear him clearly. Only Long Outyen, who was closest, understood. Not wanting Hong Chen to say too much, he kicked Hong Chen's side again. This kick was powerful, breaking several of Hong Chen's ribs. He endured the pain, trying hard not to let anyone hear his pitiful groans. You've got some spirit. Long Outyen saw this and gathered all his strength to kick Hong Chen in the face. His head spun as if the world was turning upside down, yet Hong Chen still kept his mouth shut, though blood flowed from his nose, eyes, and ears. Long Outyen kicked him twice more, but Hong Chen gritted his teeth, unwilling to let out a cry of anguish. Enough already. The surrounding people, unable to bear the sight, spoke out, Hong Chen hit you before, but you've already hit him back. Isn't that enough? You think just because you say it's enough, it counts? Long Outyen rushed over, grabbing the speaker by the collar, his eyes blazing with fury. Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? The speaker, showing some backbone, retorted, what? Just because I can't stand it, I can't say anything? Long Outyen threatened in a low voice, do you want to end up like Hong Chen? The speaker glanced at Hong Chen, his face turning pale. He opened his mouth but ultimately dared not make a sound. Long Outyen squatted down again, grabbing Hong Chen's hair. Weren't you so cocky before? Why aren't you talking now? Hong Chen, bleeding from all 7 orifices, had a stubborn look in his eyes, but he said nothing, instead spitting a mouthful of blood onto Long Outyen's face. I want to tell everyone something. Long Outyen wiped the blood from his face, flinging Hong Chen's hair away as he slowly stood up. Don't think just because Hong Chen's dad is the deputy director of the security bureau that he is a good person with a sense of justice. I've heard that Hong Chen's dad was secretly executed by the higher-ups for corruption and bullying. His father was a wicked man during his life, and he deserved to die. Hong Sen was harmed by an evil cultivator, but since they had not caught the culprit, the security bureau had temporarily withheld the announcement to stabilize public sentiment, planning to issue an obituary at a more appropriate time. But in Long Outyen's mouth, a deputy director who died in the line of duty had turned into an unforgivable villain. The cause of Hong Sen's death was a mystery, and upon hearing such baseless rumors, the crowd began to murmur.
Upon hearing the last two words from Long Outyen, Hong Chen, who was already on the brink of death, suddenly began to tremble. The four people holding him down pressed even harder, but their bodies also began to shake. I won't allow you. Slander my dad. Hong Chen, with his head pressed to the ground, slowly lifted it up, his face covered in blood and dirt. With rage soaring, I, Long, raised my head. Looking at Hong Chen's fierce and angry face, Long Outyen's hair stood on end, as if being stared at by a fierce tiger, and he instinctively took a step back. Hold him down harder. Long Outyen shouted to the four, you are all 8 stars, and he is just 7 stars. 8-star warrior. The mirror was shattered. No one expected that at this moment Hong Chen would actually shatter the mirror. The four were sweating profusely, saying, we can't hold this kid down. He just broke through to 8-star warrior, but he has such great strength that we can't restrain him at all. Hong Chen supported himself with both hands on the ground, gradually lifting his upper body. You dare to speak of my dad? You're dead. You all hurry and hold him down. Long Outyen was so scared that he took a few steps back. Hong Chen's body trembled, and the four who were trying to hold him down were immediately thrown out. In the next moment, Hong Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of Long Outyen, his realm also breaking through to 9-star warrior. You go die. Accompanied by a roar, Hong Chen unleashed a furious punch. Back when they were both 1-star warriors, Hong Chen didn't use all his strength, and a single punch could heavily injure and knock Long Outyen unconscious. Now, both were 9-star warriors, and Hong Chen had also eliminated a negative number, making his strength surpass that of an ordinary 9-star warrior. As long as this punch hit Long Outyen, even if he miraculously didn't die, he would likely have his bones shattered and become a cripple. Suddenly, a man in black appeared behind Long Outyen, yanking his collar and forcefully pulling him back several positions. Hong Chen's powerful punch was about to hit Long Outyen, but the distance between his fist and Long Outyen suddenly became greater and greater. Not only did he fail to hit Long Outyen with this punch, but due to excessive force, he fell to the ground. Hong Chen also slid forward for more than 10 meters due to inertia, leaving a trail of blood on the playground. Long Outyen, frightened, patted his chest, and seeing Hong Chen fall and unable to get up, he felt relieved and smiled at the man in black, saying, thank you, Brother Lu. It's my duty. The man in black was a bodyguard hired by Long Yuantian, a 1-star martial spirit. After Long Outyen was beaten up by Hong Chen last time, Long Yuantian hired this man to protect his troublemaking son. Hong Chen was breathing less and less, already in critical condition, and could die at any moment. He had just been beaten by Long Outyen. And although he had forcibly broken through to 9-star warrior, his body was already at its limit. If it weren't for Long Outyen's slandering Hong Chen, he wouldn't have had the strength to fight back at all. Looking at the dying Hong Chen, Long Outyen felt no fear. Hong Chen was already dead, and even if he killed Hong Chen, his father would only have to pay some money. It was a simple matter to settle, and he had caused deaths before, but wasn't he still fine now? The anger in Hong Chen's eyes had vanished. He felt the sounds around him growing fainter, gradually unable to hear the discussions of those around him. It seemed the whole world had gone quiet. In the vast Zhenghuai High School, only a few mournful cicada cries and his own weak breathing could be heard. The scene before him gradually became blurry, and Hong Chen seemed to see his parents standing ahead, smiling at him. Are you here to take me home? The corners of Hong Chen's mouth moved, and his body seemed to be getting lighter. Hong Chen, don't sleep. Wake up. Hong Chen, wake up quickly. A sudden anxious female voice broke through his gradually deafening ears. Hong Chen struggled to open his eyes, wanting to see who it was who was there to send him off on his last journey. Is it Xiao Xiao? Or Su Firen? Or Ing Huan Huan? Hong Chen smelled a fragrance, then felt something warm at his lips, a soft object pressed against them. His throat suddenly felt a bit itchy, and he uncomfortably swallowed. Before long, the voice in his ears became clearer. This voice was so familiar, it should be someone he knew. Hong Chen's eyes slowly focused, and the scene before him gradually became clear. He saw himself being held in the arms of a woman. He raised his head to get a better look at the woman's face, and the first thing that caught his eye was a delicate, slightly pointed chin. Then a fair, slender hand brushed over his eyes, gently wiping the blood from his face. A ponytail swayed in the wind, falling down to the woman's chest. It was a face with sharp brows and bright eyes, full of vigor. But at that moment, on this strikingly beautiful face, only worry and overwhelming anger remained. Su Firen wiped the blood from her lips and slowly stood up. Looking at the heroic woman descending from the sky, Long Outyen frowned and asked, Who are you? You don't need to care who I am.
Su Firen's right hand formed a loose grip, and a silver spear appeared in her hand. You just need to know, you are going to die. Su Firen's words were calm, but everyone could hear the hatred and the anger that wished for a quick kill in her voice. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from Su Firen, Long Outyen retreated behind the burly man in black, shouting, Hongchen hit me first, I'm just a gentleman seeking revenge. Su Firen couldn't be bothered to listen to a single word. She stepped forward with her left foot, thrusting the silver spear forward, aiming directly at Long Outyen's throat. As a bodyguard, the burly man in black would certainly not let Su Firen have her way. He swung his arm vigorously, forcefully deflecting the incoming silver spear. The force of this thrust was immense, causing the burly man to feel numbness in his arm. He shook his arm in shock, staring at Su Firen, wondering how this little girl, clearly just a 7-star martial master, could possess such strength that rivaled his own. The moment the silver spear was deflected, Su Firen's body also tilted to the left, but having practiced horse stance since childhood, her lower body was extremely stable. With just a slight push of her left foot, she firmly stood her ground. The two exchanged a single move and quickly gauged each other's depth. The burly man in black did not dare to underestimate the little girl before him. He immediately circulated his internal energy, his arms swelling, bursting through the black sleeves he wore, revealing rock-like arms of a dark yellow hue. The burly man's arms were covered in thick, hard rock, with every muscle appearing sharply defined and exceptionally solid. This man had an earth affinity. Su Firen frowned. Earth affinity was particularly effective against sharp weapons like swords, spears, daggers, and arrows. But Su Firen showed no hesitation, gripping the silver spear tightly and suddenly swinging it forward. Although it was clearly daytime, a crescent silver arc suddenly burst forth before the onlookers, the silver spear tip tracing a curved trajectory in the air. The burly man reached out to grab the silver spear, but Su Firen, seeing this, increased her strength, striking down on his head with the spear before he could grasp it. The burly man's hands were still suspended in midair above his head, and drops of blood fell from his scalp to the ground. Su Firen quickly withdrew the silver spear, and while the burly man was dazed from the blow to his head, she hurriedly gripped the spear with her left hand and braced the tail with her right, thrusting it forward with all her might. The spear tip pierced through the air, the sound of slicing wind echoing like a dragon's roar. The burly man gathered all his internal energy, stepping back with his right foot while crossing his arms to protect his chest. With a loud clang, the spear tip collided with his rocky arms, instantly sending sparks flying. A powerful shockwave radiated from the spear tip, causing the onlookers to stagger back a few steps. Su Firen's hands gripping the silver spear also trembled slightly from the impact, her arms feeling somewhat weakened. The burly man was not faring any better. The tremendous force traveled through his arms and spread throughout his body, and he nearly spat out blood, but he forced it back down. After one thrust, Su Firen followed up with another, the spear tip piercing through the air like a dragon breaking through the clouds, creating a wave of energy as it aimed for the burly man's chest. After taking one blow, the burly man was already internally injured. Faced with Su Firen's second thrust, he no longer braced himself but instead tried to dodge to the side. He was afraid. Unable to withstand it, he wanted to evade. Su Firen did not give him that opportunity. Seizing the moment, she changed the spear's momentum, and the silver spear leaped like a white dragon from the sea, cleaving down towards the burly man. The burly man, being an earth-type martial artist, focused on defense and had no advantage in speed. Su Firen wielded the silver spear, the tip slashing from the burly man's right shoulder diagonally towards his left waist, leaving a deep, bloody mark. The man in black knelt on the ground, his chest torn open, a large amount of blood mixed with steaming entrails flowing onto the ground. Su Firen coldly glanced at the man in black, then raised his spear with one hand and silently turned away. Long Outyen sensed the danger and had already fled to the outskirts of the crowd. Su Firen's figure shot up into the air, instantly blocking Long Outyen's path. You can't kill me, my dad is Long Yuantian. Long Outyen, terrified, collapsed to the ground, screaming in fear. If my dad finds out you killed me, he will definitely not let you go. He will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. He will kill your entire family. Kill my family? Su Firen let out a cold laugh and said, if I kill you in public right now, when your dad finds out, he will have to come and apologize to me. Do you believe that? Long Outyen, supporting himself on the ground, his face filled with fear and terror, asked, who exactly are you? Seeing Su Firen remain silent, Long Outyen hurriedly knelt on both knees, begging, please, don't kill me, I know I was wrong. You don't know you were wrong, Su Firen replied coldly, you only know you're about to die. As long as you don't kill me, I can give you money, whatever amount you want, my dad will give it to you, just don't kill me. Long Outyen begged while knocking his head on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face, blood staining the playground from where he hit his head. Su Firen gripped his silver spear, thrusting it forward, ready to pierce Long Outyen through. An emaciated old man floated over, pinching the tip of Su Firen's spear with 2 fingers, advising, killing is just a matter of a head hitting the ground. There's no need to take it too seriously. The students watching shouted, Principal, you finally came. Su Firen's face was cold. Killing is just a matter of a head hitting the ground, that's a nice way to put it. But where were you when Hong Chen was just bullied? I didn't know about that before, the emaciated old man replied, then added, if you have personal grudges, you can resolve them outside, but as long as you're at Jianghua High School, I have to intervene. The school is a sacred place for teaching and nurturing, it's a place for learning, not for killing. I hope you can understand my predicament. Su Firen chuckled and asked, let me ask you one thing, if I were to kill Hong Chen instead of Long Outyen, would you stop me? Of course. The emaciated old man nodded, his tone leaving no room for doubt. I received a report from a student saying Long Outyen wants to kill Hong Chen, so I came here. I originally came to save Hong Chen, but I didn't expect this situation. The student who reported to the emaciated old man was Jai Fei. He had quickly regained consciousness after being knocked out by Long Outyen, but due to the crowd blocking his view, he couldn't see what was happening inside and had to limp to the office to ask the emaciated old man to rescue Hong Chen. The emaciated old man looked at the weak Hong Chen and said, although Hong Chen took the pill, his condition doesn't look good, we need to get him to the hospital quickly, so let's not waste time. Alright. Su Firen gritted his teeth and had to agree. The emaciated old man could pinch his spear with 2 fingers, indicating he was at the peak of martial spirit, and he had no chance to kill Long Outyen under his watch. Jianghua Hospital. Seeing a doctor walk out of the emergency room, Su Firen hurriedly approached and asked, how is my friend's condition? The doctor said, he is no longer in critical condition. Fortunately, you fed him the elixir in time. Otherwise, he might have died. This kid's body is different from ordinary people, his injuries are healing very quickly, and after taking the healing elixir, he should be able to be discharged in a few days. By the way, the doctor looked at Su Firen and asked, what elixir did you give him that could save a dying person? The efficacy is simply astonishing, I've never seen anything like it in my life. Hearing this, Su Firen finally felt relieved and replied, I gave him the Xiao Luobao Dan. It's actually the Xiao Luobao Dan, the legendary elixir that can bring the dead back to life. The doctor was shocked and continued, that makes sense. The Xiao Luobao Dan is said to be a divine elixir, 1 pill can be exchanged for a building and it's priceless. Su Firen was not in the mood for idle chatter and quickly ran into the ward. Hong Chen had already woken up, his face very pale, looking like he had just recovered from a serious illness. So it's you, Hong Chen, said weakly with a smile upon seeing Su Firen enter the ward. In his moment of crisis, the woman who held him in her arms was actually her. Su Firen asked with concern, how do you feel? It hurts a lot, Hong Chen said with a bitter smile. It feels like my body is splitting apart, everything hurts. Su Firen joked, why is it that every time I see you, you look so disheveled? I must be hated. Hong Chen self-deprecatingly smiled and said, I used to enjoy the shade under the big tree, living a carefree life every day, but now that the tree has fallen, the monkeys have scattered, so I'm suffering the backlash. Su Firen fell silent upon hearing this, losing both parents at a young age, with no one to protect him. The road ahead was certainly not easy. Hong Chen shifted slightly, leaning against the hospital bed, and asked, how did you end up at Jianghua High School looking for me? Su Firen explained, I first went to your house, and Hong Lan said you were at Jianghua High School, so I took a taxi over. That's not what I meant, it's my fault for just waking up and my mind still being unclear. Hong Chen asked more specifically, I meant to ask how you came back to Jianghua province? Su Firen, hearing this, awkwardly turned his head to one side, pretending to look at the scenery outside the window, then said, I came here to travel. Hong Chen laughed and asked, the college entrance examination is coming up soon, you still have the mood to travel around? Su Firen had already guessed that Hong Chen would ask this and recited the excuse he had prepared. I broke through to a 7-star martial master a few days ago, and my grandfather told me to balance work and rest, so I came out to travel. Hong Chen had been beaten up by Long Outyen but, due to misfortune, gained a lot of spiritual energy, making a leap from a 7-star martial artist to a 9-star martial artist. Thank you so much today, Hong Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude, adding, my injuries are too severe right now, otherwise I would have to bow to you twice to properly thank you for saving my life. You don't need to be so polite, Su Firen smiled and said, if you really appreciate me, when you recover, accompany me to see the sights around Jianghua province. Our Jianghua province is such a poor and remote place, it really can't compare to your Jiangnan province. Coming here to travel is like coming to the wrong place. Hong Chen joked again. You're talking nonsense. Su Firen said, Jianghua province has many fun attractions like Zhouhua Tianzushan, Det, and Shaoshushan, Faitsui Swan Lake, Zilong Academy. Hong Chen laughed. These are just to fool you. Tourists from outside, we locals never go there. I don't believe it. Su Firan huffed, suddenly remembering something, and asked, should we tell Hong Lan and Hong Hu? What's the point of telling them? Hong Chen sighed and said, I'm injured. So badly, it's better not to let them worry. Su Firan nodded and said, I'll give her a call later, make up some excuse, and tell Hong Lan that you won't be coming home for the next couple of days. My sister is very smart, you'd better come. Up with a believable reason. After finishing his sentence, Hong Chen asked, the doctor said that if you hadn't fed me that powerful elixir, I would have been in grave danger. What kind of elixir was it? It must be quite valuable, right? How much? Does it cost? Are you trying to give me money? Su Firan couldn't help but laugh. I advise you to stop thinking about it. Even if you sold yourself, you wouldn't be able to gather that much money. Hong Chen actually knew that it must be an invaluable elixir, otherwise the doctor wouldn't have said that at the time. When the topic of the elixir came up, Hong Chen remembered, how did you feed me the elixir? I felt a bit strange. At that time, Hong Chen first smelled a fragrance, felt a warmth at the corner of his mouth, and then something soft pressed against his lips. Hearing this, Su Firan's face turned bright red. I just pried your mouth open and put the elixir in. How could he swallow the elixir when he was constantly spitting out blood? Hong Chen was a bit skeptical and asked again, then why did my throat feel itchy when I swallowed the medicine? How would I know? Su Firan's face turned even redder. Seeing Su Firan's embarrassment, Hong Chen stopped joking and expressed his gratitude again. Thank you so much today. If you ever need anything in the future, just ask. You should focus on improving your own strength. Su Firan lowered her head and said with guilt, I originally wanted to help you take revenge, but I couldn't succeed. Thank you for your kindness, but this revenge, I will take care of myself. Hong Chen's right hand, resting on the hospital bed, tightly gripped the sheets. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone calm, but as soon as he finished speaking, he coughed violently, spitting out a bit of blood. Su Firan, seeing this, looked worried and said, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. You should take care of your health first. Don't get angry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Hong Chen pressed his lips together and nodded heavily, as if he had made up his mind. Hong Chen only stayed in the hospital for 2.5 days and was discharged on Tuesday morning. Due to his remarkable recovery speed and having taken the Shaoluo Bao Dan, all his wounds had healed. Although his external injuries were fine, the more serious internal injuries had not yet recovered, but it didn't affect Hong Chen's meditation and breathing exercises. After 3 more days of meditation, his body was about 70 to 80% healed, and it no longer affected his ability to walk or run. The life-threatening injuries had basically healed in just 5 days. During these days, Su Firan stayed at Hong Chen's house, claiming it was to protect him from Long Aotian's attempts to eliminate him completely. Su Firan was a very diligent person. Like Hong Chen, she practiced almost every day. She had been practicing martial arts since she was 4, started school at 6, and for all these years, aside from studying, she had been training, and after turning 18, she added meditation to her routine. With such a monk-like schedule, Hong Chen felt he definitely couldn't keep up. But Su Firan said that the children of the De family lived almost the same way as she did. Hong Chen realized that this might be the difference between noble families and ordinary people. June 5, 5025, early morning. Hong Chen rummaged through the wardrobe and found his diary. In fact, he could have flipped to the 5th page on May 31, but Hong Chen was hospitalized at that time, and after returning home, he lay down for a few days. It wasn't until today that he had time to check the diary. May 31, 5025, Su Firan came again. This time she came to Jianghuai province for tourism. Since she helped me so much last time, I simply recommended myself as her tour guide, and she didn't refuse. I made a travel guide after returning home. June 1, 5025, Jianghuai province has many famous scenic spots. I first took Su Firan to Jiuhua Tianzhushan. The scenery here is beautiful, but climbing the mountain is too tiring. Su Firan is an 8-star martial artist, so she naturally wouldn't feel tired, but she didn't wait for me and even complained that I was holding her back. This woman's personality is simply too terrible. Whoever marries her will definitely not have a good life in the future. June 2, 5025, because I haven't exercised for a long time, my legs are sore and swollen. This is a side effect of climbing the mountain, so I decided not to climb today. I took Su Firan to Emerald Swan Lake. I rowed a boat with her, but due to poor coordination, I almost fell into the lake. Su Firan laughed when she saw this, but she looks very beautiful when she laughs, and I felt a bit moved. June 3, 5025, today while we were out, Su Firan opened her heart to me. She has been cultivating since she was young, and this is her first time traveling. She said she was really happy. And that this was a scenery in life she had never seen before. June 5, 2025. In the past 2 days, we went to D in Shaoxushan and Zilong Academy. I was really exhausted, I didn't even have the energy to walk. Su Firen noticed that I was very tired and suggested we go home to rest. For a few days. June 6, 2025. Uncle Xiao, who disappeared for 2 months, is actually alive. But he lost an arm and handed me a piece of pitch black jade, which is a relic left by my dad. June 7, 2025. My intuition tells me that the origin of this pitch black jade piece might not be simple. My dad and his group were chased by evil cultivators, possibly because of this pitch black jade piece. June 8, 2025. Today I searched online for information about the pitch black jade piece, but I accidentally saw a post that said the legendary Tianjie treasure requires blood to recognize its master. A bold idea suddenly emerged in my mind. June 9, 2025. I learned about the origin of the pitch black jade piece. It turns out this is a sacred object of the sky-eating demon sect. No wonder my dad and his group were chased by evil cultivators. June 10, 2025. I found Uncle Xiao and asked him again. He still deliberately evaded my questions. After I mentioned the origin of the pitch black jade piece, he realized he couldn't hide it anymore and finally told me everything. June 11, 2025. Today school is on break and Honglan, Honghu, and Shaoxian's high school life has come to an end. Since they won't be testing their talents until next year, the three can only stay home and wait for death. I asked Honglan to accompany Su Firen on her travels, but Su Firen wanted me to go with her. June 12, 2025. Today I traveled with Su Firen. She said I was a nice person and that it would have been great if my dad hadn't called off the engagement back then. It turns out she is my fiancée. I actually got it wrong before. June 13, 2025. Uncle Xiao sold the house and took Xiaoxian to Zhangzhou. He probably went to find Xiao Xiao. June 14, 2025. Last night I had an incredibly realistic dream. If the person in the dream wasn't lying, this might be my best chance to turn my life around and change my fate. Seeing the information in the diary, Hongchen felt a bit of a headache due to the overwhelming amount of information. If Su Firen is indeed his fiancée who was called off, then who is Su Wanwan, whom he met at Dei Mansion? If Su Wanwan is not his fiancée, why did she mock him at that time? Was she helping Su Firen stand up for herself? Moreover, Uncle Xiao actually didn't die and even gave me a piece of pitch black jade, but that piece of jade is a sacred object of the sky-eating demon sect. So that evil cultivator didn't just happen to pass through Jianghuai province, he came to Jianghuai province specifically to find the pitch black jade. My dad and the others were chased by that evil cultivator because of the pitch black jade. But where did my dad get the pitch black jade? Only Uncle Xiao knows about this, and I can only ask him later. I also had a dream in the end, and in that dream, I saw a person, which gave me an opportunity to change my fate against the heavens. What kind of dream did I have? Why do I feel that I can change my fate just based on a dream? I can't be like Cheng Yaojin, dreaming of an immortal passing on skills while sleeping, and thus learning the 36 axes of Tiangang, right? Right now, Uncle Xiao hasn't returned, and I haven't gotten the pitch black jade, nor have I dreamed. I can only go find Su Firen and clarify the matter about my fiancé. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and Su Firen was staying in the guest room. Hong Chen knocked on the door, and a voice came from inside. Wait a moment. 5 minutes later, Su Firen finally came out of the guest room, her expression not looking good, and she said angrily, "Why did you knock on the door? Just now? I wanted to ask you." Su Firen was in a huff, and although Hong Chen didn't know why she was angry, he was afraid of provoking her. So he changed his words. "I wanted to ask if you want to have a late-night snack? Why are you angry?" Su Firen complained, "I was just about to break through to an 8-star martial master. If you had suddenly barged into the room, I might have lost my focus and failed the breakthrough." Hearing this, Hong Chen felt a bit guilty and clasped his hands together, saying, "I'm very sorry, I didn't know about this. I'll be more careful next time. Anyway, since I successfully broke through, I won't blame you," Su Firen said with a smile, asking, "Are you going to treat me to a late-night snack? What do you want to eat?" Hong Chen handed his phone to Su Firen, who took it and prepared to order takeout. Hong Chen subtly asked, "Is my ex-fiancée Su Wanwan?" Su Firen was taken aback and replied in surprise, "Your family didn't tell you the name of that fiancé? I just found out recently that I have a fiancé. I mentioned it when I saw the old man before." Su Firen looked at Hong Chen seriously and said, "What I mean is, since you recently found out you have a fiancé, didn't you inquire about her name?" "No," Hong Chen scratched his head. "His dad only said he had a fiancé but didn't mention her name. I thought you knew." Su Firan bit her lip, her expression hesitant, and said, Su Wanwan is not your fiancé. Hong Chen pretended not to know and asked knowingly, who is she? You know who it is. Su Firan was both shy and angry, her face flushed as she exclaimed, who else could it be? Hong Chen smiled awkwardly and voiced his confusion, I've already called off the engagement with you, why are you still helping me? Of course, it's because I feel sorry for you, Su Firan said, then added, besides, Grandpa asked me to help you, so I came. It's actually because she feels sorry for me, Hong Chen chuckled bitterly and said, you really have a heart of a bodhisattva. Su Firan asked, since we're talking about it, I'm also curious, why did your dad call off the engagement? Hong Chen recalled what his dad said in the video and explained, because of my mom, hoping that I would live a warm and pure life, not lacking in love and freedom. Seeing that Hong Chen still had the mood to talk about such things, Su Firan asked, is your injury still bothering you? But before Hong Chen could answer, she asked, if it's not bothering you, would you accompany me to travel? Tomorrow is June 6th, and Uncle Xiao is coming back, I have to wait for him and then clarify everything. The day after tomorrow, Hong Chen agreed, I'll accompany you to travel the day after tomorrow. No problem. Su Firan nodded and said, I'll go back to my room and make a plan. After the two agreed, Hong Chen made an awkward request. Can you hit me once? Why would I hit you? Su Firan asked, puzzled and confused. Hong Chen couldn't just say, I'm doing this for training. He had to lie, the matter of the broken engagement must have troubled you and I feel guilty about it. Just hit me once to vent your frustration. When I first heard about this, I was indeed a bit angry. The older brothers and sisters in the mansion often laughed at me about it. But later, I got busy with my training and studies, and gradually stopped caring. After Su Firan finished speaking, she smiled and generously said, so I'll let you off this time. This wouldn't do. Hong Chen refused, saying, no. You must hit me once today to properly vent your feelings. Although Hong Chen insisted strongly, he had just recovered from a serious illness, and Su Firan was reluctant to strike him, fearing she might hurt him. The next day, in the early morning, there was a knock on the door. Hong Chen saw Uncle Xiao, whose delicate face bore 2 new scars, and his right hand was broken, his face covered in stubble, looking quite haggard. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Uncle Xiao took out a piece of black jade and said, this is your father's relic, I'll leave it with you now. The black jade was about 10 centimeters long, 4 centimeters wide, and 1 centimeter thick, and when Hong Chen held it, he felt a chill. He tentatively asked, what is this? Uncle Xiao did not answer, only instructing, just keep it safe. They found my father's body, he recorded a video on his phone before he died. Hong Chen paused and continued, in the video, he told me that this piece of jade is a sacred object of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect. That was all Hong Chen knew. He wanted to probe Uncle Xiao to see if he could extract any information. Uncle Xiao's expression changed immediately, and after a moment he murmured, how could your father tell you that? Saying too much could lead to mistakes. So Hong Chen dared not say more, especially since Uncle Xiao was a wise man. If he spoke too much, he might expose a flaw. Uncle Xiao, half believing, cautiously asked, what did your father say? Hong Chen actually didn't know, as it wasn't written in the diary, but since Uncle Xiao had asked, he felt he had to respond to avoid raising suspicion. You and your group were chased by evil cultivators because of this piece of black jade. Dad told me to make good use of this jade to avenge him in the future. The first half of the sentence was just Hong Chen's guess. The latter half was a lie he fabricated based on Hong Chen's character. Uncle Xiao was silent for a moment before asking, what do you want to know? Hong Chen asked in rapid succession, how did my dad get this piece of black jade? What is this piece of black jade called? What is its function? How should I use this piece of black jade? I can only answer your first question, I don't know about the others, Uncle Xiao replied, then added, I went on a mission with your dad during the Lantern Festival. Do you remember? Hong Chen nodded and said, of course, I remember, both of you were injured when you returned. Seeing this, Uncle Xiao continued, our mission was to hunt down an evil cultivator, and we successfully killed him near the border, then found this piece of jade on him. That evil cultivator was severely injured because of this piece of jade. Your dad and I both sensed that this jade was extraordinary, but we didn't dare to hand it over to Wang Defa, as he would surely pocket it for himself, so we secretly hid it and prepared to investigate its origins. Until this time when we were chased by the evil cultivators, we both guessed it was because of this piece of jade. Your dad told us to run first while he and your mom went to intercept that evil cultivator. Uncle Xiao sighed and continued, your parents died just like that, and your Aunt Lu also died. I narrowly escaped the chase but was severely injured as a result.
After my injury healed, I didn't return home immediately. I was afraid that evil cultivator would target you, so I didn't dare go back. I only retrieved this piece of jade a couple of days ago. Hongchen had one more question. Since this jade was obtained by you and my dad together, why are you giving it to me? Why not keep it for yourself? First of all, this is something your dad and I obtained together. Then, because your dad covered for me, I was able to survive. Uncle Zhao's face showed bitterness and he spoke with self-reproach. In the end, I don't want to see this piece of jade again. If it weren't for this piece of jade, your dad, your mom, and your Aunt Lu wouldn't have died. Hongchen understood. He wanted to comfort Uncle Xiao but didn't know how to start. After all, he had been through even worse during this time. Uncle Xiao patted Hongchen's shoulder. You take good care of your younger siblings. Xiao Xian and I are going to Zhengzhou. Strive for good grades, and we'll meet in Zhengzhou later. Why are you going to Zhengzhou? Although he had his suspicions, Hongchen still asked. I got in touch with Xiao Xiao. Uncle Xiao paused and continued. To be precise, it was Xiao Xiao who had someone contact me. She has been very worried about me. I'm afraid that evil cultivator will come looking for trouble again, so I'm planning to take Xiao Xian to Zhengzhou for refuge. There will be special personnel to protect us there, and they promised to provide better educational resources for Xiao Xian. Hongchen understood perfectly. Xiao Xiao was an unparalleled genius, and Xiao Xian's talent would definitely not be lacking. Providing better educational resources for Xiao Xian in Zhengzhou would not only please Xiao Xiao but also bet on Xiao Xian's talent, killing two birds with one stone. Someone from Zhengzhou will come to pick up me and Xiao Xian, so I won't be going out these next few days. You also shouldn't reveal that I'm back home. Uncle Xiao was very cautious. He had been bitten by a snake once and was wary of ropes for 10 years. I understand, Hongchen replied, then put away the black jade piece, and the two returned to their respective homes. Cultivation methods, martial skills, weapons, magical treasures, and armor are divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, with Heaven being the highest and Yellow the lowest. Each grade is further divided into 4 sublevels: Low, Intermediate, High, and Top. However, it is rumored that above the top level of Heaven, there are 2 legendary grades. Heaven grade. Treasures possess spirituality, thus requiring a drop of blood to recognize their master to function. This also indicates that the black jade piece is at least a low-level heaven-grade treasure. Hongchen bit his fingertip and dripped blood onto the black jade piece. The black jade piece quickly absorbed the blood, and Hongchen felt no unusual sensation. Perhaps the blood was insufficient for the jade piece to recognize him as its master. He could only continue to drip blood onto the black jade piece, but it was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much blood he dripped, the jade piece absorbed it all. After dripping blood for over 10 minutes, Hongchen's body could barely withstand it, nearly leading to anemia, before the black jade piece finally stopped absorbing. In an instant, Hongchen felt the world become clear, as if a wonderful connection had been established between him and the black jade piece. Subsequently, fragments of memories that did not belong to Hongchen surged into his mind like a tide. This black jade piece was named Kunlun Jade Ju. Originally the treasure of the Kunlun sect from ancient times. No one knew why, but a cultivator with extraordinary power suddenly shattered the Kunlun Jade Ju. The Kunlun Jade Ju, originally about the size of a door, broke into dozens of pieces, scattering across the world. As the treasure of the Kunlun sect, the Kunlun Jade Ju contained numerous secret techniques, martial skills, and cultivation methods. Although the Kunlun Jade Ju was shattered, the secrets recorded within it did not disappear. The Kunlun fragment in Hongchen's possession contained a secret technique called Heaven Swallowing Treasure Mirror. The Heaven Swallowing Treasure Mirror recorded 2 supernatural abilities, Swallowing Spirit and Mending Heaven. The ability called Swallowing Spirit can absorb the cultivation of others to enhance one's own realm. However, those whose cultivation is absorbed invariably die, their bodies turning into dried corpses, which is clearly a technique practiced by evil cultivators. Moreover, if the swallowing spirit technique is frequently used, it will gradually distort the user's nature, ultimately turning them into a bloodthirsty demon. The Heaven Swallowing Demon sect improved upon this technique to create the Tao Tai Great Method, which allows one to enhance their cultivation by consuming another's heart without succumbing to madness. The other ability, Mending Heaven, allows one to enhance their talent level by consuming specific types of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Hongchen now has an F-level fire affinity. If he consumes Fire Flame Mysterious Ash, and then operates the Heavenly Restoration Divine ability, he can elevate himself to an E-level fire affinity. If he consumes Ice Spirit Crystal, he can enhance his affinity to a C-level Ice Flame. However, if he first consumes Fire Flame Mysterious Ash to elevate to an E-level fire affinity, and then consumes Ice Spirit Crystal, he can boost himself to a B-level Ice Spirit Flame. There are tens of thousands of routes to enhance one's affinity using the Heavenly Restoration Divine ability, with the highest potential reaching SSS level. He dared not use the Spirit-Devouring Divine ability of the Devouring Heaven Treasure, as using it too many times would drive him insane.
The other Heavenly
Restoration Divine ability only requires consuming rare materials and then refining them to enhance one's affinity, but the prices of these rare materials
are usually very high.
Consuming Fire Flame Mysterious Ash can elevate him to an E-level fire affinity. The price of Fire Flame Mysterious Ash is extremely expensive. Even if Hongchen sold his house, he still couldn't afford it. Moreover, F-level is the lowest rank, and E-level is the second lowest, so E-level
is still considered useless.
Spending so much money just to elevate his affinity from F-level to E-level is simply not worth it. He can't afford it at all. He dared not use the Spirit-Devouring Divine ability, and he couldn't afford the Heavenly Restoration Divine ability, so Hongchen sighed helplessly. Because she promised to accompany Su Firen on a trip, Hongchen naturally would not break her word. Hongchen's family had a car, but ever since Hongsen passed away, the car had been idle since none of the three of them had a driver's license. However, Su Firen was a woman with a driver's license. When Hongchen first met her, she was driving a sports car. At dawn, Su Firen drove the car, and the two of them headed to Jiuhua Tianzhashan together. Because she didn't trust Su Firen's skills, Hongchen kept her eyes wide open the entire time, afraid of an accident.
Su Firen couldn't help but laugh. So nervous, what are you afraid of? Don't you trust my driving skills? When others drive, I usually keep my eyes wide open. Only when I drive do I allow myself to doze off a little, Hongchen joked. The itinerary was similar to what was in the diary, with only one difference. Hongchen was a 9-star warrior, so she could keep up with Su Firen without feeling sore or tired. The next day, they went to Emerald Swan Lake, where Hongchen almost fell into the lake, and Su Firen laughed non-stop upon seeing it. On the third day, they visited the big and small Shushan, and on the fifth day, they went to Zilong Academy. Finally, on the fourth day, they wandered around Shushan County, where the scenery was quite nice, a perfect summer retreat. On the fifth day, after finishing their visit to Zilong Academy, it was already dark, and the two decided to stay at a hotel for the night and head home the next morning. Zilong Academy was well known in Jianghuai province, so many tourists came here. Hongchen and
Su Firen searched several hotels, but all were fully booked with no available rooms. Su Firen suggested, if it really doesn't work, we can just sleep in the car for the night. Let's keep looking, Hongchen replied. After 5 days of wandering, with early mornings and late nights, although she was a 9-star warrior, she had just recovered from a serious illness and was feeling a bit worn out.
Su Firen drove around for another 10 minutes and finally found a hotel with a vacant room.
But then another problem arose. There was only one room available, and both of them fell silent. The hotel front desk assumed they were a couple and said, "One room is just enough for the two of you.
If you miss this village, you won't find this inn."
Hongchen was worried Su Firen might mind. "How about you stay, and I'll manage in the car for the night." But Su Firen took Hongchen's ID and handed it to the front desk, saying, "We'll stay together."
Hongchen muttered softly, "Isn't this inappropriate?" Su Firen was quite generous. "What are you afraid of?
We're both people of the world, let's not get hung up on these trivial matters.
If you're concerned, I'll sleep on the floor, and you can have the bed."
"But men and women shouldn't be too close," Hongchen said. It wasn't that she was afraid, she was fine, but Su Firen was a woman, and it wouldn't be good for her reputation
if this got out.
Su Firen took the room key and ID from the front desk and said, "In the past, Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai shared a bed, and they managed to keep their distance."
All right then. With Su Firen saying that, what else could Hongchen say?
The two of them entered the guest room, and looking at the large bed, Hongchen said, "I'll sleep on the floor." Su Firen was not picky either. She called the front desk to bring another blanket, and they quickly made up the bed. The room had frosted glass, and Su Firen's face turned a bit red. "Can you step outside for a few minutes? I want to take a shower." "I'll just go buy some late-night snacks," Hongchen said. Although Su Firen was not particular about small matters, she still had her boundaries. When Hongchen returned, Su Firen had already finished her shower, her hair was still a bit wet, and she was holding a hairdryer, drying her hair. After spending these few days together, Hongchen knew Su Firen's dietary restrictions, so the late-night snacks she bought were all things she liked to eat. Su Firen put down the hairdryer and asked, "Do you want me to step out so you can
take a shower too?"
"I'll pass, I'll just wash up when I get home tomorrow," Hongchen said lazily.
"Come over and eat the late-night snacks."
Su Firen looked at the late-night snacks on the table, her spirited eyebrows twitching as she asked, "Don't you like spicy food?"
Why is everything here the light dishes I like? Hong Chen naturally replied, of course, it's all bought for you. You could buy something you like too. Su Firen was somewhat moved, her mouth opening slightly, but the words remained unspoken. After a moment, Su Firen smiled again and said, "You're so good to me, I might just develop feelings for you." Hong Chen replied in the same tone, half jokingly and half seriously. "I advise you not to entertain that thought, I already have someone I like." "You?" Su Firen paused and asked, "Didn't you break up recently?" "I have a childhood friend," Hong Chen said, then added, "Her name is Xiao Xiao. And she lives across from my house. Not long ago, I swore I would never let her down." Upon hearing this, Su Firen fell silent, picked up her chopsticks, and said, "Let's eat." Hong Chen, unaware of the awkward atmosphere, continued. "By the way, what type of man do you like? I can see if I can introduce someone to you." Su Firen pushed her food around, and after a long silence, she said slowly, "My dad was a son-in-law, he left without a word when I was very young and never returned to the DE residence. So, if I were to find a man, I would definitely look for someone principled, responsible, strong-willed, courageous, and capable of handling things. Of course, the most important thing is mutual affection. My dad left without saying goodbye, abandoning his wife and daughter, perhaps because the family atmosphere was bad or he felt looked down upon, but the most important reason was that he and my mom didn't love each other." Su Firen concluded, "If I can't find such a man, I'd rather grow old alone." "Then I wish you success," Hong Chen said carelessly while eating. Su Firen put down her bowl and chopsticks. "I'm full, you eat by yourself. I'm going to sleep." Hong Chen stopped eating and said, "How can you only eat this much? This was all bought for you." "No appetite," Su Firen replied, then climbed into bed and fell asleep immediately. After Hong Chen finished eating, he lay down on the prepared bed, closed his eyes wanting to sleep, but couldn't. He quietly asked, "Are you asleep?" "No," came Su Firen's faint voice from under the covers. Hong Chen asked again, "Have you been having fun these days?" "I guess it's been very enjoyable. I've been practicing hard since I was young and never had the chance to go out and play. These days, seeing the world, I realized there are so many sights I've never experienced. Like the Sea of Clouds and Rime at Jiuhua Tianzhu Mountain, the rippling emerald waters of Swan Lake, and the towering peaks of the Shu Mountains." Su Firen sighed, "If it could always be like this, that would be wonderful." Hearing this, Hong Chen smiled and said, "If we have the chance in the future, I'll accompany you to explore." "There won't be a chance," Su Firen said pointedly, and before Hong Chen could ask, she added, "It's too late, I'm tired." A night of silence. Hong Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and what appeared before him was not a hotel, but a strange space. As he looked around, all he could see was chaos, filled with a dim gray light. "Where is this place?" Hong Chen was full of confusion, with only a tavern standing tall in front of him. The tavern's outer wall was made of blue bricks, and a red flag hung at the entrance, with the character alcohol written on it. As the gentle breeze blew, the flag fluttered in the chaotic space, appearing lonely and desolate. "Am I dreaming?" Hong Chen pinched his face, feeling a tangible sensation, a very real dream. Suddenly, he remembered the last line on the 5th page of his diary. Could this tavern be the place that would allow me to turn my life around and change my fate? Hong Chen walked into the tavern and knocked on the door. After waiting for a while with no response, he pushed the door open himself. The tavern was not large, with 8 wooden tables inside, and directly in front was the counter, where jars of alcohol were placed. On one of the wooden tables lay 2 drunken men, and behind the counter stood an old man with a long white beard. This old man was like a giant, standing 3 meters tall, with extremely strong limbs, and his long white hair reached the ground, exuding an imposing aura. The style of the tavern resembled ancient architecture, and this tall and robust old man, dressed in simple clothes, also did not seem like a modern person. "Hello, old man, what is this place?" Hong Chen asked upon seeing the old man, unable to help but swallow hard, as the old man looked very strong. "A tavern," the old man replied, his voice booming like a bell, causing the 2 young men sleeping at the table to stir slightly, as if disturbed. Hong Chen scratched his head and asked, "I mean, what is this space? Am I dreaming? Since you have obtained the Kunlun Jade Pendant, how could you not know?" The old man shook his head and said, "Asking you is pointless." Then, the old man explained, "You are not dreaming, this is the consciousness space of the Kunlun Jade Pendant, and your consciousness has entered here. So I'm not dreaming." Hong Chen paused and asked again, "Then why are you here?" The old man replied, "The Kunlun Jade Pendant shattered into 72 pieces. Anyone holding a piece of the Kunlun Jade Pendant can enter its consciousness space except for me." Hong Chen nodded. The Kunlun Jade Pendant shattered into 72 pieces, which meant that at most 72 people could enter here. The old man took a jug of wine from the counter and said, "I see you are somewhat polite, so I'll treat you to a drink for free, but next time you have to pay." Aren't I here in consciousness? How can I bring money with me? Hong Chen asked in confusion. Do you know about storage?
Rings, the old man asked, explaining, the Kunlun jade pendant was originally a storage treasure. Although it is shattered, it can still be used for storage.
Hong Chen seemed to understand and asked, are you saying I can store things? In the Kunlun jade pendant, and after my consciousness enters it, I can access the items stored inside? If I store things in the Kunlun jade pendant, won't you take my things? Hong Chen felt a bit uneasy. The Kunlun jade pendant was originally a whole.
This tavern is the core connecting all the fragments, so each fragment will have this tavern. The old man continued to explain, but when you walk out of the tavern door, you will only appear in your own Kunlun jade pendant, and your things will only exist in your Kunlun jade pendant, so you can come to this tavern to trade with others. To put it more simply, the fragments of the Kunlun jade pendant are like a mobile phone, and this tavern is like the
internet.
A phone can store photos and videos, and one can send photos and videos to friends through the internet.
Although everyone is on the same internet, the photos stored in a phone can only be seen by the owner. The photos stored on the phone are equivalent to the items in the Kunlun jade pendant. This tavern is like the internet, where one can talk and trade with friends. Hong Chen almost understood and said, I have low strength and nothing valuable on me, others probably wouldn't be interested in my things.
That may be true, the old man said, but the 9 provinces are vast.
What is worthless on your side might be a priceless treasure elsewhere. This is akin to water being extremely valuable
in the desert, but worthless in other places.
Hong Chen suddenly realized and gratefully said, I understand now, thank you for your guidance, old man. Don't call me old man, the old man said as he handed the poured wine to Hong Chen. My name is Kuei Huang. Can I drink here? Hong Chen took the cup. Aren't I just a consciousness here? Kuei Huang countered, why can the living burn things for the spirits? If you put it that way, I understand. Hong Chen raised his cup and drank it all in one go.
The alcohol was strong, and after one drink, he felt a bit dizzy. You should pay attention to one more thing, Kuei Huang, seeing Hong Chen so straightforward, reminded him, the flow of time here is different from the outside. 100 days in Kunlun jade pendant only equals 1 day in the real world. Hong Chen was instantly delighted, 100 times the time difference if I cultivate here.
I already said you are a consciousness. How can a consciousness cultivate?
Kuei Huang interrupted Hong Chen again and added, however, you can practice your martial skills here.
Hong Chen felt a bit disappointed. If he had 100 times the time, wouldn't it be easy to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination?
A man sleeping on the wooden table slowly got up, rubbed his eyes, looking somewhat unsatisfied.
The man saw Hong Chen, paused for a moment, and said, a new face has arrived? Hong Chen clasped his fists in salute, and the man did the same, asking, do you have purple lotus sand over there? If you do, I can trade with you. What heavenly materials or earthly treasures do you need? I've never heard of purple lotus
sand. Hong Chen shook his head and said, I need fire flame ashes and ice spirit crystal. The man replied, I've never heard of fire flame ashes either, but ice spirit crystal is a treasure here. A piece of ice spirit crystal is worth a fortune. Another man, who was also lying on the wooden table, yawned. This man had a pale face, no beard, and a handsome appearance, with an ethereal demeanor. This handsome man said, I need diamonds, purple jade vines, and crystal white jade. If you can bring me one of those, I can give you fire flame ashes. I can buy diamonds and crystal white jade here, Hong Chen said. I'll come here tomorrow night to trade with you.
The price of diamonds is about 100 yuan
per gram, which is quite cheap compared to the price of fire flame ashes. Crystal white jade is even cheaper, as one can buy a pound of scrap for just a few dozen yuan. Upon hearing this, the handsome man widened his sleepy eyes and
excitedly said, my name is Ajio, it's a deal. Hong Chen suppressed his inner joy and also said, you can call me Long Yuan, it's a deal. After they made the agreement, with Ajio's guidance, Hong Chen's consciousness exited the consciousness space. At this moment, the real world was still midnight, and Hong Chen couldn't help but open his eyes, clenching his hands tightly. So this is my chance to turn my life around and change my fate. The diary does not deceive me. Today is June 13th. Hong Chen not only had a dream, but the time in his diary has also passed, and he can now open the 6th page. However, this time he left his diary at home for the trip, so he can't check it right away. Su Firen drove back to Hong Chen's house, and the two of them didn't speak along the way. But it wasn't that they didn't talk. Hong Chen spoke, but Su Firen ignored him. Soon they returned to the community, and Su Firen parked the car back in the garage, then took his luggage out of the car. Watching Su Firen walk towards the garage exit, Hong Chen hurriedly caught up and asked, where are you going? Aren't you coming to my house? I'm going home. Su Firen said coldly, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Since you already have someone you like, why are you still trying to flirt with me? Do you just see me as a friend? Am I just being overly sentimental? Seeing Su Firen's changing mood, Hong Chen asked again, aren't you going to play for a few more days? Su Firen grew more annoyed and replied impatiently, I don't have time to play anymore. The college entrance exam is at the end of next month, I need to go home and study. Watching Su Firen turn and leave without hesitation, Hong Chen quickly chased after him, saying, I'll take you to the station. No need. Su Firen said coldly, carrying his luggage. Since you already have someone you like, let's keep our distance. I don't want others to misunderstand. Hong Chen stood frozen in place, finally realizing that Su Firen really had feelings for him, but he found it hard to believe. He was an F-grade talent, with no money or power, both parents deceased, and he had to take care of his younger siblings. How could Su Firen possibly like him unless she was blind? But he couldn't say that, he was still somewhat handsome, and maybe she was attracted to his looks. Hong Chen comforted himself and then caught up with Su Firen again. Will we meet again? When we meet again, I hope you'll be happy, okay? When we see each other again, let's still be friends, alright? Facing Hong Chen's farewell, Su Firen remained silent, leaving only a resolute back. Hong Chen stopped, feeling the most difficult to bear was the beauty's grace, but this was fine. He already had Xiao Xiao in his heart, and it was better to clarify things early to avoid delaying Su Firen. Hong Chen silently returned home, where Hong Lan and Hong Hu were watching TV in the living room. Seeing this, Hong Lan asked, why did you come back alone? Where's Sister Firen? She went home, the college entrance exam is next month, Hong Chen replied absent-mindedly. Hong Hu noticed Hong Chen's demeanor and said, bro, you don't seem quite right. You didn't break up, did you? Hong Chen only felt guilty for Su Firen's feelings, very sorry, and a sense of indescribable emotion welled up inside him. Don't talk nonsense, I'm just a bit tired from climbing the mountain these days, Hong Chen replied dismissively. Hong Chen turned to look at Hong Hu, who dared to speak to him like that, and he felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, asking, are you asking for a beating? Hong Hu shrank his neck in fear, and seeing this, Hong Chen ordered, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Go buy me a pound of crystal white jade and 50 grams of diamond right now. Alright, Hong Hu said fearfully. Then put on his coat and reluctantly went out. Hong Chen returned to his room, eagerly opened the diary, and checked the content of the 6th page. June 13, 5025, I bought the crystal white jade and diamond. With just a thought, the two items were stored in the Kunlun jade pendant. Then I set off with Su Firen to Jiangnan province. She said she wanted to show me the local customs and culture of Jiangnan province. Hong Chen had an idea, since the Kunlun jade pendant could store things, he might as well store the diary in the Kunlun jade pendant for easy access later, and he could also put some food in the Kunlun jade pendant for emergencies. June 14, 5025, Su Firen drove for over 20 hours and finally arrived in Jiangnan province. Because we were too tired, she and I decided to rest for a day. Then at night, I completed the transaction with a Geo and obtained the Fire Flame Xian. June 15, 5025, I didn't expect that my first attempt at the heavenly repairing divine ability would be successful. My talent has risen to E level, my future is not a dream. From June 16 to June 24, these days were all travel diaries with no substantial content. But Hong Chen could feel that the diary's version of himself was becoming increasingly gentle towards Su Firen. When the two first traveled in Jianghuai province, the diary's version of himself said, whoever marries Su Firen will definitely not have good days, but later he started to enjoy it. The words appearing in the diary during these days, she is surprisingly a person who is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Su Firen looks really good when she is quiet, she smiles carefree, these days are really good, I want to keep going like this forever. It seems like he has fallen in love, and Hong Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, the content of June 25, 5025, left him completely at a loss. I confessed to Su Firen, and she didn't mind my F level. Although I am now E level talent, she doesn't know. Su Firen didn't reject me, instead, she smiled and said, we can try to get along for a while. June 30, 5025, Su Firen and I returned to Dei Mansion. I mentioned my relationship with Su Firen, and Old Master Su didn't break us apart but instead expressed strong support. Lu Ruyan broke up with me because of my F-level talent, but Su Firen and Old Master Su didn't mind my talent, which surprised me. This was the last line of content. He and Su Firen had become a couple, and they even received their parents' approval. Hong Chen closed the diary, feeling a bit at a loss. The diary's version of himself, having broken up with Lu Ruyan and not reconciled with Xiao Xiao, naturally ended up with Su Firen. But the real him, although he had also broken up with Lu Ruyan, had reconciled with Xiao Xiao, so he couldn't let Xiao Xiao down. That was something they had agreed upon long ago. If he developed feelings for Su Firen and let Xiao Xiao down, how was he any different from a beast?
Hong Chen was filled with righteous indignation when the diary suddenly shook, flipping back dozens of pages. January 1st, 5030. Today is the day of great joy for me and Su Firen. This girl who has loved me for 5 years, whom I have also loved for 5 years, has finally become my wife today. My college classmates and friends all came to congratulate us. Tonight, I drank a lot. This is the happiest day of my life, and I will never forget this day. This page had only one line of content, but below that line, there was a sketch of himself and Su Firen in wedding dresses, both beaming with happy smiles. Next to this sketch, there was a line of elegant handwriting: "We will be together forever, never depart in this life." This line of elegant handwriting was not his, it was clearly written by Su Firen. Alright. So this is how it is. Hong Chen felt really frustrated and couldn't help but curse, damn it. Since his future self had already married Su Firen, why did he have to write at the end of the diary, never to let Xiao down again? Hong Chen had seen the last page of the diary before, feeling guilty towards Xiao. He vowed to love Xiao for this life and never let her down, but now this kind of thing happened. You fickle, ungrateful beast. Hong Chen cursed loudly, directing his anger at his future self. However, he also saw some good news. He had been accepted into university, which was a small blessing amidst the misfortune. The version of himself in the diary had been with Su Firen for 5 years. Not only had they not broken up, but they had also gotten married. After 5 years of testing, the feelings between him and her were definitely sincere. Thinking of this, Hong Chen felt guilty because he had told Su Firen last night that he had someone he liked. Su Firen had feelings for him. She not only didn't mind his F-level talent but also married him, yet he had said such things. Hong Chen got up, wanting to rush out the door to catch up with Su Firen and hold her back. But as soon as he opened the door, he froze. What would happen to Xiao if he did that? He had already wronged Xiao by being with Lu Ruyan last time. Was he going to let her down again? Sigh. Hong Chen let out a long sigh, feeling like he was being pulled in all directions. Just then, Hong Hu returned. The young man was quick and had bought the crystal white jade and diamond in just an hour. Hong Chen took the 2 items and casually asked, "How much?" "I'll transfer it to you later." "Forget it, talking about money hurts feelings, let's not say such things between us." Hong Hu waved his hand to refuse. "How can that be?" Hong Chen asked again. "How much did you actually spend?" "The compensation money from mom and dad. You gave it all to me and my sister, leaving yourself only 100,000. Hong Hu questioned loudly. "Are you really going to count this little money with me? Do you even consider me your brother?" Hong Chen wanted to say that it should be separate, but seeing Hong Hu's stubborn look, he opened his mouth and finally just said, "Fine." This kid had a similar bad temper to his own. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't take the money, so Hong Hu wouldn't either. Hong Chen patted Hong Hu's shoulder and instructed, "Don't cause trouble for me in the future. I'm not a kid anymore." Hong Hu shrugged off Hong Chen's hand and said, "How could I cause you trouble?" Hong Chen fell silent at this. After their parents' passing, Hong Hu had visibly matured. But maturing too early wasn't necessarily a good thing. A young person should be carefree, unburdened, and exuberant. Hong Chen felt a bit uncomfortable. If he could do better, perhaps Hong Hu and Hong Lan could have fewer worries and less anxiety. The later they matured, the fewer worries they would have, and the more happiness they could enjoy. Hong Chen returned to his room with the crystal white jade and diamond, quietly closed the door, and made a decision in his heart. Since things had come to this point, he would let nature take its course. As for Su Firen and Xiao, he would leave those matters for the future. Thinking too much now would only add to his troubles. Back in his room, Hong Chen held the Kunlun jade pendant in his left hand. Since he had already recognized it with blood, there was a strange connection between him and the Kunlun jade pendant. With a thought in his mind, he wanted to store the crystal white jade and diamond in the Kunlun jade pendant. The crystal white jade and diamond in his right hand disappeared in place and then appeared inside the Kunlun jade pendant. The space inside the Kunlun jade pendant was vast, roughly the size of a football field, capable of storing a massive amount of materials. Since it wasn't yet time for the night he had agreed upon with a Jiao, Hong Chen could only sit down and meditate. After several days of recuperation, his injuries had healed, and he had returned to peak condition. After 4.5 hours of meditation, Hong Chen successfully gathered a breath of spiritual energy, and it was now 10 o'clock at night. Holding the Kunlun jade pendant in his hand, he focused his mind, and his consciousness immediately entered the Kunlun jade pendant. Not far from the tavern, in an open space, lay crystal white jade and diamonds. Hong Chen picked up both items and then pushed open the tavern door. Kuei Huang stood behind the counter, eyes closed in a feigned slumber. A Jiao was slumped over the wooden table, drinking out of boredom. Seeing Hong Chen arrive, a Jiao immediately stood up and said, "I've been waiting for you for half a day. You finally made it. Weren't we supposed to meet at night? Why did you come so early?" Hong Chen asked.
I'm anxious. Ajio replied, pulling out a transparent glass bottle from his pocket. The glass bottle shimmered with a fiery red glow, which was exactly the fireflame mysterious ash that Hongchen had longed for. Hongchen took out the crystal white jade and diamonds. Did you only prepare one portion of fireflame mysterious ash? I brought both the crystal white jade and diamonds. Ajio scratched his head and said, I thought you only wanted to trade for one portion, so I only prepared one. Hongchen pondered for a moment and said, if you have ice spirit crystal, red flamestone, pure yang breath, or hellfire, we can trade again. Ajio replied, I'm in the endless fire domain, a place rich in fire-type treasures. I can buy pure yang breath and hellfire here, but they are too expensive. Trading them for crystal white jade and diamonds would cost me a lot. I can also buy red flamestone, but I don't have any on me. I'll go buy some at dawn, and we can trade again tomorrow night. How does that sound? Hongchen nodded and said, I'll give you the crystal white jade first, and you give me the fireflame mysterious ash. The two placed their items on the wooden table and pushed them towards each other. Hong Chen picked up the fireflame mysterious ash, while Ajio took the crystal white jade, both unable to hide their joy. Hongchen clasped his fists and said, I have something else to attend to, so I'll take my leave. I'll come back to trade at this time tomorrow night. Ajio put away the crystal white jade and smiled, clasping his fists in return. It's a deal. Hongchen exited the tavern, and his consciousness soon detached from the Kunlun jade pendant. Moments later, he found himself in his room, still holding the transparent glass bottle containing the fireflame mysterious ash. The fireflame mysterious ash emitted a scorching aura. If he wanted to enhance his talent level, Hongchen would need to swallow the fireflame mysterious ash and then use the heavenly restoration divine art to refine it. Feeling the high temperature radiating from the glass bottle, Hongchen hesitated. Would swallowing the fireflame mysterious ash burn his throat? Would he become mute? But the version of himself in the diary had succeeded, and there was no mention of any side effects, so it should be fine. Thinking of this, Hongchen gathered his courage, raised his head, opened his mouth, and poured the fireflame mysterious ash from the glass bottle into his mouth. A wave of heat surged in his mouth, and he almost spat it out. Enduring the discomfort, his throat rolled, and he finally swallowed the fireflame mysterious ash. The fiery black embers flowed down the throat, eventually settling in Hongchen's abdomen. The fiery black embers burned fiercely within him, filling his body with heat. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to operate the heavenly restoration technique. A stream of gray-black spiritual energy, guided by Hongchen, wrapped layer upon layer around the fiery black embers. The gray-black spiritual energy began to spin, its speed increasing until it formed a small vortex. At the center of this gray-black vortex, the fiery black embers gradually dimmed, as if his dantian had turned into a bottomless pit, continuously devouring the fiery black embers. As the fiery black embers were completely extinguished, Hongchen suddenly opened his eyes, which blazed with two crimson flames. Success at last. Hongchen extended his right hand, and a ball of crimson flame appeared in his palm, distorting the surrounding air. He had been able to summon flames before, but could only produce a small flicker that would extinguish with a gust of wind, having almost no power, only useful for igniting paper. But now, the crimson flame in his palm had an estimated temperature of 500 degrees and was powerful enough to easily ignite wood. F grade was the most useless talent, and now it had evolved into E grade, which was still quite trashy. However, trash is still better than waste. How could this not be considered an improvement? After his fire talent was upgraded to E grade, Hongchen sat cross-legged and began to meditate and breathe. This time, it took him only 4 hours to obtain a breath of spiritual energy, whereas before, when he had F-grade talent, it took him 4.5 hours to get a breath of spiritual energy. F-grade and E-grade are the lowest tier talents. If it weren't for the rapid breathing speed of the 8-9 profound art, Hongchen would probably need to breathe for several days to obtain a breath of spiritual energy. The worst F-grade talents consist of 5 types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Talents are based on these 5 elements, giving rise to countless types of talents. The metal system can derive E-grade iron, D-grade steel, and C-grade sword systems. The earth system can derive E-grade sand, D-grade stone, and C-grade rock systems. The wood system can derive E-grade grass, D-grade flower, and C-grade tree systems. Moreover, if someone possesses both wood and sword attributes, the 2 attributes can combine to derive a B-grade talent, the greenwood sword. This situation is not uncommon. At least 10% of people possess 2 attributes, while 2% have 3, 4, or even 5 attributes. When multiple attributes combine, they usually only derive 1 talent. But some exceptionally gifted individuals can derive 2 talents, like Xiao Xiao. Tomorrow night, he would trade with Ajio for materials, allowing him to obtain the Crimson Flamestone and enhance his talent. The Heavenly Restoration Technique has tens of thousands of enhancement routes, such as the various rare materials he just asked Gio about: Ice Spirit Crystal, Crimson Flamestone, Pure Yang Breath, and Hellfire. He was currently a fire type. If he consumed the Ice Spirit Crystal, he could elevate his talent to B-grade Ice Spirit Flame. If he consumed Pure Yang Breath, he could elevate his talent to B-grade Yang Flame. And if he consumed Hellfire, he could also elevate his talent to A-grade Hell Flame. However, it was a pity that Gio could only get him the Crimson Flamestone, and after consuming it, he could only elevate himself to D-grade Crimson Flame. At this moment, his fire talent could derive various talents by consuming different rare materials. If he consumed the Breath of Soil, he could elevate his talent to B-grade Crimson Flame Soil, which is a dual Fire-Earth attribute talent. If he consumed Steel, he could elevate his talent to C-grade Fiery Steel, which is a dual Fire Metal attribute talent. If he consumed Thunder Soul, he could elevate his talent to A-grade 10,000 degree Fire Thunder, which is a dual Fire Thunder attribute talent. Hong Chen meditated and breathed through the night until dawn, obtaining 3 breaths of spiritual energy. After sleeping for 3 hours, Hong Chen got up. He is now a 9-star warrior, and with just 1 meal a day and 3 hours of sleep, he can maintain his energy. There is still a month and a half until the college entrance examination, and he has accumulated a dozen breaths of spiritual energy in his dantian, but he still lacks a lot of energy to break through to a 10-star warrior. To grow stronger through battle, one must be beaten by others to gain spiritual energy. If others don't hit hard enough, he won't receive any energy. Although the cultivation method he practices is the 8-9 profound art, his talent is simply too poor. If he wants to quickly improve his realm, he still needs to go out and seek a beating. Suddenly, Hong Chen thought of Long Outyan and felt a bit of psychological shadow. After pondering for a long time, he came up with an idea. He continued to meditate and breathe, and time passed quickly until night fell. Hong Chen returned to Kunlun Yujue, where he handed the diamond to a Jew and received the red flamestone in return. The two exchanged for a while, but the heavenly materials and earthly treasures the other wanted were either unavailable or too expensive, making it a losing trade for both sides. Hong Chen was born in Jianghuai Province, which is located in the Great Xia Kingdom. The Great Xia Kingdom is rich in jade, and the prices here are cheap with a wide variety. Besides diamonds and crystal white jade, after communicating with a Jew, he found that the turquoise, Hatian jade, Shoshan stone, white jade, green jade, and yellow jade he had seen to have good value. Jade can be used for refining tools, making jewelry, and even for alchemy and medicine. Hong Chen borrowed paper and pen from Kuei Huang and wrote the 4 large characters "exchange goods for goods." Then, he wrote down the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he needed, as well as several unique types of jade from the Great Xia Kingdom for exchange. After finishing all this, he posted the paper on the wall of the tavern. Kuei Huang did not stop him and tacitly approved of Hong Chen's actions. Seeing this, a Jew followed suit, writing down what he needed and posting it on the wall. "This method is great." A Jew couldn't help but praise. "I used to foolishly wait in the tavern for people to exchange goods, but time flows here 100 times slower than outside. I could wait 10 days or half a month without anyone coming to the tavern." Hong Chen laughed at this and said, "You're just too straightforward." After their unproductive exchange, they each returned home. Hong Chen opened his eyes and returned to the real world. He swallowed the red flamestone and immediately activated the sky repairing divine art to begin refining it. An hour later, Hong Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and flames erupted around him. His clothes were burned to ashes, and even the tiles on the ground cracked. Hong Chen got up and brushed off the dust on his body, thinking that next time he should go to an open area to enhance his talent, otherwise, he might accidentally set his home on fire. The D-grade red flame has a high temperature of 2000 degrees, which is several times higher than that of E-grade flames. The physique of a 9-star warrior is quite solid, and ordinary daggers and swords find it hard to leave wounds on a 9-star warrior. Moreover, 9-star warriors are more heat and cold resistant than ordinary people, but 2000 degrees of high temperature can still cause some harm. Hong Chen meditated for a while longer, and this time, he only needed 3 hours to gain a breath of spiritual energy, with his breathing speed improving by another half an hour compared to before. Although his talent had risen to D-level Crimson Flame, the efficiency of meditation was too slow. The more he fought, the stronger his divine abilities became. As long as he took hits, he could grow stronger. Hong Chen had tried to quit this habit but found it impossible. Not wanting to waste time, he took a taxi to Xiangning Mountain. Located on the outskirts, Xiangning Mountain was home to many demon beasts, but their levels were not high. Since no one was attacking him, Hong Chen thought of a good idea. He could find a demon beast to beat him up. On the way to Xiangning Mountain, he thought of Su Firen and sent her a message, but there was no reply. At 3 in the afternoon, Hong Chen arrived at Xiangning Mountain and received a reply. From Su Firan. She texted back, I want to cultivate, I'm busy.
This message meant she didn't want him to disturb her. Hongchen sighed, feeling guilty, a strange feeling washing over him, as if he had eaten something unpleasant.
Su Firan had helped him twice and even saved his life.
After the college entrance examination, he had to visit the Dei mansion, even if just to be an ordinary friend. Xiangming Mountain was neither too big nor too small, covering over 100 miles.
The tea leaves
here were particularly delicious and sweet, so every June many people came to pick tea.
However, there were bears, monkeys, and even tigers on Xiangming Mountain, making it somewhat dangerous.
While climbing, Hongchen encountered several groups
of aunties picking tea.
In places with many people, demon beasts were fewer, so he immediately dashed into the wild mountains without paths.
Hongchen wandered in the overgrown mountains for a day and a night, encountering only a few wild monkeys. He
was almost ready to give up when he finally spotted a black bear dozing off. The bear was about 3 meters tall and quite fat. Hongchen observed the bear's aura, which was roughly equivalent to a 10-star warrior, slightly stronger than himself. However, he had eliminated a negative number once and tempered his body, so he should be stronger than an ordinary 10-star warrior. But demon beasts were naturally tough-skinned and strong, so they were still superior to regular 10-star warriors.
Hongchen
felt no fear. When strengths were similar, the mind was the key to victory. This black bear, although a demon beast, had not yet awakened its intelligence, so it was not to be feared. He hung his backpack on a tree trunk and, without hesitation,
leaped towards the black bear.
The bear was sleeping soundly when Hongchen's fist, as big as a sandbag, landed on its head. The bear yelped in pain, suddenly waking up and letting out an angry roar as it charged at Hongchen.
Hongchen protected his most vital head, standing still and waiting for the bear's attack.
The next moment, he felt a heavy blow to his chest and the bear sent him flying, crashing through 2 or 3 camphor trees along the way.
Hongchen wiped the blood from the
corner of his mouth, his face filled with excitement. That felt great. Just withstanding the bear's slap had given him 3 breaths of spiritual energy, equivalent to 10 hours of hard cultivation. Seeing Hongchen get up, the bear roared again,
shaking the surrounding leaves.
The bear crouched down, its strong hind legs coiling up, ready to pounce. After a brief silence, the bear lunged forward, its body crashing down like a giant rock towards Hongchen. He couldn't take that hit head-on. Hongchen dodged to the side, avoiding the falling bear while charging his right fist. As the bear slammed into the ground, he swung his charged fist towards the bear's eyes.
Oh whoa!
The bear let out another cry, raising its paws to strike at
Hongchen. Seeing this, Hongchen once again protected his vital head, standing still.
The bear's paws crashed down on him like a mountain pressing down, the immense force causing his legs to buckle, and he knelt on the ground, cleverly dissipating
some of the impact.
Although Hongchen could withstand this blow from the bear, his legs would be injured, possibly even broken. This was just the beginning. He didn't want to get hurt and waste time recovering, so he chose to dissipate some of the force for a prolonged battle. Even though he dissipated some of the force, Hongchen still gained 2 breaths of spiritual energy. Kneeling on the ground, Hongchen found the perfect angle. He extended his right hand and, with a swift motion like a monkey, stealing a peach, he pinched the black bear's big egg hard. The black bear immediately became furious, opening its mouth to bite Hongchen. Sensing the foul stench emanating from the bear's mouth, Hongchen quickly crouched down and crawled past the bear's legs, then flipped over and kicked the bear's back. The battle between man and bear raged on, time flying by, and soon the sun began to set. Ultimately, the black bear couldn't hold on any longer. It had exhausted all its strength, panting heavily and lying on the ground, its massive mouth gasping for air. Hongchen was also a bit tired. He picked up his backpack, jumped to the top of a tree, and began to prepare for a breakthrough. After the fierce battle with the black bear, Hongchen had gained 75 breaths of spiritual energy. In the past few days of meditative breathing, he had also accumulated 15 breaths of spiritual energy, just enough to break through to a 10-star warrior. After completing his breakthrough, his consciousness entered the tavern of Kunlun Yujue. The paper he had left behind was still the same, with no messages, so he could only come back tomorrow. Being in the wilderness, the surroundings were unsafe, and Hongchen couldn't sleep soundly. Usually, he only needed 3 hours of sleep, but today he slept for 6 hours to regain his strength. However, due to the lack of proper rest, he still felt a bit sluggish. The black bear was still sleeping, clearly exhausted from yesterday's fierce battle. Hongchen jumped in front of the black bear and shouted, "Monster, I want you to help me train." The battle between man and bear began anew. Although the black bear was strong, it lacked stamina. After 2 or 3 hours of fierce fighting, it ran out of energy, and Hongchen could only wait quietly for it to recover. With no time to hunt, the black bear was starving. Hongchen took out some bread from Kunlun Yujue, filled himself up, and then tossed a few pieces to the black bear. The bear just sniffed them and didn't eat, it was surprisingly picky. Hong Chen, feeling helpless, could only let the black bear hunt for itself while he searched for other monsters. This time, after only 3 hours, Hong Chen found a silverback gorilla, which also had a similar 10-star warrior aura. The silverback gorilla was smarter than the black bear but weaker in strength, only able to provide Hong Chen with 2 breaths of spiritual energy per slap. However, Hong Chen didn't mind and continued to battle with the silverback gorilla, and just like that, a joyful day passed. Soon it was dark, and he had gained a total of 85 breaths of spiritual energy today. The breakthrough in warrior realms was quick, one could advance a level in just a few days, but the 10-star warrior was the peak. Beyond that, the next level was a 1-star martial master. However, breaking through from a 10-star warrior to a 1-star martial master was a significant hurdle requiring 500 breaths of spiritual energy, and there was also a chance of failure during the breakthrough. Hong Chen had not yet gathered enough spiritual energy, so he wasn't in a hurry. He entered the tavern of Kunlun Yujue as usual to take a look. Still, no one had left him a message, but the paper written by a Geo had a few more words, indicating that someone wanted to trade with him. On the tavern wall, 3 more pieces of paper had appeared, also containing information about bartering. Those with ordinary talents and common skills usually get stuck at the 10-star warrior level, struggling to break through during the college entrance examination. At this moment, Hong Chen was facing this situation as well. He had fought hard for 5 days against the black bear and the hardback gorilla, yet he still hadn't accumulated enough spiritual energy. However, there was some good news. Last night when he went to the tavern, a line of information appeared on the paper. I have pure yang breath. If you want to exchange it, come for a talk at 8 tonight. Upon seeing this line of information, Hong Chen was so astonished that he couldn't close his mouth. Pure yang breath. If he could exchange for it, his talent would rise directly from D grade to B grade. But there was one issue: the person hadn't mentioned what they wanted in return, only asking him to come online for a talk at night, which felt a bit suspicious. That night, Hong Chen dragged his weary body back to the treetop. He hadn't rested well these past few days, and his body was increasingly fatigued. As the time approached 8 o'clock, he closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered the Kunlun Jeju. As soon as he walked into the tavern, he saw a burly man with a thick beard sitting at a wooden table. This man was tall and strong, with broad shoulders and a thick back, his facial features sharp, eyes bright and spirited, and his skin a healthy bronze color. Hong Chen walked up to the man and cupped his fists, asking, "Do you have pure yang breath?" "My name is Jiang Menghu," the burly man said, pointing to a piece of paper on the wall. "Did you leave this?" Hong Chen nodded, sitting down across from Jiang Menghu, and asked, "What do you need?" "I don't need anything written on that paper," Jiang Menghu replied in a deep, powerful voice. He looked at Hong Chen and asked, "Your place should produce a lot of jade, right?" Hong Chen was taken aback and realized, "You need other jade stones?" Jiang Menghu was straightforward, saying, "I need colorful stones. Can you get them for me?" Indeed, the Great Xia Kingdom had colorful stones, but they were extremely expensive. Far beyond Hong Chen's means. There are colorful stones, but they're too expensive. If you exchange them for pure yang breath, I would suffer a huge loss, and I also don't have the money to buy colorful stones. Jiang Menghu said, "I know. They're expensive. Colorful stones are available everywhere in the 9 provinces, but they're hard to come by. Since you have colorful stones, I can pay, and you just need to help me buy them. Afterward, I'll give you a portion of pure yang breath as a reward for your trouble. What do you think?" As long as he helped buy the colorful stones, he would receive pure yang breath. Hong Chen immediately agreed to this proposal, saying, "Sure." Jiang Menghu asked, "What's the price of colorful stones where you are?" "I'm not very sure. Please wait a moment, I'll go check." Since there was no internet in Kunlun Jeju, Hong Chen could only go outside to check the price on his phone. After finding out the price, he logged back in. Although only a few minutes had passed outside, Jiang Menghu had been waiting in the tavern for several hundred minutes. Jiang Menghu impatiently asked, "How much?" "The price of colorful stones here is calculated by the gram, at 500,000 per gram, and they usually sell as whole pieces." Jiang Menghu asked again, "How heavy is a whole piece?" "The smaller colorful stones weigh about a dozen grams, while the larger ones can weigh up to a pound." Upon hearing this, Jiang Menghu took out dozens of gold bricks from his pocket. "Take these gold bricks to sell, and then help me buy a piece of colorful stone." Hong Chen didn't take the gold bricks but first asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll pocket the money or abscond with your gold bricks? These gold bricks are a lot for you, but for me, they're just a drop in the bucket." Jiang Menghu smiled, his well-defined face showing generosity. "If you need money, after the deal, I can give you a few gold bricks." "Wow!" Hong Chen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, this was too extravagant. The 9 provinces had countless countries, and each country's currency was different, so currency only circulated between neighboring countries. But gold is hard currency, it can be exchanged for money in any country, anywhere. Seeing Hong Chen put away the gold ingot, Jiang Menghu asked, "How many days do you need? When can I get the colorful stone?" After a moment of thought, Hong Chen replied, "At 8 o'clock on the night of the 5th day, I will bring the colorful stone to the tavern." Jiang Menghu extended his hand, smiling as he said, "It's a deal." Hong Chen shook his hand, also smiling as he said, "It's a deal." After returning to the real world, Hong Chen rested until dawn. He did not leave Shangning Mountain but continued to battle fiercely with the black bear and the silverback gorilla as usual. Finally, in the deep of night, Hong Chen gathered 500 breaths of spiritual energy, but he did not break through on the spot. When a martial artist breaks through to a martial master, a quiet environment is needed, free from disturbances, otherwise it could very likely lead to a failed breakthrough. After working hard for 500 breaths of spiritual energy, with demon beasts lurking around, he dared not attempt a breakthrough there. Hong Chen left Shangning Mountain overnight and then took a taxi home, arriving at 3 in the afternoon. He had been too tired these past few days and had not rested well. Physical exhaustion could also lead to a failed breakthrough. Not daring to take risks, he first took a shower, then lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He slept until the next morning, feeling a bit hungry. Hunger could also affect the breakthrough. Hong Chen washed his face and brushed his teeth, went out to eat a hearty meal, and brought breakfast back for Hong Lan and Hong Hu, reminding them, "I'm going to break through, you must not disturb me." Returning to his room, Hong Chen locked the door, lit a stick of incense, and sat cross-legged on the floor. With everything prepared, he still did not attempt the breakthrough but instead calmed his mind and adjusted his mental state. After about 10 minutes, Hong Chen felt it was almost time. His spirit and energy reached perfection, and everything was ready. He had to succeed in one go. Hong Chen mobilized all the spiritual energy within him, and instantly, it surged like a river, flowing through the meridians, acupoints, and every part of his body. The 500 breaths of spiritual energy circulated repeatedly, and his physique became even more resilient. Soon after, a fist-sized ball of white spiritual energy formed in his dantian, compressed to near substance. But it was still not enough. Hong Chen exerted all his strength, frantically compressing this ball of white spiritual energy, and the sound of dragon roars and tiger howls echoed within him, the sound produced when spiritual energy is compressed to the extreme. Suddenly, the shackles within him shattered with a loud bang. This was the shackle from martial artist to martial master. An immense and boundless aura erupted, shaking the entire room. In Hong Chen's dantian, the rich spiritual energy was compressed into a round ball. Because he possessed the red flame talent, this coin-sized ball appeared fiery red on the surface. This ball was the martial master Dan, the source of a martial master's power. Hong Chen opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and from this moment on, he was a martial master. Jiang Menghu gave himself 58 gold bricks, each weighing 5,000 grams, and today's gold price is 600 yuan per gram. Hong Chen silently calculated and found that the 58 gold bricks could be sold for a total of 174 million. The price of colorful stones is 500,000 yuan per gram, so 174 million could buy 348 grams of colorful stones. However, selling such a large amount of gold bricks directly might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Hong Chen had no choice but to wear a mask and hat, put on Hong Sen's adult coat, and head to the neighboring city. He found a larger gold shop, took out a gold brick, placed it on the counter, and calmly said, "I want to exchange it for cash." A gold brick could be sold for 3 million, which, while still a lot, was much more low-key than 174 million. Because he wore a mask and hat, others could not see Hong Chen's appearance, which helped him avoid some prying eyes. After selling 1 gold brick, he took another taxi to the next gold shop, repeating the process. He would also take time to go to the restroom, take out the clothes hidden in the Kunlun jade pendant, and change his disguise to avoid being followed. Perhaps he was being overly cautious and paranoid, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Although he had broken through to a 1-star martial artist, his realm was still not enough, so he had to be careful. To avoid attracting attention, Hong Chen would take a taxi every night to leave and then head to other districts, running through 4 districts in total. By noon on the 5th day, he finally sold all the gold bricks. Looking at the cash and the Kunlun jade pendant, Hong Chen changed his disguise again and went to the largest jade market in Jianghuai province. When he entered the jade market, he saw Lu Ruyan and her best friend. Hong Chen didn't want to cause any trouble, so he remained silent. Since his disguise was decent, Lu Ruyan didn't recognize him, and she was laughing and chatting with her friend. "This piece of jade is so beautiful. I really want it. If you like it, you can have Long Outyan buy it for you." Long Outyan is so stingy, he's not as generous as Hong Chen.
I even doubt he's a real rich second generation. Since Hong Chen treats you so well, why did you break up with him? Hong Chen has the most useless F-grade talent. Would you be with someone with F-grade talent? Plus, his dad is dead, so he'll just be an ordinary person in the future. How can he be worthy of me? That makes sense. I definitely wouldn't be with an F-grade loser. I'm afraid it would affect our future children's genes. Hearing Lu Ruyan and her friend's conversation, Hong Chen rolled his eyes. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. Su Firen didn't care about his poor talent and didn't despise himself either. The gap between people is like the gap between humans and dogs. Someone like Lu Ruyan doesn't deserve to be called human. Hong Chen walked straight up to the female salesperson and quietly said, "I want to buy jade." Seeing the heavily disguised Hong Chen, the female salesperson politely asked, "Sir, what kind of jade do you need?" Hong Chen calmly replied, "Colorful stones." Upon hearing these 3 words, the female salesperson was momentarily stunned, then reminded him, "Sir, colorful stones are 500,000 yuan per gram." "I know that." Hong Chen glanced around and added, "There are too many people outside. Do you have a VIP reception room in your store?" The female salesperson was perceptive and immediately nodded. "Please follow me." The two went to the VIP reception room, where the female salesperson brought tea and then asked, "How many grams of colorful stones do you need?" "The smallest colorful stone we have is 13 grams. Hong Chen waved his hand, and a small mountain of cash appeared out of thin air in the VIP reception room. "Here is 174 million. I need a colorful stone weighing less than 348 grams. Summoning items out of thin air, the female salesperson's eyes widened. This was a spatial treasure. Spatial treasures are extremely valuable, and ordinary people cannot afford them at all. The female salesperson turned to look at Hong Chen and immediately sensed a powerful aura that only a martial emperor could possess. Hong Chen put on the ring on his left hand, which emitted a faint glow. He quickly retracted his left hand to avoid drawing the salesperson's attention. Years ago, when Hong Sin was handling a case, he confiscated a ring specifically designed to conceal one's identity. After wearing this ring, if outsiders were to spy on him, they would feel an aura from him that was no less than that of a martial emperor. Hong Chen had always regarded this ring as a toy, never expecting it would come in handy at this moment. The salesperson's tone became increasingly respectful as she hurriedly said, "I'll have the supervisor come over to talk to you." Only a martial emperor could detect the clues when Hong Chen wore this ring. However, in a small place like Jianghuai province, there were no martial emperors. The neighboring Jiangnan province had a few. Soon, a young and handsome supervisor approached, his level being 8-star martial spirit. "I heard you want to purchase a colorful stone?" Hong Chen responded with a nonchalant and said, "The money is all on the ground." The male supervisor, feeling anxious, said, "I heard from the salesperson about your needs, but the largest colorful stone we have in our store is only 192 grams. Hong Chen expressed slight dissatisfaction, saying, "Just find me a 156-gram colorful stone, that should work." "I understand, please wait a moment," the male supervisor said respectfully before quickly leaving. After a short while, the male supervisor returned with 2 boxes, each containing a colorful jade stone. Hong Chen did not move but said, "Count the money, if there are no issues, I will leave." The male supervisor placed the boxes on the table next to Hong Chen and then called over several people. Before long, they finished counting the cash. The female salesperson approached respectfully and said, "We have finished counting the money, the amount is just right." Upon hearing this, Hong Chen stopped hesitating, reached out to put the 2 colorful stones into the Kunlun jade pendant, and then stood up to prepare to leave. The male supervisor, with a smile on his face, saw Hong Chen about to leave and took out a piece of red jade from his pocket, bending down to hand it to Hong Chen, saying, "Sir, this is a gift for you." "Is this red agate?" Hong Chen said in a hoarse voice, "This thing isn't cheap." The male supervisor replied respectfully, "To be honest, today you purchased colorful stones, and we actually made 10 million. This piece of red agate is worth 8 million, considered a rebate from our store. If you need to purchase jade in the future, I hope you will choose our store first." Upon hearing this, Hong Chen accepted the red agate and said lightly, "Okay." Watching Hong Chen's departing figure, the male supervisor said to the female salesperson beside him, "He speaks concisely and is reserved, walks with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, exuding an aura of a master." The female salesperson agreed, "There are only a few martial emperors in Jianghuai province. He is probably one of them, but due to his identity, he can't reveal himself, so he must be in disguise." The male supervisor nodded and said, "You did well this time. If he comes to our store again, you must be even more polite and respectful." Hong Chen returned home and removed his disguise. It was almost 8 in the evening, and he hurried back to his room, entering the Kunlun jade pendant. Zhang Menghu had not yet arrived. The tavern only had a tall, thin young man sitting alone at a Wooden table, drinking. The young man had an ordinary appearance, tall and thin like a bamboo pole, with a pair of dead fish eyes, making him look listless. Bored, Hong Chen walked to the counter and said, "Warm up 2 pots of wine and bring a plate of fennel beans." Kuei Huang knocked on the wooden counter and bluntly said, "Pay first." "My friend will be here soon, I'll have him settle the bill," Hong Chen replied with a smile. But Kuei Huang was unyielding. "I only serve drinks after payment, and I treated you last time." The tall, thin man at the next table reached out and casually tossed a piece of broken silver onto the counter, saying lightly, "I'll cover it." Seeing this, Kuei Huang handed a pot of wine to Hong Chen. Hong Chen took the wine and was about to express his gratitude to the tall, thin man, but the man waved his hand, signaling Hong Chen not to be polite. "No need to thank me, all wine friends are one family, our meeting is fate. May I ask your surname?" Hong Chen sat down opposite the tall, thin man. "You can call me Long Yuan." "You can call me Jianjiu." The tall, thin man raised his wine pot. Hong Chen clinked his pot with him. Jianjiu was a strangely intriguing name, feeling like a code name. Jianjiu drank the wine in the pot in one go and then stood up to leave. Just then, Jiang Minghu entered the tavern and the two brushed past each other. Jiang Minghu turned to look at Jianjiu and then walked to Hong Chen's table, asking, "Do you know him?" "Just met." Hong Chen replied, "His name is Jianjiu, it should be a nickname or alias." Hearing the name Jianjiu, Jiang Minghu paused and said, "He should be a sword cultivator from the Sword Rain capital, and this is not an alias." Hong Chen asked, "What is the Sword Rain capital?" Jiang Minghu explained, "The most renowned sword cultivators in the 9 provinces usually come from 2 places, the Sword Rain capital and the Luofu Sword Tomb." The Luofu Sword Tomb was originally called the Sword Tomb, but because it is located in the Luofu realm, it is also referred to as the Luofu Sword Tomb. Sword cultivators from the Sword Rain capital have distinctive names, with the surname Jian and a number for their given name, such as Jianyi, Jianair, Jianzhou, Jianshi, Lu, Jianba Shirba. But these names are not randomly chosen. The most powerful person in the Sword Rain capital is called Jianyi, the second most powerful is Jianair, and so on, but it goes up to a maximum of Jianyi Bai. Sword cultivators from the Sword Rain capital are as numerous as the stars, like raindrops falling from the sky. The Jianjiu you just met ranks 9th in such a place, undoubtedly one of the top sword cultivators in the 9 provinces. Jiang Minghu concluded, "The Sword Rain capital and the Luofu Sword Tomb are the sacred places in the hearts of sword cultivators in the 9 provinces. You've met a big shot. I've learned something." Hong Chen took out 2 pieces of colorful stone and handed them to Jiang Minghu. "The gold bricks you gave me can buy a 348-gram colorful stone, but I don't have such a large one." Jiang Minghu took the colorful stone, then took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Hong Chen, saying, "The pure yang breath is inside." Hong Chen did not take the small porcelain bottle immediately. Seeing this, Jiang Minghu slapped his forehead and took out 3 gold bricks, saying, "These are the gold bricks I promised to give you." "Thank you." Hong Chen cupped his hands in thanks and then put away the 3 gold bricks and the small porcelain bottle. "I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave," Jiang Minghu said, eager to leave after receiving the colorful stone. Hong Chen went to the counter, took paper and pen, and wrote a new note, adding a line at the end, "Jade Stone Purchasing Agent, please leave a message if needed." After returning to the real world, Hong Chen did not rush to consume the pure yang breath, because the temperature generated after enhancing his talent was too high and could potentially burn down the house. Therefore, he rode his electric bike alone to a secluded spot by a small river in the middle of the night. There were no flammable materials around, and the river was right next to him. If it got too hot, he could just jump into the river. Hong Chen opened the bottle cap and, as if drinking water, gulped down the pure yang breath in one go. After reaching the great success stage of the 8-9 profound art, a pure yang power would emerge within him. The pure yang breath he consumed at this moment could not be considered pure yang power, it could only be regarded as a trace of pure yang's aura. The scorching aura traveled down his throat, and Hong Chen felt a familiar heat throughout his body. He immediately activated the heavenly restoration divine ability. Hong Chen guided the gray-black spiritual energy, wrapping layers around the pure yang breath, gradually devouring it. He emitted a scorching high temperature, causing the surrounding air to distort, and the river beside him resembled boiling water, instantly rising with a large amount of steam. Due to the intense heat, the ground beneath Hong Chen was charred black, and the leaves on the distant trees quickly turned yellow and then fell, turning to ash before they even reached the ground. The gray-black vortex within Hong Chen was consuming the pure yang breath, but due to the immense energy of the pure yang breath, it took a full 3 hours to completely devour it. After successfully absorbing the pure yang breath, his talent was upgraded to B-level Yang Flame. Hong Chen opened his eyes, ready to summon the Yang Flame in his palm to test its power. But suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his forehead, as if something was about to crack open above his brow. What was happening? Did something go wrong when he enhanced his talent? Hong Chen held his head, veins bulging on his face, and because the pain above his brow was too intense, he kept banging his head against the ground, trying to alleviate the pain. After several minutes of agony, the pain gradually subsided. Hong Chen took out his phone from the Kunlun jade pendant and opened the camera, wanting to see what was wrong with his forehead. The phone screen displayed Hong Chen's pale face drenched in sweat with disheveled hair. Above his brow, a golden mark had appeared, curving upwards at the top and downwards at the tail, forming an S shape. Seeing the black filth seeping from his body, Hong Chen immediately understood that his physique had just undergone another refinement. Each time he eliminated the yin number, his physique would be refined, and after eliminating the yin number, he would also gain a divine ability. Since this was the second time he eliminated the yin number, Hong Chen received the second divine ability of the 8-9 profound art, the Eye of Heaven. There were many descriptions of the Eye of Heaven in the 8-9 profound art, abbreviated as the heavenly eye. It could look up to the 9 heavens and down to the 9 hells, observe the 3,000 worlds from afar, and discern minute details up close. In simpler terms, the function of the heavenly eye was like that of a telescope, magnifying glass, X-ray vision, and night vision. Moreover, the heavenly eye could shoot out highly offensive rays, but it consumed a lot of spiritual energy. At his current level, Hong Chen could only fire one shot before becoming exhausted. Hong Chen touched the golden mark, guiding the spiritual energy within him to gather above his brow. The golden mark slowly cracked open a thin seam, and as the seam widened, an eye began to emerge. This eye had golden pupils, with a cold and ruthless gaze, precisely the legendary Eye of Heaven. When the third eye above Hong Chen's brow fully opened, a golden light suddenly burst forth from his pupils. This light was like a golden lamp, illuminating everything around. Wherever the golden light shone, everything fell silent. The ripples in the river ceased, and the distant frogs stopped croaking. Hong Chen's vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch all became acutely sensitive, and every movement around him could not escape his gaze. This feeling was marvelous, as if everything was under his control, with every action of the surrounding objects enveloped in his senses. Hong Chen turned his head to look at the steam rising from the river. The steam seemed to move in slow motion, rising little by little, like a television playing in slow motion. But it wasn't that the steam was moving slowly, rather, Hong Chen's visual senses were so sharp that he perceived this visual effect. He felt very uncomfortable with this, as the scene before him was in slow motion, making his hands and feet feel uncoordinated. A very unpleasant sensation. He immediately stopped supplying spiritual energy, and the heavenly eye slowly closed, eventually transforming into an S-shaped golden mark, and the discomfort dissipated. Hong Chen reached out to touch the golden mark, which was flat and seamless. It seemed that apart from the golden mark, there was no difference above his brow compared to usual. It appeared that only when he actively opened the heavenly eye would a gap appear above his brow. Hong Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If a third eye were to grow above his brow, it would look quite frightening. With his talent upgraded to B-level Yang Yen, Hong Chen extended his right hand, and a vibrant burst of crimson gold flames appeared in his palm. The temperature of the flames was extremely high, instantly evaporating the moisture in the air. Even from 100 meters away, one could still feel a scorching heat. Is this Yang Yen? Hong Chen exclaimed, it's simply terrifying. The Yang Yen in his hand could turn a 10-star martial artist to ashes in just 3 seconds. If he learned a few powerful fire-based martial techniques, he could still inflict considerable damage even against martial masters of the same realm. Hong Chen rode his electric bike back home. The Eye of Heaven could slow down the enemy's speed, thus providing a significant advantage in battle. However, after activating the Eye of Heaven, he felt a sense of heaviness in his head and lightness in his feet, which was very uncomfortable, like having drunk too much fake alcohol. With only 30 days left until the college entrance examination, time in reality was running out, and Hong Chen could only enter the Kunlun Jade Pendant. The time flow in the Kunlun Jade Pendant was 100 times slower than outside. Spending 100 hours adapting to the Eye of Heaven here would only equate to 1 hour in the real world. Although he couldn't practice breathing techniques in the Kunlun Jade Pendant, he could still refine his proficiency in martial techniques. Hong Chen took out the Great Easy Spear manual he had placed in the Kunlun Jade Pendant, flipping through the manual while adapting to the Heavenly Eye. The Moon Staff, the Year Knife, the Lifetime Spear techniques required the most time to hone. Su Firen had told Hong Chen that she had been holding a gun since she could stand, and now she had been practicing for over a decade. The easiest weapon to start with was the staff technique, while the knife technique was also relatively simple, broad, and open. Slightly more difficult to master than the staff technique. Hong Chen didn't particularly like guns, he preferred the broad and
open nature of knives, which was why he had never practiced the Great Easy Spear manual. There was no special reason for this. Simply a matter of personal preference, even though it was a manual created by the ancient 10 masters. But with the college entrance examination approaching, he needed to learn a few martial techniques, so Hong Chen walked into a tavern and wrote an advertisement, willing to pay handsomely for fire-based martial techniques and knife manuals. After finishing, he posted the advertisement on the wall, then left the tavern, continuing to adapt to the heavenly eye. Hong Chen adapted for over 800 hours, while only 8 hours had passed in the real world. He felt he had nearly adapted, so he finally left the Kunlun Jade pendant. After returning to the real world, he opened his heavenly eye again. Although it was still a bit uncomfortable, it was much better than before. Hong Chen nodded. As long as he gave himself time, he could definitely adapt perfectly to the heavenly eye. After Hong Chen came out, he didn't idle around. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to breathe and circulate his energy. When he was still a D-level talent, it took him 3 hours of breathing to gather a breath of spiritual energy. But now, with B-level talent, the speed of his breathing was faster. He could gather a breath of spiritual energy in just 90 minutes. If calculated this way, if he breathed for 15 hours a day, he could gather 10 breaths of spiritual energy, which was quite efficient. However, breaking through the martial artist realm was slow. It required a massive amount of spiritual energy to advance from a 1-star martial artist to a 2-star martial artist. Even if he gathered 10 breaths of spiritual energy every day, it would take at least a month to break through to a 2-star martial artist. Still, getting beaten up was more efficient. If he was beaten by a monster for a day, he could gather over 80 breaths of spiritual energy. Hong Chen missed the feeling of being beaten. However, monsters instinctively feared being stronger than themselves. This was the nature of monsters. Now that Hong Chen was a 1-star martial artist, if he went to Xiangning Mountain, the silverback gorilla and the black bear would not dare to attack him. They would only flee in panic upon seeing him. This situation was similar to Sun Xiaochuan, because he was stronger. Sun Xiaochuan did not dare to act, and monsters were somewhat in the same situation. Hong Chen was now a 1-star martial artist with B-level talent. In the future, during the college entrance examination, as long as his luck wasn't too bad, he should be able to get into a top university. As for the top-tier universities, given his current situation, there was almost no hope. But this was not his fault. It was difficult for all ordinary people to get into top-tier universities. There were only 10 top-tier universities, and with so many wolves and so little meat, it was hard to get in. Moreover, the spots in top-tier universities were almost monopolized by powerful families. These families had the equipment to test talents, while ordinary people could only wait for the designated time for free testing. For example, in a powerful family like the Dai House, Su Firen went to awaken his talent as soon as he turned 18. Hong Chen started his training 10 months later than Su Firen, who had been practicing with a gun since he was a few years old, making his practical skills far superior to Hong Chen's. Unless one had SSS-level talent like Xiao Xiao. Otherwise, for an ordinary person like Hong Chen with mediocre talent, getting into a top university would be the best he could hope for. Hong Chen felt it was unfair. He even wanted to tread the streets of the heavenly city, stepping on the bones of the nobility, adorned in golden armor. Of course, he could only think about it. He was just a small fry now, not enough for them to notice, so he could only hype himself up in his mind. In the following days, Hong Chen breathed during the day and took time at night to adapt to the heavenly eye in Kunlun Yujue for 2 hours. After repeating this for several days, it was now the end of June. After adapting to the heavenly eye, he took a moment to visit a tavern and noticed a new message on the paper he had written. I have what you want, come to the tavern to find me at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. 8 o'clock at night. Hong Chen entered Kunlun Yujue on time, where he posted a total of 3 notices in the tavern. The first notice read high prices for various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the second read jade and stone purchasing, and the third read high prices for fire-type martial arts and sword manuals. The tavern walls had also been plastered with many notices over the past few days, densely packed, probably around 80 or 90 in total. Upon entering the tavern, Hong Chen saw 3 people inside. A Jew was chatting privately with a strange woman, likely conducting a transaction. A serious-looking middle-aged man was sitting with his eyes closed, dressed in a suit, looking like a white-collar worker. This must be him, Hong Chen thought, and immediately approached, saying, "Hello, I'm looking to purchase fire-type martial arts and sword manuals. Did you leave a message?" The middle-aged man opened his eyes, glanced Hong Chen up and down, then nodded. Seeing this, Hong Chen sat down across from him and asked, "Are you selling martial arts or sword manuals?" The middle-aged man did not answer but pointed to the notice about jade and stone purchasing, asking, "This
Notice should also be yours, right? Hong Chen nodded. The middle-aged man had a keen eye to recognize his handwriting.
The man took out 2 books and pushed them across the table to Hong Chen and said, "This is a low-level Earth-grade sword manual and a top-level mysterious-grade fire-type martial art."
Hong Chen did not take the 2 books but looked at the man warily, asking, "And then?"
"Since you are in the jade and stone purchasing business, it means you should have a good supply of jade." The middle-aged man paused, then continued, "As long as you can help me buy some crimson jade, I will give you these 2 books.
Hong Chen fell silent for a moment.
A few days ago, he had helped Jiang Menghu purchase colorful stones, and the boss had conveniently given him a piece of crimson jade. However, since he didn't have much money left, Hong Chen originally planned to sell the crimson jade for cash. Although the value of the low-level Earth-grade sword manual and the top-level fire-type martial art exceeded that of the crimson jade, money was tight, and he still needed to pay for college tuition. After being accepted into the martial arts university, he would have to travel far for school, so he planned to keep the 3 gold bricks Jiang Menghu had given him for his siblings, Hong Lan and Hong Hu. After their parents died, his elder brother became a father figure, and he had to take on the responsibility of caring for his younger siblings, which was also their father's dying wish.
Hong Chen wanted to refuse, but the middle-aged man sensed his thoughts and quickly spoke before he could. "Don't be too hasty in rejecting.
This fire-type martial art can be linked with this
sword manual.
The combined power of the 2 is even comparable to high-level Earth-grade martial arts." Hearing the man's words, Hong Chen's mouth, which had been open, slightly closed, he did not immediately refuse.
"I estimate your level isn't
high, so you won't be able to use high-tier martial arts that require a lot of spiritual energy. And for slightly weaker high-level Earth-grade martial arts, you also won't have enough spiritual energy to perform them."
The middle-aged man pointed at the 2 books on the wooden table and added, "These 2 martial arts and sword manuals are just right for you. Don't miss this opportunity easily, or you won't have such a good chance in the future." After a moment of hesitation, Hong Chen said, "I happen to have a piece of crimson jade, I can trade it with you." Just as the middle-aged man said, money could be earned again, but if he missed these 2 books, there might not be another chance like this. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, but his face showed little emotion. At his age and level, he had long learned to hide his feelings. "I'll go get it for you." Hong Chen left the tavern and then retrieved the crimson jade from the outside space. Kunlun Yujue was
a spatial treasure, and anything stored inside would appear outside the tavern. After returning to the tavern, Hong Chen placed the crimson jade on the wooden table.
The middle-aged man pushed 2 books towards Hong Chen and they each took the other's items.
Hong Chen picked up the 2 books and glanced at them. The fire-type martial arts technique was called Great Burning Heaven Technique, and the sword manual was named Unforeseen Blade Scripture.
"My name is Luo Feng," the
middle-aged man said as he put away the crimson jade, looking down at Hong Chen's hands, and added, "I might need your help with purchasing in the future." "My name is Long Yuan," Hong Chen replied without refusal, saying, "If I can help, just call me, but I will charge for it." "Wait a moment." Luo Feng stood up and walked out of the tavern, but soon returned, holding a sword in his hand.
Luo Feng tossed the sword to Hong Chen and said, "This sword is called Zhengyang and it suits
you perfectly. Consider it a deposit I've paid in advance." Though accepting a favor, Hong Chen had no suitable sword of his own, so he took the Zhengyang sword and smiled in thanks. "Then I appreciate it."
Luo Feng waved his hand and turned to leave the tavern without any further words.
This Luo Feng was not simple. He seemed to see through Hong Chen's thoughts.
Hong Chen felt that every move he made was completely under Luo Feng's control.
Luo Feng first recognized Hong Chen's handwriting, then when Hong Chen was about to refuse to give him the crimson jade, he appealed to his emotions and reason, prompting him to change his mind. In the end, Luo Feng merely glanced and saw that Hong Chen had never held a sword before. And then he gifted him the Zhengyang sword, thereby putting Hong Chen in his debt. When Hong Chen was about to express his gratitude, Luo Feng simply walked away, giving him no chance to thank him, presenting himself as someone who did good deeds
without seeking repayment. Hong Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Luo Feng was truly impressive. He felt completely at his mercy, and if Luo Feng asked for help next time, he would most likely not refuse. After putting away the 2 books and the Zhengyang sword, Hong Chen also left the tavern. He set down the 2 books and eagerly drew the sword. The Zhengyang sword was long and straight, its blade glowing red, clearly a fire-type weapon. Because the Zhengyang sword had a single-edged blade, this type of sword was also referred to as a horizontal sword. Hong Chen practiced with it a few times. The feel was quite good. He planted the Zhengyang sword into the ground and picked up Great Burning Heaven Technique and Unforeseen Blade Scripture, looking at the contents of the books. 4 hours quickly passed, but in the Kunlun Jade, it was 400 hours. Time had already passed 12 o'clock. Today was July 1st. At the end of this month, the Great Xia Kingdom would hold the martial artist entrance examination competition.
30 days was certainly not enough for Hong Chen to learn Great Burning Heaven technique and unforeseen blade scripture, but in the Kunlun Jade, time flowed
100 times slower than outside.
This meant that Hong Chen had 3,000 days in the Kunlun Jade, equivalent to 8 years in the real world.
Not to mention 8 years, even 8 months would be enough for him to master Great
Burning Heaven technique and unforeseen blade scripture. Hong Chen activated his heavenly eye, adapting to it while picking up the Zhangyang sword, and began practicing the sword according to the contents of unforeseen blade scripture. Hong Chen had long placed his diary in the Kunlun Jade pendant, and as the time had come, he could open the 7th page. After practicing the unfathomable blade for several hundred hours, Hong Chen was a bit tired, so he immediately opened the diary.
July 1st.
5025. The college entrance examination is at the end of the month. Su Firen needs to diligently cultivate, so she doesn't have
time to accompany me.
But she promised that after the exam, she would go traveling with me.
July 8, 5025. In the past few days, I have been trading with people in the Kunlun Jade pendant, and I obtained several rare treasures, successfully raising my talent to
D level, and my breathing speed has also increased.
July 9, 5025. Since Su Firen is in seclusion and I don't know anyone in the Dai mansion, I can only stay in my room to cultivate.
July 14, 5025. Today I broke through to a 3-star warrior.
The version
of myself in the diary, lacking the 8 or 9 profound arts and having just improved my talent, was progressing slowly.
July
25, 5025. Today I broke through to a 4-star warrior.
July 29, 5025. Tomorrow is the day of the Warrior College entrance examination
competition. Su Firen has come out of seclusion, but she is a bit nervous because she fears disappointing her family.
I told
Su Firen not to worry, as long as she performs at her true level, she will definitely be able to enter a top university.
July 30th,
5025. Today is the day of the Warrior College entrance examination. The TV station will be broadcasting live, and Old Master Su called me to watch the competition together. But there are other members of the Su family in the room, and I feel a bit suffocated and
uncomfortable, as if someone is secretly watching me.
July 31st, 5025. The Warrior College entrance examination is still ongoing, and the competition is fierce. A third of the candidates were eliminated on the first day.
August 1st, 5025. I watched the live broadcast with the Su family, and the camera accidentally cut to Su Firen.
She was very decisive in her moves, taking down her opponent with one shot, and everyone was excitedly cheering. I was also very thrilled.
August 3rd, 5025.
There are fewer and fewer people on the field, with only the last 10 remaining. Although I hope Su Firen wins first place, Li Chang'an and Luo Lai are just too strong. Even Old Master Su said the top scholar would be among them.
August 4th, 5025. The college entrance examination competition has finally ended, and the results were about what I expected. Su Firen successfully secured 3rd place, which is a great achievement and allows her to enter a top university.
The 3rd place Su Firen secured refers to the 3rd position in the competition,
not the mass 3rd place.
August 9, 5025. A few days ago, I traveled with Su Firen in Jiangnan province, and today upon
returning, I received the admission notice. Su Firen has been accepted into Longjing University, and she happily hugged me.
August 10, 5025. Old Master Su just privately told me that he has a way to arrange for me to enter a top university.
He asked if I would be willing. Of course, I would. There would be no hesitation at all.
August 18, 5025. Today, I boarded the cross-border flying
boat with Su Firen. Old Master Su wrote me a recommendation letter to give to the vice president of Tianwu University, but I don't know if Old Master Su's influence is enough. If that vice president doesn't give me face, I would have to return to the Great Xia Kingdom in disgrace.
This page recorded so much content, and Hong Chen had previously underestimated the heroes of the world. He
thought Su Firen would definitely take first place. Unexpectedly, the Great Xia Kingdom is full of talents, and besides Su Firen, there are also Luo Lai and Li Chang'an.
However, since the diary did not record in detail, I do not know who among these two took
2nd place and who took 1st.
When Su Firen came last time, she successfully broke through to an 8-star martial artist.
After
returning, she went into seclusion for a while, and before the Warrior College entrance examination competition, she had hopes of breaking through to a 9-star martial artist. As for Luo Lai and Li Chang'an, they should also be at the level of 9-star martial artists. The difficulty of a martial artist breaking through to the martial spirit realm is extremely high, and the hope of the 3 of them breaking through to martial spirit is very slim, with the highest estimate only reaching a 10-star martial artist.
Currently, I am a 1-star martial artist, following the rules to practice breathing techniques. Before the martial artist college entrance examination begins, I can at most reach a 2-star martial artist. In front of Luo Lai, Li Chang'an, and Su Firan, the realm of a 2-star martial artist is completely insufficient. At best, I can only be considered cannon fodder. Moreover, I haven't become a boyfriend or girlfriend with Su Firan, so Su Tianbao won't help me write a recommendation letter. If I'm lucky, I might be able to enter a first-tier university, but even a salted fish has dreams, let alone a living person like Hong Chen, who also wants to get into a top university. The gap between a top university and a first-tier university is like the difference between clouds and mud, heaven and earth. Furthermore, there are only 10 top universities, with a total enrollment of just 300,000 students. In contrast, there are 2,000 first-tier universities, with a total enrollment of 20 million. As for second-tier and third-tier universities, the number of students enrolled is even greater, countless beyond measure. The 9 provinces are boundless, and just in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, there are over 100,000 countries, with the Great Xia Kingdom being just one of them. The Great Xia Kingdom is considered a strong nation among these hundreds of thousands of countries, but there is still a significant gap compared to superpowers. The Great Xia Kingdom has 2 capitals and 13 provinces, with Jianhui province having hundreds of thousands of students each year, but only half of them will participate in the martial artist college entrance examination. So, adding up the 2 capitals and 13 provinces, there are about 2 million candidates. The martial artist college entrance examination is a nationwide unified system, and the 2 million candidates will be thrown onto the same battlefield to compete in the examination. Candidates will fight against each other, and the more candidates are eliminated during this time, the longer they survive, the higher their final ranking will be. However, in this martial artist college entrance examination, the vast majority of students are cannon fodder, especially those who have not broken through to martial artist. They are merely lambs to the slaughter. Candidates like Hong Chen, who have broken through to the martial artist realm, are in a slightly better situation. But when faced with martial artists of a higher realm, he can only run away. Even if I break through to a 2-star martial artist, it still won't be enough in the examination. It seems I can only go out and find someone to beat me up, trying to improve my realm as much as possible. Hong Chen fell into thought, wondering if he could hire a private tutor to beat him up, or perhaps pay someone to do it. In the real world, both ideas are quite bizarre. Who would spend money to have someone beat them up? Only a masochist would do that. When Hong Chen thought of masochists, his mind suddenly cleared, and an idea popped up. He could pretend to be a masochist and then hire someone to whip him. Of course, normal people wouldn't agree to such an exaggerated and ridiculous request, so he could only look for some people with violent tendencies. As for where to find people with violent tendencies, he could only trouble Uncle Wang, who works in the security bureau and must have contact with such people. Of course, Jianghuai province also has underground boxing rings that specialize in illegal fights, where the people are quite ruthless. After finding out the location, Hong Chen also wanted to try his luck in the ring, but his realm was too low, and the organizers wouldn't give him a chance. Uncle Wang did not agree to this matter, so Hong Chen had no choice but to wear him down, but Uncle Wang just wouldn't agree. Pressured and helpless, Hong Chen had to lie, saying, "I'm doing this to treat people with violent tendencies." But that wasn't really a lie, because having been beaten up, and others venting their violence, how could that not be considered treatment? In the end, Uncle Wang mentioned a name and advised Hong Chen to speak nicely to that person. When Hong Chen found this person, he was taken aback, because this person looked very much like someone with violent tendencies. It was a woman over 2 meters tall, with a powerful build, broad shoulders, and explosive muscles all over her body, with bulging veins on her arms, weighing at least 300 pounds. Upon seeing this female hero, Hong Chen couldn't help but swallow hard and instinctively took a few steps back. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The female hero's voice was deep and powerful. I have masochism." Hong Chen stuttered nervously, his words unclear. "I heard, you have violent tendencies, can you hit me?" The female hero showed a confused expression. "What do you mean? Are you making fun of me?" "That's pretty much what I mean. If you don't believe me, just hit me." As soon as Hong Chen finished speaking, a heavy punch landed on his face, sending him rolling for over 10 meters before he steadied himself. A 3-star martial artist, Hong Chen quickly assessed the female hero's strength. From that punch, he gained 3 breaths of spiritual energy. Squatting on the ground, he wiped the blood from his nose and then mocked, "Too weak." Without needing any provocation, the female hero lunged at him like she had taken gunpowder, throwing an uppercut. Hong Chen was sent
spiraling into the air, and before he could land, the female hero delivered a powerful whip kick to his chest. He was sent flying backward, crashing into a solid steel pole, bending it.
5 breaths of spiritual energy. Hong Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, pain shooting through his chest as he staggered to his feet, taunting again, "Is that all the strength you have?" The female hero couldn't stand being provoked, her anger showing as she bared her teeth, and she dashed in front of Hong Chen, knocking him down with a punch. Then, she mounted him and rained down a series of punches, bang, bang, bang. After just a dozen punches, Hong Chen lost consciousness. When he woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. He had been taken to the hospital by kind-hearted people, and both Hong Lan and Hong, who were by his side, relieved to see him awake. The female hero's combat power was too strong, far beyond Hong Chen's expectations, and he felt a bit guilty for worrying Hong Hu and Hong Lan for no reason. After returning home, Hong Chen meditated for a few days and practiced martial arts at Kunlun Yujue at night. On July 7, he gathered enough spiritual energy and broke through to a 2-star martial artist. Not wanting to worry Hong Hu and Hong Lan, whenever he provoked the female hero again, Hong Chen felt he was about to reach his limit, so he would decisively escape, not giving the female hero a chance to strike him down. On July 18, Hong Chen broke through to a 3-star martial artist, with only 11 days left until the college entrance examination. Time was running short, and he frequently provoked the female hero. This time, he broke through to a 4-star martial artist in just 8 days. Moreover, last night, Hong Chen obtained another rare treasure, successfully upgrading his talent to an A-grade son. With the college entrance examination approaching, his chances of success increased, and he no longer provoked the female hero, instead staying home to recover. Of course, while recuperating, Hong Chen didn't just lie in bed sleeping, he was constantly practicing the Great Burning Heaven technique and Wowan Blade scripture in Kunlun Yujue. He had practiced these 2 martial arts for over 1,000 hours and was already proficient. Additionally, he had completely overcome the discomfort of the Eye of Heaven and could now use it perfectly. Time passed day by day, and soon it was July 29, the last day before the college entrance examination. Hong Chen hesitated for a long time, but still called Su Firen. After the call connected, both of them said hello, and then there was a long silence. Hong Chen thought of many opening lines. But when the call actually went through, he didn't know how to start. Su Firen's angry voice came through the phone. "Just say what you have to say." "Good luck on the college entrance exam," Hong Chen finally managed to say. After a long pause. "Boring," Su Firen replied. "If you have nothing else, I'm hanging up." "Don't," Hong Chen hurriedly said. "After the exam, I'll come find you. I have something to tell you." "What is it that can only be said after the exam? Can't you say it now?" Hong Chen was taken aback. "Well, I could say it now, but I'm a bit embarrassed." Su Firen was very clever. Upon hearing Hong Chen's words, she immediately guessed what he wanted to say. "Aren't you interested in someone else? How can you say that to me? Do you think it's appropriate?" No matter what, Hong Chen was a bit anxious. "Can't we at least be friends?" "We can't." Su Firen's response was crisp and decisive, and she hung up the phone right after. Hong Chen called again, but the other side had already turned off the phone. He felt a mix of emotions. One was Xiao Xiao, and the other was Su Firen, and he didn't want to let either of them down. This wasn't about Hong Chen being fickle, it was more about the situation he was facing, which was somewhat like the dilemma of loyalty and filial piety. "Damn it!" Hong Chen said angrily, feeling utterly frustrated. The next morning, Hong Chen took his exam admission ticket and headed to Zhenghuai High School. He saw Ng Huanhuan, Sun Xiaochuan, Lu Ruyan, and Lan Aotian. Then, a series of buses arrived at the school gate, carrying many candidates to the gathering point. 2 hours later, the candidates arrived at the gathering point, where a transmission array stood ahead. The students lined up to enter the transmission array. Those who stepped into it would be teleported to random positions inside. Hong Chen handed his admission ticket to the proctor, who checked it and then handed Hong Chen a card. This card was about the size of an ID card, and it had his basic information written on it. Name: Hong Chen, candidate number 4396.0, survival time 0 minutes. Hong Chen put away the card and stepped into the transmission array. His vision blurred, the light and shadows shifted, and his body felt light as he floated up. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. Beneath his feet was a vast desert, the sky was a clear blue, and there wasn't a cloud in sight. This place was similar to the Kunlun Jade Pendant, a spatial treasure, but this treasure contained a vast space stretching for hundreds of miles, and he was about to face candidates from all over the country here. Today is the day of the martial artist college entrance examination, and people from all over the country are gathered in front of their televisions, watching the live broadcast.
Hong Lan and Hong who are also at home, with milk tea and sunflower seeds on the table while the host on the television is giving the opening remarks.
Second sister, what do you think Big Brother can achieve? Does he have a chance to get into a third-rate university? He has the worst F-level talent and he locks himself in his room every day. Who knows if he's training or just sleeping?
Hong Hu nodded and said, in my opinion, Big Brother shouldn't risk his life to participate in the martial artist entrance exam, he might as well learn a trade.
Hong Lan sighed, I don't expect Big Brother to achieve a great ranking, I just hope he doesn't lose his life.
The sparring battles between martial artists are not child's play, and there is certainly a risk of death. Therefore, every year there are some candidates
who die on the examination field, which is unavoidable. If a martial artist fears death, even if he possesses extraordinary abilities, his existence holds no meaning. Since they are called martial artists, the most important thing is the word martial. Martial artists must temper their martial arts through life and death battles, break through the limits of martial arts, and climb to the peak of martial arts. That is the meaning of martial. If a martial artist is too afraid to participate in
the entrance exam, to the point of fearing death, it would be better for him to give up training early and live as an ordinary person.
If martial artists do not dare to fight, what use is their level? Is it just for show? It's like studying for over
a decade, and in the end, because of fear of hardship, becoming a security guard. It would have been better to become a security guard from the start and avoid taking a detour for 10 years. The television screen cuts to a tall and sturdy man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, dressed in a black short-sleeved outfit, with strong limbs, slightly curly short hair, a square face, and a big nose. The host, looking at the script in hand, introduces, this is Luo Lai from Fengtian province. Although he looks a bit mature, he is indeed 18 years old this year. Originally, Luo Lai was accepted early by Longjing University, but he didn't want to leave any regrets, so he declined Longjing University's offer and resolutely participated in the martial artist entrance exam. I guess he wants to rely on his own strength to get into a top university. Luo Lai is at the 10-star martial artist level and is one of the most promising candidates to win the national martial artist competition.
We can pay special attention to Luo Lai.
Longjing University is one of the 10 top universities, and Luo Lai being accepted early is enough to prove his outstanding talent. The host did not reveal Luo Lai's talent, probably to keep it confidential and
prevent evil cultivators from targeting him.
But this is like taking off one's pants to fart. Being accepted early by a top university already hints at his excellent talent. The scene in the drama shifts again, cutting to a thin young man with short hair, wearing a white tank top, with dragon and tiger tattoos on his exposed arms. This short-haired young man holds a black machete in his hand, with a sinister and fierce look in his eyes, resembling a street thug.
The host introduces, due to a confidentiality agreement, I cannot reveal his real name, but his nickname is Little Knife. Little Knife is at the 9-star
martial artist level with strong abilities, and is also one of the most promising candidates to win the championship. Although Luo Lai's level is higher than his, I personally have high hopes for him because I know some information about Little Knife.
The host pretends to be mysterious, trying to pique the audience's interest, leaving them in suspense. Meanwhile, far away
in Jiangnan province in Dei Mansion, Su Tianbao, after hearing the host's words, smiled and looked at the middle-aged man beside
him, asking, this Little Knife is the son of Black Knife Azura, right? The middle-aged man named Su Yuan nodded. Little
Knife has been at the Tianchen Great Wall all this time. He is only returning to the Great Xia Kingdom to participate in the martial artist entrance exam because he has reached the appropriate age.
The Black Blade Azura has earned this title at
the Sky Chasm Great Wall, which is enough to prove his strength. He is the only person in the Great Xia Kingdom, besides me, who holds a position at the Sky Chasm Great Wall. Su Tianbao praised, at under 40 years of age, he has achieved this. His
future is limitless.
If Xiao Dao has even half the talent potential of the Black Blade Azura, he could at least secure a top 3 spot in the martial arts college entrance exam.
The scene in the TV drama shifted again, this time revealing a woman with a ponytail, and the host continued to explain, this is Su Firan from Dei Prefecture in Jiangnan province.
I believe the audience has already guessed that she is the granddaughter of General Su Tianbao.
Su Yuan, seeing the scene in the drama, asked, Dad, does Firan have a chance to make the top 3?
Su Tianbao murmured, if it were last year's martial arts college entrance exam, Su Firan would definitely have secured the top spot, but this year there are too many outstanding candidates.
I've received a lot of insider information.
Besides Luo Lai and Xiao Dao, there is also a peerless genius from Jianghuai province. This person's strength is on par with Luo Lai, and he is praised by the outside world as the greatest talent of the Great Xia Kingdom in 1,000 years. Just listen to how resounding that nickname is. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan immediately said, but you can't say that. A star from the Great Xia Kingdom is also called the most beautiful woman in 5,000 years, but I think she looks just average, not as pretty as Firen. I suspect that the so-called 1,000-year talent is just commercial hype. He might just be a flash in the pan, a soft shell shrimp, Su Yuan commented sharply. Su Tianbao was a bit speechless and explained, the 1,000-year talent is a title given by Chen Tianshou.
This is not commercial hype. Chen Tianshou is the vice president of Yuanyan University. Although he is now retired, Yuanyan University is one of the top universities, and he has seen countless geniuses in his life. For someone to be praised by him as the greatest talent of the Great Xia Kingdom in 1,000 years must be an exceptionally rare super genius.
Su Tianbao continued, there is also the Holy Son of Yu Huang Treasure Realm, one of the 72 blessed lands, who is 18 this year and has also declined direct admission to participate in this entrance exam. This year, there are also participants from Manhwa Sword Pavilion by the South China Sea. Additionally, from Qingzhou Prefecture in Shishu and Jinyuan Prefecture in Nanzhou, these are all top families that are on par with Dei Prefecture, and they all have participants this year.
Su Yuan swallowed hard and said despondently, if that's the case, isn't Firen in trouble? Firen has worked hard since she was young, practicing diligently every day. Among the children of Dei Prefecture's generation, she is the most outstanding, Su Tianbao said, then
speculated, if she can perfectly showcase her strength, the top 3 should be no problem. Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, as long as she makes the top 5, she can get into a top university.
Even if she performs
poorly, she should still make the top 5.
Su Tianbao shook his head and said, that's hard to say.
If she encounters a strong opponent right from the start and gets injured, affecting her combat power, the subsequent battles will be very difficult.
The sun rose in the east, its rays blazing.
The boundless desert resembled a golden ocean, and a gust of wild wind swept in from the distance, stirring up grains of sand from the ground and forming a swirling column of sand that spiraled upward.
Firen had a sharp tongue, but unfortunately, it was a crow's beak.
Firen opened her eyes, and not far in front of her, a white light flickered. A black-faced man was also transported to this place. Both believed the other to be an easy target, so, without any words wasted, they charged straight into battle. A silver spear appeared out of thin air in front of Su Firen. She reached out and grasped it firmly in her hand. The black-faced man was unarmed, and with a quick leap, he lunged toward Su Firen, his right fist clenched, aiming a punch directly at her chest. Su Firen's movements were even faster. She swung the silver spear violently, executing a sweeping strike. The black-faced man had no choice but to retract his fist, raising both arms, slightly squatting, to take the blow from the incoming spear shaft.
Bang!
A tremendous recoil surged through both of them, and they instinctively took a step back.
In unison, they asked, who are you?
A true expert reveals their skill with a single move. After just one exchange, they both sensed the other's extraordinary prowess.
Jiangnan, Dei Prefecture, Su Firen. Nanzhou, Jinyuan Prefecture, Wei Wei.
Dei Prefecture is located in the prosperous Jiangnan province, known as the
most famous residence in the Daxia Kingdom.
Jinyuan Prefecture is slightly less renowned, but it is also a family of military
lineage.
Both were 9-star martial masters at the same level, so this comparison would reveal who had the better foundational skills. The sunlight shone down, and Su Firen's silver spear glimmered with a cold light, while the wind and sand lifted her ponytail, swaying it back and forth. Su Firen had practiced with the spear since childhood, giving her a solid stance. Her tall figure resembled a proud pine tree standing amidst the yellow sands of the desert. Wei Wei, unarmed, took a deep breath, as if trying to draw all the air around him into his chest. Then, his body swelled, his skin tightening to reveal solid muscles, and his originally tan skin turned increasingly golden, becoming dazzlingly bright after a few breaths. Seeing this, Su Firen charged at Wei Wei like an arrow released from a bow, her silver spear darting out like lightning. This strike was named Chasing the Wind in the Moon, and Su Firen's speed was astonishing, leaving a trail of silver light in its wake. Wei Wei, transformed into a muscular golden figure, did not dodge. Instead, he clenched his right fist and with a clang, he smashed the spear tip that was coming at him. Wei Wei stepped forward, grabbing the spear shaft with both arms, and then exerted force, attempting to wrest the silver spear from Su Firen's grasp. Losing the silver spear would mean losing half of her combat power. After years of spear training, Su Firen had long mastered countermeasures against such tactics. As Wei Wei exerted force to seize the spear, Su Firen spun on her feet, her body rotating like a top, and the silver spear slipped from Wei Wei's control. Immediately, Su Firen wielded the silver spear, which moved like a raging tide, drawing arcs in the air, the spear's shadows overlapping like a flood, overwhelming Wei Wei. Facing the dense barrage of spear shadows, Wei Wei let out a roar, his skin turning an even deeper shade of gold. Relying on his indestructible physique, Wei Wei endured this round of attacks. Seeing her assault ineffective, Su Firan had to retract her spear and change her tactics. But Wei Wei was waiting. For this moment, he took a large step forward with his left foot, closing the distance, and his right fist, like a mountain-splitting stone, aimed for Su Firan's abdomen. Su Firan was sent flying 100 meters away, her body tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the sand, sending up a cloud of sand particles. Because he had rushed his attack, Wei Wei's punch did not unleash its full power. Su Firan, however, did not fare well either. Her internal organs churned violently, nearly causing her to spit blood. She immediately mobilized her spiritual energy to forcibly alleviate her injuries. 100 meters apart, Wei Wei took just 3 steps and instantly arrived in front of Su Firan, wanting to press the attack. Su Firan hurriedly got up to defend herself. As golden fists rained down on her, she could only block with the gun barrel. Wei Wei's punches were incredibly powerful, causing the gun barrel to vibrate with a buzzing sound, and Su Firan nearly lost her grip on the silver gun. Sharp weapons like long guns and daggers were most afraid of a physically strong warrior, but Wei Wei was precisely that kind of warrior who had honed his body to the extreme. Su Firan was also ignited with true fire. She slightly jumped and kicked fiercely towards Wei Wei's chest with her right foot, using the recoil to slide back several meters. Before her form could stabilize, a sudden shockwave of energy erupted around her, and an illusory white dragon coiled out from her body, then wrapped around the gun barrel. After a moment's hesitation, Wei Wei took a big step forward and threw another punch, the wind from his fist howling with the force of thunder. Su Firan gripped the silver gun tightly with both hands, took a deep breath, and with her breath, her spirit reached its peak, the spiritual energy within her boiling to its maximum at that moment. The white dragon that had been coiling around the gun barrel suddenly broke free, transforming into a silver white light, leaping forward along with Su Firan's thrust of the silver gun. This move was from the Great Easy Gun Manual. White Dragon emerges from the abyss. Back then, on the playground of Jianghuai High School, Su Firan had used this move to instantly defeat Long Outyan's bodyguard. The silver gun, accompanied by the shadow of the illusory dragon, aimed directly at Wei Wei's chest. Wherever the gun tip passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a piercing shriek. This shot was both fast and fierce, an unstoppable force scattering the surrounding yellow sand. A hint of seriousness flashed in Wei Wei's eyes. He knew this move was not to be underestimated. His muscles tensed, and the spiritual energy within him circulated, preparing to take the hit. But just as the silver gun was about to touch him, Wei Wei suddenly sidestepped, extending his right hand to try to grab the gun barrel. Su Firan had already anticipated this. She guessed that Wei Wei was pretending to take the hit, but was actually trying to seize the gun again. With a flick of her wrist, Su Firan made the silver gun draw an odd angle in the air, evading Wei Wei's hand, the gun tipped like a white dragon spitting out its tongue, bursting forth with a flash of white light aimed straight at Wei Wei's heart. Although Wei Wei reacted quickly, retracting his hand and crossing his arms to protect his chest, the white light pierced through his arms after a brief pause, like the sharpest point in the world. Seeing this, Su Firan exerted force with her arms, pushing the long gun, and a clang sound rang out as the gun tip advanced once more. Wei Wei's body was exceptionally sturdy, but the gun tip still pierced through his skin. To avoid injury to his chest, Wei Wei slid back to dissipate the force, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. After Su Firan's strike, she suddenly withdrew the long gun, and a spurt of blood erupted from Wei Wei's chest as he knelt on the ground, clutching his chest. If he hadn't timely dissipated the force, the gun tip would have pierced his heart, and he would have nearly died. Wei Wei slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with rage. This woman was simply too vicious, and he would not let this matter rest. Compared to Su Fei, Hong Chen had much better luck. He had 3 people around him. None of these 3 had reached the level of a martial artist, and Hong Chen easily eliminated them. Name: Hong Chen. Candidate number 4396. Points: 3 points. Survival time: 5 minutes. Because Hong Chen defeated 3 people, he earned 3 points. If he wanted to get into a top university, he not only had to survive until the end but also needed to accumulate a lot of points. Hong Chen immediately activated his heavenly eye and looked around. The heavenly eye had many functions, one of which was long-distance vision. He could clearly see scenes several miles away, and as Hong Chen's level increased, the distance he could see would also extend. Hong Chen retracted his gaze and closed the heavenly eye. 6 miles to the northwest, there was a male candidate at the level of a 1-star martial artist. He was a 4-star martial artist, so dealing with a 1-star martial artist was a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Hong Chen took large strides and rushed over. In just a few seconds, he was in front of the male candidate. When the male candidate heard the sound of the wind, Hong Chen was already less than 10 meters away from him. The next second, a fist the size of a cooking pot smashed toward him. The male candidate was still in a daze, completely unable to resist, and Hong Chen's punch knocked him to the ground, rendering him unconscious. As the male candidate fell unconscious, the card in his pocket quietly shattered, and a white light enveloped
him. With a flash of light, the unconscious male candidate disappeared from the spot. He was teleported out of the examination room, which also meant he was eliminated. Hong Chen continued hunting, and after defeating
5 more candidates, he encountered a skilled opponent. This was a male candidate, short and thin, with bony cheeks and thick hair, but slightly balding, looking like a skinny monkey. The skinny monkey candidate was at the level of a 6-star martial artist, 2 levels higher than Hong Chen. However, Hong Chen had eliminated 2 negative numbers, and his physique had been tempered twice, making him even stronger than the skinny monkey
candidate.
The skinny monkey candidate reaching the 6-star martial artist level was definitely not an ordinary person. He was either a descendant of a prominent family or someone with exceptional talent who broke through to 6-star martial artist in just 4 months. If it was the former, the skinny monkey candidate would surely be proficient in many martial arts techniques, and his combat power would exceed that of an ordinary 6-star martial artist. If it was the latter, the skinny monkey candidate might only know 1 or 2 martial arts techniques, but his talent would be very formidable, and his combat power would also surpass that of an ordinary 6-star martial artist. But if he possessed both qualities, that would be the worst-case scenario. Hong Chen did not dare to be careless. He first exchanged a punch with the opponent, nearly fracturing his hand, but he also gained 3 breaths of spiritual energy. The skinny monkey candidate did not reveal any weapons, indicating he practiced hand-to-hand combat. Although Hong Chen practiced sword techniques, he wanted to engage in close combat with the skinny monkey candidate because this way, he could draw on his increasingly strong body to gain a lot of spiritual energy. The skinny monkey candidate was pushed back 3 steps by Hong Chen's punch, slightly frowning and showing displeasure, muttering a nasty curse. Hong Chen rubbed his swollen wrist. The skinny monkey candidate's physique was tougher than he had imagined.
Hearing the skinny monkey candidate's crude words, Hong Chen retorted, "You're dead too."
The skinny monkey candidate's quality was simply too low. This was the competition site for martial artists' college entrance exams.
Did he really need to greet him before making a move?
Both rushed forward simultaneously, fists against fists. Abundant spiritual energy surged, stirring up a storm of dust. Hong Chen's movements were faster. After 1 punch, he followed up with a sweeping kick.
The skinny monkey
candidate was agile, jumping back to avoid Hong Chen's sweeping kick. Seeing this, Hong Chen stood up, his chest swelling, channeling spiritual energy to his throat, then opened his mouth and spewed out a massive flame. This flame blotted out the sky, rolling like a vast ocean, instantly engulfing the skinny monkey candidate. Moreover, the temperature of this flame was extremely high, melting the yellow sand on the ground into liquid. The fiery martial technique was derived from the Great Burning Heaven technique, and this move was called Fierce Fire Extinguishing. As the flames and smoke dissipated, the figure of the lean monkey examinee emerged, wrapped in a block of purple ice crystal. It was evident that this lean monkey examinee possessed an ice-type mutant talent, possibly the purple crystal ice talent, or perhaps the purple jade mysterious ice talent.
Fire and ice
are mutually restraining talents. If the fire's temperature is hotter, it can melt the ice, and if the ice's temperature is colder, it can freeze the fire. Before the martial arts examination began, Hong Chen had raised
his talent to A level. However, the flames he spewed could not melt the purple ice crystal, indicating that the lean monkey examinee's talent should be S level. Hong Chen looked up at the sky. It was now 8:30 in the morning, and there were still 3.5 hours until noon.
After the flames dissipated, the lean monkey examinee shattered the ice crystal, then his palm condensed into a long sword made of purple ice crystal.
Hong
Chen also summoned the Zhangyang knife from the Kunlun jade pendant. He gripped the knife in his right hand and brushed his left hand along the blade, igniting flames along the knife's body. The lean monkey examinee held the purple ice crystal long sword, lightly flicking the tip, sending a stream of cold air that transformed into countless ice spikes, shooting towards Hong Chen. Seeing this, Hong Chen slashed forward, unleashing a wave of flames that collided with the ice spikes in mid-air. With the enhancement of the Zhangyang knife, the temperature of the flames increased and steam filled the air from the collision of ice and fire. Before the steam could dissipate, Hong Chen sliced through it, instantly arriving in front of the lean monkey examinee. He held the horizontal knife, drawing a blazing trajectory in the air. Wherever the blade passed, the air was scorched, emitting a hiss sound. The lean monkey examinee stepped back, firmly standing on the ground, while raising his long sword forward. 1 knife and 1 sword, 1 hot and 1 cold, the two intersected in the air, producing a thunderous sound, with sparks and ice shards flying everywhere. The ice crystal long sword in the lean monkey examinee's hand instantly melted into a puddle of water, while Hong Chen's Zhangyang knife remained unscathed. The ice crystal long sword in the hands of the thin monkey candidate melted into water. He immediately threw a punch, hitting Hong Chen hard in the chest.
Hong Chen clearly could have dodged, but he didn't. Instead, he took the punch head on. Seeing Hong Chen, who had been knocked down by his punch, the thin monkey candidate was puzzled and asked, "Why didn't you dodge?" "Because I'm not afraid." Hong Chen slowly got up and then sheathed the Zhengyang knife back into the Kunlun jade pendant. The thin monkey candidate asked again, "Why aren't you afraid?" "Not afraid is just not afraid." Hong Chen felt helpless. He couldn't say that getting hit could earn him spiritual energy. Both of them had no weapons, so they engaged in close combat, which was Hong Chen's favorite area. You throw a punch, I throw a punch, and the two of them fought without any grace. The thin monkey candidate had good stamina, and he fought fiercely with Hong Chen for 2 hours. At this point, Hong Chen was bruised and battered, with contusions all over his body, while the thin monkey candidate had slightly fewer injuries. However, even though Hong Chen was more injured, he grew stronger as they fought. The thin monkey candidate's punches became weaker. After 2 hours of fierce battle, his strength was about to run out. This couldn't go on. The thin monkey candidate's face grew increasingly grim. With his S-level talent and 6-star martial artist status, he should be able to enter a top university. But this kid was getting stronger. If he continued to tangle with him, he might end up losing, and then he would only be able to enter a third-rate university. A third-rate university was unacceptable. Thinking of this, the thin monkey candidate punched Hong Chen away. He didn't pursue the victory but turned and ran without hesitation. Hong Chen wouldn't give him that chance. Seeing the thin monkey candidate trying to escape, he immediately summoned the Zhengyang knife, then leaped and slashed down, eliminating the thin monkey candidate. Originally, Hong Chen wanted to fight a little longer, but he didn't expect the thin monkey candidate to run away. Fortunately, the spiritual energy within him was sufficient. He looked around and saw no other candidates, so he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to break through. Only a few minutes passed, and he quickly completed the breakthrough, reaching the 5-star martial artist level. Masters are few. In the annual martial artist college entrance examination, less than 20% of candidates can break through to the martial artist level, while the remaining 80% are still at the martial artist level. Hong Chen activated his heavenly eye, searching for other candidates from a long distance. Anyone he discovered couldn't escape his grasp. He hunted from noon until evening, eliminating 36 candidates, with only 3 reaching the martial artist level, and they were all at 1-star and 2-star martial artist levels, completely lacking the ability to fight back. Hong Lan and Hong Hu watched the live broadcast all day, but the camera never focused on Hong Chen even once. However, at the beginning, the camera showed Su Firen and Wei Wei, who fought from morning until afternoon. Su Firen was indeed strong, but Wei Wei's talent countered her. Although she ultimately managed to severely injure Wei Wei, Su Firen also exhausted her energy and suffered serious internal injuries. Watching the ranking that flashed on the television, Hong Lan rubbed her eyes and said in shock, "Look at the 10th place on the leaderboard." Hong Hu, who was eating, raised his head upon hearing Hong Lan's words, and what came into view were 2 characters, Hong Chen. First place, Li Chang'an, points 54. First place, Luo Lai, points 54. Third place, Xiaodao, points 52. Fourth place, Mu Yunlu, points 51. Fifth place, Qinzhou, points 50. Sixth place, Jiang Pingchao, points 49. Seventh place, Situlan, points 48. Eighth place, Shaolin, points 47. Ninth place, Sun Songfeng, points 46. 10th place, Hong Chen, points 45. Hong Hu couldn't believe it and said, "It might be a namesake." Hong Lan nodded. Big brother has F-level talent, and the camera never focused on him, so it's probably another candidate with the same name. Neither of them believed that this Hong Chen was their big brother. If an F-level talent could rank in the top 10, it would be as unlikely as a sow climbing a tree. The piece of Kunlun jade in Hong Chen's hand was a sacred object of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect. He feared it would bring about a fatal disaster, so he didn't tell anyone about it. Li Chang'an and Luo Lai were tied for first place. In Hong Chen's diary, one was the top scholar, and the other was the second place. But the diary didn't clarify who was who, and Hong Chen only knew that these two were very strong. Night was the most dangerous time. After a day of fierce battles, and now that it was night, Hong Chen felt a bit tired and weak, so he looked for a place to rest for a while. Suddenly, a sound came from behind him. Because he had activated the heavenly eye, his senses became extremely sharp. Even from a distance and with a faint sound, he still heard it. Hong Chen immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. Beneath the yellow sands of the desert at night, a girl had fainted in the darkness, her high ponytail swaying in the wind. Hong Chen recognized her at a glance and instantly flashed to Su Firen side. "Hey!" Hong Chen shook Su Firen's shoulder. "Are you okay?" Su Firen opened her eyes drowsily, saw it was Hong Chen, and tiredly said, "Do I look like I'm okay?" Then she completely fainted. Seeing this, Hong Chen had no choice but to carry her and hide in a safe place.
Just past midnight, while Hong Chen was resting with his eyes closed, 2 lines of information suddenly appeared on his candidate card.
The desert is gradually shrinking. Please proceed to the central area of the desert. Candidates still on the outskirts of the desert before 8 o'clock the next day will be directly teleported out of the desert and lose their qualification to continue participating in the martial arts college entrance examination. Starting at 8 o'clock the next morning, after you eliminate other candidates, you will inherit 50% of their points.
The first piece of information resembled the shrinking
circle in games like Peace Elite and PUBG.
As the college entrance examination continued, the number of candidates would only decrease, so the desert had to gradually shrink, otherwise it would be difficult to find other candidates.
Later in the competition, after the desert shrank, it would trigger battles between candidates more frequently.
The second piece of information stated that originally, if Hong Chen defeated a candidate, he could only earn 1
point.
But starting at 8 o'clock the next morning, if the candidate he eliminated had 4 points, Hong Chen could inherit 50% of their points. Adding the original 1 point he had, Hong Chen would gain a total of 3 points. This mechanism was designed to encourage strong fighters to battle. Eliminating 6-star martial masters and 6-star martial artists would only yield 1 point, so everyone would definitely prefer to eliminate 6-star martial artists.
The dawn light was faint.
Su Firen slowly opened her eyes, her complexion slightly pale, looking rather unwell. Hong Chen noticed she was awake, squatted down in front of Su Firen, took out a bottle of mineral water, and
asked with concern, "Do you want to drink?"
Su Firen remained silent, her expression blank, only shaking her head. Even if a martial artist didn't eat or drink for 10 days, their physical strength wouldn't suffer much.
"I don't have any healing pills," Hong Chen said, holding the mineral water, his tone quite complex.
He had been severely injured by Long Aoyan's bodyguard, and if it weren't for Su Firen timely feeding him the Xiao Luobao pill, he would have long since met his end. Seeing the worry and guilt on Hong Chen's face, Su Firen finally spoke. "I took healing pills before I fainted. My injuries are no longer serious.
I fainted yesterday because I was exhausted, not because my injuries were too severe."
Hearing this, Hong Chen felt a bit relieved and said, "It's good that you're okay." The two fell silent for a moment, and Hong Chen quickly broke the silence, asking, "Who
hurt you?"
Wei from Jinyuan Prefecture," Su Firen replied simply, then added, "But he is not in a good state either. His injuries are worse than mine."
Hong Chen feigned indignation. "Where is he? I'll go deal with that guy and get some revenge for you."
"His realm is much higher than yours." Su Firen gently turned her head away, seemingly not wanting to see Hong Chen. "I need to rest now. I should be healed by noon."
The meaning of this
was clear. Su Firen was telling Hong Chen, "Don't disturb me for now." Hong Chen had many things he wanted to say but didn't know how to start, so he just sat quietly beside Su Firen. They maintained this silence, with Su Firen's back to Hong Chen and Hong Chen facing her. Time quickly passed to 8 in the morning. The desert was gradually shrinking. Although the position where Hong Chen and Su Firen were located was not in the exact center of the desert, it was still relatively close to the middle. So, they didn't need to run in circles, they could just stay quietly here.
As the desert was shrinking, those who had been on the outskirts on the first day were gradually making their way to the center.
Along the way, they passed several groups of candidates, all of whom had low realms, the highest being 9-star martial artists.
Hong Chen was worried that these candidates would disturb
Su Firen, so he went ahead a few miles and dealt with them. After eliminating 2 candidates, he opened his heavenly eye again to look around. The yellow sand was vast, and a young man in a snow-white robe was racing
through the sandstorm.
This young man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with a long sword slung across his back.
A strong wind blew from the distance, stirring up the yellow sand and forming a tornado. The strong wind blew against the young man's clothes, fluttering them in the breeze.
In the face of such a sudden storm, a normal person would choose to avoid it, and a martial artist could easily escape this massive tornado.
However, the young
man did not avoid the tornado. Instead, he drew his long sword from his back, and a crisp sword sound rang out. He charged headlong into the tornado, which was also sweeping toward him.
Just as the tornado was about to
engulf the young man, his hand moved, he drew his long sword and leaped 100 meters into the air, striking down with his sword. Where the sword tip passed, the air was split in 2. The massive tornado was also cleaved in 2 under his sword, scattering into countless tiny grains of sand. After the young man sliced through the tornado, he sheathed his sword, then took down a wine flask from his waist, opened the lid, and took a swig of the refreshing fine wine. "I am also so fast." The young man laughed heartily and continued to sprint forward, leaving a long trail of footprints on the golden sand dunes. Hong Chen frowned at the sight. This young man was very strong, but the direction he was heading was precisely where Su Firen was resting with her eyes closed. Without any hesitation, Hong Chen leaped into the air, his figure crossing 100 meters. He flickered in the desert. and in just a few dozen steps, he blocked the young man's path. The young man halted, looking at Hong Chen, who stood in front of him, his right hand moving to his right shoulder, preparing to draw the long sword from his back. As the distance closed, Hong Chen clearly saw the young man's face. This person's features were gentle, his eyes like spring days, his brows like autumn moons, his figure tall and slender, a golden hairband tying back his full head of dark hair, fitting two idioms perfectly, elegant and refined, and imposing and dignified. Hong Chen cupped his fists and said, "My friend is injured, she is resting ahead, and I fear you might disturb her. Could you take a detour?" Upon hearing this, the young man withdrew his right hand. Surprisingly, he was quite agreeable, smiling as he cupped his fists and said, "Of course." Before Hong Chen could ask for his name, the young man had already dashed away, leaving only a graceful silhouette behind. Hong Chen retracted his gaze and jogged back to Su Firen's position. Hearing the footsteps, Su Firen slowly stood up, her back to the approaching Hong Chen, and spoke in a calm tone, "I'm leaving." Hong Chen advised, "You said before that you wouldn't recover until noon, it's only 10 in the morning. Why not rest a little longer?" Su Firen refused, saying, "My body is no longer in serious trouble, the remaining injuries will at most affect my combat power by 10%. The remaining 90% is enough to handle the upcoming battle." Seeing Su Firen's departing figure, Hong Chen caught up, mustering his courage to say, "Don't be angry with me, there will be dangers around, and you haven't fully recovered." "I'm not angry with you," Su Firen stopped, her tone wavering, "I'm angry with myself." Su Firen turned back, tears glistening in her eyes. "I admit I like you a bit, but my feelings are not cheap. I told you before about my mom and dad," Su Firen said, her eyes reddening, her tone resolute, "and I also told you that if I can't find someone I mutually like, I would rather grow old alone." After saying this, Su Firen turned to leave, but Hong Chen grabbed her arm. "How do you know I don't like you? Didn't you say you already have someone you like? Her name is Xiao Xiao, and she lives right across from your house. You even swore you would never let her down." This was something Hong Chen had once told Su Firen, and she recounted it to him, word for word. Su Firen tried to break free, but Hong Chen held onto her arm. "But I found out. I also like you." You, what are you saying?" Su Firen interrupted Hong Chen, her previously pale face instantly turning red. "I won't forgive you," Su Firen added in a flustered tone. Hong Chen was about to explain, "I don't even know how to tell you this." Suddenly, an unpleasant voice came from behind. "What a pair of lovebirds." Hearing this discouraging remark, both Hong Chen and Su Firen's faces turned a bit red. "Who is it coming over to cause trouble at this time? Isn't this just adding to the chaos?" Hong Chen angrily turned around, looking at the black-faced man behind him, and spoke harshly, "Who do you think you are?" The black-faced man was very arrogant and replied, "What does it matter to you who I am? He is the Wei I mentioned." Su Firen stepped in front of Hong Chen, not caring about forgiveness at this moment. "Although you want to move against me yesterday, I still refuse to accept it. We need to settle this today." Wei, who was also recovering from serious injuries, looked pale. "All right. Today, if you have the ability, don't run." Su Firen summoned her silver spear, ready to step forward. But Hong Chen hadn't let go of her arm, so as soon as Su Firen took a step, she was pulled back by Hong Chen. "Let go of me." Su Firen feigned anger. "Can't you see I have important business?" Hong Chen held onto Su Firen's arm, pulling her slightly behind him. "Your injuries aren't fully healed yet. You continue to rest, and I'll take your place in the fight. You just, a 5-star martial artist." Su Firen was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected Hong Chen to break through so quickly. "Even if you break through to a 5-star martial artist, you still can't beat him. Wei is a 9-star martial artist, 4 realms higher than you, and he knows many family martial arts. His combat power exceeds that of an ordinary 9-star martial artist." The sun was gradually rising to its zenith, and Hong Chen turned to Su Firen and said, "Wei is seriously injured. Although he has mostly recovered, his combat power is not at its peak. At most, he has the combat power of a 7-star martial artist. Or an 8-star martial artist." Hong Chen wasn't sure and added, "Besides, I'm not a pushover either. You cover for me, and if I can't win, you step in. 2 against 1 might be a bit unfair, right?" Su Firen hesitated. She still valued the rules of the martial world. "We are justly 2 against 1. Hong Chen chuckled, "And this is a martial arts examination, there's no need to talk about martial ethics with him. Even if you win against Wei, it will likely be a mutual injury, and you'll need a lot of time to recover. You still don't have any points, which might prevent you from getting into a top university. You should keep your good health to earn points." Hong Chen pointed at Wei and said, "I'll take care of this little punk, I guarantee he won't have a good time." "All right." Su Firen nodded, "But you must be careful, Wei is very powerful. He has the talent of the diamond. attribute, and his physique is exceptionally tough, which is very restraining against firearms.
Hearing this, Hong Chen's confidence surged.
The diamond attribute restrains sharp weapons, but the fire attribute restrains the metal
attribute. Facing Wei Wei, he could actually gain an advantage in attribute restraint.
It was 11 o'clock now, and noon was approaching. Although Wei Wei was 4 realms higher than him, he had been injured before, so there was still hope for victory. Hong Chen let go of Su Fei Ran's arm, and seeing this, Su Fei Ran retreated to 100 meters away to avoid being caught in their battle. This distance was just right. If Hong Chen were in danger, she could
immediately jump into the fight and save him in an instant.
Wei Wei seemed a bit disinterested. He had no interest in Hong Chen. Although he was injured, the gap in realms was too great, making it no different from bullying a
weak opponent.
I'll deal with you first, then settle the score with Su Fei Ran. Wei Wei looked at Hong Chen, his body turning golden. I'm very strong, so you need to endure.
What nonsense is this guy talking about? Hong Chen fought, retorting, I'm also very big, so you need to endure too.
Wei Wei was instantly enraged, and with a flash, he appeared in front of Hong Chen, then swung his large hand, smashing towards Hong Chen's face. The so-called disturbance without slapping the face. Wei Wei came up and slapped the face directly. His quality was truly too low. Hong Chen cursed inwardly, protecting his face with both hands while his feet rooted to the ground.
A terrifying force
struck his arms, causing Hong Chen to slide backward, his feet plowing 2 trenches in the sand. But after sliding for just over 10 seconds, he managed to stop his movement.
6 breaths of spiritual energy. Although Wei Wei was
injured, the power of this punch was formidable. Hong Chen shook his sore and numb arms, truly worthy of being a 9-star martial master.
Wei Wei's muscles were tense all over, his skin becoming increasingly golden. He pushed off
the ground, crashing toward Hong Chen like an arrow released from a bow. The elbow is the hardest bone. Seeing Wei Wei coming at him, Hong Chen put all his strength into an elbow strike, smashing hard toward Wei Wei's head. The force was mutual, both exerted their full strength, and at the moment their heads collided with the elbow, both flew backward. A tremendous pain shot from Hong Chen's elbow to his shoulder, as if his bones had cracked. But Wei Wei was not feeling well either. He hugged his head, kneeling on the ground, screaming loudly. Hong Chen covered his arm and took 2 steps back, then spat out a flame toward Wei Wei, who was rolling on the ground holding his head. The sound of Wei Wei's piercing screams came from the flames, and soon a charred figure burst out of the fire. Although Wei Wei had the diamond body protection, fire counters gold, he was burned black all over, clearly breaking through
his defenses.
Hong Chen opened his mouth to continue spewing flames, but with Wei Wei running around, he couldn't aim properly. He could only engage in close combat. Hong Chen lunged at Wei Wei, grabbing his neck and delivering 2 powerful punches. Wei Wei was jolted awake by these punches. He wrapped his arms around Hong Chen's waist and, using all his strength, pressed Hong Chen down, raising his fists to rain down blows on him.
In the distance, Su
Feiran saw this scene and was just about to rush over to rescue Hong Chen. Suddenly, Hong Chen stirred his entire spiritual energy, shaking his body, and flames ignited around him.
Wei Wei, straddling Hong Chen's waist, felt a
wave of heat and immediately got up to dodge, but Hong Chen didn't give him that chance, kicking hard at Wei Wei's feet. Wei Wei lost his balance and fell to the ground, and Hong Chen seized the opportunity to straddle his waist,
raining down punches.
After just 2 punches, Wei Wei's waist suddenly exerted force, throwing Hong Chen off, and then he sat back on Hong Chen again.
The two rolled on the ground like children fighting. The spiritual energy
within Hong Chen was increasing, but that wasn't the key. It was almost noon. The bruises on his face from Wei Wei's punches quickly dissipated, as if he had taken a miraculous medicine to reduce swelling and bruising.
Originally,
only flames could harm Wei Wei. Hong Chen's punches felt like mere tickles. But as the time approached noon, Wei Wei clearly felt that Hong Chen's punches were becoming heavier, and Hong Chen's strength was growing stronger. Su Feiran, who was sweeping the battlefield from a distance, flashed a strange look in his eyes, also sensing that something was off. Even though Wei Wei had been injured earlier, and fire-restrained metal, Hong Chen still couldn't defeat Wei Wei because the gap in their realms was too great. Did he take a strength-enhancing pill? How did he suddenly become so strong? Hong Chen was still growing stronger, showing no signs of stopping, and Wei Wei dared not delay any longer. With a wave of his hand, Wei Wei conjured a large metal knife, intending to end the fight quickly. Seeing this, Hong Chen summoned the Zhangyang knife, gripping it in his right hand while his left hand brushed along the blade, igniting it in roaring flames, causing the temperature around them to rise rapidly. Both of their speeds were incredibly fast, and the two knives clashed in an instant, sending spiritual energy rippling and dispersing the surrounding sand and wind. Hong Chen's strength was originally inferior to Wei Wei's. In their previous encounters, he had always been pushed back by Wei Wei's force. But this time, as their blades met, Hong Chen stood his ground while Wei Wei was forced to retreat. Although part of the reason was that Wei Wei's energy had waned after prolonged combat, the main reason was that Hong Chen had grown stronger.
Wei Wei felt a sense of foreboding in his heart and took the opportunity to retreat several dozen meters. He took a deep breath, channeling the true energy within him, and the metal knife instantly surged in size, transforming into a 40-meter-long blade. Feeling the abundant power within him, Hong Chen's confidence soared. He did not dodge but instead gripped the knife with both hands, holding it horizontally towards the sky, his legs firmly planted in a horse stance, bracing against the massive knife that was coming down. The large knife bore down like a mountain, and Hong Chen's legs were bent under the immense force. He gathered all his strength, veins bulging on his forehead, and the flames on the Zhangyang knife surged violently, becoming even more intense. The Zhangyang knife, being a fire attribute weapon, combined with the flames Hong Chen added, became capable of cutting through gold and jade. With a sudden burst of power, Hong Chen pushed the blade upward, slowly slicing through the 40-meter knife. The massive knife was cut in two, leaving Wei Wei stunned and bewildered as Hong Chen flashed in front of him. This is bad, Wei Wei thought, and due to his shock, he finally noticed the Zhangyang knife descending towards him. The blade had already struck his shoulder, a high-temperature Zhangyang knife slicing through his golden skin and flesh, embedding itself into his bone. I concede, Wei Wei shouted loudly. If he had waited any longer to speak, his right hand would have been severed by Hong Chen. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen did not rush to retract his knife but said, "Give me the card." Enduring the excruciating pain, Wei Wei used his left hand to pull out the card from his pocket and tossed it to Hong Chen. Hong Chen caught the card before finally withdrawing the Zhangyang knife. The outcome was clear, and Su Firen rushed over upon seeing this. "Here, take this," Hong Chen said with a smile, handing Wei Wei's card to Su Firen. Wei Wei glared at Hong Chen, his eyes filled with defiance, and asked, "What's your name?" Hong Chen put away his smile, frowning as he asked, "Are you looking to take revenge on me?" "He is from my Dai mansion. My grandfather's adopted grandson. You better not act recklessly, or my grandfather won't let you off," Su Firen warned Wei Wei. Hong Chen ignored Wei Wei and said to Su Firen, "If you crush Wei Wei's card, he will be eliminated. And you can also gain his points." Su Firen responded with an and forcefully crushed Wei Wei's card. A white light illuminated Wei Wei, and in a flash, he was teleported away. Hong Chen put away the Zhangyang knife and said, "This kid can't handle losing. The way he looked at me at the end was off. I felt like he wanted to take revenge." "Are you scared?" Su Firen asked with a grin. "Then why did you rush to take action?" "I did it for you, so I offended that brat," Hong Chen replied, feigning dissatisfaction, but feeling relieved inside because Su Firen was smiling. "What's wrong with you?" Watching Hong Chen's gradually rising momentum, Su Firen curiously asked, "How come you get stronger?" "The more you fight? That's a secret of mine. If I tell you, you can't tell anyone else." After looking around to ensure no one was nearby, Hong Chen walked up to Su Firen and whispered in her ear, "I've upgraded my talent to A level." "Talent can be upgraded?" Su Firen suppressed her shock and asked, "And then?" "My A-level talent is called Sun. The closer the sun is to noon, the stronger I become. But at night, I will weaken." Hong Chen continued, "Also, during the day, my absorption of spiritual energy is faster, but it slows down at night." To Su Firen, an A-level talent wasn't particularly impressive. She was curious, "How did you upgrade your talent?" Hong Chen hesitated, saying, "I can't reveal that casually, because if others find out, it could lead to deadly consequences." Although she was very curious, Su Firen decided not to ask further since Hong Chen had said so. Hong Chen rubbed his nose and weakly asked, "So, are we reconciled? I never said I forgave you." Su Firen raised her voice, huffing, "Go find your Xiao Xiao. Didn't I say before?" Hong Chen had no choice but to say again, "I realized my true feelings recently. Although I like Xiao Xiao, I can't be without you." "You like both Xiao Xiao and me," Su Firen said discontentedly. "I won't like a man who is so indecisive." Hong Chen didn't know what to do. He had seen the last page of the diary and felt guilty towards Xiao Xiao. So even though he sensed Su Firen had feelings for him, he still said those things to her. He didn't want to let Xiao Xiao down, nor did he want Su Firen to waste her time on him. But later, in the middle of the diary, he saw that he had married Su Firen and their relationship was very good. In the diary, his relationship with Xiao Xiao could only be considered a childhood regret, while with Su Firen, it was a solid marriage. Therefore, Su Firen's importance in his heart suddenly changed. Hong Chen sighed, "I just don't want to let down the feelings others have for me, whether it's you or Xiao Xiao." Su Firen could sense Hong Chen's inner turmoil. Since they were still in the martial artist entrance exam, she didn't want him to be distracted by it. Let's talk about the future later. For now, let's focus on this martial artist entrance exam. Hearing Su Firen's words, Hong Chen pulled back his wandering thoughts. "You don't have many points Let's split up. I'm almost healed.
Su Firen drew her silver spear.
Your strength will weaken at night, so I'll come find you then.
I'll come find you instead, Hong Chen pointed to his
eyes. It's easier for me to find people. Su Firen responded with a sound of agreement and then vanished in a flash.
She only had Wei Wei's points, so she was eager to eliminate other candidates.
Hong Chen activated his heavenly eye,
looked around to confirm no one was there, and then sat cross-legged on the ground to begin his breakthrough. After just battling Wei Wei, he had gained a lot of spiritual energy, enough to break through to a 6-star martial artist. Because by eliminating other candidates one can inherit 50% of their points, Hong Chen had been fighting from noon until dusk, eliminating dozens of candidates. With the farsight ability of the Eye of Heaven, it was easy for him to find other candidates. He didn't have to search like Su Firen, who was looking for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, Hong Chen's ranking reached its peak, with 398 points, placing him 7th.
The
first place today was Luo Lai, who had 439 points, and Li Chang'an was just 1 point behind him, with the two engaged in a fierce battle. As the sun set, Hong Chen felt drained, as if he had pulled an all-nighter and then spontaneously fired 2 shots. His body was extremely weak. Not daring to linger, Hong Chen activated the Eye of Heaven and searched for 2 hours before finally finding Su Firen. Su Firen was in the heat of battle, swinging her silver spear vigorously around her, knocking 3 nearby candidates unconscious.
Hong Chen jogged over and asked, "How many points do you have?" Su Firen looked at her card and said, "I've only killed some rookies, just 167 points.
Hong Chen replied weakly, "A few days ago, they were definitely rookies, but once these rookies are eliminated, the battles will get tougher."
"Why do you look so weak tonight?" Su Firen
sensed the aura around Hong Chen, which was roughly equivalent to a 3-star martial artist.
Hong Chen, with a worried expression, said, "This isn't even the worst of it.
The sun talent is a double-edged sword. I'm very strong at noon, but weak at midnight, probably only able to exert the combat power of a 1-star martial artist."
Su Firen looked around. It was pitch black. "It's not easy to find people at night, and I'm also tired, so let's rest here. Are you thirsty?" Hong Chen took out a bottle of mineral water from his Kunlun jade pendant.
Su Firen didn't refuse this time. Seeing this, Hong Chen opened the bottle cap and handed it to her.
"I'm not some helpless green tea."
Su Firen laughed as she took the water, but suddenly her expression changed, saying, "You're so skilled at this, you must have helped Xiao Xiao open bottle caps often before?"
Hong Chen was speechless. Why do women always find such peculiar angles? No. Hong Chen said helplessly, "This is the first time I've helped someone open a bottle cap." Su Firen let out a ha-ha laugh, trying to cover up her embarrassment.
The visibility at night was poor, and they couldn't see clearly around them, so the two stayed put until the next morning. The location where Hong Chen and Su Firen were was relatively close to the edge of the desert, and the circle would start to shrink at 8 in the morning. Just as the day broke, Hong Chen's strength gradually recovered, and the two got up to head towards the central area. On their way, they encountered several groups of people, but Su Firen quickly dealt with them. With the realm of a 9-star martial artist, few could defeat Su Firen in a head-on fight. When she engaged in combat, she usually only needed to make one strike. "Look who's ahead." Su Firen suddenly stopped while running. Hong Chen hadn't activated the Eye of Heaven, so he didn't notice the people around. Following Su Firen's gaze, he saw a man and a woman. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was charming and beautiful. It was Long Outyan and Lu Ruyan. "It's true that enemies gather." Hong Chen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Su Firen asked, "Do you want to defeat them both? Or kill them both?" "Let me say one thing first." Hong Chen was afraid Su Firen would misunderstand. "I have no feelings for Lu Ruyan, but she doesn't deserve to die." "But I won't let Long Outyan go. He intended to kill me back then." "This is the martial artist entrance exam, and people die every year. He can only blame his own lack of strength." Hong Chen said ominously, "If he has to blame someone, he can only blame himself for choosing the path to death. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." "I have no objections," Su Firen said. "Since you can't bring yourself to be ruthless with Lu Ruyan, I'll help you eliminate her." Su Firen finished speaking and reminded, "You'd better kill him in one strike. If it detects that Long Outyan is seriously injured, the card will teleport him away." Hong Chen focused and held his breath. A golden eye slowly splitting open above his brow. He gathered spiritual energy into his heavenly eye, the golden light in his pupils growing brighter, quickly condensing into a beam of golden energy. From hundreds of meters away, with wind and sand swirling in between, a golden ray suddenly shot out from Hong Chen's heavenly eye. The golden ray pierced straight through the hundreds of meters, accurately hitting the traveling Long Outyan, penetrating his chest and leaving a blazing, bright halo. This process happened in an instant. Long Outyan's body shook, feeling a pain in his chest, then looked down at the gaping wound, disbelief flashing in his eyes.
Hong Chen flashed in front of Long Outyan, speaking coldly, "You're going to die." Long Outyan wanted to speak, but blood kept flowing from his mouth, and no one could hear what he was saying. "Are you regretting not killing me back then?"
Hong Chen opened his heavenly eye and shot out another golden ray. "Be a good person in your next life." The golden ray struck Long Outyan's head, causing it to explode like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan's legs went weak, and she collapsed in the sand, terrified.
"Please don't kill me,"
Lu Ruyan pleaded with tears in her eyes.
Su Firan saw Hong Chen remain silent and struck Lu Ruyan on the head with his gun, eliminating her.
"Just injuring her severely," Su Firan clarified, as this woman was Hong Chen's ex-girlfriend, and she didn't want to overstep.
Hong
Chen understood the implication and immediately stated, "I already said I have no feelings for her. Do whatever you want, I really don't care."
Su Firan looked at Hong Chen's heavenly eye and commented, "That eye of yours looks a bit awkward."
Upon hearing this, Hong Chen withdrew the spiritual energy concentrated in his heavenly eye and his brow returned to normal, leaving only a golden S symbol. Looking at Hong Chen's forehead, which had returned to its original state, Su Firan asked, "What's up with this third eye of yours?"
Hong Chen explained, "It's a divine ability I obtained through my cultivation technique."
He didn't clarify further.
Likely another of his little secrets, so Su Firan didn't press for more.
Su Firan said, "It's already bright out, and you've regained your combat power, so I won't protect you anymore."
Hong Chen nodded, "You go ahead. We'll act separately, and I'll find you tonight."
Su Firan wasted no time, gripping her long gun, and vanished in a flash.
Hong Chen opened his heavenly eye again, surveyed the surroundings, and then began his hunt. Today is the third day of the martial artist entrance exam.
As the desert shrinks, the battles between candidates become more frequent and intense. Those with lower realms have almost
all been eliminated.
Now, the candidates still in the desert are at least at the martial master level. With the Eye of Heaven, Hong Chen can see far, see through, and have night vision, making it easy for him to find other candidates. In just 5 hours, he eliminated more than 10 candidates, all of whom were at least 3-star martial masters, with some even reaching 6-star martial masters. Although they were somewhat tricky to deal with, after eliminating these 10 or so, Hong Chen's score reached 1,600 points, placing him 4th
on the leaderboard. He was only a few points away from the 3rd place, Xiao Dao. Su Firan must have eliminated several experts, thus inheriting a large number of points, and her ranking shot up to 10th place.
The sun gradually set in the west, and the sky grew darker.
Hong Chen felt his body growing weaker. This couldn't go on. As the darkness deepened, he would become increasingly weak, while the remaining candidates were all experts. If he were caught by another candidate, he would have no power to resist and would be at their mercy. While it was still not completely dark, Hong Chen retraced his steps, searching for Su Firan's figure. However, after 4 hours of searching, he still couldn't find her. If it weren't for Hong Chen's Eye of Heaven, which allowed him to see other candidates in advance, he would have been caught long ago. Soon it was 11 at night, and Hong Chen's strength had dropped to 3-star martial master, but he hadn't hit rock bottom yet. Midnight was when he would be at his weakest, dropping to 1-star martial master, and his body would become extremely weak. Hong Chen's limbs felt soft, although the night temperature was low, he was sweating all over. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Since he couldn't find Su Firan, he decided to stop looking. He simply had no strength left. Without Su Firan's protection, he didn't dare to close his eyes and had to activate the Eye of Heaven, vigilantly watching his surroundings. As long as someone approached his direction, he would avoid them in advance to prevent being eliminated. After enduring the most difficult hour until midnight, Hong Chen's realm and stamina slowly began to recover. Time passed bit by bit, and at 2 in the morning, Hong Chen saw Su Firan. She looked anxious, seemingly searching for him. Seeing this, Hong Chen hurriedly revealed himself and jogged over to her. "I couldn't find you in the evening. Where were you before?" Su Firan had a bloody smell about her, and her complexion wasn't very healthy. Noticing this, Hong Chen asked again, "Are you hurt?" "I encountered a powerful expert, a 9-star martial master. He slashed me, and I stabbed him back." Seeing Hong Chen's anxious expression, Su Firan instead smiled and said, "But don't worry. I've taken a healing pill, I'll be fine soon." Hong Chen supported Su Firan, and she didn't mind the dirt as they both sat down on the ground. "Where are you hurt? Who did this to you?" "I got slashed here." Su Firan pointed to her right arm. "The one who hurt me is a guy with a very bad temper. His weapon is a black machete. He should be the one ranked 3rd, Xiao Dao." Su Firan commented, "Xiao Dao is very strong. My chances against him are not high, probably just 50-50. Hearing this, Hong Chen felt anxious. If you can't beat him, what about the other candidates? They're all experts, what should we do? Su Firen chuckled, the top 5 can enter top universities. You maintain your 4th place, and I'll work hard to break into the top 5, and then we can both get into top universities. I'm just lucky managing to eliminate some rookies. Hong Chen was still quite self-aware. He could handle rookies, but against top experts, his chances were very low. After 8 o'clock tomorrow, the desert will shrink to a very small area, and it will be easy to encounter other enemies, but I will try my best to protect you. Su Firen looked at Hong Chen and added, don't be in a hurry to reveal your strength, wait until noon to make your move, so as not to let others discover the clues of your solar talent. After dawn, it would be the 4th day of the martial artist entrance exam. If Hong Chen remembered correctly, he had written in his diary that the exam would end on the 4th day. So when dawn broke and the area shrank after 8 o'clock, the final great battle would begin. The sands would wash away the weak. After 3 days of fierce fighting, those weaker candidates had been eliminated, leaving only the experts. The area after the 4th day's shrinkage would likely be very small. Dozens or even hundreds of experts squeezed into one circle would inevitably lead to intense battles. If he revealed his solar talent, which grew stronger as noon approached, other candidates might band together to eliminate him before noon. Therefore, he needed to be patient, waiting until his strength grew stronger before making a stunning move. Thinking of this, Hong Chen said to Su Firen, you should adjust your breathing and recover from your injuries. There will be a fierce battle after dawn. Su Firen took out a healing pill from his spatial ring and handed it to Hong Chen. This is a healing pill, keep it for emergencies. Hong Chen stored the pill in the Kunlun jade pendant, and Su Firen immediately closed his eyes, beginning to meditate and heal. After a night of vigilance without daring to close his eyes, with Su Firen here, Hong Chen could finally rest for a while. He needed to adjust to his best state to face tomorrow's great battle. As the sun rose, Hong Chen's realm also returned to 6-star martial artist. It was now 6 in the morning, and after discussing, the two decided to head to the central area before 8 o'clock. This way, they wouldn't be rushed when the time came, and it would be easier to avoid encountering other candidates on the way. In the middle of the desert, there was a green lake. This lake resembled an emerald, nestled in the heart of the desert. The morning sun cast its rays on the clear, transparent surface of the lake, creating ripples of golden light. Surrounding the lake were rolling sand dunes, and because of the heavenly eye, Hong Chen activated it. He saw that on the backside of these dunes, there were almost all candidates lying in wait, and their auras were not weak. Hong Chen patted Su Firen's shoulder and whispered, there are many people nearby, let's find a more concealed spot to hide. Su Firen nodded, and the two hid behind a dune, quietly observing their surroundings. The martial artist entrance exam had reached its most critical moment, and everyone was very cautious. So no one acted rashly, and everything remained peaceful. However, as the time reached 8 in the morning, more and more candidates arrived at the lake. Because today is the grand battle of the martial artist college entrance examination, many companies in the Great Xia Kingdom have given their employees a day off to watch the competition at home. It's barely dawn, but people all over the country have gotten out of bed, either sitting in front of their televisions or at their computer desks, watching this final showdown. On the official forum for the martial artist college entrance examination, many netizens are predicting this year's champion, and among the most liked comments are, I feel that Luo Lai has a high chance of winning. First of all, his level is that of a 10-star martial artist, and his strikes are decisive and swift, almost always defeating his opponents in one move. No candidate has been able to make him use 2 moves. He hasn't even shown his full strength in the competition so far, so we really can't guess how strong he is. Li Chang'an is also a 10-star martial artist, and he has been praised by Chen Tianqiu as the greatest talent of the Great Xia Kingdom in 1,000 years. Although I don't know how strong Li Chang'an really is, I trust Chen Tianqiu's judgment. After all, he was once the vice president of Yuanyan University, and the people he recognizes are definitely super geniuses. Do you remember what the host said at the beginning? That candidate named Xiao Dao has a very mysterious background. I saw someone speculating online yesterday that Xiao Dao might come from the Tianshan Great Wall and is the son of a prominent figure there. The Tianshan Great Wall is the front line against the demon race, so anyone coming from there is definitely not simple. If Xiao Dao comes from the Tianshan Great Wall, I think he has a 20% chance of winning the championship. Li Chang'an has a 25% chance. Luo Lai also has about a 25% chance. The holy son of the Jade Emperor's treasure realm, Mu Yunlu, has a 10% chance. Su Firen from the Great Yi Mansion also has a 10% chance, and Shen Zhou from the Mingyue Sword Pavilion also has a 10% chance. I don't know about the others, but the one with the lowest chance of winning among the top 10 is definitely that candidate named Hong Chen.
Although he ranks 4th, his level is too low, he just broke through to 6-star.
Martial artist yesterday. He really doesn't stand a chance among the top 10, he's completely just a dish. I agree with the opinion above. For Hong Chen to rank 10th, he must have had some incredible luck. The officials haven't given him a single camera shot, which shows he hasn't had any standout performances, so he can only bully those candidates with lower levels than him. With so many people on the forum today, if I secretly eat some shit, no one should notice, right? The person above is always here scamming food and drink. If it weren't for the smell, I really wouldn't have noticed you.
Hong Lan and Hong Hu sat in front of the television, and after these few days, they had to accept a fact: their older brother, Hong Chen, actually ranked 4th. Hong Hu suddenly had a thought and asked,
"Do you think Big Brother might have found someone to take the exam for him? Finding someone to take the exam is a serious crime, it would lead to imprisonment. Big Brother wouldn't do something so foolish." Hong Hu said, "But Big Brother has an F-level talent. How could he rank 4th? Unless he's lying." Hong Lan's eyes lit up. There is indeed that possibility. After all, our parents have pretty good talents, how could he possibly have an F-level talent? Why would Big Brother lie? Is he that bored? Hong Hu was very confused. Maybe he wants to play the pig to eat the tiger, first claiming to have F-level talent, then astonishing everyone in the martial artist college entrance examination, and finally giving us both a hard slap in the face. Hong Lan expressed her guess, and Hong Hu nodded. In agreement, this was indeed something Hong Chen could do. Meanwhile, at the Great E Mansion, Su Tianbao and Su Yuan were also discussing Hong Chen. "Dad, didn't you say yesterday that Hong Chen has F-level talent? How could he rank 4th? Did you make a mistake?"
Faced with Su Yuan's 3 consecutive questions, Su
Tianbao was equally baffled. "Don't ask me, I don't know what's going on. Anyway, Firen told me how it was before." Su Yuan asked again. "Hong Chen just broke
through to 6-star martial artist, and he can actually rank 4th. Many candidates with higher realms than him have fewer points.
Did he cheat? But he is Hong Sen's son, how could he possibly cheat?
Maybe he just had better luck and encountered a lot of rookies who gave him points."
Su Tianbao couldn't think of a reason, and could only attribute it to luck.
Hearing the word luck, Su Yuan sighed. Firen's luck isn't good this time. She encountered Wei Wei at the beginning, which
delayed her for a day. Otherwise, she could have ranked in the top 5 by now. "What are you anxious about?" Su Tianbao blared at Su Yuan and scolded. "The competition is still ongoing, why are you saying such discouraging things?"
"I'm just anxious in my heart," Su Yuan smiled, trying to cover up his embarrassment. And in the desert, the area had finally shrunk to a radius of 3 miles. Within this 3-mile radius were hundreds of people,
with a lake in the middle, forcing them to hide in the surrounding hills.
15 meters to the left of Hong Chen's sand dune, there was a person hiding, and 30 meters to the right, there was also a person concealed. In front of him, behind him, and on either side, wherever there was a sand dune that could provide cover, there were almost all people hiding.
Why are there so many old sixes? Hong Chen felt a headache.
But just as everyone was hiding, a burly man suddenly leaped into the air and jumped into the middle of the lake, exposing himself to everyone's view. This was a very foolish act. The situation everyone faced was very much like the Dark Forest rule: once someone exposed themselves to the view of others, they would be besieged.
But the burly man didn't care at all. Walking to the center of the lake as if it were flat ground, he deliberately went to the most conspicuous place.
Su Firen tugged at Hong Chen's sleeve and whispered, "That's Luo Lai, currently tied for first place with Li Chang'an."
"Look at how
arrogant he is," Hong Chen said playfully. "I already guessed it." "This isn't arrogance from Luo Lai," Su Firen corrected. "He's
clearly telling us that he stands here openly, and if we don't accept it, we can come and fight." Hong Chen exclaimed excitedly. "Isn't this arrogance? He's making it seem like he can take on everyone alone." Luo Lai stood alone in the center of the lake, his gaze disdainful, looking down on everyone. "Everyone, stop hiding and let's settle this face to face. You call me out, and I'll go out? Who do you think you are?" Hong Chen muttered under his breath. Su Firen remarked, "I feel like you're being quite shameless." Just as Hong Chen was about to speak, a black-clad swordsman soared into the air and landed opposite Luo Lai. The back of the black-clad swordsman's clothing was embroidered with a white bright moon, and Su Firen recognized him with just one glance. This person is Chen Zhou from the Manhwa Sword Pavilion, a 9-star martial artist, but he is a sword cultivator with very strong killing power, so Chen Zhou's killing ability surpasses that of an ordinary 10-star martial artist. Hong Chen laughed. "So he's a sword cultivator, now there's a good show to watch."
Although Luo Lai was tall and sturdy with an ordinary appearance, he stood in the middle of the lake, the strong wind whipping across the surface, causing his black clothes to rustle.
Qin Zhou, tall and graceful, with a temperament like jade, resembled the male protagonist from a novel.
He leaped onto the lake's surface, like a falling leaf landing on the water, creating ripples that spread outwards.
Manhwa Sword Pavilion, Qin Zhou. Please give me guidance.
Qin Zhou slowly drew the long sword from his waist, his gaze meeting Luo Lai's, as if invisible sword energy was clashing, faintly resonating with a metallic sound.
Luo Lai simply cupped his fist
in greeting, then moved, stepping onto the lake's surface,
splashing water beneath his feet.
Qin Zhou swung his long sword, as if moonlight was cascading down, unleashing 3 invisible sword energies.
Luo Lai did not
sidestep, instead, he moved in a straight line, throwing a punch that shattered the invisible sword energy with a fierce wind. Seeing this, Qin Zhou retreated, once again swinging his long sword, sending dozens of invisible sword energies slicing through the air, crisscrossing in all directions. Luo Lai punched again, the force of his punch intertwining with the sword energy, creating hundreds of ripples on the lake's surface, the sword light shimmering, the shadows of his fists heavy. Each collision, though silent, resonated like the most passionate symphony in the world. Qin Zhou moved lightly, fighting while retreating, his sword energy, while not
lethal, could slightly hinder Luo Lai's advance.
Luo Lai felt a bit annoyed, letting out a loud shout that dispersed several sword energies, then leaped into the air, lunging towards the distant Qin Zhou.
Although Luo Lai
was robust, his movements were not clumsy, he moved like lightning, instantly reaching Qin Zhou's front. Qin Zhou did not defend but counterattacked, his long sword bypassing Luo Lai's fist, the tip aimed directly at Luo Lai's throat. Seeing this, Luo Lai crossed his arms, blocking the sword with sheer force. The sword tip met his arm with a crisp clang. Qin Zhou flicked his wrist, gathering all his energy into the sword tip, the blade
tracing an arc in the air, aiming for Luo Lai's vital points.
In a flash, Qin Zhou saw Luo Lai smirk, as if to say, "I'm not playing with you anymore."
Luo Lai's right thumb and index finger instantly pinched the sword
tip, while his left hand formed a fist, gathering all his strength to deliver a heavy punch to Qin Zhou.
The punch whistled through the air, swirling sand and water vapor into a murky current.
This punch was faster than any before, and Qin Zhou had no time to react, as if struck in the chest by a speeding car. Before the blood in his abdomen could even spurt out, his body rolled across the lake's surface, thousands of droplets leaping
into the air.
The ripples from the disturbed water spread out in circles, accompanied by Qin Zhou's figure gradually receding and shrinking. Qin Zhou was sent flying 800 meters by the punch, and as the impact lessened, he finally sank to the bottom of the lake. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been done for by now, but Qin Zhou was a 9-star martial master, and his upper body slowly floated back to the surface.
Moments later,
Qin Zhou's face was pale, his expression disheveled, his hair disarrayed by the water, no longer the graceful figure he once was. Luo Lai did not rush over to deliver a finishing blow, instead, he calmly said, "To withstand 7/10 of my strength in a punch, you've done well. Step back."
Qin Zhou's expression was unreadable to Hong Chen, but upon hearing Luo Lai's words, he couldn't help but comment sharply, "This Luo Lai is really arrogant. I can't stand it."
"He has the strength, that's why he's so arrogant," Su Firen said, looking worried. "If I had taken that punch, my fate would be similar to Qin Zhou's."
"You're already very
impressive," Hong Chen consoled him. "If I took that punch, you could burn paper for me next Qingming festival." Su Firen relaxed his furrowed brow and smiled, "You're quite good at comforting people."
In the distance, on the lake's surface, Qin Zhou, dragging his severely injured body, stumbled towards the shore.
Soon, another fearless hero, an 8-star martial master, jumped in front of Luo Lai and said, "I'll have a go at you." This time, Luo Lai did not hold back. With a single palm strike, the surface of the lake erupted into towering waves 100 meters high. As the waves crashed down, everyone saw Luo Lai's hand plunge into the left chest of the hero. "This scar, I left it, this is your lifetime glory." Luo Lai slowly withdrew his bloodied hand and then kicked the hero back into the desert. Luo Lai's words had another meaning, "No need for the likes of you to step up, I only want to spar with true masters." Hong Chen was indifferent, but Su Feiran couldn't hold back any longer and excitedly said, "I'll go challenge him."
"Don't be impulsive,"
Hong Chen immediately advised. "If you get hurt now, the subsequent battles will likely target you.
A master like Luo Lai is a rare opportunity."
Su Feiran ignored the warning, her expression exhilarated as she summoned her silver spear and just stood up when a chilling voice came from behind, "I've been looking for you." Su Feiran and Hong Chen turned around simultaneously to see a young man covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, with a hawk-like nose.
"He is Xiao
Dao," Su Feiran said to Hong Chen, then turned to Xiao Dao and said, "I've been looking for you too." Xiao Dao held a cleaver in his right hand, his gaze fierce and his face filled with malice, making his originally good-looking features somewhat unpleasant.
You've been looking for me? Do you want to fight?
Xiao Dao chuckled mockingly. When I'm serious, don't mess around, or you might lose your life.
Su Fei Ran maintained a cold expression and retorted, how does it feel to have your chest pierced by me? Xiao Dao, embarrassed and angry, shot back, didn't I cut you too? Is your back injury healed? Enough with the nonsense. Su Fei Ran shook her spear and said coldly, if you're not convinced, we can continue fighting. I advise you not to clash with me head on. I can take injuries, but you might lose your life. Xiao Dao clearly had some reservations, probably not wanting a mutually destructive fight. Then why are you provoking me? Su Fei Ran said sharply, unable to tolerate Xiao Dao's attitude.
Xiao Dao explained his intention, I want to invite you to join forces against
the big fool in the middle of the lake.
Su Fei Ran replied frankly, I don't like bullying the weak, you should find someone else.
Xiao Dao urged again, if you and I don't team up, no one can defeat the big fool. If you want to seize the top spot, this is your only chance. Su Fei Ran refused once more, I want to seize the top spot, but I don't want to cooperate with someone like you, and I definitely don't want to bully the weak.
The little knife, having hit a wall, showed a face of anger.
After holding back for a long time, Hongchen couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Do you want to fight? And what are you?
A 6-star martial artist?
Do you think you're qualified to talk to me like that?
The little knife looked at him with disdain, not taking Hongchen seriously. Hongchen glanced at the sun, which was halfway up in the eastern sky, almost 9 o'clock. His strength was
still growing, and at this moment, facing the little knife, he didn't have much of an advantage. Don't be so arrogant, just wait.
Hongchen said something fierce, but to the little knife, it sounded like a threat from an
elementary school student. Don't leave after school, see you at the back gate.
The little knife looked at Hongchen, then at Su Feiren, and finally left in silence. Seeing this, Hongchen said, that guy's personality is really terrible, he speaks without thinking, just like a little thug from the streets. Su Feiren speculated, he's probably a spoiled second-generation rich kid, used to being arrogant, so he talks so recklessly.
The two sat back down
in the sand, their figures hidden behind the sand dunes.
Hongchen asked, you just said you don't like to bully the weak, but when I invited you to team up against Wei Wei, why didn't you refuse me? I politely declined at the time.
But you said something about justice in 2 against 1, that there was no need to talk about martial arts ethics, and I didn't even make a move.
You defeated Wei Wei by yourself.
Su Feiren added, mainly because the little knife's words were too unpleasant, I didn't want to team up with him.
Besides, if I can't win, I don't want to win unfairly.
You have some principles, but not many, Hongchen joked.
Su Feiren's score ranking had dropped to
15th place, but she still needed quite a few points to get into a top university, while Hongchen's score had dropped to 5th place. Hongchen activated his heavenly eye to look around, then pointed to a sand dune and whispered to Su Feiren, there's a person hiding behind that sand dune, a 6-star martial artist.
You go over and take him out.
Su Feiren didn't doubt Hongchen's words. She slightly rose, holding her long spear, stepped forward, and suddenly charged, instantly taking out that 6-star martial artist. When she returned with the spear, Hongchen pointed to another sand dune and quietly said, there's also a person hiding behind that sand dune, a 7-star
martial artist. You need to use all your strength and try to take him out in one hit.
Su Feiren nodded, gathering her strength, and vanished again. Although that person was a 7-star martial artist, facing Su Feiren's full-force sneak attack as a 9-star martial artist, he was also instantly taken out. Hongchen pointed to several people around, and they all fell under Su Feiren's spear. After Su Feiren killed 6 people, her ranking surged to
7th place. The people around, seeing this scene, quietly left. The people around have all been scared away by you.
Hongchen stood up and looked around. Within a radius of 500 meters, there were no other candidates
in sight.
Let's look around, Su Feiren said excitedly, having forgotten about her one-on-one duel with Luo Lai. This group of old sixes was all hiding, not showing their heads, seemingly planning to benefit from the situation and take advantage of others' misfortunes. But Hongchen's heavenly eye could see through, revealing the people hiding behind the sand dunes, and he could also see far, taking in everything within a 10-mile radius. With the combination of seeing through and long-distance vision, no candidate within 10 miles could escape his gaze. Even if these candidates didn't use martial skills and had no aura fluctuations, the heavenly eye could still discern their realms. Being able to see through others' realms, combined with the ability to see through and far, Su Feiren transformed into a king of slaughtering weaklings, eliminating more than 10 candidates in just 1 hour. Su Feiren's score reached 2,400 points, rapidly climbing to 3rd place, only behind Luo Lai and Li Chang'an. As a result, Hongchen dropped to 6th place, and in the martial arts college entrance examination, Su Feiren was the 3rd-ranked candidate. Hongchen held the recommendation letter written by Su Tianbao and similarly entered a top university. Therefore, Hong Chen didn't care, even if he dropped to 6th place and didn't have Su Tianbao's recommendation. Later, as long as the time reached noon, his strength would peak, and with the heavenly eye, he would quickly catch up to Su Firen.
At 10 o'clock in the morning, Hong Chen's strength was steadily rising. Although his realm
was still at 6-star martial artist, his power was already between 7-star and 8-star martial artist. Moreover, Hong Chen had eliminated 2 instances of even numbers, and his physique had undergone 2 refinements, making his strength comparable to an ordinary 9-star martial artist. This referred to an ordinary 9-star martial artist, excluding someone like Su Firen, who had trained since childhood. Su Firen came from a prestigious family, and the cultivation method she practiced was certainly of high quality, plus she could skillfully use the great easy spear technique. Therefore, Hong Chen had low odds against Su Firen, but he had high odds against ordinary
9-star martial artists.
At this moment, it was still 10 o'clock and Hong Chen's strength had not yet peaked. He wanted to wait until 11 o'clock to make his move, but unexpected events always came faster than anticipated. Xiao Dao brought a man in white and forcefully blocked the path between Hong Chen and Su Firen. Hong Chen took a glance. Xiao Dao was a 9-star martial artist, and the man in white was also a 9-star martial artist.
Who are you? Hong Chen looked at the man in white. Do you want to fight?
Su Firen looked at Xiao Dao. The two spoke almost simultaneously, and Hong Chen felt helpless. This damned tacit understanding always came at the most
inopportune times.
The man in white was handsome and imposing, dressed in a clean, flawless white robe that flowed like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, as if he could wash away the surrounding dust.
I am Mu Yunlu.
From the Jade Emperor's treasure realm. The man in white had a straight nose and a faint smile at the corners of his lips, giving off an approachable demeanor. Su Firen looked at Xiao Dao with disdain and then said to Mu Yunlu,
Mu Xingzi from the Jade Emperor's treasure realm, I have heard of your name.
The Jade Emperor's treasure realm is a holy place known for its compassion and empathy. How could you associate with such a person?
Xiao Dao noticed.
Su Firen's gaze and interjected, please speak properly in front of me, including your expressions. Mu Yunlu smiled and said, Xiao Dao just doesn't know how to speak well, he's not a bad person.
I visited once, anyway, I've
known him for a long time.
Su Firen frowned and said, so you insist on teaming up with him against me?
Mu Yunlu nodded slightly and then smiled, clasping his fists. A friend's request is hard to refuse, so I apologize.
In the center of the lake, Luo Lai was engaged in a fierce battle with other candidates.
Meanwhile, in the desert beside the lake, after a period of silence, small-scale skirmishes had also begun, and the number of candidates was slowly decreasing.
I'm just a 6-star martial artist, what kind of hero are you for bullying me?
If you have the ability, go find Luo Lai in the middle of the lake.
He'll take you on 2 against 1, and you wouldn't dare. Hong Chen continued to talk big, trying to buy time.
But Xiao Dao didn't give Hong Chen a chance. He said to Mu Yunlu, I'll deal with this guy, you take care of the girl.
Mu Yunlu replied, she's Su Firen from the Dai Mansion, very strong. My chances against her aren't high.
You quickly deal with this 6-star martial artist, then come help me with Su Firen.
Xiao Dao nodded confidently,
saying, don't worry, I'll finish this fight in 2 moves. Su Firen looked worried and quietly said to Hong Chen, Mu Yunlu's strength is on par with Xiao Dao. I can't spare a hand to protect you, so take care of yourself.
If you can't win, run.
Remember to crush your card in your hand. This Xiao Dao seems vengeful. If he catches up to you, don't let him kill you.
Su Firen's words were a reminder to Hong Chen
that if Xiao Dao caught up, he should crush his card and voluntarily forfeit the martial artist competition to avoid serious injury or death. Xiao Dao, Mu Yunlu, and Su Firen were all 9-star martial artists. And not ordinary ones at that. Therefore, it would be difficult for Su Firen and Mu Yunlu to win against each other in a short time, which meant it would be a protracted battle. However, as long as Xiao Dao dealt with Hong Chen first and then teamed up with Mu Yunlu for a 2-on-1, Su Firen would only face elimination. Su Firen straightened her body, channeling her spiritual energy to the limit, a faint dragon's roar echoing. It was clear that Su Firen was anxious. This was her first time giving her all in the martial artist entrance exam. Sensing the abundant spiritual energy from Su Firen, Mu Yunlu's expression turned serious. Su Firen is getting serious. I don't know how long I can hold out, you need to finish quickly. Before Mu Yunlu could finish, Su Firen thrust her silver spear forward, the sharp tip glinting
coldly, instantly piercing in front of Mu Yunlu. The 2 figures vanished from their spot and reappeared in the distance of the desert. Su Firen pushed Mu Yunlu back 2,000 meters with a single thrust, while Xiao Dao stood calmly in place, not rushing to make a move. Hong Chen, seeing this, was puzzled and asked, why aren't you making a move? What are you waiting for? I'm waiting for Su Firen and Mu Yunlu to exhaust themselves before I step in to deal with you, Xiao Dao replied with an astonishing statement. Hong Chen frowned and asked again, aren't you supposed to deal with me first and then help Mu Yunlu with Su Firen?
Xiao Dao revealed a sinister smile unabashedly saying, because I want to take the top spot, and both Mu Yunlu and Su Firen are obstacles. The meaning of this was quite simple. Xiao Dao wanted to wait for Mu Yunlu and Su Firen to fight to a standstill, then take advantage of the situation to eliminate both.
Isn't Mu Yunlu your friend? This is really too ungrateful.
Hong Chen was somewhat speechless. Not expecting Xiao Dao to be so treacherous, willing to stab a friend in the back for his own benefit.
Only young people value loyalty, adults only care about interests.
Xiao Dao chuckled, his smile quite eerie. Hong Chen sarcastically retorted, Mu Yunlu is still foolishly considering you a friend.
When you go over to deal with Su Firen together, he really has misjudged you.
Xiao Dao bluntly stated, if you want to blame someone, blame him for not knowing how to read people, you can't blame me for that. Although I met him when we were kids and played together for a few months, I never considered him a friend.
Upon hearing this, Hong Chen couldn't help but praise, you really are a despicable person. I treat you like a human, so try to act like one.
Xiao Dao glared fiercely at Hong Chen and continued, you stand there honestly.
If you dare to move a single step, I'll immediately cripple you.
Upon hearing this, Hong Chen fell silent. After all, stalling for time was beneficial for him. If he could endure for a few more minutes, his strength should be about on par with Xiao Dao's. Moreover, from what he just heard from Su Firen and Mu Yunlu, it seemed Su Firen was slightly gaining the upper hand, so there was no need to worry about Su Firen's safety. Mu Yunlu and Su Firen had been fighting for over 10 minutes when Mu Yunlu sensed something was off.
He ran over midway.
Seeing Xiao Dao standing still, Mu Yunlu wanted to speak, but Su Firen's offensive was too fierce, leaving him no chance to voice anything. At this moment, neither Su Firen nor Mu Yunlu were fools, they both guessed Xiao Dao's intentions. Mu Yunlu was naturally in a difficult position, but Su Firen felt a surge of joy in his heart. The longer it dragged on, the stronger Hong Chen would become, which was advantageous for their side. Therefore, Su Firen intensified his attacks forcibly,
driving Mu Yunlu, who had come seeking help, away. Seeing this situation, Xiao Dao smiled sinisterly and asked, do you guess why Su Firen won't stop? Hong Chen certainly knew, but he didn't say anything, instead responding with a calm expression, what do you have to teach? I'm all ears.
I can roughly guess that foolish woman's thoughts. She probably wants to deal with Mu Yunlu first, and then join forces with you two. Deal with me, Xiao Dao said. Aside from that, she has no other choice but to make such a desperate move.
You really are clever,
Hong Chen sarcastically remarked. Xiao Dao guessed correctly, but in reality,
he was also wrong.
The main reason was that Hong Chen would grow stronger, which was why Su Firen was forcing Mu Yunlu away. She indeed planned to defeat Mu Yunlu first and then team up with the stronger Hong
Chen to deal with Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao and Mu Yunlu were at odds, and strategically, they couldn't compete with the mutual trust between Hong Chen and Su Firen. Even if Su Firen defeats Mu Yunlu, she will be
at her last gasp, and you will be even more vulnerable. You are all just prey for me, waiting to be slaughtered. Xiao Dao seemed to be confident of victory, continuing, once the time is right, I'll take you down first, then eliminate Su Firen, and finally deal with the big fool in the lake. The position of the top scholar is mine for the taking.
Hong Chen suppressed the urge to laugh and said, yes.
As the sun slowly rose to its zenith, Hong Chen's strength gradually increased.
The period from 11 in the morning to 1 in the afternoon was referred to as noon. Hong Chen's power would slowly peak before 11 o'clock in the morning, and after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it would gradually decline.
During these 2 hours of noon, his most powerful moment would be at 12 o'clock, the minute the sun reached its highest point, when Hong Chen would be in a state of extreme blazing sun. In this state of extreme blazing sun, Hong Chen's strength would reach its utmost limit, making him unparalleled in the heavens and the earth for that
minute.
As the time approached 11 o'clock, the spiritual energy within Hong Chen surged. Endless power filled his limbs and meridians, providing him with a continuous source of strength. His muscles slowly bulged, stretching the sportswear he was wearing. Hearing the hiss sound as his clothes were stretched, Xiao Dao turned to Hong Chen and said fiercely, I just told you, if you dare to move an inch, I'll kill you immediately.
Hong Chen trembled all over, struggling to contain the boiling power within him.
The scorching heat suddenly erupted, distorting the space around him, and at that moment, he could no longer hold back.
I'll give you a
chance to rephrase your words. Hong Chen raised his head to look at Xiao Dao, his eyes seemingly ignited with flames. The intense heat hit Xiao Dao, forcing him to take a step back.
Do you want to die, or do you want to live? Hong Chen took a step forward. I want to ask you the same question. What are you doing?
Xiao Dao glanced at Hong Chen and finally realized something was off. Hong Chen was clearly still a 6-star martial artist, but his aura was strong enough to rival his own.
Your mouth is too foul, let me teach you how to talk to people. Hong Chen took out the Zhangyang knife from the Kunlun jade pendant. The Zhangyang knife was a fire attribute weapon, and as Hong Chen gripped it, the blade turned bright red.
I was born with a proud spirit, don't try to act tough with me, Xiao Dao said defiantly, his confidence strong.
If you're not convinced, let's fight. 2 horizontal and 1 vertical means we're going for it. You talk too much, are you preparing for a graduate exam?
Hong Chen had long wanted to retort, Xiao Dao's every word sounded
like a quote from a streetwise person, leaving him speechless and embarrassed.
Suddenly, Xiao Dao struck without warning, his movements incredibly fast, the knife slicing down towards Hong Chen's head in an instant.
Hong Chen held the Zhangyang knife with one hand and easily blocked the strike. The action caused his already bulging sportswear to burst, revealing his strong, muscular physique. Feeling the inexhaustible power within
him, Hong Chen swung the Zhangyang knife with all his might, sending Xiao Dao flying. In just one exchange, Xiao Dao realized that Hong Chen was not a paper tiger, he had truly become stronger. After all his careful planning, intending to catch Hong Chen off guard, he instead found himself at a disadvantage, causing Xiao Dao's mindset to explode, his face turning slightly red.
With both hands gripping the knife, Hong Chen swung with all his strength, unleashing the intense heat of the blade, which erupted like a torrent.
A wave of scorching knife energy swept towards Xiao Dao, vaporizing the sand along its path.
This was the blazing inner
strength cultivated from the Great Burning Heaven technique, combined with the knife energy from the Wuwang knife scripture, merging the two techniques into one. This strike's power was comparable to a high-level
Earth-grade martial skill.
Xiao Dao did not overestimate himself, he gripped his knife with both hands, gathering spiritual energy into them, and similarly unleashed a wave of knife energy. The two knife energies collided in midair, but Hong Chen's knife energy was superior, forcing Xiao Dao's to retreat step by step. Xiao Dao realized that his knife energy could not match Hong Chen's, so he merely aimed to delay. After unleashing this strike, Xiao Dao tightly closed his eyes, quickly stepping in place with his right foot, muttering some incantations that others could not understand.
As the incantation and footsteps grew louder, the small knife
began to tremble all over, its gaze becoming hollow, and then its eyes rolled back, the pupils disappearing. Black malevolent energy continuously surged from the small knife's mouth, wrapping around its face, eventually
transforming into a terrifying mask.
Horns extended from either side of the mask, sharp fangs bared, and the eye sockets flickered with a ghostly green light. This ugly mask resembled the legendary Azura.
The scorching
blade energy unleashed by Hong Chen quickly shattered the small knife's blade energy, then continued forward, vowing to split the small knife in two. The Azura mask covered the small knife's face as it raised its
cleaver, slicing Hong Chen's blade energy in half with a single strike.
In the next moment, only the small knife's afterimage remained, as it instantly appeared in front of Hong Chen, stabbing towards his abdomen.
Hong
Chen felt a sharp pain in his belly, and when he looked down, he saw that his abdomen had been pierced. The small knife exerted force on its wrist, intending to twist the blade and carve a large hole in Hong Chen's belly. Of course, Hong Chen would not allow the small knife to have its way, he gripped its wrist tightly with both hands, preventing the small knife from exerting force. At the same time, Hong Chen gathered spiritual energy
to his throat, slowly opening his mouth to spew forth scorching flames.
The small knife attempted to dodge, but its wrist was firmly held by Hong Chen and it could not break free.
Hong Chen's body was filled with an
endless supply of spiritual energy, and the flames continued to spew for 2 minutes, scorching the small knife's face for the same duration. A burnt smell wafted into Hong Chen's nostrils, prompting him to release his grip and kick the small knife away. However, Hong Chen was not in good shape either. He knelt on one knee, blood oozing from his back and abdomen, and had to use both hands to cover his wounds. The small knife lay on the ground, convulsing, its upper body charred and barely clinging to life. Yet, the Azura mask on the small knife's face suddenly glowed with a ghostly green light. This light flowed to the small knife's upper body,
healing its scorched form.
Seeing the small knife's burnt skin slowly returning to normal, Hong Chen wanted to continue spewing fire, but without the cleaver blocking his abdomen, he coughed up a mouthful of blood as
soon as he opened his mouth. This wouldn't do.
Hong Chen took a deep breath, and with the help of the midday sun, small flames ignited on his back and abdomen. As the flames burned, his wounds began to slowly heal. Hong Chen was only pierced in the abdomen, while Xiao Dao's entire upper body was charred. His injuries were worse than Hong Chen's. Thanks to the protection of the Azura mask, Xiao Dao's head was not affected by the flames, only his upper body was scorched. After a few seconds of treatment from the ghostly green light, Xiao Dao's burned body returned to its normal skin color.
Hong Chen maintained a single knee kneeling position. After being burned by the small flames, the wounds
on his surface had healed, but the internal injuries from being stabbed were healing very slowly. Xiao Dao slowly got up, picked up the fallen machete with his right hand, and said hoarsely, "I have the protection of Azura, your flames cannot kill me." The wounds inside Hong Chen had not healed yet. As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, he would spit blood, but he clenched his right fist and slowly extended his middle finger towards Xiao Dao. Seeing this, Xiao Dao stopped talking. He stepped down with his left foot, causing the sand beneath him to tremble slightly, and then he leaped into the air, the machete slicing through the sky. The flash of the blade was so fast it was unbelievable, almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, and in an instant, it appeared above Hong Chen's head. Hong Chen, still kneeling, swiftly dodged the sphere's slash. The blade missed, striking the sand and creating a crack in the ground. "You actually dodged it!" Xiao Dao exclaimed in shock. After putting on the Azura mask, not only had his strength increased, but his speed had also greatly enhanced. Not to mention a 10-star martial artist, even a 4-star martial spirit would probably not be able to see the slash he unleashed. Xiao Dao turned to look at Hong Chen, who was still kneeling, but an eye had opened on his forehead. It was likely because of this eye that Hong Chen could see the slash he had unleashed. "So what if you can see it? My speed can be even faster." Xiao Dao swung his machete backhandedly, swiftly sweeping towards Hong Chen's lower body, leaving behind an afterimage. The heavenly eye on Hong Chen's forehead could capture Xiao Dao's movements. He gripped the Zhangyang knife with one hand, turning it horizontally, the tip plunging into the sand, just in time to block the machete. Although injured, Hong Chen did not sit idly by. He spun like a whirlwind, the blade igniting a circle of flames. Xiao Dao dared not take it head-on. His movements were quick, and he suddenly retreated several feet. In the next moment, Xiao Dao disappeared again, the machete in his hand striking down like an unending rain, each slash both fast and fierce. The wounds inside Hong Chen were still healing. He was afraid of aggravating them, so he dared not make large movements and could only remain kneeling. Facing the storm-like slashes, Hong Chen remained calm, the heavenly eye locking onto Xiao Dao's figure, his Zhangyang knife blocking left and right, perfectly defending against Xiao Dao's various angles of attack. Xiao Dao's speed increased, his figure becoming ghostly, darting left and right, forward and backward, making it difficult to grasp his whereabouts. Seeing this, Hong Chen closed his eyes, only opening the heavenly eye on his forehead. His vision became clearer, everything around him was under his control, and his targeting of Xiao Dao became more precise. Xiao Dao's speed had reached its limit, yet he still could not break through Hong Chen's defense. In the sand, only Xiao Dao's afterimage could be seen, launching slashes from all directions, the machete creating a whistling wind, a series of blade lights following one after another. Another flash of blade light appeared, and Hong Chen blocked horizontally. With a clang, the two blades clashed, sparks flying. Taking advantage of the momentum, Xiao Dao tried to push Hong Chen's horizontal knife away, but Hong Chen was already prepared. He pushed the horizontal knife, using force to send Xiao Dao aside. Seizing this opportunity, Hong Chen suddenly stood up and stepped forward, slashing towards Xiao Dao. Anticipating that Xiao Dao would try to dodge, Hong Chen shouted loudly, the Zhangyang knife igniting with fierce flames, sweeping the blade forward. A wave of scorching fire erupted, like an open folding fan, cutting out a fan-shaped sea of fire stretching 100 feet long. This sea of fire carried a rolling heat wave, sweeping forward, instantly dyeing the sand a deep red. The temperature of the blade reached a scorching degree, instantly incinerating everything, with grains of sand melting into magma, leaving only a scorched earth. The place where the small knife had dodged was engulfed in a sea of fire, and his body was once again seared. But this time it was only a minor burn, and the ghostly green light emanating from the Azura mask healed his wounds in just 2 seconds. Hong Chen slowly stood up, raising his head to bask in the midday sun. His internal injuries finally healed. From the beginning of the battle between the two, it seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, only a few minutes had gone by. As the sunlight bathed his entire body, his internal energy was once again filled with power. Hong Chen's eyes blazed like torches, and his true energy gathered in his dantian. Then he grinned at the small knife. Seeing Hong Chen smile, the small knife was about to retort, but Hong Chen suddenly erupted. His momentum was like a volcanic eruption. Wielding the Zhangyang knife with all his strength, he slashed towards the small knife. This slash came from the Wowang knife classic, and the technique was called Heaven and Earth One Slash. Hong Chen concentrated his essence, energy, and spirit to the peak, focusing the spiritual energy within him to unleash such an extraordinary strike. The blade light was like fire and thunder, emitting a series of buzzing sounds, its might unmatched, as if it were about to split heaven and earth. In the air, one could hear the sharp whistle of the blade cutting through the void. This strike was so fast that it seemed time itself had frozen. The small knife, seeing this, wanted to dodge, but the strike was too swift, and his feet felt as if they were pressed to the ground, completely unable to move. He could only raise the machete in his hand, grit his teeth, and grip the handle tightly, while simultaneously channeling the power of the Azura mask, using all his strength to meet Hong Chen's Heaven and Earth One Slash. At the moment the two blades collided, there was a profound silence. All surrounding sounds vanished, leaving only a crisp clang. The sound of clang spread like ripples, instantly reaching the entire battlefield.
A tremendous force surged
into the small knife's arms. He felt an overwhelming power coming from Hong Chen's blade, almost crushing his defenses in an instant. The magnitude of this force far exceeded the small knife's imagination, even though he had mentally prepared himself, he still could not withstand it. The small knife's arms broke on the spot, shattered bones piercing through flesh, protruding from his skin, and the machete in his hand was sent flying.
The immense force swept the small knife's
body away, and he fell like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily into a lake 1,000 meters away. The lake erupted into a massive lotus flower, as if a divine being had thrown a great cauldron into the lake, with water splashing everywhere like countless pearls falling. Subsequently, the splashed water transformed into layers of waves, spreading outward in circles, causing the entire lake surface to ripple, with layers of ripples forming at the edges of the lake. Hong Chen leaped up, gathering spiritual energy at the soles of his feet, allowing him to float on the surface of the lake. The small knife sank into the lake but did not float back up. Instead, it remained at the bottom, taking the opportunity to recover
from its injuries. Hong Chen certainly would not give it a chance to heal. He raised the Zhengyang knife high, ready to cleave the lake's surface.
Suddenly, a white light streaked across the sky, rushing like a meteor towards Hong Chen's position. As the white light approached, Hong Chen swung his knife fiercely, the blade shining like a dragon, clashing violently with the white light in midair. In an instant, the air erupted with a piercing sound of metal clashing, as if thunder had exploded.
The white light was dispersed by Hong Chen's Zhengyang knife, transforming into specks of fluorescence that scattered everywhere.
Although Hong Chen had shattered the white light, he was also knocked back several steps.
He focused his gaze in the
direction from which the white light had come and saw Mu Yunlu breaking through the air.
Behind Mu Yunlu was Su Firen, wielding a silver spear, pursuing Mu Yunlu.
Dressed in white, Mu Yunlu's hair was looking disheveled and covered in blood, clearly having been stabbed several times by Su Firen. When Mu Yunlu landed in front of Hong Chen, he frowned and asked, "Why did you stop me?" Despite being in a dire situation, Mu Yunlu still elegantly cupped his fist and made a surprising request.
"Could you spare him?" "Of course not." Without waiting for Mu Yunlu to ask further, Hong Chen replied bluntly, "Do you know that the small knife never considered you a friend?
He even wants to wait for you and Su Firen to both be injured.
Then reap the benefits."
Mu Yunlu smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "I know what kind of person he is, of course." Su Firen landed beside Hong Chen and, hearing Mu Yunlu's words, looked at him in disbelief, saying, "If you know, why are you still
helping him? Are you stupid?"
"The small knife doesn't consider me a friend, but I have always regarded him as one." Mu Yunlu paused and continued, "Since I consider him a friend, I cannot stand by and do nothing.
Moreover, helping a friend doesn't seem to require a reason."
Hong Chen couldn't understand Mu Yunlu's way of thinking, even feeling that there was something wrong with his mind. "I suggest you go see a doctor about your brain," Hong Chen said, not wanting to waste more words with him.
"And your face isn't enough. I will definitely kill the small knife today."
Mu Yunlu threw his card to Hong Chen. "Eliminating the small knife is also for points. I am tied for fourth with him. Take this card and spare him."
Hong Chen caught the card,
but did not agree to Mu Yunlu's request, saying, "Only children make choices, I want them all." Hearing this, Mu Yunlu did not blame Hong Chen. He understood the resentment in Hong Chen's heart.
Moreover, in the current situation, the small knife was
heavily injured, and he himself was also hurt, while Hong Chen and Su Firen only had minor injuries. The advantage was on Hong Chen's side. Even if he did not give the card to Hong Chen, the two could still defeat him and the small knife openly. Therefore, the points and card belonging to him and the small knife were originally in the hands of Hong Chen and Su Firen. "I shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess," Mu Yunlu said with a wry smile. He cupped his fist to Su Firen and Hong Chen.
"But I can't help it, the small knife is my friend, and I couldn't refuse his invitation.
Today, falling into your hands, whether to kill or to cut, I leave it to you. I was wrong first, so you can deal with me as you wish."
Mu Yunlu's words were very candid, not pretending to submit.
Hong Chen looked at Su Firen and said, "I have fewer points than you, and you are still in third place.
I have dropped to 7, can Mu Yunlu's card be given to me?"
"Of course.
Why even ask?" Su Firen's tone
carried a hint of complaint. Seeing this, Hong Chen touched his nose and then crushed Mu Yunlu's card, instantly boosting his
points ranking to 4th.
Before Mu Yunlu was teleported away, he once again cupped his fists towards Hong Chen and the others, saying, "I apologize for today's events, and I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. Please do not hold past grievances against me."
Hong Chen rolled his eyes and bluntly replied, "There's no way I'll forgive you. Every time I see you in the real world. From now on, I'll hit you once."
Mu Yunlu chuckled at this, then his figure flickered and vanished, indicating that he had been eliminated. Looking at the small knife hiding at the bottom of the lake, Hong Chen turned to Su Firen and said, "I'll split
the lake's surface with one strike to force the small knife out, and then you take the opportunity to drive him out of the lake, and then we'll fight him 2 against 1. Alright. Su Firen waved her silver spear, unable to suppress a grin, as if she wanted to laugh. The visibility at the bottom of the water was already poor, and the small knife was unaware of the situation outside. But Hong Chen's heavenly eye could see through, and he could clearly see the small knife's hiding spot at the bottom of the lake. Hong Chen raised the Zhengyang knife high, his internal energy boiling to the limit, and the immense energy gathered at the blade. The energy swirling around Hong Chen caused ripples to spread across the lake's surface. Ah! Hong Chen let out a roar and unleashed the heaven and earth one blade slash again. The 100-foot blade energy cleaved towards the lake's surface, parting the water and sending splashes soaring several feet high. The lake's surface cracked open and the water rolled to the sides. The long accumulated silt at the bottom of the lake was exposed to everyone's view, along with the small knife's figure. Su Firen, holding her long spear, was poised and ready, having gathered all her strength. Upon seeing the small knife's figure, Su Firen moved like an arrow released from a bow, the spear tip aimed directly at the bottom of the lake. The silver spear burst forth with white light, like a white dragon leaping into the depths, illuminating the dark lake bottom. The small knife's blade was knocked away by Hong Chen, and now without a weapon, he could only be at the mercy of others. Su Firen thrust her spear to lift the small knife, then with a powerful motion, she threw him out of the lake's depths, his figure spinning in the air. Hong Chen seized the moment, leaping into the air with a strike, aiming to take down the small knife. The small knife crushed the card in his hand, choosing to eliminate himself. He would rather forfeit than give Hong Chen any points. As the small knife was teleported away, Hong Chen's strike missed, and he cursed, "I really am cursed. This guy can't take a loss." Su Firen took out her card and looked at the rankings. There were still 5 people left. First place, Li Chang'an. Points, 5173. Second place, Luo Lai. Points, 4399. Third place, Su Firen. Points, 4396. Fourth place, Hong Chen. Points, 2587. Fifth place, Ying Huanhuan. Points, 2479. Su Firen walked over to Hong Chen and muttered softly, "Why are there only 5 people left?" Hearing this, Hong Chen took out his card and, upon seeing the ranking information, was momentarily stunned. This 5th-ranked Ying Huanhuan couldn't possibly be the one he knew. Luo Lai has been in the middle of the lake, and those hiding behind the sand dunes were probably dealt with by Li Chang'an and Ying Huanhuan, Hong Chen said absently, still thinking about Ying Huanhuan. He had given her the Taishang Gaining Pian because she couldn't afford to buy a cultivation method. So she had started cultivating a month later than him. If it really was the Ying Huanhuan he knew, it would be too outrageous. She had only cultivated for 3 months and was already ranked 5th, her talent probably not much worse than Xiao Zhao's. After a fierce battle, Hong Chen had accumulated a large amount of spiritual energy, enough to break through to the 7-star martial master level. After a moment of thought, he whispered to Su Firen, "I want to break through, help me guard." Su Firen frowned at his words, glancing at Luo Lai in the middle of the lake and then at the surrounding desert, her tone hesitant. "Isn't it a bit risky to break through at this time?" With only 5 people left, Hong Chen could tell from Luo Lai's actions that he was an upright person. He had stood in the middle of the lake from the beginning, choosing to fight openly rather than hiding behind the sand dunes. So if he were to break through, someone like Luo Lai was unlikely to attack him. The other 2 were Ying Huanhuan and Li Chang'an. If it were the Ying Huanhuan he knew, she wouldn't harm him. After all, he had done her a favor. Finally, there was Li Chang'an, who might be the top scholar in the diary, so his strength was beyond doubt. Li Chang'an's strength surpassed Su Firen's, but Su Firen should be able to hold him off for a few minutes without much problem. A few minutes was enough for him to break through to the 7-star martial master level. Once he achieved that, he could turn the situation around. Hong Chen smiled and reassured, "If they sneak attack me, I simply won't break through. At most, I'll just lose some spiritual energy." He didn't finish the sentence, thinking that if he got beaten up, he could easily replenish the lost energy. As long as he successfully broke through to the 7-star martial master level, combined with the midday sun, he had a chance to win the championship. Every year, the top 5 martial artists could enter top universities, and the top 3 could receive prizes and bonuses. He needed money for college, and the prizes for the top scholar were also exceptionally generous. Although breaking through at this moment was somewhat risky, the benefits he would gain were greater, so even if there was danger, he had to take the risk to break through. Su Firen nodded, raising her spirited eyebrows and revealing a faint smile. "As long as you've made up your mind, leave the rest to me." Hearing this, Hong Chen immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. Since he had decided to break through, he wouldn't hold back. Based on past experience, it should only take him a few minutes to break through to the 7-star martial master level. In the middle of the lake, Luo Lai saw Hong Chen
breaking through in front of him, his expression momentarily stunned, then he grinned and walked over.
What are you doing? Su Firen raised her silver spear, sternly admonishing the approaching Luo Lai. Don't panic, I mean no harm.
Luo Lai first cupped his fist in greeting, his tone very open. And since your friend dares to break through in front of me, he probably knows I won't attack, so you don't need to point
your spear at me. Then why are you coming over?
Su Firen's tone softened slightly as she lowered her silver spear, but her expression still held a hint of caution.
Just consider me here to guard him. Luo Lai looked around and continued, the other two are hiding and sneaking around, probably just a bunch of cowards. I, Luo, disdain to compete with them. Once your friend breaks through, let him fight me. Regardless of the outcome, I will voluntarily withdraw from the competition.
Luo Lai's tone seemed somewhat disinterested, like Xiao Xiao, he had already been accepted into a top university.
But he gave up that opportunity to participate in the martial arts examination. On one hand, he was confident in his strength, on the other, he craved battle. However, so far, no one had satisfied Luo Lai's desire for a good fight. Even when he suppressed his own strength, no one could last 3 moves under his hands. Luo Lai longed for a thrilling battle, one that would be under the spotlight, a fight where he could give it his all, rather than just bullying the weak or competing with sneaky cowards. Su Firen's expression darkened upon hearing Luo Lai's words. You are a 10-star martial artist. Even if Hong Chen breaks through, he is only a 7-star martial artist. You're just bullying him. Luo Lai replied slowly, your friend named Hong Chen possesses strength far beyond his own realm, he is truly exceptional and outstanding. He was just a 6-star martial artist, yet he could split a large lake with a single strike and overpower a 9-star martial artist. If he breaks through to 7 stars, he might be able to fight me. Su Firen said sternly, although Hong Chen's strength exceeds his realm, your strength far surpasses that of an ordinary 10-star martial artist. I estimate that you could kill him with a single punch, so allow me to refuse on his behalf. Hearing Su Firen's protective words, Luo Lai smiled and asked, what is your relationship with him? On what grounds do you refuse for him? This question made Su Firen's face flush, and she replied in a flustered and angry tone, of course, we are friends. Why are you asking so much? Hearing Su Firen's flustered and angry words, Luo Lai grinned, since you are friends, it seems you don't have the right to refuse for him. However, it seemed a bit unfair for a 10-star martial artist to challenge a 7-star martial artist. Luo Lai paused slightly and then said, I have a suggestion, how about this? You just said, I could kill him with a single punch, so I will throw one punch. If Hong Chen can take my punch, then I will consider myself defeated and give him the card. How about that? Upon hearing Luo Lai's words, Su Firen wanted to refuse for Hong Chen but remembered Luo Lai's statement, since you are friends, it seems you don't have the right to refuse for him. Su Firen turned her back and said irritably, since you said that, why are you asking me? Wait until he breaks through, and you can ask him yourself. Luo Lai nodded, sitting cross-legged on the surface of the lake, and said nothing more. At this point, there were still 5 people left. Although Luo Lai ranked second, regardless of who won or lost in the subsequent battles, his points would still place him in the top 5. Even if Hong Chen could take Luo Lai's punch, if he honored the agreement and chose to forfeit, he would still be able to enter a top university. Since he could already enter a top university, the remaining time was completely garbage time for Luo Lai. If he had known it would be like this, he might as well have participated in secret training earlier. Participating in this ridiculous martial artist entrance exam was simply a waste of his time. The time was 11:53, and Hong Chen successfully broke through. He opened his eyes. Although he had just broken through, he had heard the conversation between Su Firen and Luo Lai. Seeing Hong Chen open his eyes, Luo Lai was about to speak, but Hong Chen spoke first. No need for more words, I accept your challenge of a punch. Courage is the best weapon of a warrior. Luo Lai praised, then asked, can I throw my punch now? I just finished my breakthrough, wait for me to stabilize my breath, Hong Chen said, glancing at the sun. In 6 minutes, it would be noon, and he would be in the blazing sun state. Luo Lai had no doubts because after a breakthrough, the spiritual energy in the Dantian would indeed surge. Hong Chen continued to sit cross-legged, adjusting his breath. After 5 minutes, he slowly stood up. It was now 11:59, and Hong Chen said to Su Firen, you should stand back, I'm afraid I might hurt you. Be careful, Su Firen said, gripping her silver spear and swiftly retreating into the desert. Only then did Hong Chen say to Luo Lai, we will each throw a punch at each other, whoever cannot withstand it loses. What do you think? All right. Luo Lai replied without hesitation, his figure flashing as he retreated 100 steps away. The area of this lake was about 8 miles, which could only be considered a small lake. The golden sunlight poured down like a waterfall, illuminating the lake's surface. And the sky was a deep blue.
The clear lake surface resembled a mirror, reflecting the sky and water as one.
Hong Chen stood proudly on the water's surface, arms crossed, his posture tall and straight. The great sun hung in the sky, and the time had finally come. Every ray of sunlight converged around him. Bathed in the midday sun, a golden halo gradually formed around him, making his figure appear particularly majestic and radiant, like the sun itself.
A tremendous force surged from his dantian, rushing through his meridians, and the spiritual energy within Hong Chen boiled. This was the ultimate blazing sun state, where he felt unrivaled in heaven and earth. His power reached an unprecedented peak at this moment. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Hong Chen, Luolai felt not fear but excitement, a glint of thrill flashing in his eyes. Luolai spread his legs apart, his right hand clenched into a fist pointing down, and his left hand gripped his
right arm, beginning to gather energy.
The spiritual energy within Hong Chen rolled and surged, and as the sunlight infused his body, he found himself enveloped in a golden flame. Finally, unable to contain the vast spiritual energy within him, Hong Chen erupted with a wave of scorching energy.
The fierce heat scorched the sky, and the lake boiled. As this scorching energy spread, the lake's surface began to distort. The water quickly evaporated, transforming into billowing white mist that rose into the sky. The vapor steamed up, and in just a moment, the lake was completely dried up, leaving only a parched riverbed. A portion of the spiritual energy within Hong Chen leaked out, while another portion was gathered into his right arm. With the infusion of scorching energy, his right arm glowed with golden light, and his muscles became full and powerful. Hong Chen slowly formed his right hand into a fist, and as he did so, the surroundings trembled. The surrounding scorching energy converged towards his right fist. Ultimately, Hong Chen's right fist condensed into a substantial golden sphere of light. Luolai was also mobilizing the spiritual energy within him, enveloped in a circle of gray mixed primordial energy, which was his ultimate skill, the mixed primordial heavy fist. Hong Chen had only learned a rudimentary form of boxing, relying purely on strength and abundant spiritual energy, gathering all his power into his right fist. The two locked eyes, understanding each other without words, and charged towards one another. As their fists sliced through the air, a sharp explosion rang out. In an instant, their fists collided fiercely in mid-air, producing a deafening sound. The clash of fists created a dazzling golden gray light that instantly illuminated the entire desert. Above in the sky, thunder and lightning clashed, and the steam that Hong Chen had previously evaporated transformed into rolling dark clouds. The force of their punches stirred the air, shaking the heavens and the earth. Dust flew, and at that moment, their powers reached their zenith. The collision generated waves of spiritual energy, forming visible shockwaves that lifted the desert 1,000 meters away. Time passed second by second, the ground trembled incessantly, and the two men's fists remained locked in place, the dark clouds above also vibrating. Rain fell, soaking their clothes without them noticing when it started. The two faced each other with fists, continuously gathering spiritual energy into their punches, the golden solar energy intertwining with the gray chaotic energy, producing a hissing sound in the air. The raindrops in the sky grew larger, mercilessly slapping against their faces, sliding down their cheeks. Luolai's brows gradually furrowed, the power within him was slowly diminishing, while Hong Chen seemed to have an endless supply of strength. The dark clouds in the sky thickened, and heavy rain poured down. Despite his unwillingness, his body had reached its limit. Luolai slowly withdrew his fist, taking a step back, and cupped his hands in salute, saying, "You win." Hong Chen returned the gesture and replied, "It was luck." This statement was neither a lie nor false modesty. He truly was lucky. If it weren't for the noon sun providing him with a continuous flow of spiritual energy, he would have lost in their earlier standoff. Luolai handed his card to Hong Chen and then said, "You all don't hide anymore, come out." 3 people appeared simultaneously on either side of the lake, all of whom Hong Chen recognized. One was Su Firen. The other woman was Ying Huan, the one who had been bullied by Sun Xiaochuan. And the man in a white robe Hong Chen had also met once. A couple of days ago, after Su Firen had fought with Wei Wei and was injured, she was resting in the desert, and Hong Chen had been protecting her. At that time, a young man in a snow-white robe had cut through a tornado with a sword and was heading towards Su Firen. Hong Chen had stopped this young man in white, asking him to take a detour and not disturb Su Firen's recovery, to which the young man had smiled and agreed. Unexpectedly, that young man in white was actually Li Chang'an, the one who could rival Luolai and possibly take the top spot, as mentioned in the diary. Li Chang'an sat atop a sand dune, casually inserting his sword into the sand, then took down a wine flask from his waist and took a big swig. He sat there on the dune, his aura restrained, blending with the surroundings, clearly not showing off, yet it was hard to ignore him. Luolai also saw Li Chang'an and called out loudly, "You are Li Chang'an, right? With your strength, why do you hide and not dare to fight head-on? I'm afraid you all are too weak to withstand the sword I wield. It would be better to dream a grand dream, Li
Chang'an replied nonchalantly, then lay back on the sand dune, taking swig after swig of wine. Luo Lai laughed heartily at this and said, the heavens may rain, and the reckless may face disaster, saying such grand words, aren't you afraid of
tripping over your own tongue?
The heavens do not speak of their height, and the earth does not speak of its depth. Li Chang'an laughed loudly and said, those who do not know me call me reckless, while those who do know me call me humble.
Is it really you, Li Chang'an? You're quite arrogant.
Hong Chen cursed as he walked over to Luo Lai, putting his arm around his shoulder and whispering, this kid is too arrogant, should we take him down together?
According to our agreement of a single punch, I've already lost.
You can crush my card, I won't participate in the battle after this.
Hong Chen handed Luo Lai's card to Su Firen, but she didn't take it.
Su Firen said, I'm currently in 3rd place and you're in 4th, so
you might as well use it.
Upon hearing this, Hong Chen didn't hesitate and crushed Luo Lai's card, instantly jumping to 2nd place on the leaderboard. Luo Lai was enveloped in a white light. He glared at Li Chang'an and left with a harsh remark.
We'll have a chance to spar again in the future.
Watching the direction Luo Lai disappeared, Su Firen sighed, when he says he'll fight, he fights, when he admits defeat, he admits it.
Luo Lai is indeed a man of his word. Keeping one's word is the most basic principle of being a person.
Hong Chen waved his hand towards the desert, where a graceful woman stood. He retracted his hand and said to Su Firen, she's a friend of mine named Ing Huan.
I know she's Ing Huan, I can see.
The leaderboard, Su Firen asked, besides Xiao Xiao, how many beautiful confidants do you have? Hong Chen explained, don't misunderstand me, I'm not close with Ing Huan.
How did you meet? Su Firen was very interested in this matter.
Ing Huan was harassed by a bully, so I helped her out, and then she came to thank me. I've only met her twice in total.
Hong Chen's words were brief, deliberately omitting sensitive details like giving Ing Huan a technique, mainly to prevent Su Firen from overthinking.
You really have a warm heart, going out of your way to be a hero and save the beauty.
Su Firen teased meaningfully.
I can't stand seeing the weak being bullied, regardless of gender. I will help, Hong Chen said, expressing a strong desire to survive, but it was also his honest sentiment. Sun Xiaochuan had previously bullied an honest male classmate named Hua Fei.
Hong Chen had helped Hua Fei at that time, and later when he was beaten by Long Outyen.
At school, Hua Fei also supported Hong Chen and even brought the principal. Unable to bear seeing the weak bullied, he helped them, holding on to a sense of justice, which was also due to Hong Sen's teachings.
Family values have always been like
this. All parents in the world, no matter what happens later, initially hope their children become good people with a sense of justice. Heavy rain poured down, and the dry lakebed gradually accumulated water.
Everyone just needed to slightly release
their spiritual energy to form a layer of protection around themselves, preventing their bodies from getting wet. Ing Huan walked in front of Hong Chen. They hadn't seen each other for 3 months, and she had become much more confident. When they first met, Ing Huan was a bit self-conscious, speaking with her head down, but now she had become poised and graceful.
Ing Huan smiled, her tone cheerful, so it really is you. That's what I wanted to say too. Since Su Firen
was nearby, Hong Chen didn't dare to be too enthusiastic. His tone was plain and slightly distant. Ing Huan maintained her smile. I have to thank you. If it weren't for you giving me the technique, I wouldn't have achieved such good results.
Su Firen slightly tilted her head and glanced at Hong Chen. Oh? What technique? How come I haven't heard you mention it?
This is Su Firen, my benefactor. Hong Chen first introduced Su Firen, then said to Ing Huan, what I gave you was
the Taishang Gaining Pian. How did your cultivation progress so quickly?
The latter part of his sentence was also an explanation, clarifying that what he gave Ing Huan was just an ordinary technique worth only 5 or 6,000 yuan. Hong Chen added, at that time, I asked Ing Huan for a favor, so I gave her the Taishang Gaining Pian as a reward for her help. Su Firen's lips curled slightly, unable to suppress her expression. She was only trying to scare Hong Chen and wasn't
actually angry or jealous. I don't know.
I was just practicing and suddenly broke through to an 8-star martial master. Ing Huan's tone was a bit dazed. She truly couldn't figure it out. In the distance, Li Chanan was having a great
time, lying on a sand pile and laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Good wine.
The wind and sand swept through the desert, but it couldn't drown out his laughter.
Ha ha ha. Good wine.
The wind and sand enveloped Li Chanan's figure, but his singing could still be heard. Eventually, a wild wind will rise from the ground, and I will ride the wind for thousands of miles. I will ride the wind for thousands of miles. Hearing Li Chanan's laughter and shouts, Hong Chen remarked, he must be drunk.
His brain is a bit off. Su Firen frowned and said, we all know each other, what should we do? I can't go hard on a friend.
Hong Chen replied, our points are all in the top 5, and our survival time is long enough, we will definitely rank in
the top 5.
Let's go find Li Chanan and clarify things with him. If he wants to fight, we will accompany him. If he doesn't want to fight, we will crush our own cards and voluntarily forfeit.
The two nodded, and the three waited for the wind and sand to blow away before walking towards Lee Chanan. Lee Chanan lay in the sand, his white robe covered in grains of sand, drinking wine while singing freely. Onlookers clap and laugh wildly. What's wrong with being wild? What's wrong with being crazy? Hong Chen approached him, looked down at Lee Chanan, and asked, "Friend, there are only 4 of us left, what do you want to do?" Lee Chanan swallowed the wine in his mouth, his drunken eyes hazily looking at Hong Chen. "With so many people watching in front of the TV, we can't end it with a whimper. We should have a fight to keep everyone's spirits up." Hearing that Lee Chanan wanted to fight, Hong Chen retorted, "Do you want a one-on-one or a group fight?" Lee Chanan laughed heartily and asked, "Is it 3 of you against me alone?" Hong Chen grinned, "If you want a will battle, we can fulfill your wish. So do you want a one-on-one or a group fight?" Lee Chanan took a swig of wine and, facing Hong Chen's playful words, wasn't angry but said, "I'm fine with anything, it's up to your arrangement." Hearing such a carefree response, Hong Chen recalled how Lee Chanan had given way when Su Firan was recuperating, not taking advantage of her vulnerability. He set aside his suspicions and made a decision. Hong Chen looked at Su Firan and Ing Huanhuan, speaking earnestly, "I apply for a one-on-one with him." Lee Chanan's points ranked first, while Hong Chen's ranked second, whoever won would be first. If it were 3 against 1, Hong Chen could take the top spot, but he chose not to do so. If Lee Chanan were a treacherous and despicable person, Hong Chen would choose to outnumber him. But Lee Chanan was an open and honest person, facing such a carefree gentleman, he didn't want to do that. He wanted to leave the outcome to their respective strengths, so even if he lost, he could do so with a clear conscience. Su Firan and Ing Huanhuan exchanged glances and smiled in unison, both crushing their cards involuntarily, leaving the battlefield to Hong Chen and Lee Chanan. Seeing the two voluntarily forfeit, Lee Chanan slowly sat up and said leisurely, "They are both your friends, if you want to take the top spot, you can have them give you their cards." Hong Chen, realizing this late, exclaimed, "Ah," and then patted his head, laughing, "Right. But it doesn't matter," Hong Chen said boldly, "I want to have a fair fight with you, even if I lose in the end, I will accept it." Hong Lan and Hong Hu sat in front of the television, watching Hong Chen appear on the screen. Even though the facts were laid out before them, the two still found it hard to believe. Big Brother is definitely not an F-level talent. Hong Hu was now very certain, speaking excitedly, "If he is an F-level talent, I'll eat my words." Hong Lan frowned at his words, "If you're going to talk, do it properly, don't be so disgusting." Hong Hu immediately explained, "I'm just describing the credibility of Big Brother being an F-level talent. But that metaphor is really too frightening. I won't blame you for saying that in front of me, but if you say that in front of other girls, you'll definitely never find a girlfriend." Hong Hu chuckled foolishly, not refuting her, but picking up his phone to cover his embarrassment. Looking at the content on his phone, he suddenly exclaimed, "Second sister, the betting has started." "What betting?" Hong Lan asked, as she was unfamiliar with such matters. Hong Hu explained, "The match between Big Brother and Lee Chang'an has a betting market open outside. We can bet on who will win, and the current odds are 1 to 26, and the odds are still rising." Hong Lan didn't understand and asked, "Again, what do you mean by 1 to 26? Hong Hu explained once more, "If we bet 10,000 yuan on Big Brother to win, if he wins in the end, we can get 260,000 yuan. If we bet 10,000 yuan on Lee Chang'an to win, if Lee Chang'an wins in the end, we can get 10,260 yuan. Hong Lan was shocked, "Aren't these odds a bit too skewed? Betting on Lee Chang'an to win after deducting the principal, we can only get 260 yuan. But betting on Big Brother to win after deducting the principal, we can still get 250,000 yuan. Hong Hu explained for the third time, "Because there are too many people betting on Lee Chang'an to win, the odds have become unbalanced, which also shows that no one outside believes in Big Brother." Hong Lan angrily said, "You just saw it, Big Brother at least exchanged a punch with Luo Lai and wasn't injured, he has some strength, these odds are ridiculous." Hong Hu helplessly said, "Chen Tianqiu said Lee Chang'an is a once-in-a-thousand-years talent in the Great Xia Kingdom, and that's really not an exaggeration. You've seen the live broadcasts these days, Lee Chang'an is really too strong. His physique is indestructible, harder than Captain America's shield, he's practically like a monster." Yesterday, Situlan from the Qingzhou mansion in Shishu, she's a 9-star martial artist. But when Situlan drew her bow to the fullest and shot her strongest arrow, it hit his weakest eye directly, yet Lee Chang'an didn't even flinch. His strength is also terrifying, with a casual swing of his sword, he can cleave a 100-foot chasm. The host said Lee Chang'an could move mountains and seas, his strength is enough to overshadow the world, and that's not an exaggeration at all. Moreover, he is a 10-star martial artist. Although Big Brother has broken through to a 7-star martial artist, he is definitely not Lee Chang'an's opponent. Hong Hu concluded, "I'm not trying to boost others' confidence while undermining my own." The eyes of
The public are sharp, such high odds are entirely due to Li Chang'an's strength. Send me the betting website, I'll bet 100,000 yuan to support Big Brother. No one supported Hong Chen, and Hong Lan was very angry. She felt that Hong Chen was
being underestimated. Hong Hu weakly complained, "Spendthrift, aren't you just throwing money into the water?" Hong Lan huffed angrily, "Big Brother has worked so hard to get to this point, I'm happy." Meanwhile, far away in Dei Mansion in Jiangnan Province, Su Yuan looked at the odds on his phone, shocked. "Dad, the odds have risen to 1 to 28. Su Tianbao laughed upon hearing this. In all these years of martial artist college entrance exams, such skewed odds have never been seen before. I remember the most skewed odds from over 30 years ago, but back then the odds were only 1 to 6. Su Yuan put away his phone, sighing, "If we look at these odds, almost no one believes in Hong Chen." Su Tianbao's tone was filled with amazement. This kid has come this far, which is already quite impressive. After all, he only has F-level talent. Li Chang'an has been praised by Chen Tianqiu as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius of the Great Xia Kingdom. In the face of such an extraordinary talent like Li Chang'an, no matter how outstanding the young people are, they will likely pale in comparison and become mere background. Su Yuan sighed. Firen's performance this time is also decent, although she didn't make it into the top 3, considering her points and survival time. 4th place should be no problem. There are too many geniuses in today's martial arts college entrance examination. Firen is just unfortunate. If she were a year or two older and had participated in the exam a year or two earlier, her strength could have easily dominated, and she would have a high chance of taking the top spot. In this era of great competition, geniuses are emerging one after another. Su Tianbao said in surprise, "Could it be that a chaotic world is coming soon?" In the official live broadcast room of the Great Xia Kingdom, since it was the final battle, in addition to the host, the officials also specially invited 2 guests to participate. In the commentary, Chen Tianqiu, who once served as the vice president of Yuanyang University, was a spirited old man who retired 2 years ago and is now enjoying his retirement in the Great Xia Kingdom. The other guest was Mu Bai, who was a cousin of Mu Yunlu and also hails from the Jade Emperor's sacred realm. Mu Bai was the top scorer in the college entrance examination 8 years ago, graduated from Dongsheng University 4 years ago, and then stayed on as a teacher at Dongsheng University. Since it was summer vacation, he took the opportunity to return home to visit family. Dongsheng University is also one of the top 10 universities, and at just 26 years old, Mu Bai is considered very young and accomplished to be a teacher at a top university. The host first looked at Mu Bai and asked, "Teacher Mu, you were also the top scorer 8 years ago. Who do you think has a better chance of winning, Hong Chen or Li Chang'an?" There are differences even among top scorers. Hong Chen, Li Chang'an, and Luo Lai are all stronger than I was back then. Mu Bai spoke modestly, first praising the 3 before offering his sharp commentary, but like most people, I have more faith in Li Chang'an. Everyone has been watching the live broadcasts these days. Li Chang'an's strength is evident. Although Hong Chen is also very strong, as I said earlier, there are differences among geniuses, and there is an insurmountable chasm between Hong Chen and Li Chang'an. It seems Teacher Mu is supporting Li Chang'an. After receiving the answer, the host asked again, "You and Mu Yunlu both come from the Jade Emperor's sacred realm, and I heard you two are relatives. What do you think of his performance in this exam?" Mu Bai thought for a moment before saying, "Mu Yunlu is my cousin, but I am not one to protect my own. His performance this time was quite poor. Although he has a pure heart, he is too trusting of others. Otherwise, with his strength, he would definitely have made it into the top 5. Chen Tianqiu, who had been silent, suddenly smiled and said, "Mu Yunlu, like Luo Lai, was originally guaranteed admission. Even if he fails this time, he can still enter a top university. So, young friend Mu, don't be too harsh. Mu Yunlu's innocent and naive heart is precious. This is the most important thing for us martial artists. If he can maintain his original intention, his future path in martial arts will surely be smoother." Hearing Chen Tianqiu's words, the host immediately asked, "Old Chen, you once praised Li Chang'an as a once-in-a-thousand-years talent for the Great Xia Kingdom. Many people are curious why he deserves such high praise from you?" Chen Tianqiu slowly replied, "In April this year, I taught a class to those who had shown talent. I taught a low-level mysterious martial skill in class. Many people only grasped it partially, but Li Chang'an succeeded in executing this skill after just one explanation. I thought to myself that he must have learned this skill before, which is why he succeeded on the first try. So, I taught him a top-level mysterious martial skill, originally, just to test my guess, but Li Chang'an succeeded again on the first try. I was certainly not convinced. So, I taught him a high-level earth martial skill, which is a very difficult skill. Even the top students from elite universities would take at least 10 days to master it.
Li Chang'an succeeded once more, and only then was I willing to believe that this young man possesses a rare level of comprehension. He can grasp any martial skill or
divine ability in an instant.
Chen Tianqiu paused here and added, although Li Chang'an has high comprehension, that is not the main reason I praise him.
The host timely interjected, if Li Chang'an possesses such unprecedented comprehension, is that not the main reason? Does he have other qualities that impress you even more? Chen Tianqiu nodded, the vastness of the 9 provinces is boundless, and even if we select one in a million, many talents can still emerge.
In my years of teaching in Zhengzhou, I have seen many students with exceptional comprehension. The most important thing for every martial artist is talent, and this is where Li Chang'an truly shines. His talent is unparalleled in history, something that humanity has not seen in 10,000 years, but I cannot say more here.
Chen Tianqiu's eyes sparkled as he continued, to be born in this era, we are truly fortunate. Perhaps in a few decades, we will witness a great hero in our great Xia kingdom who will dominate the 9 provinces. To be crowned the martial champion of the 9 provinces is an even higher accolade than being a once-in-a-thousand-years talent. The host swallowed hard upon hearing this. Years of hosting experience allowed him to quickly regain his composure, and he responded, to dominate the 9 provinces, the term dominate means far surpassing. So, can I understand your meaning this way? In a few decades, Li Chang'an's martial prowess will surpass all martial artists in the 9 provinces? The host looked at Chen Tianqiu, hoping to see the answer in his eyes.
But Chen Tianqiu's eyes remained calm. He simply smiled and said, I know you all don't believe me.
I won't say more, let's wait and see. Sitting beside them, Mu Bai showed a complex expression upon hearing this 3
parts shock, 3 parts disbelief, 3 parts curiosity, and 1 part expectation. As the host, he couldn't let the live broadcast fall silent, so he continued to ask, Old Chen, based on what you said, how do you think
Hong Chen would fare against Li Chang'an? What are his chances of winning? Chen Tianqiu pondered for a moment and gave an answer, I estimate about 10%.
Everyone could tell this was to give Hong Chen some face. After all, the whole nation was watching, and Chen Tianqiu couldn't directly state that Hong Chen had no chance of winning, as that would embarrass him.
A 9 to 1 chance. The host paused and asked, how did you come to this conclusion? You may not have noticed, but I can see it. Hong Chen's talent is like the sun, although it's just an A-level talent, it's quite rare.
Chen Tianqiu spoke confidently.
Having been the vice president of a top
university for decades, his insight and knowledge naturally surpassed that of most people. The closer it gets to noon, the stronger the sun talent becomes.
When Hong Chen and Luo Lai were exchanging blows, it was precisely
when his sun talent was at its peak, which is why he was able to defeat Luo Lai in their match. Now that it is past 12 o'clock, Hong Chen's peak has already passed, and his strength will only weaken further, which is why I conclude that he only has a 1 in 10 chance. Because of Chen Tianqiu's words, the opening odds rose to 1 to 48. The host was about to respond when a change occurred in the college entrance examination arena, and he excitedly said, look, Shi Yunfeng is about to appear. The final venue for the martial arts college entrance examination has always been Shi Yunfeng, a tradition that has lasted for hundreds of years in the Great Xia Kingdom. Hong Chen and Li Chang'an stood in place, and a mountain peak slowly rose from the desert beneath their feet. This mountain peak shot up from the ground, growing taller and taller, continuously ascending, with the desert below becoming increasingly distant. The top of the mountain was flattened by a sword, forming an open-air platform where the two stood, as the peak continued to rise, as if they were in an elevator. Eventually, the mountain peak reached a height level with the sea of clouds. From the summit, Hong Chen looked down and could see the area below surrounded by a sea of clouds, only vaguely making out the yellow sands of the desert. The summit platform covered an area of about a mile, with the sea of clouds rolling and waves crashing. Standing at the top, Hong Chen felt the spiritual energy within him boil again, as he was closer to the sun and free from the clouds' obstruction.
Years ago, but actually not long.
2 years ago, Hong Sen jokingly said that if any of the Hong siblings could reach the top of Qiyin Mountain, even if they ultimately did not achieve the top scholar, it would be enough to comfort him in his lifetime. The mountain top was buffeted by strong winds, and Hong Chen sighed, this is the summit of Qi Yunfeng. The summit of Qi Yunfeng is not open to outsiders and is only used for the final battle of the martial arts college entrance examination. But this is the peak that every young person in the Great Xia Kingdom has once dreamed of reaching. Li Chang'an spoke loudly, there are mountains in the Great Xia Kingdom that are taller than Shi Yunfeng, but height is not what matters. You and I have studied hard for 10 years, and now we meet here, this is the highest peak of the Great Xia Kingdom. No matter your realm, talent, or comprehension. Please allow me to pay my highest respect to you, who has reached the summit of Qiyin Mountain at this moment. Li Chang'an drew the sword from his back. The young man said nothing, only holding his right hand in a fist, the Zhangyang knife appearing in his hand.
He turned his head, lowering his gaze to the north, where Jianghuai province lies. Can you see it? The young man smiled, then raised his head again, looking at the vast blue sky. Since the passing of his parents, through many hardships, covered in dust, facing life and death, he finally arrived here. If there truly are spirits in the heavens, can you see your child standing at the top of Qi Yunfeng? The time was 12:30, still noon. Although the extreme blazing sun had faded, Hong Chen's strength remained at its peak. Noon is the period from 11 to 1, after which the sun would slowly set in the west and his strength would gradually decline. If he wanted to win, he had to end it quickly. The longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for him. With this thought, Hong Chen immediately urged the vast spiritual energy within him, red flames flickering on the surface of his skin. He gripped his knife with both hands and charged forward, leaving behind a trail of crimson light in his wake. The Zhangyang knife aimed directly at Li Chang'an. Before the blade arrived, a fierce and scorching knife. Wind had already reached him, shaking the rocks on the mountaintop and causing the surrounding plants to sway. Hong Chen poured his strength into his arms, leaping with a knife, the Zhangyang knife carrying a temperature of 10,000 degrees, striking down towards Li Chang'an's head. Faced with this overwhelming blow, Li Chang'an remained unperturbed, lightly raising his right-hand sword, positioning it horizontally above his head to meet Hong Chen's unstoppable strike. The clash of knife and sword rang out like the roar of dragons and tigers, echoing through the sky, resonating at the summit 1,000 meters high. Seeing his attack blocked, Hong Chen gripped the knife with both hands, exerting all his strength to press down, attempting to overpower Li Chang'an with sheer force. Li Chang'an flicked his wrist, the sword carrying immense power easily deflected Hong Chen's brute force. With a flick of the sword, a clear sound rang out, and Hong Chen felt a tremendous force surge towards him. He was flung backward uncontrollably, sliding several hundred meters, nearly falling off the cliff. Hong Chen hurriedly gathered his energy, firmly planting his feet on the ground, barely stabilizing his form. His full force strike with both hands had been effortlessly blocked by Li Chang'an with one hand, and then he was casually flung away several hundred meters. This kid is truly terrifying. Hong Chen looked up, and Li Chang'an still stood in place, appearing calm and indifferent, as if blocking that strike was merely a simple action. Li Chang'an glanced at Hong Chen, shook his head slightly, and said, "Your strength is weak. You even have the nerve to critique me." Hong Chen grinned, his form like an arrow on the string, swinging the knife again. As he charged forward, Li Chang'an remained standing, then closed his eyes and spread his arms, adopting a posture of surrender. Hong Chen frowned, increasing the force in his hands, and brought the Zhangyang knife down. When the blade touched Li Chang'an's chest, a metallic clanging sound rang out, as if striking something extremely solid. Hong Chen felt a violent recoil in his arm, his tiger's mouth aching, and his arms went weak. He suppressed the numbness and pain in his arms, mustering all his strength for another strike. Li Chang'an still kept his eyes closed, seemingly detached from the situation, allowing Hong Chen to swing his knife. After 2 strikes, his white robe was torn, revealing a solid chest, yet there was not a single mark on his skin, not even a shallow scratch. Sensing that Hong Chen had stopped, Li Chang'an finally opened his eyes and smiled, saying, "This body of mine cannot be drowned by water, burned by fire, nor harmed by lightning or nails, neither can it be injured by knives, axes, spears, or swords." After 2 strikes, Hong Chen took a few steps back, shaking his arms that had gone numb from the impact. It's harder than a turtle's shell. Ordinary attacks can't harm Li Chang'an, so he could only resort to his ultimate move. Earlier in the tavern, he had purchased the Wulwang knife classic and great burning heaven technique from Luo Feng. Luo Feng had told Hong Chen that the Wulwang knife classic could be combined with the great burning heaven technique, and the power of these 2 martial arts combined was even comparable to high-level earth-grade techniques. The Heaven and Earth One knife slash from the Wulwang knife classic, combined with the burning heaven energy from the great burning heaven technique, could form a move Qian Kuan burning heaven slash. Hong Chen slowly raised the Zhangyang knife, the abundant solar spiritual energy within him transforming into the scorching burning heaven energy. This energy rapidly gathered in the Zhangyang knife from his hands. Then, the extreme heat converged at the tip of the blade, and the fierce energy concentrated at a single point. Li Chang'an slightly widened his eyes but remained standing still, not flinching or avoiding. The Zhangyang blade carried a rolling wave of heat, and the tip was aimed directly at his chest. At the point where the blade tip touched his skin, a faint red light emerged. Hong Chen swung the blade down with force, the tip pressed closely against Li Chang'an's chest. The extreme heat and abundant energy slashed diagonally against Li Chang'an's skin, leaving a fine scratch on the surface. A few drops of blood oozed from the scratch but quickly evaporated due to the high temperature, leaving only tiny red dots on his chest. "This strike is not bad." Li Chang'an smiled, revealing his white teeth, then took a deep breath, and the wound on his chest rapidly closed, leaving almost no trace. "Is this your full power strike?" Li Chang'an asked Hong Chen, then added, "If this is All you can do, you might as well surrender early. Hong Chen replied, you haven't even attacked, how can I just bow down and admit defeat? Li Chang'an sighed, helplessly smiling, and said, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. You haven't made a move, how do you know I can't handle it? Hong Chen's tone carried defiance, but more so eagerness to try. All right then. This was the spirit of not giving up until the end. Li Chang'an gripped his sword with one hand and casually slashed forward. Returning to simplicity, the path is straightforward, a force that could topple mountains surged forth with Li Chang'an's sword. Hong Chen felt a suffocating pressure, raised both hands to support the Zhang Yang blade, gritting his teeth and straining to hold Li Chang'an's long sword at bay. The two weapons clashed again, the sound of metal ringing through the valley, shaking the heavens and earth, scattering the sea of clouds surrounding Qian Peak. An unprecedented immense force transmitted to his arms, and Hong Chen was nearly breathless, his arms trembling, the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked, spreading like a spider web, the ground within 100 feet shattered, dust flying at the mountain peak. Hong Chen exerted all his strength to hold on, but still, his arms bent under the immense force, and he knelt on one knee, creating a deep pit in the ground. Li Chang'an wanted Hong Chen to surrender voluntarily, which is why he exerted pressure, but he did not use all his strength in this strike. Because Li Chang'an also dared not use his full power, his full strength strike was something no peer could withstand. At this moment, Hong Chen had to admit that the gap between him and Li Chang'an was vast, like heaven and earth apart. However, previously, when he exchanged a punch with Luo Lai, his combat prowess had grown stronger, accumulating a large amount of spiritual energy within him. Just now, he had also endured Li Chang'an's sword strike, causing the spiritual energy within him to surge, and a multitude of spiritual energy gathered together, allowing his realm to break through to the 8-star martial master. Li Chang'an retracted his long sword, a hint of shock on his face, and joked, how did you break the mirror again? Hong Chen, kneeling on one knee, exhaled the stagnant air from his chest and slowly stood up. Although he looked somewhat disheveled, Hong Chen still maintained his composure and replied, breaking the mirror is as easy as turning my hand. Having broken through to the 8-star martial master level, the time was now 1 o'clock, and the sun was about to set in the west. As noon passed, the surging spiritual energy within Hong Chen calmed down, and both his aura and strength weakened. The spiritual energy in his body was no longer inexhaustible. Noticing Hong Chen's diminished aura and significantly reduced strength, Li Chang'an curiously asked, this is quite strange, how is it that you broke the mirror yet your aura has weakened? Hearing the deeper meaning in Li Chang'an's words, Hong Chen smiled and retorted, do you think that since I've come this far, I have nothing left to fight you with? That's about what I meant, Li Chang'an admitted without denial, shaking his long sword as he said. Since you don't wish to concede, then you can't blame me. You don't need to help me save face, Hong Chen said, shaking his aching arm, his tone becoming serious. I should take this seriously. Then, Hong Chen spread his arms wide in a gesture of embrace, tilting his head back towards the sun. As the sunlight from the sky approached him, it transformed into strands of golden light. Hong Chen's body acted like a magnet, absorbing these golden rays. The golden light surrounded Hong Chen, coating his body in a layer of gold. Once his body was gilded, the continuous stream of golden light began to gather upwards, converging above his head. These golden rays intertwined, hovering 5 centimeters above Hong Chen's head, ultimately forming a golden sphere the size of a coin. As more golden rays converged above Hong Chen, the volume of the golden sphere gradually increased, first to the size of a plate, then a basketball, and finally to the size of a basin. The surface of the golden sphere churned with crimson flames, resembling a miniature sun. The small sun emitted dazzling brilliance instantly, illuminating the entire mountain peak. Bathed in the scorching sunlight above, Hong Chen's aura surged, returning him to his peak state of blazing sun. The power of the extreme blazing sun filled Hong Chen's body, greatly enhancing his strength and aura, providing him with a continuous supply of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, in the official live broadcast room, the host, witnessing this scene, asked Old Chen, you previously said that Hong Chen's talent is like the sun, and after noon, he would only grow weaker, but why has he returned to peak condition? Looking at the golden body of Hong Chen, Chen Tianqiu frowned and said, Hong Chen's golden exterior resembles the golden body of Buddhism. Following Chen Tianqiu's words, the host asked, do you suspect that Hong Chen has used a Buddhist divine ability? Buddhism has a divine ability similar to the golden body Arhat, which can coat oneself in a golden body, thus enhancing physical defense. Chen Tianqiu shook his head and added, but I can't be sure, because the sun above Hong Chen has exceeded my understanding. I've never seen such a divine ability. But one thing I can confirm is that Hong Chen is harnessing the energy of that sun, so even though it is not noon, he can still remain in the blazing sun state. The host then inquired, with Hong Chen at his peak state facing Li Chang'an again, what do you think his chances of winning are?
After a moment of thought, Chen Tianqiu replied 80-20 with Hong Chen at 2.
The host turned to Mu Bai and asked, Teacher Mu, what do you think?
I think it's 70-30 with Hong Chen at 3, Mu Bai added, then supplemented, but that's assuming Hong Chen can maintain the blazing sun
state continuously, rather than just for a minute like before. Chen Tianqiu nodded upon hearing this and then added, I agree with Teacher Mu's words.
If Hong Chen can maintain the blazing sun state, he can indeed have a 7-3 split with Li Chang'an.
On the eve of the college entrance examination, Hong Chen was in a tavern, once again acquiring a rare treasure, thus elevating his talent to an A-level sun. After obtaining the sun talent, Hong Chen worried about encountering enemies at night, as he would become very weak during that time. At 12:01 in the afternoon, Hong Chen would be in the blazing sun
state, but at 12:01 in the morning, he would be in the shadow moon state, which was his weakest moment.
Hong Chen was currently at the 8-star
martial master level, but in the shadow moon state, he could only exert the strength of a 1-star martial master.
A person can lack advantages, but must
absolutely not have flaws, as weaknesses are the Achilles heel. During the martial artist college entrance examination, with enemies lurking around, once one exposes their weakness, they will quickly be targeted, putting themselves in danger. Therefore, Hong Chen thought of obtaining the indestructible body of the Great Sun from Sun Xiaochuan. However, due to the overly harsh training conditions of the indestructible body of the Great Sun, he had not practiced this technique. But, like the 8-9 profound art, the indestructible body of the Great Sun recorded many divine abilities. Among them was a divine ability called Body Like the Great Sun. This divine ability could originally transform into the form of the Great Sun Buddha, and he tried to practice this ability. Perhaps due to the influence of the 8-9 profound art, or perhaps because of his clear understanding, he was able to connect one understanding to 100, and one realization to 1,000. After practicing in the Kunlun Jade Pendant for a long time, Hong Chen finally mastered this divine ability. However, because he had not practiced the indestructible body of the Great Sun, the body like the Great Sun he cultivated was merely a truncated version. Hong Chen could not transform into the towering form of the Great Sun Buddha, but could only coat himself in a golden body.
The Great Sun Buddha has the words
Great Sun, so behind the form of the Great Sun Buddha, there was originally a halo symbolizing the sun.
Because Hong Chen cultivated a truncated version of
the body like the Great Sun, there was no solar halo behind him, but rather a small sun floating above his head. As long as he performed the truncated version of the body like the Great Sun, he could remain in the blazing sun state. In this way, Hong Chen inadvertently solved his weakness at night. However, because he encountered Su Firen, with Su Firen's protection at night, Hong Chen was able to keep this trump card hidden and had not exposed it until now, giving
him the opportunity to use it. Above the heavens and the earth, I alone am supreme. Hong Chen took a deep breath and tightly clenched his fists. This state was truly wonderful.
Watching Hong Chen return to his peak form, Li Chang'an still shook his head. This is still not enough. A thin crack appeared above Hong Chen's brow, as if it were the first glimmer of dawn at the beginning of chaos, and a ruthless golden eye slowly opened.
How about now? Sensing the
change in Hong Chen's aura once again, a serious expression appeared on Li Chang'an's calm face as he nodded and said, now it does look a bit more like it. Hong Chen stood atop the mountain, the sun above casting golden rays that illuminated him like a fire-bathed deity. Li Chang'an quietly stood opposite him, his right hand gripping a snow-white long sword, long hair flowing, and a white robe billowing
as if in a breeze.
The two faced each other, a low pressure enveloping the mountaintop, everything around them silent, even the dust in the air had ceased to move. The golden eyes above Hong Chen's brow shone even brighter, a scorching golden beam
shooting straight towards Li Chang'an.
This golden beam moved with incredible speed, trailing a long tail behind it, leaving a clearly visible golden trajectory in the air. This time, Li Chang'an did not take it head-on, instead, he leaped back a large step, swinging his long sword, channeling the immense power of his right arm, and with a mighty slash, he broke through the golden beam.
Boom!
The long sword shattered the golden beam, causing the surrounding space to tremble and distort.
A violent explosion echoing in the air.
The golden beam emitted from the heavenly eye consumed a great deal of spiritual energy. Even though Hong Chen was already an 8-star martial artist, it still drained 1/5 of his energy. However, Hong Chen was in a state of extreme sunlight, continuously replenishing his spiritual energy, and just a few seconds later, the energy he had just expended was fully restored. Although Li Chang'an had broken the golden beam with his sword, the tremendous recoil still numbed his arm.
Holding his sword, Hong Chen stood still and asked with a smile, how was that strike? If it weren't for my sword being hard enough, I might have been split in two by your golden beam. If it weren't for my
arms having the strength to move mountains, my sword-wielding arm would probably have been broken, Li Chang'an replied.
That strike of yours is very strong. Truly something I've never seen before in my life. Even though I have an indestructible physique, I still wouldn't dare to take it head on. Hearing this, Hongchen laughed heartily. Always being pressed by you, it's finally nice to see you take a hit. Li Chang'an did not hide his admiration for Hongchen, for someone with an A grade talent to reach this level, it's truly not easy. How do you know I'm A grade talent? Hongchen asked first, then inquired, what level of talent do you have? With your strength, could you be SSS grade talent? Li Chang'an shook his head and replied, if I were SSS grade talent, I would have been admitted to a top university long ago. I can only say, my talent is very strange, perhaps beyond everyone's understanding. What does it mean for talent to be beyond everyone's understanding? Could it be that Li Chang'an's talent exceeds SSS grade? Hongchen frowned at this and reminded, this is a live broadcast, aren't you afraid of being discovered by evil cultivators?
Li Chang'an waved his long sword and laughed nonchalantly. If I dare to say it, then I'm not afraid. Earlier you asked me how I could see your talent, Li Chang'an continued, pointing to his own eyes. The corners of Li Chang'an's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a meaningful smile as his eyes ignited. With two flames, the pupils shimmering with a golden glow.
This is the Fire Eye Golden Eye. Hongchen was taken aback, murmuring, so it was you who bought that? Great immortal technique. The Fire Eye Golden Eye can see through everything,
perceiving the essence of the human body, and of course, it can also discern what kind of talent Hongchen possesses. Moreover, the effects of the Fire Eye Golden Eye are similar to the Heavenly Eye, capable of seeing through others' movements, capturing their figures and trajectories, thus enabling defense and blocking. Li Chang'an was also momentarily stunned, then quickly understood, you mean that old beggar? After I tested my talent, I was about to ride my bike home when he insisted I choose a technique, so I picked a great immortal technique. The old beggar also said there were originally 4 techniques. When I chose, only the Great Immortal Technique and the 10,000 Hidden Sword Classic were left, so one
of the techniques was bought by you? Of course. Hongchen replied, then asked, are you also a student of Zhenghua High School? Why haven't I seen you before?
Li Chang'an shook his head and said, the high school I attended is located in a
small town in our county.
Since there are no testing points in the town, I had to take the bus to the city, and I just happened to be assigned to the testing point at Zhenghua High School.
Hongchen nodded and said, so the Great Immortal Technique is in your hands, no wonder you're so strong, that's not surprising.
Li Chang'an shook his head, the reason I am this strong is only partly because of the Great Immortal Technique, the main reason is my talent.
Just like you now, your strength is also due to your solar talent. But my solar talent is a double-edged sword, I become very weak at night.
Hongchen had no intention of hiding it, as he had probably already been exposed in front of the live camera these days.
Although Hongchen
thought this way, the reality was that he hadn't been given a single shot, his talent had actually been exposed by Chen Tianshou. Li Chang'an said, if you were as strong at night, the sun would not just be an A-level talent, it would at least
be an S-level talent. But if you can maintain the blazing sun state, this A-level talent in your hands is enough to rival an SS-level talent. If you say it like that, Hongchen smiled and boasted, I seem to be quite strong. There are endless words to say, but this duel will eventually determine a winner. Let's continue fighting.
After Li Chang'an finished speaking, he leaped forward and thrust his sword. This was his first time taking the initiative to attack.
While Li Chang'an
was speaking, Hongchen had already closed his eyes, with only the third eye on his forehead still open. After closing his eyes, he used his third eye to observe his surroundings, allowing him to see more clearly and accurately capture Li Chang'an's
figure and movements.
As the long sword slashed down, Hongchen blocked it with his knife, and for the third time, the knife and sword clashed, but Hongchen still felt an unmatched force transmitted to his arms. However, this time his arms only felt slightly sore and numb compared to the previous 2 clashes, where his arms were shaken to the point of being unusable. It was much better.
Since his arms were not weakened, Hongchen finally had the strength to launch a full force strike. He took 2 steps back, dissipating the fierce force transmitted from the blade, then used that force to counterattack. The Zhanyang knife turned into an arc of light, slashing towards Li Chang'an's waist. At this moment, Hongchen was no longer the same. He had broken through to an 8-star martial artist, opened his third eye, used the body like the sun, and was still in the ultimate blazing sun state. Therefore, Li Chang'an did not dare to be careless. He raised his sword downward to block, deflecting Hongchen's attack. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the sword tip lightly prodded, and an immense force burst forth in an instant, sending Hongchen flying with a single strike. Hongchen rolled in the air a few times before landing steadily. Although he had become stronger, Li Chang'an's strength was still terrifying. What seemed like a casual strike contained enough power to shake mountains. The indestructible physique, the immense force that could lift mountains, and the fiery golden eyes were probably all abilities cultivated from the Great Immortal Technique.
Just as Hong Chen had cultivated the ability to grow stronger with each battle and the Eye of Heaven from the 8-9 mysterious art. At the peak of Qiyin Mountain, the light of blades and shadows of swords danced, creating a dizzying spectacle.
Hong Chen wielded his knife, leaping to strike again. Li Changyan held his
sword, slashing horizontally. The two clashed fiercely, with Hong Chen pushing his speed to the limit, delivering one strike after another, each faster than the last.
Li Changyan moved with
ease, deflecting the incoming Zhanyang knife with a flick of his sword, then countering with a reverse slash aimed at Hong Chen's chest. Since they were engaged in close combat, they could only rely on speed, using just half of their strength.
Li Changyan's physique was robust. Hong Chen's half-strength Zhanyang knife could not harm him at all. Meanwhile, Hong Chen's body
radiated a golden aura, greatly enhancing his defense. His cultivation method, the 8-9 profound art, also provided him with considerable defensive strength. Thus, when Li Changyan's long sword struck Hong Chen's chest, it did not inflict serious injury, only causing a minor wound that bled. This was mainly because Li Changyan had not exerted his full strength. He had reserved some of his speed and power and had not fought with all his might.
Moreover, throughout their battle, Li Changyan had never used a single martial technique. Hong Chen not only unleashed
golden rays but also executed the Qiankuan burning heaven slash.
In his heart, Hong Chen couldn't help but wonder if Li Changyan lacked martial skills and relied solely on brute strength.
However, those watching on the television knew that Li Changyan possessed extraordinary comprehension. Chen Tianqiu had taught him 3 martial techniques, all of which he had learned
instantly.
Besides that, Li Changyan might have other martial skills. Chen Tianqiu valued him highly and would likely teach him more techniques in private later.
It should be noted that Chen
Tianqiu was the vice president of a top university, and it was not an exaggeration to say he was proficient in hundreds of martial techniques.
After exchanging dozens of strikes with swords
and knives, both retreated several hundred meters, creating a safe distance between them. The indestructible Li Changyan was naturally unharmed, though his clothes were torn.
Hong Chen's
defense was not as strong as Li Changyan's, and he bore numerous sword wounds all over his body.
Taking a deep breath, Hong Chen felt the blood flowing from his wounds ignite with small flames.
These numerous wounds healed rapidly under the burning of the flames, closing up in just a few seconds. Unable to match Li Changyan in speed or strength, he could only rely on martial skills. Gripping the Zhenyang knife with both hands, Hong Chen stepped forward with his right foot, his muscles tensing as abundant spiritual energy surged into the knife like a tide. Li Changyan stood still, holding his sword in one hand, his gaze sharpening slightly, but he showed no fear. This strike, merely the initial move, carried a formidable presence. If he charged head-on, he would likely be severely injured, so he decided against recklessness, opting instead to counter Hong Chen's moves.
Hong Chen's entire strength flowed through his waist, arms, elbows, and wrists, layering upon one another until it converged at the tip of the knife. He raised the knife to the sky and executed a downward slash, the blades light like a rainbow, slicing through the air and tearing it apart with a piercing howl. This downward strike, powerful enough to split mountains, traced a perfect arc as it descended toward Li Changyan's head. Li Changyan's eyes ignited with fire and golden light. Though his fiery eyes could not slow down his opponent's movements, they could discern the essence of all things. This seemingly ordinary downward slash, a simple cut that any ordinary person could perform, was different in Li Changyan's eyes. The principle of simplicity dictated that flashy techniques lacked real lethality. Hong Chen's straightforward and simple slash was, in fact, the most deadly. With his fiery eyes, Li Changyan perceived the formidable aura within this strike, as if he could see an army of thousands charging forward, the vast desert smoke rising from the mountain's base, and the long spears and halberds amidst the 1,000-mile yellow sands. This strike was like 1,000 troops and horses rushing forth, magnificent and grand. Li Changyan did not see wrong. This strike was derived from the Great Easy Spear Manual, a technique honed by the Great Easy Spear, immortal through the bloodshed of the battlefield. Besides the Great Burning Heaven technique and the Unforeseen Blade scripture, Hong Chen had a vast amount of time in the Kunlun Jade pendant, and of course, he would not be idle. In addition to deriving the ability of body like the Great Sun from the Great Sun indestructible body, he also comprehended the blade techniques from the Great Easy Spear Manual. Initially, to adapt to the discomfort brought by the heavenly eye, Hong Chen read the Great Burning Heaven technique, Unforeseen Blade scripture, Great Sun indestructible body, and Great Easy Spear Manual thousands of times. A person named Qin Shou had a famous saying, reading a book 100 times, its meaning will naturally appear. This Qin Shou was a historian, and he had no relation to Chen Tianqiu, they just had similar names. After reading the 4 books thousands of times, the meaning naturally revealed itself, and Hong Chen gained insights. After gaining these insights, because he did not like using a spear, and there happened to be a Zhenyang blade in the Kunlun Jade pendant,
He tried using the blade and executed the techniques from the Great Easy Spear Manual. In short, he experimented for a long time. In the real world, it might have been 6 or 7 days. But in the Kunlun Jade Pendant, it was 600 or 700 days. He spent a full 2 years trying and practicing, and finally, through imitation and integration, he created this strike. Li Chang'an indeed knew many offensive martial arts techniques, and because of his indestructible physique, he did not learn any defensive techniques. Faced with Hong Chen's fierce and unparalleled strike, although Li Chang'an's indestructible body was strong, his realm was only that of a 10-star martial artist, and he certainly could not withstand this strike. The blade was already above his head, with no way to evade. At this moment, Li Chang'an had only one choice. He exerted all his strength in the arm holding the sword and met Hong Chen's descending Zhengyang blade. With an upward thrust of his sword, Li Chang'an chose to clash head-on. He raised his long sword, the tip pointing upward, bracing against the blade's tip. The tips of the blade and sword clashed, neither yielding, ringing like a dragon's roar. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward from the two as the center. All the trees and rocks on the peak of Chiyun Mountain were reduced to powder. Meanwhile, the sea of clouds slightly below dispersed in a grand manner. At this moment, looking up from the desert, the great sun spanned the sky, with clear skies and no trace of clouds. The sword body shimmered with a blue light, and Li Chang'an's sword bloomed. The realm of vibrant life and the competition of all things was right before him. The sword tip blossomed into a blue lotus, growing larger and lifting Hong Chen upward. Hong Chen wanted to dodge, but an invisible force firmly locked his feet, lifting him into the air, and then it suddenly exploded like a blooming firework. At this moment in the official live broadcast room, the host was chatting animatedly with Mu Bai. Seeing Hong Chen's earth-shattering strike, followed by Li Chang'an's sword blooming like a blue lotus, and Hong Chen being blasted into the sky, the host exclaimed excitedly, "I haven't seen such an intense and fierce battle in a long time." Mu Bai responded approvingly, "Hong Chen has exerted all his strength and used every means at his disposal, finally forcing Li Chang'an to go all out." The host disagreed, saying, "I don't think so. Li Chang'an only used one sword technique, which doesn't mean he has used all his strength." The well-informed Chen Tianqiu furrowed his brow slightly, as if pondering something. Noticing Chen Tianqiu's silence, the host immediately asked, "Old Chen, do you think Li Chang'an has gone all out?" Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders look for the subtleties. "That strike from Hong Chen looks very familiar," Chen Tianqiu murmured, then said to the host, "I need to contact someone on site." Seeing Chen Tianqiu take out his phone, the host curiously asked, "Who are you going to contact?" Chen Tianqiu opened a video call, projecting the image from his phone onto the screen in the lower right corner of the live broadcast room. As the video call connected, a tall, elderly man with white hair appeared on the screen. "Hello? Hello, hello." Chen Tianqiu, being older, might have some hearing issues, and after the video call connected, he said hello 3 times. The host, seeing this situation, quietly reminded him, "Old Chen, turn on the speaker and the sound will be louder." "I'm old now, and I don't really know how to use these smartphones," Chen Tianqiu said awkwardly, reaching to turn on the speaker. "Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you hear what I'm saying?" A voice from the phone responded, belonging to another elderly man. I can hear you, I can hear you." Chen Tianqiu replied, then introduced, "Some of our audience may have recognized him. The old man on the other end of the phone is the renowned Su Tianbao." Upon hearing this, Mu Bai's expression turned serious, and he stood up to bow respectfully to Su Tianbao. Su Tianbao waved his hand at Mu Bai, saying, "You people from the Jade Emperor's sacred realm have too many formalities, just sit down and talk." The host also greeted Su Tianbao, and then Chen Tianqiu asked, "Old Su, what is the relationship between Hong Chen and your great mansion?" Su Tianbao did not answer directly but first asked, "You noticed that too, huh?" Chen Tianqiu replied with an saying, "If I'm not mistaken, the strike Hong Chen just used resembles a technique from the Great Spear Manual." Su Tianbao confirmed, "The sword technique Hong Chen used is indeed derived from the Great Spear Manual." Chen Tianqiu immediately pressed on, "I remember that your Great Mansion's spear manual used to be passed down to males only, and after you became the head of the family, you abandoned that bad habit. But it still isn't passed on to outsiders. How could Hong Chen have the Great Spear Manual?" Su Tianbao explained, "Although Hong Chen doesn't share the Su surname, his father is my adopted son, so he counts as one of our Su family members and can naturally learn the Great Spear Manual." "Oh, adopted son," Chen Tianqiu understood immediately and asked, "So he is Hong Sen's son?" Upon hearing the name Hong Sen, Su Tianbao recalled some unhappy past events and replied irritably, "Who else could it be?" Sensing Su Tianbao's displeasure, Chen Tianqiu changed the subject. "The sword technique Hong Chen used is derived from the Great Spear Manual.
However, changing spear techniques into sword techniques is unheard of.
Spear techniques can be transformed into staff techniques, halberd techniques, or lance techniques because these
are all long-handled weapons that inherently have connections and interrelations, allowing for corresponding techniques to be adapted.
Sword techniques can also be transformed into knife techniques, but it is very difficult to change spear techniques into sword techniques because they are different types of weapons with no interrelation, making it hard to adapt corresponding
techniques.
Those in Kyushu who have the ability to transform gun techniques into sword techniques are almost all at the pinnacle of
martial arts, well versed in various schools of thought, and possess a deep understanding. It's something ordinary people cannot achieve.
Hongchen is still young, just turned 18, and only a few months ago discovered his talent. The credibility of him transforming gun techniques into sword techniques is akin to an elementary school student solving a university-level math problem. After Chen Tianqiu finished speaking, he asked, "Old Su, did you teach Hongchen the gun techniques from the Great Easy Gun Manual?
And transform them into sword techniques?"
You just said it yourself, only those at the pinnacle of martial arts, well versed in various schools of thought,
can do it. I'm just a rough guy, I don't have that ability. Su Tianbao denied it, then after a moment
of thought added, "I just remembered that the Great Easy Gun Manual records the 12-character formula.
Among these 12
characters, only 4 character formulas are suitable for transformation into sword techniques, namely splitting formula, crashing formula, breaking formula, and arc formula. Chen Tianqiu continued, "So, the sword technique Hongchen just used is likely the
splitting formula transformed into a move, right?
The splitting formula is also known as Great Easy Splitting Heaven, the crashing formula as Great Easy Heaven Crashing, the breaking formula as Heroic Dragon Breaking Army, and the arc formula as
Great Moon Arc.
After Su Tianbao finished speaking, he added, "I should also mention that Hongchen has only had the Great Easy Gun Manual for about 3 months, he didn't practice it since he was a child." Chen Tianqiu swallowed hard, his tone shocked.
Are you saying that Hongchen transformed gun techniques into sword techniques in just 3 months? That's simply impossible. Su Tianbao rolled his eyes and said, "Why would I lie to you?
I've known Hongchen for just over 3 months, and his father never
taught him the Great Easy Gun Manual."
In mid-April this year, Hongchen came to the Great Easy Mansion to find me and told me that Hongsen was harmed by evil cultivators, that his house and his parents' compensation had all been taken by relatives, and that he had been beaten to a pulp by them. But what he was most worried about was that his younger siblings were also living in uncertainty and drifting without support, so he traveled all the way to Jiangnan province, asking me to help resolve this matter
before his siblings' vacation.
Although I had some conflicts with Hongsen back then, which were quite unpleasant, he was still my adopted son, so I had Firen help him out.
After resolving the matter, he then obtained the Great Easy Gun Manual. Chen Tianqiu sighed. If what you say is true, then Hongchen's comprehension is indeed very high. Li Chang'an understands with just a glance.
While Hongchen innovates and transforms, they are both high comprehension in different fields.
Mu Bai, hearing this, couldn't help but interject, a child just turned 18 carrying so much burden.
For Hongchen to reach this point, it must have been a difficult journey, and he must have suffered a lot along the way.
After saying this, Mu Bai self-deprecatingly added, "When I was 18, I was like a fool. If I had encountered what Hongchen did, I would have done even worse." In front of the television,
Hong Hu was already red-eyed, while Hong Lan trembled, struggling to hold back her sobs. The two had previously blamed Hongchen for not telling them about their parents' debts, but now, hearing Su Tianbao and Mu Bai's words, they finally understood the
difficulties involved.
Everything was just like what Hongchen wrote in his diary. "I hold the letter, heading to Jiangnan province. Along the way 3,900 miles, with a long road ahead and an uncertain future, but I have no other choice."
After Su Tianbao finished talking about Hongchen, various comments flooded the official livestream. What kind of ending deserves this? Journey of ups and downs? I apologize for looking down on Hongchen before, this kid is a real man. We all see the gap in strength between Hongchen and Li Chang'an. I've said many sarcastic things, but he is indeed a responsible person. As Mu Bai said, "When I was 18, I was just like a fool. If that burden fell on my shoulders, I definitely couldn't handle it. It's precisely because I can't do it that I admire him. Hongchen is a real man. Hongchen is a real man. Hongchen is a real man. Hongchen is indeed a real man."
But this battle has almost no suspense. Li Chang'an's chances of winning are simply too great.
No matter what tricks Hongchen uses,
it's hard to even injure Li Chang'an, let alone force him to use all his strength. That Blue Lotus is too powerful.
Hongchen doesn't know if he can withstand it.
But no matter the outcome, I can only say, adjust well and come back early, we're all waiting for you. In the livestream, Su Tianbao asked, the move Li Chang'an just used, the Blue Lotus, should be a martial art you taught him, right? Chen Tianqiu admitted, that move just now, called One Sword Blossoms, comes from the Blue Lotus Sword Classic. Upon hearing the words Blue Lotus Sword Classic, Su Tianbao said, you've brought that out.
Li Chang'an can't possibly be your illegitimate son, right? Don't talk nonsense. There are so many people watching in the livestream. Chen Tianqiu hurriedly
refuted, then explained, I just think he's a promising young man, so I'm preparing a little ahead of time.
Su Tianbao chuckled
and said, I remember you have a little granddaughter, she seems to be 18 this year too. I'm not like you, I never meddle. In the affairs of young people, Chen Tianqiu refuted again, subtly implying something about Su Tianbao.
Su Tianbao felt displeased,
but couldn't find a reason to retort, so he could only stubbornly say, right.
You're absolutely right.
Hong Chen was blasted into the sky by the Blue Lotus, and after a long time, a blazing fireball fell onto the peak of Qiyun Mountain.
Li Chang'an activated
his fiery eyes and could clearly see Hong Chen, who had already fallen into a coma amidst the raging flames.
After waiting a moment, Hong Chen still showed no reaction, indicating he was likely gravely injured.
Li Chang'an looked up at the sky and said, Hong Chen still has a breath, he should be gravely
injured and unconscious. Can I announce my victory now? It's about time.
A voice from the sky announced the countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. The power of the blooming Blue Lotus was indeed too fierce, it had knocked Hong Chen unconscious, but after he fell to the ground, he was jolted awake. Hong Chen was pretending to be dead, the flames in the fiery state could heal injuries, so he wanted to feign unconsciousness to buy time. He was truly at a loss, the blooming Blue Lotus had severely injured him, leaving him with wounds all over, not a single good piece of flesh. Because of the numerous wounds, tiny flames ignited all over Hong Chen's body, gathering into the blazing fire surrounding him.
Hearing the countdown reach 3, Hong Chen finally spoke, stop counting, I'm awake.
Due to the burning flames, the clothes Hong Chen was wearing turned to ashes and scattered in the wind. Fortunately, there were clothes stored in the Kunlun jade pendant. Hong Chen took out a shirt and pants, then sat on the ground to put on his pants first. Watching Hong Chen dawdle while getting dressed, Li Chang'an's face twitched as he said, you
really are something. Enough already.
Hong Chen smiled faintly and said frankly, I see you as a gentleman, knowing you wouldn't ambush me.
That's why I acted this way.
The roaring flames gradually diminished, and the wounds on Hong Chen's body had mostly healed.
Li Chang'an sheathed his sword and asked, you're not fully recovered yet, right? Do you want me to wait a bit longer? Hong Chen replied with a smile, just some superficial injuries left, they won't affect my combat ability, I'll heal completely soon. Do you have any trump cards left? If you do, then use them. This battle has dragged on too long, and I don't have the patience to play with you anymore. I have one more move. Since his previous encounters with Li Chang'an, Hong Chen had accumulated a vast amount of spiritual energy from being wounded by dozens of swords, growing stronger with each battle. Just now, he had been heavily injured by the Qinglian explosion, which allowed him to successfully break through to the 9-star Martial Master. However, breaking through to the 9-star Martial Master only slightly enhanced Hong Chen's strength, defense, and speed, which did not pose a threat to Li Chang'an. After all, Li Chang'an was a 10-star Martial Master, practicing a technique comparable to the 8-9 Profound Art, the Great Heavenly Immortal Technique, and his talent was also stronger than Hong Chen's. Therefore, Hong Chen's true reliance was the third divine ability he obtained from the 8-9 Profound Art after breaking through to the 9-star Martial Master. Li Chang'an, practicing the Great Heavenly Immortal Technique as a 10-star Martial Master, also possessed three divine abilities: Indestructible Diamond, Fire-Eyed Golden Gaze, and Mighty Force. Just as Hong Chen broke through to the 9-star Martial Master, he eliminated the Yin number for the third time and simultaneously obtained the third divine ability from the 8-9 Profound Art, 3 Yuan Gathering. Qi. The essence, energy, and spirit are collectively known as the 3 Yuan, Yuan Essence, Yuan Energy, and Yuan Spirit. The 3 Yuan gathering Qi of the 8-9 Profound Art can be simply understood as gathering spiritual energy into the 3 Yuan. The flames around Hong Chen had extinguished, and a wind rose in the world, a vast spiritual energy. Endless spiritual energy, as if summoned, gathered at the peak of Qiyun Mountain. Hong Chen's hair danced in the wind, his clothes rustled, and the surrounding spiritual energy continuously penetrated his skin, merging into his 3 Yuan. He had always known that Li Chang'an was holding back and hadn't used his full strength. He also knew that no one inside or outside the arena believed he could win. However, as long as his heart did not yield, even the seemingly unattainable dream would one day be realized. He had stumbled and struggled to reach this point, how could he easily admit defeat? Although he wanted to claim the
top position, it was not to prove how remarkable he was. His essence, energy, and spirit quickly reached perfection, and the three yuan fused
into one, bringing Hong Chen's power to its peak. I ask for little, just to fight for a breath, just to comfort the spirits of my parents in heaven. Ah!
The youth let out a roar that had been suppressed for a long time. The sound shook the surroundings, and the peak of Chiyun Mountain
seemed to resonate with thunder. People of the world, please lend your ears and listen, for my shout, Hong Chen, echoes through the clouds.
Hong Chen is now a 9-star martial master, just one small realm below Li Chang'an.
However, he is currently in an extreme state of blazing sun, and with the enhancement of the 3 yuan gathering chi, his strength has been further boosted. After this double enhancement, Hong Chen's power is already infinitely close to Li Chang'an. His aura is thick and long, surpassing that of an ordinary 10-star martial master. Hong Chen kicked up the Zhangyang blade that was stuck in the ground, his body lunging forward, then caught the blade in midair and struck down forcefully. The blade's momentum was fierce and heavy, not in the least inferior to Li Chang'an's immense strength. Li Chang'an slightly leaned to the left, avoiding Hong Chen's thunderous strike just before the Zhangyang blade made contact. At the same time, his hand was not idle. He thrust his long sword forward, the tip leaving a silver-white trail in the air, resembling a white dragon spitting out its tongue. Hong Chen could have dodged, but he didn't. Instead, he allowed his right shoulder to be pierced through. Then, he reached out to grab Li Chang'an's long sword, and a golden light, charged in his heavenly eye, shot towards his head. Just as Li Chang'an was about to exert force to pull out his sword, he caught sight of the flickering golden light in Hong Chen's heavenly eye and realized that Hong Chen had intentionally allowed himself to be stabbed. But unfortunately, it was too late to dodge. Li Chang'an had no choice but to extend his left hand to hurriedly block his head. After exchanging a move, the two separated, instinctively pulling back to a safe distance. Blood flowed from Hong Chen's shoulder, but due to being in the extreme blazing sun state, small flames quickly ignited on his shoulder, healing his wound. Li Chang'an was not in a good position either. A hole had been shot through his left hand, and his forehead bore a burn mark. If that mark had been a fraction deeper, Li Chang'an's skull would have been pierced, and the golden light would have exploded his brain. Hong Chen urged the spiritual energy within him, and the small flames on his shoulder grew more vigorous. In just over 10 seconds, there was no trace of injury left on his shoulder. Li Chang'an took a couple of deep breaths, but he did not exhale. After another 10 seconds, the hole in his palm healed at a visible speed, and the mark on his forehead disappeared. Both had means of recovery. Hong Chen was in a fiery state, able to harness the power of the sun to heal his injuries. Li Chang'an was different. He had a technique called 9 breaths to restore qi, which allowed him to recover from injuries simply by taking deep breaths. However, the more severe the injury, the more breaths were needed. This time, since he had only a light injury from the hole in his palm, he only needed to take 2 deep breaths. Li Chang'an raised his fully healed left hand and complained, "If you're going to fight, just fight. Can you not be so sneaky?" Hong Chen chuckled awkwardly. "I actually don't want to, but when it comes to fighting, my mind goes out of control, and I always think of some underhanded tricks." Li Chang'an took down the wine flask from his waist, took a sip, and said boldly, "Let's have another round." Seeing Li Chang'an drink, Hong Chen initially wanted to launch a sneak attack but restrained that impulse until Li Chang'an put away the flask before he launched his attack. The two exchanged moves, countering each other, truly evenly matched. After trading a dozen moves, the Zhangyang blade drew an arc in the air, slashing towards Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an turned the tip of his sword, bracing it against the blade, using that force to soar upward like a great rock, avoiding the strike. Hong Chen reacted swiftly, almost without any pause, the Zhangyang blade carrying a wave of scorching heat, sweeping horizontally towards Li Chang'an above. In midair, Li Chang'an stepped on his right foot with his left, using the momentum to rise 3 inches higher, once again evading the horizontal sweep of the Zhangyang blade. At the same time, his long sword transformed into a silver light, stabbing down directly at Hong Chen's throat. Hong Chen quickly retracted his blade, crouching slightly, and positioned the blade horizontally in front of his chest, just in time to block Li Chang'an's strike. The clash of blade and sword produced a crisp metallic sound, and the tremendous impact caused both to stagger back. Hong Chen leaped back several meters, his form not yet fully stabilized. After gathering a bit of strength, he flew forward with a slash. Li Chang'an, having landed, did not pause either. He shot forward like an arrow, instantly appearing in front of Hong Chen. Hong Chen gripped the knife handle tightly, forcefully swinging it horizontally to meet Li Chang'an's long sword with the back of his blade. A crisp and pleasant sound of metal clashing rang out, and after a brief contact, both weapons were violently pushed apart. The two exchanged blows, the light of the knife and sword intertwining, fighting to a standstill, gradually entering a state of forgetting both themselves and the world, their offense and defense switching ever more rapidly. The spectators in front of the television were captivated by such an exciting battle, feeling immensely satisfied. If they
Hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that two young martial artists could fight to such a degree. However, more people found it hard to believe that Hong Chen could contend with Li Chang'an to this extent.
These people wanted to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, so they bet all their fortunes on Li Chang'an's victory.
This duel was extremely gripping, and many gamblers who had placed heavy bets wished they could rush in to replace Li Chang'an.
Li Chang'an flicked his
sword to deflect Hong Chen's Zhengyang knife, then employed the same technique again, the tip of his sword blooming into a blue lotus once more. Seeing this, Hong Chen took 2 steps back, without unleashing his 3 yuan gathering qi. His strength
was insufficient to cut through the blue lotus.
However, this time, his strength was already comparable to Li Chang'an's. The energy within Hong Chen surged, the scorching burning heaven qi concentrated into a point, and he unleashed a blade.
Aura!
The Qian Kuan burning heaven slash came down suddenly, cleaving the blue lotus in two. After slicing through the blue lotus, Hong Chen saw Li Chang'an hidden behind it, slanting his long sword to stab at the small sun above his head.
Damn! Hong Chen broke out in a cold sweat, quickly extending both hands to embrace the small sun.
This was the source of Hong Chen's power. If the small sun were destroyed, his strength would significantly diminish.
Hong Chen complained, I thought you were an upright gentleman, so I didn't guard against you, but is this how you play it?
This time, Li Chang'an awkwardly smiled. I felt it was a bit strenuous, so I wanted to take a different approach.
Indeed, it was a different approach. Hong Chen placed the sun back atop his head, helplessly saying, what other moves do you have? Just use them.
I know some ordinary martial techniques, but they probably won't cause you much harm, so there's no point in using them.
Li Chang'an
paused and added, I have 2 big moves, but I'm not very skilled with one of them. After using it, I'm afraid I won't be able to control it, so I won't use it against you. Hong Chen, on guard, asked, so you plan to use the other big move?
Against me?
Li Chang'an nodded, kindly reminding him, it's a very powerful move, just don't die. Hong Chen stood firm with his knife, looking at the snow-white-robed Li Chang'an eager to try. Just go ahead and make your move, I'm all ears. Li Chang'an closed his eyes, and his body slowly rose into the air. As he ascended to mid-air, he grasped a long sword with both hands. The sword emitted a faint blue light, and Li Chang'an raised it above his head, the tip pointing straight at
the sky.
This was the best moment for a sneak attack. If it were any other opponent, Hong Chen would not hesitate to strike. But as mentioned before, Li Chang'an was a man of integrity, and he had held back multiple times.
The vast clouds and flowing rivers were filled with noble character.
Therefore, Hong Chen did not want to sneak attack him. It was a matter of principle.
However, Hong Chen's principles were flexible. When dealing with villains and scoundrels, his standards would lower accordingly. The long sword held high by Li Chang'an initially only had the tip glowing faintly with blue light.
But as he channeled the spiritual energy within him, countless tiny streams of light emerged from his body.
These tiny
streams floated atop the mountain peak, like a river of stars cascading down to the earth. These tadpole-like streams of light entwined around the sword body and then converged at the sword tip. As the tiny streams gathered at the tip, the light
grew brighter and eventually blazed forth.
At that moment, if one were to look from 100 miles away, the peak of Chiyun Mountain would seem as if another sun had risen in the heavens.
The dazzling light blinded Hong Chen, forcing him to squint as he awaited Li Chang'an's move.
Finally, after the sword absorbed all the blue light, Li Chang'an thrust his hands upward, and the sword tip shot out countless blue light points.
The blue light points spread across the summit of
Chiyun Peak, and a terrifying pressure hung over Hong Chen's head, like a sword of Damocles ready to fall at any moment. A thought blooms. Li Chang'an moved his lips, his voice was soft but clearly reached Hong Chen's ears.
The sky full of blue light points responded to his call, and in an instant, thousands of blue lotuses bloomed simultaneously.
Looking at the dense blue lotuses in the air, Hong Chen felt a chill run down his spine, his scalp tingling.
One blue lotus would be
enough for him to consume a pot. There were at least 8 or 9,000 in the air. Hong Chen gripped his knife with one hand, the scorching spiritual energy coalescing in his hand around the Zhengyang knife.
Although the Great Easy
Spear manual had 12 character techniques, only the chopping, crashing, breaking, and arc techniques were suitable for conversion into knife techniques. The chopping, crashing, and breaking techniques were all one-on-one moves, but only
the arc technique could deal with the myriad blue lotuses.
With the 3 elements gathering energy and in a blazing sun state, Hong Chen's internal spiritual energy was as abundant as the rivers and seas, truly inexhaustible.
The Zhengyang knife trembled from absorbing too much spiritual energy, like a volcano on the verge of eruption.
Li Chang'an stood in place, sword pointed downward, as the sky full of blue lotuses tore through the air, emitting a piercing howl as they spiraled
toward Hong Chen.
Hong Chen completed his charge, gripping the knife with both hands, stepping forward with his right foot, and letting out a roar. Suddenly, the Zhengyang knife slashed outward, creating a dazzling arc. The arc spread out
from Hong Chen like ripples radiating from a droplet falling onto a lake. The sweeping blue lotuses had not yet approached Hong Chen when they were sliced apart by the arc, dissipating into tiny blue lights, vanishing without a trace. One arc was not enough to clear the sky full of blue lotuses. Hong Chen had to gather energy again and then slashed out once more. The arc technique consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy, and after slashing out 3 arcs, Hong Chen's internal energy was completely depleted, with no time to replenish it. Although Hong Chen had inexhaustible energy, replenishing it also required time. It could not be filled instantly. But in the current situation, his internal energy was insufficient, and the blue lotuses were approaching from afar. This could not continue. Exhausted from the energy drain, Hong Chen panted as he looked up at the sky full of blue lotuses. There was one more choice: he could only burn his boats and fight to the death. Hong Chen grabbed the small sun above his head and swallowed it whole. Instantly, flames erupted around him, his clothes turning to ashes, and he was enveloped in fire. Suddenly, Hong Chen, engulfed in flames, soared into the sky, charging straight towards Li Chang'an in midair. Hong Chen's speed was too fast. The surrounding blue lotuses were knocked aside as he rushed through, followed by a series of explosions behind him. The Great Easy Sky Collapse was the collapse technique from the Great Easy Gun Manual, one of the most compatible techniques with swordplay, and it was also Hong Chen's trump card. Hong Chen gathered all his strength and unleashed the Great Easy Sky Collapse from above. Of course, Li Chang'an would not sit idly by. He gathered the remaining blue lotuses together to form a 100-foot blue lotus, enveloping his body. However, the momentum of this strike was unmatched. The moment it struck the 100-foot blue lotus, a sound like shattering glass echoed. The 100-foot blue lotus shrank by a circle, allowing the Zhangyang blade to advance further, followed by another crack. Then came the sound of defeat, like a mountain collapsing, the crack resonating continuously, echoing across the mountain peak. The 100-foot blue lotus was rapidly shrinking, and tiny blue lights sparkled in the air. Yet, Hong Chen's blade momentum did not diminish. The 100-foot blue lotus continued to shrink, down to 3 feet in front of Li Chang'an. After swallowing a small sun, although he gained the ability to rapidly replenish and continuously draw spiritual energy, this act was akin to draining the swamp. As Hong Chen broke through the 100-foot blue lotus, the flames surrounding him flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment, and he had no means to replenish his spiritual energy. But Li Chang'an was not faring well either. Having just released a sky full of blue lotuses, he had exhausted all his spiritual energy. Faced with the charging Hong Chen after swallowing the small sun, Li Chang'an had no choice but to muster all his strength, forcing a breath to gather the remaining blue lotuses into a 100-foot blue lotus. At this moment, both were at their limits, seeing who would falter first. Crack! 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 Hong Chen's desperate Great Easy Sky Collapse broke through the last 10 feet of blue lotus, but his blade momentum did not cease, striking towards Li Chang'an's chest. The Zhangyang blade struck Li Chang'an's chest, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing, the sound of the blade meeting an indestructible body. This was a conflict of contradictions, but ultimately, the power of the Great Easy Sky Collapse prevailed. Li Chang'an's indestructible body was shattered by a single blow, blood spurted from his chest, and his body involuntarily flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. After breaking through Li Chang'an's physique, Hong Chen also exhausted the last flicker of flame, his strength and spiritual energy completely depleted, and his body plummeted straight to the ground. After this strike, the outcome was still uncertain. But the audience in front of the television erupted in cheers. The prowess of the two young heroes was deeply etched in the hearts of every viewer, a memory they would find hard to forget in this lifetime. When Hong Chen opened his eyes, everything before him was a blur of white. If it weren't for the familiar smell of disinfectant, he would have almost thought he had arrived in heaven. Seeing Hong Chen awake, Hong Lan, who was peeling an orange, exclaimed with joy, "Big brother, you're awake." Hong Chen felt extremely weak, his limbs heavy, his throat sore, and his insides uncomfortable. He struggled to lift his arm, took the peeled orange, and said, "Go get me some water." "Drink this first," Hong Lan said, pulling a bottle of Coca-Cola from under the bed. She kindly twisted off the cap before handing it to Hong Chen. Hong Chen swallowed the orange in one bite, the juice flooding his mouth, alleviating the discomfort he felt. Seeing the Coca-Cola that Hong Lan offered, Hong Chen grimaced, "Who drinks Coca-Cola? This stuff is no different from swill. I only drink Pepsi." Just then, Hong Hu opened the door, holding a takeout box. Hearing Hong Chen's bold claim, he immediately retorted, "Don't even start with the Pepsi, Coca-Cola is the real deal." Hong Chen had no strength at the moment, otherwise, he would have given Hong Hu a punch to teach this kid what it means to have an elder brother like a father, what it means to have a kind father and filial son, and what it means to have discipline and rules. Discipline and rules is a dialect term from Jianghuai province, which translates to family education and etiquette in plain language.
Hong Lan picked up another bottle of mineral water, twisted off the cap again, and handed it to Hong Chen. He gulped down the mineral water and let out a comfortable groan after
finishing. How long was I unconscious? Do I need surgery? Hong Chen set down the bottle of mineral water, panting heavily.
You were unconscious for 5 days, Hong Lan said slowly. Your recovery speed is quite fast. You had some
superficial injuries, but they have all healed.
Hong Hu added, the doctor said you were exhausted, and on top of that, you drained your spiritual energy and swallowed that little sun, which is why you were out for so long.
Hong Lan
continued, the reason your throat hurts and you feel very thirsty is because you swallowed that little sun. The doctor specifically mentioned that after you wake up, you should check if your body feels any different.
Any different? Hong Chen asked, puzzled. What does that mean?
Hong Lan explained, the doctor said that by forcibly swallowing that little sun you temporarily gained vast spiritual energy and forcibly enhanced your strength, but this behavior is very
risky and usually comes with side effects.
So, your body will definitely have side effects, but what specific effects and side effects there are, the doctor couldn't determine. You'll have to discover that for yourself.
Regarding
the side effects, Hong Chen had already anticipated something when he swallowed the small sun, but at that moment, facing a desperate situation, he had no choice but to take the plunge. Fortunately, he had achieved the top score, although his body had some side effects. Overall, he felt he had gained, even profited a little. After all, besides the substantial prize money, the top scorer also received a rare award.
Hong Chen cleared his throat and asked, the results should be fine, right? I should be the top scorer?
Of course, you're the top scorer.
Do you even need to think about it?
Hong Hu said proudly, feeling honored that his brother was the top scorer. He could boast even louder when
he went out.
Seeing the proud expressions on the two brothers' faces, Hong Lan timely added, however, this time it's a tie for the top score. You and Li Chang'an are both top scorers.
What? Hong Chen sat up and said, this is a conspiracy. That little loser Li Chang'an, why does he get to share the top scorer position with me?
Hong Hu said seriously, I also think it's a conspiracy. In the end, you caught Li Chang'an, and he was seriously injured and unconscious.
It should have clearly been determined that you won. Hong Lan explained, the day before yesterday, the Ministry of Education sent people over.
Those people said that you and Li Chang'an both fell unconscious at the same time and then fell to the ground simultaneously, and after the countdown ended, neither of you woke up. Although you struck Li Chang'an with a knife, it seems he fainted due to exhaustion of spiritual energy and then forced himself to take a breath, which led to his collapse, not because you knocked him out. Moreover, the people from the Ministry of Education also said that Li Chang'an ranked first in points, and you were second. Even though you ultimately struck him, since you both fainted at the same time, that's how it had to be judged. Tied for the top scholar is still a top scholar, so just be content. Hong Hu's comforting words carried a hint of sarcasm. Li Chang'an's points were already higher than yours. Being able to snag a top scholar position, you should be secretly pleased.
I really don't like the way you talk.
Hong Chen was annoyed, and Hong Hu didn't know what was wrong. Ever since they were young, every time he spoke, it was like he hadn't brushed his teeth. His breath was terrible.
I won by my own strength.
Hong Chen emphasized, the whole country saw it. My last strike sent Li Chang'an flying.
Hong Lan speculated, I guess the official
ruling might be this, although you struck Li Chang'an, you were also drained of strength by him, so you both defeated each other. Hong Hu said, whoever faints first loses, and whoever falls off the stage first also loses. That's the
rule in martial arts competitions.
In the first martial arts competition of the world, when Sun Wukong and Tian Jin Fan battled, both flew into the air and then lost their strength, falling to the ground simultaneously. If you could use the Kamehameha like Sun Wukong, you could create a reverse wave, allowing you to land after Li Chang'an, and then everyone would have no objections, and it would count as your win.
Hong Chen replied, if I got hit by a truck and landed first, wouldn't that mean I lost again?
Hong Lan picked up her phone and said, Su Firen came to see you the day before yesterday. You were still in a coma then. She's staying at a nearby hotel, and now that you're awake, I
need to let her know. There's also a girl named Ing Huan. She came to see you too.
Hong Hu pointed to the fruit basket beside the hospital bed and said, this is what she brought, but almost all of it has been eaten by me and
the second sister.
Hong Chen helplessly said, you two actually had the nerve to eat something meant for a patient. I was afraid you'd get a cavity, so I helped you digest a bit, Hong Hu said, taking advantage and acting innocent. Just a little over 10 minutes later, Su Firen brought a little girl into the hospital room. This little girl was not Ing Huan, but the one who had come out to mock him sarcastically when he was leaving the De mansion after
asking Su Tianbao for help. Hong Chen had thought this little girl was his fiancée at the time and later specifically asked Su Firen, if he remembered correctly, her name was Su Wan. Su Firen pushed open the hospital room door. flicked her high ponytail, and looked at the pale and weak Hong Chen, complaining, "Why do you always look so disheveled every time I see you?" Hong Chen replied with a line he had said before, "Maybe it's because I'm hated by others." Because there were only 2 chairs in the ward, Hong Lan and Hong Hu had no choice but to get up and sit on Hong Chen's hospital bed. After Su Firen and the others sat down, they asked, "How are you feeling?" Hong Chen joked bitterly, "I feel like I've eaten a whole box of Oreos, I'm feeling terrible all over." "You're still so good at metaphors," Su Firen laughed, "since you can still joke, it should be nothing serious." Hong Chen asked the thing he was most concerned about, "What about my reward for being the top scorer in the college entrance examination? Have you given out the rewards for the top 5? You don't need to specifically mention that you're the top scorer and I'm in the top 5. Anyway, my reward has already been given." After Su Firen finished speaking, he speculated, "Maybe it's because you were in a coma, so the Ministry of Education put this matter on hold." Hong Lan interjected, "Someone from the Ministry of Education came by once before and left me a number. When I just called Sister Firen, I also called the person from the Ministry of Education. You're quite famous now, everyone knows you, and the news has reached all the top universities," Su Firen said with a teasing tone. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen asked, "What about Li Changyan? Has he woken up?" Hong Lan replied, "He's much better than you, he woke up the same day and was discharged the next day." Hearing the words, "he's better than you," Hong Chen was so angry he almost had a brain hemorrhage and immediately emphasized, "What makes him better than me? I knocked him out with one blow, the whole country saw it. You are indeed very strong." Su Firen agreed, "Even my grandfather said that the power of your last strike is already comparable to a full-force attack from a 10-star martial spirit." "Is it really comparable to a full-force attack from a 10-star martial spirit?" Hong Chen smiled silently, but that was after he had used the 3 yuan gathering chi and swallowed a small sun, reaching his peak strength before delivering the great easy sky collapse, so its power was indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, Su Wanwan, who had been silent, interjected, "You started as a 7-star martial artist, and in the end, you were only a 9-star martial artist, while Li Changyan is a 10-star martial artist. Your realm is lower than his, yet you can still defeat him. I think you won." Su Firen nodded. "Grandpa also said that you have a great talent for fighting. When you get into a fight, you're like a reckless warrior, very much like your dad's style." Hong Chen felt surprised. He remembered that Su Wanwan used to dislike him. Why was she suddenly speaking up for him? Su Wanwan, perceptive, noticed Hong Chen glance at her and immediately guessed his thoughts. "I used to dislike you because you broke off the engagement with Sister Firen. This time, I see you in a new light because of your strength, which has earned my recognition." Wanwan is about the same age as Hong Hu and Hong Lan and will also take the college entrance examination next year, Su Firen explained. "We people from the Great Easy Mansion, regardless of gender, have great respect for brave and strong warriors. I agree to your marriage with Sister Firen," Su Wanwan blurted out without thinking. "You agree? Who do you think you are?" Hong Chen was truly speechless. Su Firen tugged at Su Wanwan's clothes and quietly admonished, "Don't say such nonsense." "I don't care, from now on, I'm going to call you brother-in-law," Su Wanwan said, probably spoiled and very willful. Hong Chen could only let out an awkward laugh to cover his embarrassment. Su Wanwan's thoughtless way of speaking was almost like Hong Mu's, the two seemed to be made for each other. Not long after the Ministry of Education received the news, a middle-aged man arrived. Seeing Hong Chen trying to get up, the middle-aged man pressed down on Hong Chen's shoulder. "Young man, just lie down. You can call me Brother Zhu," the middle-aged man introduced himself and said, "Give me your bank card number, the reward for the top scorer is 10 million, and I'll arrange for someone to transfer it to your card." After Hong Chen reported his card number, Brother Zhu took out 3 pieces of paper and handed them to him. "Take a look, these 3 are all prizes, but you can only choose one." The 3 pieces of paper had illustrations and various annotations written on them. Hong Chen took the 3 pieces and began to examine them. The top of the first piece had 3 large characters, Fire Spear, with 4 slightly smaller words below, Earth Level Low. Brother Zhu explained, "Since you have the Great Easy Spear manual and your talent is fire attribute, we prepared this Fire Spear for you. It is a long spear of Earth Level Low." Hong Chen looked at Su Firen and asked, "What do you think of this Fire Spear?" "It's a decent weapon," Su Firen evaluated, "but not as good as my spear." Hong Chen turned to Brother Zhu and joked, "The Ministry of Education is really considerate, but unfortunately, I prefer using a knife." Hearing this somewhat sarcastic remark, Brother Zhu's face twitched, but he had no choice. After all, the person was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. The Ministry of Education has a fire attribute knife, but unfortunately, it's a yellow level top, which doesn't match your status and achievements as a top scorer. Brother Zhu picked up a second piece of paper and continued, "Take a look at this, it's the Yuan Yang Ruler, a fire attribute weapon, shaped somewhat like a knife, and it's quite suitable for you. Hong Chen took the paper and looked at it. The Yuan Yang ruler was a weapon of Earth level intermediate. The Zhang Yang knife was a mystic level top weapon. Although its rank was not as high as the Yuan Yang ruler, Hong Chen had already gotten used to it, so he didn't plan to change for now. Hong Chen picked up the last piece of paper, which had 3 characters written on it: golden bow silver bullet, but the illustration on the paper was of a slingshot, the kind children use to shoot birds. Brother Zhu explained, the golden bow silver bullet is a weapon of Earth level low, and since you practice a certain technique, we prepared this slingshot for you. His practice technique was the 8-9 profound art, and Hong Chen frowned, asking, what does this slingshot have to do with the technique I practice? Brother Zhu patiently explained, in legend, Erlangshan has many weapons and magical treasures such as the 3-pointed 2-edged sword, the demon binding rope, the mountain driving whip, the mountain opening axe, and the Tai sword, and finally, there is a weapon called the golden bow silver bullet. Golden bow. Hong Chen was taken aback and asked, isn't a bow a weapon for shooting arrows? What does this slingshot have to do with it? Su Firan laughed and said, the full name of the golden bow silver bullet is golden slingshot silver bullet, and later generations misinterpreted golden slingshot as golden bow. You can think about it yourself, who would use a curved bow to shoot bullets? Hong Chen shook the paper in his hand and said, but how could such a majestic figure as Erlangshan use a child's slingshot to shoot birds? That doesn't fit his image at all. Su Firan followed up, saying, I guess it's precisely because it doesn't fit his image that later generations changed the golden slingshot to golden bow. That seemed to make some sense. Hong Chen originally wanted to give the fire spear to Su Firan, but the silver spear she used was of a higher grade. The Yuan Yang ruler was also not suitable for him, leaving only one choice. Hong Chen said, then I'll take this golden bow silver bullet. Brother Shu took out a slingshot and a bag. The bag contains 100 silver bullets. If you run out, you'll have to find a way yourself. Of course, if you need money, you can take these silver bullets to exchange for cash. Brother Zhu ended with a joke. Recently, there has been a rumor circulating widely. This year, in the martial arts college entrance examination of the Great Xia Kingdom, 2 once-in-a-thousand-years prodigies have emerged. The 2 fought at the peak of Qiyun Mountain, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter, leaving the spectators in awe. All the universities took notice and sent recruitment teams. Within a week, the top 10 universities gathered in the Great Xia Kingdom and a grand competition for talents began. Due to Hong Chen recovering in the hospital, he had not heard much of the outside rumors. However, during his recovery, many kind-hearted citizens sent fruit baskets to comfort this young hero. As a distant relative stepped out of the ward, Hong Hu impatiently said, Big brother, is your injury healed? When can you be discharged? I really can't stand so many people visiting you every day. Hong Chen looked at the piles of fruit baskets and smiled, aren't you fond of eating and not afraid of cavities? You can indulge now. Hong Hu felt a bit helpless, but I can't handle eating like this every day. I'm also afraid of diabetes. To be honest, I can't stand it either. Hong Lan said as she closed the ward door, complaining, these relatives I don't even know keep repeating the same lines. Hope you won't forget them when you become successful. Hope you can help them out in the future. Hope you can lend some of your top scholars prize money. Hope you can help them find a job. Hong Hu was furious upon hearing these words, saying harshly, when our parents died and our family was in trouble, these people never helped us, and now they come crawling to us for connections. The most ridiculous is that one who claims to be my grandmother's sister's husband's little aunt. She even wants to introduce her granddaughter to you. I would really thank her. You're only 18, is it time for marriage? Hong Chen took it lightly, resting his hands behind his head, and recited, when poor in the bustling city, no one asks, when rich in the deep mountains, distant relatives appear. Don't forget the days of poverty when you have wealth. In times of trouble, who has ever come to help? At this moment, only the 3 siblings were in the ward. Hong Lan asked, Big brother, what are you planning to do about Sister Firan and Sister Xiao Xiao? Hong Chen was taken aback by the question. Just then, there was a knock sound, and someone knocked on the ward door again. Probably another unfamiliar relative, Hong Lan said, then went to open the door. 2 people stood at the door. Hong Lan recognized one of them, but this person was not a relative. During the college entrance examination live broadcast, Hong Lan had seen this person on the television. If she remembered correctly, his name was Mu Bai, a teacher at Dongsheng University, and also a person from the Jade Emperor's sacred realm. Hong Lan invited the 2 into the ward and asked, is Teacher Mu here to visit my brother? Sort of, Mu Bai replied. Next to him was a middle-aged woman in her 30s, and he introduced, this is the director of education at Dongsheng University, named Chao Beiying. You can call her Director Chao. Chao Beiying was dressed in a women's suit, looking very capable. She walked up to Hong Chen and warmly called out, hello, top scholar. Hello, Director Chao.
You can just call me Xiao Hong, Hong Chen replied humbly. The two sat down, and Hong Lan, being very polite, took out 2 bottles of drinks and handed them to Mu Bai and Chao Beiying, but both declined.
Chao Beiying asked, "How is your injury?"
Hong Chen answered, "It's no longer serious, I can be discharged soon." Chao Beiying casually produced a healing pill. She must have a spatial treasure.
This is a healing pill. If you take it, your injury will recover faster.
Hong Chen did not take the pill offered by Chao Beiying but smiled and asked, "If I accept this healing pill, you won't force me to enroll in Dongsheng
University, right?" Mu Bai couldn't help but laugh. "We are a legitimate university, not a gang or an evil organization."
Hong Chen still refused, saying, "Thank you, Sister Chao, but I prefer not to accept it for now." The address changed from Director Chao to Sister Chao, and Chao Beiying smiled, retracting her right hand that held the pill.
Hong Chen was quite adept at social interactions. Although he declined her offer, he didn't make her lose face. Mu Bai said, "There are
only 10 top universities in the 9 provinces, and Dongsheng University is one of them. If you are willing to study at Dongsheng University, your tuition for 4 years will be fully waived, and the school will also provide you with
hundreds of thousands each year for living expenses." Chao Beiying added, "I am the head of the Thunderfire department at Dongsheng University. Your talent is fire attribute, which is suitable for our department. As long as you are willing
to come to Dongsheng University and study in the Thunderfire department, I will personally give you 2 Earth-grade pills each year to enhance your cultivation."
Earth-grade pills.
Although they are not worth their weight in gold, they are still quite valuable. Even low-level Earth-grade pills sell for several million.
Chao Beiying continued, "I was originally on vacation in the Tianhai realm. After receiving the news, I rushed here immediately. I should be the first to visit your admissions team, right?"
The human race occupies the land of the 9 provinces, and the place where Hong Chen is located is one of the 9 provinces, Dongsheng Shenzhou. Dongsheng Shenzhou has 36 realms, such as the Tianhai realm that Chao Beiying just mentioned and the Luofu realm where the Luofu sword tomb is located. Among the 36 realms of Dongsheng Shenzhou, there is a place called Xuantsang realm.
Xuantsang realm has 82 domains, one of which is called Huayang domain.
The Endless Fire domain where Ajio is located is one of the domains. The Daxia kingdom is situated in Huayang domain, which has 58 countries.
Each country has a dozen to several dozen provinces such as Jiangnan province and Zhenhuai province.
Each province has a dozen or so cities and districts, with counties below cities, and towns and villages below counties. Therefore, the regional hierarchy from smallest to largest is village, town, county, city, province, country, domain, realm, province.
The province is the largest regional level, followed by the realm, then the domain. After listening to Chao Beiying's words, Hong Chen said,
"You rushed over immediately, but today is the 7th day.
The Tianhai realm doesn't seem too far from our Jianghuai province. It shouldn't take 7 days, right? Did Sister Chao perhaps go to see Li Chang'an first before coming to see me?" Chao Beiying did not deny it. She believed sincerity was the best strategy. The Tianhai realm is to the east of the Daxia kingdom, and Jiangnan province is to the east of Zhenhuai province. I traveled westward, so I naturally arrived in Jiangnan province first before coming to Zhenhuai province.
I don't think you are inferior to Li Chang'an. You both hold the same weight in my heart.
Hong Chen smiled and said, "All right, I understand. Sister Chao, leave me a number.
I'll see what benefits other schools offer me.
If yours is the best, I'll go to Dongsheng University."
This was a dismissal, and Chao Beiying nodded, handing over her business card with a smile, saying, "You must contact me." After watching Mu Bai and Chao Beiying leave, Hong Lan was about to continue asking Hong Chen how to handle Su Firan and Xiao Zhao's situation. But the hospital room door was knocked on again, and this time Hong Hu went
to open it.
At the door was an old man, followed by a middle-aged man with a square face.
"Are you the Chen Lao from the television?"
Hong Hu took a closer look. The old man resembled Chen Tianqiu, who had previously
commented on the martial arts college entrance examination. The old man smiled and admitted, "Young man, you are not mistaken, I am indeed Chen Tianqiu."
Then, Chen Tianqiu introduced the middle-aged man beside him. "This
is Sun Huayuan, the dean of the 5 Elements Tao Court at Yuan Central University. You can call him Dean Sunday."
Sun Huayuan walked straight to Hong Chen and seriously praised, "So you are Hong Chen?
Truly a talented individual."
Hong Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Dean Sun, looking at your face, you don't seem to be the type who excels at flattery. You don't need to force yourself to say such things.
Please, both of you, have a seat. First." "Oh, you can read faces too?" Sun Huayuan and Chen Tianqiu each took a seat.
Hong Chen said, "I have just recovered from a serious injury. My complexion is still a bit pale, and I look thinner than before, like
a sickly person.
You say I'm truly a talented individual. I can certainly tell you don't flatter people. It's like trying to compliment a horse and ending up patting its leg. Sun Huayuan crossed his arms and praised. Your insight is quite sharp. I indeed do not excel at saying nice things or flattering others. Hong Chen actually had half a sentence left unsaid. Someone like Sun Huayuan, who held a high position, would certainly not lower himself to flatter a young man like him, even if he was a genius. But Sun Huayuan, having been admitted to Yuan Central University and serving as the dean of the Five Elements Dao Court, was also a genius in his own right. I don't have any water here. Would you like some cola? Hong Lan handed over 2 bottles of cola, but the 2 men didn't even look at them and waved their hands to refuse. Seeing this, Hong Chen didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, "Are you 2 here to invite me to join Yuan Central University?" Sun Huayuan said, "Just now, when we were in the elevator, we ran into Chao Beiying from Dongsheng University. I see you have a straightforward personality, so I won't beat around the bush with you. I don't care what Dongsheng University offers you. Yuan Central University will give you an additional 500,000 in living expenses, on top of what Dongsheng University offers every year." After a moment of thought, Sun Huayuan added, "If you have any other requests, you can bring them up now. As long as they are within my ability, I can agree to them." Right now. Hong Chen did not answer directly but asked, "Aren't you going to ask what kind of treatment Dongsheng University is offering me?" Sun Huayuan said seriously, "If I'm not mistaken, it's probably full tuition. Waiver, several 100,000 in living expenses, and at most a few pills to enhance your cultivation." "You guessed quite accurately," Hong Chen said meaningfully, but he had a guess in his heart. Sun Huayuan continued, "Chao Beiying doesn't know your background. She thinks you are just a slightly more capable college entrance examination champion, so the benefits she offers won't be too high. But I have the information from Old Chen as a reference, so I know how impressive you are. Moreover, after talking to you, Chao Beiying still has to go to other places to recruit other college entrance examination champions, so she doesn't have much time to find out your specific background. Even if Mubai provides information, at most she will give you a few extra pills to enhance your cultivation." Chen Tianqiu timely added, "As long as you are willing to come to Yuan Central University, we will do our utmost to arrange the most suitable job for you after you graduate in 4 years." "I can feel your sincerity," Hong Chen said gratefully. "Please allow me to consider it for a while longer. I will give you a response in a few days." Sun Huayuan took out a business card and placed it beside Hong Chen's hospital bed, saying, "If you have any requests by then, you can tell me directly." Hong Chen picked up the business card and asked, "Li Chang'an should be going to Yuan Yan University, right?" Chen Tianqiu did not answer directly, ambiguously saying, "He might give me some face, but I won't force him. Whether he goes to Yuan Yang University is up to his own heart. He was actually keeping secrets from me too." Hong Chen confirmed his suspicions, estimating that Chen Tianqiu had indirectly inquired about the benefits provided by Chao Beiying, which was why Sun Huayuan spoke so confidently. After the 2 left the hospital room, Hong Hu couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, I think the conditions offered by Yuan Yan University are quite good. Why don't you just agree? If you don't want to go to Yuan Yan University, you can still agree to Chao Beiying's offer to Dongsheng University. I think Chao Beiying is easy to talk to, unlike Sun Huayuan, who is so rigid." Hong Chen looked at the 4 unopened bottles of cola beside the chair and said, "The cola my second sister handed to the 4 of them, they didn't even touch it, clearly showing they are not giving face. Why should I agree to them?" Hong Hu scratched his head and asked, "What does that mean? Just because they don't drink cola, they're not giving face?" Hong Chen recalled what Hong Sin had said to him years ago but didn't share it with the 2. Instead, he casually said, "I don't know if they dislike it or are on a health kick, but I worked hard to win the championship. Even if we set aside benefits and treatment, they should at least give me some face. Even if they don't want to drink, they should at least have a reason. Even if they say they don't like cola, I can understand that, rather than just sitting there doing nothing." Hearing this, Hong Lan sighed. Her older brother indeed had a strong personality, and many might not understand why he was so stubborn. These people had such a big background, and Hong Chen personally handed cola to the 4 of them. If they didn't drink, he wouldn't show anger or dissatisfaction because they were important figures, so of course, they would have the temperament of important figures. But Hong Lan knew very well that because the one handing out the cola was herself, that was why Hong Chen felt indignant. The reason was quite simple: these important figures could disregard Hong Chen's face, but they could not disregard his sister Hong Lan's face. This also carried a deeper meaning. You can look down on me, Hong Chen, but you cannot look down on my sister, Hong Lan. Although the older brother was playing a little trick, he was not doing it for himself, he was just standing up for his sister. Due to the overwhelming number of visitors, the 3 siblings were quite troubled, and Hong Chen had no choice but to leave the hospital, causing many to go home empty-handed.
Hong Chen's injuries had mostly healed, but the doctor said he would have aftereffects. After regaining consciousness, Hong Chen searched around and finally found the aftereffects the doctor mentioned. During his battle with Li Chang'an, he had used the technique body like the sun for an extended period, with a small sun hovering above his head. While this allowed him to maintain a fiery state, it also burned away his life force. Then, he had consumed the small sun, briefly gaining spiritual energy and strength, which was undoubtedly a risky move. The aftereffects on Hong Chen's body were due to consuming the small sun and the prolonged use of body like the sun, which had overdrawn his physical strength and vitality. There was another aftereffect that left Hong Chen speechless. Not only had he damaged his body, but his recovery speed had also slowed down. Otherwise, with his ability to grow stronger from being beaten, he would have healed long ago and wouldn't need such a long recovery. Period. Because he had consumed the small sun, his talent had also suffered greatly. Hong Chen's original A-grade talent, Sun, had dropped to B-grade talent, Solar Flame. Although Hong Chen felt a bit speechless, he wasn't too bothered. Since he could obtain a piece of Great Sun Gold Crystal from the tavern and then upgrade his B-grade talent Solar Flame back to Sun, he could get a second piece of Great Sun Gold Crystal to once again elevate his B-grade talent to Sun. Realizing this while still lying in the hospital bed, he had brought along the Kunlun Jade Pendant, so he took the opportunity to go to the tavern and left a note. At 8 o'clock at night, he lay on his own bed, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness into the Kunlun Jade Pendant. The tavern looked the same as always, with the expressionless Kuei Huang standing in front of the liquor cabinet and a few drunks sprawled on the wooden tables. After waiting for several hundred minutes, Hong Chen cursed under his breath until he finally saw the person he was waiting for. It was a stout man with a simple appearance, not very tall, just about 1.70 meters, with a buzz cut and a bit of stubble, dressed in pajamas. Hong Chen walked up to the stout man and excitedly said, "My big brother Daniel, I've been waiting for you for so long. I've waited until the flowers wilted and the birds flew away. Why did it take you so long to come?" The stout man, named he Daniel, scratched his head with a smile. "My wife was making a fuss at home, I couldn't get away, but I was only 5 or 6 minutes late. In the real world, it was 5 or 6 minutes, but in the Kunlun Jade Pendant, it was 5 or 600 minutes. The two found an empty table, and Hong Chen looked around at the drunks and asked, "Why are there always people sleeping in the tavern?" He Daniel, having spent more time on the Kunlun Jade Pendant, knew more and explained to Hong Chen, "Your spiritual consciousness rests here for 800 minutes, but only 8 minutes have passed in the real world, so some people rest and sleep here to save time for cultivation. What level of cultivation do you have? Why do you still need to sleep?" Hong Chen was surprised. He was now a 9-star martial master, and he felt energetic enough to go 7 days and nights without sleep without much impact. "You wouldn't understand this." He Daniel chuckled and explained, "Cultivation also emphasizes a balance of work and rest. You need to sleep occasionally to recharge your energy. For example, before a breakthrough, when refining pills, or before sparring with someone, taking a short nap will make your energy more abundant and your focus sharper." Hong Chen nodded upon hearing this and then got to the point. "Do you still have any Great Sun Gold Crystals? I can still buy some Sky Blue Gem ore." He Daniel shook his head. "I only have one piece of Great Sun Gold Crystal, and I don't need Sky Blue Gem ore. It wouldn't be of any use to me. My wife wants to make a blue hairpin, which is why I asked you for the Sky Blue Gem ore last time." "What a family! Using Sky Blue Gem ore to make a hairpin, that stuff isn't cheap. You really love your wife." Hong Chen said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Your wife might want a blue bracelet, earrings, or a necklace in the future, so you should get me a piece of the Great Sun Gold Crystal." He Daniel patted Hong Chen on the shoulder. "I really only have one piece of the Great Sun Gold Crystal. You helped me a lot last time, and if I had more, I wouldn't mind giving it to you for free, but I truly don't have it." Since he had said that, Hong Chen didn't dare to say anything more and could only sigh, saying, "All right then." Seeing Hong Chen's expression, he Daniel felt a bit guilty and said apologetically, "Well, I'm leaving then. If you come to Qitian Domain next time, I'll treat you to a meal." Hong Chen forced a smile and said, "Thank you." Because his beautiful wife at home was urging him, he Daniel left after saying a few more words. Hong Chen sat in the tavern, surrounded by a group of drunkards. He took out a piece of paper, wrote down the materials he needed, and then stuck the paper to the wall. He was currently a B-level talent, Sunflame, and he had 4 routes to enhance his talent. First, he could use the Great Sun Gold Crystal to upgrade to A-level Sun, or he could use Pure Spirit Fire to enhance to A-level Pure Sun Flame. Then he could use Extreme Flame to upgrade to A-level Extreme Flame Fire. Finally, he could use 3000 Flame Fire to directly upgrade to S-level 3000 Sun Flame. The Sun talent was a rare A-level talent, but due to its flaws, it could only rank as A-level. If the Sun talent didn't weaken at night, it could at least rank as S level. However, this was also a fatal flaw. Hong Chen would weaken at night, his strength would drop significantly, and his absorption of spiritual energy would slow down considerably. Therefore, Hong Chen wrote down the materials he needed on the paper: Great Sun Gold Crystal, Pure Spirit Fire, Red Lotus, 3000 Flame Fire. Any of those would do, he could accept them, even if he didn't get the Great Sun Gold Crystal. The Great Sun Gold Crystal was indeed excellent, but a person could have no strengths but must not have weaknesses, as weaknesses are vulnerabilities. Once a person has a weakness, if the enemy finds out, things could get troublesome. So in Hong Chen's heart, what he wanted most was 3000 Flame Fire, followed by Red Lotus and Pure Spirit Fire, and lastly the Great Sun Gold Crystal. Although he could maintain a blazing state by using the Great Sun, it would also burn his life and body. Using it occasionally in critical moments was fine, but if he used it too many times, his body and vitality would likely not withstand it. Moreover, evolving into other talents would allow him to maintain his original strength 24 hours a day without any weaknesses. For now, he would take it step by step. Whatever talent he could obtain, he would take it, and he could always upgrade it later. A-level and S-level talents were just a transition. He would definitely aim to upgrade to SSS level talent in the future, so Hong Chen was not fixated on the Sun talent. Kyushu has vast rivers and mountains spanning millions of miles, home to hundreds of thousands of countries, but there are only 10 top universities, making admission spots extremely competitive. Each country has a different number of admission slots, usually allocated based on national strength and population. Small countries have only one slot, so only the top scholar can enter a top university. Medium-sized countries have 2 slots, allowing both the top scholar and the second place to enter. The Great Xia Kingdom belongs to the strong nations, so it has 5 slots, while superpowers have 10 slots. However, superpowers are rare. Among the 58 countries in the Huayang domain, only the Jin Tian Empire is a superpower. Along with 2 strong nations, 5 medium-sized countries, and the rest are small nations. Thus, in the entire Huayang domain, top universities admit only 80 candidates each year. However, above superpowers are the top great powers, which have 100 slots for top universities each year, but superpowers are also scarce in the eastern Shangzhou. The 10 top universities are named Tianwu University, Yuanyang University, Lingsha University, Longjing University, Dongsheng University, Tianzhui University, Wuqiu University, Taishu University, Qingli Academy, and Dawei Fulong Academy. Of course, these are all abbreviations. For example, the full name of Dongsheng University is Dongsheng Comprehensive Martial Arts University of 100 Laws and 1000 Ways. Hong Chen was meditating on his bed when someone knocked on the door, and a voice called out from outside, "Big brother, someone is looking for you." Who could it be? In the 2 days since he returned home, many admission groups had already come. Hong Chen felt a bit annoyed and impatiently opened the door, finding an old man standing in the living room. The old man was small and thin, so skinny that his bones were visible. Due to his hunchback, he was quite short, just over 1.60 meters. His hair was sparse, his skin waxy yellow, and his face was lined with many wrinkles. Upon seeing Hong Chen open the door, the old man smiled broadly, revealing a kind expression. "Hello, I am the vice president of Tianwu University. My name is Zhou Jielian." The vice president of Tianwu University made Hong Chen suppress his impatience and politely said, "Please have a seat, old Zhou." Zhou Jielian sat on the sofa, and Hong Chen went to the fridge, took out a bottle of cola, and handed it to Zhou Jielian. "There's no boiled water at home, so please make do with this." "Thank you." Zhou Jielian took the cola, hesitated for a moment, then opened the cap and took a sip. Hong Chen smiled and kindly asked, "How does it taste?" Zhou Jielian smacked his lips and replied, "A bit spicy, the flavor is quite strong." Hong Chen asked, "Do you think it's good?" Zhou Jielian chuckled and casually placed the cola on the coffee table. "To be honest, I don't think it's very good." "Then why are you drinking it?" Zhou Jielian was puzzled by Hong Chen's question and replied, "Out of politeness." Tianwu University, whose full name is the world's #1 martial arts university, has a rather imposing name. Originally, it was called the world's #1 martial artist university, but it was later changed to the current name. Hong Chen smiled and chatted, "The full name of Tianwu University is really impressive, it sounds awesome." Zhou Jielian laughed heartily. "Our school aspires to become the world's #1 martial artist university. This has been our long-held wish, and we have yet to achieve it, so we must continue to strive." As they chatted about various topics, Zhou Jielian was quite different from Sun Huayuan of Yuanyang University. Zhou Jielian was the vice president, while Sun Huayuan was just a dean, indicating a difference in their ranks. However, Zhou Jielian did not carry the superiority of someone in a high position. Instead, he was approachable and very amiable.
Hong Chen had been home for 2 days, and various top universities' admission groups had come.
However, they were all directors and teachers. Tianwu University showed the most sincerity by sending a vice president.
Hong Chen cleared his throat and said, I've met with the admission groups from 9 universities over the past 2 days, and you guys from
Tianwu University came the latest.
I came from Zhengzhou, and the journey was long, so I arrived the latest.
You're actually here from Zhengzhou.
Zhengzhou is tens of thousands of miles away from the Great Xia Kingdom, and you made it in just 10 days, that's quite impressive.
Did you meet Li Chang'an first? Hong Chen asked a tricky question, one he posed to every admissions group that came. But every admissions group had met Li Chang'an first, which made Hong Chen very unhappy. He always felt he had one. Zhou Jielian shook his head and said, I came to the Great Xia Kingdom specifically for you and did not meet Li Chang'an. Hong Chen was taken aback and asked, why not?
Zhou Jielian slowly replied, first of all,
it's because your results meet the admission requirements of Tianwu University.
I watched the battle footage of you and Li Chang'an. You were fierce and decisive in your duels, which is very suitable for our Tianwu University.
Li Chang'an,
on the other hand, held back. Although he is exceptionally talented, he is not suitable for Tianwu University. Moreover, the principal values you highly, but due to the busy school affairs, he has to stay at the school and simply couldn't
spare the time, so he sent me instead.
My nickname is True Monarch of Heavenly Fire, and I am very skilled in fire attribute martial arts. Furthermore, Tianwu University's Heavenly Fire Academy is the best fire attribute academy in the
9 provinces. You would definitely thrive at our Tianwu University.
Hong Chen initially wanted to say, I'll think about it, but suddenly remembered something and asked, since Tianwu University values me so much, what benefits can I expect
if I go there?
Zhou Jielian smiled and said, I can only offer you a full tuition waiver here, because Tianwu University is different from other universities. The benefits you want to obtain must be fought for by yourself.
Hong Chen didn't quite understand what this meant, so he asked, can you elaborate?
Every grade in our school has 4 classes, divided into Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. The Heaven class is the highest with the best benefits, while the Yellow class is the lowest with the worst benefits. You have to fight for your own benefits.
Hong Chen asked again, how do I fight for them?
Of course, by defeating others with your strength, then you can be promoted to a better class.
But at the
start of the first year, there will be a class division competition. If you perform well, you can enter the Heaven class. However, others can challenge you, and if you lose, you will drop to the Earth class. Survival of the fittest, the system
at Tianwu University is quite brutal.
Hong Chen stroked his chin and said, but it suits me quite well.
Zhou Jielian asked meaningfully, what? Are you tempted?
Hong Chen nodded. His ability to grow stronger through battle was extremely suitable for honing at Tianwu University, which was simply his dream school. Zhou Jielian made a connection, saying, I heard that Su Tianbao is your grandfather. I am an old friend of Su Tianbao.
At that moment, Hong Chen also remembered that
in his diary, he had gone to Tianwu University with a letter of introduction from Su Tianbao. So if he were to attend Tianwu University, he could also more easily gain opportunities and various information based on the contents of the diary. Zhou Jielian, as the vice president of Tianwu University and also known as the True Monarch of Heavenly Fire, is a well-known figure throughout the entire Jiuzhou. Although this old man is amiable and polite, with his distinguished status, he is treated with the utmost respect wherever he goes. It was already noon, and it was rare for such a distinguished guest to visit their home. Anyone with a bit of social understanding would naturally invite him to a meal. Zhou Jielian had long reached the state of fasting, and he could go 2 or 3 years without eating without any issue. However, since Hong Chen insisted on treating him, he did not refuse and gladly accepted. There was a small restaurant at the entrance of the community, and the food there was quite good.
The 3 siblings, Hong Chen and his siblings, usually solved their meals there.
Hong Chen poured hot water over the utensils to sanitize them and then handed them to Zhou Jielian, saying, although this is just home-cooked food, it tastes really good. We often eat here, so you should try it later.
Zhou Jielian took the sanitized utensils and asked, don't you usually cook at home? Our family used to have our mom cook.
Although she sometimes goes on business trips, she would leave us some pocket money, so the 3 of us often eat out and rarely cook for ourselves, Hong Chen replied with a bitter smile. Ever since our mom passed away, the 3 of us have been like useless people, only able to come to this restaurant for meals.
Hearing Hong Chen's half-joking words, Zhou Jielian sighed inwardly, feeling a wave of sadness.
The 4 great tragedies of life: losing a mother in childhood, losing a father in youth, losing a spouse in middle age, and losing a child in old age. The sudden loss of both parents, 2 great tragedies converging, is something outsiders can hardly truly
empathize with.
Hong Chen was just a young man who had just come of age, yet he had to take care of two younger siblings. The hardships he faced were difficult to express to outsiders. Zhou Jielian silently mourned and suddenly remembered something. Before coming to Hong Chen's home, he had reviewed all of Hong Chen's information. The school values you highly, so before I came, I looked at your records. You attended Wanghu Primary School, started fighting in the 3rd grade, became increasingly violent in middle school, and only slightly restrained yourself in high school, but you still have a notorious reputation. After finishing his words, Zhou Jielian asked, but information I read shows that you almost always fought to help others. Do you have many friends outside? Not really. Hong Chen paused for a moment upon hearing this, then suddenly realized, the reason I help those people is not because they are my friends, but because I can't stand seeing the weak being bullied by others. Zhou Jielian followed up on Hong Chen's words and asked, but when you were beaten by Long Outyan at Jianghuai High School, there were many people watching. Those who had received your help before didn't seem to help you, did they? How could no one help me? Hong Chen retorted, I remember a classmate named Hua Fei who stood up and spoke out, although he couldn't really help and ended up getting beaten by Long Outyan too. Zhou Jielian continued to ask, but you helped many people, at least dozens, yet in the end, only Hua Fei stood up for you. Don't you feel disheartened? Hong Chen shook his head and sighed. The people I once helped were themselves weak individuals who were bullied by others. They didn't even dare to retaliate when they were bullied, so how can I blame them for not helping me? Courage is indeed precious if you have it, but if you don't, I won't say anything. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. The reason I help them is simply that I can't stand seeing the weak being bullied, not because I want them to repay me or to rescue me when I'm in trouble. Zhou Jielian smiled upon hearing this and praised, a broad mind, not seeking external rewards, your state of mind is quite high. It resembles the Buddhist saying, do not give with the expectation of return, nor do good deeds for others' sake. Exactly. Hong Chen smiled and nodded. In life, just do good deeds and don't ask about the future. Soon, the dishes were served, and Hong Hu and Hong Lan buried themselves in their meals. Seeing that Principal Zhou Jielian was eating, Hong Chen couldn't wait to ask, Principal Zhou, how does it taste? Although Zhou Jielian was the vice president of Tianwu University, one should not address someone with the title vice. For example, a vice manager would simply be called manager, unless the manager was present. I'm used to eating delicacies, but occasionally having a home-cooked meal feels very comfortable, Zhou Jielian said sincerely. His position did not require him to flatter Hong Chen. Zhou Jielian put down his chopsticks, took a sip of water, and asked, I saw something in your profile that piqued my curiosity, but I don't know if I should ask? You say that, but if you don't ask, how would I know if you should? Hong Chen joked. Your house and your parents' compensation were all taken over by your two uncles, and then you went to Dai Mansion to ask Su Firan for help. Looking at Hong Chen's calm expression, Zhou Jielian continued, at that time, why didn't you kill your two uncles? Don't you hate them? I'm not Zhu Zhanji, how could I just kill my two uncles right away? Hong Chen first made a joke before speaking sincerely, but to say I don't hate them would be a lie. I wish I could kill them quickly. But my dad left a last wish, so even with 1,000 grievances, I can only abide by it. After all, he is my father. And those were the last two things he entrusted to me. Zhou Jielian curiously asked, besides not killing your two uncles, what else did your dad entrust to you? He also asked me to take good care of my younger siblings, Hong Chen said, then said no more and got up to settle the bill. Hong Hu and Hong Lan returned home first, leaving Hong Chen and Zhou Jielian outside the restaurant. Zhou Jielian asked, I've had my cola, eaten my meal, and chatted about the sky, shouldn't you give me a clear answer? Now, are you talking about going to Tianwu University? Hong Chen replied in an unquestionable tone, of course, I will go. Then I'm relieved, Zhou Jielian smiled. His tone cheerful, otherwise, it would have been a waste of my breath. What is the top scholar's prize in your great Xia country? Zhou Jielian had seen many young people suddenly become wealthy, then indulge in extravagance, completely unable to control their desires, so he wanted to give Hong Chen a piece of advice. 10 million. Hong Chen did not hide it. After all, a vice president of a top university would not look down on such a small amount. How do you plan to use it? Zhou Jielian threw out a hook. Hong Chen casually replied, I plan to save it for my younger siblings. This answer was unexpected for Zhou Jielian, and he immediately asked, why? Isn't this your prize? I plan to have them tested for their talents in advance, but early talent testing costs a lot of money, and cultivation also requires a lot of money. Although I gave my parents' inheritance to them, it probably won't be enough. Zhou Jielian frowned upon hearing this and asked, did you not take your parents' compensation? I kept a little bit. Why did you only keep a little?
How should I put it? Hong Chen thought for a moment before saying, I can endure some hardship, but I don't want my younger siblings to suffer. Others can look down on me, but they can't look down on my younger siblings. I want them to live a life where they are not looked down upon, to live a life where they are not bullied. Moreover, I didn't understand things before and have already used too much of the family's money, so let their share of the compensation be for them. You are a good brother. Zhou Jielian opened his mouth. He had some words he wanted to say, but since this was someone else's family matter, he ultimately did not speak them. What Zhou Jielian wanted to say was, you are a good brother, but you must first be yourself. The deep meaning of this statement is to let Hong Chen love himself first. Although love often feels like a debt, one must live for oneself first, love oneself first, and then love others. I'm leaving first. Zhou Jielian patted Hong Chen's shoulder and handed him an admission notice. See you at Tianwu University. Hong Chen took the admission notice, smiled, and nodded. Principal Zhou, see you at Tianwu University. Zhou Jielian's figure vanished into thin air, disappearing in a flash, flying towards the direction of Zhongzhou. However, Zhou Jielian didn't fly for long. After flying about 500 or 600 miles, his phone suddenly rang, forcing him to stop flying, standing alone above the vast sea of clouds. The phone screen displayed 5 words, call from Xiangding Tian, who is the president of Tianwu University. Zhou Jielian answered the call, and before he could speak, an impatient voice came from the phone. Hello, hello, hello. Old Zhou. I can hear you. Have you seen Hong Chen? Is he willing to come to our Tianwu University? Zhou Jielian's tone was somewhat joyful as he replied, Hong Chen has already agreed. He actually agreed. My goodness. I heard he turned down 9 top universities. And you managed to secure him with just one move. Xiangding Tian sounded very happy, and his voice came through the phone again. This is a great achievement. I'll set a table for you when you return to Zhongzhou. At my age, traveling thousands of miles isn't easy. You have to bring out your treasured immortal brew. Zhou Jielian laughed as well, feeling good because Hong Chen agreed to come to Tianwu University. Of course. Xiangding Tian then asked, what do you think of Hong Chen? Zhou Jia Lian paused for a moment and slowly said, although his words may seem a bit off, he is actually quite talented at heart, a truly remarkable young man. Moreover, he has spirit, integrity, principles, and a sense of responsibility. He is open-minded, with lofty ambitions, and though he has pride, he is not arrogant. These 2 sentences were the evaluation of the already famous Tian Huijin Jun regarding the young man. The latter part of this evaluation coincided remarkably with Su Fei Ran's initial assessment of Hong Chen. Excitedly, Xiangding Tian's voice came through the phone. You have always been picky in your judgment, and for Hong Chen to receive such a high evaluation from you, I can't wait to meet him. Zhou Jielian laughed heartily. You'll see him sooner or later, don't worry, this kid will definitely not disappoint you. After the martial arts college entrance examination, time flew by, and before he knew it, it was August 17th. Hong Chen had accumulated a large amount of spiritual energy from his previous battle with Li Chang'an, and after several days of continuous meditation at home, he finally gathered enough spiritual energy last night to successfully break through to the 10-star martial master level. The next realm. After 10-star martial master is 1-star martial spirit, but such a major breakthrough requires not only a vast amount of spiritual energy but is also prone to failure. Hong Chen felt it would be difficult to gather enough spiritual energy for the breakthrough unless he was beaten to the brink of death. Although several days had passed, no one from the tavern had contacted him, and it seemed that raising his talent back to a level would have to wait for another time. As dawn broke, the sun rose in the east and everything came to life, making it a perfect time to set off. Hong Chen had already packed his luggage and stored it in the Kunlun jade pendant. Since it was still 6 in the morning, Hong Lan and Hong Hu had not yet woken up. Hong Chen walked alone to his parents' spirit tablets, lit 3 incense sticks, and bowed his head in prayer. There was some dust on Hong Sen's token, and as Hong Chen picked it up and gently wiped it, he muttered, Dad, I told you before, I got accepted into Tianwu University. I'm leaving today. There are no intercontinental flying boats in the Great Xia Kingdom, so I have to take the high-speed train to the Jintian Empire first, and then take the intercontinental flying boat to Zhongzhou. Don't fall asleep down there. Remember to open your eyes and bless Hong Lan and Hong Hu. If you have any strength left, you can also bless me a bit. As for me, I should have lived up to your expectations. I've also saved the lives of the 2 uncles for you, and as for Hong Lan and Hong Hu, I think I've taken good care of them. Ha ha. Although many times, I always feel like I haven't done well enough, I always think I can do better. But if they complain to you that I haven't taken good care of them, that I haven't done well enough, you can't blame me. This is all I can do.
Also, don't argue with other moms down there, try to keep your temper in check and be a good ghost. Hong Chen's voice was a continuous murmur, as if he were speaking to a living person.
Life is
like a mountain. After his parents passed away, he realized how hard it was to live.
Over the years, I've also been under your care, and now I'm leaving home.
On the 1st and 15th of each month in the future, I won't be able to light incense for you, so you can't
blame me.
Occasionally send me dreams, don't act like you're really dead. As he said this, Hong Chen suddenly smiled, and a tear
fell uncontrollably.
He put down Hong Sen's spirit tablet and bowed to the two of them again, finally making a joke. I won't say much about my gains, but if I can't make a name for myself in Zhengzhou, I won't come back.
Hong Lan and Hong Hu woke up early today.
Both
opened their doors, and when Hong Chen heard the sound, he turned around and smiled. Did I wake you too? Hong Lan shook her head and said, I heard the noise and got up. I was just about to look for you too. Hong Chen waved to them and said, I'm heading out. Hong Chen took out 2 gold bricks from the Kunlun jade pendant. Each of you take one, keep it for emergencies. He then took out a pile of money from the Kunlun jade pendant. You keep this money too.
In a few months, you'll both be 18. Remember to go test your
talents in advance.
Looking at the pile of cash that formed a small mountain in front of them, Hong Hu asked, is this your top scholar
bonus?
I spent 2 million to buy a ticket for the intercontinental flying boat, and it costs 4 million to test your talent, so there's
exactly 8 million left here. You gave us all the money, do you still have any left?
Hong Hu, being a bit simple-minded, asked.
Out of curiosity. Of course I do.
Hong Chen conjured a gold brick out of thin air and then put it back into the Kunlun jade pendant.
I'm not short on money.
The 3 gold bricks were the payment that Jiang Menghu gave to Hong Chen after helping him purchase the
colorful stones.
This money is for you to test your talents in advance, don't use it recklessly.
Hong Chen instructed the 2 of them.
Then took out a book from the Kunlun jade pendant.
This is the Great Easy Spear Manual. Although Su Tianbao says that the 3 of us
can be considered his grandchildren, after my father had a falling out with him, he never used the techniques inside.
Although I modified
for knife techniques from the Great Easy Spear Manual, since my father doesn't use it, I originally didn't plan to give it to you.
2.
But since you've grown up, whether you learn it or not is up to you. After you test your talents, if you have good ones, don't
tell anyone. Keep it absolutely confidential, and don't show off everywhere to avoid attracting the attention of evil cultivators. My
top scholar bonus is for you to test your talents in advance, and your parents' compensation can be used to buy cultivation methods,
elixirs, and secret manuals.
You need to get a head start and strive for good results in next year's college entrance examination.
It's
best to get into a top university. If you can't, it's fine as long as you're happy, but it's best to get into a top university.
Don't let
me down, Hong Chen said, expressing somewhat contradictory sentiments. He was afraid of putting too much pressure on the 2 of them, yet also worried they might lack pressure and become complacent. When I'm not home, if you encounter troubles you can't solve, you can
go to Jiangnan province to find Su Tianbao. For small troubles, you can find Uncle Wang.
I only have one enemy in Jianghuai province, and that is Long Aotian's father, Long Yuantian. But after I became the top scholar, before I could take action, the high-level officials of the Great Xia Kingdom had already secretly dealt with him, so you too can rest assured.
The day before yesterday, Hong Chen learned
from Brother Zhu of the Ministry of Education that Long Yuantian had tried to hire someone to kill him for revenge, but the security bureau detected it in advance and reported it to the higher-ups.
Although Long Yuantian had some strength, he was nothing compared to a promising top scholar, and he was quickly arrested and sentenced to death. The process was very swift. Don't spend money recklessly. Don't be like me last year, getting a gold digger as a girlfriend and wasting my money every day. When you look at people, keep your eyes open.
Hong Chen didn't have much life experience, so he could only share his own experiences and impart some meager life lessons
to the 2 of them.
Seeing Hong Chen's worried and chatty demeanor, Hong Lan spoke up, Big brother, you don't have to worry about us
not having money.
When you were competing in the college entrance examination, I bet on you to win and placed a bet of 10,000 yuan. And in the end, I won several million.
Hong Lan smiled, you can keep this meager top scholar bonus for yourself. Is that true? Hong Chen looked skeptical.
I was also upset at the time, so I bet 10,000 yuan.
Now that I think about it, I should have bet more.
Hong Hu chimed in, yeah, I can testify that this is true.
Second sister won a lot of money.
After a moment of thought, Hong Chen waved his hand and said, money given away can't be taken back, you two can keep it.
Hong Hu is impulsive and hot-tempered. When You're at home, keep an eye on him and don't let him get into conflicts.
Seeing that Hong Chen wanted to change the subject, Hong Lan pursed her lips. She was perceptive and immediately guessed that Hong Chen wanted to divert their attention.
Big brother. Hong Lan opened her lips, her voice trembling. You've done enough? You don't have to worry about us. Don't always stick your neck out for
others in college. Your temper is worse than Honghu's, so if you can endure outside, just endure. You need to take care of yourself first.
Even though you always hide things from us, I know you've been under a lot of pressure. I know it's not easy for you. You are my best big brother.
By the end of Hong Lan's words, her voice was already choked with tears.
Hong Chen opened his mouth, but just smiled slightly as he turned around, waving his hand to the two, leaving behind a sentence. I'm leaving, see you in Zhengzhou next year.
The Great Xia Kingdom certainly has universities, but they are all ordinary ones, where those without talent can learn some knowledge and skills.
Though martial
arts universities are all gathered in the Tianwen realm of Zhengzhou, which is located in the center of the 9 provinces, with the remaining 8 provinces
surrounding Zhengzhou like stars encircling the moon.
Therefore, Zhengzhou is relatively close to the other 8 provinces, but its land area is also the largest, being 2.5 times the size of the other provinces. The Tianwen realm has hundreds of thousands of martial arts universities, with a population reaching hundreds of billions, making it the most densely populated area in the 9 provinces, without exception.
However, the permanent population in the Tianwen
realm is not large. It is almost entirely made up of martial artists attending university, of course, along with some teaching staff and service personnel
from various industries.
The Great Xia Kingdom is a strong nation, but not a superpower. Only the Jin Tian Empire in the Huayang domain is a superpower.
Therefore, only the Jin Tian Empire has cross-border flying boats. If Hong Chen wants to go to the Tianwen realm in Zhengzhou, he first needs to take the high-speed train to the Jin Tian Empire before he can board the flying boat.
The ticket for the economy class of the cross-border flying boat to Zhengzhou costs 2 million. While a slightly better business class ticket costs 8 million, and the most expensive first-class ticket costs 20 million.
The Huayang domain is
over 10 million miles away from the Tianwen realm, but the speed of the cross-border flying boat is extremely fast, capable of traveling 35,000
miles per hour, reaching the Tianwen realm in just 12 days.
Because the Huayang domain is relatively close to the Tianwen realm, it only takes 12 days. But for some remote areas, it can take over a month on the cross-border flying boat, with economy class tickets costing 7 to 8 million.
Hong Chen took a
taxi all the way to the high-speed train station, holding the ticket he purchased, searching for his seat.
The speed of the high-speed train is relatively slow.
Only over 300 miles per hour, taking nearly a day to reach the Jin Tian Empire. When Hong Chen found his seat, there was already a person sitting across from him, a man with a dark face.
Looking somewhat familiar, Hong Chen paused slightly and asked, what a coincidence.
You are Wei Wei, right? With such a dark face, who else could it be but Wei Wei?
A familiar female voice came from behind. Hong Chen turned around and saw Su Firen, with her high ponytail and dressed in white. What a coincidence. You're going to school too. Hong Chen made a rather cold joke.
I've been here for a while, just went to the restroom. Su Firen plopped down next to Hong Chen, as that was her seat.
Hong Chen tugged at the clothes that Su Firen was sitting on and asked, which university did you get into? Longjing University, Su Firen replied. The diary also mentioned that Su Firen got into Longjing University. Hong Chen was just confirming it. He looked at Wei Wei, who had a dark expression, and asked, what about you?
Wei Wei's face darkened even more. If it had been a few years ago, he could have gotten into a top university, but unfortunately, this year was full of strong competitors, so he could
only go to a first-rate university. Su Firen nudged Hong Chen with her elbow, giving him a look that seemed to say, aren't you just trying to make things awkward? Hong Chen didn't mean to say it that way, he just thought it was
awkward for Wei Wei to be sitting alone across from him, so he casually made a comment. Wei Wei's mood was complicated, and after a moment, he spoke up, I'm also unlucky.
My first opponent is Su Firen, and my second opponent is you. But losing to you, I, Wei Wei, accept it. After all, you're the top scholar, and your strength is evident. I admit you're very strong. Hearing Wei Wei's words, Su Firen raised an eyebrow and asked, what? Are you saying that losing to me makes you feel unsatisfied?
Wei Wei was quite frank. He said to Su Firen, we haven't settled the score yet.
Let's have a rematch when we have time.
Su Firen thought Wei Wei wasn't that capable, but his
tone was quite tough.
She couldn't be bothered with him and turned to Hong Chen, saying, this year, 7 people from the Great Xia Kingdom got into top universities.
Do you know who those 7 are? 7 people? Hong Chen was taken aback and said, shouldn't it be 5?
Luo Lai and Mu Yunlu were already admitted early, but they stubbornly didn't attend the training and insisted on taking the martial arts entrance exam, so excluding them, we originally had 5 spots. Hong Chen nodded and then guessed, you, me, Li Chang'an, Luo Lai, Ing Huanhuan, Xiao Dao, Mu Yunlu. You guessed it quite accurately. Su Firen said with a smile, then looked around and asked Ing Huanhuan should be on this train too, why haven't I seen her? She should be in another carriage. Hong Chen was also curious. Ing Huanhuan had received her cultivation method quite late, why had she suddenly become so strong? In just 3 months? Many who tested their talents early couldn't even make it into the top 5, let alone Ing Huanhuan, who had taken over a month after testing her talent to start cultivating. He had become stronger through fighting, reaching his current level. What about Ing Huanhuan? Did she also have some ability to enhance her level? That was her own secret. Although Hong Chen was curious, he didn't pry further. While Hong Chen and Su Firen were chatting, a long-legged, busty girl in a blue outfit sat down next to Wei Wei, directly across from Hong Chen. The girl in blue saw Hong Chen and excitedly asked, "You're Hong Chen, right? Who are you?" Hong Chen asked in surprise, as he didn't recognize her. Su Firen turned her head away, looking displeased, and said, "She's Situlan from the Qingju mansion in Shishu." Hong Chen looked at Su Firen and asked, "Do you two know each other?" "We've known each other since we were little." Situlan took over the conversation and said, "But it seems Sister Firen doesn't like me." Hong Chen immediately understood. Su Firen's Dei mansion, Situlan's Qingju mansion, and Wei's Jinyuan mansion were all prominent families in the Great Xia Kingdom, so they naturally had connections with each other. Although he didn't know what conflict existed between the two, Hong Chen was definitely on Su Firen's side. "Brother Hong Chen, you helped me take revenge. I was eliminated by Li Chang'an, and that last blow you dealt him really made me feel better." Situlan's tone was full of admiration. "I was just lucky," Hong Chen said, feeling a bit elated. Such flattery felt great. Situlan pretended to be angry and said, "You can't say that. You're not just lucky. The lucky one is Li Chang'an. If you had been a 10-star martial artist at that time, would there still be a double champion?" Li Chang'an took advantage of the situation and won because of his realm. Although it sounded a bit far-fetched, Hong Chen felt it made sense. It seemed to be true. If he had been a 10-star martial artist back then, he could have lasted longer before fainting, and then he would have been the champion. Su Firen lightly coughed, looking at the smiling Hong Chen, and asked, "Are you happy?" "Damn." Hong Chen immediately came to his senses. Situlan was really something. With just a few words she had him confused, and he almost fell for her tricks. "I'm supporting you, I'm definitely on your side," Hong Chen whispered to Su Firen. "I won't talk to her anymore." Situlan crossed her arms and lifted them slightly, revealing a deep cleavage. Hong Chen silently turned his head, quietly adjusting himself. The 4 of them sat facing each other, creating a somewhat low-pressure atmosphere, but Su Firen maintained a cold expression, and Hong Chen didn't dare to ask about the conflict between the two, so he also kept his cool. "Boring," Situlan said, then turned her face away, closing her eyes to rest. After sitting for more than 10 hours, they finally arrived at the Jin Tian Empire, and Hong Chen was about to burst from the confinement. He followed Su Firen out of the carriage, and when they left the station, he saw the figures of Li Chang'an and Luo Lai. Then, the 2 of them took a taxi to the interdimensional airship's docking station. Sitting in the back seat of the taxi, Hong Chen finally asked, "What conflict do you have with Situlan?" "Her style is problematic, I simply don't like her," Su Firen replied expressionlessly. The De family's values were strict, and they had high expectations for the children in the household from a young age. Su Firen had received strict education emphasizing character and morality, so it was natural for her to clash with the free-spirited Situlan. To put it simply, their worldviews didn't align. Following Su Firen's words, Hong Chen added, "I don't like her either." Su Firen responded with an "oh," and said, "But I saw you looking at Situlan earlier, you seem to enjoy it quite a bit?" Hong Chen, with a serious expression, declared, "Beauty and ugliness are merely skin deep, the superficial appearance means nothing to me." "I don't believe you. And in my eyes, you're much prettier than Situlan." "Really?" Su Firen blinked, unable to suppress her joy. Of course. This was also Hong Chen's heartfelt words, but Su Firen had a beauty that carried a sense of heroism, while Xiao Xiao had a beauty that was more delicate. Situlan and Lu Ruyan were somewhat similar, both exuding a seductive allure, a tempting beauty. In the sweltering heat of August, the sun hung low like blood, and the sound of cicadas rose and fell. The Jin Tian Empire was indeed a superpower, with a constant stream of pedestrians at the Intercontinental Airship Terminal. On this brilliantly lit evening, Hong Chen and Su Firen arrived at the waiting hall. Hong Chen had an economy class ticket, while the affluent Su Firen had a first-class ticket, allowing her to rest in the VIP lounge.
The intercontinental airship wouldn't depart until midnight, leaving them with a 6-hour wait in the somewhat noisy terminal. Concerned that Su Firen might not be comfortable, he suggested, "This waiting hall is both noisy and hot, you should go to the VIP lounge. It has air conditioning and it'll be more comfortable there. Calmness brings coolness. If you stop thinking about Citilan, you probably won't feel so hot." Su Firen teased him, perhaps having spent too much time with Hong Chen, as she occasionally joked when she spoke. "Besides, I'm not a pampered young lady. I've been practicing shooting since I was little and have endured more hardships than you. I'm just looking out for you, don't be ungrateful," Hong Chen retorted, holding back a more biting comment, as he felt it was inappropriate to joke too harshly. The two chatted casually when suddenly a commotion erupted. "Country bumpkin, watch where you're going. If you crash into me, I'll make you pay hundreds of thousands, and you won't have a life to spend it. I didn't do it on purpose, you crashed into me." A soft, weak voice reached Hong Chen's ears. Then came the mocking laughter. "These country folks clearly have never been to a big city, they don't understand any rules, thinking this is their countryside." Hong Chen patted Su Firen on the shoulder. "I think I heard Ing Huanuan's voice, let's go take a look." Ahead, a portly middle-aged man looked disdainfully at a young girl, his mouth firing off words like a machine gun. The girl was indeed Ing Huan, her head bowed, her voice weak as she attempted a feeble rebuttal. When Hong Chen first met her, she wore a faded school uniform and tattered cloth shoes. Although she had changed into a new outfit, the rural air about her was still hard to conceal. People from the Jin Tian Empire, being a superpower, naturally carried an air of superiority, their sharp gazes able to distinguish between the rich and the poor. The middle-aged man took one look and immediately sensed the invisible rural vibe emanating from Ing Huan. Hearing her weak protest, he sneered, "You don't even know how to watch where you're walking, do you think this is your little country?" Others nearby joined in the jeering. "This is what country folks are like, it's hopeless. Our Jin Tian Empire is chaotic because of people like you." Hong Chen cursed inwardly. The Great Xia Kingdom was also a strong nation, yet these Jin Tian Empire people didn't even ask and immediately assumed Ing Huan was from a small country. Was this the superiority complex of a superpower? "I can't take it anymore." Before Hong Chen could step forward, Su Firen was ready to stand up. "I saw everything that just happened," came a familiar voice. Hong Chen turned to see Li Chang'an, and Su Firen's advance halted. Li Chang'an pointed at the middle-aged man and recounted the situation. "You were clearly walking and talking on the phone when you bumped into her, how can you turn around and play the victim?" The middle-aged man, dressed in a suit, glanced at Li Chang'an and immediately scoffed. "Country bumpkin, you're all in this together, aren't you?" Li Chang'an lived in a small town in the Great Xia Kingdom, while Ing Huan resided in a slum in the provincial capital, so technically, Li Chang'an was the true country bumpkin. The middle-aged man arrogantly declared, "Can you compare yourselves to me? How much do you think your clothes are worth? My outfit is worth hundreds of thousands. If you ruin it, can you afford to pay for it?" Li Chanan's mind was very clear. He heard the middle-aged man trying to change the subject and immediately said, "We are discussing who hit whom. This has nothing to do with whether we are country folks, and it also has nothing to do with how much your clothes are worth." Just before, when he was on the phone, a business deal had fallen through, and the middle-aged man was already angry. Hearing Li Chanan's reasonable words, he became furious. The middle-aged man looked around and threatened in a low voice, "Poor bastard, watch your words. If I hit you, I only need to pay a little money. If you hit me, your parents will have to kneel on the ground and beg me." Upon hearing this, Li Chanan slowly gripped the sword behind him and quietly asked, "What if I want your life?" Although everyone in the 9 provinces could cultivate, those without talent often went into business or learned a trade. Even someone as gifted as Hong Sen, who had to work every day, remained stuck at the martial king level, ultimately becoming just like everyone else. Moreover, this middle-aged man, who was quite portly, had very low talent and had to run a business every day. With just one glance, Li Chanan could see that he was only at the 8-star martial master level. The middle-aged man wanted to speak, but, seeing Li Chanan's hand reaching for his sword, he ultimately said nothing, darkened his face, and walked away silently. The onlookers, seeing that there was no more excitement to watch, dispersed. Hong Chen and Su Firen then squeezed forward, and Li Chanan greeted them with a fist salute. Hong Chen returned the gesture and asked, "When did you arrive?" Li Chanan replied, "After I got off the high-speed train, I went to eat a bowl of noodles. I just got here." Su Firen held Ing Huan's hand and said, "It's all right now." Hong Chen also walked over and joked, "That big-bellied bald man who just went crazy, his purpose in life is to irritate us as much as possible while he's alive, and then when he dies suddenly one day, we can laugh and feel relieved, achieving the effect of raising and then suppressing our spirits." Ing Huan didn't laugh, but Su Firen couldn't help but chuckle and said, "You still have such a way with metaphors. You can go browse the online forums whenever you want. If you walk around in that cesspool every day, you'll eventually reach my level." Hongchen then suggested, "Since we just happened to meet, we still have 5 hours until boarding, so let's just wait together." The three had no objections, and the four found a seat in a corner. Hongchen looked at Li Chanan and asked, "You got accepted to Yuanyan University, right?" "No," Li Chanan shook his head and said, "I chose Tianzu University." The three were surprised to hear this, and only Hongchen laughed heartily and said, "Old man Chen Tianshu must be so angry he could spit blood." Li Chanan replied calmly, "Although the old man has been kind to me, he hasn't forced me in any way. I just followed my heart, so I chose Tianzu University." Hongchen nodded. "Tianzu University is the strongest sword cultivation university. It really suits you. You made the right choice." Yuanyan University, where Old Man Chen is, focuses on ice, fire, and thunder techniques. If you went there, you'd actually be at a disadvantage. "Did you get accepted to that university?" Su Firen asked Ding Huanhuan, who looked like a frightened little rabbit, anxious and uneasy. "I chose Yuanyan University," Ding Huanhuan said, softly, raising her head briefly before lowering it again. Since Ding Huanhuan chose Yuanyan University, it meant she must have a talent leaning towards the ice, fire, and thunder techniques. Zhengzhou is located in the middle of the 9 provinces, hence its name, but Zhengzhou is a shorthand. Its full name is Zhongtian Province, meaning the province in the middle of heaven and earth. The remaining 8 provinces are as follows. To the due east is Dongsheng Shenzhou, where the Huayang domain of the Daxia Kingdom is situated. Above Dongsheng Shenzhou is Pyongyang Province, located in the northeast, known for its high terrain, where clouds hang low and mist is ethereal. Baijula Province lies directly to the north, where heavy snow falls year-round, and the Tianqian Great Wall, which buries countless ancient heroes, is located here. To the northwest is Lingtsong Province, home to the Sword Rain capital and Luofu Sword Tomb, a sacred place in the hearts of sword cultivators. To the west is Daluo Jinju, where martial arts flourish and the people are extremely combative. To the southwest is Fangtian Wuzhou, a place that highly values martial prowess. With a fierce and valiant populace, many fearless heroes have emerged from here, including 3 of the 10 ancient heroes. To the south is Sanxian Daozhou, where Taoism thrives and incense offerings are abundant, and the martial skills here are referred to as techniques. In the southeast is Wudao Jizhou, influenced by Sanxian Daozhou, where martial skills are also called techniques, but the Taoism here is slightly inferior to that of Sanxian Daozhou. Due to the conflicting philosophies of martial arts and Taoism, friction and continuous warfare occur between Fangtian Wuzhou, Daluo Jinju, and Wudao Jizhou, Sanxian Daozhou. The wait for boarding is difficult to endure, but finally, at midnight, Hong Chen and his 3 companions board the interdimensional flying boat. Including Su Firen, it is the first time for all 4 to ride an interdimensional flying boat. Su Firen has flown on an airplane before, but a flying boat is not the same. Airplanes are relatively slow, with a speed of about 2,000 miles per hour, and can carry only a few hundred passengers at a time. In contrast, the flying boat reaches speeds of over 30,000 miles per hour and can carry more than 10,000 passengers, making it a completely different level of transportation. Although the flying boat travels quickly, Hong Chen, sitting inside, does not feel much of it. He only finds the economy class seats a bit cramped and uncomfortable after a long time. Soon, dawn breaks, and Hong Chen, sitting by the window, looks outside to see the morning sun breaking through the vast sea of clouds, slowly rising into the sky. Su Firen is in first class, while Li Chang'an and Ding Huanhuan are seated separately. As Hong Chen gazes out the window, someone suddenly taps him on the shoulder. He looks up to see a middle-aged man with a full beard, a robust figure like a bear. This man exudes a strong aura, likely a martial king. The middle-aged man lifts his sunglasses and asks, "Are you Hong Chen?" Hong Chen nods and replies, "Who are you?" "My name is Wu Di," the man says, taking out an ID and showing it to Hong Chen. "I am from the National Security Bureau of the Daxia Kingdom. Come with me." Hong Chen does not doubt him, as he has seen Hong Sen's ID before, but Hong Sen's ID says Security Bureau, while this man says National Security Bureau. The Security Bureau is a provincial department, while the National Security Bureau is a national-level department, with a higher status. If someone from the National Security Bureau is looking for him, could something major be happening? It can't be that there are bad people trying to blow up a flying boat, right? Hong Chen stands up and follows Wu Di, his mind racing with several guesses. The last line of the 7th page of the diary is August 15th, which is today, so he will only see the content of the 8th page tomorrow. Moreover, the diary does not record any incidents for today, so Wu Di's visit should not be a problem. Following Wu Di, Hong Chen arrives in first class, where Li Chang'an, Luo Lai, Ding Huanhuan, Xiao Dao, and Mu Yunlu are all present. Su Firen in situ. Lan are naturally here as they have first-class tickets.
There are also some other passengers, mostly young people, likely students going to the Tianwen realm for studies.
Everyone is here, Hong Chen thought to himself. That it was not good. Could something really have happened?
Seeing Hong Chen's worried face and uncertain expression, Su Firen knew he was overthinking and immediately walked over to his side, saying, "Stop overthinking." Hong Chen sighed in relief and said, "I see you all here, it's hard not to think too much."
Wu Di then explained, "It's because your talents are truly exceptional. Evil cultivators love to hunt geniuses, and the
higher-ups of the Great Xia Kingdom are afraid something might happen to you, so they sent me with elite members of the Security Bureau to escort you to the Tianwen realm."
Luo Lai and Mu Yunlu were already outstanding
talents who had been specially recommended. They were supposed to be escorted to the training base by someone sent from the higher-ups of the Tianwen realm, receiving concentrated protection and participating in
secret training, just like Xiao Xiao.
As for Li Chang'an, there's no need to mention, his talent might even be higher, at least that's what he claims, making him an easy target for evil cultivators. Therefore, to protect these individuals, the higher-ups of the Great Xia Kingdom dispatched elite members of the Security Bureau to specifically escort the group to the Tianwen realm. Wu Di continued, "Your seats are too scattered, and I'm worried something might happen to you, so I paid to upgrade your cabin.
Now that you're all together, it's easier for me to ensure your safety."
Additionally, Teacher Mu Bai from the Jade Emperor's Sacred Realm, General Long Xiao from the Great Xia Martial Sang Army, and Li Yunfei from the Mingyue Sword Pavilion are all stationed on this flying vessel, along with experts sent by the Dei Mansion, Jinyuan Mansion, and Qingzhou
Mansion.
Wu Di assured, "So you can rest assured, as long as you don't leave our line of sight, you will definitely be safe.
Even if you do encounter danger, we will protect you and ensure you are not harmed, unless I die."
This solemn guarantee sounded very much like a speech given in public, something to be heard but not taken seriously, lacking any credibility. However, it also indirectly indicated that this journey was very safe. Otherwise, Wu Di wouldn't have made such a bold claim. It was like saying, "If I lose, I'll chop it off."
If there wasn't 100% confidence, who would dare make such a guarantee? Wu Di finally joked, "And I
don't plan on dying. After escorting you, I'm preparing to go back home and get married." Upon hearing this, everyone smiled knowingly, their anxiety dissipating, leaving only anticipation for their university life. Beside Li Chang'an was a big-eyed cute girl who was smiling and chatting, while Li Chang'an quietly listened with a smile on his face.
Hong Chen sat next to Su Firen and quietly asked, "Who is that person? They seem to be quite familiar." "With Li Chang'an. She is the granddaughter of Chen Tianqiu, I think her name is." Su Firen thought for a moment but couldn't remember.
"Her name is Chen Yicheng," Situlan chimed in with a smile. "She didn't take the martial arts college entrance exam, but instead used Chen Tianqiu's recommendation letter to sneak in through the back door to Yuan Central University."
"Chen Tianqiu is her grandfather. This isn't called sneaking in, it's quite legitimate," Hong
Chen retorted, of course, also defending himself. Because in the diary, he had also entered Tianwu University with a recommendation letter from Su Tianbao. Hearing Hong Chen speak, Situlan moved closer to him and whispered, "Didn't you
notice?" "Notice what?" Hong Chen was caught off guard, he really hadn't noticed anything.
Situlan lowered her voice a few degrees and said super quietly, "Chen Tianqiu wants to matchmake Chen Yicheng and Li Chang'an."
Su Firen perked
up her ears at this, but Situlan stopped there, deliberately keeping them in suspense.
Hong Chen stroked his chin, suddenly enlightened, and said, "No wonder Chen Tianqiu didn't insist on Li Chang'an going to Yuan Central University.
He was waiting here."
Situlan said meaningfully, "So that old man is quite shrewd. Li Chang'an going to Yuan Central University doesn't benefit him much, but if Li Chang'an can become his grandson-in-law, he would hit the jackpot. I'm also quite outstanding, why is no one interested in me?" Hong Chen felt a bit unconvinced. Was he really not as good as Li Chang'an? Situlan glanced at Su Firen and said pointedly, "There must be. This girl was not a good person. She even tried to sow discord." Hong Chen caught the meaning of her words and was about to speak. Su Firen interjected, "I already admitted before that I have a good impression of him. At that time, he was just an F-level talent and a martial artist with a very low realm. The reason I have a good impression of Hong Chen is not because of his qualifications, nor because of his status, but simply because I like him as a person and feel he matches my heart's desire." As Su Firen said this, her sword-like brows stood upright, clearly genuinely angry. Situlan said sarcastically, "Wasn't your grandfather interested in Hong Sen's talent back then, which is why he arranged a marriage for him?" After Hong Sen refused, he arranged a marriage between Hong Chen and you. Your grandfather did this to firmly control Hong Sen. Your own thoughts are despicable, but don't think of others as so vile. Old Su simply appreciates my dad, which is why he wants to arrange a marriage for him.
Hong Chen's words were cold, and he added, moreover, Su Firan has saved my life twice, the bond between us is stronger than gold, and it's not your place to stir up trouble.
Hong Chen didn't believe a word of Situ Lan's statement.
If Su Tianbao valued his current self, then the self in the diary was an F-level talent with no realm at all, yet Su Firan didn't mind, and Su Tianbao even wrote him a recommendation letter.
What were they both after? If you don't believe it, then forget it. Situ Lan, having hit a wall, huffed and angrily walked away.
Hong Chen turned to Su Firan. You really weren't wrong, this Situ Lan is simply annoying.
Su Firan sighed. At this, don't blame Situ Lan, she actually has her own difficulties. Hearing Su Firan's change of tone, Hong Chen was surprised. What do you mean? Shouldn't we be united against a common enemy? Situ Lan wasn't like this before.
It's because of the decline of the Qingzhou mansion that she. The story is too long, and I don't like speaking ill of others behind their backs. Su Firan was unwilling to say more.
Hong Chen was not interested in Situ Lan. Since Su Firan was unwilling to speak, he was even less inclined to ask.
The cross-border airship had been traveling for over 10 hours and, at noon, docked at the Baishir domain in Kaixia country. Because there were many empty seats left, a
batch of passengers would board tonight in Kaixia country, so it needed to stay temporarily for a while.
Once the cross-border airship was full, it would head straight to the Tianwen realm in Zhengzhou. The Baishir domain was chaotic, with only Kaixia country being a superpower, while all the others were small nations. Frequent conflicts and wars occurred among the small nations, leading many refugees to seek asylum in Kaixia country.
The Huayang domain had also
experienced years of turmoil, and the prominent families like Dei Mansion, Qingzhou Mansion, and Jinyuan Mansion rose during that time. However, later on, the Great Xia Kingdom worked hard to strengthen itself and gradually became a powerful nation, and once it grew strong, the surrounding areas were filled with good people. Due to the domestic stability, Su Tianbao had to go to the Tianshan Great Wall to accumulate military achievements to maintain the prosperity of
Dei Mansion.
After graduating from university, Hong Sen also went to the Tianshan Great Wall, where he met Su Tianbao, who had already been there for several years. If it weren't for Su Tianbao accumulating military achievements at the
Tianshan Great Wall, Dei Mansion would have gradually declined like Qingzhou Mansion.
The cross-border airship had to temporarily dock in Kaixia country, and the people on board were getting bored, so one by one, they started to step
out for some fresh air.
Su Firan was listening to music with headphones, and when Hong Chen asked her to go out and take a look, she said she was too lazy to move, so Hong Chen went out alone.
As he walked out of the airport, an alternative
architectural style caught his eye, which he remembered was referred to as Gothic in the book. Although it was shocking at first glance, after looking at it for a while, Hong Chen found it a bit unaccustomed. He still preferred the
traditional style of the Great Xia Kingdom.
After leaving the airport, Hong Chen saw many refugees.
These refugees were emaciated, their clothes tattered, and their hair disheveled.
Don't you see, at the head of Qinghai, ancient white
bones are left unclaimed.
The palaces of thousands of rooms have turned to earth, and the rise and fall are all the suffering of the common people.
Hong Chen felt a mix of emotions. Fortunately, the Great Xia Kingdom was now strong.
He continued forward and soon saw a familiar face. This person was dressed in a clean, immaculate white robe, and it was the imposing Mu Yunlu. He was surrounded by a group of small children who were raggedly dressed, eagerly raising
their bowls and asking Mu Yunlu for money.
Since currency was not circulating, Mu Yunlu had to take out a gold ingot, break it into pieces, and put the gold into the bowls raised by the children.
Seeing someone giving money,
more children gathered around, followed by some emaciated adults who approached Mu Yunlu one after another. Mu Yunlu kept breaking the gold ingot in his hands, and his flowing white robe became stained with oil and dirt due to the
crowding of the children.
Hong Chen had no money left, only one gold ingot, but he needed to keep that for living expenses.
The Jade Emperor's holy realm is really vast and prosperous, Hong Chen said sarcastically and then quietly left.
The kingdom of Caixia produces a type of jade known as Xia Guangbaoyu, which emits a brilliant rainbow light, making it commonly used for crafting earrings, bracelets, and necklaces. Hidanio, or rather, Hidanio's wife, must really like Xia
Guangbaoyu.
Moreover, in Caixia, one can also purchase the famous Baishir from the White Stone domain. Baishir is very brittle and shatters with a squeeze, so it is not a material for weapon forging but rather belongs to medicinal herbs, possessing good medicinal properties, and is usually used for alchemy. Xia Guangbaoyu and Baishir are quite rare elsewhere, but in Caixia, they are common specialties, which is also the reason why Hong Chen left the cross-border flying boat. He had a gold brick weighing 5,000 grams, with the gold price at 600 per gram.
Hong Chen only spent 100 grams of gold to exchange for 1,000 jin of Baishir. Then he spent another 260 grams of gold to exchange for 1,000 jin of Xia Guangbaoyu. As for the
Various ores from the Great Xia Kingdom, he had stockpiled a lot before leaving. Since it was still early, after purchasing Xia Guang Baoyu and Baishur, Hongchen was not in a hurry to return to the flying boat but instead wandered through the streets, buying some valuable goods. Gold bricks are relatively common, but storage treasures are quite rare. Hongchen was afraid of being targeted by others, so he put the gold brick in his pocket. Since he only had one gold brick, he chose only cheap items. The weight of the gold brick gradually decreased from the original 5,000 grams to 3,000 grams. Meanwhile, Hongchen's Kunlun Jeju was also filled with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. A homeless child walked with his head down, and Hongchen, while looking at the goods on the surrounding streets, did not notice the child. The two collided directly, and the frail homeless child fell to the ground but quickly got up, bending down to bow and timidly saying, "Sorry." Hongchen was no longer that middle-aged man from before, so he naturally wouldn't hold a grudge against a child, and since he was fine, it was the homeless child who had hurt his arm. "I'm fine," Hongchen said, smiling as he patted the child's head, and the child then left. Hongchen continued to walk and browse, and he saw another potentially valuable item. Just as he was about to reach into his pocket for gold to buy it, his hand felt empty in his bosom. Damn! Who used the flying dragon to probe the clouds? He actually encountered a thief. The Great Xia Kingdom is known for its clear laws, and citizens abide by them. Hongchen had never encountered a thief before, so he never thought to be on guard. Hongchen cursed inwardly, suspecting it was the homeless child who had just bumped into him. He had very little money left on him. If someone was going to steal, they should go after someone else. This was his future living expenses. Hongchen was so angry that his teeth itched, and he immediately turned around, chasing after the direction the homeless child had fled. Although he could report to the safety bureau, he was leaving Saixia that night and had no time to wait for the safety zone to catch the thief. So he had to catch the homeless child himself. Hongchen was a 10-star martial artist, and he walked very quickly, searching through several nearby streets in just over 10 minutes. Unknowingly, he found a slum where many homeless people gathered, with sewage flowing everywhere and a terrible stench. The densely packed, uneven buildings were almost seamlessly squeezed together, and sunlight could not penetrate at all. This should be the old town of Saixia, where most of the buildings are old apartment blocks, with peeling walls revealing bare bricks and cement due to age. Although this was a slum, there were all kinds of grocery stores, snack shops, barbershops, and red light districts, resembling a Kowloon-walled city. Hong Chen was dressed in ordinary casual clothes, but compared to the homeless in the slum, his flashy attire clearly marked him as an outsider. Many homeless people eyed Hongchen with fierce, greedy looks, as if they wanted to carve a piece of flesh from him to taste. But Hongchen was not afraid at all. He was a 10-star martial master. Since these people had fallen to the status of refugees, they probably had very poor talent, just like Hongchen's previous F-level talent. As long as their talent was slightly better, it would be easy to find a way to make a living, such as becoming a security guard, bodyguard, or in security services. Hongchen sniffed the air. The same foul odor lingered. The refugee child who had just stolen from him carried this stench. "Don't let me find you. If I do, I'll give you a knife." Hongchen glanced around, glaring at the refugees who were sizing him up. This slum, though not very large, was intricate and complex, making it nearly impossible to find that refugee child, like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Hongchen had the heavenly eye. He summoned his spiritual energy, and after opening the heavenly eye, he used its telescopic and X-ray functions to scan the slum. He stood still, scanning for a few minutes, and finally found the refugee child who had stolen his gold brick. Hongchen adjusted his pants, lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and leaped over 10 meters, jumping over the foul ditch ahead. After walking a few hundred meters, he arrived at a staircase and was about to go upstairs when a woman in plain clothes, pale-faced and with disheveled hair, reached out and grabbed Hongchen's sleeve, asking, "Want to come in and have some fun?" Hongchen turned back at the sound. The door behind the woman was half open, with a faint red light glowing inside. "My money was stolen. I have no money," Hongchen replied, as he only wanted to catch the refugee child. "I'm not expensive," the woman in plain clothes said, perhaps still new to the trade and a bit shy. Hongchen, a man of integrity, shook off the woman's hand with an impatient tone, saying, "I'm not interested." The woman became more aggressive, grabbing Hongchen's clothing with both hands. "I don't need money, just give me a bowl of rice, and after I eat, I'll sleep with you." Hongchen was slightly moved, but he remained silent, shaking off the woman's hand again and leaping towards the 4th floor. He kicked open the door, and the room was dim, but the heavenly eye had night vision capabilities, allowing Hongchen to see the scene inside clearly. The refugee child held a knife in both hands, pointing it directly at Hongchen, his expression filled with fear, his body trembling slightly from terror. Behind the refugee child were several younger children, probably only 4 or 5 or 6 years old. A little girl hid behind the refugee child, her eyes dull and lifeless, likely blind, softly calling, "Brother! Brother!" A few other children lay weakly on the bed, so thin they were nothing but bones. Seeing this scene, the imposing Hong Chen couldn't help but have the images of Hong Lan and Hong Hu flash through his mind. Hong Chen sighed inwardly. He walked up to the refugee child, reached out to take back the gold brick, and then, with a little force, split the gold brick into two pieces. Wealth should not be flaunted. When you take it out, be mindful of those around you. Hong Chen placed the larger piece of the gold brick in front of the refugee child and then left. After going downstairs, he knocked on the door of the woman in plain clothes, placing the smaller piece of the gold brick at the doorstep before leaping onto the roof. He silently left after seeing the woman open the door and take the small piece of gold brick. Such is the world. Many people, despite living unsatisfactory lives themselves, cannot bear to see the suffering of others. Hong Chen returned to the flying boat, where Su Firen was still lying in the seat, wearing Bluetooth headphones, eyes closed, listening to music. Before long, night fell, the second batch of passengers boarded, and the cross-border flying boat set sail again. Su Firen took off her headphones and saw the dark expression on Hong Chen's face, asking, "What's wrong with you?" Hong Chen shook his head and smiled. "I thought the whole world was like the Great Xia Kingdom, but the outside is completely different from what I imagined. But perhaps that's how the world is. Behind any bustling city, there are places where sunlight cannot reach." Soon it was midnight, and Su Firen put her Bluetooth headphones back on, closing her eyes to listen to music. Hong Chen looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he quietly took out his diary from the Kunlun jade pendant. He flipped to the 8th page and began to read the contents of the diary. August 16, 5025, Su Firen and I were quite happy, but that bitch Situlan kept talking bad about me behind my back. She said I was living off others, said I was taking shortcuts, and even called me useless. Su Firen got into a fight with Situlan, and in the end, the air traffic control had to pull them apart. Today is August 16, the second day after boarding the flying boat. Situlan is indeed a bitch. Yesterday she was talking bad about Li Chang'an and Chen Yicheng behind their backs. In the diary, I didn't get the top score and was in a relationship with Su Firen, so it was only natural that I became the target of Situlan's slander. I need to keep my distance from Situlan in the future, Hong Chen silently decided in his heart. August 17, 5025, I exchanged items with someone in the Kunlun jade pendant and got a red flamestone. I consumed the red flamestone and then activated the heavenly repairing divine power, successfully raising my talent to B level. The diary's version of me was improving my talent too slowly, spending every day being lovey-dovey with Su Firen, and only managed to raise my talent to B level. But the real me was doing well, having already raised my talent to A level. Although I fell back to B level, it was still much better than the version in the diary. August 19, 5025. I was bored, so I spent the last 2 days meditating and finally broke through to a 5-star warrior. The diary's version of me didn't have the 8-9 profound art to grow stronger through battle, so my progress was very slow, just breaking through to a 5-star warrior. August 20, 5025, people have been dying on the flying boat. I heard that when the flying boat docked in Saixia country, some passengers who went out for fun got infected with a virus. Hong Chen was taken aback here. August 15th was just yesterday, and he had also gone out. Could he have been infected with the virus? August 21st, 5025, the situation is very dire. In just one night, more than half of the economy class passengers got infected, and those infected soon turned into mindless zombies. August 22nd, 5025, I really feel like I've hit rock bottom. Mu Yunlu is such a saint, why doesn't he just die? A creature that harms others and himself. August 23rd, 5025, finally, we managed to eliminate the zombies on the flying boat. I can finally breathe a little easier. August 24th, 5025, it turns out the flying boat had long been targeted by evil cultivators, and hundreds of thousands of them surrounded the flying boat. Now there's no way to escape. The cross-border flying boat docked in Saixia country, and then problems arose. First there were deaths, then zombies, and finally, it was targeted by evil cultivators. Doesn't this indicate that the evil cultivators got the news afterward and boarded in Saixia country? Then, there was a gap of several days in the diary, with the date jumping from August 24th to August 31st, the last day of the month. August 31st, 5025, fortunately, I had Su Firen with me on this journey, but I don't know what happened to the others. With so many evil cultivators blocking us, perhaps only Su Firen and I survived. September 1st, 5025, today is the first day of school, but Su Firen and I are in Xinghua. Although this place is also in Zhengzhou, it is still a long way from Wentian realm. September 2nd, 5025, because the flying boat was attacked, both Su Firen And I have been bitten by snakes in the morning and are afraid of ropes for 3 years, so we took the high-speed train westward. The events we encountered along the way made both Sufiran and I distrustful. Of everyone, we dared not contact the local security bureau. September 3, 5025. Although we have missed the start of school, the speed of the high-speed train is too slow. It will take at least 3 months
to reach Tianwen realm. September 4, 5025. We should have escaped the pursuit of the evil cultivators. After discussing, Sufiran and I decided to take the flying boat. After all, this is Zhengzhou, and those evil cultivators probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly. September 9, 5025. We were on edge the whole way, trusting no one, seeing everyone as an evil cultivator. It was just the two of us, without a large group, and since the evil cultivator's target was Li Chang'an, we did not encounter any danger. September 10, 5025. We finally escaped and arrived at Wendian realm. We are finally safe. After reading the diary entries, Hong Chen's frown deepened. He first had to face the zombies. After dealing with the zombies, the evil cultivators would attack the flying boat. Then, his group would split into several teams, each trying to escape. He and Sufiran would ultimately survive, while the others would be left with unknown fates. However, the most crucial entries from August 24 to August 31 were not recorded, possibly due to the tense situation that left no opportunity to document the day's events. In times of chaos and life-threatening danger, one can only think of survival and certainly has no mood to write a diary. But the entry from September 2 is also a bit suspicious. Why did I dare not contact the local security bureau? What events did we encounter along the way? It is likely that these events made me afraid to contact the local security bureau, but what were those events? Hong Chen closed his eyes and thought for a moment, a guess emerging in his mind. It should be related to the evil cultivators. Could it be that those evil cultivators disguised themselves as security bureau personnel and ambushed me? Or perhaps there is an undercover evil cultivator in the local security bureau, and my call to the bureau exposed my location? Then, there was the most critical point. I went out yesterday too. Could I have also been infected by the virus? When Hong Chen thought of this, his face suddenly turned very pale. What should I do? Am I just supposed to wait to die? But there was also some good news. The me in the diary and Sufiran managed to escape, which was a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. Moreover, the real me is not the burden described in the diary. Both Sufiran and I are 10-star martial artists. Evil cultivators like to hunt geniuses, so their target is definitely Li Chang'an. Although I am also a top scholar, everyone knows that I have an A-level talent, so I am unlikely to be their primary target. At this point, although Hong Chen was unwilling to admit it, he had to acknowledge that Li Chang'an was indeed stronger than him. Luo Lai and Mu Yunlu also had outstanding talents, and these two were probably targets for the evil cultivators as well. Besides, since my talent has dropped to B-level, those evil cultivators would definitely not hunt me. Hong Chen reassured himself, although he didn't know what talent Sufiran had. It should be around S-level. If her talent were very high, she would have been admitted to a top university early, and there would be no need for her to take the martial arts college entrance exam. Therefore, neither Sufiran nor I are the primary targets of the evil cultivators, which gives us a chance to escape. Zombies are not a big problem, we can handle them, but the main issue is the evil cultivators. Hong Chen felt conflicted about whether to tell the others so they could prepare in advance, but after a moment's thought, he decided not to say anything for now because there were evil cultivators on the airship. Besides Sufiran, Hong Chen didn't dare to trust anyone. He felt that everyone was suspicious. Even if Hong Chen spoke about this, others probably wouldn't believe him because he couldn't prove the truth of the matter. He couldn't just say to others, "My diary can predict the future." If someone said that to you, would you believe it? Probably no one would. They would think you were crazy. Moreover, the diary also recorded, "No one can be trusted, everyone looks like an evil cultivator to me." This undoubtedly confirmed Hong Chen's suspicion that there were definitely evil cultivators among the passengers on the airship. That was beyond doubt. Furthermore, on August 24, hundreds or thousands of evil cultivators would surround the airship from the outside. They had long been prepared for an inside-outside collaboration. Hong Chen patted Sufiran on the shoulder, and she took off her headphones and asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm curious about something," Hong Chen said. "If we jump off the airship, will we die?" Sufiran replied matter-of-factly, "Isn't that obvious? Of course, we will die. You're a martial artist, not a martial god." Hong Chen asked, "Why?" "My body is so strong, I can't possibly die from a fall, right? The airship's speed is over 60,000 miles. Once you jump out, you can't resist the wind, and your body will spin in the air, quickly leading to dizziness." Sufiran continued to explain. "Moreover, the airship is at an altitude of hundreds of thousands of meters. Do you think your physique can withstand that height? Physics books say that kinetic energy increases with height.
So the higher you fall from, the faster you'll go, and the impact when you hit the ground will be stronger. Hong Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising, I didn't expect you to be such a scholar.
I wouldn't
go that far, Su Firen smiled and said, but it also depends on who you're comparing with.
If it's with you, then of course I'm better.
Since jumping off the airship would definitely result in death, Hong Chen dismissed that
idea in his mind.
At an altitude of hundreds of thousands of meters, there was no signal for mobile phones on the airship, so he couldn't send a message for help. If there were a signal, Su Firen wouldn't have been listening to music the whole time, she would have been scrolling through Douyin long ago. Because he was concerned that the people around him were evil cultivators, if he spoke directly, he might be overheard.
Hong Chen took out a piece of paper, wrote a message, and then handed it to Su Firen.
I need to tell you something, please don't panic, don't speak, don't look around, let's communicate with paper and pen.
Su Firen was taken aback when she saw
these words, looking at Hong Chen in confusion, as if waiting for more.
Hong Chen continued to write, there are evil cultivators on the flying boat, they might be around us, anyone nearby could be an evil cultivator.
Su Firen's brows furrowed deeper as she read this line, then she took the paper and pen and wrote, how do you know there are evil cultivators?
Hong Chen wrote down a pre-prepared reason, I just went to the bathroom, the evil cultivators thought no one was there, so I overheard the robbers talking.
They plan to release a virus, first infecting the economy class passengers to turn them into zombies, then they will surround us from the inside and
outside.
Before Su Firen could send a message to ask, Hong Chen guessed her confusion and wrote again, of course, it's because Li Chang'an, Luo Lai, and Mu Yunlu have outstanding talents, that's why they are targeted by the
evil cultivators. Su Firen nodded.
Every year around this time, evil cultivators would attack flying boats carrying students, and there were many talents among their group, making them more susceptible to such attacks. Of course, the main reason was still because it was Hong Chen, he would never deceive her.
Su Firen then wrote, so, what do you plan to do?
I was thinking of jumping off the flying boat.
Hong Chen wrote this line, revealing a helpless smile. We can send a message for help.
My phone is a Huawei Mate 60, it can make satellite calls and send satellite messages. I can message my grandpa for help.
Su Firen quickly wrote this line, hurriedly took out
her phone, edited a message, but the signal kept spinning, and finally, a red exclamation mark appeared. Hong Chen shook his head with a wry smile, writing, since they dare to hijack the plane, they must have made sufficient
preparations.
They probably used a signal jammer to block the phone signals, we should think of other ways.
Su Firen looked at Hong Chen, her face filled with worry, and said, then what do you suggest? Hong Chen wrote a line, there's strength in numbers, who do you think we can trust?
Su Firen's eyes lit up at his words, she took the paper and pen and wrote, are you saying we can find a few teammates?
Hong Chen nodded, then wrote, who do you think is the most trustworthy, who is least likely to be an evil cultivator?
After a moment of thought, Su Firen wrote 3 words, Li Chang'an.
Seeing these 3 words, Hong Chen smiled, great minds think alike.
The primary target of these evil cultivators was indeed Li Chang'an, so he was certainly the least likely to be one of them. Hong Chen stood up and said to Su Firen, you go find Li Chang'an, I have someone in mind as well. The two decided to act separately.
Su Firen went to find Li Chang'an, while Hong Chen went to find Luo Lai. If Li Chang'an was the least likely to be an evil cultivator, then Luo Lai was almost certainly not one either.
Although Hong Chen had only met him once, Luo Lai's trustworthy and straightforward nature did not seem to fit the profile of a cunning and treacherous evil cultivator. Luo Lai stood tall and robust in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the flying boat, gazing at the rolling sea of clouds outside. Hong Chen stepped up to Luo Lai and, instead of rushing to discuss business, casually asked, which school did you get
into?
Facing the not-so-familiar Hong Chen, Luo Lai replied coolly, Tianwu University.
Oh.
Hong Chen's eyes lit up, his tone filled with surprise, we'll be schoolmates then.
You also chose Tianwu University?
Luo Lai was taken aback, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, what a coincidence.
Hong Chen said, Vice President Zhou Jielian came personally to recruit me, I had to give him some face. You really have a big name.
Luo Lai chuckled bitterly inside, the admissions team from Tianwu University didn't come looking for me, I applied to Tianwu University myself.
Didn't any other schools come to you? Hong Chen asked, puzzled.
With Luo Lai's talent, being accepted early was a sign of a top genius, there should have been many admissions teams seeking him out.
Luo Lai replied, the admissions teams from Lingxiao University,
Longjing University, Dongsheng University, Wuqiu University, and Doi Fulong Academy all came, but I didn't want to go to those universities.
Hong Chen curiously asked, since so many top universities came to you, why did you choose Tianwu University, which didn't even seek you out? Because those universities don't meet my expectations. Luo Lai clenched his fist, looking out at the sea of clouds. I have always wanted to enter Tianwu University. Before Hong Chen could ask further, Luo Lai explained, because Tianwu University aligns with my martial arts philosophy. Tianwu University has a strict hierarchy, divided into 4 classes, Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huan, and encourages students to compete against each other. As long as no one is killed, there are no major issues. The school is filled with the philosophy of survival of the fittest, where the strong are revered, with the Tian class being the elite and the Huan class being the lowest. Therefore, students in the Di, Xian, and Huan classes are constantly striving to rise. Students in the Tian class are frequently challenged, and if they lose, they drop to the D class. If they lose again, they drop to the Xian class. The Xian class can challenge the D class, and if they win, they can be promoted to the D class. The Xian class can also challenge the Tian class, but the odds are extremely low. However, if they win, they can be directly promoted to the Tian class. In Tianwu University's campus, there are almost always students fighting. What a scene that must be. Thinking of this, Luo Lai couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. He couldn't wait to get to Tianwu University and tear off his clothes for a thrilling battle. Seeing the excitement on Luo Lai's face, Hong Chen felt a bit helpless. Luo Lai was a battle fanatic. His entry into Tianwu University was like an addict seeing their fix or a fisherman finding a wild pond. Let me tell you something. With no other passengers around, Hong Chen didn't hesitate. He handed a paper filled with writing to Luo Lai. The paper contained the dialogue between Hong Chen and Su Firen. Luo Lai took the paper, glanced at it, and after a moment of silence, asked, "We only met once, why should I trust you?" Hong Chen replied straightforwardly, "I know you don't believe me, but you can wait for 2 days and see if anyone gets infected with the virus and turns into a zombie." Looking at the earnest Hong Chen, Luo Lai squinted his eyes, thought for a moment, and asked, "If I assume what's written on the paper is true, what do you want from me?" 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang. Hong Chen helplessly said, "My personal strength is too weak. I'm afraid it won't be enough to change anything. But many hands make light work. If we join forces in advance, our chances of survival will be greater. This reason is indeed credible, but you came to find me." Luo Lai stroked his chin and asked, "Do you not trust Wu Di or the dragon show of the Wu Xiang army?" Hong Chen's voice was very low as he said, "The enemy is hidden while I am exposed. I dare not easily trust others." Luo Lai grinned and said, "Then I must thank you for your trust in me." Hong Chen reminded him, "Don't make it public. Anyone on the airship could be an evil cultivator." "I have my own considerations," Luo Lai nodded and said, "but you are being a bit too cautious. There are tens of thousands of passengers on the airship, and the number of evil cultivators is limited. You don't need to be overly suspicious. But those evil cultivators' realms are probably not low. At the very least, they are at the martial spirit realm," Luo Lai added. All of the students were at the martial master realm, and the difficulty of breaking through to the martial spirit realm was too high. So even Li Chang'an and Luo Lai remained as 10-star martial masters. Therefore, as long as the evil cultivator organization sent out evil cultivators at the martial spirit realm, they could ensure absolute safety. The Great Xia Kingdom had anticipated this and sent Wu Di from the Safety Bureau, along with a team of elite personnel. Moreover, there was also teacher Mu Bai from the Jade Emperor's Sacred Realm, General Long Xiao of the Great Xiao Wuxiang Army, Li Yunfei from the Mingyue Sword Pavilion, and experts from the Dei Mansion, Jinyuan Mansion, and Qingzhou Mansion. Wu Di and these people were at the Martial Emperor realm, so logically speaking, this group of students should not encounter any accidents. However, the diary clearly recorded, except for himself and Su Firen, everyone else on the airship might have perished. This could only mean that among the Safety Bureau, Mu Bai, Long Xiao, and Li Yunfei, there must be an insider. This insider informed the evil cultivator organization that there were many experts stationed on the airship. After receiving the news, the evil cultivator organization sent more experts to attack the airship, which explained the situation recorded in the diary. Hong Chen could only say, "A cautious ship sails for 1,000 years. I suspect there might be an insider among Wu Di's group." Upon hearing this, Luo Lai's expression became serious. "If you say it like that, then things could get troublesome." Hong Chen forced a bitter smile and nodded. This was also his greatest concern. Those powerful bosses traveling thousands of miles naturally do not suffer themselves. They will certainly sit in first class or business class. The passengers in economy class are mostly small bosses who, although richer than ordinary people, can only afford economy class. Those ordinary people with low talent find it hard to break through to become martial artists. However, those who can reach the level of martial spirit can dominate in an ordinary county town and naturally are not short of money. Martial kings can walk boldly in provincial capitals, while martial emperors can reign supreme in an ordinary country.
Therefore, the passengers in economy class are mostly small bosses with low talent. In the back of the economy class, there sat a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 30s. The man's skin was a dark shade, and his eyes flickered with a gray light. A red mosquito landed on his fingertip, buzzing, and the man said, "The leader has sent word, we can act now." The woman, wearing a cap, jeans, and a dress, upon hearing the man's words, pressed a button shaped like a person on the overhead panel. A flight attendant, hearing the sound, immediately approached the woman and kindly asked, "May I help you?" The woman did not speak but blew a breath towards the flight attendant. The attendant's eyes instantly lost their sparkle, and the woman then said, "I'm not feeling well, can you take me to the medical room?" "Follow me," the flight attendant said, her eyes vacant, like a puppet under control, leading the woman away. The man closed his eyes, and in his ears, there buzzed 1, 2, 3 hundreds of red mosquitoes. These tiny red mosquitoes flew around the economy class, and the man moved his 10 fingers as if playing the piano. One red mosquito received the man's command, landed on a middle-aged woman's neck, and extended its long proboscis to bite her. The middle-aged woman first felt a slight pain in her neck and reached to scratch it, but suddenly let out a wail, "Ah!" Upon hearing the sound, everyone turned to see the middle-aged woman collapse to the ground, her body convulsing and frothing at the mouth. A flight attendant hurried to help the middle-aged woman, asking, "Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay?" "I'll take her to the medical room," the flight attendant said, seeing the middle-aged woman unresponsive, and immediately helped her towards the medical room. Not long after, a male flight attendant emerged from the medical room, saying, "Everyone, don't worry, that passenger just contracted a virus in Saisha country. She's not in serious condition." The passengers in economy class felt relieved upon hearing this, but no one noticed the male flight attendant's vacant eyes. In the following time, passengers in economy class began to faint one after another, then were sent to the medical room. But these people were actually already dead, and after being bitten by the red mosquitoes, they would turn into controllable zombies. The woman returned to her seat and whispered to the man, "The flight attendants on the airship have been controlled by me. I just controlled a flight attendant and tricked her into opening the cockpit where the captain is. I enchanted both the captain and the co-pilot. They are now under my control, and the airship is heading in the direction we planned." The man nodded and said, "I'm also ready here. As soon as I activate my spiritual energy, these passengers in economy class will soon turn into zombies. At that time, I will use the corpse control technique to manipulate these zombies to deplete the combat power of those people. But unfortunately, the corpse blood poison mosquito was only effective against martial artists, otherwise I could send the corpse blood poison mosquitoes to bite those in first class and save a lot of trouble." The woman said, "Not only are there geniuses from the Great Xia Kingdom and the Jin Tian Empire on the airship, but also geniuses from Saisha country. The hearts of these geniuses are great supplements. If we can capture all these geniuses, we can significantly enhance our cultivation." The man chuckled and said, "The most important thing is still Li Chang'an. According to the news from the leader, that kid's talent is truly astonishing, simply unprecedented and shocking." A greedy look appeared in the woman's eyes. "Do you think if we eat Li Chang'an's heart, our cultivation and innate talent would?" The man let out a cold snort, warning, "I advise you not to have such thoughts. If you're tired of living, I'm not. You're really no fun." "I was just joking with you," the woman complained, but she knew the man was actually tempted. After all, Li Chang'an's talent is unparalleled, one of a kind. In the past and future, in the 9 provinces for 10,000 years. As long as they could obtain Li Chang'an's heart and then use the devouring technique modified from the spirit swallowing divine art, they could significantly enhance their own cultivation. At the same time, by using the foundation seizing technique modified from the heaven mending divine art, there would be a chance to gain Li Chang'an's talent. The woman sighed at this thought. After all, modified techniques are still modified. If the sacred object from the sect hadn't been lost, she would only need to use the heaven-mending divine art to obtain Li Chang'an's talent with 100% certainty. Hong Chen was still worried about having contracted a virus in the colorful cloud kingdom, filled with anxiety and irritability. In the evening, he went to the tavern as usual, and after so many days, a new message appeared on the paper he had left behind. "Meet at 8 tonight." Hong Chen felt a surge of joy. With a great enemy looming, if he could enhance his innate talent, his chances of survival would increase. Su Firan had not returned yet. He must still be looking for other trustworthy people. Hong Chen patiently waited for 2 hours, and when it was 8 o'clock, he immersed his consciousness and spirit into the Kunlun jade pendant, then pushed open the tavern door, immediately spotting a familiar face. "You were looking for me?" Hong Chen asked a tall, thin young man. "Oh, it's you." Jian Jiao nodded. He had previously helped Hong Chen pay for his drinks.
Boss, bring me 2 bowls of wine. Hongchen handed a silver coin to the burly man and then asked Jianzhou, do you have what I need? 3,000 flames, red lotus, pure spirit fire, and the golden crystal of the sun, any of these would do.
I don't have what you want, Jianzhou smiled and said, but I have the true fire of the vermilion bird. What a false hope, Hongchen shook his head, the true fire of the vermilion bird is indeed a good
thing, but unfortunately, I can't use it. What if I add this?
Jianzhou took out a bluish-green stone.
This is the immortal travel stone? Hongchen was somewhat uncertain, but his heart was already pounding. If I'm not mistaken, you should be from the Devouring Heaven Demon sect, right?
Jianzhou asked first, then said, as long as you consume the immortal travel stone and the true fire of the vermilion bird, you can elevate to S-class South Ming leaving fire.
Hongchen suppressed his excitement and suddenly asked, are you also from my sect?
Not at all, Jianzhou shook his head and smiled. I traveled to North Julu Prefecture last year and met an evil cultivator from the Devouring Heaven Demon sect, which is how I learned about
these things. Hongchen awkwardly smiled and said, I was joking with you, I'm actually not an evil cultivator from the Devouring Heaven Demon sect.
I know, Jianzhou nodded and smiled, you don't have the evil aura of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect.
I could tell at a glance. But why were you testing me?
The burly man brought over 2 bowls of wine, and Hongchen pushed 1 bowl in front of Jianzhou, because I'm currently being hunted by the evil cultivators of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect. Jianzhou picked up the wine bowl, giving it a slight shake, causing ripples to dance in the bowl.
His voice was flat, you have a bit of cunning, but not much.
Hongchen, being mocked, showed no anger and replied, I call this knowing how to adapt to the
times. You want to ask me something, right?
Jianzhou finished speaking and then took a sip of wine.
Hongchen, having his thoughts exposed, had no choice but to ask directly, how should I deal with the evil cultivators of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect?
If it were me, I would naturally cut them down with a single sword. Jianzhou glanced at Hongchen and scoffed, with your words?
I suggest you wait to die. When the evil cultivators of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect encounter prey, it's like a dog finding excrement.
If they can't beat you, they'll call for the other dogs around, and then they'll swarm you until you're completely devoured. Hearing Jianzhou's metaphor, Hongchen felt a bit helpless, he was not excrement.
Jianzhou looked at Hongchen again.
His tone curious, but with your B-grade talent, how could the evil cultivators of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect have their eyes
on you? Are they blind?
It's not that they have their eyes on me, I'm just a fish caught in the crossfire.
If Hongchen had
known this in advance, he certainly wouldn't have sat on the same flying boat as Li Chang'an.
I'll give you 2 suggestions.
Jianzhou put down the wine bowl and said, the first is to escape.
Since you're not their main target, you can run away.
The second suggestion is to hand over the genius that the evil cultivator has set their sights on, that might give you a glimmer of hope.
Hongchen shook his head, this was not the answer he wanted. Is there a third suggestion? If you don't choose to run or
surrender, Jianzhou slightly widened his dead fish eyes and said, then you can only fight.
You have a bit of spirit and blood.
Jianzhou nodded in praise, then took a sip of wine and added, you've made me see you in a new light.
Hongchen scratched his head at this, I want to fight first, if I can't win, then I'll run away.
After all, the evil cultivator's main target isn't me.
Ha ha ha.
Jianzhou patted Hongchen's shoulder, you do have some spirit, but still not much.
Hongchen repeated his earlier
words, I call this knowing how to adapt to the times.
It's rare to chat so happily, I'll grant you a glimmer of hope. Jianzhou
picked up a pen and paper from the counter, then drew a sword on the paper. As he finished the last stroke, the air around them stirred as if sword energy swept through the heavens and earth. Jianzhou handed the sword drawing to Hongchen and said, this sword drawing contains a trace of my sword intent. When you encounter an enemy, throw it directly, you can kill it while below the
martial sovereign realm.
A casually drawn sword drawing could instantly kill martial artists below the martial sovereign realm. This was the terrifying power of the 9th-ranked big shot in the Sword Rain City.
Hongchen reached out to take the sword
drawing, feeling as if it weighed 1,000 pounds.
This thing is too precious, should I bow to you? You should focus on staying
alive first. Jianzhou waved his hand. To him, a sword drawing was just a casual act, not worth much at all.
The evil cultivators
of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect are very cunning, you need to be careful.
Hongchen carefully stored the sword drawing and then got to the point. What kind of ore do you want?
Jianzhou said, I'm interested in your radiant cloud jade.
How much do you want?
Jianzhou replied, 10 pounds.
I'll go get it for you. Hongchen pushed open the tavern door and returned shortly
after, holding a bundle of radiant cloud jade in his arms. Looking at the radiant cloud jade that Hongchen brought, Jianzhou reminded him, this is definitely more than 10 pounds. Anything extra is a gift for you, Hong Chen said nonchalantly, radiant. Cloud Jade wasn't expensive, and he still had plenty left. Jianjiu took out a fairy travel stone and vermilion bird true fire, saying, fairy travel stones are quite common for me, but vermilion bird true fire is relatively rare.
However, it's quite common in the Phoenix domain, and I happen to have some stock. The two exchanged the items they needed, and Hong Chen clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, thank you so much today. If I can miraculously survive, I'll treat you to a drink. Jianjiu nodded and said, goodbye.
Holding the immortal travel stone and the vermilion bird true fire, Hong Chen walked out of the tavern, then his consciousness returned to the real world. Now, he just needed to consume the immortal travel stone and the vermilion bird true fire
to elevate his talent to S-level Nanmingli fire.
But every time he enhanced his talent, his body would emit a terrifyingly high temperature. This time, as he raised his talent to S-level Nanmingli fire, the heat released from his body would likely incinerate the flying boat directly.
Moreover, if he elevated his talent to S-level, those evil cultivators might set their sights on him.
Therefore, Hong Chen felt conflicted. He wanted to enhance his talent but was also afraid.
Hong Chen's consciousness detached
from the Kunlun Jade Ju, and he opened his eyes to find several people sitting beside him.
Su Firan, Ying Huanhuan, Li Chanan, Luo Lai, Xiao Dao, Mu Yunlu, Chen Yicheng, Situlan, Wei Wei, Mu Bai, Chen Zhou from the Mingyue Sword Pavilion, and finally, an unknown fat man. Chen Zhou was the first warrior to challenge Luo Lai during the martial artist college entrance exam. Looking
at the people around him, Hong Chen had repeatedly instructed everyone to keep it a secret, yet in the blink of an eye, so many
had arrived. Was this a joke? How did they find out? Hong Chen glanced at Xiao Dao, feeling quite frustrated. Seeing Hong Chen's
expression, Su Firan said, although Xiao Dao's character isn't great, his stance is absolutely reliable, you can trust him.
Hong Chen let out a bitter laugh.
Mu Yunlu treated Xiao Dao as a friend, yet Xiao Dao had directly betrayed him.
How could such a person be trustworthy?
Noticing Hong Chen's demeanor, Su Firan added, he comes from the Tianqian Great Wall.
Upon hearing the words Tianqian Great Wall, Hong Chen nodded and said, then he is indeed trustworthy.
The soldiers guarding the Tianqian Great Wall certainly had both good and bad among them, but these people were undoubtedly warriors defending humanity, so as Su Firan said, although their character might not be great, their stance is reliable.
Li Chakan looked at Mu Yunlu and Mu Bai, saying,
people from the Jade Emperor's sacred realm have absolutely good character, I would stake my life on it. This was indeed true. Those from the Jade Emperor's sacred realm were known for their upright character, almost all being warm-hearted, helping the needy,
and saving lives like living bodhisattvas.
Moreover, there had never been any evil cultivators from the Jade Emperor's sacred realm, so Mu Bai and Mu Yunliu's character and stance were both trustworthy.
Chen Yicheng was also someone Li Chanan had brought.
This girl had a naturally cute and naive appearance, with clear, innocent eyes, so she definitely wasn't an evil cultivator. Although Wei Wei had a past with Hong Chen, his character was fine, but how did Situlan get involved?
Situlan seemed unreliable at first glance.
Mu Yunlu said, the Dei Mansion, Jinyuan Mansion, and Qingzhou Mansion were all pillars of our great Xia kingdom. Wei Wei and Situlan are both descendants of generals, so of course, they can be trusted.
Hong Chen rolled his eyes. If you say they can be trusted, then they can be trusted, what else can I say? What about this fat guy? I don't even know him. Hong
Chen pointed at the unknown fat man at the back of the crowd. The fat man was about 1.8 meters tall, weighed around 250 pounds. Had a round face, thick eyebrows, small eyes, a belly like a 10-month pregnant woman, sturdy legs, a chubby face, and was missing
a front tooth. Who brought this person? At first glance, he doesn't look like a good person. Hong Chen was at his wit's end.
I'll introduce this friend to everyone, Mu Yunlu said.
He is the second place in the college entrance examination of the Jin Tian Empire. I actually didn't want to invite him.
Xiao Dao glanced at the fat man with disdain and said, how can
someone who can't even control his weight control his mouth? Can you guarantee he won't let anything slip? Mu Bai frowned and looked at Mu Yunlu, scolding, didn't I tell you to be more cautious? How could you bring someone from the Jin Tian Empire?
You can call me Axie, the fat man said with a big smile.
This isn't really Mu Xiaoga's fault.
I can read minds, and I saw that Mu Xiaoga looked hurried and was a bit curious, so I figured it out. Mu Yunlu continued Axie's words, saying, then he latched on to me. I didn't want to bring him, but Axie threatened that if I didn't, he would make it known to everyone.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Dao raised an eyebrow and said, can I give this fat guy a knife? Everyone fell
silent, and Axie took a step back, hurriedly waving his hands. If you cut me now, it will only attract their attention.
Don't be impulsive. Let's forget it, Hong Chen said. Since it has come to this, let's just go with it for now. Mu Bai then said, although there is Li Chang'an's guarantee, this matter is indeed too big, and I still have some doubts. I can understand that Teacher Mu is cautious, Hong Chen paused and added, if you don't believe it, we can wait and see. Based on what I heard in the bathroom, someone will die in economy class soon, and those dead will turn into zombies. Because they were afraid of the evil cultivators hearing, everyone's voices were very low, and they tacitly avoided mentioning the words evil cultivators, instead using those people as a substitute. Xiao Dao also questioned, those people are plotting such a big thing, how come you happen to hear it? Maybe it's because I'm handsome, Hong Chen joked. He was indeed lying and had no way to answer Xiao Dao's question, so he could only bluff. I know you don't believe me, so I said, let's wait and see. Mu Bai shook his head and said, there's no need to wait and see. I'll personally go to economy class, and the truth will be revealed. This was indeed a way to investigate the evil cultivators' plans in advance. If he could find the evil cultivators, he could also take them out beforehand. Mu Bai was at the Martial King level, so if he acted, it should be a sure thing. Hong Chen nodded and said, Teacher Mu, be careful. There may be more than one or two of those people. Mu Bai reassured him, I'm just going to investigate, not to fight to the death. I will hide my level and strength well, and those people are also afraid of exposing themselves. As long as he was aware, Hong Chen nodded and lowered his voice, asking, Teacher Mu, if there is an undercover among us, who do you think is more trustworthy, Wu Di or Long Xiao? Wu Di is from the Dasha National Security Bureau, and Long Xiao is a general of the Dasha Martial Siang Army. Who is more trustworthy between these two? One is a public servant protecting the safety of the people, and the other is a general with outstanding military achievements. Both are very trustworthy, but if he had to give an answer, Mu Bai shook his head and said, I don't know. Keep your voices down, Hong Chen reminded everyone. Since he couldn't get an answer, he had to personally meet the two. The burly, bearded Wu Di was sitting in his seat with his eyes closed, resting. Hong Chen sat down in the empty seat next to him and asked, Brother Wu, why are you sleeping? Aren't you supposed to protect us? Wu Di opened his eyes helplessly and said, even a tiger needs to take a nap sometimes, you have to let me rest a bit. Hong Chen chatted, you told us before that you brought a team of elite security bureau personnel. Why? Haven't I seen them? The tickets for the cross-border flying boat are too expensive, I could only place them in business class, Wu Di casually replied. Hong Chen asked with a half-smile, so you, as a leader, sit in first class while your subordinates sit in business class, right? Wu Di felt the sting in Hong Chen's words and immediately sneered, isn't it to protect you? If the evil cultivators were to break in from economy class, they could at least hold them off for a while. Seeing that Wu Di was a bit angry, Hong Chen quickly changed the subject. My dad is Hong Sen, he works for the Jianghuai Province Security Bureau. Have you heard of his name? You're the son of Deputy Director Hong? Wu Di looked up at Hong Chen, then nodded and said, no wonder you have the demeanor of an old friend, turns out you are the son of an old friend. You do resemble Deputy Director Hong to some extent, but your features are a bit softer than his, and you're also more handsome than he is. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen sat down next to Wu Di and asked, do you know my dad? A few years ago, I was on a mission in Jianghuai Province, and your dad assisted me twice. That's when I had dealings with him. Wu Di leaned back in his seat, paused, and then asked, I heard, your dad passed away recently? Hong Chen fell silent, and Wu Di let out a long sigh, lamenting, what a pity. Although I only met him twice, your dad had the spirit of a hero. A righteous man, heaven is jealous of heroes. Seeing that Wu Di was no longer resistant, Hong Chen finally asked, why did the Great Xia Kingdom send you to escort us? Of course, it's because they're afraid you might encounter danger. Wu Di's answer was straightforward. The Security Bureau, the Great Xia Military, Jinyuan Prefecture, Qingzhou Prefecture, Dei Prefecture, and the Jade Emperor's Sacred Realm, all the top forces of the Great Xia Kingdom have sent people to escort us. Hong Chen stared intently at Wu Di and added, I feel like things are not simple. Wu Di smiled and said, that part is just like your dad, he seems rough but is actually very meticulous. Why are you making such a big fuss? Hong Chen asked in a low voice. Wu Di shook his head, it's a matter of confidentiality, I can't disclose anything. If you don't say it, I can guess. Hong Chen paused, leaned closer to Wu Di, and said, I guess it's because of Li Chang'an. Right? Wu Di's expression changed slightly, he was not someone who could hide his thoughts. He opened his mouth to say something but finally warned, don't go around saying that. Hong Chen knowingly asked, so there really will be danger? But you were so adamant before that there was no danger. Wu Di helplessly replied, there might be danger, but there might also not be, so I could only say that at the time. This ambiguous answer was not what Hong Chen wanted to hear. What does that mean? Wu Di explained, as long as Li Chang'an's talent doesn't get exposed, you won't be in danger. But if Li Chang'an's talent is exposed, you will definitely be in danger. So it all depends on whether Li Chang'an's talent has been exposed. Upon hearing Wu Di's words and combining them with the content of the diary, Hong Chen suddenly understood. He might have guessed wrong before. The evil cultivators were not boarding in Saixia country but had already boarded in the Great Xia Kingdom. And Wu Di, Long Xiao, Mu Bai, and Li Yunfei were not evil cultivators. The content of the diary from August 24 read, "It turns out the flying boat has long been targeted by the evil cultivators." This undoubtedly indicated that Li Chang'an's talent had already been exposed. So there was only one possibility: there was a mole in the upper echelons of the Great Xia Kingdom who leaked this matter to the evil cultivators, allowing them to prepare in advance. The main reason is also because of the diary on the 8th page, which has gaps and the content is too chaotic and unclear, leading to Hong Chen's erroneous speculation. Thinking of this, Hong Chen no longer hesitated and said directly, "It has indeed been exposed." Wu Di, lying in his seat, slightly sat up and asked seriously, "What do you mean by that?" "A few hours ago, I overheard the plans of the evil cultivators. They have already infiltrated the economy class, preparing to turn the people there into zombies, and then cooperate with the evil cultivators coming from behind to strike us down in one fell swoop," Hong Chen said with guilt. "Moreover, I misjudged before, thinking you and Long Xiao were undercover for the evil cultivators, but I didn't expect Li Chang'an's talent had already been exposed." Wu Di straightened up and asked a repeated question, "Can you be a bit clearer? What do you mean by that?" Hong Chen had to explain in detail, "I suspect that there are undercover evil cultivators among the high ranks of the Great Xia Kingdom. They leaked Li Chang'an's talent to the evil cultivators and also disclosed the Great Xia Kingdom's deployment. So even though the Great Xia Kingdom had deployed many experts on the airship, they were still beaten and fled by the evil cultivators in the diary. It was precisely because the evil cultivators knew the Great Xia Kingdom's deployment that they sent more evil cultivators in advance to surround the airship." Wu Di sighed upon hearing this and said, as expected, "You know there are undercover evil cultivators among the high ranks of the Great Xia Kingdom?" Hong Chen was surprised. Wu Di said in a low voice, "I am from the Security Bureau, of course, I know some things you don't. The evil cultivators you mentioned should be from the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect, a malignant tumor that spreads across the 9 provinces with a large number of followers. 200 years ago, some followers came to the Great Xia Kingdom and quickly grew in strength. Your father fell victim to this evil cult. Over the years, I have dealt with the evil cultivators of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect many times and have sent quite a few people in. But those evil cultivators I locked up in prison would be released not long after. Later, I simply stopped locking them up. Whenever I encountered evil cultivators, I would kill them all. But because of this, I offended some big shots, which is why I have been unable to rise up. Your father was the same, which is why Wang Defa was parachuted into Jianghuai Province. My colleagues in the Security Bureau almost all anticipated that this mission would be leaked. After all, Li Chang'an's talent is truly astonishing. There is no wall that doesn't let the wind through, so this matter cannot be hidden." Wu Di said with a bitter smile. "When the director issued the mission, no one dared to take it. We all knew this mission was a life or death situation, so even when the director spoke harshly, no one in the bureau stepped forward." Hearing Wu Di's rambling, Hong Chen asked, "So in the end, your director forced this mission onto you?" "Not really." Wu Di shook his head, revealing a complex smile. "I took the mission myself." "Why?" Hong Chen was surprised again. "Aren't you afraid of dying?" "Of course I'm afraid," Wu Di nodded, but then shook his head, "but I'm even more afraid that you young people will die halfway, meeting your end in the underworld. If you can miraculously survive to the Tianwen realm, grow up, become talented, return after your studies, and then uproot this malignant tumor that has taken root in the Great Xia Kingdom, then even if I, Wu, die 1,000 or 10,000 times, what does it matter?" Hong Chen felt a surge of respect upon hearing this. He recalled a saying he had read before: "There are no heroes descending from the heavens, only ordinary people stepping forward." Therefore, what is truly great is not the heroes, but those ordinary people who make great decisions. Wu Di stood up and patted Hong Chen on the shoulder. "I will go find Long Xiao, Li Yunfei, and Mu Bai to discuss how to respond." Hong Chen reminded, "Teacher Mu Bai already knows, just inform the others." Wu Di made a sound of acknowledgement and then turned to walk towards a white-clad swordsman in the distance. This person was Li Yunfei from the Mingyue Sword Pavilion, and he was also Chen Zhou's master-uncle. Long Xiao was a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, a scarred face, and a serious demeanor. Upon seeing that Hong Chen had brought back Wu Di, Long Xiao, and Li Yunfei, Xiao Dao showed displeasure and said harshly, "Did you not say you wanted to keep this a secret? Did you not say there might be evil cultivators among these people?" "I was overly cautious before," Hong Chen explained. I underestimated the situation. Li Yunfei already knew the ins and outs of the matter and he defended Hong
Chen, saying, a cautious approach is wise, you did nothing wrong by acting this way. Wu Di addressed everyone, now that everyone is here, let's discuss what we should do.
Mu Bai's expression was not good, he interjected, I just went to the economy class.
Although I didn't find any bodies, there was a bloody smell in the air, so Hong Chen wasn't lying, someone did die in the economy class.
Moreover, I also discovered several experts, Mu Bai added.
There are 2 martial kings, 1 male and 1 female, and dozens of martial spirits, but there might be more experts, that's all I found.
I have a plan, Long Xiao said. Let's take the
initiative and catch them off guard. Mu Laoshi, Wu Di, Li Yunfei, and I, the 4 of us are all at the martial king level.
With 4 against 2, our chances of winning are high. We can capture them first and then interrogate them. Li Yunfei raised his hand and said, I agree. Wu Di also said, I have no objections.
Mu Bai still had concerns, but since the other 3 agreed, he had no choice but to say, then I agree as
well.
Wu Di looked at Hong Chen and the others and said, you stay in first class, I will have the brothers from the security bureau come to protect you.
Upon hearing this, Mu Bai added, there are also 3 experts.
From the Dei Mansion, Qingzhou Mansion, and Jinyuan Mansion. All 3 are at the peak of martial spirit, I will call them to first class as well.
Hong Chen had no objections to this proposal because if they did
not act in advance, in a few days on August 24th, hundreds of evil cultivators would surround the flying boat, and at that time, there would be no way to escape. Since they would have to act sooner or later, the earlier they acted, the more favorable the situation would be for their side. Wu Di and the other 3 strode forward with determination, and Hong Chen could only wish them good luck as he watched their retreating figures. The chubby Axie leaned in close to Hong Chen and whispered, Brother Hong, did you hear the evil cultivator's plan in the bathroom? Upon hearing this, Hong Chen turned around and, seeing Axie, felt a chill in his heart and immediately focused his mind.
This fat guy could read minds, he couldn't let him catch on.
If the diary incident was exposed, he would be in trouble.
I'm definitely lying. Hong Chen put on a smile and then chuckled, if you don't believe me, you can leave. Axie's expression froze, he hadn't
expected that answer, and Hong Chen had spoken both truth and falsehood.
Axie's mind-reading ability couldn't penetrate the layers of
truth and deception in Hong Chen's words.
Don't be like that.
Axie could only force a smile, his expression full of harmlessness. I just wanted to chat with you a bit, I didn't mean to leave. Then you stay put. Hong Chen's smile turned sinister as he warned, if you dare to probe me again or use your mind reading on me, I won't hesitate to stab you.
Axie's face was full of apologetic smiles as he assured, I promise I won't read your mind, I promise not to cause trouble, so you can relax.
I hope you can keep your word because I will definitely keep mine, Hong Chen said, then turned and walked towards Su Firen.
Watching Hong Chen's back, Axie's smile vanished and his chubby face turned expressionless. Hong Chen didn't hide his words, he said to Su
Firen, although Wu Di and the others are very confident, Mu Bai also said that there are at least 2 evil cultivators at the martial king level in the economy class, and there might be others he hasn't discovered, so we need to be prepared.
If Wu Di and
the others are defeated, we won't be caught off guard. Hearing such cautious words, Su Firen reassured him, you can rest easy. Mu Bai and Long Xiao are both 10-star martial kings, and Wu Di and Li Yunfei are 9-star martial kings.
Together, they can easily push over a small country.
Unless there are 4 evil cultivators at the martial king level in the economy class, it would
be pointless. Hong Chen poured cold water on him, what if there are evil cultivators at the martial emperor level in the economy class?
That could be possible. Su Firen paused, then added, if we exclude the hidden experts from the 36 caves and
72 blessed lands, our great Xiao's martial emperors are few and far between.
Even the strongest in Huayan domain, the Jin Tian Empire, seems to have only 9 martial emperors.
How could there be martial emperors among these evil cultivators?
Su Firen became increasingly skeptical. Those who reach the martial emperor level have everything they want, money, power, beauty. How
could they possibly become evil cultivators?
Although there were evil cultivators in Great Xia, they were all insignificant. Even though Hong Xin was killed by an evil cultivator at the martial zone level, the security bureau had said that the martial zone level evil cultivator was just passing through. The real reason that evil cultivator came to Great Xia was for the
Kunlun jade pendant in Hong Chen's possession.
That may be true, but better safe than sorry. Just as Hong Chen finished speaking, an explosion sounded from the economy class ahead. Su Firen paused and prayed, please don't let your crow's mouth be right. After the explosion, everyone felt a bit anxious, and then the sounds of fighting erupted. Just over 10 seconds later, the noise ceased, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief.
After a few minutes of calm, the sounds of fighting erupted again.
this time lasting much longer and the sounds of battle growing more intense. It took a full 10 minutes for the noise to gradually quiet down, and not long after, everyone saw Mu Bai, Wu Di, and Li Yunfei returning. Wu Di and Mu Bai were heavily injured, both covered in blood, supporting each other as they returned to the first-class cabin. The slightly less injured Li Yunfei took up the rear, slicing through the zombies pursuing them with a single sword, then guarding the aisle between the first class and business class. Behind him a massive wave of zombies surged forward.
The masters from Dei Mansion, Qingzhou Mansion, and Jinyuan
Mansion, along with the elites from the security bureau, rushed to the first-class cabin door to assist Li Yunfei.
Mu Bai supported
Wu Di, and after they entered the first-class cabin, they both fell to the ground. By the time Hong Chen arrived, Mu Yunlu had already taken out 2 pills from his pocket and fed them to Mu Bai and Wu Di. Mu Bai's injuries were slightly lighter. After a moment of adjusting his breath, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth.
Hong Chen
was already very anxious, but someone was even more impatient.
Xiao Dao saw Mu Bai open his eyes and asked eagerly, "Where's Long? Xiao, why are only the 3 of you back? What happened in economy class?"
Faced with Xiao Dao's rapid-fire questions, Mu Bai forced a smile and said, "General Long Xiao is dead. The 2 evil cultivators had low realms. The man was a 5-star martial king, and the woman was a 4-star martial king.
They were subdued in an instant.
After subduing the 2 evil cultivators, I used the secret technique of the Jade Emperor's sacred realm to interrogate the male evil cultivator about their purpose and plan.
This time,
but I didn't ask for long before a male evil cultivator suddenly burst out from the cockpit where the pilot was, and
he should have the realm of a martial emperor."
Mu Bai omitted the details that followed, but everyone could guess what had
happened.
Long Xiao was unfortunately shot dead by that martial emperor evil cultivator while covering our retreat, but that martial emperor evil cultivator didn't fare well either. Long Xiao's last desperate strike pierced through his chest.
As Mu Bai spoke, he couldn't help but cough twice, spitting out a few drops of blood.
Xiao Dao wanted to ask more, but Hong Chen said, "You
should calm your breath first."
The zombies rushing towards the first-class cabin, although possessing the realm of the deceased in life, had no thoughts and only knew to charge forward, making them not very threatening. Although there were many zombies, with the reinforcements from the security bureau's elites, Li Yunfei was also able to extricate himself.
The very front of the
cross-border flying boat was the pilot's cockpit, followed by the largest economy class, then the business class, and finally the
first-class cabin.
The flight attendants had all been controlled by the evil cultivators, and all the passengers in economy class had been infected and turned into zombies. Some people from business class had escaped to first class, but more passengers had been infected. Li Yunfei walked over to the group, glanced at Wu Di and Mu Bai, who were adjusting their breath, and felt slightly relieved.
"Don't panic."
After comforting them, Li Yunfei said, "The low-realm evil cultivators in economy class have all been
killed by us, and the 3 high-realm evil cultivators are also heavily injured and temporarily have no strength to attack." Hong Chen didn't want to hear such formalities and asked, "What did Mu Bai find out from the evil cultivator?"
Li Yunfei replied, "He learned a lot. The pilot was controlled by the evil cultivator's charm technique, and the cross-border flying boat is heading
towards the Great Black Sky Realm." She interjected, "Isn't our flying boat heading towards the Tianwen Realm? What are the evil cultivators controlling the boat to go to the Great Black Sky Realm for?" Li Yunfei explained, "The evil cultivators have set up a net in the evil man country of the 6 Paths Demon Domain in the Great Black Sky Realm, just waiting for us to arrive, and then, as Hong Chen said, they will coordinate internally and externally to attack us." Just from the name, one could tell that the 6 Paths Demon Domain was not a place for decent people. It was almost entirely filled with evil cultivators, and many demonic sects had established branches there, with the branch of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect located in the evil man country. In first class, there were still some passengers from the kingdom of Kaixia and the Jin Tian Empire, and some economy class passengers had also fled to first class, making the scene very chaotic. Many people came over to ask what had happened, but no one had the mood to explain. Only the pure-hearted Mu Yunlu and Xiangren explained the ins and outs. Then, the situation in first class became even more chaotic, with some passengers even hurling insults at each other. The hot-tempered socialite Xiao Dao immediately drew his black knife and said fiercely, "Whoever is not convinced, step up and fight." Immediately, a passenger shouted back, "Clearly, it's you who dragged us down, and you still want to fight us. Relying on a bit of strength, do you even have any reason left?" Everyone fell silent. It was clear that the real culprits were the evil cultivators, and Hong Chen and his group were also victims, but these passengers dared not blame the evil cultivators and could only vent their anger on Hong Chen and his group. Xiao Dao was not going to let them off easily. When I treat you like a person, can you at least try to act like one? I'm just relying on my strength. If anyone keeps whining, I'll kill them right now. The passengers all shut their mouths, too angry to speak. This is what they call evil people having their own way of dealing with evil. Seeing this situation, she asked Li Yunfei, what is the purpose of the evil cultivators attacking the flying boat?
Upon hearing this question, Li Yunfei fell silent, but everyone knew in their hearts and simultaneously glanced at Li Chang'an.
Li Chang'an pressed his lips together, remaining silent, while Chen Yicheng, like a protective little cat, said irritably, what are you all looking at? Xiao Dao glanced at Chen Yicheng and scoffed, you don't know what we're looking at? Why do you care what we look at? Who knows what you're looking at? Li Chang'an placed a hand on Chen Yicheng's shoulder, gently interrupting her words.
The taciturn Luo Lai spoke up, talking about this now is pointless, we should consider
how to deal with what's coming next. I suggest we directly hand Li Chang'an over to the evil cultivators. Xiao Dao proposed the most pragmatic solution.
Wu Di, who was healing, opened his eyes and, in a rush, coughed up a pool of
blood. No way.
Luo Lai also spoke up, that's impossible.
Xiao Dao, filled with anger, questioned, do you have a better solution? Are we really going to sacrifice all of us for one Li Chang'an?
Are we going to wait for that martial
Emperor evil cultivator to recover or for the flying boat to reach the evil country of the 6 paths of demons, just sitting here waiting for death?
Luo Lai retorted, this is your selfish desire, don't drag us into it.
Xiao Dao looked at Hong Chen and the others, saying, what about you? What do you think?
She, having used mind reading, understood the situation and immediately expressed, I support it. I raise both hands in support.
Upon hearing this, Li
Chang'an remained calm, speaking nonchalantly, in life and death, if I can protect you all, my life is not worth much.
Since you've said that, I'll consider you have guts. Xiao Dao looked at everyone and said, setting aside Li Yunfei, Wu Di, and Mu Bai, let's raise our hands to vote. Whatever the result, that's what Li Chang'an will face.
I refuse.
Luo Lai raised his voice, if it's someone else's life to exchange for mine, I, Luo, am not worthy of living.
I don't agree with this method either. Mu Yunlu shook his head, looking at Xiao Dao and saying, I think people shouldn't, at least not be selfish to this extent.
Situlan then said, this isn't selfish, it's human nature.
I have human nature, so I think we should hand over Li Chang'an.
Su Firan laughed upon hearing this, to twist the words human nature like this, I think you're the one without humanity, I oppose. Wei Wei glanced at Li Chang'an. Speaking with guilt, I'm sorry, I don't want to die.
Xiao Dao, Wei Wei, Situlan, and she wanted to hand over Li Chang'an, while Luo Lai, Su Firan, Mu Yunlu, and Chen Yicheng refused to do so.
If it's 4 against 4, how will you 3 choose? Xiao Dao looked at Hong Chen, Ing Huanhuan, and Chen Zhou.
Ing Huanhuan was relatively timid, but being timid and being afraid of death were not the same thing at certain times.
As Luo Lai said, if one had to
exchange someone else's death for their own life, living would not bring peace of mind. Ing Huanhuan said timidly, I don't want to give up Li Chang'an, he helped me at the airport before.
Chen Zhou remained silent and looked at Li
Yunfei. Both were from the Mingyue Sword Pavilion, and Li Yunfei was Chen Zhou's master's uncle. Seeing this, Li Yunfei spoke lightly, a swordsman must follow their heart, you can choose for yourself, do not change your thoughts because
of me.
I'm sorry, master uncle, I will disappoint you, Chen Zhou said, lowering his head.
I want to give up Li Chang'an. It was currently 5 against 5, and only Hong Chen had not voted yet. Wu Di opened his eyes again, angrily and weakly saying, why doesn't my vote count? Because you all came to protect Li Chang'an, Xiao Dao snorted coldly. If you are counted, what meaning does this vote have? No matter the result, I will accept it. Li Chang'an
was an open-minded person, and he felt that he was the one who had burdened everyone. If Hong Chen agreed to give him up, Li Chang'an smiled, holding his sword and laughing towards the sky, unafraid of death and without regret.
Since ancient times, who has not died?
It's just a matter of dying early or late. If his life could save everyone, it would be worth it.
Everyone's gaze turned to Hong Chen.
In this serious moment, Hong Chen could hardly contain himself. He reached down to scratch his groin, feeling really uncomfortable. If he had known, he would have voted first.
Xiao Dao stared at Hong Chen and asked, will you give up Li Chang'an?
This was a trap question. Xiao Dao asked give up, and if the pressure was too great, it would make someone blurt out the words give up. Having experienced life and death, Hong Chen naturally would not be affected by such a trick.
Chen Yicheng looked tense, tightly gripping the hem of Li Chang'an's clothes.
If Hong Chen said he would give up Li Chang'an, she would hold on to him tightly, not letting this naive guy go to his death. Hong Chen finally spoke, I have a worthless life, if I die, so be it. But someone like Li Chang'an, with extraordinary talent and an open heart, cannot be wasted by evil cultivators. So I think we shouldn't give him up. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd varied, some were complex, some were angry.
Some were delighted, and some were relieved. Hearing Hong Chen's answer, Xiao Dao was furious and scolded, "You and Li Chang'an both deserve to die. Once a senior gave me a sword map. This sword map can kill any martial artist below the martial sovereign level in an instant." After saying this, Hong Chen looked at the timid Xiao Dao and said flatly, "So, should I still die now?" Xiao Dao's face turned ashen and he said nothing. Hong Chen stared at Xiao Dao, not letting him off the hook, and asked again, "I'm asking you. Should I die or not? If you think I should die, I won't take that sword map." Xiao Dao clenched his fists, his face turning red, and finally said, "You shouldn't. The power of the sword diagram can instantly kill any martial artist below the martial sovereign realm. Such terrifying power is also enough to destroy this cross-border flying ship. Wu Di and Mu Bai are seriously injured if they were to attack immediately. Without the protection of the two, Hong Chen and his group would surely fall to their deaths from such a high altitude. After all, it is hundreds of thousands of miles up. The cross-border flying ship still has 6 days to reach the evil nation of the Six Paths Demon Domain, so everyone is still safe for now. Therefore, after discussion, they decided to wait a few days for Wu Di and Mu Bai to recover before dealing with that martial emperor evil cultivator. After the sword diagram destroys the flying ship, Wu Di, Mu Bai, and Li Yunfei can fly and still have the strength to carry 3 people down to the ground. The 3-peak martial spirit guards from Dei Mansion, Jingzhu Mansion, and Jinyuan Mansion can each carry 1 person to land safely, which is also a method agreed upon by everyone. However, there is still one thing to address: tens of thousands of zombies are continuously attacking the first-class cabin. Su Firan, Luo Lai, Xiao Dao, and Wei Wei volunteered to go kill the zombies. Hong Chen stayed in the first-class cabin. He didn't want to join in the chaos. The heavy smell of blood wafted into the first-class cabin, and Li Chang'an quietly sat down next to Hong Chen. After a moment of silence, he said, "Thank you. That vote just now was ridiculous. But you can't help wanting to die," Hong Chen replied without opening his eyes, continuing to meditate, then casually asked, "But are you really not afraid of death?" Li Chang'an fell silent at this, and after a long while, he sighed, "Your question reminds me of when we faced off during the college entrance examination. You asked me what my talent was. Do you remember that?" Hong Chen, eyes still closed, said, "You said your talent was very strange, possibly beyond everyone's understanding." Li Chang'an continued, "You guessed that my talent exceeded SSS level, and then you asked me, this is live broadcast, aren't you afraid the evil cultivators will hear this? Do you remember my answer?" Hong Chen nodded. "Your answer was, if I dare to say it, then I'm naturally not afraid." "Let's return to your earlier question," Li Chang'an said firmly. "I still am not afraid. But I regret it. I shouldn't have said that back then. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have died, and we wouldn't have to face this predicament." There was self-reproach in Li Chang'an's voice. Hong Chen opened his eyes and said, "Every year around this time, many flying ships carrying students are ambushed by evil cultivators. This is not uncommon. So if I die because of this, I can only say it was my fate. Not to mention the flying ships for martial artists, even ordinary people on planes occasionally encounter terrorist attacks. In such situations, one can only accept their fate or blame their bad luck. Moreover, even with experts providing escort, flying ships still encounter accidents. This is unavoidable. How many experts need to be arranged to ensure the safety of passengers against hordes of evil cultivators?" This time, the Great Xia Kingdom arranged many experts, but without Hong Chen's sword diagram, wouldn't they still end up in disaster? Li Chang'an looked at Hong Chen and asked, "Are you trying to comfort me?" "If you think so, then I guess it is a comfort," Hong Chen grinned and added, "but I usually only comfort girls who are about to cry." Li Chang'an couldn't take it anymore and quickly said, "Stop it." Hong Chen sighed and finally said, "You are not wrong, the wrong ones are those evil cultivators." Li Chang'an fell silent, and after a moment, as if he had untied a knot in his heart, he declared loudly, "As long as I don't die this time, I will achieve success in the future, and I will eradicate all the treacherous and evil in the 9 provinces. His voice was not loud, but it was resolute, like the heaviest vow in the world. Wu Di and Mu Bai took medicinal pills, and their injuries were slowly recovering. Although both are martial kings, their recovery speed is similar to that of Hong Chen. Hong Chen's rapid recovery from his injuries was due to his increasingly powerful divine abilities and the cultivation method he practiced, the 8-9 mysterious art. The speed of recovery primarily depends on the cultivation method. Those that focus on body refinement naturally lead to faster healing. Moreover, when Hong Chen was initially beaten by Long Aotian, he had taken a small Luo Bao Dan and it took him 7 or 8 days to fully recover. Although Wu Di and Mu Bai's injuries were slightly lighter, the pills they took were not as effective as the small Luo Bao Dan.
Therefore, according to Mubai's estimation, it would take at least 7 or 8 days for the two of them to completely heal.
However, by the time they fully recovered, there would definitely not be enough time.
The evil cultivators had already set up a net in the evil man's country, and they controlled the interdimensional flying boat, which would arrive in 6 days. Thus, they could not wait for the two to fully recover. At most, they would have to launch the decisive battle.
On the 5th day, the two Martial King evil cultivators were also heavily injured, and the Martial Emperor evil cultivator was not lightly wounded either. Since the flying boat
was heading towards the evil man's country, the three did not rush to attack. The group anxiously spent 5 days, during which Wu Di and Mubai's injuries gradually improved, and they were no longer in critical condition. Hong Chen did not dare to approach. He handed the sword diagram to Li Yunfei and reminded him, the method of use is very simple. Just throw it at that Martial Emperor evil cultivator. Li Yunfei, also a sword cultivator, reached out to take the heavy sword diagram, feeling the surging sword intent within it, and his eyes lit up. What a rich sword intent! Such intense sword intent can indeed kill evil cultivators below the martial zone level.
Upon hearing this, everyone felt relieved.
Axie, who had been frowning for days, said, "My brother, when you throw the sword diagram, make sure to aim carefully, don't throw it off target.
Even if the sword diagram is thrown off, its power is still enough to kill that evil cultivator," Li Yunfei vowed confidently.
An outsider might see it as a spectacle, but an insider understood its significance. He knew the extraordinary nature of this sword diagram. That evil cultivator was only a 1-star martial emperor, and even if he did throw it off, the power unleashed by the sword diagram would be sufficient to kill him.
Mubai said, "There's no time to waste, let's settle this quickly." Wu Di also stood up and said, "We'll go with you."
Today is a cloudy day, and the low pressure makes people feel uneasy, with a sense of anxiety in everyone's hearts. The interdimensional flying boat is racing through the sea of clouds at high speed when suddenly, a
phantom giant sword appears in the sky.
This giant sword stretches for 1,000 feet, suddenly blocking the horizon, its blade shimmering with glistening waves of light, and it swiftly slashes down towards the economy
class area, the scene resembling a waterfall of the Milky Way.
After the phantom giant sword strikes, the interdimensional flying boat is momentarily hindered, but then it crumbles like paper, instantly sliced in two
by the phantom giant sword.
Accompanied by a violent roar, the massive flying boat ignites in a towering flame, debris scattering everywhere. Yet the residual power of the phantom giant sword does not diminish, continuing to cleave downwards, slicing through the rolling sea of clouds. The thick dark clouds are torn apart, revealing a clear blue sky, bright sunshine, and fair weather.
At the moment the interdimensional flying
boat is cut apart, a tremendous suction force suddenly pulls Hong Chen out of the boat, two opposing pressures intertwining around him, causing him to spin rapidly in the air, rotating dozens of times per second.
Hong
Chen holds on for over 10 seconds, feeling as if his brain is about to be shaken into a pulp. If this continues, he will soon lose consciousness, and falling from tens of thousands of meters high would only lead to
certain death.
Hong Chen struggles to stop spinning, but suspended in the air, he cannot leverage anything around him and can only let his body continue to spin. Some who have learned air control techniques are wrapping their bodies in spiritual energy, trying to slow their rotation. However, the spinning is too fast, and their minds are dizzy, making it equally difficult to stop. Only Mubai, Wu Di, and Li Yunfei, relying on their abundant spiritual energy, manage to stabilize themselves. In the midst of the rapid spinning, Hong Chen quickly loses consciousness, with only the sound of rushing wind in his ears as he falls.
Hong Chen opens his eyes. It is already dusk. He looks around and finds himself in a forest, with many people lying nearby.
These individuals are all unconscious, and upon seeing Hong Chen wake up, Li Yunfei says, "You're the first to wake up.
Did that martial emperor evil cultivator die?"
Hong Chen sits up, his head still a bit dizzy and painful, reminiscent of the feeling after a hangover. His body is already cold. A rough voice comes from behind.
Hong Chen turns to see Wu Di and asks, "Where are we?"
Mubai, who was meditating with his eyes closed, says, "We were worried that evil cultivators might come looking for us, so we didn't dare to rest where the flying
boat fell. We carried you and flew to this forest."
Hong Chen nods, then takes out his phone. Being in a remote area of the primitive forest, there is no signal.
"You don't need to check, there's no signal here."
"Not
even satellite phones can find one," Wu Di says. "But I have roughly deduced our location." Hong Chen puts down his phone and hurriedly asks, "What place is this?"
"We should be in the primitive forest of the Great
Dark Heaven in the Six Paths Demon Domain," Wu Di states his guess.
Seeing Hong Chen's anxious expression, Li Yunfei reassures him, "Although we are in the Six Paths Demon Domain, we are still 280,000 miles away from the evil cultivator's ambush in the evil man kingdom, so you don't need to worry about them coming after us for now." Wu Di notices Hong Chen relax and reminds him, "But don't let your guard down.
There are many demon beasts in the primitive forest, which are also very dangerous. Mubai, not wanting Hongchen to worry, says, "Don't listen to Wu Di's scare tactics, we didn't bring you into a trap. This is the outskirts of the primitive forest, where there are hardly any powerful demon beasts." While the four are talking, Li Chang'an wakes up. He slowly sits up and asks, "Did that martial emperor evil cultivator die? Where is this place?" Mubai and the others glance at Hong Chen, who helplessly explains to Li Chang'an. As soon as the words were spoken, Luo Lai woke up again. He got up and looked around. "Did that martial emperor evil cultivator die? Where is this place?" This was never ending. Hong Chen felt a pang of frustration. He patted Li Chang'an's shoulder. "You go explain it to him." Then the process repeated itself. Su Firan, Xiao Dao, and Mu Yunlu, with similar strength, almost opened their eyes simultaneously. Following them were Wei Wei, Situlan, Chen Yicheng, Ing Huan, and Chen Zhou, whose strengths were also similar, waking up not long apart. At this moment, only one person had not woken up. Hong Chen looked at Axie, who was still lying on the ground, stepped forward, and said, "Stop pretending, you woke up a long time ago, right?" Axie lay on the ground, motionless, like a dead pig. As the second place in the Jin Tian Empire, his strength was similar to Luo Lai's, but since Ing Huan had already woken up, he still hadn't, clearly pretending to be unconscious. Hong Chen had to raise his voice. "The second place of the Jin Tian Empire is already dead, let's just throw his body into the wilderness and feed the beasts of the primitive forest." Axie instantly opened his eyes and shouted, "I'm awake, I'm fine." Hong Chen asked, "What are you pretending for? Why are you pretending to be unconscious?" Axie made a helpless gesture and said, "You are all from the Great Xia Kingdom, I can't get a word in, and waking up just makes it awkward for me, so I pretended to be unconscious." "Do you think I would believe that?" Hong Chen frowned at his words. "You must be up to something. Are you trying to sell us out? Then escape on your own." A hint of panic appeared on Axie's face. "I'm not from the Great Xia Kingdom. Since I've already escaped from the flying boat, you might as well let me leave alone. Fewer people means a smaller target, and it's easier for me to escape." This fat guy looked harmless, but the moment Hong Chen saw him, he knew this guy had a belly full of schemes. "Do you think that's possible?" Hong Chen pulled out the Zhangyang knife and said, "Do you think I don't know your thoughts? If you get caught by the evil cultivators, you will definitely expose our location to gain a chance at survival. If you weren't caught by the evil cultivators, you would run in the opposite direction and then reveal our location to them to gain a chance to escape." "I won't," Axie stubbornly retorted, but his face darkened. He indeed had that thought, but Hong Chen was like a worm in his belly. Could Hong Chen read minds too? "I will kill you right now," Hong Chen said fiercely, to avoid trouble. Mu Yunlu advised, "We've managed to survive, let's not have internal strife." This Ashi is not wrong, Li Yunfei suddenly interjected. "Having more people indeed makes it easier to expose our whereabouts. If it were in other realms it wouldn't matter, but here in the Six Paths demon domain of the Great Black Heaven realm, there are many demonic sections. Even if we are lucky enough to evade the evil cultivators of the Devouring Heaven demon sect, if we attract the attention of other evil cultivator organizations in the Six Paths demon domain, we would still be in grave danger." Upon hearing Li Yunfei's words, the group's previously relaxed hearts tightened once again. The Six Paths demon domain is notorious, but for its infamy, it is filled with evil cultivators. And even if we manage to escape the Six Paths demon domain, as long as we are in the Great Black Heaven realm, it remains perilous. Because the 18 domains beneath the Great Black Heaven realm are almost all gathering places for evil cultivators. Aside from the Six Paths demon domain, there are also the Rakshasa domain, Purple Evil domain, Fallen Demon domain, Extreme Path Fierce domain, 10,000 Ghosts domain, Black Blood domain. Hearing the names of these domains, Hong Chen guessed that the Great Black Heaven realm was not a place for normal people, and the reality was indeed so. The 18 domains of the Great Black Heaven realm are like dragons' pools and tigers' dens, filled with evil cultivators. For someone like Hong Chen at his level, once he accidentally entered the Great Black Heaven realm, there was almost no chance of survival. Wu Di gasped, his brow furrowed. "I completely forgot this is the Great Black Heaven realm, which the Security Bureau calls the 10 most dangerous places. What are we going to do now?" Su Firan fiddled with his Huawei Mate 60, mumbling, "Let me see if I can find a signal. If there's a signal, I can call someone for help." Wu Di smiled wryly. "Don't even try, the satellite phone from the Security Bureau doesn't have a signal, let alone your phone." "I have an immature little suggestion," Mubai said. "Having more people makes it easier to expose ourselves, but we can break into smaller groups. Breaking into smaller groups means dividing a whole into many scattered parts, a guerrilla tactic from military strategy. If we run away separately, wouldn't that be even more dangerous if we encounter evil cultivators?"
Mu Yunlu added, after all, there's strength in numbers.
That may be true, Mu Bai nodded and said, but if we stay together and are pursued by the evil cultivators of the devouring heaven demon sect, or if we attract the attention of other evil cultivators, we might all be wiped out. Li Yunfei also nodded, breaking into smaller groups can reduce the risk of total annihilation. As long as one of us escapes, we can call for help from the top universities in the Tianwen realm. He was referring to seeking help from the universities in the Tianwen realm, not from the Great Xia Kingdom. Although the Six Paths Demon domain is closer to the Great Xia Kingdom, the evil cultivators here are ruthless and vicious. Li Yunfei wouldn't dare to say he could ensure his own survival, let alone take along Hong Chen in this group of burdens. 4 martial artists from the Great Xia Kingdom to enter the Six Paths Demon domain is essentially sending themselves to their deaths. They can only hope for the assistance of the more powerful Tianwen realm. The group of Hong Chen had been admitted to the top university in the Tianwen realm, not to mention others. Just Li Chang'an alone had a talent that absolutely warranted the top university sending strong individuals to rescue him. The ideas of Mu Bai and Li Yunfei were undoubtedly the best choice at the moment, and the group couldn't think of a better plan. But our strength as students, once we leave this forest, is almost equivalent to sending ourselves to death, so completely breaking into smaller groups isn't feasible either. After some thought, Hong Chen expressed his idea. I suggest we split into 3 teams. Wu Di, Li Yunfei, Mu Bai, you 3 each take 4 to 5 students, and the 3 experts from Dai Mansion, Qingzhou Mansion, and Jinyuan Mansion should each join one of the teams. This way, they could avoid the risk of total annihilation while also ensuring the safety of the students, making it the most prudent approach. This suggestion is good, I agree. Mu Bai expressed his support, and Wu Di and Li Yunfei had no objections either. Mu Bai looked at Hong Chen and asked, how do you think we should divide the teams? Wu Di, me, Su Firan, Ing Huanuan, a team of experts from Dai Mansion. Mu Bai, Mu Yunlu, Luo Lai, Xiao Dao, Wei Wei, a team of experts from Jinyuan Mansion. Li Yunfei, Qinzhou, Li Chang'an, Chen Yicheng, Situlan, a team of experts from Qingzhou Mansion. After Hong Chen finished dividing the teams, he explained, Li Yunfei's injuries are the lightest, so he takes 5 people. Mu Bai and Wu Di are both heavily injured, but Mu Bai is a 10-star martial king, and Wu Di is a 9-star martial king, so Mu Bai also takes 5 people. There are other reasons as well. Mu Bai and Mu Yunlu are both from the Jade Emperor Sacred Realm, and Li Yunfei and Shenzhou are both from the Mingyue Sword Pavilion, so of course, they can't be separated. Chen Yicheng also doesn't want to leave Li Chang'an, and Hong Chen similarly doesn't want to part with Su Firan. Xiao Dao and Mu Yunlu are also just surface friends, so this is currently the most suitable team division. She timidly said, Hong Xiaoga, did you forget about me? No. Hong Chen replied, I saw you wanted to go alone before, so I was fulfilling your wish. She had no words to express his frustration. He had selfish motives, and his thoughts were similar to what Hong Chen said. Moreover, Li Chang'an had been targeted by the evil cultivators of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect, so she wanted to keep his distance from Li Chang'an. But upon hearing how dangerous the Great Black Sky realm was, he immediately changed his mind. She blurted out, Mu Bai and Li Yunfei both took 5 people, why does Wu Di only take 4? Am I not a person? Am I not a human? I've already explained the reason. Wu Di's injuries haven't healed yet, and his realm is also lower than Mu Bai's, so it's reasonable for him to take 1 less person, Hong Chen said. After hearing this, she looked at the easygoing Mu Yunlu and pleaded, Mu Xiaoga, can you help me say something? Hong Chen interjected before Mu Yunlu could respond, if you let your maternal instincts run wild and keep a this unstable factor, in your team, don't let him come to harm us. Mu Yunlu shook his head. He actually wanted to say, didn't you just say you were worried she would leak our whereabouts? Hong Chen said, we split into 3 teams, each escaping separately, and then shake off a Even if he gets caught by the evil cultivators, he won't be able to guess where we are. Shi's face turned ashen as he looked at Li Chang'an, who shook his head, indicating he was powerless. He then looked at the others. Xiao Dao shot a glare, while Chen Yicheng and Ing Huanhuan turned away to avoid him. As Hong Chen said, she is indeed an unstable factor. If he stays in their team, problems will arise sooner or later. Everyone also had no doubt that if something happened to the team, she would definitely abandon his teammates and run away first, and when faced with danger, this guy might even betray his teammates. He's just a kid, it doesn't matter if I take 1 more person. Wu Di, who came from the safety bureau, ultimately softened his heart upon seeing the helpless Shi. After Wu Di spoke, he reminded Shi, I want to believe you, but you must not let me down. Shi nodded vigorously, you saved my life, I will never betray your trust. Seeing this scene, Hong Chen really didn't know what to say. If she could be relied upon, even pigs and uncles could climb trees. So in the end, it was Hong Chen, Wu Di, Ing Huanhuan, Xi, Su Firan, and the expert from the Dai Mansion, 6 people forming a small Escape Team. The expert brought by Su Firan was named Su Meng, but his original name was Zheng Meng, later granted the surname Su by Su Tian Bao. Su Meng was about the same age as Hong Sen, and Hong Chen had chatted with him before. As expected, he and Hong Sen were comrades, both having served under Su Tian Bao in their early years. Everyone's body and talent have their limits. Su Meng's talent wasn't very good, and he got stuck after breaking through to the 10-star martial spirit, unable to make any progress over the years. Uncle Su, keep an eye on that fat guy. If anything happens, you take care of him, Hong Chen said politely, always calling Su Meng Uncle Su. You brat, you're even darker than your dad, Su Meng chuckled. I can see it, that fat guy doesn't seem like someone worth trusting, and Wu Di actually believes him. Hong Chen shook his head. Wu Di is too soft-hearted, so he wants to give him a chance. Su Meng suddenly understood. In that case, I can understand. After all, Wu Di came from the Security Bureau, and those who can enter the Security Bureau naturally have a righteous heart. After the three captains discussed privately, they each chose their escape routes. Hong Chen didn't ask Wu Di which way his team would go. The fewer people who knew, the better. But Hong Chen didn't forget to walk up to Waxi and warn, don't read Wu Di's mind to find out the escape route of Li Yunfei and Mu Bai. Am I that untrustworthy in your eyes? Axi said, looking pitiful and a bit wronged. Hong Chen replied bluntly, I never trusted you from the start. When we first met, Mu Yunlu said you threatened him, and he also said you wanted to make the matter known to everyone. I was forced into it. If I didn't threaten Mu Yunlu, he wouldn't have introduced me to you, Axi said, feeling wronged. So how can I trust a despicable person like you? Hong Chen said, leaving Axi speechless. Li Yunfei led a team to leave first, and Wu Di walked up to Hong Chen. Time waits for no one, let's set off. In the Six Paths Demon Domain in the Evil Man Country, at the branch of the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sect, a man with a hooked nose, slender build, and a sickly pale complexion hurriedly approached. He was Lu Mo, the branch leader of the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sect in the Evil Man Country. Lu Mo walked up to a burly man. Jin Hufa, Ma Lu has been missing for 20 hours. According to the original plan, the flying boat should have arrived in the Evil Man Country by now, but there has been no sign of it. The full name of this Jin Hufa is Jin Wuwei, and the Ma Lu Mo mentioned is the Martial Emperor Evil Cultivator who was killed by Jin Tuesday. Jin Wuwei lightly tapped his index finger on the table and said after a moment, why are you only telling me now that Ma Lu has been missing for so long? Ma Lu is your man, you should have contacted him. Lu Mo snapped, how would I know if Ma Lu didn't want to reply to my messages or if you told him not to? Is there any point in saying this now? Jin Wuwei snorted coldly, what time is it, and you still have the energy for infighting? Aren't you afraid the sect master will blame you? Lu Mo was the branch leader, and above him were the sect leader and elders, followed by the sect master, with the highest authority being the cult leader. Jin Wuwei continued, although this is a task assigned by the sect master, I can tell you directly that if this matter goes wrong, even the sect master won't be able to protect you. The cult leader will personally come for your life. Since the Hufa and branch leader were of equal rank, there was no hierarchy between their positions, which was also a measure taken by the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sect to balance the power of those below and prevent any one person from becoming too dominant. I don't need you to tell me. A flicker of malice crossed Lu Mo's stern face. If Li Chang'an escapes, we will all die. I don't need you to tell me. Jin Wuwei took out the map of the Great Black Heaven from his spatial ring and laid it on the table. In front of him, Lu Mo saw Jin Wuwei looking down at the map and asked, so what do you think we should do? Jin Wuwei ignored Lu Mo and muttered to himself, 20 hours of lost contact means the time of death will be longer. The interdimensional flying boat travels at a speed of 30,000 miles per hour. If we follow the original planned route, it would be at least 6 million miles away. At least 6 million miles, about this position. Jin Wuwei took out a pen and drew a circle on the map. The crash site of the interdimensional flying boat was clearly within the circle. Jin Wuwei said to Lu Mo, you arrange for the nearby followers to go to this location to search for the wreckage of the flying boat. Upon hearing this, Lu Mo asked, wreckage? Are you saying the flying boat was destroyed? How can you be so sure it was destroyed? Jin Wuwei looked at Lu Mo with a dumbfounded expression and said, the Martial Emperor level Ma Lu is dead, do you think the flying boat could be intact? Lu Mo immediately made a phone call, and a few minutes later he returned and said, I've arranged for the nearby followers to go there, so what should we do next? Wait to die. Jin Wuwei, too lazy to waste words, closed his eyes and sat in the chair, his fingers continuously tapping on the table. Lu Mo only realized something was wrong when the interdimensional flying boat hadn't reached the designated position. After the incident, he only knew how to shift the blame. How could such a person be worthy of being the Altar Master. Jin Wuwei was filled with rage and the pen in his hand was crushed. If they didn't find the wreckage of the flying boat at the location he had marked, the first thing Jin Wuwei would do is kill Lu Mo. This useless and troublesome waste was an eyesore, and killing him would also vent his anger. The two waited for an hour, and Lu Mo's phone rang. After answering, he immediately said, "The wreckage of the flying boat is indeed within the circle you drew." Upon hearing this, Jin Wuwei drew dozens of small circles on the map again. Those people, like startled birds, will definitely not dare to fly in the air, so their escape speed won't be too fast. You arrange for people to intercept them at these locations. You've drawn so many places, but we only have 3,000 followers in our altar, we can't possibly cover all of them. Lu Mo hadn't even started searching and was already shifting the blame. Of course I know that. Jin Wuwei put away another pen. If you don't want to die, you can contact the helmsman and kneel down to beg him to send more people. Lu Mo put away the map and sneered, "You better pray that if we don't find Li Chang'an in these circles, I will definitely kill you." Jin Wuwei stared at Lu Mo and threatened back, "If we don't find Li Chang'an within 7 days, I will also have you sliced into 1,000 pieces." 7 days was enough time for Li Chang'an to escape from the Great Black Heaven. Once he escaped, it would be hard to find him, and the two could only wait to die. This was also the helmsman's fault. The main helmsman clearly assigned the task to him, but he threw down the challenge and handed the task of capturing Li Chang'an to himself and this unreliable waste Lu Mo. If Li Chang'an really escaped, the leader would be furious, and the main helmsman, Lu Mo, and himself would all have to die. Wu Di and Su Meng, along with Hong Chen and the other two, flew through the air for 5 hours, covering over 2,000 miles. The surrounding area was a desolate forest, and it was pitch black at night, so their flight went unnoticed. Although Su Meng was only accompanied by Su Firen, he was merely at the martial spirit realm, and flying consumed a lot of spiritual energy. His energy was nearly depleted, and they had no choice but to stop and land in a remote area. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and the 6 of them had long since flown out of the primitive forest. Just before landing, Hong Chen saw the outline of buildings ahead, likely the edge of a city. Wu Di and Su Meng were both burly men, full of muscle, and wanted to continue running on foot. But Hong Chen suggested, "There should be a signal nearby, let's contact the Tianwen realm first and then rent a car. Flying during the day is easy to spot, so driving is more prudent. After it gets dark, we can fly again until Su Shu runs out of energy, then continue by car." Su Meng, upon hearing this, immediately suggested, "Why don't we just steal a car? It's better to be cautious and avoid unnecessary trouble." Hong Chen shook his head, being very careful. Wu Di laughed heartily. "This is the Six Paths Demon Domain, full of thieves, robbers, $0 purchases, joyriders, and all sorts of criminals. We should go with the flow." Hong Chen replied, "Exactly, because this is the Six Paths Demon Domain. We need to be even more careful, as the local security forces might be in cahoots with the evil cultivators. Moreover, if we steal someone else's car, they will definitely report it to the security forces, and we could easily run into checkpoints on the road. It's better to be cautious." "Alright," Wu Di said, but quickly added, "What about the cars when we fly at night? It would be more convenient to steal one as we go." With a mind full of robbery thoughts, Hong Chen was also exasperated and said again, "I have a storage treasure. When we fly at night, I can store the car in that space." Su Firen was somewhat shocked and asked, "How big is your storage treasure? Can it fit a car?" Although Su Firen also had a storage ring, her space was very small, only able to hold 2 guns and a few pieces of clothing. Storage treasures were extremely precious, and this was a gift from Su Tianbao before the college entrance examination. Moreover, the larger the space of a storage treasure, the more expensive it is. Even a middle-class person with tens of millions couldn't afford the smallest one. Hong Chen knew the value of storage treasures, and if there were no one around, he would tell Su Firen the truth. "My storage treasure has a very large space." However, there were others present, and one must always be wary of others, plus he couldn't expose the Kunlun jade pendant. With a straight face, Hong Chen lied, "My storage treasure can just fit an SUV, it's a relic left by my dad, and I've been using it." Hey! Wu Di suddenly questioned, "Hong Sen looks like he has thick eyebrows and big eyes, and he can actually afford such a large storage treasure. He must have embezzled it. Didn't you say my dad is a heroic and righteous person? How could he be that kind of person?" Hong Chen fabricated, "Maybe he earned military merit at the Tianchen Great Wall and received a reward. But it could also be that he was the deputy director of the security bureau and seized it during a mission." Wu Di, being principled, said, "But stolen goods should be turned in." Hong Chen helplessly reiterated, "What I just said was just a metaphor." Wu Di paused, suddenly realizing he had been overthinking it, and immediately smiled awkwardly.
Hong Chen said to Su Firan, please contact the people from the Tianwen realm, request assistance from Longjing University, and inform them that we and Li Chang'an and the others are surrounded.
He said to Axie, you go rent a car. There are 6 of us, so it's best to rent a spacious SUV or an off-road vehicle. But it's so late, the rental shop people might be asleep. The sign usually has a number, just call the boss directly. If he's unwilling, you can pay double or even triple the price, but you must rent a car no matter what. Axie nodded and asked Hong Chen, what about you?
I naturally have my own matters.
Hong Chen replied, giving his number to Axie.
Call me when you've rented the car.
Axie was afraid Hong Chen would ditch him, so he immediately turned to Wu Di and said, Uncle Wu, this is the 6 paths of demons, and I'm a bit scared alone. Can you accompany me to rent the car?
Hong Chen saw through Axie's concerns, but Wu Di didn't think much of it and nodded, saying, let's go, and try to be quick.
Nearby,
there was a large lake, and Hong Chen said to Huan Huan and Su Mang, you two stay back a bit. Then, he jumped straight into the lake not far away. The lake was over 10 meters deep, and Hong Chen sank down,
sitting cross-legged at the bottom.
He took out the immortal travel stone and the vermilion bird true fire from the Kunlun jade pendant, swallowing both items in one gulp, and then began to operate the heavenly
repair divine ability.
Hong Chen's body emitted intense heat, steam rising from the water's surface, and bubbles continuously rose from the lake bottom, creating huge ripples on the surface.
Su Mang and Huan Huan on the shore could see a white flame igniting at the bottom of the lake.
The surrounding temperature rose rapidly, and the lake water evaporated quickly, turning into a large amount of water vapor
that ascended into the sky.
As the water vapor reached the sky, the cold and hot air met, quickly condensing into thick clouds.
The clouds continued to gather, eventually forming rolling dark clouds that covered the lake.
In the blink of an eye, the dark clouds transformed into a torrential downpour, falling back into the lake. But the entire lake's water was boiling. The rainwater came into contact with the
scorching surface and quickly turned into steam, rising again.
Then a cycle formed: condensation, rainfall, evaporation, and ascension. This process lasted for over 10 minutes, and both the lake water and rainwater evaporated, leaving only the cracked, charred lake bottom.
Hong Chen's clothes had long turned to ashes.
He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the changes within him.
After a moment, Hong Chen extended his right hand, and a white flame ignited in his palm.
This white flame looked ordinary, but it was known as the Southern Mingli Fire, which was said to burn anything.
His talent had also risen to S level.
Seeing the lonely Hong Chen, Huanhuan's little face turned slightly red, and she shyly turned away. Hong Chen took out a set of clothes from the Kunlun jade pendant, and after putting them on, he jumped back to the riverbank.
Su Mang asked, with such a big commotion, were you just breaking through? Just consider it as me practicing martial arts. Hong Chen's answer was ambiguous.
Just then, Su Firan returned, and Hong Chen immediately changed the subject. Does your
phone have a signal?
Su Firan replied excitedly, I've already made the call. Longjing University will send a teacher to rescue us. I also had the teachers from Longjing University notify your Tianwu University, Li Chang'an's Tianzhua
University, and other schools.
That puts my mind at ease, Hong Chen sighed, thinking that now they just needed to avoid the evil cultivators.
You seem to have a lot on your mind.
Su Firan smiled. She had been feeling quite suppressed during this time, and hearing this good news lifted much of the gloom in her heart. Since Axie and Wu Di were still renting a car, and Hong Chen's recent surge in talent had caused too much noise, everyone dared not stay there and thus headed
to the distant city area.
The few of them ran quickly, but to avoid drawing attention, they flagged down a taxi to meet up with Wu Di. The driver was a middle-aged man with a fierce expression, and they agreed on the fare before getting
in. In the Six Paths Demon Domain, everyone was a villain. Halfway through the ride, the irritable middle-aged man suddenly stopped the car, saying, the distance is too far. I thought about it and feel a bit at a loss. You need to pay more. Su Meng said, didn't we agree on $50? Why are you raising the price now?
The irritable middle-aged man replied harshly, it's 36 miles to the city, carrying 4 of you this far. $50 isn't even enough for gas. He then threatened, I have some connections around here. If you 4 don't pay more, I can't guarantee you'll see the sun tomorrow.
Hong Chen frowned and casually asked, how much more do you want?
The irritable middle-aged man
greedily replied, I don't want much, just double it, $100.
Just keep driving. Hong Chen couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This person was only capable of this. Hearing Hong Chen agree, the irritable middle-aged
man continued driving to the city, and soon they arrived at their destination.
Seeing Hong Chen's indifferent expression, Huan was afraid something would happen and took out $100 to give to the irritable middle-aged
man. However, he didn't take it. He glanced at Huan, then at Su Firan, and said, I meant $100 each. Ing Huan was still too timid, she didn't dare to cause trouble, so she took out $300 to give. To the irritable middle-aged man. I said $50 per mile, we just traveled 36 miles, you owe me $7,200. The irritable middle-aged man leered, if you can't pay, these two young ladies can spend the night with me, and I'll waive the fare. Sitting in the passenger seat, Hong Chen laughed, kind people are often bullied. He said to the irritable middle-aged man, let me show you something good. Hong Chen extended his middle finger. And the irritable middle-aged man, seeing this, was furious and was about to curse, but Hong Chen swiftly jabbed, instantly piercing his temple. Such scum had a path to death, and Hong Chen showed no mercy. He retracted his middle finger and left a parting remark, next life, pick a soft persimmon to squeeze. Hong Chen dragged the irritable middle-aged man out of the taxi and tossed him by the roadside. A white flame ignited at his fingertip, and with a flick, the white fire landed on the irritable middle-aged man's body, instantly turning him to ashes. Su Meng patted the taxi and asked with a half-smile, what about this car? Should we burn it too? Having agreed to be cautious, but unable to hold back, Hong Chen felt a bit helpless. He reached out and pressed down on the taxi, and with a thought, he stored the taxi in the Kunlun jade pendant. Hong Chen called Axie to ask if they had rented a car. Axie's voice came through the phone, not only did we not rent a car, but we also got into a fight with the boss. Wu Di angrily said, there isn't a decent person in this place. Axie and I tried several places, either they were closed or they were asking for an outrageous price. I really had no choice but to agree to the boss's high price. As a result, the boss saw I had money, first drugged me, and when he saw I wasn't unconscious, he directly brought a bunch of people to openly rob me. Luckily, my cultivation level is high enough, otherwise, I would have fallen for their tricks. Hong Chen couldn't help but laugh and said, where are you? I have a car, I'll come pick you up. Axie replied, no need, we both paid, we have to take the car away. Where are you? We'll come to pick you up. Hong Chen sent his location to Axie, and Axie's voice came through the phone, it's very close, we'll be there in 10 minutes. In those 10 minutes, there was an incident where a few small thugs, seeing the two girls, came over to harass Su Firan and Ing Huan with filthy words. Su Firan was tough and said little, with one palm, she sent several of them flying dozens of meters away. Wu Di drove quickly and soon arrived, it was an SUV with 3 rows of seats, spacious and long. Axie sat in the passenger seat, while Hong Chen and Su Meng took the back seat, and Su Firan and Ing Huan sat in the middle. Once everyone was in the car, Wu Di cursed while driving. Damn it! This broken place is full of scoundrels. Hong Chen sighed, a place's water and soil nurture its people, the Six Paths demon domain truly lives up to its name. Whether it's the evil cultivators above or the common folks below, none of them are good people. Only the people from the Great Black Heaven are like this. The security in other places is about the same as in the Great Xia Kingdom. Wu Di continued, but although the Great Black Heaven is chaotic, there are many realms that have been at war for years, making it a living hell where everyone is like two-legged sheep. The Whitestone Domain, where the flying boat had previously stopped, was like this, but because the Kai Xia Kingdom was strong enough, it wasn't affected, though the streets were filled with refugees. Ing Huan, who rarely spoke to unfamiliar people, took the initiative to talk to Wu Di. The places with the most intense battles in the 9 provinces seem to be Fang Tian Wuzhou and Wu Dao Jizhou, right? I heard that at least millions of soldiers die every year. Wu Di nodded. The war between Fang Tian Wuzhou and Wu Dao Jizhou is due to the conflict between the concepts of martial arts and Taoism. It's a battle of faith and also the war with the highest death toll. The place with the highest death toll isn't the battlefield of Fang Tian Wuzhou and Wu Dao Jizhou, but at the Tianqian Great Wall, Su Meng interjected. Having served under Su Tianbao there years ago. There, corpses pile up like mountains, and blood flows like seas. The continuous thousands of miles of passes have long been stained red, and the walls north of the Tianqian Great Wall are even more crimson. The battles between Fang Tian Wuzhou and Wu Dao Jizhou are wars between people, martial arts, and Taoism. The battles at the Tianqian Great Wall, however, are fights between humans and demons, survival and races. The Tianwen realm is in the middle of the 9 provinces. Everyone drove west for more than 4 hours, then took to the skies as night fell. By dawn, Su Meng had just exhausted his spiritual energy, and they continued driving west. That night, they covered a total of 4,000 miles, and by 11 o'clock in the afternoon, the car arrived at the border between the 2 countries. Such borders usually have checkpoints. Wu Di was very skilled, he only rolled down half of the car window, then took out a small piece of gold and tossed it to the inspecting staff. After receiving the gold, the inspector glanced inside the car and immediately opened the barrier for passage. Wu Di continued driving. Adopting the demeanor of an old hand, learn from this: if money can solve the problem, try not to talk too much. Speaking another word to such people is just a waste of breath.
Sitting in the passenger seat, Axie interjected. Last night when we went to rent a car, you said the same thing, but it was precisely because you were too generous that we ended up with the trouble afterward. Woody's expression stiffened. I meant in normal places, not including the dark sky realm. The people here are insatiable. Brother Sue, did you go to the Great Wall of the Abyss after graduating from university? To ease the awkwardness, Woody changed the subject. When I was young, I also wanted to go to the Great Wall of the Abyss to guard the human borders, but my mother forced me to return to the Great Xia Kingdom. I am my mother's only son, and guarding the human borders and protecting the people of the Great Xia Kingdom is all in service of humanity, so I consider this not forgetting my original intention. Su Meng, hearing this, asked, Brother Wu, does that mean you come from a single-parent family? Wu Di nodded. My parents had incompatible personalities. They rushed into marriage and then divorced. I was given to my mother. She raised me with great difficulty, and I couldn't bear to leave her, so I returned to the Great Xia Kingdom. Hong Chen's brows furrowed deeper, and he suddenly said, Uncle Su. Brother Wu. Something's not right. What's not right? Su Meng and Wu Di asked in unison. Hong Chen had a bad feeling. We just passed that checkpoint, and the inspectors didn't ask for more money from us. Isn't that a good thing? The two rough men were a bit confused. Axie realized, swallowing hard, you mean the inspectors are spies for the evil cultivators? Hong Chen's expression turned serious. The people we saw in the 6 paths of the demon domain were all insatiable. Brother Wu just gave a piece of gold. According to our experience, the inspectors should have continued to make things difficult for us and squeeze more gold from us. Wu Di still didn't understand and asked, so what? Hong Chen voiced his suspicion. The reason they let us go so easily is probably because they're in a hurry to notify the evil cultivators. Now both understood, and Su Meng hurriedly asked, what should we do? Hong Chen decisively said, don't take the main road. We'll take the back roads. Su Meng anxiously said, why don't we fly? Isn't that faster? Hong Chen explained, if we fly in the sky, the evil cultivators can easily see us, at least the ground has some cover. Besides, with you two carrying us 4, you definitely won't be faster than the evil cultivators. Wu Di had already driven onto a back road, traversing a rugged mountain path before stopping the car in a grove. Hong Chen poked his head out of the sunroof, then activated his heavenly eye using its telescopic and X-ray functions to scan the surrounding sky. As he expected, dozens of evil cultivators flew over the checkpoint. These evil cultivators were flying along the road, seemingly searching for something. We've definitely been exposed. Hong Chen whispered, his tone filled with anxiety. How is that possible? Wu Di said incredulously, I only rolled down half the window. The inspectors could only see me, not you all. How could we be exposed? This question Su Firen could answer. There are undercover evil cultivators in the upper echelons of the Great Xia Kingdom. All of our photos have definitely been sent to the evil cultivators, including yours. Hong Chen reminded, silence. The evil cultivators are coming. An evil cultivator flew high into the sky, saw that there were no cars on the road, and then gave a command, causing dozens of his fellow evil cultivators to scatter. The dozens of evil cultivators spread out like a large net, searching for the traces of Hong Chen and the others. A young man with a pale face and no beard was heading towards the forest where Hong Chen was. This young evil cultivator's aura was not strong, likely just having broken through to the martial spirit realm. However, among these dozens of evil cultivators, the leader was definitely a master, likely not weaker than Wu Di. Therefore, once this young man discovered them, the nearby evil cultivators would rush over. The young evil cultivator noticed the forest and was about to enter it to search. Hong Chen stood on the middle seat, leaning forward, staring intently at the young evil cultivator. As he saw the young evil cultivator getting closer, about to enter the forest, Hong Chen's mind moved, and a golden slingshot appeared in his left hand, while a silver bullet appeared in his right. He placed the silver bullet into a leather pouch, gripped the pouch tightly in his right hand, then pulled back forcefully while using his heavenly eye to aim at the young evil cultivator, the golden bow and silver bullet ready to fire. The moment the young evil cultivator stepped into the forest, Hong Chen released the leather pouch, and the silver bullet shot forward, darting out several hundred meters in an instant. Thanks to the heavenly eye's aim, the silver bullet accurately struck the young evil cultivator's head, causing it to explode like a watermelon. The slingshot was a concealed weapon, so the noise when killing was minimal. The young evil cultivator didn't even let out a tragic scream before his life quietly vanished. Hong Chen stood on the middle seat, while Ling Huan and Su Firen could only sit at his feet. Hong Chen retracted his head and said, I took care of one evil cultivator, but others might still come looking. What should we do? Su Meng asked, as he and Wu Di seemed only capable of asking, what should we do?
Hong Chen joked, I'll put the car into a spatial treasure, then bury you in the ground, maybe we can avoid the evil cultivators' search. Wu Di thought seriously for a moment and then said, the evil cultivators are right in front of us, if we start digging now, won't it be too late? Su Firan and Ing Huan laughed upon hearing this. Hong Chen is joking with you, and you took it seriously. Wu Di helplessly asked again, Hong Chen, what do you think we should do? Hong Chen felt helpless and smiled bitterly, if I knew what to do, would I be joking with you? It's really too frustrating, Su Meng said angrily. Why don't we just fight them? Hong Chen quickly advised, this is their territory, we can only hide. Once those evil cultivators discover us, even if we temporarily win, they will gather the evil cultivators from the devouring sky demons set to hunt us down together. Moreover, we just need to wait for a while. As long as we wait for the rescue from the heavenly inquiry realm, we will have hope of escaping. Wu Di had already turned off the off-road vehicle. He asked in a deep voice, how many evil cultivators are there in total? Hong Chen replied, at least 30 evil cultivators, and one who is at a similar level to you, but the rest are all martial spirits. Upon hearing this, Wu Di looked at Hong Chen and the others and said, with over 30 martial spirit level evil cultivators, it's better not to force a fight. She, looking anxious, said, but if we hide here, we will be discovered sooner or later. Su Firan inquired, do you have a better plan? She paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, my strength exceeds that of an ordinary 10-star martial artist, but I can only hold off a 2-star martial spirit at most. Although Ashi's level was that of a 10-star martial artist, he was the second place in the Jin Tian Empire, so his combat power naturally surpassed that of an ordinary 10-star martial artist. I'm about the same as you, Su Firan said, then added, but Hong Chen is stronger than both of us, he should be able to defeat a 4-star martial spirit. I'm dragging you down, I'm sorry, Ing Huan said, lowering her head in guilt. I can only fight against a 10-star martial artist at most. The group of evil cultivators outside were all martial spirits, and Ing Huan was actually saying that she couldn't fight against them. In this life and death crisis, Su Firan remained calm and comforted. Ing Huan, it's normal for you, a 9-star martial artist, not to be able to defeat a martial spirit. Hong Chen was monitoring the surrounding evil cultivators, since he had reached the level of a 10-star martial artist, the range of his heavenly eye observation had also increased. After activating the heavenly eye, Hong Chen could clearly see everything within a 10-mile radius. However, things beyond 10 miles gradually became blurry with distance. The evil cultivators searched for over 10 minutes but couldn't find the traces of Hong Chen and the others, and then they gathered together. Hong Chen didn't have the ability to hear what the evil cultivators were saying, and soon this group of evil cultivators dispersed. Perhaps sensing that one person was missing, the evil cultivators paired up this time to conduct a thorough search of the area. Meanwhile, the martial king evil cultivator slowly rose into the air, scanning the surroundings. We might not be able to hide much longer, get ready for battle, Hong Chen said, holding a golden slingshot in his left hand and gripping several silver bullets in his right. Upon hearing Hong Chen's words, everyone felt a weight in their hearts, but with the situation at hand, they could only take up their weapons and fight to the death. Ing Huan looked terrified, Ashi's face showed fear, Su Firan remained expressionless, and Su Meng and Wu Di, having experienced life and death, were the calmest. Soon, 2 evil cultivators found the forest. With 2 soft sounds, one evil cultivator's head exploded, and another's heart was shot to pieces. The martial king evil cultivator, overseeing the situation from the air, saw Hong Chen's swift actions. Although the 2 evil cultivators died in an instant, he still noticed. I found them. Everyone follow me. The martial king evil cultivator channeled his energy and shouted loudly, his voice carrying far, reaching the nearby evil cultivators. Hong Chen and the others also heard it. He bent down and said, to the south. There's a canyon to the south. Wu Di immediately ignited the engine, flooring the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle sped southward. Hong Chen leaned out of the sunroof, pulled the rubber band tightly, and then released a silver bullet. The nearest evil cultivator hesitated in mid-air and then fell to the ground. Hong Chen pulled the rubber band again and shot out another silver bullet, causing another evil cultivator's head to explode. The golden bow and silver bullets were indeed low-grade Earth-level treasures, with extraordinary power, and combined with Hong Chen's strength, they were enough to kill ordinary low-star martial spirits in an instant. Hong Chen placed a silver bullet in the pouch, pulled the slingshot back, and aimed. Whoosh! An evil cultivator at the 5-star martial spirit level slashed the incoming silver bullet with a knife, momentarily pausing before continuing to charge at Hong Chen. The silver bullet could only kill evil cultivators below the 5-star martial spirit level. This thought flashed through Hong Chen's mind, but his hands were not idle already, pulling the rubber band tight and aiming at the 5-star martial spirit level evil cultivator.
Hong Chen's spirit and energy converged to a peak. The spiritual energy within him concentrated into the silver bullet in his right hand, shooting
out an extraordinary shot.
This silver bullet was derived from the Heaven and Earth one-blade slash of the Wulwang knife classic, but Hong Chen only utilized the luck aspect of the technique. With a loud bang, the body of the 5-star martial spirit evil cultivator exploded into a sky full of flesh and blood. Those evil cultivators who had rushed over stopped in their tracks, not daring to charge recklessly. However, some high-star martial spirits remained unfazed and continued to rush towards the off-road vehicle in the forest. A 6-star martial spirit evil cultivator suddenly fell to the ground, standing alone in front of the off-road vehicle.
Hong Chen had no time to use the slingshot and could only open his heavenly eye, shooting out a beam of golden light. The power of the golden light was immense, even the indestructible Li Chang'an did not dare to take it head-on. The 6-star martial spirit dodged to the left, avoiding his heart, but a hole was shot through his left rib. The Zhangyang knife was a close-range weapon. The heavenly eye could perform mid-range attacks, while the golden bow and silver bullet could conduct long-range attacks. Su Meng, sitting in the back row, had already rolled down the window. He gripped his gun with both hands and seized the opportunity to fire a shot. The gun tip pierced through the heart of the 6-star martial spirit, but the off-road vehicle was still moving forward. Su Meng had to let go, and as the vehicle moved on, he reached out to grab the front end of the long gun and pulled it out. Truly worthy of being a veteran from the Great Wall, your strikes are indeed sharp, Wu Di praised first, then said, that Martial King Evil Cultivator is almost here. Who will drive for me? I will. As soon as Su Firen's voice fell, Wu Di's figure flashed and he was already on the roof of the car. Su Firen quickly climbed into the driver's seat and took over the steering wheel, continuing to control the vehicle. Wu Di looked down at Hong Chen and said, Kid, I'll hold off that Martial King, you take the chance to run, don't worry about me. Before Hong Chen could respond, Wu Di drew his matching knife, leaping into the air and slashing towards the Martial King Evil Cultivator. Su Meng looked at Su Firen and said, Miss, take care of yourself, I'll stay back to help Wu Di. In this life and death moment, the two exchanged few words, but were resolute. I checked the map earlier, you guys head southwest to escape. My strength is still decent, and I can contribute a bit. Hong Chen looked at Su Firen and added, wait for me for 12 hours. If I'm not dead, I'll find you. At the Shui Bin. The ever-strong Su Firen only tugged at Hong Chen's pants but said little, you must come to Shui Bin. Hong Chen jumped to the ground, waved goodbye to everyone, leaving only one sentence, of course. Su Meng is a 10-star martial spirit, wielding a spear as he engages in a fierce battle with an evil cultivator, who is a 9-star martial spirit. The two are only one realm apart, with Su Meng holding a slight advantage, but the battle is intense, and he cannot defeat the evil cultivator immediately. After landing, Hong Chen does not pause for a moment, he tightens his slingshot, his energy reaching its peak, and shoots out a pinnacle silver bullet once more. The evil cultivator, engaged in combat with Su Meng, does not notice the incoming silver bullet at first. By the time he becomes aware of it, it is too late to dodge, leaving a bullet hole in his back and causing him to stagger forward. Su Meng seizes the opportunity, thrusting his spear with force, killing the evil cultivator in one strike. However, in just a moment, they are surrounded by 6 or 7 more evil cultivators, with another 10 or so rushing over. Hong Chen, holding the slingshot and carrying the Zhangyang sword, stands back to back with Su Meng, who holds the spear. I'll take the lead, you assist. Su Meng says briefly, then charges towards the 3 evil cultivators in front. Hong Chen faces 2 evil cultivators, one slightly stronger and one slightly weaker. He has already gathered his spiritual energy to his heavenly eye, shooting out a golden beam that penetrates the head of the weaker evil cultivator. The speed of the golden beam and the silver bullet is incredibly fast, ordinary 3-star and 4-star martial spirits cannot evade them at all. Hong Chen acts decisively, aiming only for the heads and hearts of the evil cultivators, and with his heavenly eye, almost none can escape his aim. Su Meng also takes down one evil cultivator, but he is also stabbed by a sword. Fortunately, it only grazes his lower abdomen and is not fatal. 3 evil cultivators remain in front of them, but in just 2 seconds, 4 more join the encirclement. The battle between Wu Di and the evil cultivator of the Martial King realm is too intense for these martial spirit realm evil cultivators to join, so they can only deal with Hong Chen and Su Meng. Facing the incoming evil cultivators, Hong Chen grips the Zhangyang sword in his right hand and the slingshot in his left, wishing he had 2 more hands. Just as he is about to tighten the slingshot, another evil cultivator lunges forward, striking towards Hong Chen's head. Since Hong Chen's left hand is holding the slingshot and his right hand is busy with the sword, the evil cultivator believes he can succeed, his expression filled with joy. However, the corner of Hong Chen's mouth twitches, revealing a strange smile.
The golden beam whooshes through the evil cultivator's head, and Hong Chen steps back to avoid the falling body. After releasing 3 golden beams, his internal spiritual energy has been greatly depleted, and he can no longer use the heavenly eye. He must reserve some energy for the upcoming battle. Hong Chen glances back at Su Meng, who is trading injuries for kills, bearing 7 or 8 wounds, but all the evil cultivators he targeted are dead. Su Meng's realm is high enough, but 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. His fighting style only leads to more injuries. Yet, this is a helpless choice if he does not trade injuries for kills and try to take down more evil cultivators. Once they are surrounded, they can only wait for death. After eliminating 3 evil cultivators, Hong Chen's body has undergone 3 refinements, and his physical strength and energy are now comparable to a 4-star martial spirit. After taking down another evil cultivator, Su Meng is also struck and sent flying by another evil cultivator's sword. Hong Chen retreats a few steps, bracing Su Meng with his back, and asks, "Can you still fight?" Su Meng steadies himself with the spear on the ground, looking down at the deep wound on his chest that exposes bone. "I can." Su Meng's chest is already stained red with blood, but he shows no hesitation, thrusting his spear forward once more. Since most of the evil cultivators are held off by Su Meng, Hong Chen feels little pressure and thus remains uninjured. 2 evil cultivators simultaneously charge at Hong Chen, both being 5-star martial spirits. Hong Chen grips the sword with both hands, channeling all his strength through his waist, arms, elbows, and wrists, layering it until it converges at the tip of the sword. He raises the sword to the sky, the tip descending from above, the blade shining like a rainbow, slicing through the air as he strikes at one of the evil cultivators. Great ease splits the sky. The Zhangyang blade struck down from the crown of the head, its edge unstoppable, instantly cleaving the evil cultivator in 2. At the moment of attack, defense was weak. Hong Chen's chest was pierced by another evil cultivator, the long sword protruding from his chest, barely missing his heart. If it weren't for Hong Chen's instinct to slightly turn his body, he would have been dead by now. This evil cultivator was also decisive, twisting his wrist, trying to use the blade of the sword to crush Hong Chen's heart. Hong Chen guessed what the evil cultivator intended to do and immediately released the Zhangyang blade, grabbing the cultivator's wrist with his right hand to prevent him from twisting the sword. Seeing Hong Chen let go of the Zhangyang blade, the evil cultivator thought victory was in his grasp, feeling a bit pleased. But before he could even smile, he saw Hong Chen open his mouth and spit out a white flame. The evil cultivator was burned by the all-consuming southern Mingli fire, his face scorched, and with Hong Chen holding his wrist, he turned into a pile of black ash after 2 breaths. Hong Chen bent down to pick up the Zhangyang blade. He was also forced to choose to exchange injury for death, just like Su Meng. Su Meng was already heavily injured, and he needed to quickly deal with the 2 evil cultivators in front of him to free his hands to assist Su Meng. Hong Chen turned around, raised his slingshot, just about to help Su Meng, when he saw a tall evil cultivator holding Su Meng's head. Su Meng's headless body, covered in knife wounds and sword marks, slowly fell to the ground. Hong Chen felt a tightness in his chest, too many emotions unable to be released, and he had no time to think. The heat of the southern Mingli fire, reaching hundreds of thousands of degrees, had already concentrated in the silver bullet. A silver-white trajectory shot straight ahead, crossing dozens of meters, hitting the tall evil cultivator. The tall evil cultivator was estimated to be a 10-star martial spirit, but he was also heavily injured by Su Meng. The silver bullet, wrapped in southern Mingli fire, pierced through the wound Su Meng had inflicted and shot into the tall evil cultivator's body. However, the gap in realms was too great. Hong Chen's full-force shot couldn't explode the tall evil cultivator's body, only slightly penetrating his wound. Is that all? The tall evil cultivator swung Su Meng's head with his right hand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his left, a face full of mockery. Hong Chen said nothing. The silver bullet that had entered the tall evil cultivator's body suddenly erupted with southern Mingli fire. The southern Mingli fire instantly spread, igniting the tall evil cultivator's internal organs in white flames. He could only let out a scream before his body fell straight to the ground. Hong Chen lunged forward, catching Su Meng's head, and stood up, holding it in his arms. The surrounding evil cultivators had all gathered, encircling Hong Chen with 12 of them. Among them, 8 were below the 5-star martial spirit level, but 4 were above it. Faced with the encirclement of the 12 evil cultivators, Hong Chen closed his eyes and opened his heavenly eye, ready to fight for his life. Meanwhile, high above at 10,000 meters, Wu Di and the evil martial king both bore wounds, but Wu Di was more severely injured as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his shoulder. The evil martial king crossed his arms and said ominously, "You are going to lose." Wu Di's expression was grim. He was worried about Hong Chen below but couldn't shake off the enemy in front of him. The evil martial king continued, "That young man down there is not Li Chang'an. Just tell me which
Direction Li Chang'an ran, and I will let you go.
Wu Di remained silent. He did not trust the other party's words, knowing that evil cultivators had no credibility. He gripped a large knife in his hands, and that was his answer. In the air, blades and fists clashed in an intense battle, while on the ground, Hong Chen was already trapped in a tight encirclement.
Hong Chen gathered spiritual energy in his throat. Anyone who dared to approach would taste the south bright fire he spewed out.
If he still had the talent of the sun, he could continuously draw on spiritual energy and shoot out 2 more golden rays.
But without the all-consuming south bright fire, he couldn't kill so many evil cultivators. Hong Chen held the Zhangyang knife, which was pure white and glimmered with a faint firelight due to the south bright fire.
Surrounded by 12 evil cultivators, he found it hard to breathe and had no chance to attack, only able to defend. The evil cultivators worked together, their attacks coming in relentless waves.
Hong Chen
gradually fell into a disadvantage, with more and more wounds on his body, blood staining his clothes. Fearing that Hong Chen might act out of desperation, the evil cultivators dared not push him to the brink,
instead opting for a slow, methodical approach. Amidst the flashing blades and swords, the Zhangyang knife traced brilliant arcs through the forest, each collision sparking blinding flashes. However, the evil cultivator's assault was too dense. Even though Hong Chen used all his strength, his fists could not match 4 hands, nor could he fend off attacks from all directions. Hong Chen's stamina was severely depleted,
his strength gradually waning and his movements slowing down. He gripped the Zhangyang knife with both hands, raising it to block the attacks of the evil cultivators, his arms numbed and weak from the impact. Before long, a large chunk of flesh was sliced from his left leg, making it difficult to even move his feet, leaving him standing awkwardly in place.
As the battle continued, Hong Chen's movements became
increasingly sluggish, his energy nearly exhausted, and his breathing grew heavy, yet he did not discard Su Meng's head but instead held it close to his chest. Although they had not spent much time together, and had only exchanged a few words, Hong Chen did not want to leave Su Meng's head behind. The evil cultivators could not understand why Hong Chen did this. In truth, he had little reason, he simply did not want Su Meng's head to be tossed around by the evil cultivators after his death, nothing more. Yet, to the evil cultivators, this was a childish insistence. Clang, clang, clang. Hong Chen blocked 3 more strikes, but one of the evil cultivators took the opportunity to slip behind him and struck him with a blade, instantly tearing open his back. A wave of immense pain spread throughout his body, causing Hong Chen to bend over, dropping to one knee, gasping for breath. Could it really end like this? Looking at Su Meng's fallen body not far away, was he also destined to have his head taken by the evil cultivators?
Like Su Meng?
Hong Chen moved slightly, but he truly had no strength left. He couldn't even stand, his legs refusing to move. Observing Hong Chen kneeling with his knife propped on the ground, one evil cultivator sighed, "This person is really strong." "How could he not be strong?" Another evil cultivator replied, "This guy is the top scholar of the Great Xia Kingdom, his strength can rival Li Chang'an's. You must know that Li Chang'an is a legendary talent." Another evil cultivator, with a disgruntled expression, said, "We have lost so many brothers just to capture him, is it really worth it?" "There's no such thing as worth it or not, because if we don't catch him, once the master lays the blame, we'll all be drained dry. That state is simply worse than death. I'd rather be killed by him than be drained dry by the master." He. One of the evil cultivators couldn't help but laugh. "Villains die from too much talk, let's not waste time and quickly tie this kid up. First, chop off his hands and feet so he can't hurt anyone. This way, it won't delay the master from draining him." An evil cultivator approached Hong Chen with a knife in hand. Hong Chen wanted to raise his knife to resist, but his arms wouldn't lift, and he could only let the blade slash toward his shoulder. With a bang, flesh flew everywhere, and the blade embedded itself into Hong Chen's shoulder bone. The evil cultivator's arm was numbed from the impact, and he muttered, "What hard bones." Hong Chen's body had been tempered 3 times, so not only his flesh but also his bones were extremely tough. "I'll do it." A tall and strong evil cultivator raised a large knife high, his arms bulging, and suddenly slashed down toward Hong Chen's arm. Being at the mercy of others, feeling like fish on a chopping board, was truly despairing. Knowing he was about to die, he could only watch helplessly. If one doesn't experience it firsthand, they can never understand this kind of despair. Hong Chen wanted to plead for mercy, to cry and beg these evil cultivators to spare him, to abandon his last shred of dignity. But he gritted his teeth, trying hard not to make any sound, including cries of pain or instinctive pleas for mercy. Although he feared death, he was not afraid of it. His character was so complex. Hong Chen let out a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha." The eye of heaven flickered with golden light, and a golden beam shot through the head of the tall evil cultivator. This was Hong Chen's last bit of spiritual energy. He truly had nothing left. "Let's kill him."
An evil cultivator swung his sword toward Hong Chen's neck. But just as the blade was about to fall, a hand grasped the sword blade. Covered in blood, Wu Di landed in front of Hong Chen and knocked the sword-wielding evil cultivator away with a palm strike. "Don't be too happy yet," Wu Di said with a bitter smile. "I haven't fought him." The evil cultivator at the martial king level was 10 stars, a small realm above Wu Di. Wu Di was heavily injured and still recovering, needing to be cautious of the battlefield below. His mindset and strength were inferior to the opponent's. "It seems we're going to be buried here," Wu Di sighed deeply. The evil cultivators at the martial spirit level around them didn't dare to attack and could only surround the two. The 10-star martial king evil cultivator slowly descended to the ground and walked straight toward Hong Chen and Wu Di. Perhaps because he was about to die, Wu Di muttered, "If I had known, I should have done like the other colleagues and not taken this mission. Since I was little, my mom said I was a coward, and she said I was just like my irresponsible father. My father secretly came to see me many times when I was a child. He didn't dare to meet my mom because she was too strong. He was afraid of her, and I was too. If it weren't for my fear of her, I would have gone to the heavenly abyss Great Wall back then. You're better than me. My mom and dad are both gone." Hong Chen had already lost his strength and could only mumble something indistinctly, but he couldn't help but cough due to the blood in his throat. Looking at the martial king evil cultivator approaching, Wu Di, sitting on the ground, patted Hong Chen's shoulder. "This is how it ends for us in this life. Let's meet in the next life." Hong Chen heard a voice. It was Wu Di's secret transmission. "Tell my mom I'm not a coward." In the next moment, Wu Di's hand, which was patting Hong Chen's shoulder, suddenly sent him flying hundreds of meters into the distant river. A man's heart is as iron until death. With a loud boom, Wu Di self-destructed, and a mushroom cloud rose from the spot. The setting sun melted gold, the dying sun was like blood, and the sea surface was illuminated in a golden hue. Su Firen stood by the window on the 4th floor, gazing longingly towards the east, hoping to catch a glimpse of someone approaching. Su Firen and the others had arrived at the shores of Oath Water the night before, and were resting at this inn while waiting for Hong Chen. This inn was a black hotel where no identity verification was required for accommodation. Since there were hardly any good people in the Six Paths Demon domain, almost everyone was a wanted criminal, so there was no need for identity verification. It was now 6 o'clock in the evening of the second day, already 12 hours past the time agreed upon with Hong Chen. Axie paced back and forth in the room, anxiety written all over his face. Looking at Su Firen standing by the window, he silently decided, "If the fish die, the net breaks. Tonight we leave. You said to wait a little longer for Hong Chen, and I didn't say anything. I've stayed with you until now," Axie said as he walked up behind Su Firen. "But it's already been over 24 hours. If you still want to wait for Hong Chen, I can't wait any longer." Su Firen didn't turn around, merely replied calmly, "If you have something to say, just say it. No need for preamble. I just want to ask, if Hong Chen never comes to the shores of Oath Water, are you going to wait here for a lifetime?" Axie continued. At that time, there were 3 or 4 dozen evil cultivators, and the hope for Hong Chen and the others to survive is very slim. We shouldn't waste time here. Hearing this, Su Firen's body moved slightly, but she still didn't turn around, instead retorting, "But where can we escape to?" Axie pointed outside the door. "Several groups of people just arrived, probably evil cultivators here to check. If we stay hidden here, we will eventually be found. Although I don't know where to escape to, it's better than waiting to die here." Su Firen felt weary but replied firmly, "Running away and hiding are essentially the same. But running away still has a glimmer of hope. Hiding is just waiting to die." Axie raised his voice. "Hong Chen is your boyfriend, not mine. I don't want to wait here to die with you. You can do whatever you want, I'm not playing along anymore." Axie looked at the frail Ing Huan Huan and asked, "Do you want to come with me?" Seeing Su Firen's lonely figure, Ing Huan Huan shook her head and said, "I'm not leaving either." Fine. Axie no longer hesitated, he pushed open the door and left the room. The sound of the door slamming shut echoed behind him. Su Firen sighed and said, "You should leave with Axie. I'm here to wait for Hong Chen, you don't need to stay." Ing Huan Huan replied, "I also think there's no difference between hiding and running away. We can wait here for the rescue from the heavenly question realm, there's no need to go out and hide." The sun had completely sunk beneath the sea, and seeing this scene, Su Firen suddenly asked, "Do you think Wu Di, Su Meng, and Hong Chen will be alive?" "I don't know." Ing Huan Huan's voice trembled, she didn't tell the truth. Su Firen smiled bitterly and said, "You're not good at lying. Hong Chen had the weakest realm and strength, his chances of survival were the lowest, while Wu Di and Su Meng had a greater chance of survival. Both of them actually understood this.
Ing Huan Huan lowered her head, her tone filled with guilt. If I could be a bit stronger, if I didn't hold everyone back, we could have stayed to help Wu Di and Su Meng, maybe Hong
Chen would be alive. This can't be blamed on you. Both Axie and I are stronger than you, but we left too. If we had stayed, they would have to divide their attention to protect us. And in this world, there are no ifs. After Su Firen finished speaking, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. She was laughing at Hong Chen's inconsistency, often speaking of being afraid of death. Yet when faced with danger, he stayed behind without hesitation. When Hong Chen woke up, a bright moon hung in the sky, and the sound of flowing water could be heard nearby. He was covered in scars, most of which were inflicted by evil cultivators, and these injuries were healing. Wu Di's self-detonation caused a violent shock, injuring Hong Chen's internal organs and knocking him unconscious. At the time, lying in the cold river, his wounds were exposed and washed by the water, revealing white, raw flesh. Hong Chen used his last bit of strength to crawl ashore, then took out his phone from the Kunlun jade pendant and checked the time. 2 days and 2 nights had passed. He had been unconscious and carried along by the river for that long. There were no healing pills prepared in the Kunlun jade pendant, so he could only wait for his injuries to recover slowly. His body's recovery ability was strong, and he should heal in about a week. But the most important thing was his physical strength. Due to the severity of his injuries and the long period of unconsciousness, he had no strength left. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Hong Chen took out a piece of chocolate from the Kunlun jade pendant. With no strength at all, he had to put the chocolate in his mouth and wait for it to melt slowly to replenish his energy. Because of the divine ability of becoming stronger through battle, Hong Chen had gained a lot of spiritual energy. However, breaking through from a martial artist to a martial spirit required even more spiritual energy, and he did not have enough to make that breakthrough. Wu Di and Su Meng's bodies, along with the evil cultivators who had surrounded them, were all reduced to ashes. The shockwave from the self-detonation of the 9-star martial king was powerful enough to kill a martial emperor, but not everyone had the courage to self-detonate. 3 full hours passed, and after eating more than 10 pieces of chocolate, Hong Chen finally regained some strength. He took Su Meng's head from his clothes and dug a small pit with his hands. A corpse should not remain unburied for a day. Otherwise, it would not find peace. Moreover, in the Great Xia Kingdom, there is a custom of burial for peace. After death, one should be buried in the ground so that the deceased can rest in peace, allowing the family to feel at ease. Hong Chen had also humbly requested Wang Defa to find Hong Sen's body for the same reason of burial for peace. Although a storage ring could hold a corpse, his future was uncertain, and he might die tomorrow. Even if he survived by chance, he still had to study in the Tianwen realm for 4 years. He placed Su Meng's head in the pit, forming a small mound of earth, and then used the Zhangyang knife to chop down a tree to erect a nameless tombstone for Su Meng. Uncle Su, I won't carve your name, Hong Chen said as he stood up, supporting the wooden tablet, so as not to be discovered by the evil cultivators. Hong Chen took out his phone again, preparing to call Su Firen, but there was no signal. Who knows where this place was? It was probably some remote border area, so it was normal not to have a signal. His phone wasn't a Huawei Mate 60, so he couldn't make a satellite call either. Hong Chen sighed. He had promised to wait for 12 hours, but it had already been 2 days and 2 nights, and he had broken his promise. He didn't know if Su Firen and the others had managed to escape safely. He hoped they weren't foolishly waiting for him by the Oathwater's edge. Staying in one place made it easy for evil cultivators to find their trail. After resting a bit and eating something to regain some strength, he took out the taxi he had previously summoned from the Kunlun Jade Pendant. Although he didn't have a driver's license, his family had a car, so he had some basic driving skills. Left foot for the brake, right foot for the accelerator, push forward to reverse, pull back to go forward. He sat in the driver's seat of the taxi, started the ignition, and pressed the accelerator hard, causing the taxi to lurch forward and crash straight into a big tree. Hong Chen had no choice but to shift into reverse and press the accelerator again, causing the taxi to crash into Su Meng's nameless tombstone. Uncle Su, I didn't do it on purpose. Don't blame me. Hong Chen hurriedly got out of the car, set the nameless tombstone upright again, and then returned the taxi to the Kunlun Jade Pendant, deciding to wait until he found the right road to drive again. Hong Chen looked at the stars in the sky, distinguishing the directions of east, south, west, and north, then headed west. He walked until dawn, and as the sun rose, he finally emerged from the forest. Hong Chen summoned a car from the Kunlun Jade Pendant again. This time, since he was on the highway, the drive went smoothly. After driving for 2 hours, at 8 in the morning, he saw a figure ahead on the road.
Hong Chen wore a ring on his left hand, which he had used to conceal his identity when he helped Jiang Menghu buy a colorful stone. This ring could be used to hide his identity. After putting it on, anyone below the martial emperor realm who tried to spy on him would feel as if he exuded the aura of a martial emperor. Hong Chen drove the taxi to the front, and before he could speak, the young man running said, "I won't take the car."
"Can you drive?" Hong Chen pulled the handbrake and said, "I don't know the way."
"You drive my car and take me to the shores of Oath Water, and I'll pay you." The young man with the shaggy hair asked, "How much will you give?" Since currency was not circulating, Hong Chen had run out of gold and could only take out a silver bullet. "You can value this silver bullet at 20 bucks. A gram, it's worth several thousand." The young man haggled, "I want 2 silver bullets." "No problem," Hong Chen replied and immediately sat in the passenger seat. Seeing Hong Chen's generosity, the young man suddenly had ill intentions. He quietly glanced at Hong Chen and sensed the aura of a martial emperor, which made him obedient. "Bro, just give me 1 silver bullet, I don't want money. I'll take you to the shores of Oath Water for free, and you can protect me in the future." The young man hurriedly took the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and drove Hong Chen toward the shores of Oath Water. Hong Chen conjured a phone out of thin air and tried to make a call, but there was still no signal. When the young man saw Hong Chen conjure a phone, his expression changed. Having a spatial treasure, this person must undoubtedly be a martial emperor. Hong Chen wore a hat and pretended to doze off. An hour later, the car arrived at a checkpoint. The staff at the checkpoint first looked at the young man who was not part of Li Chang'an's group. Then, the inspector came to the passenger side, knocked on the window, and was about to speak to ask Hong Chen to roll down the window. The young man saw this and opened the car door, shouting, "Do you have any sense? You can check me, but you dare check my big brother? Are you tired of living?" The inspector was drawn to the young man, hurriedly glanced at the hat-wearing Hong Chen, but did not see clearly. Another inspector came out and said, "You better not mess with him, this person is a martial emperor." The inspector who knocked on the window, upon hearing this, seemed frightened and immediately said, "He's a martial emperor? Then he's not the person we are searching for. You can go. Consider yourself lucky, otherwise, my big brother would definitely kill your whole family." The young man threatened, then returned to the driver's seat and drove away. Watching the taxi grow distant, the inspector said, "Since he's a martial emperor, he can definitely fly. Why is he taking a taxi? A rich second generation with billions still eats street food. He has a heavenly wife at home and still cheats. Some people just like that. What can you do about it? I just think it's a bit unreasonable. I suspect he might be Li Chang'an, who has changed his aura. Why do you care so much?" The Golden Guardian has already set up a net at the shores of Oath Water, waiting for Li Chang'an to walk into the trap. If he is Li Chang'an, that's perfect. But if he is a martial emperor, he could kill you with a single palm. Can you afford that? In a 5-star hotel room, there were 2 people. One was the burly and unhappy Jin Wuwei, and the other was the slender and clueless Lu Mo, with a hoarse voice, asked, "Do you think Li Chang'an and his group will come here?" Jin Wuwei lightly tapped the table with his fingers and said, "The people we sent out are engaged in confrontations with Wu Di, Mu Bai, and Li Yunfei in 3 different locations. So, they split into 3 teams to escape, which is indeed a good decision, but unfortunately, they are too weak and too few in number. Mu Bai's team has 3 people left, Mu Yunlu, Luo Lai, and Xiao Dao. Li Yunfei has 4 people left, Chen Zhou, Li Chang'an, Chen Yicheng, and Situlan." Jin Wuwei paused for a moment and continued, "As for Wu Di's team, our people haven't returned with any news, so they are likely all dead, which means there must be survivors in Wu Di's team. Then, based on the locations of Mu Bai and Li Yunfei's teams, I dispatched people to pursue and drive them, gradually surrounding them at the banks of the Oath Water. If they don't want to be caught, they can only escape towards the Oath Water. If they try to flee to other locations, they will definitely be discovered by our people. But since our people neither found them nor captured them, there is only one possibility: they must have escaped to the Oath Water." Jin Wuwei concluded, "As for the few people in Wu Di's team, if there are survivors, they are very likely to come here, as they have no better place to go." Luomo snorted coldly and said, "The leader is about to arrive. It's best if your guess is correct." Jin Wuwei retorted, "You have time to shirk responsibility, you might as well go out and search." Luomo replied irritably, "You've already secretly arranged for people. Right now, the Oath Water can only be entered, not exited. What should I search for outside?" Jin Wuwei said, "The leader asked you to capture Li Chang'an, and you messed it up. I asked you to come up with strategies, and your mind is useless. I asked you to search, and you are unwilling, so besides shirking responsibility, what use are you, you waste?" Luomo, hit where it hurt, exclaimed angrily, "I am the altar master, how can I go out to search? Why don't you go search yourself? What use are you?" Jin Wuwei replied,
Calmly, I need to oversee the overall situation here. Lu Mo sneered, stop pretending, you're just putting on an act here because you see the leader is coming to the Oath Water. You are simply beyond redemption. Jin Wei shook his head and said, if I had been allowed to execute the capture plan from the start, Li Chang'an would have been caught long ago, and there wouldn't be so many issues now. Many years ago, an emperor made a vow to persuade his enemies to surrender, pointing at the river and declaring, I swear by the river water that I will never kill you. I vow to keep my promise and never betray you. Over the long years that followed, many young couples came here, also pointing at the river and making declarations of eternal love. I want to be forever united with you, never to change my heart. In short, unknowingly, this river came to be known as the Vow River, and at the end of the Vow River lies a coastal city, which is called the Shore of Vow Water. Hong Chen took out 2 silver bullets and said with an undeniable tone, I give you these. You just take them. The shamate did not dare to refuse, watching Hong Chen's departing figure, murmuring, truly worthy of the martial emperor realm, simply exuding dominance. Hong Chen took out his phone and continued to dial Su Firen's number, but there was still no signal. The journey to the shore of Vow Water spanned hundreds of miles, yet the phone had no signal the entire way. A thought crossed Hong Chen's mind, could it be that the Sky-Eating Demon sect has blocked all signals in the surrounding area? They must be afraid that we would contact people from the Tianwen realm for rescue, so they blocked the signals in the vicinity. Su Firen's satellite phone also could not receive calls or messages. The shore of Vow Water is a large city, home to over 10 million residents, and trying to find Su Firen here was like searching for a needle in a haystack. If Su Firen and the others were in the shore of Vow Water, they should be hiding in places like hotels. Although Hong Chen's ring could conceal his aura, he did not dare to expose himself. That group of evil cultivators had a meticulous plan. And there were clearly powerful figures behind them strategizing. They might have already ambushed many evil cultivators in the shore of Vow Water, so he needed to act cautiously. It was afternoon, and Hong Chen did not dare to take the main road, specifically choosing alleys and secluded paths. If he were Su Firen and noticed the phone had no signal, he would definitely leave a mark for himself. Hong Chen activated his heavenly eye, then put on a hat to cover the heavenly eye on his forehead, and began to walk while observing his surroundings, searching for familiar marks. He searched from afternoon until 8 in the evening, since the heavenly eye could see through and zoom in. He actually covered a lot of areas. Finally, Hong Chen saw a familiar pattern, a flag with a red background and a golden star, which was the national flag of the Great Xia Kingdom. The flag was painted very discreetly. If one did not observe carefully, it would be hard to see the pattern. This must be the place. Seeing this, Hong Chen immediately set off, jogging towards the house with the flag. It was a 3-story inn, and after arriving, Hong Chen looked around to ensure no one was watching him before preparing to enter the inn. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the back of Hong Chen's clothes, and then he heard a deep male voice behind him, don't go in. Hong Chen turned around at the sound and saw a person wearing a mask and hat. Although this person was dressed very tightly, even if he turned to ash, Hong Chen would recognize him as Li Chang'an. This place is a trap. Li Chang'an said, follow me. Hong Chen followed Li Chang'an through streets and alleys, running for more than 10 minutes until they arrived at an old building. Chen Yicheng and Situlan were also there. Li Chang'an took off his hat and mask, saying, that pattern was left by the Sky-Eating Demon sect's evil cultivators, deliberately luring us into their trap. Hong Chen asked, how did you know? Because we fell for it once before, Chen. Zhou lost his life because of it, Li Chang'an said with a bitter smile. Those evil cultivators are more cunning than we imagined, you need to be careful. Seeing Hong Chen and Li Chang'an, Chen Yicheng put down the sword she was holding and asked, why are you the only one? What about Su Firen and Ning Huanhuan? Situlan looked somewhat disheveled, her blue clothes stained, and upon hearing Chen Yicheng's words, her expression immediately darkened. Hong Chen shook his head and said, no, I got separated from them. Situlan smiled upon hearing this. Although she was at odds with Su Firen, being in danger, this was good news for her as well. Li Chang'an sat down on a rock and asked, what's your situation? Hong Chen succinctly replied, we were found by the evil cultivators, and I stayed behind with Wu Di and Su Meng to hold them off. We were also found by the evil cultivators. Li Yunfei took the initiative to draw the enemy away, and then he lost contact. Li Chang'an's tone was complex. Hong Chen asked, how did you find me? Li Chang'an answered, I've been using my fiery eyes to stay alert to the surroundings, and I just happened to see you. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen immediately asked, Su Firen should also be by the Oath Water's edge, can you see if you can find her? Can't your heavenly eye see? Li Chang'an asked, then said, my current cultivation level isn't enough, so my fiery eyes can't see too far. Hong Chen smiled and said, my heavenly eye is the same as your fiery eyes. Chen Yicheng walked over to Hong Chen, blinking her big eyes, and asked, "You smell of blood, are you injured?"
Hong Chen smiled. "I stayed behind to hold them off and narrowly escaped with my life, but my injuries haven't healed."
Chen Yicheng took out a healing pill. "This is a healing pill, you should take it to recover faster."
"Thank you." Hong Chen cupped his fists and reached out to take the pill, then asked, "Have you contacted the Tianwen realm?"
"We managed to contact
the Tianwen realm at that time, but not long after, we encountered the evil cultivators and fled all the way.
The phone had no signal, it's likely the evil cultivators blocked it."
This was similar to his situation, and Hong Chen said helplessly, "Then we can only wait for rescue." Li Chang inside. "In the past few days, the number of evil cultivators at the Oathwater's edge has been increasing. We've changed hiding spots several times. And at this rate, we will eventually be found by the evil cultivators, we might not wait for rescue."
Hong Chen asked, "Are there any sewers or air raid shelters around here?" Li Chang'an shook his head. "We were hiding in
such places before, but we were almost found.
Right now, the Oathwater's edge is crawling with evil cultivators.
They are digging 3 feet into the ground." Hong Chen's face twitched, and he asked, "What exactly is your
talent?"
"Knowing too much at this moment isn't a good thing." Li Chang'an stood up and said, "We need to change locations, I see more evil cultivators coming." Chen Yicheng and Si Tulan immediately got up, and Hong Chen
helplessly said, "I haven't even warmed my seat."
"There are a total of 5 evil cultivators, all at the martial spirit level, and they are coming quickly." Li Chang'an's tone became urgent as he said, "Stay close to me." Li Chang'an's figure was like the wind, with 3 people closely following behind him, the 4 of them weaving through the streets in the night. Their movements were erratic, running for over 10 miles along the way.
Hong Chen was already
injured and could only barely keep up with Li Chang'an's pace. However, due to the intensity of the running, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth.
Hong Chen's internal organs were already injured, but fortunately, he had taken
the elixir given to him by Chen Yicheng, so the vigorous running did not worsen his internal injuries.
"Are you Li Chang'an?"
A refined-looking middle-aged man suddenly blocked Li Chang'an's path.
"I am a teacher from Tianzhua University.
Your phone was unreachable, and I am here to rescue you." But before the refined middle-aged man could finish his sentence, a long sword pierced through his chest. Li Chang'an shook the sword, flinging off the blood from the blade, and continued, without stopping, explaining, "This man is an evil cultivator. Tianzhua University is a top university, and the teachers there are at least at the martial king level. The evil cultivator disguised as a teacher was only at the 3-star martial spirit level, so Li Chang'an saw through him at a glance. Besides, if Tianzhua University had sent a teacher to rescue him, they would have sent some strong individuals. It was impossible to send a martial spirit to die."
Upon hearing this, Hong Chen nodded.
No wonder the diary said not to trust anyone. These evil cultivators were indeed cunning and treacherous. But one had to admit that Li Chang'an was very decisive. If it were him, he might have been deceived by this person. As the 4 of them ran at high speed, they naturally attracted the attention of the evil cultivators, and soon several more appeared in front of them. Hong Chen immediately took out his slingshot and quickly shot a silver bullet, killing
a lower-ranked evil cultivator.
Li Chang'an was leading the way, with Chen Yicheng behind him. Suddenly, an evil cultivator jumped out from the left alley, leaping behind Chen Yicheng, ready to strike down with a knife.
Si Tulan drew her bow and shot an arrow at the evil cultivator's wrist, slightly hindering the downward strike of the knife.
Hong Chen took a deep breath, his spirit reaching its peak, and shot out a pinnacle silver bullet.
This evil cultivator was at the
5-star martial spirit level. His chest was dented from the shot, but he did not die on the spot. Hong Chen was already injured, and in the midst of running, he hastily shot the silver bullet, so its power did not reach its maximum, failing to kill the 5-star martial spirit evil cultivator. Although the 5-star martial spirit evil cultivator was heavily injured, he still stood in the middle with his knife, separating the 4 of them, Li Chang'an and Chen Yicheng in front,
and Hong Chen and Si Tulan behind. Hong Chen drew his Zhengyang knife, preparing to charge forward and kill the 5-star martial spirit evil cultivator.
But another evil cultivator, at the 6-star martial spirit level, charged out from the
left alley, standing next to the 5-star martial spirit evil cultivator with a sword. "Split up and run." Hong Chen grabbed Si Tulan's wrist, and the 2 ran into the right alley. The 2 evil cultivators glanced at Li Chang'an in front,
and then at Hong Chen running into the right alley, ultimately deciding to chase after Li Chang'an.
Many evil cultivators were pursuing from behind. With Li Chang'an's keen eyes, he should be able to avoid these enemies. Hong Chen and Si Tulan
ran for several miles, but he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Having just forced himself to gather energy and shoot 2 silver bullets, his internal injuries worsened again. Directly ahead was a residential building with a pile of miscellaneous items nearby.
Hong Chen could no longer run. He pulled Si Tulan into the pile of items.
The pile contained many cardboard boxes used for televisions, refrigerators, and washing machines, likely from someone moving into a new home
and buying new appliances.
After scanning behind him with his heavenly eye and confirming that there was no one for the time being, Hong Chen pulled Situlan into a box meant for a refrigerator. The space inside the box was very cramped, and the two were face to face, clearly hearing each other's rapid breathing. Situlan's height only reached Hong Chen's neck, and her warm breath blew against his chest.
Hong Chen felt very uncomfortable, as if two mountains were pressing
against his chest, making it somewhat difficult for him to breathe, so he wanted to lean back a little.
Don't move.
Situlan was afraid of being discovered by the evil cultivators, so she immediately spoke up to stop Hong Chen's actions.
Not long after, hurried footsteps sounded outside.
Hong Chen's heavenly eye could see through things. He could see several evil cultivators running into the neighborhood through the cardboard box.
You're bleeding.
Situlan saw the blood at the corner of Hong Chen's mouth and reached out to wipe it away.
I'm fine. Hong Chen retracted his heavenly eye and added, it should be safe now, let's go out.
Situlan's face was filled with panic.
Wait a bit longer, let them run further away before we go out, that would be safer.
Mainly, the atmosphere was too ambiguous, and Hong Chen felt a bit overwhelmed, so he wanted to go out for some fresh air. But since Situlan had no objections, he didn't want to say too much to
avoid making things awkward.
The evil cultivators should be chasing Li Chang'an. We should be relatively safe, Situlan said, her tone a mix of relief and subtle worry.
Hong Chen didn't respond, he didn't know what to say. Li Chang'an
was in a dangerous situation, and he was injured and powerless, so he could only wish him good luck.
The two fell silent for a moment, and Situlan quietly asked, why do you like Su Firen? Although she's good looking, she's too aloof. What's so good about her?
Hong Chen didn't want to discuss this topic with Situlan and replied perfunctorily, she saved my life.
Situlan pouted, that's gratitude, not love. Hong Chen said seriously, like is a feeling.
Although it started with her saving my life, and Su Firen didn't look down on my talent and realm. If I don't like someone like her, who should I like? It's not love at first sight for me and her, nor is it love that develops over time, but liking is liking. I know in my heart that I like Su Firen, even though it's different from true love. Situlan said unhappily, your answer is too serious. I'm not Su Firen, you don't need to say it to me. Why do you always compare yourself to Su
Firen? Hong Chen asked in confusion. He had also asked Su Firen this question, do you two have any conflicts?
She's a wealthy and powerful young lady, and I'm a descendant of a fallen family.
What conflict could I have with her?
C2. Lan's words were quite sarcastic. Hong Chen said straightforwardly, but I heard Su Firen say that you two were good friends when you were young.
Situlan was somewhat moved but immediately responded sarcastically, how could I be worthy of being her friend? Although Situlan didn't say it, Hong Chen could sense that it might be due to jealousy. Originally, the two had similar family backgrounds, but in recent years, the Qingzhou mansion had been declining while the Dei mansion was thriving, which made Situlan increasingly jealous of Su Firen. A friend who was once on equal footing suddenly rose several levels above her, and Situlan felt indignant. After all, she was not a saint, and this was human nature. If we encounter the enemy later, we'll split up and run, Hong Chen said.
Because he was injured, he didn't want to drag Situlan down.
But Situlan, this woman, was very unperceptive and instead asked, are you planning to abandon me?
I'm injured, I'm afraid I'll hold you back, Hong Chen replied helplessly, reminding her, it should be fine now, I'll move the cardboard box.
The moment the box was removed, Hong Chen looked around, but there were no enemies.
Suddenly, 3 people came running from ahead, Luo Lai, Xiao Dao, and Mu Yinlu, all looking hurried.
Luo Lai
also saw Hong Chen and Situlan ahead and shouted, run! Hong Chen activated his heavenly eye and glanced. Behind Luo Lai were a dozen evil cultivators, and all 3 of them were injured
to varying degrees.
Mu Yinlu was the worst off, bleeding from all 7 orifices, breathing weakly, his white robe stained with blood, already unconscious. The burly Luo Lai was carrying Mu Yinlu, while Xiao Dao had lost his right arm, likely severed by the evil cultivators. The 3 of them were in worse shape than Hong Chen, who had no time to lament. Just as he turned to flee, he realized Situlan was already gone. She listened to Hong Chen and had run off several hundred meters when they encountered the enemy.
Luo Lai, carrying Mu Yinlu, took a few big strides to Hong Chen's side and said, good friend. Running into you at this time is really unfortunate. Better late than never, but I really am unlucky. Hong Chen asked while running, what happened to Mu Yinlu?
His internal organs are shattered. Xiao Dao used the Shura protection technique to barely keep his spirit from collapsing, but he probably won't last long, Luo Lai said, laughing heartily before adding loudly, if things go badly today, we might just die here. Xiao Dao looked pale, his right arm still oozing blood.
Why hasn't the rescue from the Tianwan realm arrived yet? Are those people just sitting around doing nothing?
Although they had grievances in the past, at this moment, with their lives hanging by a thread, they set aside old grudges.
Hong Chen sighed bitterly, the signal is blocked, they can't contact us. With the vast area of the Six Paths Demon Domain, they don't know our exact location, how can they rescue us? Seeing Hong Chen alone, Xiao Dao asked, is your team down to just you? I got separated from my teammates, Hong Chen said, not elaborating.
He didn't know if Su Fei Ran and the others were still alive. Everywhere he looked, there were almost all evil cultivators. At this moment, there was no longer a hiding place for him and the others at the banks of the Oathwater.
Hong Chen could
only hope that Su Fei Ran wouldn't foolishly wait for him. If more than 12 hours passed, she should leave the Oathwater immediately and not stay here to wait for death.
Sigh. Hong Chen thought of this and couldn't help but sigh. He understood Su Fei Ran, although he hoped she would leave, she was likely to stay at the Oathwater waiting for him. Did they really have to end up like Luo Lai said, with everyone dying here today?
The sky had darkened, and Hong Chen took out his phone to check the time. It was already 8 o'clock.
Carry me for a minute. Hong Chen looked at Luo Lai and said, I might be able to send a message.
Luo Lai wanted to ask but didn't have time. With his 10-star martial artist level, carrying 1 or 2 people was actually no
different. But Xiao Dao said, I'll carry you.
Mu Yinlu is seriously injured, you can't weigh him down. Thus, true feelings are revealed in times of trouble. Although Xiao Dao had previously said he didn't consider Mu Yinlu a friend, whether he regarded him as a friend was something only he knew in his heart. Therefore, to judge a person, one cannot only look at what they say, but also at what they do. Hong Chen lay on Xiao Dao's back, who supported his body with one arm. Then, Hong Chen quickly closed his eyes, immersing his mind into the Kunlun Jeju. This was the 5th time he had entered the Kunlun Jeju today. The last time was with Si Tulan in the cardboard box, and the time before that was with Li Chang'an in an abandoned building. Since realizing that the evil cultivators had blocked the signal, Hong Chen wanted to send out a distress signal through the Kunlun Jade Pendant. However, the flow of time inside the Kunlun Jade Pendant was too slow. During his first 5 entries, he waited for a long time and never encountered anyone. The tavern only had Kuei Huang, and for some unknown reason, he could not leave the Kunlun Jade Pendant. This time it was 8 o'clock at night, a time when people should be coming in to trade. Hong Chen hurriedly pushed open the tavern door and immediately saw 2 familiar faces, Den Yo and Ajio. The 2 seemed to be in the middle of a transaction, haggling over prices, and the noise from Hong Chen pushing the door caught their attention. Hello, brothers, Hong Chen said as he approached them, his tone urgent. You must help me. I can offer you jade as a reward. Den Yo was taken aback upon seeing Hong Chen and asked, why are you in such a hurry? Jio, hearing Hong Chen's words, inquired, what do you need help with? Hong Chen took out his phone and wrote down a string of numbers. You need to go out and call this number. The person is the vice president of Tianwu University, his name is Zhou Jielian. Tell him, you are friends of Hong Chen, and I am currently trapped by the shores of the Oathwater. Ask him to send someone to rescue me quickly. Den Yo took the number and said, aren't you called Long Yuan? Why don't you call yourself? That's my alias. Hong Chen, fearing they might think he was joking, had to explain his situation. I am being chased by evil cultivators, and the phone signal is blocked. Upon hearing the term evil cultivators, Den Yo understood the seriousness of the situation and immediately said, I'll go out and call this Zhou Jielian. Don't die. Ajio took the phone number, patted Hong Chen on the shoulder, and then turned to leave the tavern. Hong Chen opened his eyes. Only 30 seconds had passed in the real world. He jumped down from Xiao Dao's back and said, I've already had someone notify the vice president of Tianwu University and told him our location. Luo Lai was a bit confused and asked, how did you notify him? The situation was too urgent for Hong Chen to explain clearly, so he just replied vaguely, I just had an out-of-body experience and had someone call the vice president. Xiao Dao eagerly asked, when will the vice president of Tianwu University arrive? I don't know, Hong Chen answered honestly. If he were near the Six Paths Demon Domain, he should be able to arrive quickly. The 2 fell silent, but there was no better solution, so they could only pin their hopes on this, which was the only hope for everyone. From time to time, shadows would fly across the sky, and the ordinary people living by the banks of the Oathwater sensed an unsettling atmosphere tonight. To soar in the air for an extended period, one must reach the martial spirit realm, and these martial spirit experts, usually hard to come by, were almost everywhere in the city today. In the night, Hong Chen and the others fled in a panic, sweat covering their foreheads. Luo Lai glanced back. The pursuing evil cultivators were getting closer, and if this continued, they would eventually be caught. If I don't enter hell, who will?
Luo Lai sighed inwardly, then raised his head, his gaze resolute, and said loudly, "I'll hold them off, you take care of Mu Yunlu." Due to being born at the Great Abyss Wall, Xiao Dao particularly admired someone like Luo Lai. Although they had only known each other for a few days, the usually unruly Xiao Dao had already regarded Luo Lai as an older brother in his heart. "Leave Mu Yunlu to me." Xiao Dao slowed his pace, extending his remaining left hand to catch Mu Yunlu. "If you can miraculously survive, offer me a drink during the Qingming festival next year." After Luo Lai finished speaking, he slowly stopped, his figure suddenly swelling, transforming into a 100-meter giant. "Just let me handle it, Hong," Chen said upon seeing this. After all, Xiao Dao only had one arm left, although he was also injured, he should be able to carry someone. But Xiao Dao refused, saying, "Don't push yourself, I can see your injuries are not light either. Right now, it's a matter of life and death, you should escape on your own. If Mu Yunlu and I get caught, we can only blame our bad luck, there's no need to drag you down." Hong Chen turned to look behind, an evil cultivator seized the opportunity and charged at Xiao Dao. Luo Lai immediately reached out, grabbing the evil cultivator and violently throwing him to the ground, turning the cultivator's body into mush. But two more evil cultivators rushed towards Xiao Dao. Luo Lai's hands moved like twin dragons emerging from the sea, accurately grabbing the two evil cultivators and then swinging his arms to throw them far away. Seeing their pursuit blocked, the evil cultivators had no choice but to change their target, looking at the 100-meter-tall Luo Lai, and roared fiercely, "Kill him first." Luo Lai's towering figure was very conspicuous, and shadows traced arcs in the air as the surrounding evil cultivators all gathered around. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The evil cultivators charged at Luo Lai with weapons in hand. But some reminded, "This man is Luo Lai, if we capture him and hand him over to the leader, we will receive a generous reward." Luo Lai swung his enormous palm, and the fierce gusts of wind sent several evil cultivators flying. However, Luo Lai's realm was too low, the fierce gusts he unleashed were only effective against evil cultivators below the 5-star martial spirit level. Those above 5-star martial spirit, relying on their abundant spiritual energy, could withstand Luo Lai's gusts. As the fierce wind approached, one evil cultivator did not dodge but simply shook his hand, dispersing the gust. This evil cultivator was a 10-star martial spirit. After dispersing the gust, he immediately launched a heavy punch at Luo Lai. The 100-meter-tall Luo Lai had no time to evade, suffering a severe blow to his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood as if a red rain fell from the heavens, blood scattering across the ground. Because Luo Lai's 100-meter-tall body was too eye-catching, the later evil cultivators did not notice Hong Chen and the others below. Hong Chen felt discomfort in his internal organs, and behind him came a loud boom, the sound of Luo Lai falling. Ahead was a fork in the road. Xiao Dao bit his lip and said, "You go left, I go right, let's see who can survive." Hong Chen nodded, and they each took different paths, both unaware of what awaited them ahead. After running several miles, blood surged within him, and blood trickled from the corner of Hong Chen's mouth. Since arriving at the banks of the Oath Water, he had been fleeing like a rat crossing the street. Hong Chen wiped the corner of his mouth. There was no time to rest and recuperate, and his injuries had no time to heal. Blood continuously dripped from the corners of his mouth, forcing him to stop, leaning against the wall with one hand, and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Hong Chen leaned against the wall, his weak body slowly sliding down to the ground. His internal injuries were too severe, and if he continued to run violently for a long time, they would flare up. Occasionally, evil cultivators flew by in the air, and Hong Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking that today would be his end. He had still been hoping to return from the Tianwen realm after completing his studies and then make a name for himself. Who would have thought he would die before achieving anything? At this moment, Su Firen and the others were unknown to him, and he wondered if Li Chang'an and Chen Yicheng had escaped the pursuit. Behind him was a residential building. Hong Chen struggled to prop himself up and activated his heavenly eye to see through the building. On the 3rd floor, there was an empty room. He painstakingly made his way to the 3rd floor, forcefully twisting the door lock and quietly slipping inside. The room was covered in dust, clearly indicating that no one had lived there recently. The small bathroom provided a sense of security, and Hong Chen hid inside, then sat cross-legged on the floor, slowly breathing in and out spiritual energy to nurture his internal injuries while absorbing the elixir given by Chen Yicheng. The elixirs used for treating injuries were usually quite cheap, while those that enhanced spiritual energy and could improve cultivation were more expensive. The elixir given by Chen Yicheng was not ordinary, as its efficacy was very good. After absorbing it for just a few minutes,
His internal injuries began to improve, and he temporarily suppressed the damage.
While absorbing the elixir, he activated the
8-9 mystical art, sharpening his senses to perceive the surroundings.
Hong Chen continued to absorb the elixir, but he vaguely sensed hostility, so he used his heavenly eye to look towards the first floor. 2 evil cultivators had arrived in front of the
residential building but did not go upstairs. Instead, they were whispering to each other.
Our people just checked the surveillance
and saw Hong Chen enter this residential building, but they don't know which room he's in.
Our task is to guard this residential
building. The Golden Protector has already sent a martial king expert over. These people are really troublesome. They clearly only have the realm of a 10-star martial artist, yet their strength rivals that of 4 or 5-star martial spirits, and they can escape even when pursued by 9-star martial spirits. Because he had activated his heavenly eye, Hong Chen's senses were very sharp. Even though the 2 evil cultivators were whispering downstairs, he could still hear their voices.
Hong Chen couldn't help but smile.
Bitterly, they had even dispatched a martial king, which was quite flattering for him.
He could no longer stay here. Hong Chen scanned the room.
The owner of this house was a role-playing enthusiast, with various costumes and wigs in the wardrobe.
Hong Chen found a women's wig and a slightly more normal outfit in the wardrobe. The 2 evil cultivators were guarding the staircase, although their realms were not high, only 5-star martial spirits. Hong Chen did not want to alert them. He flipped over and jumped out of the window, quietly landing back on the ground, then quickly moved to a corner, ensuring there were no cameras around before changing into the wig and clothes. 2 minutes later, a tall woman in black stockings, standing at 1 meter 82, wearing a uniform, walked out of the corner.
Hong Chen did not want to wear such a uniform, but there was no other choice. It was the least conspicuous outfit in the wardrobe. Fortunately, he encountered no evil cultivators along the way, and for dozens of minutes, he remained unbothered. Just as Hong Chen breathed a sigh of relief, 2 figures suddenly flew by overhead, both 6-star martial spirits. Seeing this, Hong Chen immediately put on a mask, lowered his head, and silently moved forward. The evil cultivators began a large-scale search. He had to leave this place quickly and find a safe hiding spot.
Help! Help me!
A cry for help came from behind, followed by pleas for mercy. Don't kill me, don't kill me! Hong Chen activated his heavenly eye, but his bangs covered it, so his senses remained very sharp, allowing him
to hear sounds from a great distance.
The voice of the plea sounded somewhat familiar, and Hong Chen couldn't help but turn back, using his heavenly eye to look in the direction of the sound. Although it was 800 meters away, the heavenly eye could see that Situlan was lying on the ground, her blue clothes covered in mud and blood. Behind her were 2 evil cultivators, the same 2 6-star martial spirits that had
just flown by in the sky.
Situlan's legs might have been broken, and she could only move her body and crawl forward with her hands.
Don't kill me, don't kill me!
Situlan's pleas were filled with fear. She had many wounds on her body, and her originally charming cheeks now bore a terrifying knife scar deep enough to see the bone. Blood dripped from the wound onto the ground, trailing behind her as she crawled, leaving a
path of blood. The 2 evil cultivators kept swinging their swords, stabbing at Situlan's body, but they didn't strike with lethal force. Instead, they slowly tormented her. Hong Chen withdrew his gaze. Although he wanted to help, he was powerless. He didn't dare linger and continued to step forward. Help! Help me! Hearing Situlan's cries again, Hong Chen paused for a moment, hesitated slightly, then closed his heavenly eye, his senses no longer sharp. He was still seriously injured. If he went to save Situlan, it would undoubtedly be a path to his own death. Moreover, even if he were in peak condition, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat a 6-star martial spirit, let alone 2 of them. This was no different from seeking death. Behind him came Situlan's wails, blood gushing from her wounds, soaking her clothes, making her blue attire appear even more vivid, but also adding a touch of tragic beauty. Due to excessive blood loss, Situlan had lost her strength, her body limp on the ground, unable to crawl. She murmured, "Help me, help me." An evil cultivator stabbed her in the abdomen with his sword, and Situlan let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her life force rapidly draining away. She felt that death was not far off. But who could come to save her? At this moment, on the shores of the Oathwater, the dozen or so companions were all struggling to survive, their lives hanging by a thread. Who could hear her cries for help? Who would dare to come to her rescue? Situlan closed her eyes, no longer pleading for mercy or help, quietly waiting for death. There were many words she hadn't been able to say. If there were a next life, she wouldn't want to be human again. It was too exhausting. Sensing that Situlan no longer wanted to struggle, one of the evil cultivators muttered, "Boring." Just as these words left his mouth, a silver bullet engulfed in pure white flames struck his head.
The tremendous impact made the evil cultivator dizzy, and he stumbled, sitting down on the ground.
Who? Who dares to sneak attack? We are from the Devouring Heaven Demon sect.
The other evil cultivator, holding a sword, hurriedly looked around. A figure rushed in from a distance, and in the next moment, it appeared before the evil cultivator, Hongchen, slashing down with a knife. The blade's light burst forth as he exerted the strongest force of his life. Great collapse of the heavens. The evil cultivator raised his sword to block, but the Zhangyang blade and the sword collided in an instant, a powerful force surging forth. Because the evil cultivator had raised his sword in haste, only using 60 to 70% of his strength, he merely managed to block for a moment before being sent flying, crashing through several residential buildings. Hongchen did not linger in battle. He picked up Situlan from the ground and then desperately rushed forward. Situlan felt someone lift her up, slowly opened her eyes, and
saw a long-haired, beautiful woman?
Drops of blood dripped from this person's chin, falling onto Situlan's eyebrows, then sliding into her eyes. Situlan instinctively reached up to wipe her eyes, and only then did she see that the person holding her was Hongchen. Hongchen already had internal injuries. Just moments ago, he had first used his energy to shoot out a silver bullet, and then he had unleashed a powerful strike with the Great Easy Heaven collapse, which caused his internal injuries to flare up again, and this time it was more severe than ever before. Situlan nestled in Hongchen's embrace, looking at him as blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and murmured, "You're so foolish." Although the 2 evil cultivators had been hit by the silver bullet shot by Hongchen and the full-force Great Easy Heaven collapse, they were still
6-star martial spirits, so their injuries were not serious.
The evil cultivator who had been shot in the head by the silver bullet shook his head, propped himself up with his hands, staggered to his feet, and then charged forward. The other evil cultivator, who had been struck into a residential building, slowly walked out and then gathered his strength to rush after Hongchen. Blood flowed from Hongchen's 7 orifices. But he said nothing, only focused on running wildly. Situlan looked at Hongchen's increasingly pale face from blood loss and said, "You will die." Hongchen reached out to wipe the corner of her eye, revealing
a tragic smile, and comforted her, "It's okay." Situlan looked at Hongchen and murmured, "How did Su Firan end up meeting you? She really is lucky. Don't be so foolish in the future, your life is the most important." Situlan, as if experiencing a moment of clarity, slightly propped herself up and broke free from Hongchen's embrace. "Live on for me."
That was the last thing Hongchen heard before a gentle force pushed him forward a great distance. He stumbled, hurriedly turned back, and looked at Situlan behind him. All he saw was her resolute figure in blue, charging straight towards the 2 evil cultivators.
A brilliant
blue light suddenly burst forth, illuminating the sky with dazzling blue clouds. The shockwave from the self-explosion sent Hongchen flying far away. When he landed, he barely managed to prop himself up, kneeling on the ground with his knife, struggling to lift his head, tears shimmering in his eyes.
"I'm sorry, I should have saved you sooner."
Before he could finish his self-reproach, he spat out another mouthful of blood. The noise caused by the self-detonation was too great, and everyone around rushed over.
Hongchen wiped the blood from his face. With no time to grieve, he could only turn and continue to flee. However, he had not run a few steps when a figure blocked his path. It was a very handsome man, tall and with a refined appearance, like a jade crown. Upon seeing Hongchen in women's clothing, he exclaimed with surprise, "You are Hongchen, right? Why are you dressed like this? I've been looking for you for a long time."
Chen did not explain but drew the Zhengyang knife with a fierce intent and charged at the refined man. Seeing this, the refined man immediately explained, "My name is Yuan Qing, and I am a teacher at Tianwu University.
I am not an evil cultivator, Vice President.
Zhou said you were at the Oathwater's edge, and I happened to be near the Great Dark Sky Realm, so I rushed here as soon as possible." Hearing this, Hongchen slowed his pace.
Had he finally waited for rescue after letting a Jiao and he Dinyo contact Zhou Jia? Lian?
Yuan Qing briefly explained the situation. "After I arrived at the Oathwater's edge, I could only avoid the evil cultivators while searching for your trace.
I just heard that loud noise and rushed here, and then I saw you. Evil cultivators are cunning.
What if he was a teacher here to rescue him but accidentally leaked information, and then the evil cultivators used that to lure
him? I don't believe you." Hongchen, covered in blood, asked, "What do you have to prove your identity?" "This is my teacher's certificate from Tianwu University."
Yuan Qing took out a work ID and added, "Moreover, I am a 10-star martial king.
If I were an evil cultivator, I wouldn't be talking to you, I would have captured you directly." Hongchen took the certificate and looked at it.
He couldn't blame himself for being cautious. The evil cultivators were too treacherous. Yuan Qing glanced at the sky around them and
said in a low voice, "Many evil cultivators are coming, we need to leave here quickly." The certificate was fine, and Hong Chen had activated his heavenly eye, so he felt no killing intent from Yuan Shang, confirming that Yuan Shang was indeed a teacher from Tianwu University. Hong Chen breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves relaxing, and his tone became weak. I don't have the strength to run anymore. I'll carry you. Yuan Shang grabbed Hong Chen and quickly took off into the air. Hong Chen lay on Yuan Shang's back and asked, Did you come alone? Of course not, I was the first to arrive at the Oath Water's edge because I was closer. Yuan Shang continued, the top 10 universities from the Tianwan realm have probably sent people to rescue you. But you sent out the distress signal only a few hours ago, so those people will likely arrive here later. That's good. Hong Chen's voice was faint, his injuries were too severe, and he couldn't help but want to sleep. You can sleep peacefully, I'll take care of everything behind you. Yuan Shang reassured him, when you wake up, the rescue might have arrived, and we can return to Tianwu University together. After hearing this, Hong Chen finally couldn't help but close his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. However, in this den of dragons and tigers, how could he easily escape? The evil cultivators of the sky-swallowing demon sect, after receiving the order from the sect leader, had almost all rushed over. The leaders and protectors of the 108 divisions, the leaders and elders of the 36 divisions, as well as the sect leader and the same level Dharma kings, were all on their way, and some nearby evil cultivators had already arrived at the Oath Water's edge. The leaders and protectors were all at least 10-star martial kings, the leaders and elders of the divisions were at least martial emperors, and the sect leader and Dharma kings had even reached the martial sect realm. The Oath Water's edge, which seemed vast to ordinary people, was not large in the eyes of these experts. Finding a few people here was not very difficult. Moreover, the surveillance at the Oath Water's edge was entirely under the control of the sky-swallowing demon sect, making it even easier to locate people. Yuan Shang carried Hong Chen for more than 10 minutes before being locked onto by the evil cultivators. A 10-star martial king leader fell from the sky, standing alone in front of Yuan Shang. The two were of the same realm, and having reached the level of martial king, the gap in realm and strength would also diminish. Yuan Shang unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, causing Hong Chen's body to float and land. He drew the white jade long sword from his waist and immediately engaged in fierce combat with the evil cultivator. Ultimately, the evil cultivator was still an evil cultivator, relying on devouring others to enhance their cultivation level, and could not be compared to Yuan Shang. Yuan Shang's realm was honed step by step, and he had been able to enter Tianwu University and remain as a teacher. His talent and strength were beyond doubt. After exchanging just over a dozen moves, the evil cultivator fell into a disadvantage and fled heavily injured. Yuan Shang continued to carry Hong Chen on his back. He dared not fly, as it would be easy for the evil cultivator to spot him, so he could only escape on the ground. However, the speed of fleeing on the ground could not match that of flying, and soon two more evil cultivators appeared, one in front and one behind, blocking Yuan Shang. Yuan Shang fought again with his sword. This time, after a few minutes of battle, he successfully killed one evil cultivator and severed the arm of another. But Yuan Shang was also heavily injured. His chest had taken a heavy blow and was already caved in, and his abdomen had been pierced by a spear, leaving a transparent hole. Yuan Shang forced himself to take a breath, continuing to carry Hong Chen and fleeing to a secluded corner. After running only a few hundred meters, 3 more evil cultivators arrived, and all 3 were 10-star martial kings. Yuan Shang turned back to look at the sleeping Hong Chen behind him, took a deep breath. He was heavily injured, his strength greatly diminished, and ahead were 3 opponents of the same realm. What should I choose? Yuan Shang released Hong Chen, gripping the white jade long sword with both hands. I am a teacher at Tianwu University, and Hong Chen is a student, so there's no need to say more. Of course, I will draw my sword. Spiritual energy gathered in his hands, his energy sea boiling. Yuan Shang stepped forward and slashed out 100 zhang long rainbow. 2 fists are no match for 6 hands, and moreover, Yuan Shang was also injured. This battle ended quickly. Yuan Shang's entire lower body was blasted into fragments, lying on the ground, barely alive. He glanced back. Just a few steps away was Hong Chen. Jia jia jia. The evil cultivator cackled, stepping down hard in midair towards Yuan Shang's head. Yuan Shang had no strength to move, only able to let the evil cultivator crush his head. Just as the moment passed, a burly man suddenly appeared, catching the evil cultivator's foot with his right hand, and simultaneously swung out his right fist, turning the evil cultivator into mush. The 2 evil cultivators A bit further back glanced at each other and instantly fled, for the aura of this burly man was that of a martial emperor. If they didn't run, would they stay behind to wait for death? The burly man reached out to help Yuan Qing, who was left with only his upper body, hurriedly took out a pill, wanting to feed it to Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing shook his head. Teacher Chu Yang, you must not worry about me. My Dantian and Energy Sea are completely destroyed, I am already dead. You take Hong Chen and leave quickly. After saying this, Yuan Qing's head tilted, and he lost his breath. The burly man named Chu Yang slowly laid down Yuan Qing, picked up a white jade long sword beside him with his left hand, and wiped his reddened eyes with his right hand. To prevent the corpse from being insulted by the evil cultivators, Chu Yang spat out a flame and had to incinerate Yuan Qing's body on the spot. Yuan Qing's corpse was still burning, and Chu Yang did not dare to delay, reaching out to carry the floating Hong Chen and continued to flee. Due to his taciturn and reserved nature, the students at Tianwu University all say that Chu Yang is rigid, dull, and inflexible. When he received a call from Zhou Jielian, he was not far from the banks of the Oathwater, only a few 100,000 miles away. After flying for 3 hours, Chu Yang arrived at the banks of the Oathwater, but due to a lack of signal, he couldn't contact Hong Chen and could only search for him like a headless fly. Suddenly, he saw a 100-foot-long rainbow soaring in the sky. It was the last sword strike made by Yuan Qing before his death. Since they both came from the same school, Chu Yang recognized that it was Yuan Qing's sword. Energy at a glance. Fortunately, he was close enough to save Yuan Qing from the feet of the evil cultivator. However, Yuan Qing was already on the brink of death, with little life left. He entrusted Hong Chen to Chu Yang and then passed away. Yuan Qing mainly taught sword techniques, while Chu Yang taught fist techniques. The two did not interact much on a daily basis, having only met a few times, so they were not very familiar with each other. However, they were colleagues after all, and there was some emotional connection and bond between them. Chu Yang still felt sorrow and discomfort at Yuan Qing's death. Carrying Hong Chen on his back, Chu Yang rushed forward at an incredible speed. Even the evil cultivators flying in the air could not keep up with his pace. Occasionally, there were some reckless evil cultivators blocking his path, but with a single forceful collision, he could turn them into a mist of blood. His realm as an 8-star martial emperor was evident, and the leaders and guardians of the heavenly demon cult posed no threat to him. Moreover, even a couple of martial emperor-level leaders and elders could not stop his advance. If they wanted to block Chu Yang, they would need to mobilize 3 or more martial emperor evil cultivators. Of course, if the cult leader and the Law King came, he would have no choice but to surrender. Chu Yang looked back at Hong Chen on his back. His breath was weak, and his internal organs were bleeding profusely. However, Hong Chen had already taken his own elixir, so he was temporarily out of danger, but they still needed to find a secluded place to rest and recuperate. A few more evil cultivators arrived, and Chu Yang simply threw a punch. The fierce punch surged forward, causing a row of more than 10 villas to collapse entirely. The few short-sighted martial spirit evil cultivators were instantly reduced to nothing, their remains dissipating into smoke. In a 5-star hotel room, Lu Mo and Jin Wuwei had grim expressions. The room also contained other leaders and guardians, as well as surveillance footage from various streets. Lu Mo looked at these leaders and guardians. Speaking harshly, the cult leader is about to arrive. If the cult leader finds out that you haven't followed orders, none of you will have it easy. Are you asking me to go and die? One leader said. You saw in the surveillance that big man is at least an 8-star martial emperor. I can't even take one of his punches. Another guardian added, our main target is Li Chang'an. There's no need to waste too many resources on Hong Chen. Jin Wuwei spoke up. You 4 are all at the martial emperor level. No matter how strong that big man is, he is just one person, and he has to carry Hong Chen, so his movements will definitely be somewhat inconvenient. The 2 guardians and 2 elders from the Shilin branch and the Taiha branch will arrive within half an hour. You just need to slightly block that big man, prevent him from escaping the banks of the Oathwater, and then the 8 of you working together should be able to kill him, right? The cult leader has given me full authority to command. If you don't listen, I certainly can't voice any objections. If Hong Chen escapes, it may not matter to you, but whether the cult leader cares about Hong Chen is another matter. Of course, you can choose to take a gamble. Perhaps the cult leader really only cares about Li Chang'an. But if you lose the gamble, whether the cult leader will turn you into dried corpses is also uncertain. Jin Wuwei's words were both soft and hard, carrying a threat, and the expressions of the 4 martial emperor evil cultivators darkened. The evil cultivators of the demon cult were all unpredictable. Each one a ruthless killer, completely disregarding human life. Jin Wuwei finally said, "Besides, the Grand Master is about to arrive. If the 8 of you can't handle that big man, there's still the Grand Master." The 4 evil cultivators exchanged glances and nodded, saying, "Let's do it." Lu Mo looked at the altar master and the guardians in the room. "You can also lend a hand, throw some hidden weapons, shoot some arrows, and help out as much as you can." The dozen or so altar masters and guardians dared not retort. After all, the 2 masters and the 2 elders had agreed. The night was deep, and a light rain began to fall from the sky. Xu Yang had already carried Hong Chen to the seaside, and just ahead was the inner sea. As it started to rain lightly and with Hong Chen injured, Xu Yang summoned a dark cloak, wrapping it around Hong Chen's back and shielding him from the rain. "Sleep well," Xu Yang said, his honest face breaking into a smile. "When you wake up, we'll be home." There were still over 1,000,000 miles to Zhengzhou. As long as they flew over the inner sea, they would reach Zhengzhou. In the very center of Zhengzhou was the Tianwen realm, where the Tianwu University was located, and that was the direction of home. Before reaching the shores of the Oathwater, he received 2 phone calls, one from Principal Xiang Dingtian and the other from Vice Principal Zhou Jielian. The principal and vice principal did not say much to this honest man, only clarifying the stakes involved. Whether Tianwu University can live up to its name, the 3,000-year wish rests on Hong Chen. Only you and Yuan Cheng are near the Great Black Sky realm, and it will take me some time to get there. But at the end of the call, Xiang Dingtian added, "You must take care of yourself." Although Chu Yang was honest, he was not foolish. The 2 principals had not stated it outright, but he could hear the underlying meaning. You can die, but Hong Chen cannot. Though it was a bit cruel, Xu Yang did not mind. The Tianwu University had gone through dozens of generations, and the 3,000-year wish rested in his hands. If that day were to truly come, it would be something to look forward to. Xu Yang smiled, retracting his gaze from Hong Chen, unsure if he would ever see that day. The sky above the shores of the Oathwater was filled with evil cultivators, but ahead was the sea, and they could only fly in the air. Xu Yang carried Hong Chen on his back, his figure soaring into the sky, suddenly darting through the air. A series of ripples spread through the air, caused by Xu Yang's rapid flight. Although it was night, cultivators capable of flying could still see each other. With no cover in the air, and carrying Hong Chen, all the evil cultivators saw him. The entire group of evil cultivators on the shores of the Oathwater chased after Chu Yang over the sea, including the 4 evil cultivators at the Martial Emperor level, as well as those altar masters and guardians at the Martial King level. Chu Yang's realm was high, but he was still carrying the severely injured Hong Chen, which hindered his movements and affected his flying speed. Moreover, the most critical point was that Chu Yang excelled in strength, while speed was his weakness. After flying over 3,000 miles, some evil cultivators caught up to him. Fearing for Hong Chen's safety, Chu Yang had no choice but to turn around, unleashing a punch that stirred up towering waves, temporarily pushing back the pursuing evil cultivators. Then, carrying Hong Chen, he continued to fly another 3,000 miles, where 3 Martial Emperor evil cultivators surrounded him from the southeast and southwest directions. Xu Yang turned his back to the north, channeling his energy, and the vast spiritual energy surged around him, causing the sea to erupt in towering waves, boiling the waters. The ocean was boundless, with waves crashing against the 3 Martial Emperor evil cultivators, temporarily forcing them back. Xu Yang had no time to catch his breath. Carrying Hong Chen, he continued to soar through the air, heading westward. Xu Yang carried Hong Chen on his back and continued to soar through the sky, flying towards the other side of the sea. During this time, he took out his satellite phone but could only receive some weak signals. With such faint signals, it was difficult to make a call, so Chu Yang had to edit a message and send it to Xiang Dingtian. However, after trying 5 or 6 times, the message still could not be sent successfully. Xu Yang couldn't help but sigh, opened the satellite map on his phone, and looked at the remaining distance. There were still 10 million miles to Zhengzhou, a long journey ahead, with vast seas and uncertain fates. Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders, adjusted Hong Chen on his back, then put the phone in his pocket and set it to automatically send a message every minute. Hong Chen was not asleep but was in a coma from serious injuries, otherwise, he would have woken up long ago from the bumpy ride. Although Xu Yang had a spatial treasure, it contained no air and was an absolutely static space, so it couldn't be used to carry living people. However, there were some divine treasures that could hold living beings, such as the map of mountains and rivers or the Tower of Heaven and Earth. Xu Yang did not possess such divine treasures. His spatial treasure was ordinary, so he could only carry Hong Chen on his back. After flying a few thousand miles further, a figure appeared ahead, standing in mid-air.
Sensing the aura emanating from that figure, Chu Yang couldn't help but frown. The aura was quite evil, clearly indicating that it was an evil cultivator trying to block his path. Moreover, the aura of this figure was very strong, likely another 8-star martial emperor. Xu Yang released Hong Chen, shook his arms, and believed he could easily defeat an evil cultivator of the same realm. His own realm was solid, while the opponent's was achieved through demonic techniques, absorbing others' spiritual energy to elevate their level. The evil cultivator's realm was like a castle in the air. Although it appeared high, it was essentially a soft-shelled shrimp. A flashy but useless facade. Xu Yang leaned forward, stepped into the void, and suddenly charged forward like a fierce tiger emerging from the mountains. This evil cultivator was the leader of the Taiha branch. He was self-aware and knew he couldn't defeat Xu Yang. Therefore, he only wanted to block Xu Yang's path and, along with the evil cultivators rushing from behind, surround and then kill Xu Yang. In an instant, Xu Yang closed the distance, gathering all his strength, and suddenly thrust his knee forward with great force, as fast as thunder. There was a muffled bang as his knee struck the evil cultivator's abdomen, causing the surrounding air to momentarily freeze. Although the evil cultivator had already gathered his strength and prepared his defenses, he couldn't help but cry out in pain after being hit by the knee strike. His body involuntarily leaned back, like a cannonball crashing into the sea, creating huge waves on the surface. After temporarily forcing the evil cultivator back, Xu Yang glanced at the sea and was about to lift Hong Chen again. Suddenly, the evil cultivator leaped out of the water, his dark hand reaching straight for Xu Yang's back. Xu Yang specialized in strength and defense, and speed was not his strong suit. Although he reacted, he couldn't avoid the evil cultivator's sneak attack. This move, known as the Black Death Hand, was one of the signature martial techniques of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect. The evil cultivator thought he could severely injure Xu Yang with this move. However, Xu Yang's defense was as solid as a fortress. When the evil cultivator's right hand, executing the Black Death Hand, struck, it felt like grabbing a mountain, and the immense recoil shattered his fingers. Xu Yang's body paused slightly, his internal energy surging. He took a deep breath, swallowed the blood in his mouth, then quickly turned around and delivered a heavy punch. This punch, known as the 8 Extremes Cracking Sky Fist, was a low-level heavenly martial technique. The power of the 8 extremes combined could shatter the sky with a single punch. Xu Yang knew that his knee strike couldn't severely injure the evil cultivator, so he deliberately turned around, exposing a flaw to lure the evil cultivator in. Evil cultivators were usually very cautious and cunning, but when faced with the flaw he revealed, it was hard for them not to be greedy. In the end, greed triumphed over caution, and the evil cultivator broke through the sea. Although Xu Yang was ambushed and suffered minor injuries, he shouted, "Ah!" and struck the evil cultivator's head with the 8 Extremes Cracking Sky Fist. With a crisp sound of crack, the evil cultivator's skull was shattered, and brain matter splattered everywhere. The evil cultivator's body fell back into the sea, but as an 8-star martial emperor, this heavy blow wouldn't kill him, though it would severely injure him and temporarily incapacitate his ability to pursue. Xu Yang turned around, carrying Hong Chen on his back, and continued to flee. Although he was delayed for a moment, 3 figures flew in from a distance, and even further away, there were 4 more figures. The 3 figures in the distance were elders from the West Forest branch and the leader and elder from the Taiha branch, all of whom were at the 4-star to 7-star martial emperor level. The 4 figures even further away were the 4 evil cultivators from the hotel, who were also around the 4-star to 7-star martial emperor level. Xu Yang showed no fear on his face, only a hint of annoyance. The strongest 8-star martial emperor evil cultivator had been severely injured by him, so he naturally wouldn't fear those of lower realms. However, if the 7 evil cultivators worked together, his 2 fists would struggle against their 4 hands, which could still be troublesome. Without pausing, Xu Yang urged the spiritual energy within him and flew westward at high speed. But because Hong Chen was severely injured and couldn't withstand the violent jolts, Xu Yang had to allocate some of his spiritual energy to protect Hong Chen's body. Moreover, carrying someone while flying impeded his movements, making it less convenient than flying alone. Of course, the impact wasn't very significant, but it still had some effect. The evil cultivators, having no other burdens, could fly at their utmost speed. The main reason was that Xu Yang wasn't adept at speed, and the distance was gradually closing. An arrow shot from behind, aimed directly at Hong Chen's back. This dark arrow couldn't harm Xu Yang's strong body, but it could kill Hong Chen. Xu Yang immediately twisted his body to avoid the arrow. Although it was just a momentary obstruction, the distance between the evil cultivators and Xu Yang closed again. Then another dark arrow was shot. Xu Yang had no choice but to dodge. He absolutely couldn't let Hong Chen get hurt, and the distance was getting closer. However, the three evil cultivators did not recklessly intercept him but continued to hinder Chu Yang, trying to regroup with the four behind them. Chu Yang also wanted to turn back and attack the three evil cultivators, but as soon as they saw this, they immediately ran toward the back, which would only speed up the evil cultivators regrouping. Chu Yang could only helplessly give up. The boundless sea stretched endlessly, night clouds floated for miles, the moon and stars were sparse, and the sky and sea seemed to merge into one line. Chu Yang had run a long way and delayed for quite some time, but in the end, he was still caught up by the evil cultivators. 7. Evil cultivators surrounded Chu Yang from all sides, with one in each of the 6 directions, north, south, east, west, above, and below, leaving one more to fill in. Further out on the sea, dozens of altar masters and guardians from the sky-devouring demon sect were on their way. Seeing this scene, Chu Yang couldn't help but smile. Was he not trapped with no way to heaven or earth? Surrounded by evil cultivators from all directions, Chu Yang dared not let go of Hong Chen. He could only carry Hong Chen on his back and confront the 7 evil cultivators. What are you waiting for? Chu Yang said disdainfully, looking at the evil cultivators who dared not approach. Are there still experts on their way? Chu Yang already had the answer in his heart and asked himself, is that person your sky-devouring demon sect's leader, or that elusive Dharma king? The evil cultivators, though unable to defeat Chu Yang individually, felt emboldened by their numbers. Immediately, a short evil cultivator mocked, if you put down Hong Chen now, you might save your own life. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang wasted no words. He stepped forward, bringing his right hand's index and middle fingers together, and a beam of azure energy burst forth from his fingertips, shooting towards the short evil cultivator. The sea wind howled, and the waves surged. The moon set and the stars hung low, the azure water seemed to support the sky. This move was called azure water supporting the sky finger, a low-level heavenly martial skill. The azure energy shot out, plain and unadorned, its aura restrained to the utmost, perfectly embodying the principle of simplicity. The finger traced a trajectory through the air, cutting through the sea with incredible speed. The short evil cultivator barely had time to slightly turn his body to avoid the heart area. The azure energy sliced through him like a knife through tofu, severing his left chest to left shoulder, taking both flesh and bone. The severed half of the short evil cultivator's body fell into the sea, letting out a piercing scream. Chu Yang, like a teacher reprimanding a student, said sternly, "You spoke disrespectfully. You deserve to be punished. This is a heavenly martial skill," one evil cultivator exclaimed in shock. The power of heavenly martial skills was indeed formidable, but they also consumed a great deal of spiritual energy. A gloomy-looking evil cultivator said to Chu Yang, "You are only an 8-star. Martial Emperor, heavenly martial skills consume a lot of spiritual energy. How many more can you use?" Chu Yang simply replied, "You don't need to worry about how many more I can use, it's enough to kill you." Hearing this, the gloomy evil cultivator felt fear in his heart but stubbornly retorted, "Don't try to bluff us. We are not fools." With their intentions exposed, Chu Yang felt no panic. Carrying Hong Chen, he dared not engage in close combat with the evil cultivators. "You're so brave, why don't you come over here?" Chu Yang, being an honest person, had a rather clumsy tone of provocation. "I just won't go over, what can you do about it?" The gloomy evil cultivator chuckled, looking at his companions, "Let's all attack together. As soon as he exposes his back, we'll strike at Hong Chen." "All right." Except for the short evil cultivator who had been severed, the remaining 6 evil cultivators charged at Chu Yang. The evil cultivators attacked from 6 directions, and Chu Yang, worried about Hong Chen being hurt, stepped into the air, extending his body, and first struck out a palm towards the evil cultivator above. The other 5 evil cultivators immediately flew upwards, but after Chu Yang struck out, he used the momentum to dive downwards, slightly breaking free from the encirclement, then kicked towards the evil cultivator below. The evil cultivator below felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He barely managed to block for a moment before falling into the sea. As Chu Yang descended, he spread his arms wide, letting out a fierce shout, and raised his arms upwards, causing towering waves to rise from the sea. The giant waves crashed against the 5 evil cultivators, and Chu Yang landed on the sea surface. Seizing this opportunity, he forcefully took a breath, and his figure shot out 3,000 meters in an instant, successfully breaking through the encirclement. Chu Yang dashed through the waves, but the good times were short-lived as the evil cultivators shot out hidden arrows, hindering his progress and closing the distance once more. He saw the evil cultivators closing in, and with a punch that stirred the surrounding air and raised towering waves, he once again forced them back. After all, the evil cultivators were martial emperors, their bodies as tough as tempered steel. The waves could only temporarily push them back, unable to inflict any real harm. Unless Xu Yang unleashed an extremely energy-consuming heavenly-grade martial technique. The evil cultivators would not be in any life-threatening danger. However, Xu Yang's energy was already running low. He might still be able to use a heavenly-grade martial technique once more, but then he would exhaust his energy and be left waiting for death. Although the evil cultivators also experienced energy depletion, they still had much more energy left compared to Xu Yang, who had to expend energy to fend them off. As time passed, Xu Yang fought while retreating, running over 10,000 miles. But there were still 999,000 miles to Zhangzhou, and the journey back seemed endless. Each time he forced back the evil cultivators, it cost him energy, and they noticed that Xu Yang's speed was slowing due to his lack of energy. The evil cultivators surrounded Xu Yang for the 5th time, and at this moment, the martial kings among them had also arrived, standing at the outermost circle of the encirclement. Xu Yang stopped, feeling somewhat exhausted, breathing heavily as he glanced back at Hong Chen, who remained unconscious. The gloomy evil cultivator said, "We'll give you one more chance. As long as you let go of Hong Chen, we'll let you go. Get lost." Xu Yang replied with a single word, unwilling to waste too much energy on such a trivial matter. The dark night sky loomed overhead, the sea surface dim, only the waves roared, while clouds gathered and dispersed above. "You really aren't afraid of death," one evil cultivator mocked, his face full of disdain. Xu Yang scoffed in return, equally disdainful, saying, "You selfish and self-serving evil cultivators will never understand. In life, there will always be sea winds and frosty moons, but there are also clouds that gather and disperse. There are always some things and some people worth risking one's life for, worth standing up to. Protect." One evil cultivator attempted to persuade him to surrender. "You don't need to waste your life for Hong Chen, after all, you don't even know him well. You lowly scum, how could I be like you? We have faith, while you are selfish and self-serving. Of course, you wouldn't know what faith is." Xu Yang's words were resolute as he lifted Hong Chen again and looked up at the evil cultivators, saying, "Come on. All of you." The persuading evil cultivator shook his head, saying, "There's no way to communicate, this person is truly tired of living." Luomo also arrived, and upon hearing this, he immediately said, "The leader will be here soon. If you're afraid, you might as well wait for the leader." These evil cultivators did not dare to fight Xu Yang to the death, otherwise, they wouldn't have let him run so far. Luomo noticed the situation and continued, "Anyway, since you couldn't catch him, the leader shouldn't blame you for not doing your job. Stop talking nonsense," the gloomy evil cultivator said fiercely, then added, "His energy is nearly depleted, and he can't use heavenly-grade martial techniques. If we work together, we can take him down in one go, to avoid the leader's blame." Xu Yang was engaged in a fierce battle with 6 evil cultivators, and the situation was escalating. The boundless sea churned with wave after wave of surging waters. The spiritual energy boiled, raising towering waves that made the waters of the 4 seas stand up. The pressure filled the sky, overshadowing the clouds, causing the clouds of the 9 heavens to droop. Facing 6 evil cultivators whose realms were lower than his, Xu Yang wouldn't say he would win, but at least he wouldn't be defeated. However, because he had to consider Hong Chen behind him, he couldn't fight with all his strength. As the battle continued, Xu Yang's wounds multiplied, blood seeping out continuously, dyeing his clothes a dark red. But the 6 evil cultivators were not entirely unscathed. One gloomy evil cultivator was killed by Xu Yang, and the remaining 5 were also injured to varying degrees. Additionally, some of the martial king evil cultivators who had come to assist were also killed due to the aftermath of the battle. Xu Yang grabbed a martial emperor evil cultivator by the neck, exerting all his strength to crush it, killing another, but he was close to exhaustion. "How many of you are left?" Xu Yang stood on the surface of the sea, his right arm severed, bending over and gasping for breath. He pressed his remaining left hand against his thigh, slowly propping himself up, and shouted, "Come on. All of you, come at me." The remaining 4 evil cultivators felt a chill. Xu Yang should have been exhausted by now, yet every time they thought they could kill him, he always managed to catch his breath and fight again. "What the hell is wrong with this guy?" one martial emperor evil cultivator said, fear evident in his tone. "He should have exhausted all his energy and spiritual power. Why is he still holding on?" Luomo was also affected by the battle's aftermath. He wiped the blood flowing from his mouth and said, "Don't be afraid, our reinforcements will arrive soon." A martial emperor evil cultivator with a severed left leg glared, his eyes blazing with anger. "You said before that the leader would arrive soon, and yet he still hasn't come. You think you can fool me again? Once I recover my strength, you're the first one I'm going to kill." Luomo took a step back and said, "This time it's true, I'm not lying to you, the reinforcements are really on their way." Because he hadn't found Li Chang'an's whereabouts, the leader of the sky-eating demon sect had gone to the Oathwater's edge, but he had sent reinforcements. which was the information Lu Mo had just received. The leader has sent Feng Hui over to assist. Feng Hui is at the martial ancestor level, the strongest among the 36 leaders, and he will arrive here soon.
Just hold on a little longer. As soon as Lu Mo finished
speaking, a martial emperor evil cultivator extended his hand and shouted, I can hold on, my ass. If the leader comes to assist, I might spare your life.
But since it's Feng Hui coming, don't think you can survive. The martial emperor evil cultivator pulled Lu Mo in front of him with a palm and then activated the sky-eating demon sex divine ability, instantly turning Lu Mo into a dried corpse. Previously, the 6 martial emperor evil cultivators had attacked Chu Yang out of fear of the leader's might. The higher the rank, the more oppressive the authority. The 6 martial emperor evil cultivators feared the leader, but they were of the same level as Feng Hui, and while they respected the martial ancestor's strength, they weren't terrified to the point of trembling.
Chu Yang is already exhausted. We've put in so much effort, are we really going to wait for Feng Hui to pick the fruit? One martial emperor evil cultivator said, and the remaining 3 immediately felt murderous intent. Due to the nature of their cultivation methods, the evil cultivators' emotions were magnified, including greed and jealousy. The 4 evil cultivators were all leaders and elders of equal status to Feng Hui, so why should they let him reap the benefits? The evil cultivator, who had absorbed Lu Mo, slowly opened his eyes. I've absorbed Lu Mo. My spiritual energy and injuries have recovered by 30%. I can take the lead, but I want to take credit when reporting to the leader.
No problem. It's better than letting Feng Hui take advantage. Since both of you agree, then I agree too.
The 4 evil cultivators quickly reached a consensus and charged at Chu Yang once more. It was yet another brutal battle. The main attacking evil cultivator had just been smashed into pieces by Chu Yang's palm. But Chu Yang could no longer stand. His right leg was severed, his chest caved in, his body charred, and his left shoulder pierced through, half of his face gone. His right arm had already been cut off, and after enduring various attacks, his body was covered in scars. To protect Hong Chen behind him, there were some attacks that Chu Yang could not evade, otherwise he wouldn't have been so severely injured.
Come again.
Chu Yang half knelt on the surface of the lake, murmuring softly, keep coming.
After taking Chen Yicheng's elixir and then Chu Yang's, Hong Chen's injuries gradually improved, and he began to regain consciousness from his coma.
Hong Chen slowly opened his eyes. All he saw was darkness. Activating his heavenly eye, he finally saw his surroundings, realizing he was above a vast ocean, being carried by a burly man. This man was covered in wounds, drenched in blood, with not a single intact piece of flesh on his front, yet his back was unscathed.
Who are you? Hong Chen asked in a daze. Where is Yuan Chang?
Upon hearing the voice from behind, the sturdy figure trembled. With his lacerated left hand, he untied the dark cloak binding Hong Chen. I am a teacher from Tianwu University. Chu Yang's voice was hoarse and weak. Yuan Xing died not long ago.
With his heavenly eye, Hong Chen saw the evil cultivators
surrounding them and quickly pieced together what had happened.
Don't be afraid.
Chu Yang forced himself to stand and said, I'm here. I'll buy you some time, you take the chance to escape. After saying this, Chu Yang turned to look at Hong Chen, a smile appearing on his charred face. Hong Chen struggled to prop himself up, pressing down on Chu Yang's arm, and asked, do you want to self-destruct too? Chu Yang paused, shook his head, and replied, no.
You're this injured, what other means can you use? Hong Chen's tone was bitter.
All the way here, Wu Di had exhausted himself and suffered severe injuries before choosing to self-destruct, and Situlan had also exhausted himself and suffered severe injuries before making the
same choice.
At this moment, Chu Yang was similarly exhausted and severely injured, so how could Hong Chen not know what he intended to do? If it weren't for being truly out of options, no martial artist would dare to self-destruct. Self-destruction was the last resort of a martial artist, but it required immense courage. Not all martial artists had the bravery to do so. However, Hong Chen had witnessed 2 self-destructing individuals on his journey here, and there would soon be a third. Self-destruction was also the final dance unique to martial artists, as well as their last dignity. Chu Yang looked up and smiled. He truly was not good at lying.
He suddenly asked, your name is Hong Chen, right? My name is Hong Chen. Hong Chen nodded. What is your name? I am Chu Yang.
Back when I was studying at Tianwu University, the old principal told us that life will eventually come to an end, but one should live without regrets. I can only come this far. This is my fate. You need not be sad for me, your bright future still lies ahead. As a man, when it's time to die, one should die. I have only a little strength left. Apart from this last dance, I have no other choice, and this is also my final dignity. In my life, I have been rough and clumsy, not good with words, inevitably leaving many regrets, but I have no regrets, so I will die if I must.
Chu Yang patted Hong Chen's shoulder, but the journey to Zhengzhou, the thousands of miles of Clouds and moon, you will have to see it alone. Just like the first time he was pushed by Wu Di, the second time by Sitalan, this time he was pushed back by Chu Yang. Hong Chen's weak body was sent flying a good distance by a gentle force. The range of Chu Yang's self-detonation was vast, but there were still some who escaped. Among the remaining 4 Martial Emperor evil cultivators, one managed to activate blood escape in time, avoiding this life and death crisis. The group of Martial King evil cultivators, being positioned further back, also had a dozen or so who successfully survived. Hong Chen was thrown far away by Chu Yang's gentle palm force, his figure flying backward for several tens of thousands of meters, but before he fell into the sea, he was caught in midair by someone. This was a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, appearing to be in his late 20s, carrying 3 long swords on his back, dressed in a black suit, though his suit was slightly tattered and covered in knife marks, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. It was likely the sound of Chu Yang's explosion that attracted the attention of this sword-carrying young man, prompting him to rush over. I am a teacher from Tianzhua University named Zhang Hu. I have seen your photo. You are a freshman from Tianwu University. Your name seems to be Hong Chen, right? Hong Chen nodded, feeling relieved that he was not an evil cultivator. Where is Li Chang'an? Have you seen him? Zhang Hu retracted the spiritual energy released from his palm, allowing the floating Hong Chen to slowly descend onto the sea surface. Hong Chen shook his head, then nodded and said, I was unconscious for a while, so I'm not clear on the exact time. But I estimate it was about 10 hours ago that I saw Li Chang'an by the Oath Water's edge. You stay here, I will be back soon. Zhang Hu nodded upon hearing this, instructed Hong Chen, and then his figure flashed and disappeared. On the sea's surface, 10,000 meters away, a vast sword energy surged, blocking out the sun, and the remaining evil cultivators didn't even have time to scream before being turned to dust in an instant. Just a few seconds later, Zhang Hu returned to Hong Chen's side and said, on my way here, I encountered an evil cultivator named Feng Hui, and I killed him as well. The principal of your Tianwu University has also come, but he encountered the leader and law king of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect in the Northwest Sea area, and the 3 are currently in a fierce battle, with him at a disadvantage. But don't panic, the top combat forces from various universities have gone to support him, and it shouldn't take long to repel the leader and law king of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect. I have sent a sword talisman to notify your Tianwu University. You can wait here for rescue. I still need to go to the Oath Water's edge to find Li Chang'an. I received news an hour ago that the leader of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect went to the Oath Water's edge, and there may be a fierce battle, so I cannot take you with me. Zhang Hu finally said, it's very safe nearby, there are no traces of evil cultivators within tens of thousands of miles. I understand. Hong Chen clasped his hands together, his expression serious as he said, take care. Zhang Hu, upon hearing this, flashed away, and Hong Chen didn't have time to say, you must survive. Hong Chen couldn't fly, so he had to run across the sea towards the direction of Chu Yang's explosion. Zhang Hu could slay the remaining evil cultivators with a single sword strike. Although those evil cultivators were exhausted and injured, he was at least at the martial sovereign level, otherwise it wouldn't have been so clean and swift. Moreover, he had also killed Feng Hui, who was the strongest among the 36 leaders of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect, so Zhang Hu was at least at the martial sovereign level. The leader of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect was likely at the level of 7-star to 9-star martial sovereign, which was why Zhang Hu didn't dare to bring Hong Chen along. Perhaps because Zhang Hu, being at the martial sovereign level, also said that there were no traces of evil cultivators within tens of thousands of miles. Hong Chen was not afraid. He arrived at the sea surface where Chu Yang had self-detonated. It was a scene of devastation, with the sea covered in the severed limbs and broken arms of evil cultivators. After a martial artist self-detonates, there would be nothing left but bones. These severed limbs could only belong to the evil cultivators. Hong Chen activated his heavenly eye to look around, and in the distance, he saw a dark cloak floating on the sea surface, which was the same cloak Chu Yang had used to bind himself. Wrapped around the dark cloak was a white jade long sword, which was Yuan Chang's relic. Hong Chen picked up the dark cloak and the white jade long sword. Both of them had already turned to dust, so these were the only relics left of the two. If it weren't for Yuan Chang and Chu Yang, he would have died long ago by the shores of the Oathwater. Of course, if it weren't for the martial world, he would have just died as well. Hong Chen's mother had told him a principle since he was young: the kindness of others is remembered for 1,000 years. Both of them were already dead, and Hong Chen didn't know how to repay the life-saving grace, so he could only keep the relics of the two. Hong Chen's injuries had not yet healed. He had just run tens of thousands of meters on the sea and couldn't help but spit out blood. He had to sit cross-legged on the surface of the sea, beginning to meditate and regulate his breathing, nurturing the injuries within his body. The leaders and protectors of the 108 temples of the Swallowing Heaven Demon cult, the leaders and elders of the 36 branches, as well as the Grand Leader and the same level Dharma King, all rushed to the shores of the Oath Water. It wasn't just the teachers from Tianwu University who came to the rescue. The teachers from Longjing University had successfully rescued the severely injured Su Firen and Ing Huanhuan from the pursuit of the evil cultivators 2 hours ago. Xiao Dao and Mu Yunlu couldn't escape. Both were captured by the evil cultivators, but 3 hours ago, they were also rescued by the teachers from Dongxing University. Li Chang'an, Mu Yunlu, and Luo Lai were the key targets of the evil cultivators. Therefore, Luo Lai, who was responsible for covering the retreat, was not killed by the evil cultivators but was severely injured and then imprisoned. The teacher from Yuanyang University, responsible for rescuing Ing Huanhuan, did not find her but accidentally discovered the imprisoned Luo Lai. Li Chang'an, along with Chen Yicheng, was hiding everywhere. His strength was formidable, and with his keen insight, he could always turn danger into safety, escaping the pursuit of the evil cultivators. But Qin Zhou, Sitilan, and Wei Wei, who had boarded the flying boat together to study in the Tianwen realm, were all dead. The ones responsible for escorting everyone, Long Xiao, Wu Di, Li Yunfei, and Mu Bai, were also dead. Even without counting the elites of the Security Bureau, the number of survivors was still less than half. Hong Chen finished his meditation, slowly opened his eyes, and the night finally dissipated as the sun began to rise in the east. The horizon glowed with orange-red light, shimmering waves sparkled, golden rays intertwined, the sea and sky merged, creating a magnificent sight. The rolling waves crashed endlessly, like war drums echoing between heaven and earth. A tall man suddenly appeared in front of Hong Chen. He looked somewhat disheveled, clearly having just finished a fierce battle. This man had a square face, thick brows, and big eyes, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, standing at a terrifying height of 2 meters 5, with a robust and imposing figure, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, exuding righteousness. He extended his hand to the cross-legged Hong Chen and said, "I'm sorry I'm late, let's go home." The tall and robust man was none other than the president of Tianwu University, Xiang Tingtian. He was flying through the air with Hong Chen and, in an instant, they arrived at a floating warship, landing on the deck. The cross-border flying boat was a civilian aircraft, while the floating warship was faster and equipped with spiritual cannons and various attack formations. The floating warship was heading west and, after a few minutes, docked above the shores of Oath Water. Although there were evil cultivators in this city, there were more ordinary people, and since it would affect the civilians, the spiritual cannons and attack formations could not be used freely. However, the teachers on the deck, ready for action, flew down from the floating warship, charging towards the shores of Oath Water to hunt down the evil cultivators of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect. Xiang Tingtian looked down and said, "Thanks to the message you sent, otherwise in such a vast place as the Dark Heaven realm, we would have had a hard time finding you." Of course, if they had searched hard enough, they could have found Hong Chen and his group, but it would have taken more time, and by then, Hong Chen and his group would likely have been drained by the evil cultivators. "The floating warship is very safe, you should stay here." The leader of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect used blood escape to flee, but the main sect leader is still at the shores of Oath Water. "I need to deal with that guy." After saying this, Xiang Tingtian vanished in a flash, rushing towards the battlefield below where fierce fighting was taking place. A man in black was being besieged, and he was the main sect leader of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect. Among those surrounding him was Jiang Hu, whom they had seen earlier. Xiang Tingtian joined the battle and, with a single punch, killed the main sect leader. Then, 2 teachers carried a stretcher and flew back to the deck of the floating warship, where a weakly breathing Mu Yunlu lay. Another 2 teachers followed with a stretcher, and on it lay Luo Lai. Luo Lai had likely been drained by the evil cultivators of the Devouring Heaven Demon sect. His once robust body was now just skin and bones, but he was still breathing. A beautiful female teacher followed closely behind, landing on the deck with a small knife. The one-armed small knife nodded slightly upon seeing Hong Chen and walked towards the ward where Luo Lai and Mu Yunlu were. Since the signal jammers had been destroyed, normal communication was restored at the shores of Oath Water. After Jiang Hu finished off the main sect leader, he quickly contacted Li Chanan. A few minutes later, Li Chanan arrived, carrying the severely injured and unconscious Chen Yicheng, and landed on the flying boat. Hong Chen hurried over and asked, "Is she okay?" "She managed to save her life," Li Chanan replied, his pale face showing a complex smile, before carrying Chen Yicheng into the ward. After waiting a few more minutes, Hong Chen finally saw the person he most wanted to meet, a female teacher who released her spiritual energy, bringing Ing Huanhuan and Su Firen down to the deck. Once the 3 were on the deck, the female teacher retracted her spiritual energy, and Su Firen wobbled, with Ing Huanhuan quickly supporting her. Hong Chen rushed to Su Firen's side, concerned. "What happened to you? Where are you hurt? Is it serious?" "I'm fine, just a minor injury, nothing serious, I'll be better soon," Su Firen said with a smile on her youthful face, seemingly amused by Hong Chen's panic.
Although her tone was somewhat weak, her words were clear, indicating that her injury was not particularly severe. Some very serious injuries might be considered severe for ordinary people, but for martial artists, they could be just minor injuries.
Hong Chen looked at Su Firan and Ing Huan and asked, "How did you manage to avoid the pursuit of the evil cultivators?"
"We just randomly found a hotel to wait for you, but then the evil cultivators also came to this hotel and booked a presidential suite, where
many of them were having a meeting.
Perhaps it was because of the darkness under the light, the evil cultivators never discovered us," Ing Huan added, then continued, "A few hours ago, the phone suddenly regained signal, and we received a call from a teacher at Longjing University, but the evil cultivators next door overheard the conversation and then we were exposed. But at that time, the vast majority of the evil cultivators had gone out to search, so my sister Firan and I were very lucky, with only 2 martial spirit evil cultivators chasing us. We ran all the way, and during this time, my sister Firan was injured by the martial spirit evil cultivators while trying to protect me, but in the end, the teachers from Longjing University arrived just in time."
Hearing Ing Huan's words, Hong Chen smiled.
He had suffered so much, yet the 2 of them were not in great danger, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune.
Hong Chen looked around the deck and asked, "What about Axie? Why isn't he with you?" Ing Huan showed an angry expression and said, "He's such a jerk, insisting on running away.
We couldn't persuade him, and who knows where he ran off to.
Let's not talk about him for now."
Hong Chen supported Su Firan. "Let's go to the ward and take a look, it's windy on the deck." The doctor quickly completed the examination, and Su Firan was not seriously injured. With a few days of rest, she would be lively again. Hong Chen then went to the next ward, where Mu Yunlu was in critical condition, being rescued by the doctors with various treatment tools in use. He also visited Luo Lai, who was lying on the hospital bed. Because his cultivation and talent had been drained by the evil cultivators, Luo Lai was like a useless person at that moment. For the proud Luo Lai, he might prefer death over becoming a talentless waste. Hong Chen wanted to encourage him but felt it was somewhat unnecessary. Encouraging words were just empty talk, having no effect whatsoever. Luo Lai stared blankly at the ceiling, not speaking, just lying there in a daze. Such an ambitious battle maniac had once looked forward to attending Tianwu University and fighting against various geniuses. But alas, before he even reached Tianwu University, he had become a useless person. This pain might be 1,000 times worse than death for him. Hong Chen felt a bit guilty because Luo Lai had held the rear to buy time for him and Xiao Dao. If it weren't for Luo Lai's sacrifice, he and Xiao Dao might have ended up in the same state as him. Hong Chen lowered his head, rubbing his face with both hands, with too many words he wanted to say but dared not speak. "You take good care of yourself, and when we become stronger in the future, we'll kill these evil cultivators together." This sentence, Hong Chen couldn't bring himself to say. With Luo Lai's talent gone, how could he become stronger? Talent can be reforged. Who says that without talent, one cannot cultivate? Hong Chen wanted to say this, wanting to share the sky-repairing divine ability with Luo Lai, but it wasn't the right time, as there were others around. A debt of gratitude lasts for 1,000 years. Luo Lai had saved his life, so even if it was the sky-repairing divine ability, Hong Chen could share it with Luo Lai, as long as he could regain his fighting spirit. But at that moment, Xiao Dao and several teachers were in the ward, so Hong Chen opened his mouth but decided to wait until later. The floating battleship had many wards, and as Hong Chen walked out of the ward, Li Chang'an also came out of another ward. Li Chang'an picked up the wine flask at his waist, tilted his head back to pour, but not a single drop came out. The flask had long been empty. "What kind of ending do you think is worthy of all this turmoil and wandering?" Li Chang'an threw the empty flask into the sea of clouds. "I don't know." Hong Chen shook his head, suddenly thinking of Chu Yang, and said with a melancholic tone, "But I want to see the clouds and the moon along this journey of thousands of miles. The doctor just told me that Chen Yicheng is not in life-threatening danger, but because she was struck by the soul-snatching palm of an evil cultivator, she has lost one of her 3 souls and 6 spirits, and will be confused and dazed in the future." Li Chang'an's tone was flat, but his face bore the pain, clearly holding back his emotions. Hong Chen recalled the girl with bright eyes and white teeth who had handed him the elixir not long ago, and couldn't help but sigh. She is a good person, she shouldn't have to suffer like this. Li Chang'an blamed himself. "It's all my fault for being too weak, that's why it turned out like this. If I were stronger, she wouldn't be like this." Hong Chen actually had similar thoughts. When he found Yuan Cheng and Chu Yang's relics, he also felt guilty in his heart. All because he was too weak, which led to these people dying one after another before him. Hong Chen gazed at the waters of the Oath River flowing into the inner sea in the distance, feeling sentimental. Life is full of long-lasting grievances, and the waters flow east. There are always too many grievances in life, like the rushing river that flows eastward, ceaseless and endless. Understand the past that cannot be changed, and know that the future can still be pursued. Hong Chen didn't say much to Li Chang'an. The mistakes of the past cannot be undone, but future matters can still be remedied.
Chen Yicheng may become a confused madwoman, but now that it has come to this, why wallow in self-pity?
In such a vast place as Jojo, with so many heroes and legends, if one doesn't try, how can one know there isn't a way to restore the 3 souls and 6 spirits? You truly are my good teacher and friend. Li Chang'an smiled. This time his smile was
genuine, not forced.
Following Hong Chen's gaze, Li Chang'an looked at the waters of the Oath River flowing into the inner sea. I, Li Chang'an, vow by the waters of the oath, that in this life, I will eliminate all enmities, punish all evils, and
slay all demons and wicked paths.
As the two chatted, a fat man covered in black ash was thrown onto the deck. Hong Chen took a closer look, and this fat man was none other than Axie. After Axie left that inn, he soon encountered an evil cultivator. Perhaps due to his luck, he fell into an oil drum while fleeing in panic, thus saving his life. Seeing the gaze Hong Chen cast at him, Axie paused, fear evident on his face. Hong Chen had warned Axie many times before, and he had promised Wu Di that he would never betray Wu Di's trust. Yet, after encountering the evil cultivator, Axie still ran away, abandoning Su Firen and Ing Huan, but fortunately, Su Firen and Ing Huan were unharmed.
Axie knew he couldn't escape now. He walked up to Hong Chen, lowered his head, and pleaded, I know I was wrong, but please don't kill me. Hong Chen had previously said that if Axie abandoned his teammates and fled, he would kill him with one strike. But at this moment, hearing Axie's words, Hong Chen shook his head and simply said, it's good that you're alive. Every person has their own choices between valuing life and sacrificing for righteousness. Hong Chen didn't want to be harsh. At the time, Wu Di wanted to keep Axie in the team, but he was already dead, so he couldn't say to the deceased Wu Di, look, Axie is that kind of person. I told you not to keep him in the team. Just like he had said to Li Chang'an earlier, the past is gone and cannot be pursued. After resolving the matters at the Oath Water's edge, the floating warship set sail towards the Tianwen realm in Zhengzhou. And a day later, in a secret lair of the devouring sky demon sect, a group of people knelt below, while in the center, on the throne, sat a middle-aged man with a pale face. The pale-faced middle-aged man's name was Dantai Mieshing, but he also had a nickname called the Gluttonous Ghost, and he was the leader of the devouring sky demon sect. Dantai Mieshing closed his eyes and breathed slowly, while the kneeling followers below were all trembling, afraid to breathe loudly, their bodies drenched in cold sweat from fear. In this battle, the leader of the sky-eating demon sect and the Dharma King had both perished. Among the 108 altar
masters and guardians, only 27 out of 216 managed to escape. Among the 36 branch leaders and elders, only 13 out of 72 survived. The sky-eating demon sect was finished. As Dantai Mieshing thought of this, he heavily slapped the throne, shattering the armrest with a loud crash. One of the evil cultivators kneeling below was startled by the noise and couldn't help but wet himself. A bunch of useless trash. Dantai Mieshing shouted angrily, you should all die. They failed to capture Li Chang'an. And Mu Yunlu had also escaped, resulting in so many deaths. He himself had been severely injured by Xiang Dingtian and had no choice but to use the life-consuming blood escape to flee the encirclement. Dantai Mieshing opened his mouth and exhaled a stream of black gas, turning all the kneeling evil cultivators into dried corpses. After a moment, Dantai Mieshing opened his eyes and took out his phone, scrolling through the photos on the screen, which included Li Chang'an, Luo Lai, Mu Yunlu, Su Firen. Upon seeing the photo of Hong Chen, Dantai Mieshing's hand paused. This person's appearance was somewhat similar to the martial king he had casually killed in the Huayang domain of the Xiansong realm at the end of March this year. Both were from the Huayang domain. Could they be related? Dantai Mieshing clicked on Hong Chen's photo, and detailed information about him appeared on the phone screen. Residing in Jianghuai province of the Great Xia Kingdom, A-level talent in the sun, his father was the deputy director of the Security Bureau, and he was harmed by evil cultivators at the end of March this year. The martial king he killed seemed to be from the Security Bureau, and the timing matched. They were definitely father and son. However, according to the information provided by his subordinate altar masters, Hong Chen's talent was S-level Nanming Liwa. Dantai Mieshing closed his eyes, connecting various pieces of information in his mind. After a moment, he opened his eyes. His tone excited. Could it be that the Creation Jade Disc is in Hong Chen's hands? The Creation Jade Disc he had been desperately seeking. If it was in Hong Chen's possession, he wouldn't have to use the castrated version of the Gluttonous Great method and the base seizing technique. Dantai Mieshing's eyes lit up. It was a windfall. That kid probably still didn't know the true use of the Creation Jade Disc and likely didn't understand the real purposes of spirit devouring and sky mending. However, the joy on Dantai Mieshing's face changed to one of caution. Even with the Dharma King joining forces to battle Xiang Dingtian, they were still at a disadvantage. Moreover, there were still 10 principals with similar combat power in the Tianwen realm, so he couldn't rashly head to the Tianwen realm. But sooner or later, Hong Chen would leave the Tianwen realm. Even if he didn't go home during the summer and winter breaks, he would definitely leave after graduation. He would eventually have his chance to act. Furthermore, he had previously used blood escape, consuming a large amount of life and vitality, so he needed to rest for a while before waiting for the right opportunity. Dan Tai Nyeshing nodded to himself, having made up his mind. At the end of August, at 10 o'clock at night, Hong Chen was talking to Su Firen by the hospital bed. Su Firen felt a bit thirsty, so he asked Hong Chen to pour him a cup of hot water. From the next room, urgent shouts could be heard. Brother Lai. What are you doing? Brother Lai. Don't do anything foolish. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen placed the hot water on the bedside table and leaned down to Su Firen, saying, "It seems something happened. Next door, I'll go take a look." "Go check on Luo Lai. I'm not so weak that I can't drink water myself," Su Firen replied with a smile, her pale face gradually regaining some color after 2 days of rest. Wearing a casual short-sleeve shirt, Hong Chen grabbed a jacket from the bedside and then opened the door to the next room. Luo Lai's throat was bleeding, and Xiao Dao was half-kneeling in front of the bed, pressing down on Luo Lai's bleeding throat with his remaining left hand. Because his cultivation had been drained by an evil cultivator, Luo Lai was now just an ordinary person, his body very fragile. Seeing the bloody dagger in Luo Lai's right hand, Hong Chen instantly understood the situation. Luo Lai, in despair, had attempted to commit suicide but was discovered in time by Xiao Dao. Li Chang'an, hearing the commotion, also arrived. He was a smart person and quickly figured it out, saying, "Pressing like this won't help." Xiao Dao, looking anxious, turned to Li Chang'an and asked, "What should we do? I beg you to help." Li Chang'an had already walked to the bedside, and he tapped Luo Lai on the back of the head, causing him to faint. "What are you doing?" Xiao Dao stood up in anger and confusion. "If Luo Lai struggles so violently, the blood from his throat will flow faster," Li Chang'an replied, already squatting by the bed, taking out a bottle of ointment and squeezing some into his palm. "This is coagulating blood jade ointment, which can speed up wound healing. As long as the ointment solidifies, the wound will also stop bleeding. If I don't knock him out, he will wipe off the ointment himself, and it won't work." While explaining to Xiao Dao, Li Chang'an applied the coagulating blood jade ointment to the wound on Luo Lai's throat. "Thank you." Xiao Dao realized he had wronged a good person and immediately forced a bitter smile, feeling guilty as he said, "I'm a beast, I don't recognize a good person's heart." The wound on Luo Lai's throat was already healing, the blood no longer flowing, and his breathing gradually stabilized. Hong Chen couldn't help much and could only stand by, asking, "What happened?" "I saw Brother Lai was asleep, so I went out to get some fresh air, but I smelled blood and rushed back to the room," Xiao Dao explained, his tone filled with self-reproach. "I won't go out for fresh air again, I will stay by Brother Lai's side." Both Hong Chen and Li Chang'an knew why Luo Lai had attempted suicide, so they didn't ask further. "Heart problems require heart medicine," Li Chang'an shook his head and said, "You can guard him for a while, but you can't guard him for a lifetime." Xiao Dao sighed and said, "I admit I'm an extreme egoist, I've never considered anyone a friend. I used to think friends were just tools to be used. I don't even trust my father or my own brother. But I have genuinely recognized Luo Lai as my older brother. Although I haven't spent much time with Brother Lai, it adds up to about 10 days, but he has saved me 3 times. The first time he saved me, I was like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, thinking he wanted to take advantage of me, so I mocked him coldly. The second time he saved me, I still thought he had ulterior motives, and I looked down on him, even bluntly telling him I wasn't grateful for his life-saving help. As the saying goes, things don't happen more than 3 times. But the third time, Brother Lai still saved me, and I remained suspicious, thinking he wanted to win my favor and then use me. Brother Lai also sensed my malicious thoughts, but he didn't scold me, he just told me, everyone has different backgrounds and experiences, so their understanding will also differ. Xiao Dao said bitterly, he also said that I am not a despicable person, but just someone who hasn't found the right path, lacking the proper guidance from parents and teachers. He said that one day I would find my way back to the right path. But at that time, when I heard his words, I only felt he was hypocritical. He just wanted to use me, so he deliberately said such nice things to take advantage of my goodwill. You guys say? Xiao Dao suddenly smiled and asked, "Am I an ungrateful beast?" Hong Chen and Li Chang'an remained silent. And only Xiao Dao muttered to himself, "It wasn't until the day I met Hong Chen, at the moment when Brother Lai resolutely stayed behind to cover us, that I realized how wrong I had been. Brother Lai never expected me to repay him. He never thought about using kindness to demand gratitude." After a moment of silence, Xiao Dao continued, "Both Mu Yunlu and I have flaws in our characters, and since Wei Wei had died earlier before Mu Bai was mortally wounded, he entrusted us to Brother Lai.
Brother Lai didn't say much at that time. He held Mubai's hand and only said one thing: I will definitely take them to the Tianwen realm. After we buried Mubai, Brother Lai told Mu Yunlu and me, we will travel together, sharing life and death, and from now on, we are brothers. He truly lived up to those words. A man keeps his promise even at the cost of his life. But I always thought he had ulterior motives, always failing to recognize a good person's heart. Xiaodao pressed his left hand against his face, his voice hoarse yet firm. I don't want him to die. I want to be his brother. Due to his sadness, Xiaodao's recounting was somewhat chaotic, but Hong Chen and the others understood the experiences the three had gone through on their journey. Everyone encounters mentors on their path to growth, just as Xiaodao met Luolai, just as Luolai met Mubai, just as Hong Chen met Yuanqing and Chuyang. However, Luolai was determined to die, and no medicine could cure him. He was a battle fanatic, having long aspired to defeat all opponents in the world. He rejected the 9 major universities, wanting only to go to Tianwu University to challenge heroes from all walks of life. Therefore, losing his talent and cultivation felt to Luolai like losing hope in life. Just like what Li Chang'an had just said, you can hold on to him for a moment, but you cannot hold on to him for a lifetime. Heart problems require heart remedies. Hong Chen said, when Luolai wakes up, let me know. I'll talk to him, perhaps I can cure his heartache. Upon hearing this, Xiaodao's face lit up with joy, but after a moment, he showed doubt and asked, what method do you have? Hong Chen sighed at this and retorted, didn't you just say that you are an ungrateful beast? If that's the case, why can't you try to trust others? Alright. Xiaodao nodded, his tone serious. If you can cure Brother Lai's heartache, you will be my big brother from now on. Early morning. Xiang Dingtian found Hong Chen early in the day. The floating warship would take a few more days to arrive at the Tianwen realm, but today was the first day of school. You're already late, I'll add you to the freshman group. Xiang Dingtian had already added Hong Chen as a friend and pulled him into this year's freshman group. Today is not only the first day of school, but there will also be a class division competition. However, you and Luolai can't participate, so you both will default to the last ranks, and you will both be placed in the Huang class. Tianwu University holds a competition every year at the start of the school year, and students are assigned to classes based on their competition results. There are a total of 4 classes: Tian class, D class, Xian class, and Huang class. This year, 12,000 new students were admitted. If based on competition results, the top 1 to 3,000 will be placed in Tian class, 3001 to 6000 in D class, 6001 to 9000 in Xian class, and 9001 to 12,000 in Huang class. Tian class has the best benefits, while Huang class has the worst. If one wants to obtain good benefits, they must fight for it themselves, as Vice Principal Zhou Jielian had already told Hong Chen. Tianwu University is filled with the philosophy of respecting the strong and encourages competition among students, as long as no one is killed. Therefore, students in D class, Xian class, and Huang class are always eager to climb higher. Students in Huang class can challenge others. If they can defeat students from Xian class, they can be promoted to Xian class, which saves a lot of trouble. Students in Huang class can also challenge Tian class, although the odds are extremely low, but if they win, they can be directly promoted to Tian class. Since the competition is starting today, Hong Chen and Luolai will definitely miss it, so according to Tianwu University's rules, the two will be ranked last. Although Xiang Dingtian and Zhou Jielian value Hong Chen highly, rules are rules, and they cannot change them just for him. Hong Chen had no objections. As long as he had strength, he could always rise from Huang class to Tian class, so he didn't mind. At noon, Hong Chen received a message from Xiao Dao that Luolai had woken up. The effect of the was excellent. The wound on Luolai's neck had mostly healed, leaving only a faint scar. Luolai still looked lifeless, his eyes vacant, expressionless, as if he were deaf to the outside world. Hong Chen sighed, sat down next to Luolai, and then turned to Xiao Dao and said, "You can go out first. I want to talk to Luolai about something private." "Take good care of my brother Lai." Xiao Dao nodded and quietly left the room. Today is the first day of school, and the class division competition you were most looking forward to has begun, Hong Chen said first. Upon hearing this, Luolai's eyes flickered. This was what he had anticipated the most. "I'm not very good at comforting people," Hong Chen said. "In life, no matter how big the issue, it can't surpass life and death. Even if it's really hard, you can't just give up on life." "You probably want to say I'm being sarcastic," Hong Chen smiled, "but I really can't empathize because I haven't had experiences like yours. It was also very difficult for me back then. My parents died at the same time, leaving behind a pair of younger siblings, and then relatives occupied our house and compensation money, even beating me up. My girlfriend also wanted to break up with me, and I had the worst talent. But my dad once told me, a man should be fearless in the world.
So when we encounter difficulties, we just need to find a way to get through them. After Hong Chen finished speaking, Luo Lai remained unmoved.
Hong Chen smiled again and asked, "You want to say I'm being sarcastic again, right?"
But this time I'm really not being sarcastic. I have a way to help you get through the difficulties in front of you.
Hong Chen's voice was very soft as he leaned close to Luo Lai's ear
and whispered, "I have a secret method that can help you rebuild your innate talent." Lying on the bed, Luo Lai's scattered gaze slowly regained focus upon hearing this.
Seeing this, Hong Chen continued, "You might not believe
it, but I was an F-grade talent before. If you don't believe me, you can ask Su Firen, she knows my story. During the martial artist college entrance examination, as you saw, I had an A-grade solar talent."
A white flame
rose in the palm of Hong Chen's hand. After the exam competition ended, my talent dropped to B grade, but recently, I managed to elevate it to S grade Nanjing Li Fire.
Looking at the white flame in Hong Chen's palm, Luo Lai opened his mouth.
He wanted to speak, but due to his throat not being fully healed, he could only make sounds.
"Don't get too excited."
Hong Chen pressed down on Luo Lai's raised hand and said, "Once your injuries are healed, I will share the secret method for enhancing talent with you. Moreover, this secret method can elevate your talent to SSS grade at most. Although you have lost your cultivation, if you work hard and practice for a while, you will quickly catch up to our progress. The leader of the Swallowing Heaven demon cult is still alive. In the future, when we reach great heights in our cultivation, we will go together to eliminate him."
Hong
Chen finally said, "But this is a secret between the two of us, you must not tell anyone else." Luo Lai held Hong Chen's hand, and unable to speak, he nodded firmly, his eyes resolute, as if hope had reignited within him. Because Luo Lai's talent had been absorbed by an evil cultivator, he currently had no talent at all, not even F grade, he was completely a shell. Hong Chen asked, "My secret method is very magical, it can synthesize various attributes of talent.
What attribute do you want?"
"Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Choose one from these 5 basic elemental attributes, and I will prepare the materials for you."
Luo Lai did not understand the latter part of
the sentence, but he understood the first part.
Due to his throat injury, he couldn't speak, so he took out his phone and typed 5 words. "Can I choose thunder?"
"Yes."
Hong Chen nodded. Thunder is yang wood, if he remembered correctly.
As long as Luo Lai first elevated to a wood-type talent and then absorbed pure yang breath, he could obtain B-grade thunder talent. The person he met in the tavern, Jiang Menghu, had pure yang breath. He had used the pure yang breath given by him to elevate to B-grade talent, Yang Yen. And elevating to wood-type talent was very simple, it only required refining a piece of wood containing spiritual energy, which was a common item that
could be bought anywhere.
"You rest first. Once your body is fine, come find me," Hong Chen said, then left the ward.
Xiao Dao saw the look in Luo Lai's eyes and called out, "Lai go?"
This time, Luo Lai responded, he nodded
at Xiao Dao and even smiled.
Hong Chen found a secluded corner, closed his eyes, immersed his consciousness into the Kunlun Jeju, left a note, then withdrew his consciousness and returned to the ward where Su Firen was. The next day, Chen Yicheng also woke up, but this innocent girl with bright eyes and white teeth had now become confused and dazed, her intelligence akin to that of a 3-year-old child.
Chen Yicheng and
Ing Huanhuan were both admitted to Yuanyan University, but given Chen Yicheng's current condition, she certainly couldn't attend classes normally.
Li Chanan was studying at Tianzui University, although
he was willing to take care of Chen Yicheng. Sometimes, men and women should keep their distance. Chen Yicheng, in her current childlike state, needed someone to take care of her for everything, so it wasn't appropriate for a man like Li Chang'an to do so.
The female teacher from Yuanyan University who came to the rescue had once been a student of Chen Tianshou.
Although she had classes to teach, she
only had 2 or 3 classes a day.
Li Chanan, on the other hand, had 6 classes every day and didn't have time to take care of Chen Yicheng. Therefore, this female teacher suggested that she take Chen Yicheng with her for the time being until Chen Tianshou sent someone to help. Li Chanan disagreed with this suggestion in his heart, but Chen Tianshou had also spoken, and Chen Yicheng was temporarily entrusted to this female teacher's care. Standing at the bow of the floating battleship was Xiang Dingtian. Next to him stood a middle-aged man, who was the president of Tianzui University, named Huangfu
Yunya.
Huangfu Yunya had graying hair at his temples, long flowing hair, and a sword at his waist, exuding an air of a celestial being.
Tianzui University had the strongest sword cultivation department. So both Huangfu Yunya and Xiang Dingtian were sword cultivators.
Xiang Dingtian said meaningfully, "So many people from Tianzui University have come, they really value Li Chanan."
"You have quite a few people from Tianwu University as well," Huangfu Yunya replied. "They should value Hong Chen too.
I've heard that Li Chanan's talent is very unique, but since we don't know the specifics, he can only be referred to as the sword of all living beings."
Xiang Dingtian asked again. As the president of Tianzui University, you must have seen and heard a lot, don't you know? Huang Fuyanya did not answer.
Instead, changing the subject, the name the sword of all living beings does sound impressive. Xiang Dingtian probed again, and I've also heard that your old rival, Lingsha University, has accepted 2 super geniuses this year, one of whom seems to be named Xiao Xiao and has dual talents. The other one is a kid named Jian Wujie, whose talent seems to be similar to Li Chanan's.
After a moment
of thought, Xiang Dingtian said, I think it's called the ultimate sword talent.
Who do you think has the greater talent, Li Chanan or Jian Wujie? Xiang Dingtian asked, glancing at Huang Fuyanya.
Although the two were good friends, Huang Fuyanya was also an old hand in the world. Facing Xiang Dingtian's probing, he spoke in a roundabout way, just a bunch of names without substance, I estimate.
They are not as good as Hong Chen.
Because there would be a martial arts competition among universities in 4 years, which would affect the rankings of the top 10 universities, both old friends
couldn't help but probe each other.
From the first to the third year, students would attend classes at school. But in the fourth year, they would go out for internships, and students going out for internships could also participate in the martial arts competition. Since fourth-year students had the longest training time, their combat power would definitely be stronger than that of third-year students. Therefore, the main force of the martial arts competition would be the fourth-year students, which just happened to be Hong Chen's batch. Because Lingsha University and Tianzui University had done an excellent
job of keeping secrets, Xiang Dingtian did not know the specific talents of Li Chanan, Jian Wujie, and Xiao Xiao. Since he couldn't extract any information from Huang Fuyanya either, Xiang Dingtian couldn't help but roll his eyes. I treat you as a friend, yet you keep playing tricks on me. Huang Fuyanya smiled but did not respond. Instead, he said, not long ago, Li Chanan asked me if there was a way to complete the 3 souls and 6 spirits. Do you think there is such a method? I don't know.
Xiang Dingtian felt as if he had punched a cotton ball. No matter how hard he tried, Huang Fuyanya
just wouldn't take the bait. Huang Fuyanya said again, don't just stare at me.
This year, among the students participating in the secret training, besides Xiao Xiao, there are many good talents.
And look at that girl down there, she seems to be a freshman from Yuanyan University, right? Huang Fuyanya pointed to a girl sitting cross-legged on the deck. Xiang Dingtian looked in the direction Huang
Yanya was pointing and said, her name is Ying Huanhuan, and she is at the 8-star martial master level. Her talent seems quite average.
Huang Fuyanya reminded, don't just look at her level, take a
closer look at her talent.
Xiang Dingtian was taken aback, and after a moment, he withdrew his gaze, exclaiming in shock, wow. Yuanyang University has struck gold. Moreover, your old rival, Wutsu University, has reportedly also recruited an extraordinary genius.
After Huang Fuyanya finished speaking, his tone was filled with anticipation. The martial arts competition among universities will have to wait 4 years. I really can't wait for that day to come when the top 10 universities' Millennium Dragon and Tiger rankings are decided. At this moment, among the top 10 universities, there was no first or second place because there were no rankings. But everyone tacitly agreed that Wutsu University, Tianzui University, Lingsha University, Tianwu University, and Yuanyang University were on par with each other in strength. Meanwhile, Longjing University, Dongshun University, Taishu University, Qingli Academy, and Dawei Fulong Academy were slightly weaker. Since none of the top 10 universities were willing to back down, someone proposed holding a martial arts competition among the universities, where the rankings would be determined based on the competition results. The university named the first martial arts university, Tianwu University, naturally wanted to dominate and take the lead. However, all the top 10 universities had the same idea, each holding their breath to be number 1. 3 days later, Luo Lai could get out of bed. Because he had been drained by the evil cultivator, he was nothing but skin and bones. But Luo Lai had a large frame, so his current appearance looked very strange. I'm better now. Luo Lai found Hong Chen alone, his voice still a bit hoarse. Hong Chen had long since copied the method of the Heavenly Restoration divine ability and took out a piece of wood infused with spiritual energy and a bottle of pure yang breath. Follow the method here, first absorb this piece of wood, then absorb this bottle of flame, and you will be able to elevate your talent to the lightning system. I won't say thank you for such a great favor. Luo Lai took the 3 items and asked, I'm curious, why are you helping me like this? A secret method that could enhance one's talent was incredibly rare and invaluable, almost priceless. Yet Hong Chen was sharing it with him for free. This kindness felt like a rebirth to Luo Lai. Hong Chen said, you held the rear at the Oathwater's edge, which saved my life. Consider this my repayment to you. Luo Lai shook his head. I mainly delayed for Mu Yunlu and Xiao Dao, and you were also implicated by us. Let's not mix the two matters together. Luo
Lai clasped his fists and said, I will always remember your kindness. If you need help in the future, just call on me. After Luo Lai finished speaking, he reached out to pat Hong Chen's shoulder. Don't pat my shoulder. Hong Chen dodged to the side. Those who had patted his shoulder didn't end up well. Hong Chen felt bitter inside and forced a smile, saying, I'm most afraid of others patting my shoulder. This piece of wood, infused with spiritual energy, was half a meter long, and with Luo Lai's small mouth, he obviously couldn't swallow the whole piece. Hong Chen took the Zhengyang knife and cut the wood into small chunks. Luo Lai picked up the small pieces of wood, opened his mouth, and swallowed them into his abdomen, then sat cross-legged on the ground, operating the Butian divine ability to refine the wood in his belly. After a few minutes, when Luo Lai opened his eyes, Hong Chen hurriedly asked, How is it? Did it work? Luo Lai shook his head, his tone slightly disappointed. It had no effect at all. Maybe I lack spiritual energy, so I can't refine the wood in my abdomen. Don't worry. Hong Chen sat cross-legged behind Luo Lai and said, I have experience in refining heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I will infuse spiritual energy into your body to help you refine the wood in your abdomen. Hong Chen extended his hands, pressing them against Luo Lai's back, and both closed their eyes, refining the wood in his abdomen once more. A gray-black spiritual energy flowed from Hong Chen's palms into Luo Lai's body, wrapping around the wood in his abdomen under Hong Chen's guidance. The gray-black spiritual energy gathered at Luo Lai's dantian, then began to spin, and the speed of the rotation increased, eventually forming a small vortex. The wood in Luo Lai's belly gradually diminished with the rotation of the gray-black spiritual energy, transforming into tiny green lights that dispersed into Luo Lai's meridians and acupoints. After another 10 minutes, the gray-black vortex stopped spinning, and a vibrant green light radiated from Luo Lai's body. Hong Chen extended his hands, nodded with a smile, and said, We're lucky, we succeeded on the first try. Luo Lai still had his eyes closed, as he had regained his talent and felt the spiritual energy once more. Although it's the worst F-level wood talent, it's still a talent. Luo Lai opened his eyes, his tone somewhat excited, and he took out the pure yang breath. Now that I have spiritual energy in my body, I should be able to refine heavenly materials and earthly treasures myself. Just right, I want to take advantage of this and elevate my talent to the lightning system. Hearing this, Hong Chen reminded him, the pure yang breath is extremely hot, you need to refine it immediately after swallowing it, or it will burn through your internal organs. I know. Luo Lai raised his head, opened his mouth wide, poured the pure yang breath from the glass bottle, and then closed his eyes to begin refining. Hong Chen stood up and looked at Luo Lai. His body seemed to have become slightly stronger, and the originally bony frame had gained some muscle. Luo Lai tried to refine the heavenly materials and earthly treasures himself. He followed the method written on the paper and began to operate the spiritual energy. But there was still no effect. The pure yang breath was incredibly hot, and Luo Lai's internal organs felt as if they were being roasted by fire. His face turned red, clearly enduring the discomfort. Hong Chen sensed something was wrong and immediately sat back behind Luo Lai, pressing his hands against his back. Don't panic. I'll help you. The gray-black spiritual energy appeared in Luo Lai's body again, and following the rotation of the gray-black spiritual energy, he began to absorb the pure yang breath. Suddenly, white lightning arcs surged around Luo Lai, his hair standing on end, and his previously emaciated body slowly swelled, transforming into a normal human shape. Seeing this, Hong Chen nodded secretly. Luo Lai had previously been drained by an evil cultivator, leaving him a mere skeleton. But as he regained his talent and gradually enhanced it, he also returned to his original strong physique. Luo Lai opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and first clasped his fists, saying, Brother, thank you so much today. Hong Chen also clasped his fists in response, and Luo Lai continued, but the divine ability secret method you gave me, I seem to be unable to use. What do you mean? Hong Chen was taken aback. He had transcribed the complete divine ability without changing a word. I followed the method you wrote to operate the spiritual energy, but no matter how I operate it, that gray-black spiritual energy doesn't appear in my body. Luo Lai frowned and thought for a moment, then said, Of course I know you wouldn't lie to me, so I have a guess, only you can control that gray-black aura. Hong Chen fell silent in contemplation. Could it be because of the Kunlun Jade Pendant? Since he had the Kunlun Jade Pendant, he could manipulate the gray-black aura after operating the Heavenly Restoration Divine Art. And Luo Lai didn't have the Kunlun Jade Pendant, so he didn't have the gray-black aura, which meant that even if he operated the Heavenly Restoration Divine Art, he wouldn't be able to refine heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This was probably the only possibility. The only difference between him and Luo Lai was the Kunlun Jade Pendant. Hong Chen nodded and said, Don't be discouraged. If you want to enhance your talent in the future, you can always come to me. Luo Lai looked at the text Hong Chen had written down and said, I currently have B level. Lightning talent.
I plan to first use the colorful stone to upgrade to A level 5 color Divine Thunder, then to S level purple cloud Divine Thunder, followed by SS level 9 heavens Divine Thunder, and finally to SSS level chaos Divine Thunder. Hearing this, Hong Chen chuckled and couldn't help but say, "You really think far ahead."
Luo Lai replied calmly, "I was originally SSS level talent. I'm not being unrealistic, I just want to return to my peak." Hong Chen was speechless.
No wonder Luo Lai was admitted to a top university early. It turned out he had SSS level talent. The Great Xia Kingdom has colorful stones, but they are very expensive, selling for 500,000 per gram, usually sold as whole pieces.
Hong Chen said.
He had previously helped Jiang Menghu from the tavern buy colorful stones, so he knew the price. Luo Lai suddenly smiled. "I know colorful stones are very expensive, but since I've chosen this path to enhance my talent, of course, I am prepared."
Hong Chen responded with an O and asked, "Do you have colorful stones on you?"
No, Luo Lai shook his head and said, "But my family has several mines, and we have dug out colorful stones before."
"I'll make a call to ask if we have any stock. If we do, I'll have them send some to me."
This was truly a case of having a family with mines. Hong Chen nodded and added, "When you get the colorful stones, come find me, and I'll help you refine them."
Luo Lai also nodded. "My original SSS level talent is considered Earth type, but I don't really like it. I actually prefer Lightning type talent. If I can upgrade to SSS level Chaos Divine Thunder, my combat power will be even stronger than before."
The walls of the Kunlun Jade Pendant Tavern were covered with papers for bartering, and Hong Chen had seen some people's requests. "I need several types of ores. Can you help me ask your family if they have any stock?
If they do, please get some for me, and I'll pay you later." Luo Lai waved his hand and said, "You don't need to be so polite. We don't need to talk about money between us. I'm just being courteous. Even if you don't want it, I can't not say it. You're quite an honest person." Luo Lai said, then asked, "What ores do you need? I can ask and see."
Hong Chen took out paper and pen from the Kunlun Jade Pendant and said, "I need quite a few, but they're mostly cheap ones.
Let me write them down for you."
The floating warship will arrive at the Tianwen realm in 2 days, but the class competition has already ended, and the school is currently
holding military training. Because Xiang Dingtian added him to the freshman group, Hong Chen was eating while scrolling through the chat records. In the group,
a female classmate named Su Xiaoxiao sent a cute selfie to the group, followed by a message, "Sorry, everyone, I meant to send this to my best friend, but I accidentally sent it to the group.
Gao He, you can recall it. Hong Chen complained, "She definitely
sent it to the group on purpose to fish for compliments. How could she recall it?"
Another male classmate named Chao Jianwei also sent a selfie.
He thought was very handsome to the group. "This is a photo taken secretly by a female classmate. She said I look a bit rogue and handsome.
What do you all think?"
Gao He, "Dude, you are indeed a bit handsome.
What kind of eyesight does this guy have?" Hong Chen was speechless. Chao Jianwei's photo was blinding, and he actually said he looked a bit handsome. "Chen Chao, is there a parking lot at the school? Can my Lamborghini drive into the school? What procedures do I need to go through?
If you need a ride, feel free to add me as a friend. We should help
each other as classmates.
Gao He, thanks for your kindness, but there's no parking lot at the school, and we'll soon break through to the
Martial Spirit Realm, at which point we can fly. Who needs you to give us rides?" Wu Shengfeng, my first choice was Wuqiu University, but the admissions team didn't come to find me, so I had to come to Tianwu University. Just so you know, I'm the top scholar of Nansong country. Gao He, is being a top scholar that impressive? I'm still the #1 scholar. Wu Shengfeng, our Nansong country is a major power. How can your top scholar from a border country compare with me?
Gao He, the Tianzhou Empire I'm from is a superpower, the strongest country.
In the Kanglan realm, is your Nansong country really that impressive? Gu Xingxi, what's going on? How can Tianwu University still admit a third-ranked top scholar? I thought everyone was a #1 scholar. Qin Pingping, anyway, I'm a top scholar from a major country. You, a third-ranked scholar, shouldn't be talking here. Know your place." Hong Chen nodded upon seeing this. Gao He was simply his mouthpiece. Who isn't a top scholar? I'm also a top scholar. Dormitory Ant, everyone, please stop arguing.
Although you are all top scholars, second-ranked and third-ranked, at Tianwu University, being a genius is just the threshold to meet me. In my eyes, you are no different from
other students, and I will treat you all equally. Wow! Is this Tianwu University? Why does everyone speak so arrogantly, and even the dormitory Ant has such a big mouth? Before even arriving at the school, Hong Chen felt an inexplicable excitement and thrill. He typed a message, "I'm also a top scholar from a major country. What a coincidence, it turns out we are all top scholars." Hong Chen was trying to show off a bit. Feeling a bit excited, but soon he saw a female classmate named Jalan send a message. Do you still have to take exams? Aren't you taking exams? Hong Chen sent a message. This classmate named Jalan wouldn't be taking shortcuts, would she? The version of himself in the diary. Didn't take the martial artist exam but entered Tianwu University directly with Su Tianbao's recommendation letter. Jalan, while I was participating in secret training, a teacher from Tianwu University found me, so I should be considered as having been admitted early, right? Damn it!
Hong Chen cursed and put away his phone. He originally just wanted to show off, but unexpectedly, he was overshadowed and felt
like a clown. Jalan, ha! I'll remember you. The classmates in the freshman group were either flaunting their wealth or showcasing their talents.
After all, they were all 18-year-olds, and their personalities weren't as stable as middle-aged people, so it was inevitable that they would compare with each other.
Some female classmates with decent looks and some male classmates who think of themselves as handsome would post their selfies in the group, trying to attract some admirers. Of course, there are also some innocent classmates who simply want to
experience a profound love during their university years, but such pure-hearted individuals wouldn't post selfies in the freshman group.
Another day has passed, and Su Firen has fully recovered.
The two stood on the deck, shoulder to shoulder, watching the sunset.
The floating battleship had a protective shield, so there
was no wind on the deck.
Hong Chen looked at Su Firen and asked, "You've been hiding it from me, not telling me what your talent is?" Hong Chen had been cautious before, afraid to
reveal his ability to mend the heavens, but after helping Luo Lai enhance his talent yesterday, he realized that even without disclosing his ability, he could still help others improve their
qualifications.
So, he thought about helping Su Firen enhance her talent as well. After all, Su Firen had saved his life twice.
My talent is S rank, and it's called White Dragon,
Su Firen said, and the fact that she hadn't been pre-admitted indicated that she wasn't a top-tier talent, otherwise, she would have gone for secret training long ago.
Hong Chen was taken aback and asked, "What kind of talent is that?" Su Firen smiled and said, "It's a very rare talent, even rarer than your solar talent." But no matter how rare it was still just an S-rank talent. Hong Chen fell into deep thought. He had already memorized some common talent enhancement routes. However, the White Dragon talent was too rare, so he had to immerse his consciousness into the Kunlun Jade Pendant to search for the enhancement routes recorded in the ability to mend the heavens. Outside, only a few seconds had passed, but in the Kunlun Jade Pendant, tens of thousands of seconds had gone by, and Hong Chen finally found it. The White Dragon talent could indeed be enhanced, and there were 2 enhancement routes. However, the conditions for both routes were extremely harsh, requiring 3 extremely rare heavenly materials. The first route could enhance it to SS rank 4 symbols Azure Dragon, while the second route could enhance it to SS rank Yinglong. But regardless of which talent it was enhanced to, both talents ultimately converged into one route, which was to enhance it to SSS rank Candle Dragon. The Candle Dragon, abbreviated as Julong, is the ancestor of all dragons in the ancient myths of the 9 provinces. It is said that when the Candle Dragon opens its eyes, it is daytime; when it closes its eyes, it is nighttime; when it breathes out, it is winter; when it exhales, it is summer, controlling the time represented by the sun and moon, and the phenomena of winter and summer. Hong Chen swallowed hard. The White Dragon truly deserved to be called a rare talent. It was indeed terrifying. The talent of the Candle Dragon was undoubtedly the top talent in the 9 provinces. And to enhance it to the Candle Dragon, the conditions were equally harsh, requiring many extremely rare heavenly materials. But for now, he shouldn't think too much. First, he needed to collect 3 extremely rare heavenly materials to enhance Su Firen's talent to SS rank, and then consider other matters. After several days of flight, the floating warship finally arrived at the Tianwan realm, the very center of the Zhouzhou region. This was an incredibly vast and prosperous city, with skyscrapers rising up into the clouds. Warriors often flew through the air, weaving between the buildings and leaving behind dazzling trails. The Tianwan realm housed hundreds of thousands of martial arts universities, teeming with warriors and students. One university after another stretched out endlessly, seemingly without end. Tianwu University was located in the southeast of the Tianwan realm, while Longjing University, where Su Firen studied, was in the northeast, with the 2 universities separated by hundreds of thousands of miles. It would indeed be a bit difficult for them to meet in the future, and the chances of seeing each other were slim. As they were about to part ways, Su Firen found Hong Chen and said, "Remember to call me every evening at 6 o'clock. Sometimes I'm training and might forget the time." "If I do forget, you remember to call me," Hong Chen replied, not daring to promise something he might not be able to fulfill, as forgetting would mean breaking trust. "Remember to think of me," Su Firen said, turning to wave her hand, flicking her high ponytail, and then followed a teacher as they flew towards Longjing University. "Brother Hong Chen, Remember to call me when you have time, Ing Huan teased, as a female teacher took her and Chen Yicheng flying towards Yuanyan University. Because Hong Chen had cured Luo Lai's heart ailment, Xiao Dao came over to say goodbye. Before leaving, take care. Hong Chen cupped his fists in return, both of them smiling.
Although they had past grievances, after enduring hardships, they were like brothers, and a smile could wash away old grudges. Take care. Mu Yunlu had also awakened a couple of days ago, but he wasn't in good condition yet, still not fully recovered, looking a bit wilted. Xiao Dao went with the teacher to Wuqiu University, while Mu Yunlu, proficient in the secret arts of the Jade Emperor's sacred realm, could fly through the air despite being at the martial master level. Mu Yunlu flew alone towards Dongxing University, where Mu Bai had once taught, but Mu Bai would never return. Although we are all in the Tianwen realm, I don't know when we will meet again, Li Chang'an said, carrying a long sword and a wine flask at his waist. Next to him was a middle-aged man with graying hair. Luo Lai was also nearby, saying, "We didn't get a chance to spar during the martial arts college entrance exam, let's have a match next time we meet." Li Chang'an, who had been gloomy for a long time, rarely showed a smile, laughing heartily. "All right. I'll accompany you to the end." Then, Li Chang'an followed the middle-aged man towards Tianzhui University. Hong Chen and Luo Lai arrived at the bow of the ship, where Xiang Dingtian said, "Are you two ready? Ahead is Tianwu University." This floating warship was an asset of Tianwu University, and naturally, it was to be returned there. It was now 2 in the afternoon, and the students were undergoing military training as the floating warship slowly descended in the center of the playground. Even if the students didn't want to see it, there was no other sight before them, only this floating warship that was dozens of stories high. The new students, witnessing this scene, immediately began to whisper among themselves. "Who is it? Such a grand occasion. Is that person at the bow the principal? It really is Principal Xiang Dingtian, but who are the two people next to him?" Hong Chen and Luo Lai followed Xiang Dingtian as they slowly walked out of the floating warship and landed on the playground. These two people looked to be about our age. Could they also be new students? Are these two also new students? Could it be that the principal personally came to pick them up? That speculation is too far-fetched. Why would the principal personally come to pick them up? Maybe these two are the contemporary holy sons of the 36 caves, or the young masters of the Luofu Sword Tomb and the Sword Rain capital. If that's the case, it seems like that's the only possibility. Anyway, ordinary freshmen can't possibly have this kind of presence. These two must have extraordinary backgrounds. The new students on the playground were wildly speculating, already imagining Hong Chen and Luo Lai as the young masters of mysterious forces were the sons of top aristocratic families. But the two were merely the top scholar and second scholar from an ordinary country, without any particularly impressive identity or background. Although Luo Lai's family owned a few mines in the hidden talents of the Tianwen realm, he was no different from an ordinary person. At this moment in the Tianwen realm, the son of a country's richest man was just an ordinary character. The son of a regional richest man could be considered somewhat significant, while the son of a realm's richest man could only be regarded as decent, but not particularly wealthy. Because at this time in the Tianwen realm, there were indeed a few who were the sons of the richest men in their states. Therefore, the few mines owned by the Luo family were completely insignificant. Among the new students in the Tianwen realm, he could only be considered a poor man. Xiang Dingtian walked ahead and said, "You two come with me to the office first. I'll help you with your enrollment procedures, and you'll also need to collect your uniforms, student IDs, and military training outfits." Hong Chen had already arranged with Zhou Jielian that he wouldn't have to pay tuition for all 3 years of university. But Luo Lai was different. He chose Tianwu University himself, so he had to pay a hefty tuition fee. When the three arrived at the office, Vice President Zhou Jielian was also there. The old man showed a kind smile and said, "Safe landing, it's been a long journey. These are your things." Zhou Jielian pointed to the sorted uniforms and student IDs on the desk. "You two are from the same hometown and didn't take the class placement exam, so your rankings in the school are about the same. I've assigned you to the same dormitory." Zhou Jielian finally said, "You two have traveled a long way, go rest in the dormitory for a day. Tomorrow morning at 6, be on time for military training." Luo Lai took out 2 gold bricks and placed them on the desk, saying, "Vice Presidents, this is my tuition." Xiang Dingtian and Zhou Jielian exchanged glances and both smiled. Xiang Dingtian waved his hand and said, "You keep it, the school doesn't need your money." Luo Lai refused, saying, "1 is 1 and 2 is 2. I came here to study, so I should pay tuition. There's no need for you two to waive it just because of Hong Chen." Zhou Jielian said to Xiang Dingtian, "Luo Lai's bad temper is a bit like yours." Upon hearing this, Xiang Dingtian immediately laughed and said to Luo Lai, "Then I won't be polite with you, take your things and hurry up and roll with Hong Chen."
The outside world rumored that Xiang Dingtian was a rough and uncouth man, and it seemed to be true. Hong Chen and Luo Lai couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Then we'll take our leave." Tianwu University covers an area of 50,000 acres, roughly equivalent to an ordinary urban district. Of course, only top-tier universities can occupy such a large area, while those ordinary martial arts universities only have over 2,000 acres. Just 1/20th of Tianwu University's size. Tianwu University has nearly 10,000 teachers and admits 12,000 new students each year, as students study for 3 years and go out for internships in their 4th year, resulting in nearly 40,000 students on campus. With such a large area and so many students may spend 4 years at the university without ever meeting each other. Hong Chen and Luo Lai, holding their student IDs, uniforms, and dormitory keys, headed to the dormitory building together. Since neither of them participated in the class placement exam, Hong Chen ranked 11,999th among this year's freshmen, while Luo Lai ranked 12,000th. Naturally, their rankings placed them in the worst Huang class. Before admitting Hong Chen, Vice President Zhou had clearly told him, the benefits and treatment at Tianwu University must be earned through one's own efforts. If one wants to live a better life and enjoy better benefits, they must challenge classmates ranked higher than themselves to obtain better treatment. The west-facing rooms would be sun-baked, making the indoors very stuffy in summer and colder in winter, with the northwest wind. Therefore, the Huang class dormitories for freshmen, sophomores, and juniors are all located in the worst western part of Tianwu University. In contrast, the Tian class dormitories are situated in the best southern area, as the north-facing position allows for cool breezes in summer and the best lighting. Hong Chen looked at the information on his student ID and then, along with Luo Lai, arrived at Dormitory F, room 1010. Just like the talent levels, Building F is the worst, while the best is Building SSS. Since there are no elevators, the two walked up to the 10th floor of Building F and then walked to the farthest west room 10. It goes without saying that the farthest west room 10 is also the worst dormitory position. Hong Chen inserted the key into the keychain and turned the dormitory door open. The dormitory had 10 beds, so it housed 10 students. However, since they were still undergoing military training, there was no one in the dormitory at the moment, only the newly arrived Hong Chen and Luo Lai. Each bed had a student's name posted on it, and the bed by the window was naturally assigned to the highest ranked student. With Hong Chen ranked 11,999th and Luo Lai ranked 12,000, their beds were located near the door, which was also the worst position. They happened to be in bunk beds, with Hong Chen in the more convenient lower bunk and Luo Lai, being the last in rank, in the less convenient upper bunk. Luo Lai looked at his bed and smiled helplessly, saying, "I've heard that Tianwu University is a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and it truly lives up to its reputation." Hong Chen laughed heartily. Vice President Zhou is also thinking of us, hoping we can be ashamed and strive harder. As the saying goes, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility on a person, it must first temper their will, labor their muscles and bones, starve their bodies, and expose them to hardship, so as to strengthen their resolve and increase their capabilities. Upon hearing this, Luo Lai immediately clenched his fists, his blood surging, his expression excited, and he said in a high-spirited tone, "We must work together to reach the Tian class and live in the best independent villa." Seeing Luo Lai regain his fighting spirit, Hong Chen felt genuinely happy, as if he could see the Luo Lai from the past, filled with aspirations and determination for Tianwu University. In the grand scheme of things, the Tian class enjoys the best treatment, while the Huang class has the worst. Students in the Huang class can only live in 10-person dormitories, while students in the Xian class live in 4-person dormitories, which are much better conditions, at least not overcrowded. Students in the D class have double rooms, which are equipped with their own bathrooms. In contrast, students in the Huang and Xian classes have to share public toilets and showers. The Tianzi class consists of single dorm rooms equipped with air conditioning, comfortable mattresses, and sofa seating. The top 100 students in the Tianzi class live in independent villas, which include kitchens, living rooms, guest rooms, and various home appliances, all decorated in an extremely luxurious manner. Additionally, the independent villas are set up with small gathering arrays, making the spiritual energy even more abundant. Aside from the treatment, the benefits received by students in the Tian, D, Xian, and Huang classes vary greatly. Hong Chen and Luo Lai, being students of the Huang class, have to pay to use many facilities in the school, such as martial arts books and cultivation manuals in the library. The Xian class and D class receive discounts, with the Xian class at 30%. Often the D class at 50%, while the Tian class can use them for free. Students in the Tian class also receive extra subsidies, including annual scholarships and monthly pills for increasing their cultivation. Xiang Ting Tian once publicly told the students, Tianwu University never cultivates flowers in a greenhouse. If you come to Tianwu University just to waste time, you've come to the wrong school. I advise you to drop out. Because of this strong emphasis on the respect for the strong, the atmosphere at Tianwu University is extremely combative. Students here are either fighting or recovering from injuries, never wasting time on fights unless they are injured. However, due to this educational philosophy, many gentle and weak students are afraid to apply to Tianwu University. In the blink of an eye, the two had made their beds. Luo Lai, who had his cultivation absorbed by an evil cultivator, had regained his talent and had already broken through to a 4-star warrior. Luo Lai was once a 10-star martial artist. Although he had his cultivation absorbed by the evil cultivator, he had previous cultivation experience, and his meridians had been nourished by spiritual energy, allowing for rapid progress in his realm. Hong Chen waved at Luo Lai and said, "Let's go out for a stroll." Luo Lai shook his head in refusal, saying, "My realm is behind all the new students. As you said, knowing shame leads to courage, so you go by yourself. I need to cultivate." "Suit yourself," Hong Chen replied, thinking about the intense military training scheduled for tomorrow and wondering if Luo Lai's current realm could handle it. As soon as Hong Chen stepped out of the dormitory, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Su Firen. Su Firen's excited voice came through the phone. "I've completed my enrollment procedures and will participate in military training tomorrow. Longjing University is really beautiful, you must come see it when you have time. I just finished making my bed with Luo Lai, we haven't had a chance to go out yet. Tianwu University is also very beautiful, you should come see it too," Hong Chen said, laughing heartily. Hong Chen sat on the flower bed at the entrance of the dormitory building, chatting with Su Firen for over 10 minutes. Before hanging up, Su Firen specifically said, "There must be a lot of beautiful female classmates at Tianwu University, right? You can't flirt with other girls behind my back. Normal girls wouldn't apply to Tianwu University, the students here are all like Luo Lai, violent and battle-crazed, so the female students probably aren't that great-looking. You can rest assured. I swear to the heavens, I absolutely won't look at any other female classmates," Hong Chen finally said. "I'm hanging up now." After hanging up, as soon as Hong Chen got up, his phone rang again. He looked at the screen and saw 2 big characters, Xiao Xiao. Seeing this familiar yet strange name, Hong Chen's expression froze for a moment. Although only half a year had passed, it felt like a lifetime ago. Seeing those 2 words on the phone screen, Hong Chen felt a bit at a loss, a kind of panic akin to the fear of returning home after a long absence. His hand hovered over the screen, neither answering the call nor hanging up, allowing the ringtone to echo through the empty dormitory building. "Just because you're so beautiful, da-da-da. Just because you're so beautiful, da-da-da. Just because you're truly so beautiful, da-da-da." Hong Chen stood there in a daze, the ringtone ringing for a full minute before it finally hung up. Watching the phone screen go black, Hong Chen sighed, feeling a bit lost but also relieved. It was better that Xiao Xiao hung up. Herself, he actually didn't know how to face her, so he could only pretend not to hear, burying his head in the sand like an ostrich, becoming a timid turtle. During Xiao Xiao's secret training, her phone was taken away by the teacher, and Hong Chen had been unable to contact her. Of course, she couldn't reach him either. But Hong Chen still remembered that before Xiao Xiao handed in her phone, she had called him specifically, saying, "You have to work hard to get into university, I'll be waiting for you in Zhengzhou, you must come. Otherwise, I'll be angry, and it won't be easy to coax me back." Hong Chen put away his phone and silently got up. Time had passed. Things had changed, and the sea had turned into mulberry fields. "Just because you're so beautiful, da-da-da. Just because you're so beautiful, da-da-da." Just as Hong Chen stood up, his phone rang again. He picked it up to look, and it was still a call from Xiao Xiao. He still didn't dare to answer, standing frozen in place, but his hovering finger accidentally touched the green answer button. Then, a gentle and warm voice came from the phone. "Hello." Hearing that voice, Hong Chen nervously swallowed, goosebumps rising on his skin, and he couldn't help but say, "Hello. Long time no see." Xiao Xiao laughed on the other end and then said, "I finished my secret training 10 days ago, and I called you many times, but I couldn't get through. 10 days ago, at the edge of the Oath Water, his phone signal had been blocked, so of course, it couldn't connect." Xiao Xiao continued, "Then I called Hong Lan and she told me you got into Tianwu University, congratulations. I got early admission to Lingsha University, which is not far from your Tianwu University, only over 800 miles. Should I come to find you, or will you come to find me?" Hearing Xiao Xiao's words, Hong Chen came back to his senses and asked, "Don't you have military training? I can take a leave. Xiao Xiao smiled and said, it might be harder for you to take leave, so I'll come find you. Let's meet at the Tianwu University playground in the evening. After Xiao Xiao finished speaking, she hung up the phone, presumably to ask for leave, leaving Hong Chen in a state of confusion. Hong Chen sighed. Since Xiao Xiao was coming over, he couldn't just ignore her. He first went to the public bathhouse, took a shower, then changed into clean and tidy clothes, and shaved his beard. Luo Lai was still meditating, but Hong Chen was restless and couldn't calm down to practice, so he had to lie on his bed. Time passed little by little, and soon it was evening. Hong Chen left the dormitory and jogged toward the playground. The military training had just ended, and the large playground was filled with students. Hong Chen received another call from Xiao Xiao, asking, I've arrived, where are you? Just like when he was looking for Xiao Xiao at Jianghuai High School, it was the same crowded playground, but this time Hong Chen had a clear view. He quickly found Xiao Xiao. Even in the crowd, Hong Chen recognized her at a glance. Xiao Xiao, dressed in white, like clouds, stood proudly, her long hair flowing, exuding an extraordinary grace. Hong Chen squeezed through the throngs of people, struggling to reach Xiao Xiao. She had become even more radiant, but there was less softness and weakness in her brows, replaced by more confidence and poise. When Xiao Xiao saw Hong Chen, her eyes sparkled with a smile that could captivate a city. Just like the last line written on the final page of the diary, after many years I saw Xiao Xiao again, her unparalleled beauty just as it was back then. Over the years, Xiao Xiao has earned many titles: the 4 heroes of Lingxiao, the Qinglian Sword Immortal, the top 10 heroes, the dual pillars of humanity. But when Hong Chen squeezed through the crowd and came before her, he couldn't help but call out, little girl. Upon hearing this familiar and somewhat embarrassing term, a fleeting blush crossed Xiao Xiao's face. After all, they had grown up together as childhood sweethearts, and their reunion stirred some emotions. The classmates around them, especially the boys in military training uniforms, were fixated on Xiao Xiao, gazing at this woman whose beauty was breathtaking. There are too many people here. The two spoke almost in unison. Let's go somewhere quiet. Xiao Xiao smiled and nodded, then, in front of everyone, took the initiative to hold Hong Chen's hand, and they left the playground together. Let me tell you, I made a lot of friends during my secret training. They are all super geniuses with top-tier talents, and each one is impressive. I worked really hard just to keep up with them. Also, I have a friend named Jialan who got accepted into your Tianwu University. Have you seen her? She's really beautiful. If you've met her, you would definitely remember. Although Hong Chen had never met Jialan, he certainly recognized the name. She was the one who had hindered his attempts to show off in the freshman group. Xiao Jian and Xiao Xian had long since arrived in the Tianwen realm, and Xiao Xiao had also learned of her mother's passing. However, since it had been a long time since they last met, they both tacitly avoided mentioning this sorrowful matter. After Xiao Xiao finished sharing her recent experiences, she asked, I heard that you seem to have encountered an attack from evil cultivators? Your phone was unreachable. It should be related to that, right? Hong Chen recounted his experiences after boarding the flying boat but deliberately downplayed Su Firen's presence. Not knowing how to bring it up, he didn't intend to hide it from Xiao Xiao. This matter would have to be addressed sooner or later, but not today. They had finally reunited, so it was better to discuss it later. Hearing about Hong Chen's journey, Xiao Xiao pursed her lips, at times worried, at times relieved. You've lost weight. Looking at Hong Chen's face, Xiao sighed. After Uncle Hong and Aunt Chen passed away, you've changed a lot. Following her words, Hong Chen asked, how have I changed? You used to get angry easily, but now you seem more composed. Back when they went to Yujingxiang for hot pot, Hong Chen had a confrontation with Long Outyan, and they ended up fighting. Hong Chen scratched his head and smiled. People always change. How can one remain the same as when they were young? Are you hungry? I'm not hungry. Xiao Xiao shook her head and asked, which class are you in at Tianwu University? Hong Chen smiled bitterly and said, I missed the class division exam, so I was placed in the Huang class. I heard the benefits in the Huang class are very poor. After a moment of silence, Xiao Xiao said, if you need any pills for cultivation, you can come to me anytime. Just as Hong Chen was about to politely decline, Xiao Xiao pulled out a book out of nowhere and said to herself, I remember you have a fire affinity. Take this great flame treasure scripture and have a look. How can I accept this? Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other for too long, it felt a bit awkward, and Hong Chen was genuinely a bit embarrassed. Xiao Xiao stuffed the great flame treasure scripture into Hong Chen's hands. This is just an ordinary top-tier Earth-level secret manual. Compared to the 10,000 treasures sword classic you helped me buy from the old beggar, it's not precious at all. Hong Chen scratched his head and said gratefully, thank you. You? Xiao Xiao stared intently at Hong Chen, her sixth sense sensing something was off. Even if his parents had suddenly passed away, his temperament shouldn't have changed this much. The two had grown up together and understood each other's personalities very well. There was only one possibility for Hong Chen to be so distant and polite. Thinking of this, Xiao Xiao suddenly asked, "Do you have a woman outside?" "Do I? I don't think so." Hong Chen answered himself, appearing quite guilty. He had never been a brave person, he didn't dare to tell Hong Lan and Hong Hu about his parents' death. At this moment, he also didn't dare to tell Xiao Xiao about his relationship with Su Firen. "If you have someone you like, you must tell me." Xiao Xiao bit her lip, on the verge of tears, but tried to keep her tone calm. "I will bless you." But as soon as she finished speaking, her tears couldn't be controlled any longer, and she turned her head away, tightly pressing her lips together, trying hard not to cry out loud. Seeing this, Hong Chen fell silent. He had already let Xiao Xiao down once when he was with Lu Ruyan. Now, being in a relationship with Su Firen was undoubtedly a second betrayal to Xiao Xiao. Although their relationship wasn't that of a couple, before he saw the diary, he already knew that Xiao Xiao liked him. Perhaps it was like that saying, only those who are favored can act without fear. So even knowing that Xiao Xiao would be unhappy, Hong Chen still got together with Lu Ruyan, even though it was Lu Ruyan who had actively seduced him. "I'm just a beast," Hong Chen cursed himself inwardly, and then fell silent again. Many times, emotions are hard to control. He didn't want to give all single girls a home, he just didn't want Xiao Xiao and Su Firen to be sad because of him. He wasn't a brave person when it came to feelings. Seeing Xiao Xiao's slightly trembling shoulders, Hong Chen didn't want to keep hiding the truth, so he prepared to speak honestly. "Not long after you left, I received the news of my parents' passing, and then two uncles occupied my family's house in compensation." Hong Chen spoke about the relationship with Hong Sen and Su Tianbao, and mentioned the arranged marriage. "My mom thought we would be together, she also hoped we would be together, so she had my dad cancel the engagement." Then he talked about how Su Firen saved him from Long Outyan. "So after I recovered, I took Su Firen on a trip, and I clearly told her that I would never let her down in this lifetime." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao wiped her eyes and turned to look at Hong Chen, her eyes still stained with tears, and asked, "And then?" "Then, she should be like you, probably cried too, and later didn't talk to me." Hong Chen said, "You know my character, I'm a soft-hearted person and can't stand seeing women cry. But at that time, my heart was only with you, so I didn't try to keep her." Because it was inconvenient to talk about the diary, Hong Chen didn't mention that he would marry Su Firen years later. Xiao Xiao puffed her cheeks and asked again, "And then?" "Perhaps it was fate. I ran into her again during the college entrance exam competition. She was seriously injured at the time, and I couldn't just stand by. After all, she had saved my life twice, so after I rescued her, we reconciled." Hong Chen added at the end, "Then we took a cross-border flying boat to the Tianwen realm, which I just mentioned to you." "So what is your relationship now?" Xiao Xiao asked the most critical question. Hong Chen was silent for a long time, then shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'm not sure either, it should be the same kind of relationship as you have." Upon receiving the answer, Xiao Xiao was not angry. Instead, she felt guilty towards Hong Chen. Because during Hong Chen's most difficult times, she hadn't been by his side. Although Hong Chen had just spoken lightly, Xiao Xiao could sense that after his parents' death, Hong Chen must have been very troubled, very desperate and helpless. If she had been by his side back then, he and Su Firen would not have had any entanglements. Moreover, she wasn't Hong Chen's girlfriend, so why should she be angry with him? Xiao Xiao suddenly lowered her head and said softly, "You did nothing wrong, we can still be good friends. The day you could face your own heart, whether you choose Su Firen or me, I will respect your choice." Xiao Xiao took a deep breath and finally said, "If you choose Su Firen, I will bless you. But I once told you, if you have a girlfriend, please keep your distance from me, I'm afraid others might misunderstand." Hong Chen nodded. Just as Xiao Xiao said, he wondered when he would be able to face his heart and make a choice, but for now, it had to be set aside. "But I have to say one thing." Xiao Xiao pinched Hong Chen's face and smiled, saying, "Before you make a choice, we are just childhood friends, nearly good friends who are more than friends but less than lovers." When they were young, every time Hong Chen made Xiao Xiao cry, he would always pinch her face to cheer her up. "I didn't cry," Hong Chen retorted, unwilling to back down, and reached out to pinch Xiao Xiao's face. Xiao Xiao puffed up her pinched cheeks and took the opportunity to say, "I was just worried about your mood." The two of them, just like when they were children, sat on the flower bed, pinching each other's faces, just like back in the day. Xiao Xiao has always been so understanding, she never blames Hong Chen, only herself for not doing well enough. After they cleared things up, there was no more resentment between them, and Xiao Xiao was about to leave. Hong Chen waved his hand, watching Xiao Xiao's figure flying through the air, and shouted, "Come visit often when you have time." Xiao Xiao could fly, at least at the martial spirit level, but it was unclear how many stars she had. After watching Xiao Xiao fly far away, Hong Chen quietly sat on the flower bed, then took out his diary from the Kunlun jade pendant. The content recorded on the 8th page of the diary. September 10, 5025, finally escaped and arrived at the Wentiangji. Now I can finally feel safe. Although today is September 5th, Hongchen has already reached the Tianwenji, so he could have opened the 9th page long ago, but since there were people around, he only opened the diary now. The 9th page of the diary starts with some ordinary entries, first finding Zhou Jielian giving him Su Tianbao's letter, then paying tuition and participating in military training. But the Hongchen in the diary had just broken through to a 5-star martial artist, so his physical strength and endurance were lacking, causing him to lag behind during military training and be mocked by many new students. Zhou Jielian and Su Tianbao were old friends. Seeing Hongchen in the diary like this, they exempted him from military training, but Hongchen was looked down upon by even more people. While other new students were still in military training, the Hongchen in the diary raised his talent to A level and simultaneously advanced to a 9-star martial artist. Then, the time came to September 30, 5025. Today military training ended and we have 7 days off. There are many people in the dormitory making a lot of noise and I can't practice quietly. October 1st, 5025. I want to find Sufiren, but it's too far. A high-speed train takes over 10 days round trip and neither Sufiren nor I can fly, so we agreed to meet again later. October 2nd, 5025. My 9 roommates are noisy all day. I can't concentrate on my practice. They also isolate me and gossip about me behind my back, probably saying I got in through the back door, that my talent is poor, and that my level is lacking. I've heard this many times these days and no longer care. October 3rd, 5025. I heard one roommate say he saw a poor old beggar at the back gate of the school, so he bought the old beggar a few meat buns, but the old beggar actually complained that the meat buns were tasteless and asked the roommate to buy him a beggar's chicken. However, the roommate ignored the old beggar and went straight back to the dormitory. I felt something was off. This old beggar might have a background, so I quietly left the dormitory. But the school is too big, and by the time I reached the back gate, it was already dark, and I didn't see the old beggar's figure. When Hongchen saw this diary entry, he suddenly remembered the old beggar he encountered at the back gate of Jianghuai High School, from whom he bought the 8 or 9 mysteries, and Li Chang'an bought the Great Immortal Technique, as well as Sun Xiaochuan's Unbreakable Body and Xiao Zhao's 10,000 Hidden Sword Classic. Although the 9 provinces span thousands of miles, it should be impossible for it to be the same old beggar. But Hongchen didn't know why. He felt that the old beggar at the back gate of Tianwu University was definitely the same old beggar from the back gate of Jianghuai High School, an inexplicable intuition. In any case, whether or not it was that old beggar, Hongchen decided that on October 3rd, he would go to the back gate of Tianwu University to buy a beggar's chicken for the old beggar. October 7th, 5025. Today is the last day of the holiday. There will be a welcome party tonight, and starting tomorrow, the new students can challenge each other. Although Tianwu University allows students to challenge each other to improve their strength rankings, during the military training period of the first year, students are prohibited from challenging each other. After military training ends, there will be another 7-day holiday, so the official challenges can only begin on October 8th. It is now September 5th, and Hongchen wants to break through to the martial spirit realm before October 8th. In the dark sky realm, Hongchen was brutally beaten by evil cultivators, and he has accumulated a lot of spiritual energy within him. However, the breakthrough from martial master to martial spirit is a significant leap that requires an immense amount of spiritual energy. Although he could attempt to break through with the energy he has, the probability of failure is very high, so Hongchen does not dare to take the risk. After all, the spiritual energy he has worked hard to accumulate would dissipate completely if he fails, and he would have to start accumulating it all over again, which would take even more time. The 10-star martial master realm can be quite a bottleneck. Even a top genius with SSS level talent would likely take a month or so to break through. Most of the freshmen at Tianwu University are 10-star martial masters, though there are a few who are 9-star martial masters. There are also some freshmen who have participated in secret training and have already broken through to the martial spirit realm, but such geniuses are extremely rare, with at most 5 or 6 in Tianwu University. Those who participated in secret training have personal guidance from teachers from various schools, so their progress is naturally faster. They already have good talent, plus they have dedicated guidance, and are surrounded by other geniuses, creating a rich atmosphere for cultivation, which motivates them to strive even harder. In contrast, Hongchen, who relies on self-exploration for cultivation, will naturally progress more slowly. This is unavoidable, as his environment, talent, and teachers are not as good as theirs. Hongchen put away his diary. It was already dark, and he got up to return to his dormitory. Today's military training had ended, and the freshmen had all returned to their dorms. Hongchen returned to the Huangzif building dormitory, where the hallway was bustling with male classmates in camouflage uniforms, exuding a strong smell of sweat. The
The shower room was already packed, and the hallway was filled with the stench of sweat and urine.
The overwhelming scent of male hormones was almost unbearable for Hong Chen, making his eyes water.
He pushed open the door to room 1010, which was already cramped, now filled with 9 muscular young men with their upper bodies bare.
Hey bro, could you move a bit? I want to turn around. Can you please tuck in your butt? I need to get back to my bed. Who put their military training uniform on my bed? This bed is only this big. If you put your uniform here, I have nowhere to sleep. Because the dormitory was too small, with beds on both sides and only a narrow passage in the middle, one had to wait for the other to move aside to pass through. The environment was truly terrible. The Geneva Convention clearly states that prisoner dormitories should not exceed 8 people, yet this dormitory had 10. Moreover, the odor in the dormitory was even worse, a mix of
rotting corpses and fishy smells.
Hong Chen could barely take a whiff before he couldn't help but gag.
You must be Hong Chen, a crew-cut boy approached and said. I'm Wang Ping, the dorm leader of this room.
Seeing Hong Chen gagging, Wang Ping
smiled and said, you'll get used to it in a few days, we all went through this. After gagging a bit, you'll get accustomed to it. Hong Chen wiped his mouth and retorted, the way you say that, anyone who doesn't know would think I'm pregnant. A thin roommate looked at Hong Chen, then at Luo Lai, who was meditating on the bed, and asked, are you two the ones who came down from the floating battleship at noon?
Hong Chen nodded and said, my name is Hong Chen, and he is Luo Lai.
We were delayed for a few days due to some matters, so we just arrived at school.
The principal personally came to pick you two up?
The thin roommate swallowed hard and asked quietly, you two must have some
background, right? Hong Chen replied honestly, don't guess randomly, we are just from ordinary families. Although they had some background in the Great Xia Kingdom, Hong Chen's father was a former deputy director, and Luo Lai's family owned a few mines. In the prestigious Tianwu University, they could only be considered small figures.
Upon hearing the words ordinary family, the thin roommate nodded meaningfully and smiled, Yuan Gu.
Don't say any more. We understand. Hong Chen was taken aback. Did this person really understand? He truly was from an ordinary family and wasn't pretending.
Because one old horse said he didn't like money, and another old horse said he was from
an ordinary family.
So, he didn't know when it started that the meanings of ordinary family and not liking money changed. A chubby roommate also recognized Hong Chen. I saw a stunningly beautiful girl on the playground today.
She held a boy's hand, and that boy should be you, right?
She is a good friend I grew up with. Hong Chen didn't deny it, as everyone had seen it.
The chubby roommate continued to ask, is that stunning beauty your girlfriend?
Since Xiao Xiao had clarified that before Hong Chen made a choice, they were just very good friends, he emphasized, it's not what you think, we are just very good ordinary friends. The thin roommate, who had also seen
Xiao Xiao, quietly asked, if you are just ordinary friends, can you introduce us? Of course not, Hong Chen decisively refused. This matter was completely non-negotiable, even if it would offend someone. The chubby roommate suddenly remembered something and said, I feel something is off. If you two have a significant background, you shouldn't be assigned to this dormitory. This was the worst dormitory in Building F, room 1010. New students coming. Here, although all geniuses in their own stories, could only be considered the dregs of talent in the talent-rich Tianwu University.
I already said, we are just ordinary people, you insist on thinking otherwise, Hong Chen
reiterated. The dorm leader, Wang Ping, asked, what were your scores on the college entrance exam?
I was the top scorer. Hong Chen pointed to the meditating Luo Lai, he was the second.
Most of the people in our dormitory
are almost all the 5th place from big countries and the 10th place from superpowers, Wang Ping said in surprise, your scores should qualify you for the elite class.
Didn't I just say that? Hong Chen emphasized, we were delayed by some matters and couldn't participate in the class allocation exam, so we were defaulted to the last 2.
Luo Lai was meditating, but the noise from everyone was too distracting for him to concentrate.
He didn't
ask them to be quieter but silently opened his eyes and walked out of the dormitory, probably to meditate outside. To be honest, Hong Chen was also a bit overwhelmed, although his roommates seemed easy to get along with. The
smell in the dormitory was truly unbearable.
Moreover, it was hot and noisy in the dormitory, and the beds were very narrow, barely enough for one person to lie down.
Hong Chen jogged a few steps and went downstairs with Luo Lai. With his current level, he wouldn't feel tired even if he didn't sleep for 10 days or half a month.
The two arrived at a flower bed not far from the dormitory building, where many new students were likely unable to stand the dormitory environment and came out to get some fresh air or practice. After arriving downstairs, Luo Lai once again sat cross-legged to meditate. Seeing this, Hong Chen felt a bit helpless. This guy was too dedicated, not resting for a moment, completely a cultivation fanatic. Hong Chen hesitated for a moment, then suddenly asked, if you have a cultivation method, but after practicing it, you need to observe precepts, meaning you can't eat meat.
or engage in sexual activities, and you can't even reward yourself.
But the longer you observe these precepts, the faster your cultivation speed and the stronger your combat power will be.
However, if you violate these rules, your cultivation level will drop, and the more times you violate them, the more it will decrease. Would you practice this method? Luo Lai opened his eyes and said, "Who invented such an inhumane method?" "Don't worry about who invented this method." Hong Chen looked at Luo Lai. "I just want to ask you, do you have the confidence to observe the precepts?"
"That depends on what level the method is," Luo Lai replied.
"My method is of the low earth rank, which is quite good. If it's lower than my method, I definitely won't practice it." Hong Chen thought for a moment and said, "I feel it exceeds the top heavenly rank, possibly a legendary divine rank method." Cultivation methods.
Martial skills and weapons are divided into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, but above these, according to legend, there is an even higher divine rank.
"That goes without saying," Luo Lai said with an
undeniable tone. "If there is such a method, not only would I not reward myself, but I wouldn't even mind not getting married in this lifetime." Hong Chen took out the unyielding body of the great sun from the Kunlun jade
pendant.
Holding this method was a waste, it was better to do a favor. "This is the method I mentioned, but think it over carefully." Hong Chen handed the unyielding body of the great sun to Luo Lai. Luo Lai frowned and took the
unyielding body of the great sun with a complex expression on his face, a mix of disbelief and confusion. A divine rank method? How could that be? This is a method that only exists in legends. But Hong Chen had no reason to deceive him. He wasn't that kind of boring person.
Luo Lai's hand stroked the dry, yellowed pages. So if what Hong Chen said was true, then this unyielding body of the great sun was indeed a divine rank method. Although his relationship with Hong Chen was decent, there was no reason for him to directly give such a legendary divine rank method to him. Luo Lai simply couldn't understand.
Seeing the expression on Luo Lai's face, Hong Chen guessed his thoughts and explained, "This method in my hands would only gather dust. It's better to give someone a rose, and since you need it, I'm just doing a favor." Luo Lai remained silent, still unable to comprehend. He opened the
unyielding body of the great sun and looked at it, then tried to practice the breathing techniques as described in the book for a while.
A few minutes later, Luo Lai opened his eyes and sighed softly. Sigh. Seeing this, Hong Chen thought something had gone wrong during Luo Lai's practice and immediately asked, "What's wrong? Why are you sighing?" Luo Lai's face was a mix of emotions as he said, "Our Luo family is probably going to die out." Hong Chen felt a sudden pang of regret upon hearing this. He said, "How about you practice another technique? I'm afraid your parents will blame me."
"My life, I can make my own decisions," Lualia said with a smile to reassure him.
"And even if I could
choose 1,000 times, I wouldn't regret this decision. Originally, it would take me over 3 months to return to the 10-star martial master level, but with this unyielding body of the great sun, I estimate I can regain my previous state
in just over 20 days.
I contacted my family a few days ago, and the colorful stones have already been sent over, along with the ores you wanted. They should arrive here in about 10 days, and my talent will be upgraded to A level, possibly even
sooner. I won't talk to you anymore. I need to take a good look at this technique." Lualia held the unyielding body of the great sun with shining eyes, his face full of anticipation. The spiritual energy in the Tianwan realm was dense, and Hong Chen also sat cross-legged on the ground, running the 8-9 profound art, beginning to meditate and absorb the energy. With his talent having risen to S level and his proficiency in the absorption method of the 8-9 profound art improving, Hong Chen's speed of absorbing spiritual energy was now very fast, able to gather a breath of energy in just over 30 minutes. When he first had F-level talent, practicing the same 8-9 profound art, it took him 5 hours to gather a breath of energy. Later, when he reached B-level talent, it took him an hour and a half. If he were to elevate to SSS level talent, he estimated he could gather a breath of energy in just a few minutes. If he meditated in a place rich in spiritual energy, he could absorb it even faster, probably in just a few dozen seconds. With such a rapid absorption speed, he wouldn't need to find someone to spar with, which would save him a lot of hardship. Although he didn't lack opponents at Tianwu University, he would have to wait until October 8 to officially start fighting, which felt like a waste of time. During this period, the freshmen had military training and no time to meditate, and those with SSS level talent also had no time to absorb energy, so his level wouldn't fall too far behind. The two sat in the flower bed, meditating until dawn, and Lualia broke through to the 6-star warrior level. Then, Hong Chen and Lualia put on their military training uniforms and headed to the playground for training. The instructor was a woman in her 30s, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Several roommates were nearby, and Wang Ping introduced her, saying, "Her name is Xia Yezi, an instructor from the Tianqian Great Wall." The thin roommate
Added, Xia Yezi has been at the Tianqian Great Wall for over 10 years, and the number of demon tribes that have died at her hands is said to be countless. Hearing the words Tianqian Great Wall and demon tribes, Hongchen recalled the content recorded on the last page of his diary. Hongchen jokingly asked, "Do you think the demon tribes could break through the Tianqian Great Wall and then march south to Jiuzhou?" Wang Ping immediately replied, "The probability of the demon tribes breaking through the Tianqian Great Wall is lower than my chance of breaking through to martial god. It's impossible." Hongchen emphasized, if the demon tribes broke through the Tianqian Great Wall, what would you do? "It doesn't matter, I would take action," the chubby roommate joked. "At that time, I would wield a peerless artifact, slaying one demon god with each strike, and cleave the northern border in two. You can sit by and munch on sunflower seeds while watching my performance." The roommates all thought Hongchen was joking, so they continued to joke around. But no one noticed Hongchen's sigh. The idea of the demon tribes breaking through the Tianqian Great Wall was something no one would believe, because the credibility of such an event was akin to Lin Dayu punching Jingguanxi, the national football team winning the World Cup, Wu Wukai not cheating, the emperor having met aliens, or Wang Ping breaking through to martial god. If it weren't for the last page of the diary recording it, even if Hongchen were killed, he wouldn't believe it. Hongchen had given the unyielding body of the Great Sun to Lualia precisely because he feared the demon tribes would break through the Tianqian Great Wall. Because the demon clan has breached the heavenly barrier Great Wall, a calamity is approaching, and the 9 provinces are as precarious as a pile of eggs. A person like Luo Lai would undoubtedly step forward without hesitation to resist the demon clan surging southward. As the saying goes, with such righteous heroes in the world, perhaps there will be a glimmer of dawn for humanity. The Tianzi class has a training ground specifically for their use, and this ground is filled with new students from the Huangzi class. The intensity of military training is very high. Each person must carry 2,000 pounds of heavy metal and run around the training ground at a speed of 10 meters per second without stopping. However, the female instructor named Xia Yezi would allow everyone to sit down and rest after a few hours of training. During the break, Xia Yezi would teach everyone some enemy killing techniques and the reactions to take in battle. Hearing Xia Yezi's words, Hongchen felt a strange familiarity. It took him a moment to remember. Many years ago, when he was still young, Hongsen had taught him similar knowledge. This should be the enemy killing techniques and battle reactions specifically developed on the other side of the heavenly barrier Great Wall. Thinking of Hongsen made Hongchen feel sad. Although half a year had passed, he still found it hard to control his emotions whenever he thought of him. A person dies twice, once when they stop breathing and once when they are forgotten. But Hongchen firmly believed that as long as he lived, he would never forget his parents. Luo Lai, a 6-star martial artist, couldn't keep up with everyone's speed and was always lagging at the back of the group. Xia Yezi looked at the slow-moving Luo Lai and suddenly said, "Because someone is falling behind, everyone has to run an extra 200 laps." Many classmates immediately shot Luo Lai hostile glances, probably wanting to beat him up. Xia Yezi was shifting the blame, and Hongchen felt a bit angry because the version of himself in the diary probably received similar treatment. Report. Hongchen ran up to Xia Yezi and said sternly, "I'll take over Luo Lai's military training tasks from now on." "Sure. You're quite loyal." Xia Yezi snorted coldly and said, "From now on, you'll carry 5,000 pounds every day and run 1,000 laps." "No problem." Hongchen didn't hesitate, adding 3,000 pounds of heavy metal to himself, then ran towards Luo Lai without looking back. "You go rest, I'll run for you." Luo Lai was panting but shook his head and said, "I'm fine, I can hold on." "If you can hold on, then what's the point of me adding this 3,000 pounds of heavy metal?" Hongchen urged, "You should go cultivate first. Once you recover your realm, you can run again. I know you're holding back your anger, but military training still has over 20 days left. Work hard and cultivate diligently, return to the 10-star martial artist level by the end of the month, and let that detestable woman see your strength." Luo Lai opened his mouth to speak but finally nodded, gratefully saying, "Brother, you've helped me a lot. I really don't know how to repay you. You can just help me vent my anger." After saying this, Hongchen, burdened with 5,000 pounds of iron, moved swiftly, outpacing all his classmates. Seeing this scene, Xia Yezi couldn't help but grin and muttered, "This kid is quite interesting, but how did he end up in the Huangzi class? The playground is a standard 400 meters in circumference. Hongchen, carrying a weight of 5,000 jin, can complete a lap in just 30 seconds. In contrast, the other students in the Huang class, burdened with 2,000 jin, take 40 seconds to finish a lap, making the difference immediately apparent. Xian Dingtian stands on the rooftop of the teacher's office building, gazing at Hongchen, who is sweating profusely on the playground. Beside him stands a young man with a cold demeanor, in his early 30s, with a clear and handsome face. A white cloth is tied around his left arm, and there is a hint of sadness in his expression.
In some customs, when someone in the family passes away, they either wear a white cloth on
their head or tie a white cloth around their left arm. This young man is named Yuan Hong, the elder brother of Yuan Qing and also a teacher at Tianwu University. Because he is of a higher generation than Yuan Qing, he does not need to wear a white cloth on his head. Instead, he ties it around his left arm, as is customary for men. Dressed in black with a sword at his waist, Yuan Hang silently watches Hong Chen on the playground for a long time.
Xiang Dingtian takes the initiative to speak. His name is Hong Chen.
Yuan Chang and Chu Yang died at the Oath Water's edge to protect him.
Yuan Hong remains silent for a while before saying, "It is every teacher's duty to protect their students." Xiang Dingtian replies, "Although Hong Chen is
in the Huang class, his strength is certainly enough to be in the Tian class. Since you wield a sword and Hong Chen also wields a sword, I would like to arrange for him to be in the class you oversee after military training."
Yuan Hong shakes his
head at this. "Principal, I am honored, but I must decline."
"That's fine." Xiang Dingtian nods and asks, "But can you give me a reason?"
Yuan Hong looks at Hong Chen, who is carrying 5,000 jin, and says, "He is a very good child, but
I am not a good teacher." Yuan Cheng and Chu Yang sacrificed their lives to bring him to Tianwu University.
I feel my teaching skills are limited, so I do not dare to mislead the students.
Xiang Dingtian opens his mouth to respond but ultimately says nothing.
Although Yuan Hang's martial arts level is not very high, having just entered the martial sect, his educational level is quite high, otherwise Xiang Dingtian would not have sought him out.
However, since he has said this, Xiang Dingtian
does not want to press the issue, suspecting that Yuan Hong cannot get past his own feelings, as Yuan Qing died because of Hong Chen. Besides the administrative staff responsible for managing trivial matters, there are only 4,000 to 5,000
teachers at Tianwu University.
Some are nominal teachers or honorary professors, so the number of teachers who can actually teach is only about 3,000. Xiang Dingtian says, "There are 3,000 teachers in the school, can you recommend
a suitable teacher for Hong Chen?"
"Let me think." Yuan Hong replies after a moment of contemplation and names someone. Upon hearing the name, Xiang Dingtian's eyes light up, but he quickly smiles wryly and says, "She is indeed a suitable candidate. But she is currently fighting against the cultivators of Wudao Extreme State, so she probably won't give me face." Due to the ideological conflict between martial arts and Taoism, Fang Tianwu State and Wudao Extreme State have been in constant
friction and conflict for years.
"She is different from me," Yuan Hong says, turning away, leaving behind a final remark. As long as she knows that Chu Yan lost his life to protect Hong Chen, no matter how many difficulties lie ahead, she
will rush back to Tianwu University and wholeheartedly teach Hong Chen. Xiang Dingtian knows this all too well, but everyone has their own life to lead. Back then, she gave up her position at Tianwu University and resolutely returned to Fang
Tianwu State to participate in the struggle between martial arts and Taoism. Now, after so much effort, she has finally achieved something, having recently become the general of Fang Tianwu State and the only female general. To ask her to return to Tianwu University now would be to erase all her years of hard work and ruin her future and ideals.
Xiang Dingtian hesitates for a long time before taking out his phone, but ultimately does not make the call. Ding dong.
A crisp sound rings from
Xiang Dingtian's phone. He picks it up, thinking it might be a spam message.
But on the screen, there is only a very brief line of text, "I know the cause and effect.
In half a month, I will return to Tianwu University." Looking in the direction
where Yuan Hong had left, Xiang Dingtian smiled and thought, "You know I won't speak of this matter, so you just told her, right?" Xiang Dingtian glanced back at the information on the screen. "All your efforts over the years, wasted like this, is it
really worth it?"
Just as this thought crossed his mind, he recalled Yuan Cheng and Chu Yang, their voices and smiles still vivid in his memory. For those who value emotions, this question might only have one answer: of course, it is worth it. After running 1,000 laps, Hong Chen felt completely exhausted. The first day had passed just like that. Carrying a weight of 5,000 pounds, he ran 400,000 meters without a moment's rest, still at a fast pace. Even a 10-star martial artist would find it hard to bear. Then came the second day, the third day, the fourth day, until the fifth day. After these few days of running, Hong Chen felt the spiritual energy within him surging, as if he was about to break through. Although his body was tired, he still gained something. Every time he felt he couldn't hold on any longer, Hong Chen forced himself to keep running. His physical fitness strengthened, and his foundation solidified. At noon, Xia Yezi would also impart some combat techniques, allowing Hong Chen to rest for a while. Just like the military tactics and battle formations, when we strike, we must be swift as the wind, gentle as the forest, fierce as fire, and immovable as a mountain.
Shu Feng.
Xia Yezi looked at a burly boy and said, "You come out and spar with someone as I instructed."
This burly youth named Zhu Feng was the strongest in the Huang class, ranked 9001. Instructor, who should I fight? Zhu Feng asked excitedly, glancing at his classmates on the playground.
The playground was filled with new students from the Huang class, and Zhu Feng, being the highest ranked, naturally had overwhelming combat power. Xia Yezi looked to the back of the crowd, where a boy was panting with his tongue out, and shouted, Hong Chen.
Damn it! What the hell?
Hong Chen cursed inwardly, helplessly getting up and jogging to the center, wiping the sweat from his face.
The 3,000 new students of the Huang class formed a
circle, leaving a 10-meter square space in the middle. Xia Yezi raised her chin and said, whoever loses will have to run an extra 200 laps this afternoon. Ordinary students carry a weight of 2,000 pounds and only need to run 400 laps a day, while Hong Chen, due to helping Luo Lai bear the task, had to carry 5,000 pounds and run 1,000 laps. Therefore, an extra 200 laps for the other students in the Huang class was equivalent to directly adding half, undoubtedly a huge burden.
Hong Chen looked up at Xia Yezi and asked, is there a reward for winning if there's a punishment for losing?
I am also a person who believes in rewards and punishments, Xia Yezi replied. If you win, you will
run 200 laps less.
Please give me your guidance. Zhu Feng exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. If he won, he could rest in the afternoon. Under everyone's gaze, Hong Chen adjusted his pants and said, please give me your guidance. Zhu Feng was also at the level of a 10-star martial master. Even in the worst Huang class of Tianwu University, more than half of the new students were 10-star martial masters. Because it was so difficult for martial masters to break through to martial spirits, many new students were stuck at the 10-star level. However, there were still differences among 10-star martial masters. Hong Chen took out the Zhengyang knife from the Kunlun jade pendant, ready to slash Zhu Feng in one blow, thus saving himself from
running 200 laps.
Xia Yezi said, I already said it's a spar, why are you bringing out a knife?
Zhu Feng, who originally
used a knife, had calluses all over his fists, clearly indicating he practiced boxing.
Alright, Hong Chen put away the Zhengyang
knife, accepting a little loss. Strength was the hard truth. When Hong Chen was young, he practiced basic boxing with Hong Sr. Previously, at the Yujing Hot Pot restaurant, he knocked Long Out Yin unconscious with a punch using the boxing technique taught by Hong. Senator Zhu Feng stepped on the ground with his left foot, his figure flashing like an arrow released from a bow, charging towards Hong Chen, while his right hand formed a palm, aiming a punch directly at Hong Chen's chest.
Hong Chen stood firm, motionless, raising his left arm to steadily block Zhu Feng's palm.
With a muffled bang, both of them shook slightly.
Hong Chen's arm raising motion was derived from the boxing manual's horizontal elbow defense and level curved arm.
Zhu Feng missed with his punch and immediately changed tactics, spinning his body, his right foot sweeping towards Hong Chen's lower body like a whirlwind.
Although he only took one punch from Zhu Feng, Hong Chen had already gauged the sky's depth. Hong Chen slid his left foot back a step, standing firmly with one foot in front and the other behind.
Zhu Feng's kick struck Hong Chen's right leg, like kicking a mountain, sending
a violent shockwave back.
Average strength, Hong Chen judged in his heart, then suddenly exerted force in his kicked right leg, sending Zhu Feng flying. Zhu Feng flew several hundred meters before crashing to the ground, but he did not lose consciousness. He just felt a surge of blood and suffered some minor internal injuries. Hong Chen looked at Xia Yezi and asked, Instructor, does
this count as aggressive like fire?
If one does not strike, it is fine. Once one strikes, it can determine the outcome, which is exactly what the military strategy refers to as aggression like fire.
Xia Yezi looked at the other new students in the Huang class and shouted, is there anyone else who dares to step up and challenge Hong Chen? No one answered, even the strongest Zhu Feng in the Huang class had only taken one move from Hong Chen before being kicked away. Seeing this, Hong Chen lightly coughed and said nonchalantly, Instructor, I want to fight 10. You really are arrogant. Before Xia Yezi could respond, several male classmates rushed out.
Everyone has their temper, and young people have even bigger tempers, especially with so many young people present. Thus, after Hong Chen said just a few words, more than 10 people rushed out one after another.
Hong Chen only wanted to take some
hits to practice and show off a bit, but he didn't expect everyone to be so hot-headed. He quickly scanned the crowd and said, I only want to fight 10, but there are 13 people here, that's too many. Xia Yezi did not respond but told the other
classmates, don't hold back.
As soon as she finished speaking, a pair of fists suddenly came at Hong Chen.
He quickly activated his heavenly eye, slightly sidestepping to avoid the punch.
As he sidestepped, he swung out a punch, the wind from his fist howling. And with full force, he instantly sent one classmate flying. But he had no time to catch his breath before another punch came at him. Hong Chen hurriedly sidestepped again, while his left hand reached out, grabbing the person's wrist, then using his arms' strength, he forcefully threw them out, eliminating another person. The classmates from the Huang class watching the match formed a circle about 10 meters wide. This circle was equivalent to a ring, and anyone who fell out of the circle would lose. In the blink of an eye, Hong Chen had eliminated 2 people. His attacks were simply too swift. This perfectly confirmed what Xia Yezi had just said: swift as the wind, steady as the forest. Since it was a spar and not a life and death battle, Hong Chen couldn't use the golden light, otherwise it would have been much easier for him. Of course, because it was just a spar, these classmates also didn't use their trump cards. The remaining 11 classmates around him moved gracefully, like butterflies flitting among flowers, circling around Hong Chen, searching for his weaknesses. But Hong Chen stood firm as a mountain, responding to changes with steadfastness, embodying the principle of immobility in warfare. A tall classmate suddenly charged out, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. As he approached Hong Chen, he shouted loudly and swung his fist down with great force, the wind from his punch howling, seemingly carrying immense power. This charged strike must have been some form of martial arts. Hong Chen spread his right hand, palm open, to absorb the heavy blow while sliding back, seizing the opportunity to break free from the encirclement. However, before he could steady himself, 2 classmates attacked from both sides. The classmate on the left executed swift leg techniques, sweeping towards Hong Chen's lower body like a whirlwind. The classmate on the right unleashed a fierce palm strike aimed directly at Hong Chen's shoulder. Hong Chen closed his eyes, his heavily eye keen, and lightly tapped the ground with his toes, propelling himself into the air. He spun mid-air, kicking out with both legs in a series of rapid strikes. The classmates on either side instinctively reached out to block his kicks, their arms numbed by the impact, causing them to stagger back a few steps. Meanwhile, other classmates joined the fray. One unleashed a flurry of punches, shadows of fists raining down. Another classmate, using agile footwork, darted around Hong Chen like a specter, waiting for the right moment to attack. Thanks to his heavenly eye perception, Hong Chen didn't need to turn around. He could clearly see the perspective behind him. He slightly tilted his head to avoid a punch aimed at the back of his head, then, following the momentum, he threw a punch that struck the classmate in the chest, sending him flying. A nimble classmate seized the opportunity, pouncing on Hong Chen like a leopard, hands clawed, reaching for his throat. Hong Chen reacted swiftly, leaning back sharply while kicking upward, hitting this classmate in the abdomen. A muffled grunt escaped the classmate as he was sent flying off the stage. With a single motion, Hong Chen had eliminated 5 more classmates, leaving only 5 remaining in the arena. A surge of pride welled up in his heart. He shouted loudly, and the power within him surged. Like a tide, the winds of his fists and shadows of his palms intertwining, energy radiating forth, sending the remaining 5 classmates flying off the stage. The onlooking classmates watched in awe, gasping in astonishment. Hong Chen and the other classmates are clearly not on the same level. What's the point of this fight? His name is Hong Chen, right? How could someone with this strength be in the Huang class? He should be in the Tian class. Hong Chen is really handsome. And the more you look, the more handsome he gets. Does he have a girlfriend? He seems to have a girlfriend. A few days ago, after military training ended, she came to the playground to find him, and they left together. But Wang Ping told me that she's not Hong Chen's girlfriend, just a childhood friend with a close relationship. Hong Chen said that himself. Then don't I have a chance? I think I'm not bad looking. Right? Do you think I have a chance? With your looks that are like flying sand and shifting stones, and your craftsmanship that seems to be from a ghostly hand, you probably won't have a chance in this lifetime. I suggest you wait for the next one. In the blink of an eye, only Hong Chen remained standing in the center of the arena. The 13 new students who had come to challenge him were eliminated in an instant. Hong Chen slowly withdrew his fists and turned to look at Xia Yezi, asking loudly, swift as the wind, gentle as the forest, raging like fire, immovable as a mountain, have I grasped the essence? Xia Yezi's face twitched at the question, and suddenly she laughed in anger, asking, you really are full of yourself. You seem quite proud. How about we spar a bit? Let's skip that. Hong Chen immediately refused without a moment's hesitation. Xia Yezi was at least at the martial emperor level, and she might even be a martial sect master. What could he possibly use to fight her? Seeing that Hong Chen was afraid, Xia Yezi immediately turned to the new students on the playground and commanded, all the boys in these 3 rows, step forward. Surround and beat up Hong Chen. Instantly, over 100 new students stood up, cracking their knuckles, saying, brothers, I've been annoyed by him for a long time. He's hogging all the spotlight, let's give him a good beating. Although he could defeat 13 people, facing 130, Hong Chen could only take the hits. Moreover, they were all geniuses, even the new students in the yellow class were top talents in their
respective countries and cities, each a genius in their own story. Hong Chen was surrounded and beaten up by the crowd, each punch landing hard, and soon he was severely injured, left gasping for breath, after which his roommates Wang Ping and a few others carried him back to the dormitory. Yuan Go, we know you're strong, but don't show off too much next time, Wang Ping said, then returned to the playground to continue military training. Hong Chen was actually doing it on purpose, he wanted to be beaten. In the yellow class, he couldn't find an evenly matched opponent, so he had to put on a show and then get beaten up by everyone. Because of the ability to grow stronger through battle, the spiritual energy within him was increasing, and the feeling of wanting to break through was becoming more intense. However, it was still not enough, not stable enough. If he couldn't ensure 100% success in breaking through to the martial spirit level, Hong Chen absolutely wouldn't attempt it. Because if he failed to break through, he would have to spend a lot of time to reaccumulate spiritual energy, which would be an extreme waste of time. Once he failed to break through, the distance between him and those top geniuses would only grow wider. Although Hong Chen had S-level talent, those top geniuses had SSS-level talent, and their rate of absorbing spiritual energy was much faster. Therefore, he could only rely on the ability to grow stronger through battle to quickly accumulate spiritual energy and shorten the gap with those top geniuses. The reason Hong Chen was able to get into Tianwu University was largely due to this ability to grow stronger through battle. To be more precise, he relied on the 8-9 profound art, which allowed him to get into Tianwu University. Li Chang'an practiced the great immortal technique, and this guy had unmatched strength, with arms that could exert immense force, and his indestructible defense was impeccable. At that time, Hong Chen wanted Xiao Xiao to buy the great immortal technique, but since it was bought by Li Chang'an, he had to choose the 10,000 Hidden Sword Classic instead, but the old beggar also said that this technique was more suitable for Xiao Xiao. The 10,000 Hidden Sword Classic should be a sword cultivation technique. Xiao Xiao had 2 levels of talent, and her SS level talent was the glazed jade sword, which, as the name suggests, indicated a sword cultivation talent. The 5 basic elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are the lowest level talents, but all talents originate from these 5 elements. The F-level earth talent has many branches, which can derive E-level sand, D-level stone, C-level rock, and B-level jade. E-level sand can derive A-level glazed, C-level rock can derive B-level stone guardian and S-level colorful stone. The F-level metal talent can derive E-level iron, D-level steel, and C-level sword. Xiao Xiao's glazed jade sword is a fusion of jade, glazed, and sword talents, 3 talents mixed together to derive a new talent. Talents are endlessly variable, capable of deriving in pairs, in threes, and even in 5s. Every time a talent is derived, it will be different, and it can produce billions of kinds of talents. Luo Lai was also an SSS level talent at the beginning. After Hong Chen gave him the unyielding body of the great sun, it would surely shine in his hands, much better than rotting in his own hands or in Sun Xiachuan's. Hong Chen lay down for 5 or 6 hours before he could get up and move around. Because the smell in the dormitory was too unbearable, he dragged his aching body and struggled step by step out of the dormitory. Then he found Luo Lai, and the two of them sat cross-legged in a secluded place, breathing and accumulating spiritual energy. Because Hong Chen was seriously injured, he had a good reason not to participate in military training for the next few days. Hong Chen and Luo Lai hid in a dark corner, sitting side by side, breathing in and out, feeling quite comfortable. On the 4th day, Hong Chen's injuries healed, but he still did not go to military training. This thankless task he would avoid for 1 more day if he could. After hiding for a total of 7 or 8 days, Wang Ping suddenly found Hong Chen. He came to convey Xia Yezi's words, "If you don't come to military training, I'm going to find the principal." Hong Chen had no choice but to continue attending military training, but time passed quickly, and soon it was the end of the month. Although he ran every day as tired as a dog, he finally endured to the end. Hong Chen wiped his sweat and revealed a smile. "Hong Chen." Xia Yezi called out loudly, then waved to him, signaling him to come over and talk. This woman never had good intentions when she called him, but under the roof, one had to bow their head. Hong Chen had no choice but to run to Xia Yezi's side and shouted, "Report! You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Xia Yezi wiped the saliva off her face, her tone somewhat helpless, but before Hong Chen could answer, she suddenly smiled and asked, "Now that military training is over, I'm going back to the Tianxian Great Wall. What is your relationship with Hong Sen?" Hearing this, Hong Chen was taken aback and asked, "You know my dad? When I first saw you, I couldn't believe such a coincidence, but later I saw your stubborn and foul temper, and since you both have the surname Hong, it was hard not to suspect that Hong Sen is your father. Your dad should have been under 30 when he left the Tianxian Great Wall, and I was just a new recruit who had just arrived at the Tianqian Great Wall. He was my squad leader, and we both served in Su Tianbao's camp. Xia Yezi finally said, although I haven't known your dad for long, he took good care of me. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen asked, this care you speak of sounds a bit off, he wouldn't have bullied you, would he? Xia Yezi nodded and smiled, saying, just like the care I've been giving you these days. At that time, I was lagging behind, so your dad made things difficult for me. But your dad saved my life. If it weren't for him, I would have died at the hands of the demon race. After he married your mom, I lost contact with him. Xia Yezi paused and then asked, after so many years, how is your dad? Hong Chen lowered his head, his tone calm. Not long ago, he passed away. Hong Chen recounted the events leading to Hong Sen's death, and Xia Yezi's face showed sorrow as she sighed. Old friends are gradually withering away, like leaves falling in the wind. It's already the end of the month. After the military training ends, I will return to the Tianqian Great Wall immediately, Xia Yezi said. You can come to the Tianqian Great Wall to see it someday. It was the place where your father fought bravely and shed blood for his dreams. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Hong Chen asked. There's still the welcome party later. Aren't you going to stay and take a look? I won't stay to join the fun, Xia Yezi said, taking out a book and handing it to Hong Chen. This isn't about martial skills or techniques, just my insights on combat. I noticed some small issues when you were sparring on the playground last time, and I've written them all down in this book. It might help you. Thank you. Hong Chen took the insights on combat. He had previously had no good feelings towards Xia Yezi, but because of her relationship with Hong Sen, he suddenly felt differently about her. If there's a chance in the future, let's meet again at the Tianqian Great Wall. Xia Yezi waved her hand and left gracefully. Hong Chen watched her figure soaring through the air until she completely disappeared before he quietly went to the flower bed to meditate. Luo Lai was still meditating there. After spending more than 20 days, he had returned to the realm of a 10-star martial artist. Since he had previously reached the 10-star martial artist level, his breakthrough was naturally swift this time. However, after reaching the 10-star martial artist level, his breakthrough speed slowed down because he had only reached this level at most, so the subsequent breakthrough speed became normal. 10 days ago, the ore from Luo Lai's family arrived at the school, and then Hong Chen helped him use the colorful stone to successfully elevate his lightning affinity to the 5-color divine thunder. With the affinity upgraded to A level, Luo Lai's physique became even stronger, and as his affinity improved, his body was recovering to its previous robustness. Hong Chen sat cross-legged next to Luo Lai, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness into the Kunlun jade pendant. On the ground next to the tavern lay various ores. More than half of them were sent by Luo Lai's family, but a small portion was Hong Chen's own stock. These ores were mostly cheap in the Great Xia Kingdom, but in other places, they could be worth a fortune. It was like the black truffles in the mountains, worthless and usually only fed to pigs, but when sold in big cities, they could be more expensive than gold. In such a vast area as Zhuzhou, many airspaces had sky pirates specifically robbing logistics airships, making the cost of logistics unimaginably high. Of course, space rings could be used to transport goods, but as mentioned earlier, even a 1 square meter space ring is very expensive. Su Firen, the young lady from a wealthy family, only recently got her own space ring, and it was just 1 or 2 square meters. Those who could afford a 10 square meter space ring were naturally wealthy individuals. Moreover, using a 10 square meter space ring for logistics was like using a Rolls-Royce for ride-hailing. The cost-effectiveness was extremely low, making it hard to break even, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, and if it got robbed, it would be a total loss. Hong Chen had already put up a new barter notice on the tavern wall 20 days ago. The top line of the notice read, looking to purchase Purple Cloud Divine Stone, 4 symbols. Jade, Spirit of the Tsanlong, 10,000-year Dragon Breath, Spirit of the Yinglong Double Wings, Fiery Red Lotus, Infinite True Qi, Ziwei Dao Yun, 9 Heavens Mysterious Crystal. The bottom line read, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures I have for exchange include crystal white jade, diamond, turquoise, Hutian jade, Shoshan stone, white jade, green jade, yellow jade, red agate, sky blue gemstone, rosy gemstone, colorful stone. The Purple Cloud Divine Stone was to help Luo Lai. His current affinity was 5-color Divine Thunder, and as long as he used the Purple Cloud Divine Stone, he could elevate his affinity to the S-level Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. Su Firen has an S-level White Dragon talent, and she has 2 routes to enhance her talent. If she uses the 4 symbols Jade, the Spirit of the Azure Dragon, and the 10,000-year Dragon Breath, she can upgrade to an SS-level 4 symbols Azure Dragon. If she uses the 10,000-year Dragon Breath, the Spirit of the Yinglong, and the Yinglong Wings, she can upgrade to an SS-level Yinglong.
However, these 5 rare treasures are extremely precious, especially the 10,000-year dragon breath, which is incredibly rare. As for the fiery red lotus, infinite true chi, purple microdao rhythm, and 9 heavens mysterious crystal, Hongchen has prepared these treasures for himself. He currently has an S-level talent of southern brightly fire, and as long as he refines the fiery red lotus and infinite true chi, he can upgrade to an SS level infinite fiery fire. By refining the purple microdao rhythm and 9 heavens mysterious crystal, he can upgrade to an SS level 9 heavens mysterious fire. But whether Hongchen has the 9 heavens mysterious fire or the infinite fiery fire, there is ultimately only one route, which is to upgrade to an SSS level primordial sacred fire. The primordial sacred fire is a flame refined from primordial purple chi. It is the first fire in the world, the ancestor of all fires in the 3 realms and 5 elements, and it is also the hottest flame in the universe. It is said that once the primordial sacred fire ignites, it can never be extinguished, unless the object it is attached to is completely turned to nothingness. Only then will the primordial sacred fire slowly extinguish. As long as it is attached to the primordial sacred fire, even if the body turns to ashes, the primordial sacred fire will not stop burning unless the ashes are burned to nothingness. Only then will the primordial sacred fire extinguish. Due to the differences in various regions, the primordial sacred fire has various names, but only in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent is it called the primordial sacred fire. The 3000 Dao states refer to it as the original Dao fire. The Great Luo Golden State calls it the Great Sun Golden Flame, the Enlightenment Extreme State calls it the Source Fire, the Central State calls it the Ancient Sacred Fire, and the Mysterious State calls it the Chaos Fire. Hongchen entered the tavern, where a middle-aged man was already waiting at a wooden table. This man had a pale face, a soft appearance, a stout figure, and a fleshy face. He introduced himself to Hongchen. "You can call me Chao Diao." "See? Chao Diao see?" Hongchen was taken aback for a moment, and after a while, he suddenly realized that this person was nicknamed Chao Diao See, which actually refers to a eunuch, but one with a high position. The various countries in the 9 provinces have different systems. The Great Xia Kingdom is a law-based country, but many countries are ruled by the royal family, such as many countries in the 3000 Dao states and the Great Luo Golden State, which follow this feudal system. 100 years ago, the Great Xia Kingdom also had a feudal system, but in the last 100 years it has undergone tremendous changes, slowly transforming into the modern law-based society it is today. It is precisely because of this transition to a law-based society that the Qingzhou Prefecture and Jinyuan Prefecture have weakened. If Su Tianbao had not built achievements at the Tianqian Great Wall, the Dei Prefecture would also have weakened. However, many names still reflect the remnants of the feudal system in the Great Xia Kingdom, such as flying boats being called airplanes in the outside world, and the security bureau being called the police station. Chao Diaoxi's real name is Chao Yueming. He got straight to the point. "I need the crimson jade essence." Hongchen nodded and asked, "What do you have?" "I have the spirit of the Yinglong and the fiery red lotus." Chao Yueming looked at Hongchen. "You can choose one. The spirit of the azure dragon is the treasure Su Firen needs, while the fiery red lotus is the treasure he needs." Hongchen raised his head and asked, "Can I have them both?" "Yes." Chao Yueming's voice was sharp, and he said in a subdued tone, "But you must give me a piece of crimson jade essence that is at least 20 centimeters long." This is ultimately a personal privacy issue, so Hongchen did not ask Chao Yueming, "Why do you insist on having red agate that is over 20 centimeters long?" Red agate is a product of the sun, and it is said that as long as it is paired with the remains of Rama, it can restore the lineage. It is well known that eunuchs need to be castrated, so the reason Chao Yueming wants red agate is already self-evident. Those who understand will understand. "Wait a moment, I'll go take a look." Outside, Hongchen left the tavern and then searched for red agate among the treasures at the entrance. The price of red agate is relatively high, and he does not have much stock. Hongchen also does not know if there is any red agate that meets the length requirement. If there is no red agate that meets the length requirement, he can only call Honghu to buy it and have someone bring it to Tianwu University. Because Tianwan Realm is located in the center of Zhozhou, it is relatively close to the Great Xia Kingdom, and it only takes a dozen days to reach Tianwan Realm by cross-border flying boat. Chao Yueming does not know if he is in a hurry. If he is very anxious, then there is nothing Hongchen can do. But Hongchen estimates that he should not be in a hurry. After all, he has been castrated for so many years, so he should not be in a rush. Although he has prepared 3 pieces of red agate, the longest piece is only 18 centimeters. Hongchen helplessly returned to the tavern and said with a wry smile, "Brother Chao, I just took a look, and I'm really sorry, but the longest piece of red agate I have is only 18 centimeters. If you are not in a hurry, just wait for me for half a month. And I will get you a piece of 20-centimeter red agate. Xiao Yueming, with a delicate complexion, frowned and thought, and after a moment, he slapped the table. 18 centimeters is enough, let's make the deal. It was clear that Xiao Yueming was really anxious. Hongchen pushed open the tavern door again and brought out the longest piece of red agate. After the two completed the transaction, Xiao Yueming could not wait and immediately left the tavern. Hongchen put away the Spirit of Yinglong and the Flame Red Lotus, then tore off the paper he had previously posted and wrote down the treasures he needed: Purple Sky Divine Stone, 10,000-year Dragon Breath, Yinglong Wings, Infinite True Qi. With the Spirit of Yinglong and the Flame Red Lotus, Hongchen confirmed his path to enhancing his talent, first upgrading to SS level Infinite Flame, while Su Firen would upgrade to SS level Yinglong. After completing the transaction, Hongchen withdrew his consciousness from Kunlun Jeju, then sat cross-legged in the flower bed, breathing in and out spiritual energy. After so many days of breathing and refining, the spiritual energy in his body was already sufficient, but he still needed a breakthrough opportunity. He was adjusting his essence, energy, and spirit to peak condition, aiming for a successful breakthrough to martial spirit in one go. The next morning, Hongchen felt that his essence and energy were full, but his spirit was not yet vigorous enough. If he were to break through at this moment, although the success rate was as high as 80%, there was still a 20% chance of failure, so Hongchen did not want to take the risk. We came to Tianwu University, and we haven't explored the campus at all. After breathing for so many days, should we take a look around the school? Hongchen stood up and asked Luo Lai. If this cultivation fanatic Luo Lai did not want to look around, Hongchen would go by himself. He was just casually asking Luo Lai. After a month of continuous breathing, I'm just a bit tired. Luo Lai also stood up and said, I happen to have the same idea, let's go. Previously, Hongchen and Luo Lai were on a straight line between 2 points, either on the playground or meditating in the flower bed. They didn't even return to the dormitory, so this was the first time they walked around the school, and everything felt fresh. Tianwu University covers an area of 50,000 acres, equivalent to an ordinary urban area. Established 3,000 years ago, Tianwu University has produced countless heroes, leaving behind many well-known attractions. The first area they arrived at was a black wall near the dormitory building of the Huanzi class. This black wall is 100 meters long, wide, and high, and various messages have been written on it with chalk, spray paint, and ink. Qi Shangwei visited here. I want to work hard to get into the Tian class. I like junior sister Lu Yuchen. I like senior Lin Yi. One of my roommates doesn't shower every day, his groin is simply foul-smelling, and I don't want to stay in the dormitory of the yellow class. Before I graduate from university, I will definitely leave my name on the Millennium Dragon and Tiger list. Xiao Lingchuan visited here on May 20, 5020. Hongchen looked at the words on the black wall, feeling as if it were a message board recording the words of students from various generations of Tianwu University. Luo Lai looked up at the top of the black wall. I want to write my name at the very top of the black wall. Hearing this, Hongchen looked up at the top of the black wall, the most competitive place where many students had written their names, but many names had been crossed out and replaced with new ones. I, Lin Yi, am the martial god. I, Qin Xuan, will surely reach the peak of the martial god. I, Feng Qingtian, vow to be the #1 sword cultivator in the 9 provinces. I, Hong Zhonghu, am the true invincible one under heaven. When I break through to the martial spirit realm, I will also leave my name at the top of the black wall. Hongchen stroked his chin, daydreaming, and continued, and after I write my name, no new students will dare to erase it. Because by then, I will already be famous throughout the 9 provinces. You think too beautifully. Luo Lai laughed. Since you want to write at the top, I'll write next to you. Future students will probably not erase my name out of respect for you. After the two finished looking at the black wall, they headed east and soon arrived at the central area of Tianwu University. This is the core area of Tianwu University, where many students come every evening. Ahead is the main gate of Tianwu University, and after passing through the kilometer-long Central Avenue, a competition arena appears. This arena is very famous, called Tianwu Grand Arena. The Tianwu Grand Arena is a square with a side length of 999 meters. When this arena was originally built, the plan was for it to be 1,000 meters, but the then president vetoed it, saying, even if martial arts have 1,000 meters, 1 meter should be left in the heart. This statement has been interpreted in many ways. However, the meaning most recognized by students is, leave a line for others, do not go all out. Tianwu University does not allow deadly fights, except in the Tianwu Grand Arena. Warriors emphasize clarity of thought, repay grudges with grudges, and grievances with grievances. If there is an irreconcilable conflict between two people, they can go to the Tianwu
Grand Arena sign a life and death agreement, and then resolve their personal grievances, with teachers and classmates not intervening. Therefore, many students speculate that the president who built the Tianwu Grand Arena to 999 meters hoped that regardless of who won in a deadly fight, there should always be 1 meter left in the heart. After hearing Luo Lai talk about the origin of the Tianwu Grand Arena, Hong Chen commented on that president, "Great, no need for more words." On the side of the Tianwu Grand Arena stands a stone tablet, engraved with 12 large characters, which is the motto of Tianwu University: "We practice martial arts for the public good, prioritizing the welfare of all." Behind the stone tablet, there is also a wall plaque made of gold, measuring 100 meters in length and only 10 meters in height. Gold, enduring for thousands of years, does not corrode, rust, or change color. This wall plaque, forged from hundreds of millions of tons of gold, is called the Dragon and Tiger List. However, at Tianwu University, it is also referred to as the Millennium Dragon and Tiger List and the 3,000-Year Dragon and Tiger List. Tianwu University has been established for 3,000 years, and every year, students graduate. In their senior year, the student who ranks first in the Tian class will have their name inscribed on the Dragon and Tiger List. It is not necessary to maintain the first position for all 4 years of university, rather, it is sufficient to hold the first position in the final year of senior year to have their name engraved on this Dragon and Tiger List for 100 years. Therefore, although Hong Chen is currently second to last in the Huang class, as long as he achieves first place before graduation, he can have his name recorded on this 3,000-year Dragon and Tiger List. Generally speaking, if a student ranks first in the Tian class during their freshman year, they are likely to graduate as the first in the Tian class as well, with only a small chance of a ranking change. Since it is called the 3,000-year Dragon and Tiger List, it naturally already bears the names of 3,000 students. 2000 first session, Xiao Yichen; 2001 second session, Wu Qiong; 2002 third session, Lu Wu; 2003 fourth session, Mo Feiyun. The history of the human race spans 10,000 years, divided into the first 5,000 years and the latter 5,000 years. In the ancient period of the first 5,000 years, the human race rose among the myriad races and fought against the strongest demon race, ultimately achieving a hard-won victory. However, the human race, unable to eradicate the remaining demon race and fearing their desperate retaliation, had no choice but to drive the remnants of the demon race to the northern borders and build a great wall to prevent the demons from invading the 9 provinces. The year the human race defeated the demon race marked the beginning of the new calendar year for humanity. From that year onward, the human race had accurate dates. Then, in the year 1997 of the human calendar, Tianwu University was established. In the first session of 2000, Xiao Yichen graduated as the first in the Tian class and had his name inscribed on the Dragon and Tiger List. 3,000 years have passed, and of course, all those old graduates at the top of the Dragon and Tiger List are long gone. 50-100-year third thousand session, Feng Qingtian; 50-01-year third thousand and first session, Nangong Henshui; 50-02-year third thousand and second session, Sui 15; 50-03-year third thousand and third session, Zhang Menghu; 50-23-year third thousand and 23rd session, Liqingzhou; 50-24-year third thousand and 24th session, Mu Ziyin; 50-25-year third thousand and 25th session, Feng Sulin. The latter names are not from the old graduates, so they should still be alive today. Xiangding Tian's name is also listed on the Dragon and Tiger List. He graduated in the 2994th session of 4994, so if calculated this way, he should be around 53 years old this year. Warriors are different from ordinary people, and moreover, a warrior of Xiangding Tian's caliber does not show signs of aging. He looks to be in his early 40s. Additionally, Hong Chen noticed a familiar name, Jiang Menghu. He had encountered someone in a tavern named Jiang Menghu. Their names are so similar, could they be the same person? Hong Chen shook his head, thinking it was unlikely to be such a coincidence. Luo Lai looked at the Dragon and Tiger List and murmured, "The heroes of this world are truly as numerous as fish crossing a river." Hong Chen replied, "Those who can have their names left on the Dragon and Tiger List are undoubtedly top-tier geniuses, 1 in 10,000, standing out among their peers." Suddenly, Luo Lai laughed. Upon hearing this, he asked Hong Chen, "Are you thinking that in 4 years, you want to carve the name Hong Chen onto the Dragon and Tiger List?" Was this question even necessary? This was an extremely glorious matter. If his name could be carved onto the Dragon and Tiger List, he would debut in the Hong family genealogy, and the name Hong Chen would be recorded in the history of the Great Xia Kingdom. Hong Chen rolled his eyes at Luo Lai and asked, "Which student of Tianwu University doesn't fantasize about this? Don't you fantasize about it?" "I think about it so much I can't sleep," Luo Lai laughed heartily. "Just thinking about my name being carved on the Dragon and Tiger List makes me tremble all over. It feels like I'm on cloud 9. Hearing Luo Lai's crude words, Hong Chen's face twitched. You actually have better adjectives. This is the real me, Luo Lai said, laughing again. Just try to be tolerant. After getting familiar with each other, their conversation became more casual, without the awkwardness of just meeting. Luo Lai continued, tomorrow is a 7-day holiday. Xiao Dao and Mu Yun Lu are coming to hang out. Should we have a meal together tomorrow? Hong Chen replied. Xiao Dao is from Wuqiu University, and Mu Yun Lu is from Dongsheng University. I remember those two schools are quite far from ours. Luo Lai stroked his chin and said, they've already set off, they should arrive by tomorrow night. With just the four of us men, it might be a bit dry, Hong Chen said, adjusting himself. I'm not really in the mood to go. Seeing Hong Chen adjust himself, Luo Lai frowned. In public, you should pay attention to your manners. Mine is a bit big, and staying in the same place all the time can be uncomfortable, Hong Chen explained. So sometimes, I need to adjust. Don't talk about the older brother, and you shouldn't talk about me either, Hong Chen teased. Your manners aren't that great either. Words are not enough, Luo Lai leaned in and said, seeing is believing, let me take a look. You're a bit perverted, bro, Hong Chen shifted his butt to the side. You don't want to duel, do you? My orientation is normal. Luo Lai said helplessly. It's just that what you said sounded so mystical, so I was a bit curious. Being curious about everything will only harm you, Hong Chen said earnestly. And we're not kids, are we really going to pull it out and compare sizes? Although the two spoke softly, martial artists have very keen hearing. Some passing students overheard their conversation and cast disdainful glances, muttering, their language is so filthy, these two have such poor manners. Hong Chen was already full of energy and spirit, and although his mind wasn't quite as vigorous, he was just one opportunity away from breaking through to the martial spirit realm. However, after he finished reading The Black Wall and The Dragon Tiger rankings, Hong Chen's fighting spirit soared, his energy and spirit surged. The abundant spiritual energy within him churned restlessly, as if it wanted to burst out of his body and soar into the clouds. The desire for a breakthrough reached its peak in that moment. Luo Lai noticed the change in Hong Chen and stood up, saying, you can focus on your breakthrough here, I won't let anyone come near you. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen closed his eyes, silenced his breath, calmed his mind, and mobilized the abundant spiritual energy within him, which flowed like a vast river. This immense spiritual energy surged through his meridians, acupoints, limbs, and bones. The energy continuously washed over his body, making it increasingly solid, sharpening his senses, and filling his spirit. Due to this abundant spiritual energy, the temperature in the vicinity rapidly rose, and it felt as if Hong Chen was surrounded by a great furnace. Luo Lai stood 10 steps away, and a wave of scorching heat hit him, making it hard to breathe. The martial master Dan within Hong Chen, which was originally the size of a coin, began to swell as the abundant spiritual energy poured in. With a crisp sound, the shackles that bound him shattered, and the martial master Dan suddenly expanded to its maximum size, becoming as large as a fist, then slowly solidified. A tremendous wave of heat swept in all directions, and Hong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Taoist, I've made it. I've entered the realm of earthly immortals. Unable to contain his excitement, Hong Chen babbled nonsensically, but what he really wanted to say was, I have broken through to the martial spirit realm. However, due to his overwhelming excitement, his mind momentarily short-circuited, leading to those two awkward phrases. Luo Lai walked up to Hong Chen and congratulated him, you did it. You actually broke through successfully in one go. I prepared so thoroughly, of course I would succeed on the first try. Hong Chen excitedly replied. If he didn't have 100% confidence, he wouldn't have attempted the breakthrough so casually. Luo Lai said, among this year's new students, your speed in breaking through to the martial spirit realm is probably in the top 100. Have so many classmates already broken through to the martial spirit? Hong Chen found it hard to believe. Just over 10 days ago, only a few had broken through. How could it be that in just over 10 days, 100 had achieved the same? Those top geniuses likely have SS or SSS level talents, so they all broke through in the first few days. Luo Lai reassured him, but you're doing well too, one should be content. You're still at S-level talent, and being able to keep up with those people is already impressive. Indeed. Hong Chen thought the same. Among those top geniuses, some had participated in secret training, and others had their talents tested early. Being able to keep pace with them was already remarkable. He just needed to elevate his talent to SSS level, and he would soon surpass those top geniuses. Luo Lai laughed, with your current cultivation and strength, it might be a bit difficult to break into the top 100, but entering the A class is definitely no problem. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen said, it's not time yet, I can't challenge the A class students. I can only challenge other students after the 7-day break ends and classes officially start. That rule is just ridiculous, who came up with such a stupid regulation? Luo Lai cursed. Hong Chen shushed him, saying, "Keep your voice down, the principal might be watching from somewhere." On the rooftop of the teacher's office building, Xiang Dingtian had been watching Hong Chen closely. Seeing him successfully break through, he let out a sigh of relief. But upon hearing Luo Lai's words, Xiang Dingtian wanted to rush over and give him an elbow strike to teach this kid what it means to respect teachers and the way of learning. "Have you watched too many cop and robber movies?" A tall beauty with egg waves in her hair descended from the sky next to Xiang Dingtian. "Why is it that every time I see you, you're on the rooftop?" This tall beauty wore a leather jacket, standing about 1.78 meters tall, with a curvy figure, a slender waist, and long legs, presenting a perfect S shape. Her face was also extremely beautiful, with a small oval face, clear and bright eyes, a delicate nose, and cherry-like lips, her gaze charming and full of emotion, exuding grace and beauty that was simply stunning. Xiang Dingtian did not turn around, only smiling as he said, "The air is good on the rooftop." The tall beauty followed Xiang Dingtian's gaze and saw Hong Chen and Luo Lai, asking, "Which one is Hong Chen?" "The one who looks a bit anxious is Luo Lai, and the one who looks a bit handsome is Hong Chen," Xiang Dingtian roughly described the two. Most men do not intentionally praise other men's looks, even if the other is extremely handsome. At most, they would say, "He's a bit handsome." But women are different. The tall beauty looked closely at Hong Chen, nodding in satisfaction, commenting, "This is more than just a bit handsome. Although he's still in military training clothes, it can't hide his astonishing good looks. This time, I trouble you, coming all the way back from Fong Tianwu Prefecture to Tianwu University. From now on, Hong Chen will be in your hands." Xiang Dingtian's words were only half finished. The tall beauty interrupted, "There's no trouble or no trouble. Tianwu University is my second home, and Shu Yang is like my own big brother. You are both a mentor and a friend to me, so of course, I will help with this little task." Although the tall beauty spoke lightly, Xiang Dingtian knew that she had given up a lot for this. The tall beauty seemed to see Xiang Dingtian's thoughts, the corners of her mouth twitched, and she laughed charmingly. "I promised the governor of Fong Tianwu Prefecture that I would teach for a maximum of 3 years, and then I would return to Fong Tianwu Prefecture. He promised to keep my position, so I haven't given up much." After finishing her words, the tall beauty smiled at Xiang Dingtian and said, "So, you can rest easy. If you really feel guilty and think you owe me, just give me a little more salary. After fighting with those cultivators every day for these years, I haven't had time to put on makeup, and my skin isn't as smooth as it used to be. It's just right to earn some money to buy skincare products." "Of course, I will give you the highest salary," Xiang Dingtian said. "You seem to be almost 40, right? At your age, still caring about skincare, who are you trying to impress? You might as well find a man to marry early." "I'm only 35, okay?" The tall beauty said sharply, "Don't add years to me randomly. We women care a lot about this. You can easily offend people like this." "I'm sorry," Xiang Dingtian said, putting his hands together, his tone helpless. "I won't dare next time. Whenever you don't want me to worry about this, I won't say anything about you." The tall beauty retorted, "If marriage is so good, why aren't you getting married?" Xiang Dingtian sighed and said, "It's precisely because I've missed out that I want you to cherish the person in front of you. If you meet someone you like, don't be like me and regret it when you're old." Alone in a deserted place, he could only sigh. Xiang Dingtian looked up at the sky, seemingly recalling many years ago, on an afternoon with similar weather, that girl with bright eyes and white teeth. The king of verbal education for others, a coward in emotions, the tall beauty was about to mock him but ultimately held her tongue. Hong Chen didn't have much money, while Luo Lai was a rich second generation. That night, he took Hong Chen and his 8 roommates to a restaurant outside the school. Although they had only known each other for less than a month, they were roommates, and their meeting was a kind of fate. Wang Ping and the other 7 roommates all knew that Hong Chen and Luo Lai would soon leave the dormitory for the Earth class and even the Heaven class, so they felt a bit reluctant. Everyone parted on good terms. After finishing their meal, Hong Chen and Luo Lai went to the flower bed to meditate and absorb energy. Because it was a 7-day holiday, even at night, there were people in every corner of the school. The spiritual energy in the school was denser than in Jianghuai province, so Hong Chen could absorb it in a shorter time. The two meditated through the night until dawn, and then continued from dawn until evening when 2 men approached from a distance. One had a missing right arm, only a left arm remaining, with a face full of hostility and dead fish eyes that were mostly white with small pupils, looking quite intimidating. This was Xiao Dao. The other was handsome, imposing, dressed in a white robe, like an immortal descending to the mortal realm, but his face was slightly pale. He was Mu Yunlu, the holy son of the Jade Emperor's sacred realm. Lai Gu. Xiao Dao ran up, first calling out to Luo Lai, then looking at Hong Chen. Luo Lai had been affected by the evil cultivator and wanted to harm himself.
Hong Chen said he could cure Luo Lai's heartache, and Xiao Dao had said at the time, if you can cure Lai Ji's heartache, you will be my big brother from now on. So seeing Hong Chen now, although a bit reluctant, Xiao Dao still called out, Hong De Gu. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen waved his hand, feeling secretly pleased, and smiled, you can just call me Yuan Gu.
Mu Yunlu always wore a calm smile on his face. He cupped his hands to Hong Chen and Luo Lai and said, Brother Hong, Brother Luo, how have you been lately? It doesn't matter whether it's good or bad, Hong Chen said leisurely, life is but a grand dream, youth turns to old age in the blink of an eye. Hong Chen just wanted to sound profound, but Mu Yunlio's expression turned serious as he nodded slightly and said, this statement is very profound. As expected of the holy son of the Jade Emperor. Sacred realm, even a casual line from a game could inspire him to find deeper meaning. Luo Lai stood up and said, you haven't eaten yet, right? I booked a private room, let's go eat and chat. It was the same restaurant where they had gathered with their roommates last night. The food there was quite good, and the owner was nice, so after finishing their meal last night, Luo Lai had reserved a private room with the owner. Since it wasn't far and everyone was a martial artist, they quickly arrived at the restaurant. The four entered the private room, and Luo Lai ordered 6 large dishes, along with 6 bottles of white wine and 2 cases of beer. Luo Lai handed the menu to the owner and then asked, how have you two been lately? Have your injuries healed? I only have superficial injuries, I recovered while on the flying boat, Xiao Dao said, shaking his empty right arm, his sleeve swaying with the motion. Most people use their left hand backward, which is inconvenient, so Luo Lai pursed his lips and asked, are you getting used to using your left hand? I'm getting used to it, you don't need to worry about me, Xiao Dao replied in a carefree tone. Over at the Great Wall of Tianxian, soldiers go out of the city to fight the demon race, and it's inevitable that they get their arms bitten off. When bitten, they instinctively use their right hand to block, so I've seen many soldiers using left-handed swords. I've also been practicing with my left hand lately. Xiao Dao spoke lightly, not wanting to worry Luo Lai, so he tried to keep things casual. After hearing this, Luo Lai turned to Mu Yunlu, what about you? Is your internal injury better? I won't hide it from you, Mu Yunlu smiled, but there was a hint of bitterness in his smile. My entire body's meridians are exhausted, and it's extremely difficult for my spiritual energy to circulate. Although my realm is still there, I can't exert even 1/10 of my previous strength. Because my meridians are exhausted, the speed at which I can absorb spiritual energy has become extremely slow. Now it takes me 10 days to absorb a breath of spiritual energy, which is countless times slower than before. With just a few words, the atmosphere became somewhat sorrowful. Luo Lai raised his glass and took a drink himself. Xiao Dao looked at Luo Lai and asked, how are you doing now? I see your body seems to have recovered a bit. I've already recovered to the level of a 10-star martial artist, and I've used the secret method from Tianwu University to rebuild my own talent. Now I have an S-level lightning talent. Since Hong Chen said to keep it a secret, Luo Lai had to conceal the true origin of the secret method from Xiao Dao, Mu Yunlu, and others. That's great. Mu Yunlu was genuinely delighted to hear Luo Lai's words and immediately took a sip of wine. Why are you drinking? 2. Seeing Mu Yunlu drinking, Hong Chen was quite surprised. He always thought that the holy sons who came out of the blessed lands were all those kinds of immortals who were detached from the mundane world. The requirements of the Jade Emperor's holy realm are indeed very strict. I have to abstain from desires and cultivate my mind every day, so I couldn't drink alcohol or eat meat, spicy, or greasy food since I was young. I could only drink plain porridge and eat pickled vegetables. Mu Yunlu smiled and added, but now that I'm out and no one is supervising me, I naturally do whatever makes me happy. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed, and the boss brought out the dishes. They all toasted and continued eating until late at night. Because he practiced the indestructible body of the great sun, Luo Lai couldn't eat meat but could drink wine, so he only ate vegetables. Hong Chen's current level allowed him to be immune to alcohol. But he didn't do that, instead, he let the alcohol spread throughout his body. The 3 of them were the same, and the 4 of them drank until they were drunk, collapsing in the restaurant's private room. When Hong Chen woke up, it was already the next morning. Due to a hangover, his head hurt a bit. He immediately circulated his spiritual energy to dispel the alcohol in his body, which alleviated the uncomfortable headache. Hey, guys, wake up. Hong Chen shook Luo Lai's body, then woke up Xiao Dao, who was lying on the ground, and Mu Yunlu, who was lying on the table. Luo Lai opened his sleepy eyes. There are several hotels at the back door of the school. I'll take you there to rest. The restaurant was at the front gate of Tianwu University. They crossed the road and walked along the main road in the middle of the school for about half an hour before arriving at the back door. Just as Luo Lai said, there were many hotels at the back door. And he was about to go book a room. Wait. Hong Chen suddenly spoke up. At the back door of the school, he saw a ragged old beggar lying against the wall, fast asleep. The date in the diary was October 3rd, but today was October 2nd. Had this old beggar been here today? Hong Chen took a closer look at the old beggar. He looked a bit disheveled, with long hair tangled together, just like the old beggar he had encountered at the back door of Jianghuai High School back then. Luo Lai noticed Hong Chen's gaze and followed his line of sight to see an old beggar lying in the corner. Hong Chen spoke solemnly, "This is a profound old senior. The 8-9 profound arts that I cultivate, Li Chang'an's great immortal technique, your unyielding body of the sun, and a divine technique from a friend of mine, all come from this old senior's hands." He casually took out 4 books of divine techniques, and Luo Lai was taken aback, unable to help but swallow hard. How is that possible? Hong Chen looked at Xiao Dao and Mu Yunlu. "Let's go pay our respects to this old senior together. No matter what this old senior says or asks you to do, you must agree. What if he wants me dead? Should I agree to that too?" Xiao Dao asked defiantly. Hong Chen replied helplessly, "Then you stay here, and the 3 of us will go." "No way." Xiao Dao lowered his stance and said in a somewhat humble tone, "Yuango, I'm a contrarian personality, it's not aimed at you. Let's go together." After Xiao Dao finished speaking, he took the lead towards the old beggar, and Hong Chen and the others followed closely behind. "Old man," Hong Chen squatted in front of the old beggar and said in a gentle tone, "Wake up." After calling out several times, the old beggar slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Hong Chen, he turned his back and ignored him. "Old man," Hong Chen said again in a gentle tone, "it's a bit cold on the ground. I'll go book a room at a hotel, and you can come rest with me." "No need." The old beggar yawned, slowly sitting up and looking at Hong Chen across from him, asking meaningfully, "How come I run into you again? How did you know I was here?" "My 2 friends came to Tianwu University to visit me, but our dorm is a bit cramped, so I planned to take them to a hotel, and I just happened to run into you," Hong Chen said, half-truthfully. The old beggar ignored Hong Chen and looked at Luo Lai, Mu Yunlu, and the last one, Xiao Dao. He opened his mouth and hissed, "Strange, you 3 should be dead." "You should be dead," Xiao Dao retorted, his bluntness being both a charm and a flaw. Luo Lai pressed down on Xiao Dao's shoulder, speaking sternly, "Watch your words. This is getting more and more interesting." The old beggar was not angry. Instead, he sat up straight against the wall and laughed heartily. "I'm a bit hungry. Who will go buy me a beggar's chicken?" Hong Chen did not seize this opportunity, and neither did Luo Lai or Xiao Dao. The kind-hearted Mu Yunlu looked at the unperturbed Hong Chen and the others, and asked, "Old man, what do you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you." "Beggar's chicken," the old beggar casually replied, then reached down to scratch his groin. A strong odor wafted over, and Hong Chen took a step back, unable to withstand it. The old beggar pointed at Luo Lai with the hand that had just scratched. "You go buy me a bottle of good wine." Luo Lai and Mu Yunlu left one after the other, while Hong Chen and Xiao Dao stayed behind. Hong Chen managed to keep his composure, while Xiao Dao cleared his throat and asked, "Besides beggar's chicken and good wine, what else do you want?" The old beggar impatiently replied, "I want your life, will you give it?" "Of course not," Xiao Dao replied without hesitation, "I only have 1 life." Upon hearing this, the old beggar rolled his eyes and said, "I know you're stingy, I was just joking. Who would want your life? You have a bad personality, but your nature isn't too bad." The old beggar looked at Xiao Dao and continued, "I'll give you a chance. Go steal the beggar's chicken that person bought and bring it back to me, and I'll give you a more powerful right arm." "Is that for real?" Xiao Dao's tone was filled with disbelief. "If you don't believe it, then just treat it as a lie." The old beggar could no longer be bothered with Xiao Dao. The words sparked a rebellious spirit in Xiao Dao, who immediately got up and ran away, leaving behind a remark, "You better keep your word." Watching Xiao Dao's retreating figure, Hong Chen sat down beside the old beggar and asked, "What do you mean by this?" He couldn't just be bored, could he? This latter part of the sentence Hong Chen did not say. The old beggar chuckled, "Tell me, which of the 2 will buy me a beggar's chicken?" Hong Chen did not answer but countered, "If it's Mu Yunlu, what do you plan to do?" The old beggar replied leisurely, "That young man in white is too kind a heart. This may be his flaw, but it could also be a virtue. Such a naive and innocent heart is truly precious. He has a very serious hidden ailment, likely injured internally by the black death hand of the swallowing heaven demon sect. If he can bring me a beggar's chicken, I will cure his ailment." Hong Chen straightened his posture slightly and said, "So if Xiao Dao brings back the beggar's chicken, you will reattach his right arm. If Mu Yunlu doesn't lose the chicken, you will cure his ailment? Can't you save both?" Luo Lai had already bought a bottle of wine and stood beside the 2. "Sure," the old beggar nodded and said, "as long as you give the wine you bought to the one who returns empty-handed, both can be saved. But if you don't give it to both, I can help you." "You don't need to help me.
Before the old beggar could finish his next words, Luo Lai replied directly, whether Mu Yunlu or Xiao Dao returns.
Empty-handed, I will give the wine I bought to him. The old beggar frowned upon hearing this and asked, I can help you restore your original SSS level talent, aren't you tempted? To be honest, I might have been a bit tempted before, Luo Lai continued, but now I'm not really tempted. Because Hong Chen could help him improve his talent, he wasn't that tempted anymore. Hong Chen, fearing Luo Lai might let something slip, quickly cleared his throat and looked at the old beggar, saying, let's make a bet on who will bring back the beggar's chicken. I guess that kid who chased after them, the old beggar said with a confident smile. Since he chased after them, he must be planning to snatch the beggar's chicken. That does make sense, Hong Chen shifted the conversation and countered, but what if he doesn't snatch the beggar's chicken? After a moment of thought, the old beggar said, if I'm wrong, aside from healing their right arms and internal injuries, I'll give each of you a reward. But if he does snatch the beggar's chicken, what do you plan to do? You speak so confidently and seriously. Of course, I don't plan to do anything, Hong Chen said with a shameless smile. Anyway, if you guess right, then that means you're impressive. Impressive indeed. This was clearly an attempt to take advantage of the situation, but hearing the words impressive, the old beggar couldn't help but laugh. He nodded and said, with nothing to do, I'll reminisce about my youthful days and gamble with you. To be honest, Hong Chen did not have much confidence in Xiao Dao. Moreover, Xiao Dao admitted that he was a refined egoist. So, unless something unexpected happened, he was very likely to snatch the beggar's chicken. As expected by Hong Chen and the old beggar, Xiao Dao ran back here with the beggar's chicken in hand. Luo Lai sighed at the sight and shook his head helplessly. The old beggar looked at Hong Chen and asked, what do you think? What else could he say? Hong Chen could only give a thumbs up and praise, you're impressive. What are you guys talking about? Xiao Dao handed the stolen beggar's chicken to the old beggar on the ground and said, a man should keep his word. Just as Xiao Dao finished speaking, Mu Yunlu floated in, also holding a beggar's chicken. Luo Lai couldn't help but grin and asked, what's going on? Why are there two beggar's chickens? Mu Yunlu also handed the beggar's chicken to the old beggar and explained, I was afraid the old man wouldn't be full with just one, so I bought two. Just as Mu Yunlu was about to return, Xiao Dao suddenly rushed out and took one of the beggar's chickens. Hearing this, Hong Chen laughed and said to the old beggar, although you won, I didn't lose either. The bet between them was, who would bring back the beggar's chicken, not whether Xiao Dao would snatch it. Therefore, as Hong Chen said, although the old beggar won, he didn't lose either. Hong Chen's words had another layer of meaning. I already said you're impressive, shouldn't you also keep your promise? You little rascal really has a lot of tricks up your sleeve, the old beggar sighed and said helplessly, alright. A bet is a bet, I will keep my promise. Mu Yunlu and Xiao Dao were still confused about what was happening, so Luo Lai had to explain the whole story to them. The old beggar extended his dry right hand and rubbed it all over his body. Before long, he produced a black medicinal pill. You really have a pure heart, I admit defeat to you, the old beggar handed the black pill to Mu Yunlu and said, if you take this pill, the hidden ailments in your body will gradually disappear, and your health will soon return to normal. Mu Yunlu took the pill, feeling a bit at a loss. Old senior, though it may be a bit presumptuous, may I ask, is this really a medicinal pill? Why would I lie to a junior like you? The old beggar said unhappily, if you don't want to take it, just throw it away. No. Mu Yunlu hurriedly waved his hands, then closed his eyes, forcing himself to swallow the black pill despite the discomfort. As the black pill fell into his stomach, a warm energy began to circulate through his meridians, acupoints, and limbs. Before long, Mu Yunlu suddenly opened his eyes wide, bowed deeply with both hands, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior, for your life-saving grace. Xiao Dao was dumbfounded beside him and quickly leaned forward, saying, old senior, you promised to give me a more powerful arm next. You can't go back on your word. The old beggar chuckled and said, you're so eager, I won't let you have it as you wish. I will treat your temperament properly. Hearing this, Luo Lai stepped forward and clasped his fists, then please restore my original talent, senior. The old beggar rolled his eyes, what I just said was, if I lose, besides healing their right arms and internal injuries, I will also give each of you a reward. I never said I would help you restore your original talent. Luo Lai was taken aback, looking at Hong Chen with a questioning gaze. Did I remember it wrong? Hong Chen shook his head and said, I can't remember clearly either, but the senior shouldn't be lying to us. How about the senior just conveniently restores Luo Lai's original talent? Hong Chen looked at the old beggar, his tone pleading. I am a man of my word. The old beggar's words were firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Luo Lai smiled helplessly. Although he felt a bit disappointed, there was nothing he could do at this point but accept it. Then please give me a reward, senior.
The old beggar looked at Luo Lai and said after a moment, I see that the cultivation method you practice should be the Great Sun Tathagata technique. Right? After saying this, the old beggar turned to Hong Chen and asked, did you still steal Sun Xiaochuan's technique?
I didn't.
Hong Chen explained, he willingly gave it to me, I didn't force him.
Hong Chen's words were half true and half false.
At that time, he hadn't intended to steal the Great Sun Tathagata technique, he had only threatened Sun Xiaochuan with it, but Sun Xiaochuan agreed. The old beggar couldn't be bothered with this matter. And simply said, you caused this trouble yourself, you'll have to solve it in the future.
Hong Chen didn't understand what the old beggar meant and could only scratch his head awkwardly.
The old beggar suddenly transformed into an axe, the handle, blade, and body of the axe all transparent like diamonds, reflecting colorful light under the sunlight. The axe's handle was 1 meter long, the body was 40 centimeters wide, and the blade was 50
centimeters long. When the little knife saw this transparent axe, he immediately asked, is this the heavenly axe used by Panga to create the world? You dare to say anything? You brat must be dreaming.
The old beggar was speechless, how could he possibly give such a top-tier divine weapon to a few people? The old beggar introduced, this axe is called the mountain-cleaving axe, also known as the diamond axe, and it is the divine weapon used
by Yang Jian to split mountains and save his mother.
Hearing the old beggar's words about Yang Jian splitting Peach Mountain, Hong Chen knew this was definitely a divine weapon meant for him, and he reached out to take the
mountain-cleaving axe. What are you doing?
The old beggar pushed Hong Chen's hand away, genuinely speechless, and impatiently said, this is not for you. The old beggar handed the diamond axe to Luo Lai.
You, being tall
and strong, are just right to wield this powerful diamond axe.
Thank you, senior.
Luo Lai reached out to take the diamond axe, but as he gripped it, the axe sank down, crashing into the ground and instantly cracking the
floor, creating a large pit.
Luo Lai tried to pull it up with all his might, but despite being a 10-star martial master, he could only slightly lift the diamond axe. The old beggar reminded him, your current realm is too low. Naturally, you can't wield this diamond axe.
Wait until you reach 10-star martial spirit before you can control this divine weapon.
Hearing this, Luo Lai clasped his fists and then stored the diamond axe in his spatial ring. His spatial ring was also 1 meter, but there was no weight limit, as long as the size didn't exceed the limit, it could be stored.
The old beggar waved at Mu Yunlu and said, what do you want?
Techniques, martial skills,
divine weapons, armor, I can fulfill your requests.
Whatever senior gives, I will take. Mu Yunlu, the current holy son of the Jade Emperor's sacred realm, actually didn't lack any of the things the old beggar mentioned. At this moment, Mu Yunlu, at the level of a 10-star martial master, could not utilize heavenly grade techniques, martial arts, or weapons.
However, if Mu Yunlu desired it, the Jade Emperor's sacred realm would spare no effort to meet the needs of this holy son.
Therefore, those things that seemed rare and precious in the eyes of outsiders did not seem particularly valuable to Mu Yunlu. The old beggar leaned against the wall, crossing his legs, and upon hearing Mu Yunlu's words, he first sighed, truly worthy of being a holy son from a blessed land, speaking so grandly. Come closer to me, the old beggar beckoned Mu Yunlu with a hand, indicating for him to come forward to speak. Seeing this, Mu Yunlu bent down and sat beside the old beggar, humbly asking, what is it, senior?
Since you look down on those things I mentioned.
The old beggar extended his index
finger and tapped Mu Yunlu's forehead. Streams of golden dragon shadows swiftly flowed from the old beggar's finger into Mu Yunlu's body.
The old beggar then retracted his finger and said lightly, you come from the Jade
Emperor's sacred realm, so I will grant you a strand of 9 dragons' true chi.
Upon hearing this, Mu Yunlu's expression became complex, filled with disbelief and ecstatic joy, and his body trembled with excitement.
Hong
Chen and the others did not know what 9 dragons' true chi was, but Mu Yunlu had already closed his eyes, and the sound of dragon roars echoed within him. Before long, Mu Yunlu's aura suddenly changed, as if he had undergone
a transformation.
He slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, then knelt on both knees and thumped his head 3 times on the ground before the old beggar.
Senior, the 9 dragons' true chi is far
too precious for me, I have no way to repay you. The old beggar helped Mu Yunlu up with one hand and said lightly, you have no way to repay me, and I do not need your gratitude, just stay quietly to the side.
Seeing
Mu Yunlu overwhelmed with joy, Xiao Dao's eyes were filled with impatience, but it was not his turn yet.
Hong Chen stepped forward and said, Senior, let me thank you first.
Looking at Hong Chen's hopeful face, the old beggar fell into thought, murmuring, 3-edged double-bladed knife, golden bow and silver arrows, diamond axe, Tai sword, mountain driving whip, demon binding rope, Kunwa sword, mighty dragon sword, demon revealing
mirror, precious carving bow, map of mountains and rivers. The weapons and treasures used by Yang Erlang are countless, what should I give you? After pondering for a moment, the old beggar conjured a golden slingshot
out of thin air and handed it to Hong Chen, saying, take this. Isn't this the golden bow and silver arrows? Hong Chen exclaimed, I already have the golden bow and silver arrows, can you give me something else? The old beggar was taken aback and asked in surprise, where did you get the golden bow and silver arrows? I won them as a prize for being the top scorer in the college entrance examination, given to me by the great Xia Kingdom, Hong Chen replied, pulling out the golden slingshot to show the old beggar. The old beggar took one look and let out a ha-ha laugh, filled with disdain. This is a counterfeit. How is that possible? Hong Chen initially did not believe it. He was the top scorer. How could the Ministry of Education of the Great Xia Kingdom give him a fake? Moreover, he had used this golden bow and silver arrows to kill many evil cultivators beyond his own level. Can't you think for yourself, just a little? The old beggar reminded him, the diamond axe I just gave to Luo Lai is also a weapon of Yang Erlang, but what grade is his diamond axe? And what grade is the golden slingshot in your hand? Hong Chen was taken aback. When he received the golden bow and silver arrows, the official from the Ministry of Education, Brother Zhu, had told him directly that the golden bow and silver arrows were of low earth grade. The diamond axe just given to Luo Lai felt at least like a heavenly grade divine weapon, and possibly even more. Seeing that Hong Chen had reacted, the old beggar sneered, this golden slingshot in your hand is probably a replica made by later generations based on this golden bow slingshot of mine. How can the two be compared? But since you have a replica, you might as well make do with it for now. The old beggar paused and then asked, what type of weapon or treasure do you want? I want a knife. Hong Chen rubbed his hands and took out the Zhangyang knife to show the old beggar, not a long-handled weapon. Like a three-pronged double-edged knife, but something similar to this Zhangyang knife. You want a three-pronged double-edged knife, but I won't give you one. The old beggar was truly speechless. Today's young people really dared to ask for anything. What do you think of this sword? The old beggar conjured a long sword out of thin air, and its shape was quite peculiar. The length of an ordinary sword is generally between 50 to 70 centimeters, with a width of 4 to 5 centimeters, and a handle length of about 20 centimeters. But the sword in the old beggar's hand was 80 centimeters long, 8 centimeters wide, and had a handle length of 30 centimeters, with a thicker blade. This sword is called Taie, also known as the Taie sword. Although it is a sword, its shape resembles a knife, a double-edged knife. After the old beggar finished speaking, he handed over the Taie sword. Thank you, senior. Hong Chen reached out to take the Taie sword, overjoyed. Finally, it's my turn. Xiao Dao could no longer hold back. He squeezed past Hong Chen and eagerly said, Senior, please help me get a more powerful arm first. The old beggar pushed aside the takeout packaging of the beggar's chicken. This beggar's chicken has been sitting for so long, it must be getting cold. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. The old beggar said to himself, wait until I finish eating the beggar's chicken before we talk. Xiao Dao felt very uncomfortable seeing this, but could only endure it. His face quickly turned red and then turned the color of pig liver. The old beggar leisurely ate the beggar's chicken while drinking the good wine that Luo Lai had brought back. The morning breeze blew through the back door of the school, and the three of them felt a bit chilly. But as Xiao Dao watched the old beggar slowly eating the chicken, smoke actually began to rise from his head. Xiao Dao dared not show his anger on the surface and could only roar in his heart, I called you, Senior, to give you face. If I didn't give you face, I'd bury you in no time. Luo Lai looked at Xiao Dao's condition and was genuinely a bit worried, just about to speak. The old beggar anticipated the situation and spoke. First, you can urge someone to hurry, but you can't rush someone eating. Upon hearing this, Luo Lai could only silently close his mouth, leaving Xiao Dao anxious to the point of smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. You drink some water and calm down. Hong Chen took out a bottle of mineral water from the Kunlun jade and handed it to the furious Xiao Dao. I'm not thirsty. Xiao Dao waved his hand in refusal. He had no mood to drink water. Forget it, forget it. The old beggar suddenly laughed and said, I won't tease you anymore, lest you get myocarditis from anxiety. The old beggar put down the beggar's chicken and reached out to grab Mu Yunliu's pant leg, unceremoniously wiping his greasy hands. Mu Yunliu, being the good-natured person he was, naturally said nothing, but his pristine white robe was now stained with grease and the old beggar's black dirt from his hands. Is it finally my turn? Xiao Dao squatted in front of the old beggar and said cautiously, Senior, I really give up, please don't play tricks on me anymore. Stop the nonsense. The old beggar lifted Xiao Dao's empty right sleeve, then tore it open, revealing the severed area on Xiao Dao's shoulder. Xiao Dao's right shoulder had already healed, the skin tightly wrapped around the bone, but the surface flesh was somewhat twisted and looked irregular. The old beggar spat into his palm, then turned to Xiao Dao and said, It will hurt a bit, bear with it and don't move around. Xiao Dao barely had time to respond with an when the old beggar smeared the spit on the surface of his shoulder's severed area. The old beggar's spit was like a strong acid. The already healed severed area on Xiao Dao was instantly corroded, blood and flesh
becoming indistinguishable. Although Xiao Dao was somewhat anxious by nature, he was a man, and despite the veins bulging on his forehead, he remained silent. The old beggar pressed down on Xiao Dao's right shoulder with his left hand, while his right hand conjured up an arm out of thin air. This arm was quite robust, with skin showing a dark blue-black color, and the biceps bulging high, exuding immense strength. The old beggar spat again on the severed end of the dark blue-black arm, then aligned it with Xiao Dao's right shoulder, pressing them tightly together. First, there was a sizzling sound, like the sound of street food being grilled. Then, a puff of blue smoke rose. Xiao Dao gritted his teeth as the connection point sent a sharp pain through him, and beads of sweat quickly appeared on his forehead. The old beggar's spit was like a strong acid, but also like a powerful glue, firmly bonding the dark blue-black arm to Xiao Dao's right shoulder, with the old beggar's left hand pressing down on Xiao Dao's shoulder and the right hand's dark blue-black arm. It took more than 10 minutes before the old beggar finally released his hands. Xiao Dao collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Luo Lai helped Xiao Dao up, and the three of them expressed their concern. "Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay?" "Just a little pain," Xiao Dao replied weakly. He was clearly in agony but remained tough. Xiao Dao took the mineral water that Hong Chen handed him and gulped down a big mouthful, then described, "Just now it felt like being continuously scorched by a red-hot iron. At that moment, I felt nothing but pain." "You didn't even shout out in pain. That's a bit of backbone," the old beggar rarely praised, then added, "The arm I attached for you is called the Qilin arm, and it possesses extraordinary power. When I was helping you with the arm, I also opened up the three Jiao's mysterious gates for you, so you can fully unleash the true power of the Qilin arm." Upon hearing this, Xiao Dao first moved the fingers of the Qilin arm, then raised it. "Not bad." Xiao Dao nodded in satisfaction. The Qilin arm showed no signs of obstruction or discomfort, feeling just like his own arm before. Seeing this, the old beggar nodded and said, "A perfect fit. This Qilin arm is very suitable for you. The Qilin arm is still dark blue-black now, but once the blood in your body merges with the blood contained in the Qilin arm, it will turn to a normal skin color. Moreover, due to the nourishment of the Qilin blood, your strength will also increase a level." The old beggar conjured a white long knife out of thin air. "This knife is originally named Blood Drink, but I think that sounds unpleasant. So I renamed it Reflecting Snow, which can be used in conjunction with the Qilin arm." "Thank you." Little Knife took the reflecting snow knife and then stood up, swinging the Qilin arm in circles. The four of them had just received a hefty amount of gold coins from the old beggar, each feeling joy in their own way. The happiest person was undoubtedly Mu Yunlu, followed by Little Knife. Both not only cured their hidden ailments and equipped their arms but also received gifts from the old beggar. Hong Chen and Luo Lai were somewhat similar. Although they were also happy, their gains were not as significant as those of Mu Yunlu and Little Knife, so naturally, they were not as joyful. The old beggar stood up and said, "Today, having received my favor, I do not expect you to repay me, but I hope you can use it wisely and not take my things to harm others. Of course, you can rest assured, old senior." Luo Lai was the first to agree, and Hong Chen and the others nodded as well. The old beggar turned to leave, and Hong Chen immediately stepped forward. "Old senior, we are going to the hotel to check in. Would you like to stay and chat?" "No need." The old beggar did not look back, just waved his hand. "I am used to wandering alone." The old beggar slowly walked forward, perhaps due to having drunk. His mouth murmured and sang, "Floating life matters, Bittersea boat, drifting about without freedom." The four watched the old beggar walk away, and Little Knife couldn't help but ask, "What is the background of this old beggar?" "I don't know either, but he must be very powerful," Mu Yunlu said with an air of mystery. "A favor received should be remembered for 1,000 years." Luo Lai patted Little Knife's Qilin arm and reminded, "You should call him senior." "All right, I got it." Little Knife might not listen to others, but he not only listened to Luo Lai but also did not refute him. Originally, all four were hungover, but after the encounter with the old beggar, they all sobered up and were very excited, no longer in the mood to sleep. Mu Yunlio's hidden ailment had already dissipated, and with the 9 dragons' true qi, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate. Previously, his meridians were exhausted, and it was extremely difficult for him to circulate spiritual energy, taking 10 days to gather a breath of spiritual energy. But now he had fully recovered, and Mu Yunlu could gather a breath of spiritual energy in just a few minutes of meditation. Little Knife held the reflecting snow knife in his left hand, swinging his Qilin arm with his right, laughing heartily. Some students who got up to buy breakfast saw Little Knife swinging his arm and laughing madly, thinking they had encountered a madman. Looking at Little Knife, who seemed insane, Hong Chen suddenly thought of Chen Yicheng. The old beggar was so powerful, perhaps he could cure Chen Yicheng. "Wait for me." Hong Chen immediately ran in the direction the old beggar had left, but after using
His heavenly eye to search for dozens of miles, he could not find the old beggar's figure. Hong Chen turned back helplessly, having missed this opportunity, he could only wait for the next one. Luo Lai saw Hong Chen turn back and asked, "Why did you rush out just now?" Hong Chen scratched his head, his tone filled with guilt. "I just forgot, I shouldn't have asked for the Tai sword, I should have asked for a pill for Chen Yicheng." Luo Lai was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, "I forgot too, but you are a thoughtful person, if you hadn't said it, I would never have thought of it. When I was severely injured by the Oath Water's edge, Chen Yicheng once gave me a pill, so we are different," Hong Chen said softly, feeling quite guilty. Mu Yunlu cured his hidden ailment, and Xiao Dao reattached his right arm. The two felt as if they had been reborn, and immediately lost their desire to play. This was akin to Chao Yueming reattaching his lineage. He certainly wouldn't lie at home sleeping that day, and as for what he wanted to do first, everyone could probably guess. Those with greater talent often work harder. Mu Yunlu and Xiao Dao hurriedly left to return to their respective schools to begin their training. Hong Chen had already broken through to the martial spirit level, so he rewarded himself with a day of rest before continuing to practice breathing techniques with Luo Lai. Luo Lai, however, did not rest for a moment. He sat in meditation and practiced until October 7th. Hong Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, having finished a day of meditation. Today was the last day of the holiday, and there would be a welcome party at night. After 4 days of meditation, Hong Chen had accumulated a lot of spiritual energy in his body. At this rate, he would likely break through to the 2-star martial spirit by the end of the month. "There's a welcome party tonight, do you want to go take a look?" Hong Chen asked. Luo Lai beside him refused, saying, "What's new about a welcome party? It's probably just singing and dancing, it's better to meditate." Hong Chen persuaded, "Training is about balancing work and rest. You should take a break. If you rest tonight, maybe you can absorb spiritual energy faster tomorrow." Listening to advice and having a full meal, Luo Lai opened his eyes upon hearing Hong Chen's words and said, "Since you put it that way, let's go take a look." The two stood up together. The stage for the welcome party was located in the northeast area of Tianwu University, where there was a large open lawn. By the time Hong Chen and Luo Lai arrived, it was already dark, and the lights had come on. The surroundings were brightly lit, filled with new students, and the seats in front were already full. Hong Chen and Luo Lai could only find 2 empty seats at the back, sitting down to wait for the welcome party to begin. The school was bustling with people, and many new students were arriving one after another. After the welcome party, their group would no longer be new students but official students of Tianwu University. Some upperclassmen, likely sophomores or juniors, were backstage in short skirts and tank tops, probably preparing to perform songs and dances. Luo Lai's pupils glimmered with golden light as he looked at the upperclassmen backstage. His pupils were likely a supernatural ability cultivated from the great sun indestructible body. After a moment, Luo Lai withdrew his gaze and commented, "The upperclassmen at our school are really dressed to impress today. No matter how impressive they are, it doesn't matter to you. You practice the great sun indestructible body, which is like being half a eunuch," Hong Chen reminded him. "That's a bit harsh. My corner is still intact, I'm not a eunuch," Luo Lai replied calmly. "Besides, I'm purely appreciating, my gaze is not lewd, and I have no other thoughts. I heard there's an extremely beautiful female student in our class, her name seems to be..." Luo Lai thought for a moment but couldn't recall the name of that female student. If she were exceptionally talented, he would definitely remember her name. Hong Chen had also heard about that female student and continued from Luo Lai's words, saying, "You must be talking about Jia Lan?" Yes. Luo Lai nodded. "I've often heard classmates discussing her while meditating these past few days. Anyway, I've heard she's as beautiful as a celestial being." "I don't believe it," Hong Chen said. "Can she be more beautiful than Xiao Xiao and Su Firen?" "Well, I don't know about that," Luo Lai continued, "but she should be the prettiest among our female students." Hong Chen had heard Xiao Xiao mention Jialan. The two were quite good friends. Moreover, in the new student group chat, Jialan had once stepped on Hong Chen to show off, so he had a deep impression of her. "I feel like it's just hearsay. Until I see Jialan in person, I won't believe a word of it," Hong Chen expressed his sharp opinion. Luo Lai didn't want to discuss this topic, so he said, "Classes officially start tomorrow. You can challenge other students and begin the ranking battles. Have you chosen your opponent?" "I already have a suitable candidate," Hong Chen replied, then asked, "What about you? Do you have a suitable opponent?" "I plan to play it safe and enter the Tianzi class first," Luo Lai said. "So I'm preparing to challenge a student ranked below 5,000. I think I have a good chance of winning." Each class has 3,000 students. The Tianzi class ranges from rank 1 to 3,000, while the Dizzy class ranges from 3,001 to 6,000. Therefore, the opponent Luo Lai intends to challenge is the student at the bottom of the dizzy class. Luo Lai had just recovered to a 10-star martial artist. Although he had cultivated the Great Sun indestructible body, he had only been practicing for a short time, so he was likely still not very proficient in the abilities derived from it. Once a student initiates a ranking challenge, if they lose, they will be banned from competing for a month. Only if they win can they continue to challenge. Thus, when initiating a challenge, one generally chooses an opponent they are confident they can defeat, with at least a 90% certainty, and must not recklessly challenge an opponent they are unsure about. Students in the Tianzi class live in single dormitories, which are equipped with air conditioning, comfortable beds, and sofas. The top 100 students in the Tianzi class live in luxurious standalone villas, complete with kitchens, living rooms, guest rooms, and various appliances. Hong Chen originally wanted to go all out and directly challenge the top 100 students in the Tianzi class, then move into a standalone villa. But after hearing Luo Lai's words, he decided to take a smaller step to avoid being banned for a month if he lost. This was mainly because he was unsure of the opponent's strength. The students in the Tianzi class are the top scholars from various countries. The top 100 students in the Tianzi class are undoubtedly the top scholars from superpowers, belonging to the category of super geniuses. If the opponent turned out to be someone like Li Chang'an, he could still end up losing. Therefore, to be safe, he should, like Luo Lai, first challenge a student ranked lower in the Tianzi class to gauge the depth of their abilities. If he actively challenged a student in the top 100 and lost, he would be banned for a month and would have to continue living in the Huangzi class dormitory for another month. It was no exaggeration to say that the environment in the Huangzi class dormitory was worse than a concentration camp. It was truly not a place for humans to stay. Better safe than sorry, so I'll play it safe too, Hong Chen murmured. He decided to challenge a student ranked between 2,900 and 3,000 in the Tianzi class, move into a single dormitory there, and then consider other matters. This matter is just as Luo Lai said, the welcome party is really dry, all it has are singing and dancing performances. The two of them had no interest in watching the shows, but instead discussed their respective opponents. Hong Chen had already broken through to the martial spirit realm, and his challenge to the students of the Tianzi class was undoubtedly a sure win. However, Luo Lai's challenge to the students of the Dizzy class might result in a loss. Although he had returned to the 10-star martial master realm, he was still just an A-grade talent with the 5-color divine thunder. Tianwu University is filled with talented individuals, with geniuses from all over the 9 provinces gathering here. Those who can enter Tianwu University have at least S-grade talent. Therefore, Luo Lai's A-grade talent is undoubtedly the lowest among the many students at Tianwu University. However, the cultivation method he practiced, the unyielding body of the Great Sun, made Luo Lai naturally stronger than ordinary A-grade talents. The 8-9 profound art in the unyielding body of the Great Sun might be divine-level techniques that exceed the heavenly level, which can certainly enhance the combat power of the cultivator. Hong Chen had relied on the 8-9 profound art to cultivate the abilities of becoming stronger with each battle, the Eye of the Heavenly Tao, and the 3 Yuan gathering Qi. These 3 top-tier divine abilities greatly enhanced his combat power. But the students who could enter Tianwu University were certainly not ordinary. Although they did not have divine-level techniques like Hong Chen, they practiced top-tier Earth-level techniques, and some even practiced heavenly-level techniques. Therefore, even against the lower-ranked students of the Dizzy class, Luo Lai's chances of winning would not be too high. At most, he had a 60% chance of winning, which was the conclusion reached by Hong Chen and Luo Lai. With his martial spirit realm and divine-level techniques, Hong Chen could easily enter the Tianzi class. His S-grade talent, the Southern Brightly Fire, could only be considered a rather common mediocre talent among the geniuses gathered at Tianwu University. However, combined with the combat power enhanced by the 8-9 profound art, and with Hong Chen currently in the martial spirit realm, his chances of entering the top 100 were quite high. But as soon as the students behind him also broke through to the martial spirit realm, Hong Chen would soon face challenges from others and would fall out of the top 100 again. Therefore, to secure a position in the top 100, Hong Chen first needed to enhance his talent, at least to SS-grade talent. As the welcome party was about to end, a young man with an imposing demeanor took the stage as the representative of the new students. This young man said something shocking to the new students below. You waste of the 3025th cohort, you should feel honored to be in the same cohort as me. Hong Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. Was this person so nervous that he misspoke? He should have said, new students of the 3025th cohort, I am honored to be in the same cohort as you. Everyone around the stage was stunned upon hearing this, including the 2nd and 3rd year seniors and the teachers. The young man's voice was powerful and domineering. You heard me right, the waste I'm talking about is you.
With this statement, everyone fell silent. The surroundings were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Luolai elbowed Hong Chen and said incredulously, "Who is this idiot? He's too arrogant." "I don't know either. I only know the people I meditate with every day, and you know them too." Hong Chen shook his head and replied. "But this guy was really too arrogant." To be honest, Hong Chen was a bit impressed by him. Because in the past 5,000 years of the 9 provinces, apart from the unruly Sun Wukong, no one dared to be this bold. Soon, a commotion broke out, but the young man on stage increased the microphone's volume to drown out the noise below. "I know you are anxious, time will prove what I say. 4 years from now, my name will be engraved on the dragon and tiger list, and you will just be my stepping stones. 40 years from now, my name will spread across the 9 provinces, and no one will be unaware. I am destined to soar at the pinnacle of the world. And when you grow old and achieve nothing in the future, you will remember what I just said. You will be very honored to be in the same cohort as me. Because at that time, I had already achieved great success, and I would undoubtedly be the capital and topic for you to boast about to your sons, grandsons, friends, and relatives. Tomorrow's challenge will be unblocked. If any of you are dissatisfied with what you've heard today, feel free to come and fight. I will accompany you to the end. I will let you know that between geniuses, there are still countless other geniuses." After the young man finished speaking, he put down the microphone and was about to leave when he suddenly seemed to remember something. He picked up the microphone again and added, "Oh, my name is Tianya. When you boast to others in the future, you can say, I was in the same class as Tianya. I have seen Tianya and even talked to him." Hong Chen and Luolai had never seen this young man, but upon hearing the name Tianya, they immediately understood. Tianya was the strongest among the new students of the 3025th session, ranked first in strength. Hearing his previous words, the two were filled with anger, but upon hearing the name Tianya, they fell silent, just like the other new students around them. Tianya was indeed arrogant, but he had the qualifications to be so. Tianwu University respected the strong, and he was the strongest with the highest ranking. Although everyone was dissatisfied, they had no choice, and Tianya himself had said, "If you are dissatisfied, feel free to come and fight. I will accompany you to the end." Whispers arose around them. Although they were dissatisfied, they did not dare to speak too loudly. Damn it! What's so great about being ranked first in strength? Those who are arrogant will eventually be punished. Just wait, you won't live long. So disrespectful, with no manners at all, simply a piece of trash born of a mother and raised without a father. Luolai was also furious. "Just wait for me. When my strength rises, I will tear you in half." Although Hong Chen was also a bit angry, Tianya was not targeting him alone but everyone. So he was actually okay with it. "You must be classmates Hong Chen and Luolai, right?" A gentle female voice came from behind them. The two turned around simultaneously to see a cute girl. Hong Chen asked, "Who are you?" The cute girl said, "My name is Lin Lele. I am also a new student this year. After the welcome party, there is another gathering, and President Lu from the student council asked me to invite you both." Hong Chen glanced at Luolai, who slightly shook his head. Seeing this, Hong Chen said, "We were just mocked, and our mood isn't great, so we won't be attending." Lin Lele blinked her big eyes and said in a pleading tone, "At the gathering, you can meet many capable seniors and drinks are free, plus there are many foods that can increase spiritual energy. You should come." Luolai nudged Hong Chen with his elbow, and Hong Chen immediately understood, saying, "Alright, we'll go take a look later. You two must come. Otherwise, I won't know how to explain it to Chairman Lu." Lin Lele reminded the two once more before jogging away, probably to invite other classmates. When Hong Chen saw Lin Lele walk away, he turned to Luolai and asked, "Why did you change your mind? Didn't you just hear?" Luolai said excitedly, "At the gathering, we can eat food that increases spiritual energy. These kinds of food are extremely expensive, and we usually can't afford them, but if we go, we can get it for free." "I heard that," Hong Chen said helplessly. "I just didn't expect you to change your mind for food." "I'm not doing it for the food," Luolai emphasized, "I'm doing it for the spiritual energy." "Alright then." Hong Chen checked his phone. The welcome party had already ended, and it was 11 o'clock at night. "Let's go and eat a lot." The two headed to the southwest area of the school, as Lin Lele had instructed, where a massive palace stood at a height of 100 meters. This palace was the banquet hall of Tianwu University, where large events were usually held. The palace was built from high-density silver bricks, with a huge crystal floor-to-ceiling window on each side, shining brilliantly and resplendently. Luolai couldn't help but exclaim, "Tianwu University is indeed wealthy. The dragon and tiger list is made of gold, and this palace is made of silver. How much are these two things worth?" Hong Chen laughed. "The dragon and tiger list use tens of thousands of tons of gold, and the current gold price is 600 yuan per gram. You can do the math." Luo Lai roughly calculated. But the amount was too shocking. He swallowed hard and said, poor people really can't imagine the lives of the rich, just like village women think that the queen usually eats pancakes and steamed buns. Let's find a chance to steal the dragon and tiger list. Hong Chen also calculated the amount and immediately had a mischievous thought. You dare to think of anything, Luo Lai scoffed, his tone helpless. You want to die, but I don't. I was just joking. Having a little fun, Hong Chen smiled and said, let's go in. There was a guard at the entrance of the Silver Palace. Hong Chen and Luo Lai showed the invitation Lin Lele had given them before they were allowed to enter. Inside the palace, the male students wore suits and ties, looking like successful people. The female students wore various long dresses, shaking wine glasses in their hands, resembling wealthy young ladies. Hong Chen and Luo Lai were dressed in very ordinary casual clothes, looking like ordinary people who had stumbled into high society. A sense of discomfort washed over Hong Chen. He felt a bit stage fright and said, Lin Lele didn't say we had to wear formal attire. Bro, I'm a bit regretful, this doesn't seem like a place for us. Luo Lai also felt a bit out of place. Hong Chen had recently grown taller, reaching a height of 1.82 m, but Luo Lai was taller, exceeding 2 meters. Don't be afraid. You grew so tall for nothing. Hong Chen said, we came here because they invited us. Hong Chen zipped up his jacket and walked to the crystal table first, with Luo Lai following. He practiced the great sun indestructible body, so he had many dietary restrictions. This is the meat of the moonshadow rabbit, eating it can increase spiritual energy, Luo Lai said to Hong Chen, then picked up a piece of green vegetable. This is a vegetable nourished by spiritual energy, eating it can also increase spiritual energy. Hong Chen picked up the rabbit meat, chewed it vigorously, and swallowed it. Soon, 2 breaths of spiritual energy flowed from his stomach into his dantian. Just 1 bite of rabbit meat could provide 2 breaths of spiritual energy, equivalent to an hour of his own cultivation. Luo Lai's eyes brightened slightly, and the two exchanged glances, understanding everything without words. Meanwhile, in the distance, a charming female classmate looked at Hong Chen and Luo Lai, who were devouring their food, and asked the man beside her, Chairman, why can anyone come in? The student council president is named Lu Yuanqing, with a refined appearance. He is a junior this year, and his abilities are not outstanding among his peers, ranking at the bottom of the elite class. However, he is charming and adept at socializing. Lu Yuanqing looked at Hong Chen and Luo Lai, saying, I heard from some freshmen that the principal personally sent a floating battleship to bring you two to school. I thought you two had some status and background, so I invited you. But looking at how you two are devouring the food, it seems you were just poor people from a remote small country who happened to take the principal's floating battleship to school. Lu Yuanqing's words carried disdain and contempt. Only ordinary people who have never seen the world would eat so heartily in such a solemn occasion, completely unconcerned about their image. He merely glanced at Hong Chen and Luo Lai eating and made an accurate judgment about their background. A charming female classmate immediately said, since they have no background, let's kick them out. In such a solemn occasion, we can't let them disrupt the atmosphere of the gathering. Lu Yuanqing beckoned with his finger, and a young man walked over from behind, instructing, please escort those two out, don't let them disturb the enjoyment of the other guests. The young man behind him was named Zhang Jin, with a sharp face and triangular eyes. He nodded and said, understood. Hong Chen and Luo Lai were enjoying their meal when Zhang Jin quickly approached them, frowning as he asked, is it good? Luo Lai looked up at Zhang Jin, unsure of his intentions, and could only casually reply, it's okay. You ordinary people will never be able to afford these precious foods in your lifetime, Zhang Jin said with a face full of disdain, his tone contemptuous. The food you two are eating today is worth your parents' entire lifetime of wages. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen stopped his chopsticks, looked up at Zhang Jin, and said bluntly, if you have something to say, just say it without the barbs. We don't welcome you two here. Zhang Jin said first, then added, you two are disturbing the other guests. Luo Lai replied, we didn't come uninvited, we were invited by the student council president. Ha ha ha. Zhang Jin mocked with laughter, saying, it's not me who wants to kick you out, it's President Lu who asked me to do it. Hong Chen and Luo Lai were stunned. Lu Yuanqing had first invited them to the gathering and now wanted to drive them away. What did Lu Yuanqing mean by being able to summon them at will and dismiss them just as easily? To eat a bit and then kick us out, this person is really stingy, Luo Lai complained. Hong Chen smiled wryly, saying, what can we do? We thought we could have a good time, but it seems we just have to take this silent loss. Although they felt humiliated and were quite unhappy, since the other party had spoken, Hong Chen and Luo Lai had no choice but to give in. They couldn't just shout and make a scene like a shrew, they had to maintain their dignity. You two, don't move for now.
A pleasant female voice came from behind Hong Chen, but it suddenly turned stern. Tell Lu Yuanqing to come over here. Hong Chen and Luo Lai turned around at the sound. The palace was brightly lit, and they saw two women standing behind them. The woman who spoke was tall, wearing a wine-red fitted long dress, her waist so slim it could be grasped with one hand, her perfect figure accentuated with curves that were both alluring and graceful. This tall woman's face was also extremely beautiful, with bright eyes and white teeth, skin like cream, almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and ruby lips, stunning beyond compare. Behind the tall woman was another woman, with skin as smooth as jade, her eyes resembling a clear spring, and she had striking blue hair that cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, flowing in the breeze. The blue-haired woman wore a sword at her waist, a long sword as white as snow, indicating she likely had a sword-related talent. She looked like a freshman, her beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. Objectively speaking, the blue-haired woman's looks surpassed those of Xiao Xiao and Su Firen. But beauty is in the eye of the beholder, so in Hong Chen's heart, Xiao Xiao and Su Firen were still more beautiful. Zhang Jin looked at the tall woman who was speaking. Her skin was well maintained, appearing to be in her early 30s, but her actual age might be a few years older. So this tall woman should be around 34 or 35. At her age, she definitely wasn't a student, only a teacher was possible. Zhang Jin fell into thought. Although there were many teachers at Tianwu University, as a member of the student council, he had seen the list and photos of the teachers. This tall woman was so beautiful that if he had seen her photo, he would definitely not forget her. Therefore, she was neither a teacher nor a student. At Tianwu University, there were only teachers and students, and the answer was obvious. This tall woman was not from Tianwu University. Although this tall woman was very attractive, since she wasn't from Tianwu University, he didn't need to give her a good face. Thinking of this, Zhang Jin immediately sneered. Chairman Lu is not someone you can just meet whenever you want. If every Tom, Dick, and Harry could meet Chairman Lu, wouldn't she be overwhelmed with work? The tall woman, upon hearing this, smiled instead of getting angry, clapping her hands and saying, "Well said. Well said. Truly well said. What's your name?" The tall woman took out her phone to check the time and then asked, "What year are you in?" Zhang Jin was also straightforward. "My name is Zhang Jin, I'm a freshman, and I just joined the student council a couple of days ago." The tall woman turned to Hong Chen, raising an eyebrow and asking, "The face you just lost, do you want to earn it back yourself, or should I help you earn it back?" "I'll do it myself," Hong Chen replied with a smile. Although he didn't know what the tall woman was up to, she was clearly on his side. It's past midnight, the challenge restrictions for freshmen have now been lifted. The tall woman looked at Hong Chen, casually took a chair, and sat down, saying lightly, "What are you waiting for? Go ahead and make your move." Hong Chen suddenly realized that he could take revenge this way. It was completely reasonable and compliant. Even if he severely injured Zhang Jin, no one could find fault with it. "Huang Zi class, Hong Chen, please give me guidance." As soon as Hong Chen's voice fell, "That's not quite right," the tall woman corrected him. "If you're challenging someone, you should say Huang Zi class. Hong Chen is here to challenge, otherwise, others won't know you're making a ranking challenge." Hong Chen nodded at her words, looked at Zhang Jin again, and said, "Huang Zi class, Hong Chen is here to challenge." Students at Tianwu University could refuse a challenge from others once a month, but only once. However, after refusing someone's challenge, they could not challenge anyone else for the rest of that month. Zhang Jin could refuse, but upon hearing Hong Chen say Huang Zi class, he immediately changed his mind. A waste from Huang Zi class dared to provoke him. He was simply asking for trouble. Zhang Jin stepped forward and said, "DZ class, Zhang Jin, please give me guidance." When the tall woman mentioned the possibility of a challenge, Luo Lai had already taken out his phone and used the student-exclusive software of Tianwu University to check Zhang Jin's ranking. Zhang Jin is ranked 4396 in the D character class. His strength is considered average within that class. Luo Lai reminded Hong Chen, then stepped back and sat down next to the tall woman. The blue-haired woman sat beside Luo Lai and asked, "How strong is Hong Chen? Does he have confidence in defeating Zhang Jin?" Since she had heard Xiao Xiao mention Hong Chen, the blue-haired woman thought Hong Chen had F-level talent, which prompted her question. The Silver Palace was spacious, and some guests around Hong Chen had already noticed what was happening here, casting curious glances. With so many people watching, Hong Chen had first been humiliated and lost face, and now he was trying to regain it through a challenge. If Hong Chen were to lose, it would be a tremendous embarrassment, even more so than a clown. "Let's wait and see," Luo Lai said without elaborating. Although he and Hong Chen had only exchanged one punch in the college entrance examination arena, he had absolute confidence in Hong Chen's strength. Moreover, Hong Chen was now at the martial spirit realm, while Zhang Jin was merely a 10-star martial master. Defeating Zhang Jin would be as easy as taking down a chicken. Hong Chen stood still, making no move. Seeing this, Zhang Jin took the initiative to attack. He stepped forward, his right hand forming a fist, channeling all his
strength into his right arm, and swung a powerful punch at Hong Chen.
Facing Zhang Jin's ferocious punch, Hong Chen remained in place, not dodging or avoiding, merely tilting his head slightly to evade Zhang Jin's fist while simultaneously extending his right fist to strike at Zhang Jin's abdomen. Ugh! Zhang Jin's back softened, bending over as he opened his mouth to spew out a foul-smelling mixture of food remnants and bright red blood. Hong Chen slowly retracted his fist, his face filled with disgust as he shook off the food remnants and blood from his arm. Zhang Jin's strength was so weak, he had just been so fierce, and Hong Chen was quite taken aback. Not only could he not defeat him, but he also resorted to a magical attack that thoroughly disgusted him. Since Zhang Jin did not voluntarily surrender and also did not faint from exhaustion, Hong Chen took the opportunity while Zhang Jin was vomiting to deliver a simple yet powerful punch to Zhang Jin's side. Zhang Jin was struck hard, flying backward and crashing into several chairs along the way. Although Hong Chen did not use his full strength, Zhang Jin still had some ability. He took 2 punches from Hong Chen and did not faint. Seeing Hong Chen slowly walk towards him, Zhang Jin, not being a fool, realized the gap in strength and immediately raised his hands, loudly surrendering. I admit defeat. I am number 11999 in the Huang class, and I inherit your ranking of 4396 in the D class, and you inherit my ranking in the Huang class, Hong Chen said, turning to walk towards the tall woman, just about to ask her name. But suddenly, a dissatisfied voice came from behind. What's going on here? Hong Chen turned around and saw a young man with a refined appearance, who asked, Who are you? The refined young man frowned and said, I am Lu Yuanqing, the president of the student council. Why did you hit someone? I was just conducting a ranking challenge, Hong Chen replied, but he added, and by the way, regaining my face. This reason left Lu Yuanqing speechless, but he could nitpick, so he immediately reprimanded, at such a serious gathering tonight, you should conduct a ranking challenge outside. How can you fight here? Just as Hong Chen was about to retort, the tall woman behind him sneered and said loudly, the student council really has a big air of authority. If those who are unaware heard your words, they might think this palace is the student council's private residence. This was a jab at Lu Yuanqing for abusing public power. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanqing saw the tall woman and had a thought similar to Zhang Jin's, but he was more composed and cunning than Zhang Jin. Lu Yuanqing suppressed his impatience and stern expression, stepped in front of the tall woman, first clasped his fists and bowed, then politely asked, esteemed guest, I mean no offense. May I ask your name? The tall woman sat quietly in her chair, swirling her wine glass. Upon hearing Lu Yuanqing's words, she ignored him. Lu Yuanqing felt a bit embarrassed being neglected and immediately introduced himself. I am Lu Yuanqing, the president of the student council. I just heard that. The tall woman raised her hand, her tone indifferent. You don't need to say it twice. Lu Yuanqing spoke sincerely, with so many guests watching tonight, it's not appropriate to make a big deal out of this. Let's consider it a mistake on the part of our student council and let's downplay it. I will personally come to apologize in a few days. His words were sincere, appealing to reason and emotion, making him seem like a decent person. Watching the pretentious Lu Yuanqing, Luo Lai couldn't help but laugh. This guy was truly a hypocrite, and he was going to expose this hypocrite's true face today. So, President Lu, is it? My name is Luo Lai, and I just want to ask one thing. Luo Lai cleared his throat, suddenly raised his voice, and loudly questioned. Since you invited Hong Chen and me to the gathering, we came to give you face, but why did you instruct Zhang Jin to forcibly expel us? Luo Lai's loud voice immediately attracted many guests at the gathering, most of whom were freshmen. These freshmen either came from powerful families or had outstanding abilities, which is why they received invitations from the student council. The student council invited these individuals mainly to develop members and strengthen its influence. However, since the military training for freshmen had just ended, followed by a 7-day holiday, the student council had not had the opportunity to recruit new students. Therefore, they wanted to use this gathering to attract those with power and ability. The recruitment work of the student council had just begun, so there were not many new members, currently only 27. Upon hearing Luo Lai's words, the onlookers began to whisper. It sounds like President Lu has a bit of a two-faced vibe. How could he be this kind of person? Members of the student council are all sharp-minded individuals, and of course, the one who can become the president of the student council is the sharpest among them. How could Lu Yuanqing's thoughts be simple? Lu Yuanqing thought that Hong Chen and Luo Lai had some background, so he invited them to the gathering. However, after seeing their attire, he deduced that they had no background and wanted to drive them away. If you say that, President Lu is too snobbish. He's just a hypocrite. Noticing the scrutinizing gazes and the quiet whispers around him, Lu Yuanqing's expression darkened.
If this matter got out, his reputation would be ruined. I don't understand what you're talking about.
I didn't instruct Zhang Jin to do this. Lu Yuanqing first tried to defend himself. Then, with a shift in his eyes, Lu Yuanqing immediately had an idea and shouted, Zhang Jin, come here. Zhang Jin was slumped on the ground, his whole body in pain, but upon hearing Lu Yuanqing's words, he had no choice but to drag his aching body over and ask, President Lu, what's the matter?
I'm here. Lu Yuanqing looked at Zhang Jin and sternly questioned, what's going on here?
Zhang Jin was taken aback by the question.
Didn't you know that you told me to drive away Hong Chen and Luo Lai and then I got beaten? Seeing Zhang Jin wanting to speak, Lu Yuanqing shot him a glare and raised his voice, why did you try to drive them away?
Zhang Jin opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't know how to respond.
He wasn't a fool and could naturally see that Lu Yuanqing wanted him to take the blame. I'm asking you. Lu Yuanqing's tone was severe as he asked again, why did you take it upon yourself to drive away Hong Chen and Luo Lai?
Under Lu Yuanqing's intimidation, Zhang Jin had no choice but to take the fall. I
saw Luo Lai and Hong Chen eating and drinking a lot at the gathering, and I suspected they were sneaking in to steal food, so I wanted to drive them away. You caused such a mess. Do you think this is acceptable? Lu Yuanqing was furious, looking as if he was angry at the situation. Lu Yuanqing continued to scold, I told you to properly entertain the guests, and this is how you do it. Hurry up and apologize to them.
Zhang Jin was filled with anger but dared not speak out. Only gritting his teeth to say to Hong Chen and Luo Lai, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have taken it upon myself. The invited freshmen around them immediately began to discuss among themselves upon hearing this.
I said President Lu isn't that kind of person. Just look at his demeanor, gentle and refined, how could he do such a thing? But I have to say, President Lu really knows how to manage his subordinates.
With just a few words, he made Zhang Jin admit his mistake.
This president truly has authority. President Lu is a prominent figure at Tianwu University.
If it weren't for managing the student council, which delayed his cultivation, he would definitely rank among the top 100 in his junior year.
After
Zhang Jin took the blame, Lu Yuanqing only needed a few words to turn the tide of public opinion. Hong Chen and Luo Lai quietly watched Lu Yuanqing's performance. This person still had some skills, but only to a certain extent.
Because
Zhang Jin had just said that he was acting under Lu Yuanqing's orders to drive them away. Hong Chen and Luo Lai were not deceived at all. I can't help but ask, Hong Chen said lightly, when Zhang Jin came to drive us away, he clearly stated that he was acting under your orders. Now you want him to take the blame and easily brush this matter aside? Luo Lai also asked, you invited us to the gathering and then tried to drive us away.
What exactly do you intend to do? Hong Chen and Luo Lai were relentless, and Lu Yuanqing's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he suddenly retorted, you two just said that you came to the gathering because of my invitation? Humph. Before Hong Chen and Luo Lai could respond, Lu Yuanqing interjected, but I don't remember inviting either of you. To lie to someone's face, to be so shameless to this extent, did this person have no shame at all? Luo Lai was also furious, if you didn't invite us, how did we get in? Zhang Jin just said it, didn't he? Lu Yuanqing's tone became firm as he declared, you two snuck in to eat and drink. I originally thought there were too many guests tonight, and since you both are freshmen who will be living at school for 3 years, I wanted to let you off and give you some face. But since you two are so ungrateful, you can't blame me. You two have no invitation, yet you came uninvited and are here gorging yourselves. These rare delicacies aren't cheap, and your behavior of sneaking food is causing a huge loss to the student council. I am going to demand compensation from you two. I will check the surveillance footage shortly to see how much you two have eaten. Hearing Lu Yuanqing's twisted words, Hong Chen was so angry he almost laughed. How could Lu Yuanqing be so shameless? Luo Lai was even more furious, shouting, we gave our invitations to the gatekeeper. Since you say that, I'll go find it for you. You don't need to go look. A male student from the student council approached, his face full of disgust. I checked several times, but I didn't find your or Hong Chen's invitation. Alright. Luo Lai looked around but didn't see the person he wanted to see, the student council's Lin Lei personally gave the invitation to me and Hong Chen. You let her come and confront us. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanqing waved his hand, and the male student from the student council ran out of the palace. I'll go find Lin Lei to confront you. Although Hong Chen was also young and impulsive, after experiencing the incident with his uncles fighting over family property, he appeared calmer now. Hong Chen pressed his hand on Luo Lai's back. Don't be anxious or angry, calm down, don't lose your composure. Lu Yuanqing was a scheming little man, and Lin Lei was part of the student council. Even if she came, she probably wouldn't tell the truth.
As Hong Chen expected, it wasn't long before Lin Lei arrived.
Upon seeing Lu Yuanqing, she immediately lowered her head. You are Lin Lei, who just joined. I've seen your information. Work well in
the student council, and if you encounter anything you can't solve, feel free to contact me. Lu Yuanqing revealed a warm smile like a spring breeze and said to Lin Lei, just tell the truth, did you give an invitation
to Hong Chen and Luo Lai?
The onlookers all stared at Lin Lei. She lowered her head, her hands tightly clenched, feeling conflicted inside. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqing's heart tightened and he spoke again, think
carefully before you answer. So many people are watching. For the reputation of the student council, you can't wrong the good people.
On the way here, Lin Lei had already learned the ins and outs and had
been warned by the male student from the student council. Hearing Lu Yuanqing's insinuation, she immediately said weakly, I haven't seen them. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanqing couldn't help but smirk, almost laughing out loud. He turned to look at Hong Chen and Luo Lai, his eyes conveying a message, what do you two have to fight me with? I'll give you two one more chance. Lu Yuanqing cleared his throat and said loudly, be smart. And leave here.
I won't pursue the matter of you sneaking in to eat.
The onlookers whispered again, Chairman Lu was really magnanimous.
The truth is already clear, and he still wants to let these two gluttons go.
I crave your mother's stinky high. Luo Lai's temperament was just like his name, fiery and intense.
Faced with these people's slander and accusations, he was the kind of person who could rip open his own belly to show
them how many bowls of noodles he had eaten.
If I'm lying, if I didn't have an invitation, if I just showed up uninvited, then let me be hit by a car the moment I step out.
From now on, my sons will be slaves for generations, and my daughters will be prostitutes for eternity. Luo Lai glared fiercely at Lu Yuanqing and the others, his veins bulging, so furious that he lost his reason, roaring, come. You all come. Swear an oath. For me, come on.
Swear. Since you're not lying, you should have the guts to swear. Justice lies in the hearts of the people, and everyone can see that. Lu Yuanqing snorted coldly, not responding to Luo Lai but
instead saying, I have already proven my innocence, why should I accept your nonsense? Lu Yuanqing, right? The tall woman stood up, her tone indifferent, I remember your name, what a good tactic. Come on.
Swear. Swear. Luo Lai shouted, his eyes turning red with anger. Slap. The tall woman was also enraged, she slapped Luo Lai, saying, shut up. Luo Lai was already worked up, and if it weren't for Hong Chen holding his shoulder, he would have rushed over to fight Lu Yuanqing. But after being slapped, Luo Lai instantly calmed down, that slap seemed to have a special magic. The tall woman whispered to the blue-haired girl who quietly left the palace after receiving instructions.
This is Tianwu University, we don't need to waste time on verbal sparring.
You call all the freshmen from the student council over, the tall woman said, then whispered to
Hong Chen.
Hong Chen immediately nodded, stepped forward, and said, since we can't make ourselves clear, let's settle this with our fists. I want to challenge all the freshmen from your student council.
Arrogant. Lu Yuanqing's face darkened, do you think just because you beat Zhang Jin, that means our student council members are all useless? Exactly. Hong Chen nodded with a smile, mocking, aren't you student council members just good at talking, twisting the truth?
Faced with Hong Chen's blatant mockery, even Lu Yuanqing, no matter how composed, felt a bit angry at that moment.
Moreover, with the members of the student council watching,
Lu Yuanqing found it hard to back down and could only order, you all call my contact person. Hong Chen was a freshman, and even if Lu Yuanqing had a thick skin, he felt embarrassed to call in the sophomores. The students at Tianwu University were all geniuses, and Hong Chen had only been training for half a year. The upperclassmen in their second and third years would definitely crush him with their advantage in cultivation.
Besides, if he called in the sophomores, wouldn't that be an obvious case of the student council bullying someone? Lu Yuanqing wouldn't be foolish enough to do something that would give others a handle against him.
Although the palace for the gathering was spacious, things had escalated to such a point that all the guests were now paying attention to this side. The crowd, with a mindset of watching the excitement, surrounded the student council and Hong Chen in perfect unison.
However, more onlookers stood with the student council, possibly to avoid
suspicion or due to the student council's strength, thus showing their support. Of course, some newcomers among the spectators, not knowing what had happened, could only whisper
to each other, what happened here? Why are so many people gathered around?
I heard that the freshman over there wants to challenge all the freshmen of the student council.
Damn! Who is he? How dare he say such a thing? Is he out of his mind?
You can't say that, he does have some strength. He just threw a couple of punches and knocked down a freshman from the Earth class. I estimate he might have the martial spirit realm. But then again, why does he want to challenge all the freshmen of the student
Council? The student council said he didn't have an invitation and sneaked in to eat. He claims Lu Yuanqing gave him an invitation, and after being invited, Lu Yuanqing wanted to kick him out. Both sides have their own stories, but then the student council found evidence proving he didn't receive an invitation. I feel something is off. If this person has the martial spirit realm, the student council would likely give him an invitation. After all, the purpose of this gathering is to recruit powerful and influential members, we all know that. So you mean to say that the student council and Lu Yuanqing are deliberately framing him? That's just my guess, don't say it so loudly. And if you look closely at those two, we saw the principal come in a floating battleship to personally bring them to the school during military training. At that time, many speculated that they had backgrounds. Now that you mention it, I remember. The student council probably heard this news and invited the two to the gathering. But after they came and ate and drank, Lu Yuanqing thought they had no background and wanted to kick them out. The two must have been indignant and demanded an explanation from the student council, and then Lu Yuanqing framed them for not having invitations. That's about the process, but I'm just hearing it secondhand. I don't know the truth of the matter. This is just my guess, so don't spread it around. While the onlookers were whispering, two freshmen from the student council arrived. Both were freshmen, and they seemed to be a couple. The boy jogged over to Lu Yuanqing and said, "President, my name is Luo Yuan, and I joined the student council the day before yesterday. Please take care of me in the future." The freshman named Luo Yuan T. After finishing her words, Luo Yuan took a step forward and said loudly, "Earth class Luo Yuan, please give me your guidance. Yellow class, Hong Chen is here to challenge." Hong Chen also took a few steps forward, directly facing Luo Yuan. "Yellow class?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan's face showed a hint of mockery as she said, "I am ranked 5733 in the Earth class." Before Luo Yuan could finish her sentence, Hong Chen had already leaped into the air, his right arm bent, and he delivered a powerful elbow strike downwards towards Luo Yuan. Hong Chen's speed was too fast, Luo Yuan had no time to react. His head took a heavy blow, and with a crisp crack, he fell into darkness, losing consciousness. In an instant, it was truly just a moment, Hong Chen retracted his elbow, and Luo Yuan had already collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth, completely incapacitated. "Is this what the student council is made of?" Hong Chen said. "Again, is this the kind of useless person who can only talk and twist the truth? One touch and they shatter, one hit and they fall, they can't even take a single move." Luo Lai chimed in, "Otherwise, they might as well change their name to the Useless Club." Lu Yuanqing's veins bulged upon hearing this, but with so many people watching, he couldn't lose his temper. He could only suppress his anger and say, "Drag Luo Yuan away, drag Luo Yuan away, I told you to drag Luo Yuan away. Do you want to show off a few moves too?" Hong Chen looked at Yi, who stepped back in fright. Although she was also in the Earth class, her ranking was even lower than Luo Yuan's. Yi raised her hands and panically refused, I don't want to fight." Hong Chen didn't want to hit a woman, but since this girl had just called herself a little thief, he wanted to scare her a bit. Having already defeated Zhang Jin, Hong Chen had inherited his ranking, and he should now be ranked 4396 in the Earth class. But Hong Chen deliberately told Luo Yuan that he was from the Yellow class to make her underestimate him, allowing him to defeat her in one move. "Are there any more useless people in your club?" Hong Chen looked at Lu Yuanqing and said deliberately, "Since your useless club has already slandered others and is so shameless, why not go all the way and send a sophomore or junior to deal with me?" Lu Yuanqing was very angry but couldn't find an excuse. This was Tianwu University, where strength was respected. Mainly because the military training for the freshmen had just ended, there were currently only 27 new members in the club, and indeed, there was no one in the student council. 3 new students from the student council arrived, and Hong Chen glanced at them before saying, to avoid wasting everyone's time, "You can all come at once." These 3 were about as strong as Luo Yuan, completely there to be defeated, with no chance of putting up a fight against him. The minimum standard for joining the student council, aside from having power and influence, was that one's strength ranking had to at least be within the Earth class. To put it bluntly, the student council was not a place where just anyone could join. The 3 new students had no coordination among themselves and relied solely on their individual strength to fight. Hong Chen took a punch head-on, then lifted one of them away, and with both hands, he struck out, causing the remaining 2 unfortunate souls to faint instantly. This time, the student council didn't give Hong Chen a moment to catch his breath, as 2 more new students arrived. Their strength rankings were 3179 and 3057, respectively, both skilled fighters from the higher ranks of the Earth class.
Both were 10-star martial artists, and facing a 1-star martial spirit like Hong Chen, they had no ability to defend themselves. Together, they managed to exchange only 5 moves before they both collapsed.
Hong Chen slowly withdrew his hands and said to Lu Yuanqing, "What are you still looking at? Hurry up and carry them away." Lu Yuanqing's expression was
extremely grim as he waved his hand behind him to arrange for the unconscious student council members to be carried away.
Then, Lu Yuanqing quietly asked, "I told you to find new students from the heaven class. What kind of trash is this?" A male member of the
student council whispered, "I've already contacted them, they're on their way, but we've only managed to recruit 3 new students
from the heaven class.
Just because they're from the heaven class doesn't mean they can beat him, he's a martial spirit."
After
saying this, Lu Yuanqing ordered, "You mobilize the members to recruit people right now, at least new students who are martial
spirits and ranked within the top 100 of the heaven class."
The male member of the student council nodded in response, then picked up his phone, making calls as he left the Silver Palace.
Lu Yuanqing couldn't help but clench his fists. Now they could only recruit people temporarily to save face for the student council.
If Hong Chen managed to defeat all the new students of the
student council, it would be a huge embarrassment, and who would want to join the student council in the future? Before Hong Chen
boldly declared he would challenge all the new students of the student council, he had received a secret message from a tall woman who urged him to find a way to stall for time, as she had a way to prove whether Lu Yuanqing was lying.
That was why Hong Chen
stepped forward, making a big show of challenging all the new students of the student council.
Heaven class, Chen Chao.
This was a slightly chubby boy with a short stature and small eyes.
Luo Lai took out his phone, checked Chen Chao's ranking, and then
said to Hong Chen, "He ranks 2579 in the heaven class."
"No problem." Hong Chen stood up and walked towards Chen Chao. He had
originally planned to challenge the lower-ranked new students after the ban was lifted, and now Chen Chao had come to him.
Everyone
thought that Chen Chao from the heaven class would be a skilled fighter, at least able to exchange a few moves with Hong Chen, but after Chen Chao threw a punch, Hong Chen reached out with his right hand, completely enveloping Chen Chao's fist, then grabbed his arm with his left hand and executed a shoulder throw, slamming Chen Chao hard onto the ground.
The diamond-polished floor was
instantly dented from the impact, as Hong Chen used all his strength for this move. Chen Chao spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to get up, but Hong Chen didn't give him a chance, stepping on his chest with his right foot and raising his fist, the size of a sandbag, to Chen Chao's face, delivering 3 punches, bang, bang, bang.
After the 3 punches, Hong Chen withdrew his
fist. Chen Chao's head had taken a heavy blow and was already unconscious. Hong Chen lifted his foot off Chen Chao and casually wiped the blood from his knuckles, saying, "Young people are great, they just fall asleep."
In the face of Hong Chen's mockery, Lu Yuanqing remained silent, seething with impotent rage inside.
In the following 10 minutes, more than 10 people from the student
council arrived one after another.
However, none of these individuals were as strong as Chen Chao, and no one could withstand even
2 punches from Hong Chen. With the realm of martial spirit, Hong Chen was completely overwhelming, taking down 25 people in one breath.
At this time, the student council had only recruited 27 members, including the 2 girls Yi and Lin Lei. So apart from these 2 girls, all the remaining members of the student council were defeated by Hong Chen.
Standing in the
center of the crowd that had formed a circle around him, Hong Chen's lips curled up, unable to suppress a smug hum.
The feeling
of crazily slapping the faces of the student council and Lu Yuanqing in front of everyone was simply wonderful.
"I have some doubts. Now, would a student with Hong Chen's strength really sneak in to eat food? Lu Yuanqing's words are indeed not trustworthy.
If the student council wants to recruit members, a freshman with Hong Chen's strength would definitely be invited by the student
council. Could it be that other members invited the 2 but Lu Yuanqing didn't know, leading to a misunderstanding? That's probably the only possibility.
After all, Lu Yuanqing is the president of the student council, he wouldn't just falsely accuse
someone.
But I have to say, Hong Chen is really impressive, taking down 25 members of the student council in one go. If this gets out, the student council will lose face. Listening to the whispers around him, Lu Yuanqing's face turned ashen. He regretted provoking this disaster.
What's going on?
A middle-aged man squeezed through the crowd, frowning as he looked at Lu
Yuanqing. Why did you call me? Teacher Yan, you finally came.
Lu Yuanqing's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly shook the
middle-aged man's hand. I had a small conflict with the person over there.
You have quite a reputation at the school, so I wanted you to help mediate, Lu Yuanqing said vaguely.
Teacher Yan looked over at the other side, muttering, "What small conflict?" The person over there is named Hong Chen, a freshman.
Our student council members might have sent him an invitation, but I didn't know
about it.
I thought he sneaked in to eat, so I sent someone to ask him to leave.
Lu Yuanqing lied to teacher Yan, omitting the part where he falsely accused Hong Chen.
Then Lu Yuanqing continued, and that tall woman over there insisted that Hong Chen
duel the new members of the student council. I was afraid things would escalate, so I asked you to come. Teacher Yan also noticed the tall woman across the way.
Upon seeing her, he first laughed in anger, then turned to leave. But before leaving, Teacher Yan
left a remark, "How did you offend this lady?
Her temper is too bad, if negotiations fail, she won't give me face."
Lu Yuanqing was surprised to hear this. Teacher Yan had taught at Tianwu University for decades, who would dare not give him face? Even the
principal would have to show him some respect.
What exactly is she?
Lu Yuanqing asked, but his voice carried a hint of fear and worry.
Don't worry about who I am, the tall woman said lightly. Even if you invite the principal today, you won't be able to save the face of your student council. Currently, the members of the student council were all wealthy second-generation elites,
forming a small group that looked down on ordinary students. But the tall woman was not afraid of their backgrounds at all. Tonight, she was determined to suppress the student council's leader, making them understand that there are greater powers beyond their own.
Today, Lu Yuanqing and the student council would definitely lose face, and even the principal wouldn't be able to save it.
A beautiful female classmate frowned immediately upon hearing Teacher Yan's words. It was she who had incited Lu Yuanqing to drive
away Hong Chen and Luo Lai.
Now that things had escalated to this point, she had no choice but to step in. I am Qin Lily from
Fang Tianwu Prefecture, and my grandfather is Qin Xiong, the lord of the Tsangming realm. Qin Lily looked at the tall woman and said, "Let's just let this matter go today. If you won't consider my face, at least consider my grandfather's." The tall woman
continued to sip her red wine, her tone indifferent. The martial way should be pure and free of external influences, so there should be no distinction between rich and poor, only a difference in realms. Giving others face is a way to respect them, but it is also a way to respect yourself, Qin Lily warned the tall woman.
Leave a line for others, so you can meet again in the future.
Truly worthy of being Qin Xiong's granddaughter, you speak with such bravado, the tall woman chuckled, her laughter laced with a
meaningful mockery.
Qin Lily continued, we won't pursue the matter of Hong Chen and Luo Lai stealing food, let's end this farce right here.
Hong Chen sneered, you want to end it just because you can't win? Luo Lai also protested, what about your accusation? Against us?
Besides, we received an invitation, that's why we came back for the meeting.
You say I accused you? Then show me the evidence. The student council has proven that you two did not have invitations, is that still an accusation? Isn't that just you two making a fuss?
After Qin Lily finished speaking, she grinned, only those who are wrong know how wrong they truly are.
Lu Yuanqing added, I'm giving you face, so you should accept it.
Otherwise, when I bring in the top 100 freshmen from the Tianzi
class, you won't have a good ending.
I'll wait and see. Hong Chen stood proudly in the center, unafraid.
But you better hurry, because I have class in the morning.
The members of the student council had long since gone out, trying to recruit the top 100 freshmen from the Tianzi class, but most people were unwilling to wade into this murky water.
Hong Chen had already fought
25 people, and both his spiritual energy and strength had been depleted.
Winning against the top 100 freshmen wouldn't be glorious, after all, it would be a victory without honor. But if he lost, it would be a huge embarrassment. Therefore, after learning the situation, the vast majority of the top 100 freshmen refused. No one wanted to take this risk for the student council, except for one person. This was a young man, thin and short-haired, with a yellowish complexion and two small, round eyes. Tianzi class, 92nd, Ma Lu.
The thin young man walked to the center and said to Hong Chen, please give me guidance. Just then, the blue-haired woman returned, handing the tall woman 2 items, and then she heard Ma Lu's words.
Hong Chen was about
to stand up when the blue-haired woman pressed down on his shoulder.
You fought 25 people, and your spiritual energy and stamina are depleted.
Ma Lu is also at the martial spirit realm, your chances of winning against him now are slim.
You should rest, and I'll go meet him.
After the blue-haired woman finished speaking, she withdrew her hand from Hong Chen's shoulder and
walked straight towards Ma Lu, calmly saying, Tianzi class, 3rd, Jialan, please give me guidance. Upon hearing 3rd and
Jialan, Ma Lu nearly buckled at the knees and knelt before Jialan.
I'm not here to challenge you, I'm here to challenge Hong Chen, Ma Lu quickly said.
I know, Jialan nodded, her expression unchanged as she said, at this moment, it is I, Jialan, who will challenge you.
You rank 3rd, I rank 92nd, you know very well I can't beat you. Ma Lu exclaimed in panic, you're bullying me. The way you say it. Jialan smiled and then said, I am indeed bullying you, so what? You rank 92nd.
Even if Hongchen defeats other students, his rank will still be much lower than yours.
Aren't you also bullying him? Moreover,
everyone knows that Hongchen has fought 25 matches and his energy and stamina are depleted.
You still step up to challenge him for the student council, isn't that even more bullying? Why is it only allowed for you to bully others? Why can't I bully you?
Jialan thought of this and withdrew the long sword from her waist.
Ma Lu immediately looked at Hongchen,
panic written all
over his face, and said, Hongchen, you little pretty boy. You rely on women, right? You don't dare to fight me head-on. Upon
hearing this, Hongchen silently stood up and placed his hand on Jialan's shoulder. Jialan turned around, looked at Hongchen, her brows slightly furrowed, and said, he's trying to provoke you. Because Xiao Xiao had once told her that Hongchen had an F-level talent, Jialan took the initiative to challenge Ma Lu. I know, Hongchen smiled at Jialan, but I'm not a paper tiger. Back then, I defeated opponents at the 10-star martial artist level with my 9-star martial artist realm, which is how I became
the top scorer in the martial arts college entrance examination.
I'll make Ma Lu realize he chose the wrong opponent, he shouldn't
have stood up for the student council today. Hongchen pressed down hard on Jialan's shoulder and stepped in front of her. He
summoned the Tai sword with his right hand, and the 3 elements began to gather spiritual energy.
In the spacious palace, a
wind suddenly arose, a vast spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Hongchen's hair flew in the wind, his clothes rustled. An endless spiritual energy, as if summoned, flowed through his skin and merged into his 3 elements.
Yuan essence, Yuan energy,
Yuan spirit soon reached perfection. The 3 elements fused into one, and Hongchen's aura surged.
The spiritual energy
that had been somewhat depleted from fighting 25 opponents was quickly replenished, soon filling his dantian.
Ma Lu took
out a long iron rod and, sensing Hongchen's rising aura, did not dare to delay. He stepped forward and swung the rod at Hongchen. Hongchen closed his eyes, only his heavenly eye opened.
Ma Lu's movements were extremely fast, but he still caught them. He
raised the Tai sword with his right hand, firmly blocking the iron rod. The sword and rod clashed, sparks flying.
Hongchen stepped
forward, his right arm exerting force, suddenly swinging the sword to block the iron rod.
Ma Lu was also thrown back by the immense force from the iron rod, flying backward for several hundred meters, out of the encirclement formed by the onlookers. In the
12-character formula of the Great Easy Spear Manual, Hongchen adapted the chopping, collapsing, breaking, and arc techniques to suit his own swordsmanship. Although the Tai sword is a sword, it resembles a double-edged straight long knife, so it can
naturally use the 4-character techniques. Great Easy Chopping Heaven, Great Easy Heaven Collapsing, Great Moon Arc, and Heroic
Dragon breaking the army. During the college entrance examination battle against Li Chang'an, Hongchen had used the first 3 moves. The last move, Heroic Dragon breaking the army, is a thrusting technique, making it more suitable to be executed with a sword. Spiritual energy continuously flowed into the Tai sword, causing it to emit a buzzing sound.
Hongchen moved, raising the
sword forward.
Bang!
A deafening sound of an explosion rang out, the sound produced when speed reaches its peak in friction. With the air occurs, and the faster the speed, the louder the sound. Where Hongchen stood, only after images remained.
The Tai
sword surged like a tidal wave, unstoppable.
The crowd did not see it,
they only heard a poof, and the Tai sword had already pierced through Ma Lu. Ma Lu looked at the sword in his chest, disbelief filling his eyes.
He ranked within the top 100 in strength, yet he couldn't withstand a single strike from Hongchen.
Hongchen withdrew the Tai sword, and Ma Lu's body slowly fell, blood continuously flowing from his mouth.
Take him away, Hongchen said to Lu Yuanqing, his expression unchanged. Next. You guys still haven't finished?
Xin Lily seemed to be greatly wronged, her expression on the verge of tears. Hongchen was taken aback. Clearly, he was the one being wronged and falsely accused, yet it felt as if he was the one at fault.
And what? Did it mean that they hadn't finished?
He was being accused of being a petty thief who stole food. Was he supposed to kneel down and beg for the truth? Besides, he was just following the rules of Tianwu University, challenging the student councils.
Freshman, what was his fault?
The tall woman brought 2 items from the Jialan and said coldly, don't say I'm being unreasonable.
As a teacher, bullying students. I'm giving you a chance to tell the truth. As long as you speak honestly about what happened, we can put an end to today's events.
Seeing the tall woman's gaze, Lu Yuanqing felt dejected and was about to speak the truth.
What truth? We've already told the truth.
Qin Lily stomped her foot, angrily saying, "You're just using
your power to pressure me, wanting me to say the truth you want to hear. Stubborn."
The tall woman stood up, took out the evidence in her hand, ready to expose Lu Yuanqing's lies. Qin Lily added, "My grandfather is the lord of the Tsangming realm,
the famous Qin Xiong. Are you really going to tear your face with me? Are you sure you want to offend me?" The tall woman laughed upon hearing this, saying, "I'm using my power to pressure you? Who is really using their power to pressure whom? Clearly, you can't win in a fight or in words, and then you use your power to pressure others, and turn around to blame them for using their power. These young masters and young ladies from Jojo, after all these years, how could they still be like this?" The tall woman felt somewhat disappointed and said to Qin Lily without courtesy, "I've been dominating the Dao martial battlefield in Fong Tianwu Prefecture for 10 years. Your grandfather Qin Xiong wouldn't dare to say such things in front of me." Qin Lily was stunned at first, then her face was filled with disbelief. "My grandfather wouldn't dare to speak in front of you? Are you joking?" After Teacher Yen left, Lu Yuanqing immediately sent him a message inquiring about the identity of the tall woman.
The phone rang with a ding-dong sound, indicating a text message. Lu Yuanqing picked up his phone to take a look. Teacher Yen had replied, but there were only 7 words. "Her name is on the Dragon and Tiger list."
Her name is on the Dragon and Tiger list.
This meant that this tall woman was a graduate of Tianwu University. Although the makeup of the tall woman made her look young, she was probably in her 30s. So this tall woman must have graduated at least 10 years ago, starting from 2015. Freshmen enter at 18, then study for 4 years, graduating at 22. The tall woman being in her 30s easily narrowed down a rough range. She should be on the Dragon and Tiger list from the years 5005
to 5015. As Lu Yuanqing thought of this, 3 names quickly surfaced in his mind.
5008, the 3008th session Guyun 5012, the 3012th session Liangqi 5014, the 3014th session Qiangshu. Lu Yuanqing's mind was racing. From the tall woman's
words, it seemed she was also from Fong Tianwu Prefecture. Among these 3, only one person was from Fong Tianwu Prefecture. After graduating from university, she taught at the school for 3 years, and then due to conflicts in the philosophies of martial arts and Taoism, she returned to Fong Tianwu Prefecture and participated in the Dao martial battlefield. As Lu Yuanqing thought of this, he suddenly looked up at the tall woman, unable to help but swallow hard, trembling as he said, "You are Li Yingqi."
If it was Li Yingqi, then everything made sense. Qin Xiong wouldn't dare to speak such words in front of her. Even if he was at his peak, she wouldn't give him face. It seemed only she could do that. Beside them, Qin Lily was so frightened by this name that her legs went weak, and she sat down on the ground. How is this possible?
How could she possibly be Li Yingqi? She is clearly on the Dao Law battlefield. How could she return to Tianwu University? The name Li Yingqi, within the 3,000 years of Tianwu University's history, is one of the most remarkable figures. It is not because she has made it onto the Dragon and Tiger list. After all, every year there are students who can make it onto the Dragon and Tiger list, which is not a rare occurrence. It is because of Li Yingqi's talent, which even after 3,000 years on the Dragon and Tiger list, still ranks in the top 10. Her talent cannot be described as terrifying, it can only be said to be extraordinarily rare and unparalleled. Firstly, she is the fastest person to break the mirror speed in the 3,000 miles of Tianwu University. Ordinary students at Tianwu University graduate at around the level of a 10-star martial king. Those with outstanding talent, ranked in the top 10 of the Tian class, are estimated to be around 7 or 8-star martial emperors, with very few able to break through to martial zone. However, when Li Yingqi graduated, she reached martial zone and was a 4-star martial zone. This is the highest realm for students graduating from Tianwu University in 3,000 miles, and it is currently difficult for anyone to break this record. But Li Yingqi's most famous achievement is still on the Dao martial battlefield in Fong Tianwu Prefecture and the 3,000 Dao prefectures. Fong Tianwu Prefecture does not favor men over women, it is just that warfare has traditionally been a man's domain. Yet, in just 10 years, Li Yingqi became the first female general in the 5,000 years of Fong Tianwu Prefecture's history. She is an idol for all women in Fong Tianwu Prefecture and a figure admired by countless soldiers on the Dao martial battlefield. Even among the enemy in the 3,000 Dao prefectures, many soldiers regard Li Yingqi as an idol. Li Yingqi looked at Lu Yuanqing and Qin Lily, raised the 2 items in her hand, and said, "This is the heart-questioning talisman, and this is the surveillance video. After applying the heart-questioning talisman, no matter what questions I ask you, both of you can only tell the truth. But if you refuse to apply the heart-questioning talisman, I will make the content of the surveillance video public." Li Yingqi raised her phone.
This phone contains surveillance footage that recorded the process of you asking Lin Lele to deliver invitations to Hong Chen and Luo Lai, as well as the process of Lin Lele delivering the invitations to them.
Li Yingqi finally asked, "So, do you both choose to apply the heart questioning talisman, or do you want me to make the surveillance video public?" Upon hearing Li Yingqi's name, Lu Yuanqing and Qin Lili decided to tell the truth. Qin Lili shed hypocritical tears. "I shouldn't have instructed Lu Yuanqing to expel Hong Chen and Luo Lai, that was my idea." Lu Yuanqing also said, "I heard some freshmen say that Hong Chen and Luo Lai arrived at school on the principal's floating battleship, so I thought they had some background, and that's why I invited them. But when they arrived, they looked like country bumpkins who had never seen rare food, so I concluded they had no background and asked Zhang Jin to drive them away." The onlookers, upon hearing Lu Yuanqing and Qin Lili, immediately became busy. Wow! Lu Yuanqing is really such a hypocrite. Qin Lili is no good person either. These two scoundrels are spitting blood and keeping us in the dark, their intentions are simply malicious. I almost fell for it. Luckily, teacher Li Yingqi has sharp eyes. Li Yingqi waved her hand, interrupting the crowd's words. She looked at Lu Yuanqing and said, "The student council will officially disband from tonight, I will only say this once." Lu Yuanqing responded and then left the palace in a flurry with Qin Lili, bringing the farce to an end. "Since the matter has been resolved, let's go," Li Yingqi said as she left the Silver Palace with Hong Chen, Luo Lai, and Jia Lan. "I should be staying here for 3 to 4 years after returning from Feng Tianwuzhou to Tianwu University." Li Yingqi started with a sentence, but it was clear she hadn't finished. Hong Chen and the others followed her, waiting for more. "During these 3 to 4 years, I will temporarily serve as the dean of Tianwu Academy," Li Yingqi concluded. "After dawn this morning, new students will be able to choose their academies, so you too should choose Tianwu Academy, which I oversee." Upon hearing this, Hong Chen looked at Luo Lai and Jia Lan and asked, "Dean Li, which two people are you referring to for choosing Tianwu Academy?" Jia Lan has already agreed to choose Tianwu Academy, so I am naturally talking about you and Luo Lai, Li Yingqi added suddenly. "Also, don't call me Dean Li." Hong Chen looked at Luo Lai, who immediately nodded and said, "Tianwu Academy is the academy I've always dreamed of, so I have no objections." Tianwu University has a total of 6 academies: Tianwu Academy, Jinj Academy, Qingmu Academy, Xianshui Academy, Tianhua Academy, and Dunshan Academy. Jinj Academy, Qingmu Academy, Xianshui Academy, Tianhua Academy, and Dunshan Academy represent the 5 basic elemental talents of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which are classified as F-level. Hong Chen's talent is Southern Mingli Fire, so if he were to choose an academy, it would naturally be Tianhua Academy, overseen by Zhou Jielian. Zhou Jielian is not only the vice president but also serves as the dean of Tianhua Academy, although Xiang Ding Tian is the president. He previously also served as the dean of Tianwu Academy but has now passed that position to Li Yingqi. Since Tianwu Academy can be named with Tianwu, it is undoubtedly the best academy at Tianwu University. However, some new students with special talents like Su Firen's White Dragon talent do not fall under the 5 basic elements, so she can choose Tianwu Academy. Additionally, Luo Lai's 5-colored thunder talent, which is derived from the wood element, is technically not classified as wood, allowing him to join Tianwu Academy as well. Many exceptionally talented new students, even those with pure wood or fire talents, still choose Tianwu Academy instead of Qingmu Academy or Tianhua Academy. After all, Tianwu Academy is the best academy at Tianwu University, so many new students apply to it every year. Upon hearing Luo Lai's words, Hong Chen immediately said, "I, Li Laoshi, have no objections." "Either. You better not have any objections," Li Yingqi said without looking back. "I've helped you so much, if you dare to refuse me, wouldn't that be embarrassing for me?" After finishing her words, Li Yingqi added, "Also, I don't like being called teacher by others." Jialan couldn't help but laugh and asked, "So, should we call you Dean Li, Teacher Li, or Senior Sister Li in the future?" Dean Li sounds too old, and Teacher Li doesn't feel young either. Li Yingqi pondered for a moment and said, "From now on, when we meet privately, you can call me Senior Sister Li, but in public, you must use my title." "Understood," the three replied in unison. Hong Chen felt helpless. Women are truly strange, just a simple title, yet there are so many requirements. "I have high hopes for the 3 of you," Li Yingqi said. Jialan is already in the top 3 of the Tian class. Hong Chen just defeated Ma Luan also made it into the top 100 of the Tian class, while Luo Lai is still in the Huang class. "I'm satisfied with Jia Lan's ranking. But I have some expectations for you too. Hong Chen must break into the top 10 before his 2nd year, and Luo Lai must enter the top 100 of the Tian class. As long as Jia Lan can maintain her current ranking, and Hong Chen and Luo Lai can meet my requirements, I will teach each of you a volume of Tian level martial arts." Liangqi paused for a moment and then said, however, if you fail to meet my requirements and betray my trust in you, don't blame me for being unkind. At that time, you should know to withdraw from the Tianwu Academy. Upon hearing Liangqi's words, the three felt an immediate pressure, but Luo Lai felt the least pressure. Although making it into the top 100 of the Tian class was somewhat challenging, it was easily achievable with some effort. For Jialan, maintaining her third place sounded simple, but it was actually the easiest to falter. If she were challenged and performed slightly below par, then being defeated by the challenger would cause her ranking to drop. Hong Chen, although he had made it into the top 100, specifically ranked 92nd, was aware that the students in the top 10 were all genuine experts. For him, with an S-level talent, breaking into the top 10 was no easier than for Jialan, but if Hong Chen's talent were to improve to SS level, the difficulty of that requirement would significantly decrease. Seeing Hong Chen and the others silent, Liangqi instead smiled and said, without pressure, where is the motivation? Don't blame me, I am doing this for your own good. Hong Chen felt even more powerless to refute. Liangqi kept saying, I am doing this for your own good, and Hong Chen couldn't just be ungrateful, or it would seem like he didn't recognize a good person's heart. It's already late. Liangqi turned back to look at Hong Chen and the others. Come to the Tianwu Academy on time tomorrow. After Liangqi finished speaking, he vanished in a flash. I will take my leave as well, Jialan said as she prepared to leave, but Hong Chen hurriedly said, wait. Jialan stopped, and Hong Chen immediately said, you and Xiao Xiao are friends, right? Thank you for today. My relationship with Xiao Xiao is indeed good, Jialan continued, but you don't need to thank me, you should thank senior sisterly. Also, your talent is an F-level, right? Jialan asked curiously. Xiao Xiao said you had F-level talent, which made me a bit worried at the time. Luo Lai understood the situation and, seeing Hong Chen hesitate to speak, chimed in, Hong Chen and I had a fortuitous encounter. It's not convenient to discuss this everywhere, but we both improved our talents because of it. I understand, Jialan nodded, we will be classmates from now on, so please take care of us. With our lacking strength, it should be you taking care of us, Hong Chen said with a self-deprecating smile. Your strength does make it a bit difficult to enter the top 10, but maintaining a position in the top 100 shouldn't be too much of a problem. In any case, let's work hard together, Jialan said, glancing at the moon. It's too late, I won't chat with you any longer. I still need to go back and cultivate. Take care. Hong Chen watched Jialan walk away. Then invited Luo Lai to the standalone villa where the Tian class was located. Having defeated Ma Lu, Hong Chen replaced his ranking and is now the 92nd in the Tian class, allowing him to live in the standalone villa. Hong Chen and Luo Lai arrived at the villa area, which was quite spacious. After searching for several minutes, they found the villa with the door number 92. As they approached the entrance of Villa 92, Ma Lu was just stepping out with his luggage. His chest had been pierced by Hong Chen, and a faint smell of blood lingered around him. The atmosphere became slightly awkward when Hong Chen and Luo Lai saw Ma Lu, both unsure of where to look. Don't gloat. Once I break through to a 2-star martial spirit, I will reclaim my own villa. Ma Lu said fiercely, dragging his suitcase with his left hand while covering his chest with his right, leaving with a lonely silhouette. Hong Chen watched Ma Lu's back and sighed, saying to Luo Lai, I suddenly feel a bit guilty towards him. Your sympathy is too excessive. Don't feel guilty yet, let's quickly check out the villa, Luo Lai continued to persuade him. Ma Lu is clearly a petty person, I'm worried he might retaliate against you. Ma Lu can't even defeat me, I could take him down with a single sword strike, Hong Chen replied, puzzled. How could he possibly retaliate? Against me? Luo Lai insisted, not only did you defeat him, but you also injured him. He must be feeling resentful. But he can't defeat you, so he can only find ways to annoy you. Who knows, maybe before leaving the villa, Ma Lu will leave a big mess on the bed and smear it on the walls. Stop it. Hong Chen felt goosebumps all over, thinking the world had turned unpleasant. My good brother, that's just disgusting. Luo Lai emphasized, I'm just making a reasonable assumption based on the current situation. After defeating Ma Lu, Hong Chen uploaded his victory record to the dedicated software at Tianwu University. After verification by the school staff, his ranking was updated. Consequently, Hong Chen's student ID was authorized to unlock the door of Villa 92, while Ma Lu's student ID lost its privileges and could no longer access the villa. Hong Chen swiped his ID to open the villa door. And the two entered, looking around curiously. Luo Lai wrinkled his nose and sniffed around, then said, there's no strange smell in the room, Ma Lu isn't as bad as I imagined. Hong Chen replied, Ma Lu is at least a normal person, he's certainly not as malicious as you think. The villa had a master bedroom, 2 guest bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and also included a refrigerator, color TV, washing machine. The floor was covered with carpets made from demon beast fur, which felt very comfortable to walk on barefoot. The sofa, beds, and various appliances were all high-end. The environment in this standalone villa was several hundred million times better than the dormitory of the yellow class. But the most important aspect was the spiritual energy. The villas for the top 100 in the Tian class were all equipped with small gathering arrays for spiritual energy. Hongchen stayed in the master bedroom, while Luo Lai took the guest bedroom. After changing the sheets and covers, they both coincidentally came to the living room and sat cross-legged on the fur carpet to begin their breathing exercises. After just over 10 minutes of breathing, Hongchen felt a breath of spiritual energy. Previously, he needed to meditate for over 30 minutes in the flower bed to gain a breath of spiritual energy, so this speed was twice as fast as before. Hongchen had thought he would break through to a 2-star martial spirit by the end of the month, but given the rich spiritual energy in the villa, he estimated he could break through in just over 10 days. Around October 20th, Luo Lai then opened his eyes, his face full of excitement, and said, "With such abundant spiritual energy, I think I can break through to martial spirit soon." Hongchen nodded. When he broke through to a 2-star martial spirit, Luo Lai should also be able to break through to a 1-star martial spirit. "Do you have any purple cloud divine stones at home?" Hongchen asked. If you have a purple cloud divine stone, your talent could be upgraded to S level, increasing your chances of entering the top 100 in the Tian class. The cultivation method that Luo Lai practices is the undying body of the Great Sun, but he only has A-level talent. So his hope of entering the top 100 of the Tianzi class is extremely low. Because the students in the top 100 of the Tianzi class all have at least SS level talent, Luo Lai's A-level talent is simply not enough. He needs at least S level. Moreover, Luo Lai's realm is too low. By the time he breaks through to the martial spirit realm, the students in the top 100 of the Tianzi class will likely have reached 2-star or even 3-star martial spirits. So although Luo Lai possesses a god-level cultivation method comparable to the 8 or 9 profound arts, his realm and talent are too low, making it very difficult for him to enter the top 100 of the Tianzi class. Luo Lai shook his head and said, "I had my family inquire everywhere, but we still haven't found the Zixiao divine stone. However, my family has gathered some information that I can share with you. The Zixiao divine stone is said to be a product of the wind and thunder realm. My family has already arranged for someone to go to the wind and thunder realm, and they should be able to buy the Zixiao divine stone." Luo Lai continued, "The ancient dragon domain has the 10,000-year dragon breath and the Yinglong's twin wings. The infinite true qi is a part of the power left behind by ancient great beings after their death. But the 10,000-year dragon breath, Yinglong's twin wings, and infinite true qi are all valuable yet unavailable, existing only in legends. Although I have asked my family to keep an eye out for you, and they will help purchase it if they see it, you shouldn't hold too much hope, as these things are too precious." "Isn't your family in the business of buying and selling ores?" Hongchen asked. "Why does it sound like you're just as clueless as a know-it-all?" "My dad has been selling ores for so many years, and he has many business partners. People from all over the world know him, so it's naturally easier for him to gather insider information." Luo Lai added, "I registered several accounts on the school forum and the Tianwen realm community, and posted requests for purchases. If there's any news about the rare materials we need, I will notify you as soon as possible." Hongchen praised, "You can think of all sorts of methods. You look big and strong, but I didn't expect you to be so meticulous." "This is called a big guy with great wisdom," Luo Lai replied with a smile. The two chatted for a while and then continued to sit cross-legged, breathing in and out spiritual energy. Hongchen can now breathe in 4 breaths of spiritual energy in an hour, and he continued until dawn, accumulating a total of 20 breaths of spiritual energy. Luo Lai opened his eyes. It was already slightly bright outside. He said to Hongchen, "It's about time." Hearing this, Hongchen got up, and then the two of them headed to the office building together, preparing to report their choice of academy. In the early morning, the two arrived at the teacher's office building, which was already crowded with many students. Hongchen squeezed into the office building with difficulty and received 2 sheets of paper. He handed one sheet to Luo Lai, and the two squatted on the steps, filling out their personal information. Name: Hongchen, student ID 5025119999, current strength ranking 92. The student ID at Tianwu University is based on the year of admission plus ranking from the class division exam. This year is 5025, and Hongchen did not participate in the class division exam, so he was ranked 11,999, which gave him his student ID 50251199. After filling in his name, student ID, and strength ranking, there was a line of text at the bottom of the paper: "You can apply for a total of 3 colleges, with priority given to the first choice. If the first choice is full, then admission will be based on the second choice, and then the third choice." Hongchen picked up a black
ballpoint pen and filled in the colleges he wanted to apply for. First choice, Tianwu Academy. Second choice, Tianhua Academy. Third choice, Jinj Academy. If Li Yingqi did not find him, Hong Chen's first choice would be Tianhua Academy, then Tianwu Academy, and as for the third choice, Jinj Academy, he just wrote it down to fill the space.
Hong Chen could join Jinj Academy, of course, but his talent was fire attribute, so joining Tianhua Academy was the best option. After the two filled out their choices, Hong Chen took their papers and handed them to the teacher in the office building. Luo Lai complained, "I heard that Tianzui University and Lingsha University all apply for colleges online. Our school is so backward, still using paper application forms. I have the contact information for the principal and vice principal." Joe, Hong Chen looked at Luo Lai, "I'll send you the number, and if you have any complaints, you can talk to them directly. This time, it's not just talk." Luo Lai took out his phone, "Give me the number, and I'll suggest it right now." Hong Chen originally wanted to scare Luo Lai, but he didn't expect this guy to be so bold and immediately gave Zhou Jilian's number. Luo Lai took his phone to the side to make a call, then stood in the shadow under a tree, speaking submissively for a few minutes. Vice Principal Zhou is quite easy to talk to. He feels just like a kind elder. Luo Lai put away his phone and smiled at Hong Chen. "He promised me that there will be reforms soon, and the next batch of freshmen will be able to apply for colleges online. I always thought you were just someone who talked big, but I didn't expect you to be so bold." Hong Chen gave a thumbs up and praised, "You really dare to speak your mind. This is the real me." Luo Lai smiled and said, "Now we just have to wait for the admission results from Tianwu Academy, which should come out tonight." Many students were still worried about their first choice admissions, but Hong Chen and Luo Lai were not concerned at all, as Li Yingqi had already promised them. The two returned to the villa and continued their breathing exercises. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the phone rang. Hong Chen opened the Tianwu University app, and a message popped up, "You have been admitted to Tianwu Academy." The screen also included a class schedule, and Hong Chen looked at it, noting that classes were from 8 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon every day. Luo Lai was still practicing his breathing, and Hong Chen quietly sat down on the sofa, then summoned his diary out of thin air. Because the time in the diary had come, he opened the 10th page and checked the contents. October 8, 2025, I applied for colleges during the day and received a message at night. My first choice, Tianhua Academy, was not admitted, nor were my second and third choices, and I was finally assigned to Qingmu Academy. Tianhua Academy is a popular college at Tianwu University, so the number of applicants is very high. Qingmu Academy is a less popular college, and every year, the number of applicants is always insufficient, so freshmen who are not admitted to any of their three choices will ultimately be assigned to Qingmu Academy. The self in the diary also has a fire affinity, while the Qingmu Academy is a wood affinity school. Wood generates fire, and the attributes are mutually beneficial, so this is a decent choice for me. October 9, 2025, classes start at 8 in the morning. Because my strength ranking is too low, I was assigned to the last row of seats. The dean is a middle-aged woman who glanced at me, seemingly thinking that I was dragging down Qingmu Academy. The self in the diary seems to only have an A-level talent and is merely a 9-star warrior. Tianwu University has been established for 3,000 years, and I estimate that the self in the diary has the worst talent in the lowest realm. Luo Lai recently upgraded from B-level talent to A-level, and the self in the diary also recently upgraded from B-level talent to A-level. The talent is equally poor as Luo Lai's, but being a 9-star warrior undoubtedly makes me the lowest student in 3,000 years. Such talent and strength are hard to be liked at Tianwu University. October 10, 2025, 2 classmates in the academy said I was dragging them down and dragged me to a corner to beat me up. I was beaten to the point of serious injury and vomited blood. Fortunately, a passing classmate saved me, and she angrily scolded the classmates who bullied me. Then she took me to the school infirmary. I asked her name, and she said she was Lin Lele from the student council. Hong Chen stared blankly at this line. Lin Lele from the student council? She had conspired with Lu Yuanqing to frame him at the party last night. How could she be so kind to help him? Although she was helping the self in the diary. Hong Chen naturally resented Lin Lele, but upon reading the diary, he suddenly felt a bit relieved. Lin Lele was also coerced by Lu Yuanqing, so she didn't dare to speak out or testify. Although Lin Lele helped the self in the diary, the real Hong Chen did not feel grateful to her, just no longer resented her as much. October 15, 2025, I broke through to the Warrior Master realm. I shared this good news with Su Firen, and she was happy for me.
October 20th, 5025, I exchanged items from the Kunlun Jade Pendant and obtained heavenly materials and earthly treasures, thus upgrading my talent to S-level Firecloud Mysterious Flame.
Hong Chen was taken aback by this line, the self in
the diary had taken a completely different path of improvement. If he were S-level Firecloud Mysterious Flame, he could later upgrade to
SS level Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame, and finally to SSS level Supreme Emperor Flame.
October 21st, 5025, old Su Tianbao gave me a large
sum of money.
He asked me to buy elixirs and food that increases spiritual energy to quickly elevate my realm. Although the old man didn't say it outright, I knew he was worried that my realm was too low and that I would be bullied at school.
Hong Chen felt mixed emotions upon reading
this. Su Tianbao was a tough exterior but soft-hearted person. Since his parents passed away, he had been the best elder to him.
October
23, 5025, after consuming a large amount of elixirs, my realm rose to 3-star Warrior Master.
October 28, 5025, after consuming a large
amount of food containing spiritual energy, my realm rose to 5-star Warrior Master, and I discovered the wonderful use of the sky mending
divine ability.
October 30th, 5025, my realm rapidly ascended and has already broken through to 6-star Warrior Master.
November 11th, 5025.
Today I went to a tavern and upgraded my talent to SS level Emperor Flame. I also advanced to 10-star Warrior Master.
This kid must
have hit the jackpot to upgrade his talent to SS level so quickly. Hong Chen felt very envious upon reading this line. He should visit the tavern more often at the end of the month, maybe he could gather the materials too.
November 15th, 5025, I used up all the money old Su gave me and broke through to the Warrior Spirit realm.
November 26, 5025, I broke through to 2-star Warrior Spirit.
I tried to challenge the students in the Xian class and ultimately won with great difficulty. Successfully promoted to the Xian class.
November 27, 5025, today, during
class at the Aoki Institute, 2 students with wood attributes were sparring and manifested a piece of green wood using spiritual energy. I picked up the green wood.
November 28, 5025, a few days ago, after taking elixirs and spiritual food, I discovered that by operating the Heavenly Restoration Technique, I could obtain more spiritual energy.
I swallowed the piece of green wood, then activated the Heavenly Restoration Technique.
Not only did I gain a wisp of spiritual energy in my dantian, but I also birthed a wood attribute talent within my body. Seeing the last line of the diary, Hong Chen slowly furrowed his brows, lost in thought. He had swallowed a piece of green wood, then used the Heavenly Restoration Technique to absorb it, and as a result, a wood attribute talent was born
within him.
If that were the case, wouldn't he be able to have dual talents like Xiao Xiao, or even possess 5 talents? He had the Heavenly Restoration Technique. If he had 5 talents, all 5 could potentially be upgraded to SSS level.
In the future, with 5 SSS level talents, wouldn't he be invincible? Just thinking about it made him feel elated.
But Hong Chen only thought about it. His South Ming Fire was already facing numerous difficulties in upgrading from S level
to SSS level. Moreover, upgrading all 5 talents to SSS level was nothing but a fantasy, a delusion, a dream of a fool. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. He was currently fire attribute. If he had to choose one from the remaining 4 attributes, fire overcomes metal, so he could first eliminate the metal attribute.
Water overcomes fire, so he could also eliminate the water attribute.
Conflicting attribute talents existing within the same person would cause attribute
imbalance, leading to minor internal injuries during cultivation, or in severe cases, death.
Therefore, Hong Chen only had 2 choices left, wood and earth. Earth talents typically focused on defense, while wood talents leaned towards recovery. Although the earth talents seemed better, the 5 elements not only conflict but can also generate.
Wood can generate fire, fire can generate earth. Once wood is ignited, it can turn into flames, and after the flames burn out, it becomes ashes, which are essentially soil. The wood talent could make his fire talent burn even more vigorously, so for Hong Chen, wood was the best choice. The version of himself in the diary probably thought of this too, which is why he swallowed the green wood and used the Heavenly Restoration Technique to derive the wood attribute within him. Thinking of this, Hong Chen took out the Kunlun Jade Pendant and checked the S and SS level wood talents: Enlightenment Tree, Fusang Divine Tree, Great Chuan Tree, Phoenix Tree, Heavenly Palace Laurel, Moral Golden Lotus. Then there were the SSS level wood talents: Ginseng Avenue Fruit, 7 Treasures Glazed Tree, Heavenly Building Wood, Ancient Immortal Tree, Wonderful Path, Bodhi Seed, Great Creation Lotus, Pure World Green Lotus. Since he had decided to choose the wood talent, he would first determine which SSS level talent to upgrade to, and then collect the heavenly materials and earthly treasures according to that SSS level talent.
To be honest, Hong Chen wanted to choose every SSS level talent, each one was tempting. He would definitely focus on fire as the main attribute, with wood as a supplementary. After all, wood talents were inherently supportive, while fire talents lean more towards output. Thus, he could eliminate the attack type wood talents, Great Creation Lotus and Pure World Green Lotus. Ginseng Avenue Fruit and Wonderful Path Bodhi Seed both lean towards supporting teammates and healing them, so they were also eliminated by Hong Chen. In the end, only the 7 Treasures Glazed Tree, Heavenly Building Wood, and Ancient Immortal Tree remained. The Heavenly Building Wood was a defensive talent that could manifest the Heavenly Building Wood to block enemy damage. The Ancient Immortal Tree had the characteristic of immortality, enhancing the recovery speed of injuries, allowing for instant healing after being wounded, which was a very powerful recovery talent. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tree was a functional talent. After manifesting the 7 Treasures Wonderful Tree, as it bloomed and bore fruit, various treasures would appear on the tree, which could be heavenly materials, divine weapons, or miraculous elixirs. He wanted all 3, but he truly couldn't make up his mind. Tomorrow, he would go get a piece of green wood, first obtain the wood talent, and then think about other matters. With this thought, Hong Chen stopped hesitating, put away the diary, sat cross-legged on the ground, and continued his breathing exercises. During the gathering last night, he had fought with the student council members, but those classmates were simply too weak. Through his increasingly powerful combat technique, he hadn't gained much spiritual energy. Instead, because he had eaten a lot of food containing spiritual energy, he had gained a lot of spiritual energy within him. Moreover, Hong Chen's efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy is quite fast now, and he will be able to break through to a 2-star martial spirit in just a few days, so there's no need to go out and get beaten up, to avoid drawing others to stain. After all, he still has to spend 4 more years at Tianwu University. If he gets beaten up every day, it would be a bit embarrassing to talk about. As an 18-year-old young man, being beaten up daily would be quite ridiculous, and classmates would gossip behind his back, saying things like, Hong Chen got beaten by so-and-so. After absorbing energy until morning and gaining several breaths of spiritual energy, Hong Chen opened his eyes, first washed his face and brushed his teeth, then took a shower, and finally changed into the Tianwu University uniform. The uniform is predominantly black, resembling a sports outfit. The top is a fitted black jacket, and the bottom is relatively loose black trousers. Made from a special durable material, it is both lightweight and wear-resistant. The collar has a bright red trim, adding a splash of color to the uniform, and the back of the shirt is embroidered with a golden school badge that spells out Tianwu. After putting on the uniform, Hong Chen looked in the mirror and thought he looked somewhat handsome. He wasn't narcissistic, and he was indeed good-looking, otherwise, Lu Ruyan wouldn't have taken the initiative back then. Luo Lai had the largest size uniform, but since he was drained by the evil cultivator, his body wasn't as robust as before, so the uniform looked relatively loose on him. However, once he improves to SSS level talent and regains his original physique, the uniform will probably be too small for him. The two of them headed to Tianwu Academy together, and since Tianwu University is quite large, they left half an hour early. The morning sun cast a golden glow over the school, draping each building in a layer of brilliance. The class bell had yet to ring, and students were gradually making their way to their respective colleges. The faces of these students were filled with excitement and anticipation, looking forward to their first class as martial artists. Hong Chen and Luo Lai jogged for over 20 minutes and finally arrived at the entrance of Tianwu Academy. This year, Tianwu Academy enrolled a total of 3,800 students, making it the college with the largest enrollment among the 6 colleges. Martial arts universities are different from regular universities. In regular universities, colleges are colleges, and classes are classes. But at Tianwu University, the Tian class, D class, Xian class, and Huang class are merely used to distinguish strength rankings, although there are occasionally exclusive courses for each class. The Tian class mainly teaches courses on consolidating strength. The D class teaches enhancing strength, while the Huang and Xian classes focus on rapidly improving realms. These targeted courses for the 4 classes are held every Friday. From Monday to Thursday, classes are primarily held in their respective colleges. The two entered the Tianwu Academy and soon arrived at a large conference hall where class divisions would take place shortly. Hong Chen sat in the second row, a position that felt suffocating. Luo Lai was at the back, as his strength was too weak, placing him last. This year, Tianwu Academy had 3,800 students, with so many students crammed into one classroom. It was certainly inconvenient, hence the need for class divisions. Each class would consist of 100 students, resulting in 38 classes this year at Tianwu Academy. A male teacher gave a few opening remarks, and then it was Li Yingqi's turn to speak. She looked at the students below and said, "This year's Tianwu Academy is truly filled with talent. In the Tian Class, there are 49 students ranked in the top 100, making up nearly half. This year, the Tian class accounts for 50% of the students, the D class for 40%. And the remaining 10% comes from the Xian and Huang classes. Upon hearing this, Hongchen couldn't help but chuckle and turned to look at Luo Lai, who had a pig liver expression on his face, as he was the only student from the Huang class at Tianwu Academy. Tianwu Academy is renowned as the first academy of the 9 provinces, a dream school for many, but not everyone has the opportunity to come here. Li Yingqi rambled on about how impressive Tianwu Academy was. Oh, right, she suddenly said, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Li Yingqi, I am not only your senior but also your dean. Upon hearing the name Li Yingqi, whispers erupted around, as many students from Feng Tianwu Prefecture had heard of her illustrious reputation. Due to the ideological conflict between the Daoan martial arts, Tianwu University and Wuqiu University, which emphasize martial arts, have almost no students from the 3000 Dao prefectures and Wudao Extreme Prefecture. Similarly, Taishu University, Qingli Academy, and Dongxing University also have very few students from Feng Tianwu Prefecture and Daliu Jinju. Li Yingqi continued to speak at length, but Hongchen was particularly struck by one statement. Although martial arts has 10 realms, martial artist, martial master, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, martial sect, martial venerable, martial saint, martial emperor, martial god. However, martial arts actually has only 3 realms, Ant Realm, Friend Realm, and Senior Realm. Li Yingqi cleared her throat and slowly said, those we can defeat are naturally ants. Those with similar strength can be friends. Those we cannot defeat at all are naturally seniors. This statement was deafening, clearly articulating the concept of the strong being revered and the weak being preyed upon. Then came the class division, still presided over by the previous male teacher. He picked up the microphone and said, I will now call names. The first batch of students I call will be assigned to Class 1 of Tianwu Academy. Li Si, Jialun, Bailey Chongsheng, Yu Hongshan, Lu Yong, Yi Xiaotian, Hong Chen. Upon hearing his name, Hong Chen stood up, and then he also heard Luo Lai. It must have been a special arrangement by Li Yingqi, otherwise, according to Luo Lai's ranking, he wouldn't have made it into Class 1 of Tianwu Academy. Because apart from Luo Lai, almost all the students in Class 1 were from the Tian class, with many being in the top 100. This batch of 100 students followed Li Yingqi to the classroom of Class 1. Li Yingqi not only served as the dean of Tianwu Academy but also as the homeroom teacher of Class 1, responsible for teaching this class in the future. The classroom of Class 1 was spacious, estimated to be 800 square meters, but it had no desks or chairs, resembling a martial arts hall more than a classroom. The floor was paved with bluestone slabs, while the surroundings were covered with wooden flooring, on which cushions were placed. Each classroom was equipped with a spirit-gathering array, with a concentration of spiritual energy comparable to that of a standalone villa. Li Yingqi stood in the middle of the classroom and said, we won't have class today, let's introduce ourselves to each other. Li Si, you start first. Li Yingqi looked at a boy. Lead the way with your self-introduction. A boy stood up, walked to the center of the classroom, and said, hello, everyone, my name is Li Si. Li Si was about 1.8 meters tall and appeared quite strong, as his muscles were visible through the black school uniform. Although he had thick eyebrows and big eyes, his appearance was rather ordinary and unremarkable, belonging to the kind of face that one would forget after a glance. Hong Chen heard this name and quietly said to the classmate sitting next to him, Luo Lai, this name feels like a passerby. Luo Lai was taken aback and looked at Hong Chen, saying, you really don't know? Just as Hong Chen was about to ask what he meant, Li Si continued, I come from the Wuhan Empire in the Feng Tianwu Prefecture. Like all of you, I am also the top scorer in the college entrance examination of the Wuhan Empire. I am very happy to be classmates with all of you. After Li Si finished speaking, another student introduced himself, I am Jialun. I am not the top scorer, I was admitted early. Only then did Hong Chen have time to ask, what did you mean by that? Haven't you seen the campus forum? Luo Lai said, all the top 100 students from our year have been posted on the campus forum. Hong Chen asked in confusion, what does the campus forum have to do with Li Si? Li Si is the second-ranked student in terms of strength. Second only to the first-ranked Tianya. What the hell? Hong Chen looked at the ordinary-looking Li Si. He doesn't look like a master, and his name doesn't sound like one either. That's what we call not judging a book by its cover, Luo Lai said with a laugh, but his parents did choose a rather careless name. Zheng San and Li Si really do sound like passerby names. After Jialan finished introducing himself, a handsome man stepped out. He had a knife hanging from his left waist and a sword from his right, and he was by Li Chang Shang, ranked 4th. Then came a slender and beautiful girl with a head full of red hair named Yu Hongshang, ranked 7th in strength.
Next was Lu Yong, ranked 8th. He was as robust as a bear, even more so than the original Luo Lai.
Yi Xiao Tian, A.
Girl ranked 10th, was not very tall, just about 1 meter 60, with a soft and sweet voice, presenting an innocent and cute image. Besides Tianya, who ranked 1st, and the classmates ranked 5th, 6th, and 9th, there were a total of 6 students from the top 10 who applied to Tianwu Academy. Among these 6 students, the one who left the deepest impression on Hongchen was, of course, Li Si, because this guy had an ordinary face but was the protagonist, so Hongchen found him extremely memorable. Then there was Bai Li Chang Shang, who claimed to be a master of both sword and knife, speaking in a somewhat pretentious
tone, which indeed left a lasting impression.
The third most memorable classmate was Yu Hongshang. Her cold and beautiful appearance made her quite unforgettable.
Hongchen asked Luo Lai, who left a deep impression
on him, and Luo Lai's answer surprised Hongchen, the bear-like Lu Yong and the cute girl Yi Xiaotian.
Why do you find these two impressive? Hongchen was genuinely puzzled. Luo Lai's answer was simple. Lu
Yong looks very strong, so he should be powerful, and Yi Xiaotian just fits my taste.
Hearing this, Hongchen smiled meaningfully. So you like that type, huh? Why do you always have such thoughts?
Luo Lai rolled his eyes and continued, it's just that she fits my taste, I didn't think anything else.
It's your turn soon. Luo Lai looked at Hongchen and asked, are you ready to introduce yourself? Hongchen casually replied, I'll just introduce myself normally. What else can I do? That's too boring.
Luo Lai urged, there are 100 people in our class, if you introduce yourself normally, no one will remember
you. Should we do something special? Hongchen asked, what do you want me to say? Luo Lai suddenly smiled, do you remember Tianya at the welcome party? Let's learn from him. Say some really pretentious lines. It'll definitely make the classmates remember us. Hongchen opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. You're not scared, are you? Luo Lai used reverse psychology. We were chased by so many evil cultivators. At the edge of the oath water, we've been through fire and water. Are you still afraid of these classmates? I'm not scared. Hongchen adjusted his sitting position and looked at Luo Lai, saying, I'm just afraid that if I say something and you don't, I'll be the only one talking big, looking like a fool. Luo Lai patted his chest and promised, if you say it, I won't say anything, I'll just drop dead on the spot. Hongchen helplessly said, since you made such a vow, I'll do it. Just a few seconds later, it was Hongchen's turn, and Luo Lai gave him an encouraging look. Hongchen immediately stood up, walked to the center of the classroom, and said, my name is Hongchen, and I will definitely become the best in class Tian. Everyone just wait and see. I won't say much more, from now on in class 1 of Tianwu Academy. I'll call the shots. After saying this, Hongchen returned to his original seat, leaving everyone else looking bewildered. Liang Qi chuckled, such a big talk, had he not brushed his teeth after getting up this morning? Immediately, some classmates expressed their dissatisfaction. What a cocky attitude. Hongchen, right? I'll remember you. Who the hell are you? You think you can call the shots in class 1 of Tian Wu Academy? You think you're the class monitor or something? Alright. Liang Qi waved his hand, forcefully interrupting the whispers of the crowd. Let's continue with the next self-introduction. Hongchen sat down next to Luo Lai and quietly asked, how was that? My words should make the classmates remember me, right? You have a big attitude, but your words are too brief, Luo Lai commented, then said. Just wait and see my performance. Time passed for another 10 minutes, and finally, it was Luo Lai's turn. Hongchen was curious to see what he would come up with. Luo Lai walked to the center of the classroom and began with a normal self-introduction. My name is Luo Lai. I was also accepted early, but I gave up that opportunity. Because it wasn't something I fought for myself, I don't want it, even if many people regard early admission as a treasure. Hearing this opening line from Luo Lai, Hongchen couldn't help but quietly give him a thumbs up. Good job. Later, on my way to school, I was attacked by the evil cultivators of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect on the flying boat. I was captured by the evil cultivators while trying to hold them off for my friends, and my talent and cultivation were absorbed by them, leaving me with nothing. Some classmates already knew about this, so even if Hongchen and Luo Lai wanted to hide it, they probably couldn't, so it was better to clarify it themselves. But the heavens are strong, and a gentleman strives for self-improvement. My talent is slowly recovering, and my realm will not only return to a 10-star martial master but will soon break through to martial spirit. I'm not saying this to make you pity me, Luo Lai continued after a slight pause. I just want to tell you. Although I am still very weak now, I am different from you. Since I can return to being a 10-star martial master, I will definitely surpass you in the future. To me, Tianwu University is just a stepping stone, and all of you present here are my stepping stones. I will step on each of you one by one. Luo Lai shouted at the end, I am A man who will become a martial god. When Hongchen heard this last sentence, he felt a bit embarrassed. He had only seen such words in anime. Very good. Li Yingqi clapped his hands and nodded. Very impressive. No wonder you are a student of Class 1 at Tianwu Academy. Hongchen looked at Li Yingqi, feeling a bit helpless, and thought to himself, are you also trying to be awkward? Luo Lai sat back down next to Hongchen and asked, how was my speech just now? Too verbose, Hongchen replied first, then said, and that last sentence, while it was more dramatic than Bo Rance, sounded a bit awkward when said in the real world. You're being critical now. Luo Lai retorted, anyway, what I said is definitely better than yours. That's not necessarily true. Hongchen looked around and suggested, let's ask a classmate later. When Jialan heard Hongchen's question, she rolled her eyes and commented, both of your speeches are really awkward, I feel ashamed to know you too. Upon hearing this, Hongchen and Luo Lai both looked a bit disgruntled, not expecting such an answer. Li Yingqi glanced at the time and then said to everyone, there are still half an hour until class ends, I will teach you a martial art. After class, you will practice this martial art, and tomorrow I will check your progress. Whoever practices this martial skill the best will be rewarded with 10 credits. Everyone sat cross-legged on the ground, and Li Yingqi stood in the middle. Suddenly, the burly Lu Yong raised his hand and asked, Teacher Li, what are credits for? Li Yingqi replied, since you just started school not long ago, you might not understand the importance of credits. Credits can be used to borrow various martial arts books and techniques from the library. Credits can also be used to enter the Heaven and Earth mysterious Yellow Linglong Tower for cultivation. This time, the red-haired Yu Hongshang asked, what is the Heaven and Earth mysterious Yellow Linglong Tower? How can we enter it for cultivation? Our school's classes, the Tian class, D class, Xian class, and Huang class, come from the Heaven and Earth mysterious Yellow Linglong Tower. The Heaven and Earth mysterious Yellow Linglong Tower is also known as Linglong Tower, Golden Linglong Tower, and the 33 Heaven Golden Linglong Pagoda. As the name suggests, the Linglong Tower has a total of 33 floors, each with rich spiritual energy, and the higher you go, the denser the energy becomes. The spiritual energy on the first floor of the Linglong Tower is twice as dense as that outside. If you cultivate for 1 day on the first floor, it is equivalent to cultivating for 2 days outside. The spiritual energy on the second floor is 3 times denser than that outside. If you cultivate for 1 day on the second floor, it is equivalent to cultivating for 3 days outside. Moreover, the higher the floor, the denser the spiritual energy. The energy on the 33rd floor is nearly tangible. If you cultivate for 1 day on the 33rd floor, it is equivalent to cultivating for 34 days in the outside world. Upon hearing this, Hongchen was already tempted. He turned to look at Luo Lai, who also had shining eyes. Li Yingqi continued, the martial art I will teach you next, whoever practices it best tomorrow will be rewarded with 10 credits, which can be used to cultivate for 10 days on the first floor, 5 days on the second floor, 2 days on the 5th floor, and 1 day on the 10th floor. From Li Yingqi's words, Hongchen deduced the charging standards of the Linglong Tower, 1 credit for 1 day on the first floor, 2 credits for 1 day on the second floor, and so on, up to 33 credits for 1 day on the 33rd floor. Next to him, Luo Lai raised his hand and asked, Teacher, are there other ways to earn credits? Of course. Li Yingqi nodded. During winter and summer vacations, short holidays, and weekends, you can take on tasks from the school. After completing the tasks, the school will reward you with credits based on the difficulty of the tasks. I once took on a task worth 5,000 credits, but you are too weak now and can only take on tasks worth dozens of credits. Tasks that reward hundreds of credits are also very difficult. Only third-year students have the strength to complete such tasks. You can also buy credits. Li Yingqi smiled. If you are rich second-generation kids, you can spend money to buy credits from others. I remember when I was in school, 1 credit could be exchanged for 100 grams of gold. Because the currencies of different countries vary, only gold is hard currency, so transactions at Tianwu University are mostly done with gold or through barter. Li Yingqi added, additionally, the top 10 students in strength rankings can receive 100 credits each month, the top 100 can receive 10 credits, and the top 1,000 can receive 1 credit. Many people in our class are ranked in the top 1,000, so many can receive the corresponding credit rewards for their rankings. Because you are only allowed to challenge each other today, you will not receive ranking rewards for last month. You will have to wait until the 1st of next month to receive them. Luo Lai clenched his fists, nodding to himself, gaining another reason to break into the top 10. Watch closely, Li Yingqi reminded everyone. This move is called the Hanyuan Ichi Fist. Standing in the center of the classroom, Li Yingqi caused an invisible ripple to spread through the air, with spiritual energies swirling around her, forming a powerful force. She took a step forward, and that step seemed to contain immense strength. Hongchen felt the floor vibrating beneath him. As she stepped out, her fist followed her movement, thrusting forward. This punch carried a vast amount of spiritual energy. The wind from the punch surged, breaking through the air's resistance, creating a roaring sound. Li Yingqi was merely demonstrating the punching motion and the way to channel energy. She only used a small amount of strength and spiritual energy, so she did not fully unleash the power of the Hunyuan Ichi fist. Seeing the way she channeled energy for this punch, Hong Chen felt an inexplicable familiarity, very similar to the Tiandi Daozhan he learned from the Wuwang Dao Jing. The Hunyuan Ichi fist and the Tiandi Daozhan were quite alike. Both moves required channeling all one's energy to deliver a powerful strike, aiming for a single blow to defeat the enemy. While Li Yingqi continued to teach everyone the techniques of channeling energy, Hong Chen's consciousness had already immersed itself in the Kunlun Yujue, beginning to practice the Hunyuan Ichi fist in the manner of the Tiandi Daozhan. The Hunyuan Ichi fist is actually a lower-level fist technique of the Bajiji Yanking fist. Once you master the Hunyuan Ichi fist, it will be easier for you to learn the Bajiji Yanking fist. Li Yingqi continued to demonstrate the punching motion. The Bajiji Yanking fist is a heavenly-level martial art. It was created by a dear friend and mentor of mine. He passed it on to me, and now I pass it on to you. You can borrow books on the Bajiji Yanking fist from the library. It requires 40 credits a day, but I will teach you this technique for free, on the condition that you first master the Hunyuan Ichi fist. Li Yingqi withdrew her fists and asked, I've taught the punching motion and the way to channel energy twice. Is there anything you don't understand? Understood. Understood. The classroom echoed in unison. Seeing this, Li Yingqi said, don't pretend to understand if you don't. I will check tomorrow. Anyone who doesn't practice well will face punishment. Although the Hunyuan Ichi fist is not a very difficult technique, mastering it in one night is undoubtedly extremely challenging. However, Li Yingqi's requirements were not harsh. As long as they could practice the basic form of the technique by tomorrow, and the best performing student would receive 10 credits. Li Yingqi glanced at the time. It was almost 5 in the afternoon. Class is almost over. Remember to practice the technique well when you go back. Teacher, I think I already know it. Hong Chen raised his hand, slowly standing up, and said, Can I demonstrate it for you now? Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. Did Hong Chen say he had learned it? Did he mishear? He should have meant to say he hadn't learned it yet, and asked the teacher to demonstrate it again. Li Yingqi was also stunned. She doubted her own hearing because she had only taught for about 20 minutes. How could he have learned it so quickly? Say it again. Li Yingqi looked at Hong Chen. I didn't hear clearly just now. Hong Chen walked to the center of the classroom, gathered his energy, then stepped forward and threw a punch. A punch shot straight out. The powerful force surged forward, and the classroom was once again filled with the sound of roaring wind. Hong Chen smiled and looked at Li Yingqi, asking, How was that? Very skilled. Li Yingqi frowned at Hong Chen and asked, Have you learned the Hunyuan Ichi fist before? Other than this explanation, Li Yingqi couldn't think of any other possibility, and the classmates all nodded, seeming to agree that this was the only explanation. No, Hong Chen shook his head and honestly said, I only came into contact with the Hunyuan Ichi fist today. Who would believe that he could skillfully perform the Hunyuan Ichi fist after just encountering it today? Li Yingqi had only taught for about 20 minutes, and in such a short time, Hong Chen not only mastered the Hunyuan Ichi fist but could also perform it skillfully. Seeing that everyone was skeptical, Hong Chen had to explain, I learned a knife technique before, and it seems somewhat similar to the Hunyuan Ichi fist, so I might have made some connections. Show me that knife technique, Li Yingqi said, stepping aside, crossing her arms, and quietly watching Hong Chen. Hong Chen summoned the Zhengyang knife and said, This move is called Heaven and Earth One Knife Slash, which also involves a brief accumulation of energy, raising one's spirit to the peak, concentrating the internal spiritual energy at one point, and then delivering a peak strike. Hong Chen swung the knife forward, the spiritual energy surged, and the sharp sound of the blade slicing through the air echoed. This strike was so fast that it seemed time itself had frozen. Bai Li Changsheng, who claimed to be a master of both sword and knife, squinted his eyes and fell into deep thought after seeing Hong Chen strike. Bai Li Changsheng practiced both sword and knife. An outsider watches the excitement, while an insider sees the essence. Although Hong Chen merely struck out of thin air, he could see the power of this strike. Li Yingqi was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, There are indeed similarities. But what you just demonstrated was a knife technique, while the Hunyuan Ichi fist is a fist technique. Although they have similarities, they are fundamentally different and not the same approach at all. To be able to skillfully perform the Hunyuan Ichi fist in just over 20 minutes is truly hard to believe. Li Yingqi not only had good talent but was also an extraordinary genius with exceptional comprehension. However, when she was at Hong Chen's level, she could master the Hunyuan Ichi fist in just over 20 minutes, but she absolutely could not perform it as skillfully as Hong Chen. Hong Chen had secretly practiced for several hundred minutes in the Kunlun Yujue, which was equivalent to just a few minutes in the real world, but he couldn't tell anyone about this. Teacher, you might not know this, Luo Lai said loudly with a smile. Although there is a world of difference between knife techniques and fist techniques, Hong Chen is a genius. Who can use a long knife to perform spear techniques? Using a knife to perform spear techniques? Everyone was puzzled upon hearing this. Was this even human language? All of them were martial artists, and hearing the phrase using a long knife to perform spear techniques was like saying, using a spatula to sweep the floor, using a broom to cut vegetables, using a phone to hammer nails, using foot wash to gargle, using a steel wool ball to wipe one's backside. In short, it was utterly absurd, hard to believe, and impossible to understand. A normal person would feel their brain crash upon hearing it. Li Yingqi looked at Hong Chen and asked, "Is that true or not?" With so many classmates looking at him with strange eyes, Hong Chen felt a bit embarrassed. I did indeed modify 4 spear techniques into moves that can be performed with a knife. You actually saw it too. The sword strike that defeated Malu in the palace the night before yesterday came from the breaking technique in the Great Easy Spear Manual. The breaking technique in the Great Easy Spear Manual, also known as the Heroic Dragon Breaking the Army, was created by one of the ancient 10 heroes, the Great Easy Spear Immortal, and Li Yingqi had naturally heard of it. But is there really someone in this world who can comprehend sword techniques from spear techniques, then extend that understanding to knife techniques, and further derive fist techniques? Li Yingqi looked at Hong Chen, recalling what Ding Tian had said to her, as long as there is Hong Chen, the 3,000-year wish of Tianwu University will one day be realized. 4 years later, the martial arts competition among universities will take place. No wonder Chu Yang and Yuan Chang would risk their lives for it. I'll transfer 10 credits to your student ID in a bit. Li Yingqi suddenly smiled, hoping that day would come soon, to comfort the spirits of Chu Yang and Yuan Chang. Besides Hong Chen, I will also reward 10 credits to the best performer in tomorrow's practice, Li Yingqi said to her classmates, and then the class bell rang. Today's class ends here, Li Yingqi said, tilting her chin towards Hong Chen. Come with me. Hearing this, Hong Chen stood up and followed Li Yingqi's departing figure. Since class had just ended, students were everywhere, and the two walked to a shaded path. Before Li Yingqi could speak, Hong Chen took out a dark cloak from the Kunlun jade pendant and handed it to Li Yingqi. This is a relic left by teacher Chu Yang. Chu Yang's remains were completely gone, leaving only this dark cloak that he had tied to his back. It was his only relic. Do you know my relationship with Chu Yang? Li Yingqi asked, but did not take the dark cloak. After seeing you the night before yesterday, I was curious about your identity, so I asked Vice Principal Zhou Jielian, and he told me about your relationship. When Chu Yang had just started teaching, Li Yingqi was his first batch of students, and they both came from Feng Tian Wuzhou, so their bond was naturally closer. When Li Yingqi was in her second year, she was ambushed by evil cultivators from the 3,000 Dao prefectures, and Chu Yang was gravely injured while trying to save her. Although he survived, he was left with a weakened foundation, and his cultivation progress was slow. They were both teacher and friend, brother and father, and with a life-saving grace between them, their feelings were extremely deep. Hearing Hong Chen mention Chu Yang's name, Li Yingqi felt a bit sad. He was such a fool, always rushing to the front whenever there was trouble. I told him long ago that he would definitely die young. You should keep this dark cloak safe. Li Yingqi pushed the cloak back into Hong Chen's hands. What I want to talk about is something else. Before Li Yingqi could finish, Hong Chen said, Principal Ding Tian already told me, I will never let Yuan Chang and Chu Yang down in the martial arts competition 4 years from now. Li Yingqi was moved by the answer, but she only said, just do your best. When Hong Chen returned to the villa, 2 people were standing at the door. Luo Lai had no access card, so he could only wait at the entrance for Hong Chen to come home. But the other person surprised Hong Chen. She had a pair of big eyes, and upon seeing Hong Chen return, her gaze showed evasion and shame. Luo Lai said to the woman, he's back, you can go talk to him. The woman lowered her head and walked up to Hong Chen, bending at an 80-degree angle, and softly said, I'm sorry. Hong Chen reached out to help Lin Lei up. Perhaps because of the contents of the diary, he no longer held resentment towards her. However, fearing that Lin Lei might feel guilty, Hong Chen paused for a moment before saying, let the past be the past. You don't blame me? Lin Lei mustered her courage and asked this question. Lu Yuanqing is the real culprit. I could see that at the time. You were also coerced by him. Hong Chen sighed and added, but the two of us can only be like this in this lifetime, destined to never become friends. I actually never expected you to forgive me, nor did I fantasize about becoming your friend. I just wanted to come and say I'm sorry to you. Regardless of whether you forgive me or not, I want to say I'm sorry. Anyway, we'll meet again someday. If we do. It's enough if we can just greet each other, Lin Lei said, suddenly lifting her head, blinking her big eyes, smiling, and jogging away. Seeing this, Luo Lai walked up to Hong Chen, watching Lin Leilei's departing figure, and said, I also had a good chat with Lin Leilei. She has a nice personality. If it weren't for that incident with Lu Yuanqing, she would probably make a good friend. Hong Chen took out his student ID and swiped it to open the villa door. I'll call the school office later to add permissions to your student ID, so you won't have to wait for me to open the door anymore. Don't worry, Luo Lai grinned, it shouldn't take long before I can break into the top 100. Hong Chen responded with an O and asked, from what you're saying, you challenged other classmates and won? Luo Lai nodded. Just after class, I challenged a student from the D class, and I'm currently ranked 3678. After the two entered the villa, they sat cross-legged to meditate. In the martial spirit realm, even if one doesn't sleep for a month or two, the body won't feel fatigued. Hong Chen swallowed a piece of wood infused with spiritual energy, then activated the heavenly restoration technique to refine the spiritual energy from the wood, and indeed, he obtained an F-level wood attribute. After a night of meditation until dawn, the two got up and went to Tianwu Academy for class. Li Si earned 10 credits, he was the best at performing the mixed Yuan 1 Chi Fist besides Hong Chen. Luo Lai practiced the mixed Yuan 1 Chi Fist for just a few minutes to handle his duties, his mind was solely focused on cultivation. Then, during the day he attended classes, and at night he meditated and breathed, and on October 18, he broke through to the 2-star martial spirit. On October 31, Luo Lai finally broke through to the martial spirit realm, and he was so excited that tears filled his eyes. A week later, on November 7, Luo Lai received the Zhixiao Divine Stone sent from home. Hong Chen helped him refine the Zhixiao Divine Stone, and Luo Lai's talent was upgraded to S-level Zhixiao Divine Thunder. The day after Luo Lai obtained the Zhixiao Divine Thunder, he defeated a student from the Tian class and his ranking rose to 2111. Students from the Tian class could live in single dorms, but Luo Lai had been living with Hong Chen for a long time. So after rising to 2111, he didn't move out of the villa but continued to live with Hong Chen. During this time, several students who didn't know their place came to challenge Hong Chen, trying to step on him to rise in rank, but none succeeded. The most thrilling challenge was from a student named Wu Shengfeng, who was ranked 102, but had reached the 4-star martial spirit realm. Moreover, Wu Shengfeng practiced top-tier techniques, martial skills, and weapons, and nearly defeated Hong Chen. Later, Hong Chen heard from Jialan that Wu Shengfeng was a super-rich second generation, and his father was the richest man in the world. Wu Shengfeng had acquired a large number of credits and spent half a month cultivating at the Linglong Tower, also consuming a lot of food infused with spiritual energy, which is why he had such a high realm. Jialan also told Hong Chen that among the top 10 universities, the super-rich second generation was the most common. These people all had one characteristic, which was their tendency to spend money to break through realms. However, the realms of these people were mostly superficial, although they appeared high, most were just paper tigers. Because he ranked 92nd in strength, Hong Chen received 10 credits on November 1st. At that time, someone also called Hong Chen, wanting to buy the 20 credits he had, but Hong Chen did not sell. The person who called to buy credits might have been Wu Shengfeng. Because Hong Chen did not sell credits to him, after Wu Shengfeng broke through to the 4-star martial spirit, he immediately sought out Hong Chen to regain his face, but ended up losing. Since it was a voluntary challenge and he lost, Wu Shengfeng would also be suspended for a month. November 10th was the birthday of Hong Lan and Hong Hu, and Hong Chen called the two of them. The next day, Hong Chen received a call from them. Hong Hu and Hong Lan had tested their talents in advance, of course spending a lot of money for it. Hong Chen had left a lot of money for the two, along with their parents' compensation, and Hong Lan had also won money from betting on the college entrance examination, so after testing their talents, they should still have quite a bit of money left. Speak slowly, Hong Chen said into the phone, I didn't hear clearly just now. Brother, I tested an SS level talent. Hong Hu's tone was explosively excited, I have SS level talent. You're not making any sense, Hong Chen complained, then said, send the phone to Hong Lan, let her talk to me. After a while, Hong Chen heard Hong Lan's voice on the line, hello? Big brother. Can you hear me? Hong Chen responded with a you talk instead. Hong Hu can't even speak clearly. He's probably too excited. Hong Lan's gentle laughter came through the phone. The talent he tested is called Dual Radiance of Sun and Moon, and I heard it's quite rare. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen couldn't help but laugh. If he still had the A-level solar talent, he only needed to fuse the Great Treasure Moon Soul, Chaotic Chi, and Solar Golden Essence to upgrade to the SS level Dual Radiance of Sun and Moon. The Great Treasure Moon Soul, Chaotic Chi, and Solar Golden Essence were all incredibly rare treasures.
Although the dual radiance of sun and moon was a rare talent, it was not as rare as Su Firen's white dragon talent. However, the dual radiance of sun and moon was also very powerful. The solar talent would weaken at night, but the dual radiance of sun and moon would not weaken regardless of day or night. Moreover, at dusk, it would reach its strongest dusk state, similar to the blazing sun state of the solar talent. But the blazing sun state only lasted for a brief minute before declining. The dusk state would last for an hour, but after it ended, it would also return to normal combat power.
You? Hong Chen asked Hong Lan, what talent did you detect?
I only have the ordinary D-level talent of icy water, came Hong Lan's weak voice from the phone. Just as Hong Chen was about to comfort her, Hong Lan
said, you don't need to comfort me. Even if my talent is poor, it's still better than yours was back then.
I wasn't planning to comfort you, Hong Chen retorted, then continued, you all need to keep your talents
a secret, or else the evil cultivators will target you. Hong Hu has an SS level talent. Once the test results come out, they will be sent to the Tianwen realm immediately, and someone will contact him right away to take him to a safe place. After thinking for a moment, Hong Chen said, you'll be the only one at home then. Why don't you come to the Tianwen realm?
You can take the college entrance exam here next year. Suddenly, Hong Hu's voice came through the phone, if someone from the Tianwen realm comes, I'll have them take me and my second sister to a safe place.
They'll be taking you for secret training, and they definitely
won't agree to bring Hong Lan along, Hong Chen said. Besides, if Hong Lan came to the Tianwen realm, he could help her improve her talent. Although the difficulty of the college entrance exam in the Tianwen realm far exceeds that of the Dasha kingdom, at least it would be safer for Hong Lan to come to the Tianwen realm, and he could help her enhance her talent.
Hong Lan said, I think I will go to the Tianwen realm.
I can see Xiao Xiao, I haven't seen her in a long time. Although Xiao Xiao was a year younger than Hong Lan, they had grown up together as close friends, sharing a deep bond.
Hong Lan added, I also heard Xiao say that her school, Lingsha University, is not far from Tianwu University.
It only takes a few hours of flying to get there. Upon hearing this, Hong Hu immediately said, when you get to the Tianwen realm,
remember to send my regards to Xiao Xian.
Both of them were obedient and did not refute Hong Chen, tacitly agreeing to the plan. Today is November 11th, and in his diary, he suddenly upgraded to an SS-level talent.
On this day,
today I went to a tavern and upgraded my talent to the SS-level Emperor Flame. I also reached 10-star martial artist. Although the content of the diary seemed normal, Hong Chen felt something was off, so he visited Kunlun Yujue several times today. At 8 o'clock at night, Hong Chen's consciousness entered Kunlun Yujue again, and he pushed open the tavern door. At this moment, there were more than 40 people in the tavern, including several familiar faces, Ajio, Hidanio, Luofeng, Jianjiu, Jiang Menghu, Xiaoyueming, Luofeng. But there were also many unfamiliar strangers. The tavern didn't have many tables to begin with, and with so many people gathered, there wasn't a single empty seat left. Ajio saw Hong Chen enter the tavern and immediately waved, there's no space left, just stand next to me.
Hong Chen stood beside Ajio and asked, why are there so many people in the tavern? Ajio asked back, didn't you see the notice in the tavern a few days ago? Hong Chen shook his head, I've been busy training lately and only had time to come today.
Ajio said, oh, then explained, after you posted the barter notice in the tavern, we all followed your lead and posted our own barter notices.
But a few days ago, Ajio
pointed to Luo Feng by the counter and continued, he posted a notice inviting everyone to come to the tavern tonight at 8 for a barter trading event.
Hong Chen suddenly realized that a trading event was being held tonight.
Upgrading from S-level talent to SS-level talent requires 3 rare heavenly materials. Hong Chen had found nothing in recent days, but the version of himself in the diary suddenly upgraded to
SS-level talent, so he must have traded for the necessary heavenly materials in the tavern. You little rascal!
You traded for heavenly materials in the tavern, and you didn't even write it down.
If it weren't for
my own cleverness, noticing some clues from the simple content of the diary, I would have missed this great opportunity.
Aji whispered, are you getting used to being at school? I haven't seen you for a while. Hong Chen clasped his fists and said, thank you for helping me send a message last time.
At the edge of the Oath Water, surrounded by evil cultivators, his phone had no signal. In the end, he found Hidanio and Aji in a tavern and asked them to call Zhou Jielian, which was how Hong Chen was saved.
Aji was taken aback and asked, did Vice Principal Zhou not tell you my identity? Your identity? Hong Chen was also taken aback, aren't you just a loose cultivator from the Endless Fire domain? You told me that when we first met.
Aji is just my alias, like how you used the name Long Yuan. Aji smiled and added, my real name is Li Qingjiu.
Upon hearing the name Li Qingjiu, Hong Chen's mouth dropped open in shock. You are the Li Qingjiu who carved your name on the dragon and tiger list in 5023? That's me. Aji couldn't help but pat Hong Chen's shoulder. When you're in your senior year, the school will arrange an internship for you. Come to me then, and I'll take care of you. This was like meeting an old friend in a foreign land, and Hong Chen was equally delighted. I will definitely come. While the two were whispering, Luo Feng, who was standing by the counter, suddenly spoke up. Fellow Taoists, it's already 8 o'clock in 1 minute. Shall we start? Sure. Immediately, someone echoed in agreement. Hong Chen had also done business with Luo Feng. He was a very shrewd businessman. At that time, Hong Chen exchanged Crimson Jade for the Great Burning Heaven technique and Wulwang Sword Classic, and in the end, Luo Feng even gifted him a Zhengyang sword. Let me set an example first. Luo Feng walked to the center of the tavern. I don't have many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but I have a lot of martial skills and techniques, from top-tier heavenly level to low-tier yellow level. Whatever type of martial skill or technique you want, I have it here for you to choose from. Hearing Luo Feng's words, many people were intrigued. Jiang Menghu was the first to ask, I want a top-tier golden fist technique. Do you have that? Luo Feng nodded and then asked, what will you trade for it? Jiang Menghu spread his hands and said generously, I have gold, endless gold, just name a price. If it's reasonable, I'll trade with you. I'm not interested in money, but seeing your sincerity. Luo Feng made a 10 sign with his fingers and then said, just give me 100,000 jin. Jiang Menghu fell silent upon hearing this, thought for a moment, then slapped the table and said loudly, deal. Luo Feng and Jiang Menghu arrived at the tavern entrance. With a casual gesture from Jiang Menghu, a large pile of gold appeared at the tavern door. This top-tier martial arts manual is for you, Luo Feng said as he handed a book to Jiang Menghu. Then with a wave of his hand, 100,000 jin of gold transferred into his space. After completing the transaction, 8 more people approached Luo Feng, wanting to exchange items for books. Among these 8, only 3 offered items that satisfied Luo Feng, while the remaining 5 lacked sincerity and could not make a trade. After completing another transaction, Luo Feng looked at the crowd in the tavern and asked, is there anyone else who wants to trade with me? The crowd fell silent. Seeing this, Luo Feng said, then let's have the next person. Who wants to trade? Step forward. Hong Chen was about to take a step when a thin man suddenly appeared beside Luo Feng. He clasped his hands and said, I need a pill that can heal my foundation. When martial artists spar, they can easily get injured, but as long as their dantian is unharmed, it's not a big deal, since injuries to other parts are minor. With a martial artist's strong recovery ability, they can recover after a period of rest. However, if the dantian, which is the source of their innate talent, is pierced or severely damaged, it can easily harm their foundation. Normally, one can absorb 100 breaths of spiritual energy in a day, but if the foundation is damaged, progress becomes extremely slow, and one might only absorb a few breaths in a day. This is not the worst-case scenario. The condition of Mu Yunlu, where the meridians are exhausted, is the most severe, as he can only absorb 1 breath of spiritual energy after 10 days. A woman wearing a white veil said, I have the 8 Treasures Dragon Enhancing Pill, which can nurture the foundation. I've taken the 8 Treasures Dragon Enhancing Pill, and it didn't help much. The thin man shook his head and said, I need a pill with stronger effects. The 6 Flavor Emperor Pill, a middle-aged woman interjected, stating that it is the best pill for healing the foundation. She then asked, but can you offer me something satisfactory? The thin man brightened at her words and approached the middle-aged woman, saying, I have many medicinal materials, let's discuss privately and see if there's anything suitable. The two moved to a corner to whisper to each other. Seeing this, Luo Feng immediately said, then let's have the next person. Hong Chen had already taken a step forward, but 2 others were faster, one fat and one thin. I got here first. The short, thin man glared at the tall, fat man, showing a fierce expression. I got here first. Seeing the thin man's aggressive tone, the fat man impatiently retorted, enough already, don't show your teeth at me. As the two seemed ready to argue, Luo Feng had to intervene. No need to quarrel, harmony brings wealth. The flow of time in the tavern is 100 times slower than outside, we have plenty of time. Otherwise, you too. Luo Feng wanted to suggest they play rock paper scissors, but the taciturn Jianzhou suddenly interrupted him. My eyesight is good, I saw the fat man arrive first. The short, thin man looked at Jianzhou, his face full of defiance. Who the hell are you? Just because you say you saw it, it's true? I am Jianzhou from the Sword Rain City. Jianzhou looked up at the thin man, his tone calm yet imposing. If you're not convinced or doubt my eyesight, you can come to Sword Rain City to find me. I, Jianzhou, will accompany you to the end. With such a big name as Sword Rain City, how could I dare not believe it? The thin man shrank his neck and softened his tone, then let the fat man go first, giving you, Jianzhou, some face. The fat man thanked Jianjiu and hurriedly said, I need white jade, green jade, yellow jade, red jade, blue jade, and a piece of colorful stone. I have all of them. Hong Chen raised his hand and said, I have all 6 types of jade you mentioned. When the Luo family last sent the Zixiao divine stone, Hong Chen asked the Luo family for some ores, so he currently has a good stock. Little brother, let's have a private chat. The fat man walked over to Hong Chen, threw an arm around his shoulder, and the two went to a corner. The fat man introduced himself first. My name is Qi Hansan, what do you need?
10,000-year dragon breath, Inglong's double wings, infinite true qi, 9 heavens cloud qi, heavenly absolute thunder soul, root of the tree of creation, immortal tree leaves, water. Essence, red true pearl, white coral, ice crystal, weak water, soul of the meteorite. The 10,000-year dragon breath and Inglong's double wings are the rare materials Su Firen needs, and Hong Chen is still short of an infinite true qi to upgrade to SS level infinite karma fire. Luo Lai needs 9 heavens cloud qi and heavenly absolute thunder soul to upgrade to SS level 9 heavens divine thunder. Ice crystal, weak water, and soul of the meteorite are the rare materials prepared for Hong Lan. Hearing Hong Chen list a whole bunch of rare materials as if he were calling out a menu, Qi Hangsan's face twitched. I just asked you for some jade stones, how can you have the nerve to ask me for 10,000-year dragon breath, Inglong's double wings, infinite true qi, 9 heavens cloud qi and such things? After Qi Hangsan finished speaking, he couldn't help but ask Hong Chen again, are these things of the same value? The items Hong Chen wanted were extremely rare materials, while the jade stones Qi Hangsan wanted were considered cheap goods in the Great Xia Kingdom, except for the colorful stones which were relatively precious. I just asked if you have any of those things, Hong Chen retorted. Even if I had those rare materials, I wouldn't be willing to trade them with you. After Qi Hangsan paused, he added, I can give you these things, crystal, red true pearl, white coral, ice crystal, weak water. That works. Let's trade. Hong Chen left the tavern and brought the items Qi Hangsan needed. Qi Hangsan also brought the items Hong Chen wanted, and after confirming everything was correct, they each put the items back into their own spaces. The immortal tree leaves are needed to upgrade to the ancient immortal tree, and the root of the tree of creation is needed to upgrade to the heavenly tree. To upgrade to the 7 treasures glazed tree, 7 treasures are required: gold, silver, agate, glazed stone, crystal, red true pearl, and white coral. Hong Chen already had gold, silver, agate, and glazed stone, and now he obtained crystal, red true pearl, and white coral from Qi Hangsan. He was originally quite hesitant and conflicted about whether to upgrade his talent to the ancient immortal tree, the heavenly tree, or the 7 treasures glazed tree. Now that he has all the materials needed to upgrade to SSS level, he just needs to elevate his wood talent to SS level, and his talent can directly upgrade to the 7 treasures glazed tree. The materials needed to upgrade from F level to S level are usually relatively easy to obtain. However, upgrading from SS level to SSS level requires the most materials, and these materials are also the rarest. Having paved the most difficult path in advance, the subsequent journey will be much simpler. After the two completed their transactions in succession, a few more people stepped forward. Hong Chen tried to rush a few times but was unable to get ahead. His realm was too low, so his speed couldn't match that of these people. In the real world, only a few seconds had passed, but over 20 minutes had gone by in the Kunlun Jade Pendant. As the number of people exchanging items dwindled, it finally came to Hong Chen's turn, and this time no one competed with him. Luo Feng smiled upon seeing Hong Chen. Young friend Long Yuan, it's been a while. What do you wish to exchange with everyone? Hong Chen first addressed the crowd. I need eternal dragon breath, Inglong's twin wings, infinite true qi, 9 heavens cloud qi, heavenly absolute thunder soul, meteorite soul, tree spirit. He listed a whole bunch of rare materials, half of which he needed for himself, and the other half were needed by Su Firen, Luo Lai, and Hong Lan. I can offer crystal white jade, diamond, turquoise, hatian jade, shoshan stone, white jade, green jade, yellow jade, red mica, sky blue gemor, dawn gem, and multicolored stone as exchange items. Upon hearing Hong Chen's words, the tavern fell silent for a moment, then 3 people stepped forward in unison, saying, I have what you need. One of these 3 was a familiar face, the taciturn Jianjiu. One was the woman who had previously produced the 8 treasures dragon assist pill, her face obscured by a white veil, making it impossible to see her features. The last was a middle-aged man, his unshaven beard giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Please follow me for a private chat, Hong Chen said, cupping his hands in greeting, and then walked to a corner. The veiled woman was closest and was the first to come beside Hong Chen. Long Yuan Daoist, you can call me Kai Dai. After introducing herself, Kai Dai straightforwardly said, I have 9 heavens cloud qi and meteorite soul, and I need sky blue gem or in dawn gem. However, 9 Heavens Cloud Chi and Meteorite Soul are very precious, so I need a large amount of Sky Blue Gem Ore and Dawn Gem to avoid losing out, Kai Dai added. Hong Chen replied, I have 3 tons of Dawn Gem, but only 100 gene of Sky Blue Gem Ore. I can give you all of it. Although it's still a bit of a loss since you only have this much, I won't be too aggressive. I'll give you 9 Heavens Cloud Chi and Meteorite Soul first. Kai Dai continued, but on the 30th of next month, you need to bring me 200 gene of Sky Blue Gem Oregon. After receiving the 9 Heavens Cloud Chi and Meteorite Soul, Hong Chen suddenly asked, aren't you afraid I'll run away? These 2 items may be very precious to you, but for me, I can have as much as I want. Kai Dai smiled, so, I'm willing to try to trust in human nature. Hong Chen didn't waste words, cupping his fists and saying, a promise is worth 1,000 gold. Through his connections with Luo Lai's family, he was sure he could gather 200 gene of Sky Blue Gem Oregon. After Hong Chen and Kai Dai completed their transaction, Jianjiu, with his uncompetitive nature, watched as the disheveled middle-aged man stepped forward towards Hong Chen. My name is Ma Kai Tai. Hearing this name, Hong Chen smiled. This was obviously a false name, as Ma Kai Tai's real name was likely Yang Kai Tai. Yang Kai Tai said, I can give you infinite true chi and heavenly absolute thunder soul. I want Shoshan stone, multicolored stone, and crystal white jade. By the way, do you have purple micro jade? I don't have purple micro jade. Hong Chen shook his head and then said, but I can help you ask around, there might be some. Yang Kai Tai nodded, I'll give you infinite true chi and heavenly absolute thunder soul first, and you help me look for purple micro jade. I'll wait for your news. Leave me a number and I'll message you when I have news, Hong Chen said, and the 2 quickly completed their transaction. The value of Shoshan stone, multicolored stone, and crystal white jade certainly couldn't compare to that of infinite true chi and heavenly absolute thunder soul. Yang Kai Tai's main goal was also purple micro jade. If it was available, Hong Chen would get it for him. But if not, judging by Yang Kai Tai's words, he would just consider himself unlucky. Finally, there was Jianjiu, an old friend. Not long ago, I killed a Yinglong and happened to have 1,000-year dragon breath and Yinglong's wings. With a casual gesture, Jianjiu summoned 2 items from outside the tavern, a golden orb of light and a pair of azure wings. Seeing this, Hong Chen asked, Brother Jianjiu, what do you need? I have no interest in your things, Jianjiu replied nonchalantly. Adding, besides, keeping the 1,000-year dragon breath and Yinglong's wings here would be a waste, so I'll give them to you. Is that really okay? Hong Chen felt embarrassed. He had already taken advantage of Jianjiu by trading the Shiguang Baoyu for the Xianyu stone and the Zhuchue's innate fire last time. He couldn't keep taking advantage of him. There's nothing wrong with it, Jianjiu shook his head and said, last time, you gave me 10 pounds of Shiguang Baoyu when I only asked for it, so consider this a return of both the principal and interest. But last time you also gave me a sword map, Hong Chen quickly added. If it weren't for that sword map during their flight, it wouldn't have been so easy for them to escape. If you feel guilty, then just buy me another drink, Jianjiu laughed, revealing his white teeth. Sure. Hong Chen immediately asked Kuei Huan for a pot of wine and handed it to Jianjiu. You take the 1,000-year dragon breath and Yinglong's wings. Jianjiu accepted the wine and said, keeping these 2 items here would be a waste, trading them for a pot of wine isn't a loss. These powerful figures spoke so boldly. As long as they could trade for a pot of wine, it was worth it. They didn't take heavenly materials and earthly treasures seriously at all. It was like a billionaire who has tens of trillions. A penny and 100 million don't make much difference, it's just money, much like Jianjiu at that moment. Hong Chen accepted the heavenly materials he had traded for, and then a few others came forward to exchange items, leading Hong Chen to trade for a peachwood heart and tree spirit. Until no one else came forward, Luo Feng remarked, tonight's trading event has come to a successful conclusion. Everyone has gotten what they wanted. From now on, we will hold a barter trading event every year on November 11th at 8 p.m. Then, every year on June 18th at 8 p.m., we will hold an auction. How does that sound to everyone? If anyone has items to auction, you can come to the tavern to find me at 8 p.m. in early June next year, and I will register them for you, then we will auction them on June 18th at 8 p.m. Luo Feng finally asked, what does everyone think? Sounds good. Voices of agreement rose from the crowd, and some who had exchanged items couldn't wait to leave the tavern. Hong Chen didn't rush to leave. He got the phone numbers of Jiu, Yang Kai Tai, and Kai Dai. As for brother Jianjiu, he said he didn't have a phone, and if anyone wanted to contact him, they could post a notice in the tavern. He had gained a lot this time. He, Su Firan, Luo Lai, and Hong Lan all had the heavenly materials they needed, making it a fruitful harvest. Hong Chen's consciousness exited the Kunlun Jeju, where Luo Lai was meditating beside him. He reached out and shook Luo Lai's shoulder. Luo Lai slowly opened his eyes and asked, what's up? Hong Chen took out 2 shimmering items and placed them in front of Luo Lai.
These are the Joshio Yunchi and Tenju Ilipo. Luo Lai suddenly stood up, incredulous. These are the heavenly materials for upgrading to Joshio Shunlei? Hong Chen nodded and smiled. Hurry and swallow them, I'll help you refine these 2 items. Luo Lai opened his mouth, first pouring out the ethereal energy from the bottle, his throat rolling as he swallowed it down. He then picked up the thunderbolt spirit, crackling with arcs of electricity, opened his mouth wide again, and swallowed it down once more. Hong Chen placed his hands on Luo Lai's back, a swirl of gray-black chaotic spiritual energy gathering in Luo Lai's abdomen. Dark clouds rolled in, and thunder rumbled above the heavens, lightning, snakes twisting and arcs flickering. Xiang Dingtian stood on the rooftop, watching the impending lightning strike, and suddenly thrust a fist towards the sky. With a loud boom, the thunderclouds shattered, and Xiang Dingtian's punch broke through the storm. Luo Lai opened his eyes, a look of joy on his face, and said, I have reached SS-level talent now. Hong Chen felt something was off. Every time he enhanced his talent, there would be anomalies around him, but Luo Lai had never shown any signs when he improved. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, this was Tianwu University, and if any anomalies occurred, the teachers would surely help resolve them. I need 200 pounds of sky blue jam ore, and ask your family if they have any purple microjade. If they do, send it to the school together, Hong Chen said to Luo Lai, then stood up and added, I need to leave for a while. I'll call home and ask. Luo Lai didn't question Hong Chen about where he was going, nor did he inquire about the origins of the ethereal energy and thunderbolt spirit. Although Luo Lai seemed carefree and rough, he was actually very meticulous and had a good sense of propriety. He never pried into things Hong Chen didn't say. When Hong Chen enhanced his talent, the surrounding area would ignite with high temperatures, incinerating everything nearby. So he didn't enhance his talent in the villa but went to a lake instead. There were over a dozen lakes in Tianwu University, and Hong Chen had already scouted a spot, just waiting for today. Fortunately, it was night. He took off his clothes, leaving only his underwear, and then with a splash, jumped into the lake. Hong Chen swam to the center of the lake, first swallowing the boundless true energy, then the fiery red lotus, and slowly sank to the bottom. In his dantian, the gray-black chaotic spiritual energy transformed into a swirling vortex, gradually devouring the boundless true energy and the fiery red lotus. A familiar heat surged through his limbs and bones, and the lake water bubbled, releasing steam. Hong Chen became like a red-hot iron, radiating an intense heat. In just a few seconds, the entire lake began to boil, steam rising from the surface, and the water level visibly dropping. Steam turned into clouds, clouds fell as rain, the rainwater entered the lake, and then evaporated again, cycling endlessly. After more than 10 minutes, the lake's surface finally stopped bubbling, and Hong Chen's flushed skin gradually returned to normal. He stepped on the ground with his left foot, suddenly leaping out of the lake, landing on the riverbank, and quickly putting on his clothes. Liangqi, standing atop a tree, had a rich expression on his face. First pouting helplessly and then rolling his eyes, probably having seen something he didn't want to see, and quietly left. Hong Chen's right hand hung in the air, and a red flame lotus formed in his palm, the petals of the flame layered upon one another, radiating a scorching and enchanting light. The edges of the red lotus swayed like silk, distorting the surrounding air, as if with a gentle roll, everything would turn to ashes. The fiery red lotus, also known as the fire of karma, is said in Buddhism to harm the body like fire, thus it is also the fire of hell. Anyone tainted by the fiery red lotus would suffer from the burning of karmic power, which is far more tormenting and painful than ordinary flames. In the endless fire domain, there was a peerless warrior possessing boundless fiery red lotus, who created a powerful killing move with it, the Buddha's wrath fire lotus. After his talent reached SS level, Hong Chen's confidence soared. He believed his current strength should be enough to rank in the top 10 of the Tian class. And the person ranked 10th in the Tian class was none other than his classmate, Yi Xiaotian. The end of the month is approaching, and Hong Chen plans to challenge Yi Xiaotian in a few days, aiming to earn 100 credits next month before the month ends. The 20 credits he has can only be used to meditate for a day on the 20th floor of the Linglong Tower or to borrow a top-tier martial arts book of the Earth rank. When 9 o'clock in the evening arrived, Hong Chen did not rush back to the villa but instead called Su Ferin. "Why do you have time to call me today?" a familiar voice came from the phone. Hearing this, Hong Chen couldn't help but smile and said, "Just consider it that I miss you." Su Ferin did not respond to that but asked, "How are you doing at Tianwu University?" "I'm doing well." Hong Chen rarely engaged in small talk. "You should be doing well too, right?" A sigh came from the phone. "You have no idea, I'm under so much pressure." Hong Chen immediately pictured Su Ferin's worried expression. "What's wrong?" "Everyone at Longjing University is a genius. A few of my classmates are either top scorers from superpowers or early admissions geniuses." Su Ferin complained to herself, "I thought I was a genius too, but after coming to Longjing University, I realized I'm at the bottom.
If it weren't for practicing the great easy spear technique since I was young, my combat power would be among the lowest in the school.
Longjing University is also one of the top 10 universities, and its students are similar to those at Tianwu University, all having at least S-level talent. Although Su Firen has the extremely rare white dragon talent, it is still only S-level, placing her among the lowest tier of talents at Longjing University. Hongchen understood Su Firen's character. She is someone who loves fiercely, hates fiercely, is self-reliant, and strives for self-improvement. A person with
Su Firen's temperament would certainly not be content with mediocrity, so when she encounters people with better talents than her own, she only becomes more motivated to work harder.
The difference between S-level and SS level. Talent is just 1 S, but the breathing speed is halved.
Hongchen was previously S-level with the Southern Bright Fire, and now he is SS level with the Infinite Karma Fire.
The difference between Infinite Karma Fire and Southern
Bright Fire is not just 1 S, their temperatures and powers differ by more than double.
Take a few days off, and I'll wait for you at Dongsheng University the day after tomorrow. I'll give you a surprise then, Hongchen said to Su Firen.
Tianwu University is located in the southeast of the Tianwen realm, while Longjing University is in the northeast, a million miles apart, and Dongsheng University is right in the middle.
Feelings are always mutual.
Hongchen wouldn't let Su Firen travel a million miles alone to find him, so he would also take a few days off.
Su Firen asked, "What surprise?"
"Don't ask," Hongchen replied with a smile, "it won't be interesting if you do."
After hanging up the phone, Hongchen dialed Li Yingqi's number again.
As the call connected, he said, "Teacher, I need to take a leave."
"Why do you need to take leave all of a sudden?" Li Yingqi asked, as a teacher must be responsible for their students. "I need to meet a friend."
"Tomorrow is Friday, and she is at Longjing University. The journey is too far, so I need to take leave for Friday and next Monday."
Tomorrow is Friday, and the following 2 days are the weekend. Hongchen would need a day and a half to fly to Dongsheng University, and it would take another day and a half to return.
He also needed to spend some time with Su Firen, so he needed to take 2 days off.
"You are currently only a 2-star martial spirit.
I can approve 2 days of leave, but you must break through to 3-star martial spirit next week." Li Yingqi proposed a condition.
After a moment of thought, Hongchen replied, "No problem." After a month of
meditation, he had accumulated a large amount of spiritual energy, although it was still not enough to break through to 3-star martial spirit. However, he still had 20 credits left, and as long as he practiced for a day on the 20th floor of the Linglong Tower, he would definitely be able to break through to 3-star martial spirit.
Li Yingqi responded with a and then hung up.
Friday was a comprehensive class for the Tianzi class students, while only
Monday was a class taught by Li Yingqi. The library of Tianwu University was open 24 hours.
Although Hongchen had reached the martial spirit realm, he had not yet learned the sky control technique, so he could not fly in the air. Hongchen jogged to the front of the library building, which was a 5-story circular structure. The first floor of the library had books available for borrowing at the yellow rank, including books on techniques, martial skills, and
divine abilities, ranging from low-level to top-level yellow rank books.
The second floor had mysterious rank books, the third floor had earth rank books, and the fourth floor had heaven rank books.
As long as students had enough credits, they could even borrow top-level heaven rank books on the 4th floor.
As for the 5th floor of the library, no one knew exactly what books were there, but there were many rumors. It was said that the 5th floor housed a divine level book, a peerless divine weapon, and a divine level elixir. At the entrance of the library on the 1st floor, there was a computer desk where an old man with sparse facial hair was sitting behind the computer playing Happy Landlord. Hongchen placed his student ID on the computer desk and politely said, "Teacher, I would like to borrow a book on sky control technique." The old man was engrossed in his game and didn't even look at the student ID. He pointed to the southwest direction of the bookshelf, in the middle of the 3rd row of bookshelves.
Following the old man's guidance, Hongchen indeed found the sky control technique.
There were also many yellow rank books here, such as Wind Blade
technique, Fireball technique, Ice Spike technique.
The power of yellow rank martial skills was very low, and even if a martial spirit of the same realm used them, they probably wouldn't be able to harm Hongchen at all.
Hongchen was not
adept at defense as a soil-type talent, but his physique had undergone 3 refinements, so his current physique was relatively strong and could withstand the power of earth rank martial skills.
There were not many yellow rank books in
the library. The majority of the books were earth rank martial skills. Tianwu University had been established for 3,000 years, and generations of people had collected various books and created martial skills and techniques,
resulting in millions of books in the library.
The library was truly all-encompassing, and anyone could find books suitable for themselves here.
Hongchen's credits could not be squandered, and he had also promised Li Yingqi to break through to 3-star martial spirit next week, so he needed to save them.
After finding the book on sky control technique, he returned to the old man's desk, showed his student ID again, and said, "Teacher, I want to borrow this book." The old man looked at the book Hong Chen presented, then picked up the student ID and said, "Books on the first floor only cost 1 credit. If you return the book within a week, it will only cost you 1 credit. After that, for every 7 days overdue, an additional credit will be charged." The old man scanned Hong Chen's student ID, entered the book number for the art of sky control, then returned the student ID and the book to Hong Chen, finally reminding him, "So don't exceed the time limit." "Thank you for the reminder, teacher." Hong Chen smiled and expressed his gratitude. He had the Kunlun jade pendant, so no matter how difficult the book was, he could definitely understand it within a week. The art of sky control comes from Taoist techniques, and Taoists are the practitioners from the 3000 Tao states and the Enlightenment extreme state. The 3000 Tao states and the Enlightenment extreme state refer to practitioners, not warriors. They also refer to martial skills as techniques and talent as spiritual roots, though in some places, talent is called extraordinary abilities. Generally speaking, books with technique or formula in their titles are likely written by practitioners such as the Great Burning Heaven Formula, the Art of Sky Control, and the Fireball Technique, which all contain technique or formula in their titles. On the other hand, books written by warriors usually have Spectrum or Classic in their titles, such as the Unfounded Blade Classic and the Great Change Spear Spectrum. Of course, there are no absolutes in the world. Some books written by warriors do have technique or formula in their titles. However, most of these books were created by ancient warriors when there was no conflict between Taoism and martial arts, so the naming conventions were not as strict as they are today. Hong Chen came from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, and although he leaned towards the warrior lineage, the warriors of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent did not directly participate in the conflict between Taoism and martial arts. Among the 9 continents, only the practitioners of the 3000 Tao states and the Enlightenment extreme state, as well as the warriors of the Fong Tian martial state and the Great Luo Golden state, participated in the martial arts conflict. The long Wall of the Abyss crosses through the northwest Ling Song state, the due north Beiju Lu state, and the northeast Piaomiao state, so the warriors of these 3 states have to face the demon race directly and thus did not participate in the conflict between Taoism and martial arts. As for the largest central continent, perhaps due to its more Buddhist nature, it also did not participate in the conflict. Hong Chen felt that the conflict between Taoism and martial arts was actually unnecessary. Whether he was called a warrior or a practitioner, whether the books were called martial skills or techniques, these were all trivial matters. Having read the diary, he knew that 100 years later, the demon race would descend upon the 9 continents. Therefore, compared to the conflict between Taoism and martial arts, and whether one was called a warrior or a practitioner, Hong Chen preferred to be called a human rather than a demon. The next morning, Hong Chen went to the library to return the books on the sky technique. Because the speed of the high-speed train was too slow, although Hong Chen was only a 2-star martial spirit, the speed of the sky technique could reach 10,000 miles per hour. Hong Chen stepped out of Tianwu University, then planted his left foot on the ground, and his figure shot into the sky. As the spiritual energy enveloped his body, he broke free from the earth's constraints and hovered between heaven and earth. Hong Chen focused on his direction and flew north, with white clouds drifting around him and the fierce wind howling in his ears. He looked down at the ground below, the city beneath his feet quickly receding, the tall buildings shrinking rapidly. Although the sky technique consumed little spiritual energy, the energy within Hong Chen was only enough for him to fly for a day and a night. So during the latter part of the journey, he took 2 pills to increase his spiritual energy, which allowed him to reach Dongxing University. By the time Hong Chen arrived, it was already Saturday night. He had flown for a full 40 hours and was nearly exhausted. Mu Yunlu was studying at Dongxing University, and thinking of the already sacrificed Mu Bai, Hong Chen couldn't help but sigh. That person was gone. This time he was meeting Su Firen, and Hong Chen didn't plan to call Mu Yunlu out to be a third wheel. Hong Chen dialed Su Firen's number, just about to ask where she was, when he heard a voice on the phone say, "I'm behind you." It was Saturday, and there were many students at the entrance of Dongxing University. Since Hong Chen hadn't opened his heavenly eye and it was night, he didn't see Su Firen at first. "Where are you?" Hong Chen turned around, looking left and right. Behind him were students coming and going, but he didn't see Su Firen. Su Firen's voice came through the phone, sounding a bit annoyed. "I can see you." Hearing this, Hong Chen felt a bit anxious. He stood on his tiptoes and looked again, still not seeing Su Firen. "Can you see me?" Hong Chen raised his hand high, asking Su Firen again. "I can see you, can't you see me?" Su Firen asked again. Hong Chen was about to say, "Are you at the north gate or the south gate of Dongxing University?"
Suddenly, a playful light laugh came from behind him. Hey! I'm right here. When Hongchen heard this, he turned around, and there she was, standing behind him, her starry eyes smiling, her brows and eyes curved like two crescent moons. A glance and then a gaze, suddenly seeing you smile like a flower. Su Firan's smile was like flowers blooming in spring, seemingly able to dispel the cold and hardship of the world. After flying for over 40 hours, just seeing Su Firan made all his fatigue vanish. What kind of surprise do you want? Su Firan walked gracefully in front of Hongchen, her face carrying a smile that seemed to say it had been a long time since they last met. There are too many people here, let's go. Somewhere less crowded to talk, Hongchen said. He was somewhat slow in matters of romance, or one could say he was emotionally reserved and not good at expressing himself. Su Firan wrapped her arm around Hongchen's. I broke through to 2-star martial spirit a couple of days ago. What level are you at now? I'm also a 2-star martial spirit, Hongchen added, but I'm about to break through to 3-star martial spirit soon. Su Firan was 1.76 meters tall, which was quite tall among girls, while Hongchen was now 1.82 meters. Walking side by side, they looked quite a match. Where are you going to take me? Su Firan asked, suddenly tilting her head to look at Hongchen's profile. You're not trying to trick me into going to a hotel, are you? Hongchen knew she was joking. So he retorted, are you shy? We've been to a hotel before. In April this year, Hongchen accompanied Su Firan on a trip to Zhenghui province. They went to Zilong Academy, and since there was only one room left in the hotel, they squeezed into the same guest room. That night in the guest room, while chatting late into the night, Hongchen mentioned Xiao Xiao, which led to a conflict between them. Su Firan also recalled this and immediately huffed, saying, by the way, have you secretly met Xiao Xiao behind my back? Hongchen felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Shu Fei Ran, seeing this, stomped her foot in anger and said, well, you really have met Xiao Xiao. Women can change their expressions faster than flipping a book, and Hongchen, feeling helpless, had no choice but to speak truthfully. On the second day after I arrived at Tianwu University, Xiao Xiao came to find me. But I didn't cross any lines with Xiao Xiao. I mentioned you to her, but she didn't say much. Instead, she was very grateful for how you took care of me after my parents passed away. In the end, Xiao Xiao also said that we are just good friends, more than friends but not quite lovers, and she would respect my choices. Upon hearing this, Xiu Fei Ran's angry expression slightly faded. It sounds like she is very understanding. Do you think I'm spoiled and willful? Xiu Fei Ran suddenly asked. How could that be? Hongchen hurriedly replied, then changed the subject, saying, I just came to find you to give you a surprise. Xiu Fei Ran looked around. It was quite remote with not many people. Can we talk about it now? What surprise do you have for me? Seeing the topic change successfully, Hongchen immediately said, I have a secret method that can enhance others' talents. Xiu Fei Ran suddenly realized, no wonder you had an F-level talent at first, but it turned into an A-level talent during the college entrance examination. But enhancing talent requires rare materials. I finally gathered the rare materials yesterday and can help you elevate to SS-level talent. After Hongchen finished speaking, he added, I can help you elevate to SS-level dragon talent. Xiu Fei Ran was stunned into silence. Hongchen took out the eternal dragon breath, the spirit of the dragon, and the dragon wings. Hongchen pressed down on the dragon wings with both hands, gray-black spiritual energy enveloping the massive dragon wings, which visibly shrank to the size of a thumb at a rapid pace. This was one of the functions of the heavenly repairing divine ability, capable of condensing large objects into essence. Hongchen held the essence of the dragon wings in his palm and said to Xiu Fei Ran, open your mouth and sit cross-legged on the ground. I will help you absorb the energy of these rare materials. Xiu Fei Ran complied, and Hongchen fed the energy of the dragon wings into her mouth, then poured the eternal dragon breath and the spirit of the dragon from the bottle into her mouth. As Xiu Fei Ran swallowed the 3 items, she quickly sat cross-legged on the ground. Hongchen had helped Lualia refine rare materials several times before, so he was quite familiar with the process, placing his hands on Xiu Fei Ran's back. The process went very smoothly, but when Hongchen and Xiu Fei Ran opened their eyes, an elderly man stood beside them. Both Hongchen and Xiu Fei Ran were taken aback. The old man had approached them silently without drawing their attention, proving his high level of cultivation. This senior Hongchen looked at the old man with an unfriendly expression and asked, what brings you here? Who are you two? Why are you near Dongsheng University? The old man asked first, then added, was that commotion just now caused by you two? Xiu Fei Ran replied, I am a student of Longjing University. I am a student of Tianwu University, and I am good friends with Mu Yun Liu from your school, Hongchen said first, then asked, by the way, what commotion did we cause? Just now, a large area of tribulation clouds formed in the sky, the old man said. Don't you two know? Both shook their heads in unison, and the old man sighed, I have already intervened to resolve it for you, the lightning didn't strike you, so of course, you wouldn't know. I don't care if you two are breaking through or doing whatever, but next time you do something like this, it's best to go somewhere with fewer people to avoid harming others, the old man said sternly before vanishing in a flash. Because he lost face in front of Su Firen, Hongchen cursed under his breath, who is this old man coming here to point fingers? Su Firen tugged at Hongchen's sleeve and whispered, he should be the president of Dongsheng University, I think his name is Huang Qinzi. I've seen his portrait online. Upon hearing this, Hongchen immediately shut up, mainly because Huang Qinzi's status was too high for him to offend, and then he recalled some things. The commotion Huang Qinzi just mentioned should refer to the phenomenon caused when enhancing one's talent. Although the Heavenly Treasure record did not document that enhancing talent would cause such phenomena, Hongchen had also noticed it when he broke through. Every time he enhanced his talent, there would be high temperatures. When helping Luo Lai enhance his talent, the first 2 times were on a floating battleship, and the last 2 times were at Tianwu University. It seemed that Xiang Tianshou had dealt with the phenomenon, which was why he hadn't noticed it. Today, helping Su Firen enhance her talent, the phenomenon was likely significant, otherwise, Huang Qinzi wouldn't have personally intervened. If they were in the wild when helping Su Firen enhance her talent and a thunder tribulation descended, both he and Su Firen would probably be doomed. It was estimated that the higher the talent enhancement, the more intense the triggered phenomenon would. Huang Qinzi be able to withstand the thunder tribulation from SS to SSS level? Hongchen had learned his lesson this time. Next time he enhanced his talent, he would need to ask Xiang Tianshou or Li Yingqi to protect him. You should have the talent of the Yinglong now, Hongchen said to Su Firen. Why don't you try out your new talent? Su Firen stood up, feeling the new talent within her, and then spread her arms wide, making a hugging gesture. Hongchen thought she was going to hug him, so he immediately reached out his arms but pretended to be reserved, saying, there are a lot of people around, isn't that inappropriate? Suddenly, a pair of azure wings unfurled behind Su Firen, looking very much like the legendary angels. Hearing Hongchen's words, Su Firen opened her eyes and asked, what's inappropriate? Hongchen's hands froze in mid-air, and he reluctantly withdrew them, saying, I meant your wings, they look pretty impressive. This is probably the talent of the Yinglong. I don't know how it happened, I just suddenly had this thought, and then with a single thought, these wings appeared behind me. After Su Firen finished speaking, she flapped her wings, and her figure gradually began to float. Hongchen looked at Su Firen's wings and suddenly had an idea. Why don't you fly around a bit and see how fast you can go? Su Firen nodded slightly, her high ponytail swaying as she gently spread her wings. With a slight flap of her wings, a breeze stirred, scattering the dust on the ground. Su Firen stepped off the ground with her right foot and instantly soared into the sky, her wings flapping faster and faster until she vanished from sight. Hongchen waited for a few minutes. And suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the dark night sky. Su Firen had returned, she slightly adjusted the angle of her wings and landed in front of Hongchen. The sound of whistling wind filled Hongchen's ears as Su Firen's ponytail and wings fluttered, complementing her beautiful face, resembling a stunning painting. Su Firen's feet touched the ground, and she slowly retracted her wings. Hongchen reached out to fan the dust that had been stirred up. The wings folded like petals closing, gathering behind Su Firen, then a bright light flashed, and the wings disappeared. Su Firen exclaimed excitedly, the flying speed is much faster than the sky control technique. I can come to see you every weekend from now on. Just remember to think of me occasionally and come visit, Hongchen said, implying that Su Firen should first enhance her realm. He then asked, what was your speed? I'm not really sure, just that it's very fast, Su Firen said, brushing her bangs aside, revealing a bump on her forehead. I crashed into a building just now because I was going too fast. Do you want me to help you blow it? Hongchen revealed a malicious smile, just a blow and it won't hurt anymore. I'm not a child, Su Firen slightly raised her chin, her expression a bit proud, yet also somewhat like she was being coy. Seeing this, Hongchen couldn't help but smile and asked, does the Yinglong talent have any other effects? Let me try, Su Firen said, closing her eyes again, and then, according to her will, she circulated the spiritual energy throughout her body. As the spiritual energy flowed, a layer of light blue dragon scales covered Su Firen's body, but these scales were not solid. They appeared as a translucent, illusory form. I feel like my strength has also increased. Sufiren opened her eyes and looked at Hongchen, saying, "You can strike me with a knife, and I'll test the defense of these dragon scales." Upon hearing this, Hongchen summoned the Zhangyang. "Knife, I'll use all my strength to strike you, but I won't use any martial skills or talents. I feel that the defense of the dragon scales on me should be very strong," Sufiren said confidently. Hongchen was still afraid of hurting Sufiren, so he turned the blade around, gathered all his energy, and struck Sufiren's raised arm with the back of the unsharpened knife. With a light clang, the sound was like the clash of metal, and Hongchen's arms went numb. The palm holding the Zhangyang knife was also shaken, causing a crack in his grip. Hongchen shook his hand and described it with a very fitting phrase, "These dragon scales on you not only increase defense but also have a rebound effect." Hearing this, Sufiren giggled and said, "You still have such a way with words." Hongchen asked again, "Does the Yinglong talent have any other effects or functions?" After a moment of silence, Sufiren said, "It seems there is another function that can stimulate my strength, but my subconscious tells me that I shouldn't use this function lightly unless absolutely necessary. It's probably a divine ability similar to the 3 Yuan gathering chi." Hongchen guessed immediately. "It can temporarily enhance your strength but requires the consumption of vitality or lifespan. My infinite karma fire is also SS level, and your Yinglong talent is SS level too, but why do I feel like your Yinglong talent seems much stronger than my infinite karma fire?" Hongchen complained, noting that he only needed 2 rare treasures to enhance his infinite karma fire. In contrast, Sufiren needed 3, and they were even rarer treasures. "How would I know?" Sufiren speculated, "Maybe my talent is rarer?" Hongchen nodded, recalling that the evaluation of the candle dragon in the sky-devouring treasure record was a once-in-a-thousand-years occurrence. His previous solar talent, and the upgraded dual solar talent, although also rare, were only rated as a once-in-a-100-years occurrence. Meanwhile, the Fire-type SSS level Primordial Sacred Fire and the Wood-type SSS level 7 Treasures Glazed Tree were rated as extremely rare. The meaning of extremely rare: although this talent exists in the world, it is very uncommon. The meaning of a once-in-a-100 years occurrence: this talent does not exist in the world, and one can only see it once in 100 years. But this is just a description, it does not mean that only one person possesses this talent every 100 years. Perhaps one person possesses this talent every 10 years, but it could also be that no one has it for 200 years. A once-in-a-thousand-years occurrence is even more impressive, being 10 times rarer than a once-in-a-100-years occurrence. In 1,000 years, there might only be one person who can possess such a once-in-a-thousand-years talent. In the content of the sky-devouring treasure record, besides the candle dragon, there are 2 other once-in-a-thousand-years talents, the time talent and the space talent. Legend has it that a peerless powerhouse named Old Man Tianji possessed the once-in-a-thousand-years space talent. All the spatial treasures in the 9 provinces, including Hongchen's Kunlun Jade Pendant, Sufiren's Storage Ring, and the few remaining teleportation arrays, were all created by him. However, 5,000 years ago, after the war between humans and demons ended, he also vanished, leaving only legends about him in the 9 provinces. Another unparalleled powerhouse with a gift for time, named Forgetting Life Taoist. There are very few legends about the Forgetting Life Taoist, as if someone has deliberately erased his records. At this moment, the 9 provinces only remember this name, but it is unclear whether the Forgetting Life Taoist is male or female. Finally, on top of this once-in-a-millennium occurrence, there is an even rarer talent. This talent is so rare that there are no records of it, leaving only 4 words, unseen since ancient times. Sufiren pulled Hongchen's arm and said, "Let's go eat hot pot." It seemed that all the girls in the world loved hot pot, so Hongchen naturally agreed. After that, he went to watch a movie with Sufiren. Although they had never defined their relationship, at that moment, they felt like a young couple. Sufiren was born in the Dei mansion, where the family values were quite strict, so her thoughts were relatively conservative. Hongchen was also a reserved person, although he had tasted forbidden fruit with Lu Ruyan. It was Lu Ruyan who had actively seduced him at the time. Lu Ruyan often sent him selfies in black stockings late at night and then willingly offered herself. If Hongchen had refused, then he wouldn't have been worthy of being a man. Hongchen was also quite passive in matters of love, which was why he was entangled between Sufiren and Xiao Xiao. If he were a scumbag or a master of romance, he wouldn't be in this situation now. At that time, not only would Xiao Xiao and Sufiren be involved, but all the women within a 10-mile radius would become his harem, including Ing Huan, Lianqi, and Zhelan. Warriors do not need to sleep, so the Tianwen realm was brightly lit, with no distinction between day and night. There were always people on the streets. The next day at noon, Hong Chen had to return to Tianwu University in over 40 hours. He had only taken 2 days off, so the two of them had to part ways. Su Firen looked at Hong Chen reluctantly, her expression somewhat lonely, and her tone appeared sad. I can fly faster. On New Year's Eve, I will go to Tianwu University to find you. Hong Chen nodded and then said, send me a message when you arrive safely at school. Su Firen smiled and said, this is the Tianwen realm, where there are masters everywhere. No evil cultivators will come to cause trouble, so how could there be any danger? Then I'm leaving. Su Firen spread her wings, waved goodbye to Hong Chen, and her figure vanished into the sky, turning into a black dot that quickly disappeared. Hong Chen returned to Tianwu University in the evening, and he received a message from Su Firen. I have safely arrived at Longjing University. It was 500,000 miles from Dongxing University to Longjing University, and Su Firen took only 4 hours, flying at a speed more than 10 times faster than Hong Chen. Hong Chen finally returned to Tianwu University at 6 o'clock on Tuesday morning after flying for over 40 hours. Flying for so long was certainly tiring, but Hong Chen only slept for 2 hours before getting up to attend class with Luo Lai. Li Yingqi stood in the middle of the classroom, first giving a practical explanation, then teaching combat techniques. But no matter how eloquently I speak, it's ultimately just theoretical knowledge. Practice makes perfect. Li Yingqi looked at everyone and said, a few of you come out to spar. I want to see how well you've learned. Hong Chen had upgraded to SS level talent and was eager to test his current strength, so he stepped forward. 7 classmates also came out, one of whom was a master named Wei Li, ranked 85th in strength. Those ranked 11th to 100th would receive 10 credits at the end of the month, so although Hong Chen was ranked 92nd, he wasn't in a hurry to improve his ranking. After all, the top 100 lived in villas, and the top 10 would receive 100 credits at the end of the month. So even if he improved to 11, the benefits wouldn't change. Hong Chen didn't want to waste time on this. He wanted to wait until he had enough strength to defeat the top 10 before improving his ranking. Li Yingqi said, when you spar, do not use your talents, fight only with your own strength. Anyone who breaks the rules will be considered the loser. The last person standing will receive a reward of 10 credits. Hong Chen just wanted to test his talent, but since Li Yingqi didn't allow it, he planned to give up. However, upon hearing about the credits, he immediately asked, can I use weapons? Of course, you can use weapons. Li Yingqi reminded, but this is just a spar between classmates, so try to go easy. Hong Chen habitually summoned the Zhengyang sword, but then he put it away and called forth the Taiye sword instead. Winning would earn him 10 credits, and out of respect for his opponent, he chose to use the more lethal Taiye sword. Wei Li ranks the highest, he's still at the 3-star martial spirit level. Hong Chen looked at the other 6 classmates and shouted, brothers, let's gang up on him and split the 10 credits. What the hell? Before Wei Li could finish his curse, Hong Chen, wielding the Taiye sword, had already struck down on his head with a single blow. Wei Li raised the thin sword in his hand, hurriedly parrying Hong Chen's attack, then swung the thin sword with force, sending Hong Chen flying. The remaining 6 classmates charged at Wei Li together, while Hong Chen used the momentum to fly backward, standing aside to watch the fight unfold. These 6 classmates were just cannon fodder from the Earth class. Wei Li only needed to unleash a dozen strikes before clearing the battlefield, leaving only him and Hong Chen. Holding the sword in one hand, Wei Li looked up and laughed, saying, if you surrender, I'll give you half the credits. But I want to take it all, Hong Chen replied with a smile, knowing that Wei Li was just trying to deceive him, just as he had earlier claimed they would split the 10 credits. Wei Li's movements were as light as a swallow, suggesting he had wind-type talent. Holding the thin sword, he was very agile in his attacks. Thinking of this, Hong Chen immediately closed his eyes and opened the heavenly eye above his brow. Without any warning, Wei Li suddenly struck, his figure flashing as the thin sword lunged toward Hong Chen. The heavenly eye captured Wei Li's movement. Hong Chen remained calm, raising his sword to block, the sound of metal clashing crisp and pleasant. When Hong Chen felt fatigued while meditating, he would immerse his consciousness in the Kunlun Jade, observing Xia Yezi's combat insights, thus gaining new understandings of real combat. According to Xia Yezi's practical experience, when both sides are of similar strength, being overly cautious could lead to defeat. Instead, achieving victory through unexpected tactics had a higher chance of success. Wei Li's slender sword traced a silver arc in the classroom. Since Li Yingqi advised not to injure anyone, he aimed the thrust at Hong Chen's shoulder. Hong Chen's heavenly eye focused, his step steady, his body slightly tilted to evade the fierce strike, while he swung the Taiye sword forward in a counter-slash. Wei Li lightly tapped the ground and leaped back, gracefully dodging the cut. After landing, he did not pause, lightly tapping the ground again using the rebound to charge at Hong Chen once more.
This time, Wei Li's swordplay was even more cunning, the slender sword dancing rapidly in the air, creating dozens of sword shadows that surrounded Hong Chen from all directions.
Hong Chen gripped the
Tai sword and suddenly swept it around, the sword tip drawing a curtain of blades in the air, the sound of metal clashing resonating through the classroom, sparks flying. Wei Li's figure vanished,
and in the next instant, he silently
appeared behind Hong Chen, thrusting his sword directly at him. The heavenly eye could sense the surroundings, as if possessing a 360-degree field of vision.
As Hong Chen turned, he swung the Tai sword backward, once again blocking Wei Li's slender sword.
The two weapons clashed again, but only for a moment. Hong Chen pushed hard, forcing Wei Li back several steps. Wei Li quickly steadied himself and moved again, this time faster, becoming a series of afterimages darting
around Hong Chen.
The slender sword occasionally thrust out from various angles, but Hong Chen, relying on his heavenly eye's perception, managed to block Wei Li's attacks each time.
However, Wei Li seized a slight opening, attacking without
hesitation. His slender sword swiftly aimed at Hong Chen. Hong Chen certainly sensed the danger, but he did not evade. Wei Li thought Hong Chen was too late to dodge, but upon catching a glimpse of the slight smirk on Hong Chen's lips, he immediately realized something was off and tried to retract his sword, but it was too late. Hong Chen allowed the slender sword to pierce his shoulder, reaching out with his left hand to grasp Wei Li's right hand that held the sword, while his right hand wielded the Tai sword, thrusting it toward Wei Li. With his right hand firmly held by Hong Chen, Wei Li pulled hard, but the long sword was too close. He had no time to exert force and could only watch as the sword drew nearer. Wei Li felt a flash before his eyes. Something glinting caught his attention. Looking down, he saw the cold light reflected from the Tai sword, now pressed against his throat.
Hong Chen's left hand held Wei Li's right
hand, while his right hand with the Tai sword was aimed at Wei Li's throat. The method of achieving victory in battle is to choose to exchange injury for death, a lesson learned by Xia Yezi over many years of slaying demons at the
Tianqian Great Wall. Hong Chen turned to Li Yingqi and asked, "Does this count as my win?"
"Counts as your win," Li Yingqi replied, and upon hearing this, Hong Chen retracted his long sword and released Wei Li's right hand.
In front of
so many classmates, being defeated by Hong Chen made Wei Li furious and ashamed, cursing, "You're just a madman.
Who fights like you?"
Having fought on the battlefield for years, Li Yingqi couldn't help but ask upon seeing Hong Chen's
fighting style. "Who did you learn this from?"
Hong Chen answered, "The instructor who trained us this year. She comes from the Tianqian Great Wall."
Li Yingqi nodded. "No wonder it's so decisive. It's indeed a tactic used in battle formations.
But this is still school. Even if I count this as your win today, don't use such tactics in the future, lest others feel unfair when they lose," Li Yingqi reminded him. Wei Li indeed felt it was unfair. He believed Hong Chen had
won through underhanded means. Such a shameless victory lacked the spirit of a warrior.
But whether it was a dirty trick or a bad move, winning was still winning.
Moreover, if faced with evil cultivators, one would only resort to more ruthless means.
Hong Chen nodded, then defended himself. "I just wanted to save time, and this little wound from the slender sword will heal quickly. I'll credit 10 points to your student ID after class," Li Yingqi said, then continued
with the lesson.
Hong Chen sat down next to Luo Lai, who gave a thumbs up and praised, "I learned something from you.
That move you just made completely refreshed my understanding. I didn't know you could fight like that." Having experienced
the relentless pursuit of the evil cultivators, Luo Lai's mindset was similar to Hong Chen's. Those evil cultivators and demon clans wouldn't talk about righteousness or morality, they would only think about how to completely devour you. Hong Chen felt Wei Li staring at him. This guy couldn't also be someone who couldn't handle losing, could he? As the bell rang for class to end, Hong Chen immediately ran out of the classroom and returned to the villa.
Wei Li wanted
to regain his lost face and could only challenge him. But Hong Chen didn't want to give him that opportunity. Just like he had said to Li Yingqi earlier, he didn't want to waste time.
Time should be used for meditation and breathing exercises.
The top 100 students in the Tianzi class had at least 3-star martial spirits, with some even reaching 5-star martial spirits. At that moment, Hong Chen was only a 2-star martial spirit and he needed to quickly catch up to their progress. He had no time to play house with Wei Li or engage in any challenge games. Moreover, since upgrading to SS level talent, he hadn't done any breathing exercises. So, after returning to the villa, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, cleared his mind, focused his spirit in his dantian, and began to meditate. First, he performed 8 long exhales and 9 short inhales, then 9 long exhales and 8 short inhales, repeating this
72 times to complete a small cycle.
The villa had a spirit gathering array, making the spiritual energy even denser. When Hong Chen was at S-level talent, it took him 16 minutes to absorb a breath of spiritual energy. However, after upgrading to SS-level talent, his absorption speed improved. He only needed 7 minutes to obtain a breath of spiritual energy, doubling his efficiency.
If he reached SSS level talent, he should be able to absorb a breath of spiritual energy in just 4 minutes. If he were on the 33rd floor of the Linglong Pagoda, he could absorb 34 breaths of spiritual energy in 4 minutes. He had just gained 10 credits, but previously he had used 1 credit to rent a book on sky control from the library, leaving him with only 29 credits now.
Hong Chen, open the door. I want to challenge you. Wei Li's voice came from outside. This kid actually caught up to the door. Young people are so bored. Always doing meaningless things for a bit of illusory face. Wei Li was ranked 85, while Hong Chen was ranked 92, so even if Wei Li won against Hong Chen, he wouldn't gain anything. Tianwu University has a rule that one cannot pretend to be deaf or blind when faced with someone else's challenge. Hong Chen had no choice but to open the door. My shoulder is injured, wait until I'm healed to talk. Besides, your rank is already higher than mine, you can't take advantage of me, can you? Wei Li felt there was some truth to this and immediately said, let me know when your injury is better, and I'll challenge you then. Alright. Hong Chen replied, then closed the door and continued his meditation. Hong Chen had too many things to do and not much time to waste. First, he needed to break through to a 3-star martial spirit this week, which he had already promised Li Yingqi. He also needed to enhance his wood affinity. Previously, at the tavern's trading event, he had exchanged for some rare materials. He took out a tree spirit from the Kunlun Jade Pendant, a ball of green light. Hong Chen poured the tree spirit from the bottle and swallowed it in one gulp. Then, he activated the Heavenly Restoration technique, successfully upgrading his F-level wood affinity to a C-level tree affinity. Wood affinity was generally supportive, while tree affinity leaned towards functionality. Hong Chen took out a peach wood heart and swallowed it again, activating the Heavenly Restoration technique. In just over 10 minutes, his affinity was upgraded to a B-level peach tree. When the F-level affinity was raised to E-level or D-level to C-level, there were no visible phenomena, likely due to the low grade of the affinity. Hong Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, extending his hands downward while channeling the spiritual energy within him. Since it was wood attribute energy, it glowed with a green light. Soon, a green sprout grew beneath his feet. As Hong Chen continuously infused it with spiritual energy, the sprout thrived, gradually growing into a lush sapling. He continued to pour in spiritual energy, and the sapling grew at a visible rate, becoming a peach tree over 2 meters tall in just a few minutes. However, Hong Chen did not stop, he continued to infuse spiritual energy. The peach tree, heated by the wood attribute energy, quickly blossomed and soon bore fruit. One by one, glistening peaches hung from the branches of the peach tree. Luo Lai, who was meditating with his eyes closed, caught a whiff of the fragrant aroma. He opened his eyes and saw the peach tree in the room, exclaiming, "Wow!" Before asking, "What are you up to?" "These are peaches I cultivated with spiritual energy," Hong Chen said, plucking a peach and handing it to Luo Lai. "Give it a try." Luo Lai took the peach, bit into it, chewed, and swallowed, then commented, "The juice is sweet and tender." "Oh." Luo Lai picked up the peach in his hand and said, "This peach seems to contain spiritual energy." Hearing this, Hong Chen reached out and picked another peach from the tree, wiped it on his clothes, and took a few bites. "It really does have spiritual energy," Hong Chen nodded and added, "but you need to eat 2 peaches to gain a breath of spiritual energy." Looking at the dozens of peaches on the tree, he said, "Let's split them, half for each." Luo Lai walked up to the peach tree, picking peaches while saying, "I suspect those vegetables and fruits containing spiritual energy, like the food we had at the gathering, might have been cultivated like this. If I have time in the future, I'll go to the library to find some related books to read," Hong Chen said, as neither he nor Luo Lai had wood attributes, so they were not knowledgeable in this area. From what Lu Yuanqing said, fruits containing spiritual energy are very expensive. Luo Lai's eyes lit up as he proposed, "We could sell these peaches. Are you that short on money?" Hong Chen asked, then added, "I'm too lazy to deal with that." However, he could store some peaches in the Kunlun Jade Pendant. Once Hong Lan arrived in the Tianwan realm, these peaches could be for her. The two quickly finished picking peaches, and Luo Lai looked at the now empty peach tree and asked, "Can you continue to cultivate more peaches?" "I've run out of spiritual energy," Hong Chen replied, adding, "I'm in a hurry to break through to a 3-star martial spirit, so I can't waste energy on this." Luo Lai said, "You could cultivate these peaches and eat them to replenish your energy." But Hong Chen shook his head, saying, "I just used 30 breaths of spiritual energy to make this peach tree bloom and bear fruit. We just picked 54 peaches, and we can only gain 1 breath of spiritual energy by eating 2 peaches, so 54 peaches can yield 27 breaths of spiritual energy." Hong Chen used 30 breaths of spiritual energy to make the peach tree bloom and bear fruit, but by eating these peaches, he could only obtain
27 breaths of spiritual energy, resulting in a loss of 3 breaths. This was a losing deal. Luo Lai nodded upon hearing this and said, "Then we can only let the peach tree bloom and bear fruit on its own. After all, it bears fruit once a year. But waiting a year to pick peaches is too long. It would be great if we could shorten the time," Luo Lai added, his face filled with regret. Upon hearing this, Hong Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration and came up with a bold idea. He reached out to press on the peach tree and then transferred it into the Kunlun Jade Ju. The flow rate inside the Kunlun Jade Ju was 100 times faster than outside. If the peach tree bore fruit once a year, then in 3 days, he would check to see if the peach tree had produced any peaches. Hong Chen continued to meditate, but this time he only sat for 7 minutes before opening his eyes again. What was going on? This time, he had only used 7 minutes to absorb 1 breath of spiritual energy, which was a minute faster than before. Could it be that his wood system talent had risen to be grade, thus increasing his absorption speed? After pondering for a moment, Hong Chen silently nodded. It seemed that was the only possibility. If that were the case, with his dual SSS grade talents, wouldn't his absorption speed be incredibly fast? No wonder when his talent was tested, Xiao Zhao's speed in breaking the mirror was so quick, it turned out that dual talents could also accelerate the absorption speed. If only Hong Chen had the spirit of the peach, he could elevate the peach tree to an S-grade peach tree. Then, by merging it with the 7 treasures he had exchanged at the auction house, he could elevate his talent to an SSS grade 7 treasures glazed tree. Based on his previous experience in enhancing talents, the spirit of the peach was a heavenly material for elevating to S-grade, so it wasn't extremely precious. However, Hong Chen had posted on the school forum and had yet to receive any news. Moreover, there was no way to rush such matters. Hong Chen could only take 1 step at a time, and when the time was right, everything would fall into place. Additionally, there was another matter. At noon, Hong Chen received a call from Hong Lan informing him that Hong Hu had been sent to a secret base by the people from the Tianwan realm. Hong Lan had also bought a plane ticket and would be taking a cross-border flying boat to the Tianwan realm tomorrow. Although Hong Chen had encountered an attack from evil cultivators while taking the cross-border flying boat, it was not the school season now, so the evil cultivators should not attack the flying boat. Furthermore, the reason why Hong Chen's group was attacked by evil cultivators was mainly because of Li Chang'an. That guy's talent was too extraordinary, which attracted the attention of the evil cultivators. But what kind of talent did Li Chang'an possessed that drove the evil cultivators so crazy, even prompting the leader of the Swallowing Heaven Demon sect to take action? Time passed in the blink of an eye, and soon 4 days had gone by. Today was Saturday noon, and the spiritual energy in the villa suddenly surged. Hong Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, finally breaking through to the 3-star martial spirit, fulfilling Li Yingqi's requirement. However, Hong Chen did not get up or open his eyes. Instead, he immersed his consciousness into the Kunlun Jade Pendant. The Kunlun Jade Pendant housed various kinds of ores, and in the middle, there was a tavern. Next to the tavern, a peach tree had suddenly sprouted from the ground, the very one that Hong Chen had transplanted earlier. Normally, a peach tree takes a year to blossom and bear fruit, but only 3.5 days had passed in the real world, and this peach tree was already laden with peaches again. The flow of time in the Kunlun Jade Pendant was 100 times faster than in the real world, so 1 day in the real world equated to 100 days inside the Kunlun Jade Pendant. Thus, this peach tree only took 3.5 days to complete what normally required a year for a peach tree to blossom and bear fruit. As Hong Chen thought of this, a sudden idea popped into his mind. What if he planted 500 peach trees? That would yield 30,000 peaches, allowing him to harvest every 3.5 days. 30,000 peaches contained 15,000 units of spiritual energy, but eating so many peaches would likely lead to diabetes, and he certainly didn't have such a large stomach. Hong Chen decided to go for it. He picked the peaches from the tree and immediately activated the spiritual energy within him to begin cultivating the peach trees. However, cultivating peach trees consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and Hong Chen's internal energy was only enough to cultivate 2 peach trees. When he tried to cultivate a 3rd peach tree, his internal energy was completely depleted. Hong Chen had no choice but to withdraw his consciousness and return to the real world to replenish his energy through meditation. After replenishing his energy, he re-entered the Kunlun Jade Pendant and continued to cultivate the peach trees. Yet, within this space of the Kunlun Jade Pendant, there seemed to be a hidden rule. No matter how much spiritual energy Hong Chen activated, he could only plant 3 peach trees and could not cultivate a 4th. Hong Chen was relatively easygoing, although his plan had fallen
Through, he could still plant other types of trees in the future, such as pear trees, orange trees, lychee trees, and durian trees, which would also make up for this shortcoming. Besides, eating peaches every day could become monotonous, so it would be nice to change up the flavors. Hong Chen's consciousness exited the Kunlun jade pendant again, and he took out his phone to check the time. It was already 10 o'clock at night. He still had 29 credits left, and according to his plan, he was supposed to visit the Linglong Tower. Although he had successfully broken through to the 3-star martial spirit, Hong Chen still wanted to go to the Linglong Tower. He wanted to see how rich the spiritual energy was inside. Hong Chen put on his clothes and said to Luo Lai before leaving, "I'm going out for a bit." Luo Lai responded with a and although they lived together, that was just how they usually interacted. The Linglong Tower was located in the northeast direction of the school. Even though it was night, Hong Chen could still see a tower radiating with brilliant light in the darkness as he gazed northeast. The tower stood 33 stories tall, entirely made of gold, emitting a dazzling glow. The Longhu list was made of gold, the Linglong Tower was also made of gold, and the palace from the previous gathering was made of silver. How much money did Tianwu University actually have? Since it was night, there were fewer students on the road. Hong Chen ran all the way and reached the Linglong Tower in just a few minutes. The base of the Linglong Tower was tightly arranged with gold bricks, and at the top of the tower was a huge golden sphere, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. However, the main source of spiritual energy for the Linglong Tower came from the energy it nurtured itself. The golden sphere was the core of the Linglong Tower, capable of releasing flames, lightning, and frost to attack those who coveted the tower. Next to the entrance of the Linglong Tower was a security booth, where an old man was sitting inside, playing a game of Happy Landlord. Hong Chen approached the security booth and showed his student ID. "Sir, I want to enter the 20th floor of the Linglong Tower." The old man heard the sound, skillfully pressed the keyboard with his right hand, switched the interface of Happy Landlord, and pretended to be working. He took the student ID that Hong Chen handed over, swiped it on the machine, and deducted 20 credits from Hong Chen. Then, the old man returned the student ID to Hong Chen and asked, "Is this your first time at Linglong Tower?" Seeing Hong Chen nod, the old man reminded him, "It is now 10:10. You must leave Linglong Tower before 10:10 tomorrow night. Even if you exceed by just 1 minute, the system will calculate it as 1 hour, and you will lose 1 credit. Hong Chen took back his student ID and politely said, "Thank you for the reminder, teacher." Since the timer had already started, Hong Chen didn't want to waste time and immediately dashed into Linglong Tower. The entrance on the first floor was the stairs, and he rushed all the way to the 20th floor in one breath. Along the way, Hong Chen also took out his phone and set an alarm for 10 o'clock at night. Because it was the weekend, there were dozens of students on the 20th floor. These students looked somewhat mature, likely second or third year students. Moreover, at this time, first-year students, except for the top 10 in the Tianzi class, did not have enough credits to reach the 20th floor. Hong Chen had also gathered credits for a long time. The top 100 in the Tianzi class rewarded 10 credits, and after completing 2 assignments from Liangqian class, he finally accumulated 30 credits. Since he had previously borrowed the sky soaring technique from the library, Hong Chen used 1 credit, so he only had 29 credits left. Those who do not plan for the future will have worries in the present. Hong Chen did not go directly to the 29th floor but came to the 20th floor because he wanted to keep 9 credits for emergencies. The spiritual energy on the 20th floor of Linglong Tower was 21 times denser than outside. Even without opening his heavenly eye, Hong Chen could still see the rich spiritual energy inside the tower with his ordinary eyes. Although the spiritual energy here was not as dense as that on the 33rd floor, it was still thick enough to resemble mist, observable with the naked eye. The moment Hong Chen stepped onto the 20th floor, he got goosebumps all over, and the pores on his body opened, seemingly eager to absorb the spiritual energy. Hong Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, calming his mind and spirit, then frantically circulated the 8-9 profound arts, voraciously devouring the spiritual energy within the tower. This spiritual energy flowed in as if it were free, rapidly surging into his dantian with each breath he took. Due to the extremely rich spiritual energy in the tower, Hong Chen could absorb a breath of spiritual energy in just 20 seconds, and 3 breaths in a minute. Faced with such abundant spiritual energy, he was almost driven to madness, wishing his parents had given him 2 more mouths and lamenting that his absorption speed was too slow. Hong Chen's frenzied state was like a single man in his 30s suddenly finding 10 beautiful girlfriends. But this analogy was actually inappropriate, as a man couldn't withstand the relentless training of 10 girlfriends. So it should be like a woman in her 30s suddenly finding 10 strong and handsome young men. This wonderful feeling, once experienced, would be deeply imprinted in one's mind, never to be forgotten. From then on, every time Hong Chen practiced outside, he would recall the delightful sensation from the Linglong Tower.
In less than an hour of practice, he could absorb as much spiritual
energy as he would in a whole day outside. He felt that all the time he had spent practicing before was not worth a single day of joy
in the Linglong Tower.
This feeling was truly indescribable. If the 20th level was this wonderful, how exhilarating would the 33rd
level be? As Hong Chen practiced, time slipped away unnoticed, and suddenly his phone in his pocket vibrated. He picked it up to turn off the alarm. Happy times always ended so quickly.
Hong Chen slowly stood up, as if caught in a wave of great disappointment, reluctant and
unable to forget.
He resolved to work hard to earn credits and come to the Linglong Tower to meditate every day, thus quickly improving
his realm. With a sense of loss, Hong Chen left the Linglong Tower and handed his student ID to the elderly man at the security booth. After the old man took the student ID, he scanned it, and the system stopped timing.
It's always like this the first time, you'll get used
to it later, the old man said with a smile as he handed the student ID back to Hong Chen. Hong Chen took the student ID and said, meditating
on the 20th level for a day is equivalent to 21 days outside. This difference is really hard to get used to.
The old man explained, there's no way around it. If you all went in to meditate every day, the Linglong Tower wouldn't be able to maintain such rich spiritual energy.
With around 40 to 50,000 students at Tianwu University, if not restricted, the tower would soon be drained dry.
Hong Chen nodded, saying, now I understand.
After meditating for a day on the 20th level, the spiritual energy within Hong Chen was
once again abundant, but it hadn't reached its limit.
To break through to a 4-star martial spirit, he would need to meditate in the villa for about 10 days to successfully make the breakthrough. By that time, Hong Lan would probably be reaching the Tianwen realm as well. He returned to the villa to continue meditating. In the real world, he could absorb a breath of spiritual energy in 7 minutes, and in one night, he could absorb over 100 breaths. Although he felt a bit unbalanced inside, there was no other way. He could only work hard to earn credits in the future.
Every morning, Li Yingqi would personally teach.
In the afternoons, other teachers would come to give lessons. There were teachers who taught sword techniques and swordsmanship, as well as those who taught various weapons, and there were also teachers
who instructed on the 5 elemental attributes. For example, in the Qingmu Academy, all the students had what attribute talents, so
it wasn't too troublesome. They just needed to invite a few wood system teachers.
However, the students at Tianwu Academy were a mixed bag.
Some had fire attribute talents, some had earth attribute talents, and there were also those with sword, ice, and mountain attributes. Hong Chen only attended fire, wood, and weapon classes. For other courses, he would sit in the corner of the classroom to meditate. Most students at Tianwu Academy were like this, and the teachers had become accustomed to it, no longer surprised. But in the second year of next year, the Tianwu Academy will specifically open elective courses, and these teachers will also come to get familiar faces, striving to attract some students for next year. For example, when Hong Chen is in his second year, he can choose elective courses in fire, wood, and swordsmanship. However, Li Yingqi's classes are all practical, so one must listen attentively, then practice in the classroom in the afternoon,
and meditate in the villa at night.
Time flew by, and it was already November 28 when Hong Chen broke through to a 4-star martial
spirit.
A 4-star martial spirit is considered among the top in Class 1 of Tianwu Academy, but in the top 100 of Class Tian, it can
only be considered average.
Then, at 8 o'clock at night, Hong Lan finally arrived, and Hong Chen picked her up to the villa.
Luo Lai had
previously defeated a student from Class Tian, and his ranking had risen to 2,111 as a result.
Upon hearing that Hong Chen's sister was coming
to stay, Luo Lai, being somewhat cautious, voluntarily moved back to the single dormitory of the Class Tian students.
Of course, Hong
Chen tried to persuade Luo Lai to stay. The villa had a master bedroom and 2 guest rooms, and even with Hong Lan coming to stay, there was
still 1 guest room left.
But Luo Lai felt it would be inconvenient, so he simply said, men and women should keep their distance.
Hong Chen and Hong Lan are siblings, so they don't need to be cautious, but Luo Lai felt like an outsider. Living under the same roof might be
somewhat inconvenient, so he naturally needed to be cautious. Even though Hong Chen tried hard to keep Luo Lai believed one should
have self-awareness. What if his sister was an unreasonable woman who found him bothersome and asked Hong Chen to kick him out of the villa? What would he and Hong Chen do then?
He would be fine, but it would put Hong Chen in a difficult position.
Luo Lai didn't want to ruin
their friendship, so he took the initiative to move out. But this was completely Luo Lai overthinking. Hong Lan's personality is reserved
and calm, and she doesn't talk much on ordinary days. She is not the unreasonable type. If Luo Lai had asked one more question, Hong Chen would have explained everything clearly. After Hong Lan entered the villa, she took out her parents' spirit tablets from her spatial ring and placed them in the side hall of the villa. This was what Hong Chen had instructed Hong Lan to do, to bring their parents' spirit tablets to the Tianwen realm. The three siblings had all left their hometown, and the Tianwen realm is too far from the Great Xia Kingdom. They hadn't had time to return home in recent years, but they couldn't leave their parents' spirit tablets in their old home. Hong Lan's storage ring only has 1 meter of space, so she used her small vault to purchase a storage ring. Although it is only a 1 meter storage ring, it costs several million. Hong Lan had also placed bets during the college entrance examination competition and won several million. On the 1st and 15th of each month, she would burn incense in the morning and evening. Although today is neither the 1st nor the 15th, Hong Chen still lit 6 sticks of incense and placed them in the incense burner in front of the 2 spirit tablets. After arriving at the villa, Hong Lan first made her bed and then began to clean the villa. She hadn't been this diligent before, but since their parents passed away, this little girl has gradually grown up. Hong Chen and Luo Lai are men, so the room is certainly not very tidy. Hong Lan tidied up for 2 hours, and her face was covered in sweat. You don't have to worry about it, Hong Chen said, taking out peaches from the Kunlun jade pendant. These peaches can increase spiritual energy, take some and eat them. It is easy for martial artists to break through their realms. Hong Lan only needs to eat 20 peaches to gather enough spiritual energy for a breakthrough to a 1-star martial artist. Eating 40 peaches would allow her to gather enough spiritual energy for a breakthrough to a 2-star martial artist. Hong Chen had Hong Lan sit in front of him. Your talent is D-level cold water, but I have a secret method that can enhance your talent level. He took out the ice crystal and weak water he had exchanged at the trading fair and said, first, swallow this ice crystal and I will help you enhance your talent. At this moment, Hong Lan was at D-level cold water. After swallowing the ice crystal, Hong Chen helped her advance to B-level glacial water. Glacial water is a talent that lies between the water and ice systems. It is a rather common talent. Subsequently, Hong Chen made Hong Lan drink weak water and upgraded her talent to A-level weak water. In the realm of 800 flowing sands, 3,000 depths of weak water. Goose feathers cannot float, and reed flowers sink to the bottom. Weak water has no buoyancy at all, even a single feather placed on its surface will sink to the riverbed. Although Hong Lan's weak water talent does not possess strong lethality, it can temporarily trap enemies. You should use the weak water talent first. I will continue to collect rare materials to help you enhance your talent, Hong Chen said, retracting his hands from Hong Lan's back. Since Hong Chen did not clarify, Hong Lan was unaware of the specifics and only felt some changes within her body. I have upgraded your talent to A level. Hong Chen stood up and said, try to see if your breathing speed has increased. Hong Lan responded with an closed her eyes and began to breathe. After just 10 minutes, she opened her eyes. The breathing speed has indeed increased a lot. The breathing speed of A-level talent is still too slow. I will go to the library tomorrow to borrow a high-level cultivation method for you, so you can breathe even faster then. Hong Chen pointed to the peaches on the ground and reminded her, remember to eat 2 peaches while you meditate. I have more stock here, just let me know when you finish. If you have any questions about your cultivation, feel free to ask me, but I will be in class during the day and will only return to the villa in the evening. I bought a lot of food and rice. The food is in the fridge, and the rice is in the kitchen. If you get hungry, cook something for yourself. If you find your cultivation boring, Tianwu University has many beautiful sites. You can go out and take a look. But it's best if you go out in the afternoon. You don't have a student ID, so I can't give you access, and you won't be able to open the villa's gate. You'll have to wait for me to come home after class. Hong Lan quietly listened to Hong Chen's rambling. She smiled and said, I know, I'm not a child anymore. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. The time in the diary had come again. As the clock struck midnight, Hong Chen returned to his bedroom and opened the 11th page of his diary. December 28, 5025, I have upgraded my Wood system talent to A level and broken through to 3-star martial spirit. The version of himself in the diary had rapidly improved his realm using the money given by Su Tianbao, but once the money was spent, the speed of breaking through slowed down. In reality, he was cultivating the 8-9 profound art and possessed SS-level fire system talent and B-level wood system talent, so his breakthrough speed remained very fast. December 30th, 5025, today is New Year's Eve. Su Firen traveled a long distance to find me. While shopping with him, I ran into Xiao Xiao. Although we exchanged no words, she is a childhood friend, and I could sense she had something to say to me.
Perhaps because of Su Firen, she just nodded at me and then quietly left. The version of himself in the diary had not been forgiven by Xiao Xiao because he was dating Lu Ruyan. As an observer, Hong Chen realized from this diary entry that Xiao Xiao came to Tianwu University to find him, but because he was with Su Firen, she did not speak. Suddenly, Hong Chen felt a bit reluctant. Based on his understanding of Xiao Xiao, with her soft character, seeing him with Su Firen would likely make her cry under the covers. Yet, this silly girl would eventually become a pillar of the human race. Perhaps it was because of his unfaithfulness that Xiao Xiao sealed her heart, transforming her sorrow into strength, resolutely embarking on the path of salvation. On the afternoon of New Year's Eve, the self in the diary left Tianwu University hand in hand with Su Firen, missing the last rays of the setting sun, but also missing the moment of turning back to gaze at her own figure. Hong Chen let out a helpless sigh. Whether in the diary or in reality, he owed her a lot. January 1st, 5026, today is the spring festival. Su Firen has lost a lot of weight, her expression is gloomy, and the confidence she once had is gone. I asked her what happened, and she told me the pressure is too great, that Longjing University is full of super geniuses, and her S-level talent can't keep up with these people, estimating that she will soon fade into the crowd. Su Firen was very diligent in her cultivation, she was a genius in the Great Xia Kingdom, but after coming to the Tianwen realm, she suddenly faced a dimensional blow, with even the worst students around her being at a similar level. If she couldn't adjust to this psychological gap, it would be easy to fall into depression. Faced with so many geniuses, the only way to adjust was to lie flat and let those geniuses surpass her, but that was completely impossible for Su Firen. Su Firen had a bit of a strong woman's personality. If you told her to lie flat, it would be better to kill her directly. Hong Chen felt very relieved. Fortunately, he had enhanced Su Firen's talent, otherwise, she would have fallen into depression. January 20th, 5026. Today I saw a big news story. A female general from Fong Tianwu Prefecture led a coalition of warriors to launch a surprise attack, successfully defeating the army of cultivators formed by Sanshandao Prefecture and Wudao Extreme Prefecture. Fong Tianwu Prefecture invaded Sanshandao Prefecture and then all the way captured cities and took down the 18 realms of Sanshandao Prefecture, with their military might pointing directly at the cultivators' holy land, the Wuliang Tiangong. February 27, 5026. Today I heard from classmates in the dormitory that there is a student named Gao He in Class 1 of Tianwu Academy, who went to the Nether Ghost domain to carry out a task assigned by the school, thus obtaining a great opportunity. This roommate spoke as if it were true, and I was very tempted. If I had known, I would have taken on a task during the winter break to earn credits. February 28, 5026. School starts tomorrow. I secretly took a look at Gao He. He was seriously injured, but the excitement on his pale face was hard to hide. Seeing him like this, he must have obtained a super great opportunity. Hong Chen saw this information and kept an eye on it. If he had time during the winter break, he could also take on a task. Gao He was tall and thin, and usually had a quiet personality, so Hong Chen only had a nodding acquaintance with him. Of course, Hong Chen knew Gao He, they were classmates after all, but he wasn't familiar with him. Besides Luo Lai and Jialan, Hong Chen rarely spoke to other classmates. Li Yingqi had also mentioned in class before that every year during the winter and summer breaks, as well as the 7-day short holidays, the school would issue tasks, and completing these tasks would earn credits and corresponding rewards. The higher the difficulty of the task, the more credits earned, and the corresponding rewards would be more generous. March 1st, 5026. Today marks the official start of classes. I have been in seclusion for over 2 months and have successfully broken through to a 5-star martial spirit. Because there were no classes during the winter break, I could meditate for 24 hours a day, which is why I was able to break through 2 realms in my diary. If Hong Chen didn't attend classes for over 2 months and meditated for 24 hours a day with the speed of his 8 or 9 profound skills, he could probably break through 3 realms. March 25, 5026. Hong Lan and Hong Hu have tested their talents. Hong Hu has an SS level talent, while Hong Lan has a D level talent. Hong Lan and Hong Hu tested their talents a few months early. Although their talents did not change, practicing a few months in advance would give them an edge in the college entrance examination. March 28, 5026. Today is the sports meeting held at school. As long as you place in the top 3, you can earn credit rewards. I signed up for the weightlifting event, but unfortunately, I ended up in 7th place. There were only 8 participants, and the 8th place didn't even compete. Hong Chen couldn't help but laugh at this entry. Unfortunately, ending up in 7th place? What a pity. The version of myself in the diary is not weak, but the competitors are all experts, so that's why I fared so poorly. If there are credit rewards, I will also participate in the sports meeting and work hard to earn credits before heading to the Linglong Tower.
April 20th, 5026. I have broken through to a 6-star martial spirit. May 26, 5026. Tonight, the school suddenly initiated a dormitory battle. The top 100 can earn a lot of credits, the top 10 can receive additional rewards, and the top 3 can obtain a priceless treasure. What on earth is a dormitory battle? Although Hong Chen was somewhat confused, the prospect of earning a lot of credits probably meant it wouldn't be a good thing. The sports meeting only used the phrase credit rewards, while the dormitory battle used a lot of credits, which indicates that the dormitory battle must be extremely dangerous and the competition will be fierce. May 30th, 5026. I have broken through to a 7-star martial spirit. At this stage in Tianwu University, it is considered average. Although I didn't rank at the top, I'm not at the bottom either. June 15, 5026. Summer vacation is about to begin. I called Su Firen and said, I want to undertake the summer tasks assigned by the school. Su Firen also wanted to take on tasks to earn credits, so we agreed to meet after the summer vacation. June 17, 5026. While I was at the task execution base, I unexpectedly ran into Xiao. Xiao. She must also be here to execute a task. I planned to finish this sentence and then go greet her, damn. Seeing the last line, Hong Chen froze for a moment, a bad feeling creeping in, this could be trouble. I am supposed to marry Su Firen in the future, but the last page says I will never let Xiao Xiao down again. Could something complicated happen during this summer task? I wouldn't suddenly fall in love with Xiao Xiao and betray Su Firen. Would I? Hong Chen closed the diary and muttered, you beast, you better act like a human. I have never been brave when it comes to matters of the heart, and I dread seeing someone I like cry. If Xiao Xiao were to cry over me, I might not be able to handle it. Oh my god. I beg you to be a little more normal. Hong Chen really couldn't take it anymore. At first, when he saw the last page, he decided he would never let Xiao Xiao down again. So later, even though Su Firen treated him very well, Hong Chen still mentioned during a late-night chat that he had someone he liked. However, the diary suddenly flipped to June 6, 5030, where Hong Chen saw that he had married Su Firen. Again. Although he later earnestly sought Su Firen's forgiveness, he ended up letting Xiao Xiao down once more. Anyway, it left Hong Chen with a psychological shadow. Now, whenever he saw the entries in the diary about Su Firen and Xiao Xiao, his heart would skip a beat, feeling that trouble was coming. If it really came down to it, he could just not go on any missions during the summer vacation, stay in the villa to meditate, and be a turtle hiding its head. If he didn't encounter Xiao Xiao, then there would be no subsequent issues. Or he could take on other tasks, as long as he didn't run into Xiao Xiao, everything would be fine. Thinking of this, Hong Chen felt a bit relieved. Knock, 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 came the sound of someone knocking on the door. Seeing this, Hong Chen said, the door's not locked, just come in. Hong Lan pushed the door open and said, big brother, I just called Xiao Xiao. I invited her to come play with me during the spring festival, but Xiao Xiao asked if you have time? I have time. Hong Chen started to say, but suddenly changed his mind, I don't have time. I have to go out to carry out the tasks assigned by the school during the winter vacation. The reason Hong Chen changed his mind wasn't because Gauti had gained a great opportunity while on a mission in the underworld. It was because the last time he met Su Firen, she mentioned that she would come to find Hong Chen during the spring festival. If the two of them met, wouldn't that be a big problem? Then I'll let Xiao Xiao know, Hong Lan said, her tone slightly disappointed. I'll tell her not to come. Hong Chen said, why do you have to say that? Xiao Xiao can come to play with you. My big brother, are you really that clueless? Hong Lan pouted and continued, since she asked me if you have time. It's mainly to see you, and just to see me on the side. Your priority now is to improve your cultivation. You have to take the martial arts entrance exam next year, so stop thinking about going out to play. Hong Chen was just trying to make conversation, he didn't know how to continue this topic. I need to practice, so don't disturb me. You fickle man, Hong Lan huffed, then walked out of the villa, closing the door behind her. Hong Chen was genuinely afraid of things going wrong, especially with the great opportunity Gao he had received. He dialed Su Firen's number. Su Firen's voice came through the phone. What a surprise to get a call from you. I might not have time to accompany you during the winter vacation, Hong Chen said, swallowing hard after finishing this sentence. Upon hearing this, Su Firen immediately pressed, why not? Hong Chen tried to keep a straight face. Speaking in a tone as usual, during the winter vacation, I want to go out to carry out the tasks assigned by the school. Hearing that Hong Chen had serious business, Su Firen's tone softened a bit. What task could be more important than seeing me? Hong Chen immediately replied, of course, seeing you is the most important. Ha ha. Su Firen's laughter came through the phone. You don't need to explain, I was just teasing you. Su Firen added. If you have to go on a mission, I also want to earn credits. We can meet up after the winter vacation. This was the same as what was written in the diary, and Hongchen nodded. Then let's meet after the winter vacation. Tianwu University has its winter break starting from December 15th and does not resume classes until March 1st, totaling 2.5 months of vacation. The summer break starts on June 15th and lasts until September 1st, also a 2.5-month holiday. Each semester consists of only 3.5 months of classes, followed by 2.5 months of vacation. The university for martial artists is certainly different from regular universities. Martial artists need time for breathing exercises, which naturally requires longer breaks. Additionally, there are weekends and holidays, so the actual time available for classes may only be around 40 days. In just over 10 days, the winter break will begin. Hongchen continues his routine of attending classes during the day and practicing breathing exercises at night, and soon it is December 14th. Li Yingqi, acting as the homeroom teacher, is like a commanding officer. She speaks sternly. Tomorrow is the start of winter break, and you must not slack off. The winter break is the best time to improve your realm. I have noted down the realm of each of you in my heart. By the time school starts next year, each of you must at least improve by 2 minor realms. If anyone fails to meet my requirements, I will deduct 100 credits. However, those who meet the requirements will receive a reward of 10 credits. This year is the first semester for freshmen, so the school hasn't implemented any tricks, but next year will be different. The pressure will only increase. Tianwu University does not nurture waste. If you want to give up, you can come to me now to withdraw from school, and I will buy you a ticket home for free. Additionally, I previously promised you that the Hanyuan Ichi Fist is a lower-level technique of the Bajiquan. Those who have mastered the Hanyuan Ichi Fist can come to me, and I will give you a manual for the Bajiquan. However, those who receive the manual must master the Bajiquan before the start of next year. I will also test you then. Those who do not meet the requirements will have 200 credits deducted, but those who do will receive a reward of 200 credits. Li Yingqi looked at everyone, her tone becoming severe. I have told you before, this is a martial art created by a dear friend and mentor of mine. If anyone lets me down, don't blame me for turning against you. Hearing Li Yingqi's stern tone, everyone fell silent. Some students who had mastered the Hanyuan Ichi Fist did not dare to ask Li Yingqi for the Bajiquan manual. They did not know who this dear friend and mentor was, but Hongchen knew his name was Chu Yang. Chu Yang had previously served as the homeroom teacher but later retreated to a secondary role due to the destruction of his dantian, only responsible for teaching students martial arts techniques. Hongchen immediately stood up and walked towards the stern-faced Li Yingqi. I have mastered the Hanyuan Ichi Fist. Me too. Li Si and Luo Lai also stood up and walked to Li Yingqi. Li Yingqi's frown relaxed and her serious expression softened as she handed each of the three a manual. You three are quite impressive, daring to take the lead. I reward each of you with 100 credits. Hong Chen and the others received the manuals, while those who had mastered the Hanyuan Ichi Fist but had not dared to step forward felt they had missed out significantly. At that moment, the class bell rang and Li Yingqi added, during the winter break, do not slack off, work harder to improve yourselves. I will also be at school during the break, so if you encounter any difficulties in your training, feel free to come to me. Hong Chen put away the manual. He could practice the Bajiquan in the Kunlun Jade pendant, so he was not worried about not mastering it. Li Yingqi had previously explained the course on martial arts proficiency. The levels of martial arts proficiency, from low to high, are beginner, proficient, great, achievement, and finally perfection. The more proficient a martial artist is in their techniques, the greater the power they can unleash in actual combat. For example, the 8 extreme split sky fist, when first learned, can only exert 10% of its power, but once mastered, it can unleash 50% of its power. At the level of great achievement, it can reach 80%, and at perfection, it can unleash 100% of the 8 extreme split sky fist. However, Li Yingqi also mentioned that every martial artist has a different life, and thus their understanding of martial arts varies. Therefore, some individuals, after perfecting their martial techniques, can incorporate their own insights into the techniques they have learned, allowing them to reach a higher realm, known as reaching the peak of excellence. Once martial techniques reach this peak, their power in actual combat will elevate even further. Each person's understanding of martial arts is unique, so after reaching the peak of excellence, some can only exert 110% of their power. Yet, there are some exceptionally gifted individuals who are innately attuned to certain martial techniques, and these individuals can unleash 150% of their power. When the power of martial techniques exceeds 150%, this level is specifically referred to as unprecedented. Thus, after reaching perfection in martial techniques, there are 2 additional realms reaching the peak of excellence. and being unprecedented that only a very few can attain. For a martial artist to achieve perfection in their techniques, they need a very high level of comprehension. To reach the peak of excellence and unprecedented levels requires the utmost comprehension. Although the students at Tianwu University are all exceptionally talented, their comprehension may not necessarily be high. The realm of a martial artist is the lower limit, but martial techniques can elevate the upper limit, allowing the martial artist to exert combat power far beyond their own realm in actual combat. Therefore, to assess a martial artist's strength, one should first look at the most easily observable realm, followed by the martial techniques they have mastered, including the grade and proficiency of those techniques. Hong Chen actually felt this as well, although he had the assistance of the Kunlun Jade Pendant, his comprehension seemed quite good. He was able to modify the Great Easy Spear Manual into 4 knife techniques and quickly cultivate the Primordial One Blade Cut to mastery by recognizing the similarities with the Primordial One Chi Fist. Su Tianbao once privately commented on Hong Chen, "This kid has strong insight, he possesses the ability to draw inferences from one instance, make connections across categories, and discern the significant from the trivial, which is why he could modify the Great Easy Spear Manual into knife techniques." The abilities Su Tianbao mentioned are indeed manifestations of high comprehension. Luo Lai had already moved back to his dormitory when Hong Chen asked him, "Are you planning to cultivate at home during the winter break, or are you going to take on a task?" "I plan to cultivate for a few days first, and then take on a task," Luo Lai replied with a smile. "Teacher Li just rewarded me with 100 credits, so I want to go to the Linglong Tower to improve my realm first." Upon hearing this, Hong Chen nodded, "I was thinking the same thing. We have 100 credits, so we can go to the 33rd floor of the Linglong Tower and cultivate for 3 days. With the winter break starting tomorrow, the school wouldn't issue tasks so quickly, making this gap a perfect opportunity to enhance their realms before going out to take on tasks. Which would be more secure?" The two headed to the Linglong Tower, swiped their student IDs, paid the tuition, and then ascended to the highest floor of the Linglong Tower together. If the spiritual energy on the 20th floor was dense enough to resemble mist, then the energy on the 33rd floor was at its peak, making it impossible for them to see the ground beneath their feet. Hong Chen's heavenly eye had the ability to see through things, allowing him to clearly observe his surroundings. Luo Lai could only wave his hand through the spiritual energy in front of him to determine the path below. They casually found a spot, eagerly sat down cross-legged, and began to meditate and breathe. It was Luo Lai's first time at the Linglong Tower, and he absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, trembling with excitement. Hong Chen was slightly more composed this time, not as exaggerated as Luo Lai, but still looked quite thrilled. 3 days later, the two emerged from the Linglong Tower, with Hong Chen breaking through to a 6-star martial spirit and Luo Lai breaking through to a 5-star martial spirit. In just 3 days, both of them had broken through 2 small realms, showcasing the power of the 33rd floor of the Linglong Tower. Luo Lai smacked his lips, "It's simply not enough. I might not find anything more enjoyable than this in my life." "You're being too dramatic," Hong Chen replied, speechless. "You enjoyed it for 3 days, and you're still not satisfied?" Luo Lai looked lost and said, "After I walked out of the Linglong Tower, I suddenly felt like life had lost its meaning." "What you said?" Hong Chen chuckled helplessly, "It sounds like you're heartbroken." "I've never been in a relationship," Luo Lai looked at Hong Chen and added, "Is this what heartbreak feels like?" "Pretty much," Hong Chen nodded. "It feels empty inside, as if something very important is missing, filled with emptiness and confusion." After finishing his words, Hong Chen looked at Luo Lai, frowned, and said in astonishment, "You haven't ever been in a relationship, have you?" "No," Luo Lai replied confidently. "Isn't it normal for people our age not to be in relationships?" "That's true," Hong Chen teased. "But your cultivation method is the unyielding body of the sun. If you've never been in a relationship, won't you end up being a lifelong bachelor? It would be too tragic if Luo Lai, even at 70 or 80, had never experienced first love and remained chaste." "I'm different from you, I'm someone who has transcended lowly interests," Luo Lai said disdainfully. "It's precisely because I haven't leaked my yang energy that my cultivation of the unyielding body of the sun flows smoothly and unobstructed." "And you," Luo Lai mocked Hong Chen, "you can't cultivate the unyielding body of the sun because your yang energy has leaked. You can only cultivate the 8-9 profound art. Being a lifelong bachelor and still feeling proud about it." Hong Chen felt somewhat helpless. "Stop talking nonsense, it should be about time. Let's go take on a task." As the sun set, the task hall of Tianwu University was bustling with people. This morning, the school had issued tasks, and many students were quick to respond. The tasks varied in difficulty. Higher difficulty tasks offered more credits and additional rewards. However, as a freshman, Hongchen couldn't take on high-difficulty tasks due to his insufficient strength and realm. The school wouldn't assign high-difficulty tasks to students lacking strength, as they wouldn't want to see students getting themselves killed. Hongchen's diary recorded, Gao He received a task with a tremendous opportunity, and the task location is in the Nether Ghost domain. An electronic screen hung on the wall of the task hall, scrolling various tasks of different difficulties. Guarding the secret base, the task difficulty coefficient is relatively high, and there may be a large-scale attack from evil cultivators. Students at the Martial King level can take on this task, with a reward of 600 credits upon completion. Eradicating the beasts in Wanshui Mountain. The task difficulty coefficient is very low. The beasts in Wanshui Mountain are not yet fully developed, with a maximum combat power equivalent to a 10-star martial master. This task rewards more for more effort, with 1 credit earned for each beast killed. Suppressing the sea demons. The task difficulty coefficient is average. Located at the coastal border of Zhengzhou's northwest. Cooperation with the Coastal Security Bureau is required to suppress the sea demons that come ashore to hunt fishermen. There are no credit rewards for completing this task, but the Coastal Bureau will provide generous compensation. Cultivating spiritual herbs. Students with wood system talents can take on this task. For details, consult the staff in the task hall. Escort, a confidential task, with a minimum requirement of 6-star martial emperor, requiring the escort of a key figure to a designated location. The details will be provided after confirming the task acceptance. Transporting soil and stones. Go to Shegu Peak to transport rubble and soil, earning 2 credits per day. Luo Lai was still looking at the tasks on the screen when Hongchen found a staff member in the hall and asked, Teacher, I want to see if there are any tasks in the Nether Ghost domain. Let me check for you, the staff member said, opening a computer and typing in the 4 characters for Nether Ghost domain. The computer displayed tasks related to the Nether Ghost domain. The staff member browsed the information on the computer and then said, there are a total of 5 tasks in the Nether Ghost domain, which are. Teacher, Hongchen interrupted the staff member's introduction and said, I have a classmate named Gao He. He asked me to take on the task in the Nether Ghost domain. Can you help me find the task Gao He accepted? Please wait a moment, the staff member said, clicking on the computer screen with the mouse. After a moment, they said, Gao He did indeed accept a task in the Nether Ghost domain. This is a team task that requires a total of 5 people, and there are currently 2 spots left. Upon hearing this, Hongchen immediately waved to Luo Lai, come here. Seeing Hongchen and the approaching Luo Lai, the staff member said, you two, please give me your student IDs. The 2 handed over their student IDs, and the staff member scanned them, looking at the information that appeared on the computer, and said, you are both students from Class 1 of Tianwu Academy? Hongchen nodded with a smile. The staff member's words implied that, besides Gao He, the other 2 students who accepted the task were also from Class 1 of Tianwu Academy. The staff member entered text on the computer, recording the information of the 2, and then returned the student IDs to them. The task details and your teammates' contact information have been sent to your phones. Hongchen took the student ID and then pulled out his phone, where the screen displayed 2 unread messages. Exterminating evil ghosts. The Mi-Huang Kingdom in the Nether Ghost domain has erupted with a tide of evil ghosts, with the strongest Ghost King being a 10-star martial spirit. The task difficulty coefficient is average. As long as the Ghost King is killed, the task is considered complete. This is an exclusive task for first-year students, with a maximum of 5 people in a team, rewarding 300 credits upon completion. 5-person team assembly complete. Gao He, Yi Xiaotian, CFAU, Hongchen, Luo Lai, please arrive at Mi-Huang Kingdom before December 31st. Below this message, the phone numbers of Gao He, Yi Xiaotian, and CFAU were also attached. Luo Lai called the 3 people, and Hongchen took out his phone, looking at the route to the Mi-Huang Kingdom. The Mi-Huang Kingdom in the Ghost Realm is located in the southwest of Zhengzhou, 5 million miles away from Tianwu University. Now that Hongchen has learned to fly in the air, 5 million miles is not too far for him. However, he is currently only a 6-star martial spirit, so 5 million miles is still not very close for him. Hongchen's speed while flying with his sword can reach 20,000 miles per hour, so he can arrive at the Mi-Huang Kingdom in just 10 days. However, flying consumes a lot of spiritual energy, so he will definitely need to rest for a while and then meditate to replenish his energy along the way. Therefore, the exact time for Hongchen to reach the Mi-Huang Kingdom should be around 12 days. Today is the evening of December 18th, and the task requires him to arrive at the Mi-Huang Kingdom before December 31st, leaving him with 13 days, just enough time to make it. Luo Lai has contacted the 3 people, and he put away his phone, saying, I arranged to meet Gao He, Yi Xiaotian, and CFAU at the school gate. We can't waste time on the way, we must hurry to the Mi Huang Kingdom or we might run out of time. Hong Chen explained the stakes as Luo Lai is a 5-star martial spirit and his flying speed is slower than his, so 13 days is barely enough for Luo Lai to reach the Mi Huang Kingdom. Luo Lai nodded and said, then let's hurry to meet up, kill the Ghost King of the Mi Huang Kingdom, and then take the 300 credits from the task reward back to the Linglong Tower to continue meditating. The two of them jogged to the school gate, where there were many students, but two familiar figures stood out. One was a cute girl less than 1.60 m tall, with shoulder-length short hair, a slightly chubby face, and clear eyes that looked a bit foolish, giving her a somewhat dazed appearance. This harmless cute girl is Yi Xiaotian, ranked 10th in strength. Although she looks easy to bully, her ability to maintain the 10th position means she is not to be underestimated. Luo Lai had previously told Hong Chen that Yi Xiaotian was quite to his liking, but it was merely an appreciation, he had no other thoughts. You guys are here? Yi Xiaotian smiled cutely upon seeing Hong Chen and Luo Lai, her voice soft and sweet. The other person was a tall, thin man, gaunt and wiry, with a hook nose, a stern appearance, and a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes. This man is Gao He, also at the 6-star martial spirit level, with a strength ranking of 98, which is considered quite strong. Gao He usually doesn't talk much, in reality, he is a bit of a dullard, but he often chats in the freshman group, giving him a unique contrast. Upon seeing Hong Chen and Luo Lai, Gao He nodded slightly as a greeting. Hong Chen also nodded to Gao He, while Luo Lai looked around and asked, is CFAU not here yet? Although there are only 100 students in Class 1 of Tianwu Academy, Hong Chen doesn't have much impression of CFAU. He only remembers that CFAU is a somewhat handsome man, with a sword hanging at his waist, likely possessing sword-related talents. Yi Xiaotian belatedly exclaimed, oh, and said, he just came and then left. Hong Chen wanted to ask where CFAU had gone, but Gao He took the initiative to respond. CFAU has already gone ahead to the Ghost Realm's Mi Huang Kingdom. Right. Yi Xiaotian added, CFAU just said he didn't want to wait for you too, so he went to the Mi Huang Kingdom first. Hong Chen was at a loss for words. Yi Xiaotian seemed like she hadn't fully woken up, her words unclear. With Yi Xiaotian ranked 10th in strength, Hong Chen had hoped she would lead the way, but now seeing her dazed state, he felt a bit let down. When he was a 10-star martial master, he could kill a 4-star martial spirit evil cultivator, and the strongest Ghost King only has the combat power of a 10-star martial spirit. Although 10-star martial spirits are powerful, he still couldn't defeat the Ghost King, but he should be safe from life-threatening danger. Moreover, even if Yi Xiaotian drags behind, there are Luo Lai, Gao He, and CFAU standing by to support. Even if Yi Xiaotian is truly a paper tiger, after completing the task and returning to school, she would immediately challenge her. After defeating Yi Xiaotian, she would be able to rise to the top 10 of the Tianzi class, receiving 100 credits every month, which is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing Hong Chen grinning foolishly at Yi Xiaotian, Luo Lai nudged him with his elbow and said in a reminding tone, don't be infatuated. Hong Chen reined in his wandering thoughts and could only laugh it off, saying, I was just thinking of some happy things. Gao He, also a 6-star martial spirit, said to Luo Lai, I'm a sword cultivator, and my speed in sword flight is very fast, so just follow me to avoid wasting time. Martial artists with sword system talents are known as sword cultivators in the 3000 Dao states, a title widely recognized. Even in the opposing force of Fal Tian Wuzhou, martial artists with sword system talents are also referred to as sword cultivators. Luo Lai is only a 5-star martial spirit, the lowest realm among the 4, and his speed in aerial flight is also the slowest. Martial artists practice aerial techniques, while sword cultivators practice sword techniques, which are several times faster than aerial techniques. Even with Luo Lai accompanying him, Gao He and he could reach the Mi Huang Kingdom before Hong Chen. Luo Lai is not a pretentious person. Upon hearing the cool and warm-hearted Gao He offer to take him flying, he immediately said, then I'll trouble you. Gao He drew the long sword from his back and tossed it into the air, then grabbed Luo Lai's collar, and the two stepped onto the long sword, swiftly disappearing, leaving only a whistling wind behind. Hong Chen watched in admiration, truly worthy of a sword cultivator. The speed of sword flight is indeed fast. Why did they leave? Yi Xiaotian looked at the disappearing figures, seemingly puzzled. Hong Chen's face twitched. What on earth are you thinking? Do you know the way? Hong Chen asked with some concern. Otherwise, you can follow me in aerial flight, so you don't get lost on your own. I don't know the way. Yi Xiaotian scratched her head, then paused for a few seconds before gratefully saying, thank you. Hong Chen took out his phone, set the flight route, then stepped down with his left foot, rising into the air towards the southwest. After a few seconds, Yi Xiaotian then used her aerial technique to follow behind Hong Chen. The vast sea of clouds was illuminated by the setting sun, turning it into a golden hue.
Hong Chen's figure soared through the clouds, the endless gusts of wind rustling his robes, creating a whistling sound.
After flying for 20 hours, the spiritual
energy within him was exhausted, and he had to descend to the ground to recover his energy through breathing exercises. The 8-9 profound art absorbed spiritual energy quickly. After sitting in meditation for several minutes, his energy was once
again replenished.
Yi Xiaotian, a star-level martial spirit, was more enduring than Hong Chen, and her smaller and frilier physique meant she consumed less energy while flying. The faster the flight speed, the greater the wind resistance.
The larger the
body, the greater the wind resistance as well. Therefore, Hong Chen consumed more energy flying than Yi Xiaotian. The two repeated this process of flying for 20 hours and resting for several minutes for 12 days, finally arriving at the ghost domain of the underworld, just a few thousand miles away from the Mi-Huang kingdom. The sky of the ghost domain was filled with heavy clouds, like a massive gray curtain hanging from the horizon, with hardly any light penetrating through.
Hong Chen flew
beneath the sea of clouds, where he could see the undulating mountains stacked layer upon layer, vast and imposing, yet oppressive. After a few hours, they finally reached the territory of the Mi-Huang kingdom, and the two slowly landed on the ground. It was extremely quiet here, eerily silent, with no birds or insects, and apart from the howling wind, there was no sound, a heavy atmosphere pervading the air. Hong Chen took out his phone to send a message to Luo Lai, but there was no signal, which reminded him of his experience by the Oath Water's edge, giving rise to a bad premonition. Yi Xiaotian stood dazed, looking at the
surrounding dilapidated houses, and suddenly asked, "There aren't any ghosts here, right?"
"Ghosts and such things only exist in novels. I've never seen a ghost in reality," Hong Chen replied first, then added, "but I've heard that some places do have ghost cultivators. I've heard that ghost cultivators can connect with the underworld, communicate with ghosts, and even invite
ghosts to possess them, thereby enhancing their own combat power."
At this point, Hong Chen suddenly remembered the small knife he had used during the college entrance examination. It seemed to involve inviting a ghost to possess him, and at that time, his face was covered with a Shura ghost mask.
Yi Xiaotian blinked her big eyes and asked again, "So there are no ghosts then?"
"I'm not sure," Hong Chen said with an awkward smile. "Anyway, I've heard that ghost cultivators are half human, half ghost. Looking quite similar to ghosts, with pale faces, unsteady steps, and long hair covering their faces."
"Aren't ghost cultivators just like ghosts?"
Yi Xiaotian's tone was somewhat fearful as she asked, "There aren't any ghost cultivators here, right?" Hong Chen helplessly replied, "Since this place is called the ghost domain of the underworld, there will definitely be ghost cultivators." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaotian's face turned pale, her voice trembling with fear. Then, if I had known, I
wouldn't have come." Hong Chen's face twitched. Was this what a person would say? How could someone say such things? Didn't she check when accepting the mission?
"There's no signal here. I can't contact Luo Lai and the others, but the Mi-Huang kingdom is just a small country. It shouldn't be hard to find them, and we can also look for the Ghost King's traces along the way."
Hong Chen activated his heavenly eye and stepped towards the central area of the Mi-Huang kingdom, reminding Yi Xiaotian, "Stay close to me."
The two walked quickly, and after a few hours, they arrived at a city area. This area was in a semi-abandoned state, with mottled walls and wild grass growing through the cracks in the broken roads, swaying gently in the breeze.